Aliha was an exceptional Special Forces sniper, famous throughout the camp for never missing a shot. Even though he was only a staff sergeant, Liha still stunned his superiors with his marksmanship. He even outclassed many veteran operators. A sniper evaluation was coming up, and Liha trained with everything he had, determined to win. But fate has a cruel sense of humor, because right before the test began, Liha suffered an accident. Worse still, his legs were badly injured and he could no longer walk. Then today, drifting in and out of consciousness, Liha seemed to hear a whisper by his ear. "Didn't you wish you could walk again? Make a pact with me and I'll let you walk." That mysterious presence reached out a hand toward Liha, and he trembled as he tried to place his own in. "Can you really help me walk again?" Just as their hands were about to touch, Liha felt as if he were falling freely, and most importantly, he landed steadily on both feet. It felt unbelievably real. He had not only fallen from the sky into the middle of nowhere, he was standing firmly on his own legs. Then Liha heard a clear, graceful voice, and a beautiful red-haired girl appeared. "Outsiders are always welcome. Blessings upon those who step into the central world." Liha's ears rang, and he couldn't quite understand what she was saying. But then Liha suddenly felt chilled all over. He realized he wasn't wearing anything at all, and the young man immediately panicked. The red-haired girl burst into laughter. "Men from East Asia always strike that pose, don't they? I've seen it plenty of times, so don't worry. Now tell me your name for your new life in this world, the central world." After thinking it over, he decided to use his real name, Aliha, and keep his true appearance as well. The girl looked a little surprised. In this world, people could change their face, their height, even their race. And Liha was the first person she had met who chose to keep everything the same. "Are you sure?" she asked again. "Yes," Liha replied firmly. "It feels real to me. Standing on 2 feet like this, I want to walk through this world." "Understood, traveler from another world, Aliha. Congratulations on taking your first step into the central world." With a wave of her hand, simple clothes appeared on Liha as if by magic. She told him he could obtain anything he truly desired through this place, and that she would wait for the day they could meet again. Just like that, Liha was thrown into free fall again. He was sure he would land on his head, but after a while, nothing happened at all. He cautiously opened his eyes and found himself standing in the middle of a plaza. People bustled past, and everything around him felt completely real. Liha spread his hand and examined it closely. Even the calluses looked exactly the same as in the real world. He recalled what the red-haired girl had said about changing one's face, body, even one's race. It was a tempting offer, but all he wanted was to feel what it was like to run and jump again. That was all. Liha stomped his feet a few times, then started flailing his legs, kicking left and right. It all felt astonishingly real. In reality, he couldn't take a single step, yet here he could leap around freely. Being able to move his legs made Liha tremble with emotion. And while he was still lost in that happiness, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Moved that much, are you? I've met many people in the city of Kassel, but this is the first time I've seen someone as pure as you." The blonde man introduced himself as someone who helped visitors adapt to this world of Middle-earth. It sounded grand, but Liha quickly realized he was just a beginner guide NPC. "So what do I need to know to adapt to this world?" Liha asked. Seeing how enthusiastic Liha was, the man became excited too. So he began pointing out a few things to watch for. First, everyone knows that a person can't sprint forever. Without proper rest, you might not even be able to move at all. That's the stamina stat in this world. Next, the man pointed to a pretty little girl holding a basket of apples not far away. Then he gave Liha an outrageous request. He told him to go touch the girl's chest. At first, Liha thought he'd misheard, but the man mechanically repeated the same demand. So Liam pinned him to the ground and started cursing. "Hey, you little punk. This is illegal, you know." Turns out even NPCs in the game had that kind of clown energy. That guy had just given an example to tell Liam that even in Middle-earth, you still had to have morals. If you committed a bigger crime, you'd be exiled to the countryside and fined as well. And the one who got the money in the newbie tutorial was this NPC. "I only said it so you'd know," the guy said. Liam curled his lip. What a schemer. If Liam had really done what he suggested just now, then for sure, he would have been digging his own grave. "Haha, you catch on fast." The blonde guy waved his hand and smiled like a total phony. But deep down, he was dying of regret that he hadn't managed to scam Liam out of any money. After that, he told Liam to head to the training site to the north. There Liam would learn more beginner lessons. Liam looked north. There really was a very long road. He stretched, then sprinted down the road at full speed. For most people, running fast did nothing except make you tired. But it was different for Liam. Only moving his body freely like this made him feel like he truly was really alive. Liam ran while laughing loudly. Some other players who saw it even thought he might have something wrong with him. Liam kept running until he got a notification. He had gained a new passive skill called Speed Runner. Because Liam had been running so fast that the system automatically triggered 0% stamina consumption, it unlocked this skill. At level 1, its effect was being able to run continuously for 5 minutes without consuming stamina, and his running speed also increased by 7%. Liam hadn't expected that simply running could earn him experience points and a new skill. But he was genuinely happy. In that case, he might as well run straight to the training grounds. When he arrived at the northern training area, Liam sensed a strangely familiar atmosphere. It was like back when he was still in the military. Inside the training grounds, many players were also practicing with wooden training dummies. Liam picked up a wooden sword too, ready to relive the feeling of being a raw recruit. But what surprised him was that when he prepared to attack, his body moved automatically. This was probably what they called the combat assist system. Liam turned to observe the other players. Sure enough, they all seemed to swing their swords awkwardly. He had the feeling the combat system was controlling everyone. But Liam didn't like that. He wanted to take control of himself. So Liam gripped the wooden sword tightly. He thought to himself that he just needed to treat this as reality, and that he had to truly strike the opponent. With that thought, Liam struck again. And this time, he truly broke free from the combat assist system's restraint, smashing the wooden dummy to pieces. The other players who saw it could only stare wide-eyed, because Liam's attack was far stronger and more decisive than theirs, even though he was just a newcomer. That's insane, you shattered the dummy. Was that really the same basic attack as ours? Is that what you just learned here? Why can't we do it? Share it. What move did you use just now? Others crowded around to ask, but the truth was that Liam had only used the same newbie attack as they did. The difference was that he used his own will. After defeating the dummy, Liam received a new system notice. Congratulations, you completed the training without needing. However, the system also advised him not to get arrogant because of it, since talent often brings trouble. At the same time, it also sent him a small reward, 3 stamina points and 2 intelligence points. Liam felt the system was absolutely right. Standing out too much wasn't necessarily a good thing. After all, in the past, the capable soldiers were always the first to be singled out. After finishing this tutorial, Liam was transferred to the class selection screen, and there, he met again the red-haired girl he had run into at the beginning. Earlier you talked like it would be a long time before we could meet again, but now it hasn't even been a full day. Liam greeted her first. That's because Koreans pick things up so fast. Do you spend all day playing games or what? Anyway, model student of Candor Castle, what kind of weapon do you want to choose? As she spoke, a pile of weapons appeared in front of Liam. Choosing a weapon went hand in hand with choosing a class, so he had to be extremely careful. Liam had guessed there would be many kinds of weapons, but he hadn't expected there to be this many. The girl said some people had even hesitated for a whole day before finally making their choice. The first thing that attracted Liam was a staff symbolizing the mage class, but just as Liam reached out to touch it, then the red-haired girl advised him to stay calm and slowly observe the surroundings. Liha followed her advice, and it seemed he had discovered something more suitable for himself. It was a hunting rifle. Without hesitation, Liha immediately reached out to touch the gun. You probably know what kind of gun this is, right? The AI girl teased. But indeed, Liha knew exactly. Moreover, he was very knowledgeable. It was definitely not a modern rifle. Though he didn't know the exact model, he was sure it was a flintlock. Ignited with flint, invented in the late 1700s, and existing even before Napoleon. Liha rattled off the details, leaving the girl impressed. Truly, a model student. His completely accurate answer proved that he understood the gun well and was more suited for the sharpshooter role than anyone else. Liha handled the gun for a while. Sure enough, it had both flint and a powder chamber. He guessed the bullets were lead or iron balls, so he wanted to try firing. And the girl, of course, agreed. She then provided Liha with some black powder for ignition, some black powder for loading, an iron ball, and a ramrod. Liha reached for them, thinking it was at least somewhat advanced. He felt extremely excited, finally touching a gun after a long time. First, he placed the ignition powder into the powder chamber. Then he added the loading powder and the iron ball, followed by using the ramrod to press the powder evenly onto the ball. The whole process took a full minute, leaving Liha exhausted. He really missed 21st century advanced guns. Moreover, this flintlock was very heavy, weighing a total of 5 kg. It was like lifting weights, but the loading was done, he might as well fire it. Liha lifted the gun to aim at a target 40 m away. After pulling the trigger, a thick white smoke erupted, making Liha's eyes sting. But the real problem was that he missed. In the real world, he had never missed at this range. The red-haired girl giggled, saying he should read the instructions, because the hit rate of a flintlock at 40 m was only 50%. Liha wasn't satisfied, so he tried again. It was the same loading process taking over a minute. This made Liha feel helpless, but the girl thought a newbie hitting once in a minute was already good enough. Liha felt discouraged. He wanted to try other ranged weapons, but the remaining options were only bows and crossbows, which had weak attack power. Liha felt the world was too harsh for a sharpshooter. Flintlocks had strong attack power, but their attack speed was much slower than bows and crossbows. What kind of unfair condition is that? He muttered. That's to balance with the assist system, the girl replied. So what if I turn off the assist system? Lee Ha continued to ask. I already said the assist system needs balance. The other side repeated the same word. If the player shoots manually, does the hit rate increase? I said the assist system must remain balanced. By the third time, she seemed quite annoyed. Clearly, they couldn't reach an agreement. Lee Ha realized this was something the system didn't want him to know, which meant he had to find the answer himself, like in real life, instead of asking the NPC or the system. Although the start was difficult, Lee Ha decided to figure everything out on his own. If he could fire 10 shots in a minute or increase the hit rate to 80%, the flintlock's destructive power could be fully utilized. Lee Ha struggled mentally. Shooting was his strength and passion. But if he couldn't improve the firing speed and accuracy, it would become useless. So Lee Ha really didn't want to gamble with his future. After a mental struggle, he made his decision. He would give up the flintlock and choose the mage profession for safety. However, just as he reached for the staff, an invisible force pulled him back. Lee Ha, wake up, Lee Ha. He heard someone urgently calling his name. Lee Ha was still panting as the game helmet was removed. He saw his mother's worried face. It turned out she had seen him groaning so much that she unplugged the game console, forcing him to log out. It was a convenient way to temporarily avoid choosing a profession. Are you okay? Really okay? His mother patted his head like a child and kept asking. Of course you're fine. Next time I'll press the exit button to call you out. She nodded, then told him to rest properly while she went to work. Fortunately, his mother was there. Lee Ha felt the chance to earn money was within reach. He just had to choose his profession carefully. But thinking about it, he started to worry again, because the AI girl had said he had to complete the profession selection. Only characters in a profession could be forcibly logged out. So just now, with your class change interrupted, what would happen? So Lee Ha decided to check the game forum. Indeed, many others had also been forcibly logged out due to a power outage like him. After that, he ended up with a class he never wanted. If you wanted to delete the character and start over, it would take 4 to 5 months to refresh it. After reading this, Lee Ha realized that what had happened was no longer lucky. It was just a misfortune. He had reached the peak of his gaming luck. He comforted himself, thinking he had at least touched the scepter. So when he logged back in, he was determined to become a mage. Yet when he logged in again, Lee Ha had become a marksman. He actually cried out loud, and the other players thought he had gone mad. They had never even heard of this class before. But you have to go with the flow. His mother had spent 10 million won on this machine. Only a fool would wait another 4 or 5 months to create a new character. Marksman it is. After all, this wasn't Lee Ha's first time handling a gun. After accepting this cruel class, he immediately learned 2 skills: flint mastery and bayonet charge. Flint mastery is a passive skill. The more you use the flint gun, the higher your mastery, increasing accuracy and reload speed. Bayonet charge is an active skill. You can attach a mana bayonet to the flint gun to charge forward, used at the final stage of combat. It converts 30% of the flint gun's attack power into melee attack power for 15 seconds. But it costs 50 mana, and the cooldown is 5 minutes. Lee Ha fell into a pit of despair again. Bayonet charge, he barely had 50 mana total. This skill alone consumes 50 mana, meaning if he missed, he could only trigger the bayonet once. And if it still missed, he was doomed. Finally facing a situation like this, a royal guard in utter despair. Lee Ha heard a voice from above. He knew it was the tutorial NPC. But in his current mood, he had no time for long explanations. Just get to the point. What should I do? He interrupted. Perhaps this NPC had never encountered such a rude player before, so he hesitated. Then he gave Lee Ha a new quest: hunt the spirit rabbits. Specifically, spirit rabbits were appearing at the entrance of the newbie village, Kando Castle, damaging crops and mounts. His mission was to hunt and collect 10 rabbit pelts. The reward was plus 10% affinity with Kando Castle NPCs, plus 10% with the village guards and with Namizu. Every newbie had to do this quest, and Lee Ha was no exception. When he arrived, there were already quite a few players hunting the spirit rabbits. Lee Ha quickly found his first target, an apparently harmless rabbit grazing. He immediately drew his flint gun, reloading expertly, though not much faster than before. Then Lee Ha aimed at the rabbit and pulled the trigger. The gunpowder smoke was thick as ever, temporarily blinding him. Lee Ha desperately hoped to hit it. After all, the distance was only 35 meters, but unfortunately he missed again. Moreover, the shot angered the rabbit. It charged at him with terrifying speed. Lee Ha tried to reload at maximum speed to counterattack. Yet despite his best efforts, he couldn't match the rabbit's pace. The rabbit kicked him before he could even finish reloading. This tiny creature had incredible strength. Spirit rabbits are no joke. Lee Ha couldn't just die humiliatingly while reloading during a newbie quest. So he grabbed his gun and ran at full speed. Unfortunately, the creature could reach 80 km/h in short bursts. Less than 20 meters away, escape was impossible. A K2 rifle's damage is 1960 J, while the Spirit Rabbit's kick already delivered 1100 J. Being hit by it was like taking half a rifle bullet. Other players watched Lee Ha getting pummeled by the Spirit Rabbit with concern, but they were all newbies and couldn't help. Lee Ha had to struggle alone in this dire situation. His mana had already dropped to half. If he didn't act, he would certainly die on this trivial quest. So in his moment of utmost despair, Lee Ha stood up. He treated the gunstock like a baseball bat and the Spirit Rabbit like a speeding baseball. Lee Ha then executed a perfect home run, sending it flying into the sky. Exhausted, he planted the gun into the ground, barely able to stand. "You guns aren't just for shooting, you demon rabbit." Lee Ha panted heavily, watching the tiny dot that had once been the rabbit disappear into the sky. However, this was only a temporary strategy because soon after that rabbit returned and became even more insane. The gun in Lee Ha's hand weighed 4.5 kg, so it was not very convenient for him to act. As expected, he was hit again by the Spirit Rabbit. Neither side would yield, clashing violently until the earth shook. The other players watching this scene were equally depressed. Is there really a way to hunt rabbits like this? Honestly, if you already have a gun, wouldn't playing ADC be much easier? They said this simply because they couldn't understand Lee Ha's frustration. After wrestling with that rabbit for a while, he finally defeated it. What troubled Lee Ha most painfully was that he didn't land a single shot. Catching a gun-wielding soldier in close combat with a monster, clearly the system was discriminating against him. Seeing players with swords defeat the Spirit Rabbit in one move made Lee Ha unbearably jealous. But he decided not to surrender to this system. Lee Ha wanted to be the first to conquer the dungeon with a gun, so after logging out, he searched through ancient texts, meticulously studying the factors that affected bullet trajectory and speed of the gun. First, he needed to measure the feasible distance. Being a smoothbore gun, it was difficult to maintain stability when shooting, if humans in the past used it. To fight, then Lee Ha could surely find a breakthrough with this weapon. Calculating the trajectory, the maximum range was about 350 meters. But the problem was the wind. Therefore, it was impossible to produce bullets with identical flight paths down to the millimeter. If the combat support system was activated, he could only fire one shot per minute, with a hit rate of just 50%. Lee Ha kept racking his brain but couldn't find a solution. At that moment, his mother suddenly entered the room, carrying a plate full of fruit. Seeing her son focused on research and his face looking much more lively, she was very happy. She felt buying him the gaming console was a wise decision and she should have bought it earlier. After his mother left the room, Lee Ha continued his research on the matchlock gun. Since his mother had spent 10 million won, he couldn't afford to be lazy. Even if he couldn't become a high-ranking officer in the military, at least he had to become someone who could earn a lot from it. In the game, just 20,000 gold could be exchanged for 2 billion won. By then, perhaps he could undergo surgery and walk again in the real world. After some research, Lee Ha logged into the game again. This time, players in the Spirit Rabbit hunting area kept hearing gunshots. They were surprised that there was a gun in this area. When they approached to check, they saw Lee Ha seriously loading and aiming at a wooden target. This time, the reload speed was shortened by 3 seconds, making him very happy. But to outsiders, Lee Ha looked like an idiot, because he could only fire one shot per minute, while in that time they could easily hunt a rabbit. They figured he would soon log out of the game. Why bother hunting rabbits when he's just shooting trees? Let's ignore him, they mumbled and left. Lee Ha ignored everyone, continuing to calculate to find the rules for using the gun. He had just conducted a small experiment, which closely matched his previous calculation. At this distance, the shots were clustered, increasing the hit rate. Besides, the firepower was considerable, with each bullet exceeding 1,500 joules, so he had to use it efficiently. Lee Ha had enough bullets and gunpowder for 23 more shots. He quickly found his next target. He carefully estimated the distance to be 130 meters. The wind was blowing west at 5 ms. The wind direction was toward the target, and he plotted the appropriate trajectory. Lee Ha began loading. As soon as the rabbit sensed an incoming attack, he seized the opportunity to fire, just like before. The gunpowder smoke was thick, temporarily blinding him. But this time, Lee Ha had a strong instinct that he hit. Indeed, he did. But the bullet only grazed the rabbit's hind leg, forcing Lee Ha once again to use the gun butt for close combat. After a struggle, he defeated the rabbit. Unfazed, Lee Ha continued. With a different target, this time he truly hit, even eliminating the enemy with his first shot. Lee Ha was thrilled, as the distance to the target was at least 100 meters. His research clearly wasn't in vain. Ding! He immediately received a notification. Thanks to this achievement, Lee Ha unlocked a new title and entered the Hall of Fame. He excitedly opened his character panel. Just from this achievement, he leveled up by 8 ranks. That was a delight. The downside was that the matchlock flint was destroyed, having been used up. So Lee Ha had no choice but to switch to melee mode. If the gun butt could talk, it would probably be crying like a dog. Continuing melee combat like this, it might even break in two. Because he spent the past few days constantly in the rabbit hunting zone, Using the gun butt to fight, Lee Ha earned a nickname from the other players. That nickname was Bloody Gun Butt. None of them understood why this young man had a gun but didn't use it to shoot, choosing instead such a crazy method. Of course, Lee Ha never intended for it to happen. It took him a full minute to reload, but only 8 seconds to hand and catch one rabbit. Compared to shooting, close combat was definitely faster. It was just more exhausting. Luckily, he managed to catch all 10 rabbits and complete the quest. Lee Ha leveled up as a result, and the other players crowded around to congratulate. In their eyes, Lee Ha was that weird guy with a gun who fought rabbits up close. Still, watching him hunt was highly entertaining. When he returned to the square, many curious eyes were on him. It seemed the title Bloody Gun Butt had become famous. He hurried to report his results to claim rewards, buy items, and continue training. The NPC paying him coins asked, "Those fierce rabbits must have been easy to catch, right?" "Well, I guess they were." Lee Ha replied insincerely, "Do you want to go catch more?" He asked again, but of course, Lee Ha had no desire to endure that hardship again. He received 50 coins as the quest previously stated, and his friendship level with the NPC in Candle Castle increased by 10%, and with the castle's guard by 15%. Although 50 coins wasn't much, it gave Lee Ha a lot of motivation. He resolved that he would earn plenty of gold and silver, then convert it into one to support his mother. Later, Lee Ha sold the rabbit meat. Madame Lu at the Sacred Grill, a giant, offered 7 coins per rabbit. Then the NPC suggested Lee Ha stay to help at the restaurant, specifically to grill meat and supply ingredients, which was exactly what he expected. This became a new quest, to collaborate on developing the Sacred Grill's new menu. The main requirement was 5 portions of fresh rabbit meat and 1 portion of black-furred rabbit. The reward was a special bento from Madame Lu's new menu. Lee Ha asked, "Black-furred rabbit?" "Oh, among the fierce rabbits there was one with black fur. Its taste was exceptional and had to be tried," Madame Lu replied. Lee Ha guessed it was just like black pork, but since it was a special rabbit, hunting it would surely be harder than the white one. Although the reward wasn't money, Lee Ha decided to accept the quest. Madame Lu quickly grabbed his hand and instructed that if he hung the bag on the tree at the south gate, the rabbit would sniff it out and come. Then it would only take 1 poke to finish it. Moreover, it only appeared at night, so Lee Ha didn't need to exert effort during the day. She even pulled out a kitchen knife longer than a katana and threatened him not to attempt any trick with spoiled meat. Those who dared play with food had already met the knife. Of course, who would dare mess with her? Even if Lee Ha had bad intentions, the sight of the knife made him back down. So he had 50 coins from the previous quest plus 77 coins from selling rabbit meat, totaling 1 silver 27 coin. Lee Ha used this money to buy gunpowder and bullets first, but weapon prices were much higher than he imagined. A bag of gunpowder cost 10 coins, a bag of primers 5 coins. Each bullet cost 3 coins, totaling 1 silver 26 coins for what he wanted to buy. The shopkeeper said that because of these high prices, no one nowadays served as matchlock soldiers, except Fool. Like Lee Ha, he truly felt defeated. 1 shot cost 18 coins, how could a soldier afford that? Playing the game made it hard to earn money. He didn't know how to maintain his funds. Should he sell it all? If prices stayed this high, who knew when he'd be broke? The shopkeeper suggested, but sharpshooter had become Lee Ha's profession. He couldn't quit. However, he felt he should find another way. Just hunting rabbits would be too unprofitable. 1 rabbit cost 7 coins, while 1 shot to catch it cost 18 coins, not to mention the chance of missing. Actually, without bullets, he could still use the gun to strike rabbits, but then the rabbit would be mangled, and part of the meat would be ruined. If so, when bringing the meat back, he didn't know whether Madame Lu would use that katana-length knife to carve it. In the end, Lee Ha had to spend all his capital on weapons and ammunition, leaving him with just 1 coin from all his hard-earned money. On the way out of the weapons shop, Lee Ha couldn't stop regretting that he hadn't chosen the mage class earlier. If he had, he might be using magic to fill his pockets with money by now. Then Lee Ha suddenly thought of something else. He wondered whether turning in quests had any special condition. Earlier, the captain of the low die can do security squad had seen his level before assigning him the quest, and Madame Lu only gave him this job after seeing the quality of the rabbit meat. Did some specific factor need to be met to trigger a quest, like meeting an NPC's requirements, for example? Just as he thought that, Lee Ha heard his stomach rumbling loudly. Oh man, even hunger feels this real. The devs of this game are downright terrifying. Too, and because he was hungry, his HP had dropped by a full 40%. If this kept up, he wouldn't have the strength to hunt rabbits. So Lee Ha stopped at a bakery to take a break. He also wanted to see how real the bread in this game world tasted. The moment Lee Ha pushed the door open, the baker told him they were already closed. This game was brutally realistic. During business hours, you could do anything. but once the sun set, you couldn't buy food anymore. Lee Ha tried to persuade her, saying he was about to starve and just wanted to buy one bun and leave right away, and she agreed. But then something unexpected happened. Among the remaining bread in the shop, even the cheapest one cost 3 coins, and his total wealth was only 1 coin. The baker said she hadn't made much lately, so the 1 coin bread had sold out early. The main reason was that the rabbit spirits had eaten all the barley, leaving her with barely any ingredients to bake with. At that moment, Lee Ha suddenly realized that if an NPC was having trouble, it usually meant they wanted a player to help with something. If he asked about the barley flour shortage, he might trigger a new quest. So Lee Ha seriously proposed, "At the request of the security captain, I've already wiped out a few rabbits. So if I help you wipe out all the rabbits and you give me some bread, wouldn't that be better for both of us?" "Oh my, really?" the baker cried out. Just as Lee Ha thought he'd succeeded, she poured cold water on him. "About 20 strangers have come in today saying the same thing, but the rabbits are fast, so I doubt you can help me. If I make a deal with you and it goes wrong, wouldn't my shop be finished?" Lee Ha fell silent. The NPCs in this game really could argue logically, and she was even skilled enough to play a player like him. But he still didn't want to give up because he was flat broke and had no money to buy bread. So Lee Ha revealed that he wasn't ordinary at all. He said he'd received a request from the owner of the sacred bakehouse. So he wasn't like those random customers who had offered to hunt rabbits for bread before. Besides, Madame Lu had also asked him to catch a black-furred rabbit. When she heard the words black rabbit, the baker's attitude changed completely. But then she delivered a fatal blow, saying he looked so weak it was painful to watch. So he didn't seem like someone strong enough to catch a black rabbit. And if he really could catch one, he surely wouldn't be so poor he couldn't afford bread. "Sorry, I went a bit too far," she added, perfectly balancing a slap with a pat. Even though he was badly wounded, Lee Ha still refused to back down, determined to get free bread. He pulled out the bag Madame Lu had given him earlier for catching rabbits. He didn't know what was inside, but the smell was truly horrifying. The baker didn't even dare go near it. Good grief, that stinky stuff really was something Madame Lu would make. "So you're the capable person Madame Lu trusted and gave the job to." It seemed that the reeking bag really did the trick. Lee Ha tried to stay calm, but inside he was practically blooming with joy. The baker seemed to trust him and asked Lee Ha to do her an extra favor while he was on his way to catch the black rabbit. The system immediately converted her words into a new quest. It was said that where the black rabbit left droppings, a certain herb would grow. It enhanced the flavor of bread, but this had to be kept absolutely secret. Because if customers found out the seasoning grew from a pile of animal droppings, they might not keep supporting the bakery. Lee Ha's quest objective was to collect 3 of these herbs. His reward was a herb-dusted bun and 30 coins. But the most important thing is that the name of this quest is Risk Your Life to Collect Spices. Just hearing it is enough to tell it's extremely dangerous. Lee Ha thought the game developer was crazy, so the NPCs in the game weren't any saner. Yet they asked him to risk his life just to collect some spices. Moreover, that life would only be exchanged for a pastry topped with herbs grown from rabbit droppings, along with 30 coins. "Can you also complete this quest while you're at it?" Seeing Lee Ha stay silent, the bakery owner urged him. Honestly, he was a little nervous. Earlier, the girl had mentioned something called Black Angus cattle, which seemed to refer to the black rabbit. She explained that the black rabbit gets extremely angry, so people called it Black Angus. And of course, its attack power was formidable compared to ordinary white rabbits. Well, for a bit of bread and butter, Lee Ha had no choice but to accept this quest. The problem was he was very hungry right now. Without something in his stomach, he might faint before even reaching the black rabbit. Lee Ha tactfully brought this up with her. She gave him a skeptical look. "Hungry for my pastry, but what if you eat it and run off?" "Don't worry, I'm trustworthy. I'll definitely get the herbs for you." The bakery owner thought for a moment, then made a decision. According to her decision, the quest details were also changed. Specifically, the reward of 1 herb-topped pastry and 30 coins was increased by 3 sweet croissants plus 15% affinity with all NPCs in Kando Castle. However, no pastry in this world comes for free. Along with the increased reward, the difficulty of the quest was also upgraded. Specifically, Lee Ha had to bring the herbs back to Annie Bakery within 12 hours. If he failed, his affinity with bakery owner Annie would drop by 20%. At the same time, his affinity with all NPCs in Kando Castle would drop by 10%. Lee Ha, dehydrated, nearly collapsed. Just 3 extra pastries and the difficulty had risen so much, plus there was a time limit. Not to mention, failing would reduce affinity, which would greatly affect his adventures in the novice village later. In return, Annie gave him 3 pastries to tide him over. The pastries were delicious, but he couldn't be happy. Why was this game even harsher than reality? Lee Ha ate the pastries while crying. Just after leaving the bakery, he received news that he had learned a skill called Trade Contract. Its effect allows changing quest conditions and trading items with NPCs, increasing affinity gains by 20%. That was why the quest from Annie could be altered just now. Looking at it, returning within 12 hours seemed a bit difficult for Lee Ha. He hadn't even figured out how to handle it yet. And right at that moment, Lee Ha heard someone shout loudly, looking for teammates. Anyone hunting the black fur rabbit, come here. When Lee Ha saw people with the same goal as him, he immediately wanted to join, but the other players looked at him with clear suspicion. Then they asked what class Lee Ha was. He replied that he was a long-range sniper. It sounded impressive, but the moment they glanced at his boots and equipment, they knew right away he was a low-level player. Trying to use us to carry you, huh? Find someone else. One look at your shoes and it's obvious you haven't even passed level 5. The black fur rabbit is a boss. You think we'd let someone useless like you tag along and hold us back? Lee Ha was furious. These people were openly ignoring and looking down on him. However, from the way they spoke, he learned another piece of information. If you died during this quest, you wouldn't be able to redo it. So it was only natural that they wanted someone around their level for safety. Lee Ha felt a bit puzzled. His own quest conditions never mentioned that being defeated by the black fur rabbit would prevent him from retrying. Could it be that their quests were different? So he asked, what quest do you all have related to the black fur rabbit? It's the fur quest, doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? If that's the case, go somewhere else. Lee Ha let out an "oh," so it really was a different quest from his. In that case, they couldn't go the same route anyway, even if the others hadn't looked down on his low level. Lee Ha began calculating. It seemed there were multiple quests issued at the same time related to that black fur rabbit, such as collecting meat, herbs, or rabbit fur. If so, there must be people in town who needed other parts of it. The more related quests he collected, the more profitable it would be to defeat it all at once. So Lee Ha returned to town. He used the same phrasing he had used with Annie to persuade more NPCs to give him quests. For example, the woman at the tailor shop asked him to collect rabbit fur to make clothes. The blacksmith at the weapon shop asked him to bring back its claws. And the jewelry shop owner asked him to bring back its eyeball. Lee Ha obtained 3 more new quests, and his skills and level increased because of it. If he could catch the black fur rabbit, he would have all 5 items they needed in one go. It was truly a profitable deal, but the premise was that he had to defeat it first. Now there were only 2 hours left until dawn. Lee Ha had to make use of the rabbit's active time, or all his efforts would be wasted. So he carried his gun and headed to the outskirts of town again. To be honest, Lee Ha's level was indeed quite low, only level 5. Moreover, his HP, stamina, and other attributes were all pitifully low. Not to mention that he had used the musket stock too much to smash rabbits, and now it was a bit loose. It had been a long time already. If this gun broke again, he would go bankrupt. As Lee Ha was racking his brain over this, he suddenly spotted a backpack on the ground. Lee Ha reached out to pick it up and heard a somewhat familiar voice. This bag is already pretty heavy. That's enough. If this keeps up, we'll all die. Not yet, let it grow more enraged. Just 30 more seconds. The archer is in danger. Hurry over there or he's done for. Lee Ha realized it was the party recruiting teammates at the fountain earlier. It seemed they were struggling against that fierce rabbit. When Lee Ha peeked out, he saw that their archer had already been killed. The remaining members were so tense they were bracing themselves, drawing all their weapons to prepare for battle. At the front was a shield-bearing warrior serving as the tank. In the middle stood a priest, and at the back was the fragile female mage. Their formation looked fairly stable, but in reality they were still facing great difficulty against that rabbit. Specifically, when the fireball spell was cast from the female mage's staff along with what seemed like powerful control magic, it still couldn't make the rabbit falter. Lee Ha hid in the nearby bushes and observed seriously. So this was the true power of the mage class he had missed out on, the casting time to create. A spell was only about 15 to 20 seconds, 3 or 4 times faster than his sluggish gun. As for the earlier party, it seemed they were paying the price for being overly arrogant, because by now the tank had also been killed. Only 2 fragile members remained, and no matter how strong they were, they couldn't defeat that monster. And the best choice at this moment was to cut their losses and run. Under the bright moonlight, Lee Ha clearly saw the appearance of the black fur rabbit. No wonder Annie had called it Black Angus. This rabbit looks even bigger than a cow. He still hasn't shown himself because he wants to observe the situation first. At this moment, the 2 survivors started running, cursing loudly as they fled. They blamed each other, saying it was because their spells missed the target that their tank and archer ran off. But clearly, there was a rabbit chasing them while another one was still standing by the archer's corpse. Only then did Lee Ha realize in shock that his opponent had 2 of them. One was terrifying enough, now the difficulty had been cranked up even more. Before, catching a small white rabbit alone had hurt so much he almost felt deformed. Now that he'd been hit by a black-furred rabbit, his ribs were probably all broken. But Lee Ha couldn't give up here because he had taken 5 quests. Aside from Madame Lu's barbecue restaurant, the other 4 all demanded he bring the items back within 12 hours. If he failed now, he'd be punished with a loss of affinity points. 4 quests, 40% affinity with the NPCs in total. If that happened, Lee Ha probably wouldn't have any way back to the beginner village. He decided to gamble. After all, he was a royal guard. He had to make his rifle count. If he truly hit the rabbit's vital spot, he might be able to kill it in a single shot. Lee Ha recalled the days when he was a special forces sniper in the real world and encouraged himself. His shooting had always been excellent. Since this game world was crafted so exquisitely that it could connect to reality, he could absolutely push his marksmanship to the next level. Lee Ha raised his gun, then opened the character status panel. He poured all his remaining free attribute points into agility. In an instant, his agility rose to 55. Then Lee Ha stood up straight, faced the two black-furred rabbits madly chasing that party, and shouted clearly, "Hey, you two stupid rabbits, come this way." Lee Ha felt both anticipation and tension. His agility was already 50 according to the system. Agility only increased up to level 9. The maximum attack power wouldn't go any higher. Instead, if he missed, it would be over. One shot no matter what, I have to get it in one shot. If I miss, everyone dies. All right, reloading complete. I'm just chambering around. Right then, a hurried voice rang out. "Help, help me, help, over there, over there." The scene in front of him made Lee Ha panic. Wait, why are both of you running over here? If you both come here, what am I supposed to do? One of you run the other way. He only saw Hugh Yuan shouting as she ran, "Hey, you bastard, if you're going to save us, then hurry up." And then she and Heller started arguing. "Why are you saying this and that? You're blaming me. If you don't like it, then you run." Their noisy bickering made Lee Ha incredibly irritated. Should I stop shooting rabbits and shoot that girl instead? My ears are bleeding. In the end, he had to calm himself down. "Stay calm, it's fine. Wait until I lock in the distance for a clean hit." Then Lee Ha began focusing on the target ahead, 85 centimeters. When Hugh Yuan and Heller were only about 80 centimeters from him, the distance between the two Black Angus and him had already shrunk to 75 centimeters. That meant they were closing in fast on the two of them. The moment it dropped to 50 centimeters, Black Angus's claws suddenly shot out. But Lee Ha patiently waited until his firing distance shortened to 45 centimeters. That was the exact range he'd been waiting for. "They're here." Right after that, Lee Ha didn't hesitate. He fired at once. The bullet skimmed past Hugh Yuan's cheek and whistled behind her, leaving her staring in shock. The next second, it pierced straight into Black Angus's head. Seeing that, Hugh Yuan couldn't believe her eyes. "Dead, it's dead." She was so stunned she even forgot to run. What was that just now? In the instant Hugh Yuan was still dazed, Heller beside her was already caught by the other Black Angus. Its ferocity scared her so badly her legs went weak. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Hugh Yuan. She didn't know when Lee Ha had appeared at her side. "What are you doing? Run. How is he? Now it's our turn to be dealt with." Right now, there was only one thought in Hugh Yuan's head. Am I seeing things? With just one shot, that monster vanished. How could he do that? Is he high level? Meanwhile, Lee Ha was getting a terrible headache too. When can I reload again? So Hugh Yuan just let him drag her along like a puppet. Who on earth is this kid? As for Lee Ha, he could only run straight ahead. Once I get reinforcements, I'll reload. If this keeps up, we'll get caught and eat. Anyway, I've already put some distance between us and that rabbit. If I run a bit farther, I'll have time to reload. While he was still calculating, he suddenly sensed the atmosphere around him change abruptly. They only saw the Black Angus behind them suddenly lift its head to the sky and let out a long roar. Their steps did not stop, but their spirits were shaken considerably. This was a situation Lee Ha had not anticipated. Had it really already finished eating? He silently thought, am I going to die here? Before the two of them could even think of how to respond, Hoa Din suddenly appeared right in front of them. The moment Hoa Dian saw her, a flash of panic crossed her face. She quickly turned to Lee Ha, ducked down. This sudden action made him momentarily stunned. What on earth am I seeing? Then, a thin wisp of smoke unexpectedly rose from Hoa Din's hand. At the same time, countless ice rods appeared around her. Then, Hoa Din's storm-like attack immediately began. Her target was, of course, the gigantic Black Angus over there. Before Lee Ha could even comprehend what was happening, the ice rods pierced straight into the Black Angus. Then the next development made him even more astonished. It's frozen. At that moment, Hoa Dian suddenly spoke. Quickly, tell me your name, hurry. Lee Ha looked at her in confusion. What? Why are you asking my name? Hoa Dian replied matter-of-factly, to cooperate, hurry and tell me. I also have to settle your debt. Although he didn't fully understand, he answered, Lee Ha. Then she began to perform a puzzling operation. Unclear, okay, cooperation process completed. The ring of fire in Hoa Dian's hand glowed ever brighter. Then she poured all her strength into an attack directly at the Black Angus. Angus die, as a high-level player, Hoa Dian's skill power was truly not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, she completely subdued the Black Angus. Only then did Lee Ha dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Got it captured. The system announcement echoed at the same time, level up. This result made Lee Ha extremely pleased. Good, level up. But he suddenly thought of one issue. Isn't that item also burned up? Hoa Dian went over to the Black Angus to check. Item? Her voice startled Lee Ha. Was she planning to take that item for herself? Hoa Dian calmly looked at him. Of course I can burn it. Li Ha immediately got angry. What about me then? Hearing this, she pointed into the distance. Well, that one behind, you can have it. Finally, Hoa Dian gave him a mischievous smile. Fair enough, right? After collecting the item, the three of them continued on. Li Ha, however, was extremely confused. Why are they following me? At that moment, Hoa Dian suddenly spoke. My name is Lam Hoa Dian. Li Ha replied coldly, I didn't ask your names. Yet she ignored him and continued, and that is Lam Hoa Din. He could only answer briefly. Ah yes, seeing this, Hoa Dian became even more eager. Don't you know the sharpshooter Hua Zhu Lam Hoa Din from Hong Kong? He was somewhat speechless with her. You know Ha Li Ha from South Korea? Hoa Dian immediately became intrigued. Who is that name? But he brushed it off. We don't know each other, so let's just get along. Whether it's the squirrel or Lam Hoa Din, just go home quickly. I am happy to hunt together with everyone. Li Ha's attitude made her even more puzzled. Something was odd. How could he perfectly handle the Black Angus? That creature has such strength. It was obvious he hadn't reached level 7 yet. At this moment, Hoa Din, who had been silent all along, suddenly reacted. She only gently said one sentence, which immediately froze Li Ha. The herbs are over there. Because Annie's voice still echoed in his mind. Remember, don't tell anyone. Li Ha's whole body stiffened as he slowly turned to face Hoa Din. How do you know the herbs are there? At this point, Li Ha was in complete panic. How could she know? The bakery owner told him not to tell anyone. Did the mission fail? Only Hoa Dian remained confused. What are herbs? Hoa Din kindly explained to her. That's the quest item, the thing this person is looking for. Then she turned to Li Ha. It's fine, telling a player is okay. Hearing this, Hoa Dian suddenly glared at him. Could it be you're afraid we'll steal your quest item? Hoa Din next added fuel to the fire, maybe. She thought for a moment and continued. From afar, I saw you hit the Black Angus in one shot. This had puzzled her from the start. How did you do that? This was also what Hoa Dian wanted to know. Indeed, that rabbit's physical strength is 100%. How did you capture it? Regarding this, Li Ha had no choice but to dodge the question. Yeah, probably just lucky. While he was feeling awkward, several notification panels suddenly appeared before him. Their content mainly listed his latest achievements. Seeing those lines, Li Ha couldn't hide his joy. Mission accomplished. Later, Hoa Din excitedly led everyone to a nearby restaurant to celebrate their safe return. Let's toast. Li Ha truly couldn't refuse her enthusiasm. Cheers. Taking this opportunity, you finally ask the question you've been extremely curious about. But who are you exactly? Even the NPCs bowed and everyone else stepped aside for her. Yuan was a little surprised by this question. You really do know? Her eyes flashed with pride. Yu Ding is ranked 5th in Asia and 9th in the world. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Fire Arrow Yuan, and this is Snow Arrow Ding. These words made Li Ha a bit confused, calling herself Fire Arrow. Isn't that a bit much? I feel a little embarrassed. As soon as you finish speaking, Yuan immediately gets angry. Well, if that's the name of the profession, what am I supposed to do? But Li Ha not only wasn't afraid, he laughed even louder. Aha, you must be embarrassed, huh? After joking around for a while, Yuan suddenly remembered. Alright then, who are you? How did you catch Black Angus? Li Ha stayed silent for a moment, then casually replied, I shot him, so he disappeared. This attitude once again angered her. Do you want to die? But Li Ha remained extremely calm. I'm serious. Do I have to tell you that? Instant death, huh? While the two were still arguing, Huo Ding suddenly spoke. Level 6, the skill-based hit rate adjustment is minor. Even a critical strike couldn't take it down perfectly. There's no explanation other than sudden death. Hearing this, Huo Yuan panicked. She shouted, he's level 5, and he caught a black rabbit. Meanwhile, Li Ha was concerned with something else. How does she know my abilities? Items and skills as well. Now Huo Ding answered his sister's question. The rabbit killed itself. He continued analyzing. If you want to catch it in one strike, the aim level and attack power must reach 90. This was the first time Huo Yuan heard about it. 90 attack power must reach 90, Huo Ding repeated. Besides attack power, he slowly emphasized each word. The level must reach 90. Hearing this, Li Ha suddenly remembered the notification board earlier. So that profession explanation was about the level. On the other side, the two girls were still enthusiastically discussing. Critical strike, assassination stats are level 70. Suddenly, Huo Yuan glanced at Li Ha. Is that okay? Huo Ding next to her nodded. Okay. Their secretive behavior made him unconsciously flinch. Okay for what? Only Huo Yuan's expression suddenly became serious. Alright, Haliha from South Korea, do you want to join our faction? Li Ha hadn't anticipated this situation. What? Once again, Huo Yuan bragged. The faction leader is Huo Ding. Ranked 9th in the world, the faction is quite famous. Li Ha hesitated a bit, then softly said, you know I'm level 6. Huo Yuan seemed unconcerned, just level up and it's fine. He continued listing his points. I only have beginner items equipped, but she still felt it could be handled. I'll pull some items for you, so Li Ha reluctantly continued. I don't know how much money you have, but Huo Yuan immediately interrupted him. A lot. She tried every way to persuade Li Ha. The faction leader is the 9th ranked in the world, Hugh Ding. You get my point, but unfortunately, she targeted the wrong person. I refuse. My mom said if someone gives you candy and you follow them, big trouble will happen. Your mom raised you well. Yuan couldn't believe her ears. You refuse such a good opportunity. Liha responded casually. The offer is too good, so I feel a bit uncomfortable. She still didn't give up. Our Huo Ding is the leader. But you don't care at all. No matter what, the conversation between them continued for quite some time. You know what rank our faction is worldwide? Probably high, right? What? Finally, Liha calmly explained. I need to understand this and that too. When going to the market, it's not just about the first shop. If another place is better, you have to go back. After Liha explained this much, Hugh Yuan didn't make it difficult anymore. All right, better than being caught off guard. If you change your mind, contact me. Let's be friends, Liha agreed casually. Okay, that works. Then Hugh Yuan slowly stood up. I'll pay. Hugh Ding, let's go. Oh, and one more thing. She turned back and spoke sincerely. Thank you for saving me. Then Hugh Yuan quickly walked to the checkout. Keep the change. Come quickly, Hugh Ding. Meanwhile, Liha was extremely awkward facing Hugh Ding's attentive gaze. You're not coming. Suddenly she spoke, see you later. You opened your mouth to answer, all right. Then she continued, brother. Suddenly hearing this word froze Liha for a moment. Brother, once the two girls left, he finally exhaled in relief. Oh my, the storm person makes the mission like a storm too. So now, it's reward time. First, Liha went to see Couture. Judging by this dark red eyeball, you indeed found it in one day. He immediately gave a standard smile. Next time if there's something, just assign it to me. She quickly replied, of course, you caught Beck Angus in just one day. The second person Liha visited was Tickle. Definitely Beck's claw. This can be made into a good weapon. Seeing him so happy made Liha happy too. Let's make an excellent weapon, boss. After completing these two tasks, he received a notification of a level up, doubling his level. Next, Liha went to Sandy's place. Yes, this is it. The fur color is so beautiful. Thank you, Liha. It will make a stunning cloak. Well, this is your special reward. He hurriedly accepted it. Thank you very much, madam. Up to this point, Liha was extremely satisfied with what he had achieved. Indeed, hardship brings reward. Then he went to Couture's place. Excuse me, may I ask something? Please come in. At this moment, she was alone in the shop, Annie Bakery. The moment she saw him, Couture brightened up. Oh my Liha, please come in. He was also very happy to see her. Hello. Then Couture handed him what she was holding. Freshly baked, try a piece. Liha quickly declined. No, it's a bit expensive, but she immediately objected. No need to pay, we're not strangers. He could only think silently, we are definitely not strangers. In the end, Couture succeeded in persuading Liha to sit down. Eat a little, you haven't had breakfast, have you? He reluctantly agreed. Alright then, I'll enjoy it. Their actions caught the attention of other players. Have some milk too. Why is an NPC like this? Offering food too? Now Couture hesitated to speak. So where are the herbs? Those herbs. If she hadn't mentioned it, Liha almost forgot. Here. The moment she saw it, Couture forgot everything else around her. The herbs, here they are. Liha truly could not understand her feelings. I haven't finished explaining, why interrupt me? Sprinkle this on, does it really make the cake taste better? Couture was still immersed in her joy. Don't you smell this rich aroma? Cake lovers would buy it just by the scent. Liha was even more puzzled, it's just a plant grown in rabbit fertilizer. She immediately put on a serious face. Keep quiet, fertilizer. Liha widened his eyes in shock. What? After eating, he continued on his journey. This strangeness was exhausting. I've eaten the cake, yet I feel drained. Let's head to the last shop. Couture accompanied him to the door. Goodbye. Next stop was Madame Lu's place. Oh my, has our Liha returned? So the rumor about your success was true? Liha tried to look her in the eye. Rumor that I've returned. Madame Lu replied nonchalantly. Yes, I heard you went to the tavern yesterday too. Nothing in Candle Castle escapes my notice. I've already heard about your successful hunt. Hearing this, Liha understood. The rumor had spread throughout the neighborhood. After that, Liha didn't ask further and just handed her the items. Chef isn't checking the meat. Madame Lu smiled kindly. If our Liha did it, the meat must be good. Watching her, Liha silently admired, their familiarity rising to 70%. Currently, Madame Lu was very cheerful. Oh my, this is black rabbit meat. She handed Liha the money while sighing in amazement. Oh my, I should probably give you a special reward too. Wait a moment, I'll make a lunch box for you. Hearing this, Liha immediately became cautious. Something else, thinking, Liha cautiously asked. Making a lunch box might take some time. Madame Lu winked playfully. It'll be done soon. But hearing this, Liha immediately understood. It was indeed a linked quest. Sure enough, she continued. Liha, you'll manage it. I need meat from the golden eagle living behind the mountain. So he had another task. The final quest, attack the golden eagle boss. Liha was extremely excited. Level 10, the final quest of Candle Castle. Yet he was still a bit puzzled. But this reward is really a lunch box. Madame Lu explained further. Candle Castle is a village in a very remote area, so going to the city takes 2 forest stations. For that, you really need golden eagle meat, losing those 2 forest stations. So you need this top-grade item. To do something big, you must. Aha, now you know. Hearing this, Lee Ha could only force a smile. So. Then golden eagle meat is necessary. In truth, he was furiously cursing in his mind. The person who made this game even embodies corruption. Only Madame Lu was extremely cheerful. Oh my, it's done. She looked very excited. Done, but Lee Ha hesitated. Should I eat the entire reward now? Then he smiled at Madame Lu. Haha, thank you. Suddenly, Lee Ha's eyes lit up with surprise. He suddenly rushed forward, staring at the lunchbox. This, in the next second, the system provided detailed information about this item. Lee Ha couldn't believe his eyes. Agility +1. Stamina +1. Oh my, what? Madame Lu smiled at him. This isn't an ordinary lunchbox, right? At this moment, Lee Ha was extremely joyful. Moreover, if the reward is top grade, the item triples its bonus. Stamina +7 effectively translates to 110 million. Selling it cheaply would still be over 60 million. I'll take it to sell now. While eagerly calculating, suddenly a strange object caught his eye. What is that? What is this hanging sign? Lee Ha curiously leaned down to closely observe the item swinging above the lunchbox. All he saw were a few bold words printed on it. Special item, cannot be traded. In an instant, he felt like his whole world was collapsing. Can't sell it, this can't be sold. It isn't equipment, so it can't even be equipped. Just then, Madame Lu suddenly spoke up. Not bad, huh? Lee Ha immediately changed his tune. Me, Madame, top-tier stuff. He comforted himself. Well, no other choice. This was still a huge haul. Life was being way too humble, like it was mocking him. Only then did Madame Lu gently remind him. Then go catch the golden eagle. Lee Ha solemnly promised her. I'll bring it back right away as fast as I can. Then he left, bursting with excitement. All right, I've finished every quest. At this moment, his character info panel had changed drastically from how it was at the start. Lee Ha began planning for his future. Other related quests would unlock at level 10. Just 2 more levels. If I catch the golden eagle, I can leave the starter village. After that, he decided to enjoy Madame Lu's boxed meal. Wow, this smells amazing. Let me try a bite. The moment he tasted the first bite, Lee Ha felt like the entire world around him had transformed. He was so moved he couldn't stop eating. What is this? How is it this good? Thanks to whoever made this game. What is this pumping me full of motivation? I've got a feeling I'm going to catch a few more Black Angus. From now on, it's nothing but leveling up. After he finished eating, Lee Ha felt energy surging through him. All right, time to hunt. Owned items, so I need to buy more ammo. Those game devs really want the Royal Guards dead. So he had no choice but to drop by the general store. Hello, my affinity's gone up, so he should give me a discount. As soon as he walked in, Lee Ha saw Louis lying on the sofa. I'm here to buy some ammo. But the man replied indifferently, come in. That attitude made Lee Ha a little annoyed. Is it really that hard to welcome a customer? Affinity up by 15% and he still greets customers like this. But Lee Ha didn't forget why he was here. I'm here to buy ammo. Before he could finish, Louis cut him off. 8 sets this time? I saw you changed outfits, so you're not buying 7 like last time, right? 1 set is 18 coins. He hesitated for a moment, then tried to haggle. If 1 set is 18 coins, hey, can't you knock it down a bit? Louis kept his icy tone. That's right, how could I change the price? Lee Ha's anger flared again. Watch your mouth. But Louis couldn't be bothered to pay him any more attention. Royal Guards were nothing anyway. Suddenly, Lee Ha noticed a pile of long unsold stock in the corner. In this village, I'm the only Royal Guard. Even if I spend all my money, I can only buy 37 sets. I should leave a little for the reward too. After thinking it through, he decided, I'll buy 23 sets for now. Let's see, 23 is 4 silver, 14 coins. Louis's attitude was friendlier now. After all, 23 sets beat last time. While they were talking, Louis suddenly stepped in close. What's that smell? His move made Lee Ha a bit flustered. I just ate a meat lunch box earlier, but Louis still wouldn't stop. No, that's not the smell of meat. Lee Ha panicked and shouted, what are you groping for? Louis looked even more frantic. I'm going crazy, what is that smell? This time, Lee Ha was genuinely scared. No, first, please put your hands down. But Louis was still lost in his own world. Bread, this is the smell of bread, and it's clearly not ordinary bread. Hearing that, a thought flashed through Lee Ha's mind. Wait, bread. Don't tell me. He immediately opened his inventory bag. Oh my god, I've got herb-sprinkled bread in my bag. The moment he heard that, Louis's eyes lit up. Herb sprinkled, share some with me, I'll buy it. Is 50 coins okay? Lee Ha coldly refused. I had to do a lot to get it and you're offering only 50 coins? Louis hurriedly raised it. Then 1 silver. But he still wasn't satisfied. 5 silver deal. Hearing that, Louis angrily turned to leave. You bandit, I'm not buying it, I'm not eating it. Lee Ha looked at him calmly. Is that so? He flashed a sly smile and activated the trade contract skill. Once activated, the chance of persuading the other party increased by 21%. Then Lee Ha spoke again. Is the herb bread really that delicious? But Louis didn't react at all, leaving him completely bewildered. Did it fail? But the very next second, Louis suddenly spoke timidly. Why, you must have worked hard to find herb-sprinkled bread, right? Lee Ha smiled in satisfaction. You want to know how hard? Louis kept bargaining. 2 silver. but Lee Ha brushed it off. Forget it, I'll just save the bread and eat it myself. So Louis had no choice. I'll throw in a few sets of ammo. Lee Ha pressed on. So how do you price your ammo? 23 sets is 4 silver, 14 coins. You left Louis at a loss for words. Haggling like that is a bit. In the end, Lee Ha named his price. 5 silver, he still tried to bargain. Or how about 1 set, I'll knock 5 coins off for you. But you just repeated the same line, 5 silver. Louis grumbled in dissatisfaction. That discount was the best he could do. Seeing this, Lee Ha switched tactics, then 100 sets of ammo. Hearing that, he immediately flew into a rage. You little thief. You glanced at him. Thief, what are you talking about? He hurriedly backed down. Nothing. Louis looked utterly miserable. 70 sets. Okay, I'm begging you, 70 sets. Seeing that, Lee Ha stopped pushing him. 70 sets, fine, then I'll take 70 sets. And you'll deliver them for me. Louis suddenly felt like he'd just been swindled. Understood. After the deal was done, Lee Ha was in an excellent mood. I'm grown up now, I can trade on my own. I need to work hard and make big money. If I can do that, I'll be such a good, devoted child. Well, he used his free time to relax, look into quests, and check the situation a bit. At once, a mechanical voice rang out. Hello, everyone. This is today's Midlands News. I'm reporter Hang Kyung Hae. What's in the news today? Today's Midlands News has plenty of surprises, too. While eating noodles, Lee Ha kept marveling. Even the Midlands has a news broadcast. The TV program continued. The first story was changes in the ranking. And here's another interesting bit. Rumor has it that the Snow Blossom sharpshooter Lam Hoa Din has appeared at Candle Castle in a beginner village. Oh my. Lam Hoa Din? But that's not all. Lam Hoa Dian, believed to be the second member of the Lam Long group ranked second in Hong Kong, is here as well. The Lam Long group, that's the top group in Hong Kong. So why would those two come to a beginner village? Yes, according to what we've learned, they came to hunt players somewhere in Korea. Hunting people in a beginner village. You're saying Lam Hoa Dian looks very confused. Nonsense, who's confused? My guess is they met up in the beginner village because there aren't many people here. The Snow Blossom sharpshooter Lam Hoa Din is an outstanding player, isn't she? Comments on the broadcast poured in nonstop. But I heard it still hasn't been confirmed yet. Right now, Lee Ha wasn't in the mood to listen anymore, and I was even acting smug, as if sensing his mood. The news ended with, regret won't change anything now, he thought to himself. Thank goodness, but before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the broadcast continued. However, there's information that another Korean player appeared at the time, using a long firearm-like weapon, a gun-like weapon. Witnesses say that person was definitely not a Rodna staff member. We're quite curious about that Korean player, aren't we? Will the player using that long gun-like weapon return to Candle Castle again? Only then did Lee Ha truly collapse. I'm screwed. That explosive report forced Lee Ha to stop eating and dive into his computer screen. How does anything not spread online? The scene of you three chatting together had been uploaded with a clickbait title. The Lam sisters appear at Candle Castle, leaving Lee Ha stunned. So that was that moment. 1.8 million views and 72,000 comments. And this video was uploaded just 2 hours ago. That alone was enough to send the crowd into a frenzy, mixed with haters stitching clips together with a few mouse drags. This is driving me insane. Is that a person or a doll? Hahaha must have had surgery. The Lam sisters didn't get cosmetic work, haven't you read the news? Then more problems followed as the public's doubts came in a flood. They piled on questions and bluntly judged Lee Ha. A big-name Korean coming to Hong Kong. But are we sure he's high-level, or is he deliberately dressed like a trash mob? The more he read, the nastier they got. All attention turned to him, meeting the Lam sisters dressed like that. Aha, he's probably some stray mutt from a corner, leaving him with nothing to do but let out a stunned, hollow laugh. Ahaha, and some people even bet he was a royal guard class, then slapped all kinds of newbie labels on Lee Ha. A lunatic and a beggar too. He could only reel under the brutal force of keyboard warriors. Luckily, people thought the video was fake. After that, ignoring what was on the screen, Lee Ha sank into thought until the words spilled out. I knew the Lam Long Guild was that famous, but there's very little information about the Lam Sisters Guild. If I joined that group, I'd probably level up fast. Then he couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat, muttering as he thought it over. But the offer is too good, it feels suspicious. Given Lam Hoa Dian's personality, if I refuse, I probably won't have any way out. Still, none of those hassles stopped him from acting, but I have to level up on my own. So even though it was rough, loading the gun, feeding rounds into the path, and his aim still not quite steady, Lee Ha still managed to complete the quests. The Fox family you asked me to catch. Even the guard was utterly shocked. Already. At the same time, the system panel popped up with a string of quest completion notices. Intelligent Beast. Affinity with NPCs in Candle Castle increased by 10%. Security forces increased by 15%. Received 50 coins and a pair of socks. It dampened Lee Ha's mood a bit. Too cramped, no level up. Before he could even catch his breath, the lead guard had already stepped into the conversation. Finishing the task while asking for help at the same time is a bit tough, but for someone as capable as you, Holly Hathy, A wolf, huh? How did you know? The foxes left, so I'll capture them, huh? Next, the system panel popped up with the objective. Eliminate 10 of them in each territory. Quite enticing. Actually, your heart already knew. I had tried searching and already knew this mission. But the moment I hit accept, there was a surprise, a weapon use voucher. This too impressive with such thorough planning. Now it's time to repair the weapon. This greatly helps beginners like Lee Ha, who is about to get the shaky gun panel. Big opportunity, so I'm heading out. He replied seriously, it's all up to you, Lee Ha. Soon, he arrived at the area marked with a wolf warning sign. Exhausted, he entered on his own. Lee Ha muttered in frustration, from here I have to find teammates. But cooperating isn't easy. Being only level 8 makes it a bit tough, but if I can recruit a team then. Imagining everyone busy taking down wolves while he focuses on dodging bullets. 2 minutes later, the cold meal left him alone in despair. The player with a 50-50 hit rate sidelong, I knew it would be like this. Thinking too much doesn't help. Lee Ha showed clear positive hope and self-confidence. 2 or 3 wolves chasing me is tiring, but separating them works. Then he crawled low to the ground, calculating each step approaching the danger zone. 100 foxes cost 13 ammo sets, leaving 71 sets now. I'll finish the wolf task with 11 shots, level up, and take down the golden eagle next. Holding a long ambush stance, nothing happened, making Lee Ha sweat. No wolf goes alone, right? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Magic missile, he noticed and opened his eyes wide. Ah, a teammate. Right in front was the gentle mage lady. I've led 3 back already, the tanker declared. I'll control it. Another teammate shouted. Combat begins in 3 seconds. Then the whole team coordinated so smoothly, they could simultaneously unleash a series of support skills. Stomping, magic missile, energy orb, Miri's magic. Solo players like Lee Ha couldn't help but gape. So impressive. The wolf is frozen for real. Tears of anguish appeared. He still had to crawl and twist to get away. Too sad. Must find the prey before getting hurt. The other team remained energetic. Beat, missile, energy, magic mingled with wolves' barks. Finally, after intense anticipation, the target appeared right before him, its soft fur glistening. Its eyes shone red. Dangerous, holding firm, it seemed to sense the pursuer's movements. Unexpectedly, it gave a moment of calm. Feeling relaxed, Lee Ha rejoiced. Found it. No hesitation, no extra movements. He was fully determined. I'll show you what I've trained for. After loading bullets, he skillfully poured gunpowder and reloaded the clip. Step 3, of course, involved using gas instead of a compressed rod. Finally, he slammed the gun stock several times to ensure no gaps remained between flammable items. After finishing the lengthy process, the wolf lay settled under the sunlight. Lee Ha moved to aim. Confidence shone as he recalled the 95th Rifle Regiment commander he'd seen on film. Regulate your breathing and aim accurately. Kid, he was startled. Thanks, Commander. For days, I've reloaded in under a minute. All distractions vanished with his exhale. Without hesitation, Lee Ha squeezed the trigger. The shot pierced the air with force. Aimed directly at the wolf still moving, stunning it and curling its body. Unclear how long it took, but the result made Lee Ha jump for joy. Great, while celebrating his first success, the second wolf's presence froze him. He caught one. This one, unlike before, realized a human killed its companion, radiating murderous intent. A chill ran down his spine, making Lee Ha hesitate. Again, where were you hiding? Recalling using close-range weapons, his mind had to process extremely fast. The plum gun's durability was limited. I must avoid getting too close. He acted quickly once the decision was made. Reload in 1 minute. The 4 new movements, though relaxed before, were now decisive. Performed at double speed, bite, or in. Blow and slam. With skill and experience, the sequence was completed quickly without jam. Damn, I must aim faster. But at step 5, Lee Ha froze as the wolf ahead showed no movement. This oddity caused confusion and speculation, making him swallow hard. Why isn't it charging? Could it be? Eventually, the wolf moved but circled instead of attacking directly. Clearly, his deduction was correct. It was trying to avoid the target. Stupid wolves indeed. They know how to dodge bullets. It's hard to hit a moving target. If it suddenly shifts left or right, even at close range, it could still miss. Maybe I should stay quiet and let it move farther away before provoking it. No, I can't. The one I caught earlier can't be taken back, so I can't do that. In the end, Lee Ha took a deep breath and gathered his energy in his danchan, speaking with firm resolve. Choice: get both or get nothing. Then he ignored the flintlock in his hand and fired a rapid volley with his mouth instead. Bang, bang, bang. What seemed like a meaningless bluff unexpectedly made the wolf's body freeze, as if it had received a signal. Next, it bared its bright, perfectly aligned white fangs, perhaps the most beautiful among wolves, as if smiling. With a mocking grin and overflowing confidence, it stretched its body, exposing countless openings. With human intelligence on his side, Lee Ha seized the moment and instantly pulled the trigger. A deafening shot rang out, followed by a cloud of smoke. It was nothing more than a battle of wits, and the scales of victory quietly tipped in his favor with a soft whoosh. Unbelievable, facing the lifeless wolf, Lee Ha let out a joyful sigh of relief. Oh my God, it's finally dead. Meanwhile, it hadn't even finished processing. I clearly attacked after it missed its shot. Notification received. Musketeer skill has increased to level 2. Lee Ha couldn't help exclaiming it actually reacted to a mouth-made gunshot. That's so stupid. Should I praise it for being smart enough to stall? Even in death, the wolf would be grinding its teeth in frustration. The one who had made the sound with his mouth was thrilled after taking down 2 monsters in a row. Lee Ha still carefully checked left and right. There aren't any more wolves, right? Then he carelessly forgot to check behind him and focused on the spoils in front of him. All right, time to collect the loot. A voice from someone who had silently approached spoke up. Wow, how did you take it down so fast? Hearing that, Lee Ha startled, quickly calmed down and turned around. Another player. At the same time, he forced a smile. Well, about that. He had just finished facing wolf monsters, yet now before him stood players who were clearly even more terrifying and sudden than the wolf. Right after facing the overwhelming presence of Bionim and Jin Gong, it took Lee Ha quite a while to recover from his extreme panic. A giant, a monster. His lightning-fast movements startled the two of them just as much. Bionim quickly stepped in to stop him. Wait, we're not monsters, I'm a player. Jin Gong shrank back in fear and stammered. You don't shoot me. And at that moment, as lightning bolts seemed to strike, Lee Ha froze. He suddenly remembered. They're a lizardian and a giant. I've seen them on the homepage. As that realization sank in, Lee Ha turned around and casually walked away without another thought. So they're not monsters after all. This made Bionim hurriedly reach out to grab him, unsure of his attitude. What's that supposed to mean? Wait a second. Eventually, the atmosphere returned to normal as Lee Ha awkwardly laughed. Sorry, I thought more monsters had shown up. He chuckled heartily. It's fine. We get misunderstood like that all the time. Gong was a bit slower to respond. It's okay. Not even a few minutes later, Bionim put on a serious expression. Are you hunting alone? Lee Ha broke into a sweat. Yes, the other man pressed on. A single person caught 2 wolves. Lee Ha felt a chill inside. Why does this feel so ominous? He talks politely though. Without stopping, Bionim stepped closer and made a proposal. I'm just asking, if we're around the same level, why don't we hunt together? Lee Ha was more nervous than ever. So scary, don't come any closer. Why does his laugh sound so creepy? Slightly startled, he hesitated before confirming, see, cooperate. Though he looked like a bandit, he was actually speaking formally and sincerely. We've been given a quest to catch 3 wolves, but we're only level 9, so it's a bit difficult. Without hesitation, he struck right at Lee Ha's weak point. You need a full minute to reload. If monsters come during that time, wouldn't you be done for? That eased Lee Ha's fear of him a little. He speaks quite politely. So they saw me reloading, he's not wrong. Earlier was just luck. Our levels aren't that far apart, so there probably won't be much loss, right? After thinking it over, Lee Ha gave a sheepish grin and turned the question back on them. I'm only level 8, is that okay? It was Bionim again who exclaimed in surprise. Even lower level than us. Hee, I thought you were higher, it's fine. Let's hunt together. Then he gestured toward their tank and healer, Jin Gong. I'll lure them over, you 2 attack. The giant will tank and hold them off. If he can pin it down, we'll finish it right away. Lee Ha couldn't help but sigh. This really did sound like a balanced team. And then he blurted out, thanks for letting me join. My name is Lee Ha. He started introducing them. I'm Bionim, also known as the Venom Mage. I specialize in poison arts. The person beside him picked up the thread. I'm Jin Gong Gong, level 9. Facing such a tight-lipped guy, Lee Ha hesitated and asked, still doubtful. Gong, well, Jin Gong Gong, what class are you? He felt a little unsettled. Strange, why did this feel so familiar? When the guy scratched his face, looking awkward about the topic. That's... Lee Ha suddenly had an epiphany when he saw what was above Jin Gong's head. Wait, that hell crow, it's him, no doubt about it. At last, the question that had been bugging him was answered. It was Drip, the one forced into a truce. Just like that, he exposed the guy's infamous dark history. You're that giant who became Richie because of a blackout. The one who yelled Baldy at me 10 times around the fountain. Jin Gong jolted in shock. Damn, are you Korean? But back then I only ran 9 laps. The next moment he shut down emotionally and wandered off to go grow mushrooms. It's fine, I'm used to it. Thanks to that I even got some handouts. After that, the poison expert Bionim Kim added cheerfully. I'm originally from Vietnam in Ho Chi Minh City. As soon as he finished, Lee Ha quickly sized up the team, Jin Gong as the tank, Kim as the healer. Plus a poison user, while he himself was slow but hit like a truck. They could work together, sure, but if anything went wrong, he'd probably be the one taking the bigger loss. In the end, a bizarre team, whose members found each other both miraculous and pitiable, was formed just like that. Why not? Let's give it a shot. That's right. Let's give it a shot. Not wasting a second, Jin Gong's Hell Crow charged forward with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Dick. It completely set Lee Ha trembling as he fought to hold in laughter. suddenly reminded of a 3-year-old's innocent voice. I can't focus. Why does it keep sounding like to me? Meanwhile, Bionim had already sprung up and lunged in with a powerful move, spewing poison. Clearly, that constant PSHT spraying everywhere made it impossible for Ha to concentrate. This is driving me crazy seeing that and not laughing. The wolves dodged and snarled. How dare you spit on us? And then came Jin Gong's goofy spectacle again, forcing him to stay strong. Don't laugh. If I laugh, my hands will shake. If I miss, I'll waste a full minute reloading. In the end, after plenty of close calls, he landed a brutal headshot on a wolf. But the moment one dropped, another immediately lunged in to kill. Seemed like fury rose as its bloodthirsty jaws opened wide. What a shame. Jin Gong went serious and gifted it a savage, 1,000-pound punch. To be safe, Bionim followed up the very next second, driving a short sword straight into its head. Watching its two companions die one after another, the last wolf could only growl threats. It didn't dare charge. Go on, too bad for it. Ha, far in the back, had already reloaded his flintlock. Just like that, he sent it off for good so it wouldn't have to agonize over whether to pounce or not. Bang bang. He successfully upgraded his musketeer skill to level 3. He even evaluated himself. My hit rate is pretty great. Right after that came the notification that he'd leveled up. Seeing it, Bionim walked right over and exclaimed, heh, congrats on leveling up. Ha replied politely, thanks, our group's hunting speed is just so fast so. But Bionim quickly cut him off, face serious. It's because Ha's damage is insane, and Jin Gong tanks like a fortress. That made the big guy flustered. And no, it's just because I'm huge. Ha couldn't help admiring him. He's really good at talking to people. After that, with things settled, Ha spoke up. I've completed the quest, I should go report. But the seasoned Bionim taught him otherwise. Reporting now is useless. Get your progress to 89% first, then report. Once you hit level 10, you can go hunt the golden eagle. In that case, at once, the whole team happily raised their hands, brimming with determination. The three of us don't need to waste time traveling anymore. Just head straight to the golden eagle. Let's rank up together. Time flew by, and before long, the team's reputation spread far and wide. Ivy Lynn noticed, hey, look over there, the mixed-breed co-op group is here. Clara Joy was startled when she heard that. The mixed-breed co-op group. At the same time, Jin Gong suddenly let out a roar that echoed into the clouds. Next, he proved completely that he was a genuine tank and a genuine healer. He and the Hell Crow shouted one after another, heal, dick. Heal, dick, just like Ivy Lynn's two-person group had said. What's that guy doing? But it didn't stop there. Bill Nim suddenly popped his head up and spat poison at the two wolves, catching their whole group completely off guard. What else does he even have? Of course, that wasn't the end of it. Ha sat up from the reeds and successfully sent the bunch of them straight to the afterlife. Only then did Ivy Lincer realize, stunned, wait, you can shoot too. Clara sighed with emotion. This is the first time I've ever seen a musketeer. Before long, their eyes stayed glued to the ever-growing mountain of wolf corpses in sheer disbelief. Wow, that hunting speed is insane. It looks kind of weird, but it works. Teaming up can really be this strong. A familiar series of sounds repeated again in a steady rhythm beneath the blue sky. Someone called everyone together to heal up. In the middle of that fight, Bill Nim was genuinely astonishing. Every step precise and controlled, like he was just strolling through his own garden. Every time he triggered his ultimate, another batch of wolves dropped. Poison spray. His expression didn't change even a little. Poison spray. Ha, with plenty of experience, drifted into an automatic reload state even while his mind went blank. The teamwork was kind of strange, but it was a powerful group, and Jin Gong couldn't help praising him. You lizard, you're seriously impressive. Still full of doubt. He slowly asked, how can you poison things while moving like that? The other guy simply demonstrated, you just do it like this. As a new player who hadn't been around long, Ha didn't really get it and had to ask, poisoning while moving is that strong? Jin Gong explained, it's like holding a cup of cold water while running without spilling it. Ha blinked, bewildered. How do you even do that? Suddenly, Ha's memories of meeting the Lin sisters came rushing back. Now that he thought about it, Lin Hu Ding was like that too. He could move and use skills at the same time. He really is world rank 9. Still, Ha noticed the difference here and widened his eyes. No, wait. Remembering that Bill Nim's level was about the same as his, Ha couldn't help but feel something was off. Could that lizard be using an ace player's technique? After a full day of non-stop work, the whole group finally gathered at a safe clearing, and Jin Gong let out a breath. Top up your HP a bit. Bill Nim was still bursting with energy. You worked hard, how much EXP have you built up? He checked and replied, 69%, even with that lizard face. He proved that being handsome is a whole vibe. Anyway, Lever had just gotten the Golden Eagle quest, so we need to reach level 12 or 13 first. Let's level up. Until Ha's EXP rose to 87%. Ha fell into thought. I read that a 4-person party needs level 14. If it's 5 people, then level 12. That's the appropriate level. But he wants us to try as soon as I level up. Then the 3 of us only need to hit level 10. But if only 3 people are level 10, can we even catch the golden eagle? Before he could think too long, Bill Nim cut in. Shall we keep going? Lee Ha answered instantly, yes, sir. He thought to himself, no way, maybe I'm just overthinking it. And then, at last, the colors above their heads shifted back into a starry dark. He wrapped up the long day with a cheer, 88% feeling both lucky and miserable. I've used up all my ammo. Seeing that, Jin Gong couldn't help worrying. I'm only at 28% toward level 10A. Leveling is kind of hard. Bill Nim wasn't annoyed at all. I'm at 42% toward level 10 too. Let's head back to the village and re-gear, yeah. And Lee Ha thought, sure enough, everyone was getting close to level 10. No matter what, they'd hit their goal. So Lee Ha bared his teeth and said, let's go. A tough but happy slob. In the end, they made it back to report to Gat. I brought the wolf family back. Even he was surprised when he saw their group. Oh ho. Lee Ha, your teammates came too. What a special lineup. At the same time, all of Bill Nim's calculations paid off, reflected in Lee Ha's bright expression. Great, I leveled up. Now I'm going to reach level 10. But suddenly, a red notification popped up right in front of his eyes, leaving him stunned. After handing the items over to Gat, the system panel immediately appeared with a quest completion notice, along with the city. The achievement, becoming an honorary staff member of the security squad, with rewards like light-footed stamina and willpower, made him frown in confusion. Intimacy at 100%. While he was still admiring the glow wrapping his whole body, thrilled, this is awesome, people nearby started talking curiously. What was that effect just now? Wasn't that a level-up effect? In this awkward situation, he slipped away in a panic. So fast he didn't even pay attention to what rewards he got. So embarrassing, I'm out of here. Then he hurriedly said, excuse me, let me through. Please let me through. Seeing that, Bill Nim shouted, W8, take me with you too. Sitting on the grass not far away, Lee Ha sighed softly. Because this is a beginner village, everyone's focusing on me, huh? Bill Nim laughed. There was nothing else to do. After a brief moment of curiosity, he asked, it's because everyone's seeing someone gain reputation for the first time. But how did you get intimacy to 100%? Hearing that, Lee Ha instantly grew suspicious. What's with this lizard guy? He asked out loud. How do you know? Bill Nim awkwardly tried to cover it up. Well, that red light is the sign of reputation increasing. I looked it up online, people said so. In that moment, Lee Ha's suspicion flared. How does he know exactly that my intimacy is 100%? It should be 50%, but on the surface, he stayed indifferent. Oh, so there's info like that online too, determined to get to the bottom of it. Bill Nim immediately wondered, even if all the quests were completed, the intimacy level only reached 60%. How could it be 100%? He just scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I don't know either, haha. Then he suddenly remembered the times he faced off against Blake. Angus completed the related quest chain along with the trading skill. He felt relieved, all the hard work was finally useful. After a moment of thought, Lee Ham slowly made a guess. It's probably because when I was level 5, I was doing the rabbit quest and many other things at the same time. Jin Gong curiously asked, did other NPCs give you quests too? Bionim was so shocked he dropped his weapon. Seeing that reaction, he embarrassedly spoke, lizard spirit, what's up? He hurriedly bent down to pick up the item, looking flustered. It's nothing. Next, Liat Kwa questioned Lee Ha skeptically. Level 5 and he caught an entire herd of Angus. A while later, after just exchanging items with Louis, he could only sigh. This is really expensive. But using that method, only 40 sets were needed to catch them. As soon as Gat saw him, he warmly called out, Lee Ha. I have one last favor to ask. He asked immediately, Golden Eagle, surprising him slightly. Truly an honor security officer is different. Lee Ha excitedly said, I know everything, so please assign the quest. He still doubted, thinking, why is he so hasty? Yet Gat smiled and handed him the mountain ruler at the castle quest. Here, when looking at a reward, he was a little confused but eventually clicked accept. Intimacy maxed out, now it was time to increase merit in the lower kingdom. As soon as he left the city gate, Lee Ha turned to his teammates. Has everyone accepted their quest? Jin Gong nodded briefly, the crow's full. Bill Nim replied quickly, I'm ready too. He tightened his bag strap. Well then, the group looked at the hill ahead with excitement. Now we head out to face the beginner graduation exam, right? At that moment, another team was arguing loudly as Lee Ha's group passed by. Failed again, only your tanker died, right? What now? Should we wait for the tanker to revive? Are you crazy? Only 48 hours, why wait for him? Sophia questioned, didn't you ignore and leave without learning from the wolf-catching incidents? Mia Bell angrily countered, if it chased me, what could I do? Ella blamed, you led everyone here, that's why the tanker died. Seeing this, Lee Ha thought the atmosphere is really intense. The argument still had no end, neither side yielding. You call me that? Where do you live, you bastard? What now? Saying sorry is enough. He just sighed inwardly. Instead of arguing, finding new teammates would work. Taking a few more steps, a man's loud call echoed. Come see these items. Players gathered densely like opening a market in the middle of a field. Here we sell HP boosters, 30% increase for 10 minutes. Rocket arrow scrolls, 80 coins, also selling 25% recovery. Strong tanker, I want to find teammates to cooperate on magic. Seeing this, Lee Ha was a bit shocked. Chaos indeed, Bu Nim calmly explained. If the group has a bad combination, the items must be complete, that's why. Jin Gong laughed. Isn't our group the weirdest combination? Aha, hearing that, he suddenly remembered the earlier scene and felt worried. The four-person group that argued had lost their tanker. They had defense, attack, and healing, yet still failed. Can the three of us handle the offense? Carrying that worry, he suggested, hey, should we find more teammates? But Bu Nim immediately rejected. Who wants to join this group? This level 10 combination is already chaotic. Li Ha just lowered his head, deep in thought. We can only use that method in front of the boss. Lost in thought, a reassuring voice suddenly sounded. Don't worry too much. He was startled. What? Bu Nim smiled slightly, looking back with hidden meaning. You know why I chose such a fierce character, right? Those words made him exhale softly, thinking, indeed, there must be a reason why the lizard spirit trusts him so much. When the three reached the barrier, Jin Gong spoke. Wow, now we put our trust in you, Li Ha. Let's go in. Bionim chimed in. Yeah, we're counting on you. This made him feel a burden settle on his shoulders, but he gritted his teeth. Then let's go. On the royal side, she was bracing herself in a tense battle. It's coming. From afar came a terrifying roar. Fierce wolves with glowing red eyes dashed through the wind. At that moment, Fire Ding suddenly stepped forward, raising his hand decisively. Move aside. Then a cold vortex spiraled tightly in his palm, casting the skill Freezing Mist. Before long, all three wolves were turned into cold, gray blocks of ice, standing upright in the thick, heavy fog. At the sight, HWA Yon, delighted, immediately cheered, let me, I'll finish it. But HWA Jiang shook her head and refused. Save your mana, besides, killing these ones won't give you any experience anyway. Hearing that, she only let out a sigh and stood there blankly watching. So what if there's no experience? Then, dispirited, she had to face reality. I told you to conserve mana, HWA Jiang explained calmly. This way it doesn't wear down even by 1%. She grew even more suspicious. Is it because your level is high? She just shrugged. Help me burn the boss. HWA Yon clicked her tongue in admiration. Please. With you here, this mission will be over in no time. Still, she calmly reminded her. Even so, you still have to finish it for me. The woman was thrilled. I know. While her feet kept moving forward without hesitation, she suddenly urged, make it quick and clean. Before the sky darkened by swarms of black crows, HWA Jiang called out calmly, use your strongest spell. The moment she drew on her power, HWA Yon still hesitated. Here, what? How am I supposed to shoot it over there? But she couldn't be bothered to explain. Just do it. From behind, her whole body had already begun resonating with the surging spiritual energy, swelling with icy power. Tilting her head up at the black cloud layer, snarling and churning violently, she whispered, extreme frost vortex, draw the target in. When the foolish flock of crows charged straight into the ice cyclone, she stated firmly, the target is flying into the frost vortex. The gathered power grew more and more violent. Every stream of energy converged into a single point, locked straight onto the target. HWA Jiang widened her eyes, focusing all her mind on the direction ahead. Then tens of thousands of dazzling streaks burst forth, as if to tear the air apart. The blizzard condensed into countless arrows that shot forward, piercing the crows. In just a few breaths, a gigantic body was torn apart, lost its balance, and slammed to the ground. At last, it lay sprawled out without the slightest movement, as if all its breath had been swallowed whole by darkness. While the dust haze still hung in the air, she strolled up to the heavy corpse and glanced back. Finish it, sis. Without hesitating, she opened the system panel again and quickly skimmed the list. Let's see the next target. Meanwhile, HWA Yon hurriedly poured on firepower to harvest experience. Fire arrow. Over on Li Ha's side, he had stepped into the barrier and the system chimed. You have entered the mission. Amid the nearby chatter, Rin Gong Gong asked, you have the skill unity of self and object, right? He frowned, unity of self and object. As he opened his data panel, he muttered, yeah, but once I'm in combat, I can't use it. Bu Nim smiled, it's fine, you can use it. That made Li Ha wary, he even knows other people's skills. Suddenly he turned and suggested, Li Ha, you just need to follow behind us. The words made him pause for a beat. Me in the back. But Bu Nim didn't answer directly, only drew a smile full of hidden meaning. You'll see. Seeing Bu Nim's strange reaction, Li Ha grew even more confused. What is he planning to do? All at once, the man's eyes flared bright, carrying a cold, lizard-like look, and he barked decisively. Spit poison. Right after that, streams of allergy-inducing slime shot out, leaving him stunned. What is he doing to his body? When everything settled, Bu Nim raised a hand and pointed straight ahead. Let's go. Rin Gong Gong will use unity of self and object, and Li Ha will hide in the back. Hearing that, he doubted it. Then what if the wolves rush over here? But the man answered with certainty. Let's see, they absolutely won't. Gripping his gun tightly, Li Ha grew even more uneasy. This is the wolves' patrol area. If 5 wolves charge at once, the whole team could be wiped out. And we still have to shoot down dozens of golden eagles. What exactly are we doing? As they took a few more steps, a ferocious wolf suddenly appeared ahead. They're here, Li Ha reported at once. A lizard. Wolf up ahead. Bu Nim only curled his lips into a confident smile. Come on, I told you, leave it to me. No sooner had he finished than he strode straight toward the beasts, making Lee Ha so mad he felt like he'd explode. What are you doing? Why are you going out there? He wondered, are we supposed to run while those wolves chew on him? But despite the panic shouts, he didn't look back at all, and step by step, he slowly drew closer to the crows. Closer and closer, they began to catch a strange scent wafting from Bu Nim's body, something he had prepared in advance. Then when he realized they showed no fierce reaction at all, he broke into a sly smile. Heh heh heh, I knew it would be like this. In contrast to that calmness, Lee Ha hid behind Rin Gong. What do we do now? Meanwhile, Bu Nim kept his amused gaze on the wolf pack and began to explain slowly. Google created an AI that's almost like real life, so those wolves will see us as their food, but they wouldn't touch something that would kill them if they ate it, right? As he spoke, he wiped the leftover slime off his body and stressed the point. Besides, I have some level of poison resistance. Now you know why I chose this race, right? And it doesn't stop there. Bu Nim took the chance to start a hands-on lesson right here, because he used the one with nature skill, Jin Gong Gong. It was like a tree, and Lee Ha was shielded by the poisonous scent, so they were hard to detect. Hearing this, Lee Ha couldn't help admiring him. So that's it, he's using his race's resistance values to pinpoint other people's skills and classes. He's the kind of player who targets opponents, finds their weaknesses and what they have in common. Lee Ha couldn't help thinking it over. Did Google really gather real-world mutation abilities and recreate them like this? Something in the sky distracted you. Why is there a black crow? Is it part of the game's scenery? Who would have thought its target was them, and it even spoke in a clear, melodious voice. Come with me, my master. Only then did Jin Gong Gong snap out of it. Ah, right. The wolves turned savage at the sight, vicious glares flashing from their blood-red eyes. The scene instantly devolved into chaos. Jin Gong Gong, the black crow, call it back, call it back. Call it back, hurry and call it back. Who knew it would happily swoop around? I'll be going on ahead. While everyone was still scrambling, the wolves quickly found their prey by following the direction the crow flew and charged straight at them. They'd barely escaped a moment ago, and now danger closed in again, making Bu Nim furious. If I'd known, I would have hidden that crow. Ahead was a dense pack of wolves, baring their teeth in hunger, and Lee Ha could only swallow hard and mutter in terror. There are too many, more than 20 of them. Jin Gong adjusted his outfit. A trace of guilt flickered across his face. I'm sorry, everyone. This is my fault, so I'll take responsibility. While I hold them off, you all run to the entrance. Hearing that, Bu Nim looked back and forth, hesitating. Thank you, Jin Gong Gong. But the guy shook his head and refused. No, it's on me. Don't worry about me. Get inside, find more defensive players, and finish the mission. Then he strode forward bravely. All right, see you in 48 hours. Watching that, Lee Ha clenched his teeth, a surge of irritation rising in his chest. No matter what, I can't let you die like this. We've only just started playing together. I can do something. The guy looked flustered. Why, you mean well, but you don't need to worry about me. But Bu Nim clearly didn't care. What are you saying? Don't worry about anything. Only Lee Ha kept muttering under his breath. AI close to reality, AI close to reality, then he thought it through. If we find a loophole in the system, wait, could it be? At that thought, he suddenly sprang up and stopped him. Jin Gong Gong. Don't attack them. The guy frowned in confusion. If we wait any longer, the wolves will attack first. Either way, Lee Ha blurted out in alarm. It'd be such a waste to split up like this. You clearly have an idea, and you declared loudly, if we live together. If we die together. Faced with that, Bu Nim stared, baffled. You've got away. The musketeers can only shoot one. But Lee Ha didn't say a word, and the silence only made the suspicion in him churn even harder. What is he doing? He's loading both ammo pouches at once. Anxiety surged, and he hurriedly tried to stop him. We're out of ammo and you still. But Lee Ha didn't care. All right. Right after that, he tilted the gun barrel straight up into the dark sky. The motion was decisive, like cutting off every hesitation as he warned them. Everyone, cover your ears. A moment later, a thunderous blast roared out, tearing through the silent night. The violent shockwave rattled the air and made Jin Gong stumble. I can't hear anything. Bu Nim went pale, panicking. What are you doing? Lee Ha only managed a few dry coughs. We're screwed, there's no way back now. He glanced at the wolves with bitterness. Are we really going to die together like this? Yeah, then something unexpected happened. The pack froze. Lee Ha immediately shouted to urge them. Move now. Bu Nim jolted in confusion. What is it? What's going on? Jin Gong was stunned. Why are we running? But Lee Ha didn't have time to explain. Get out of here first, then I'll tell you, sprinting at full speed. Bu Nim panted and demanded an answer. What did you do, exactly? He replied quickly between ragged breaths. I tried transforming too. Hearing that, Jin Gong grew even more bewildered. Transforming. Lee Ha still kept his answer vague. This lasts less time than applying poison paste or using milk, one with nature's skill. Hearing that, Bu Nim shouted behind him in panic. Wait for me. After the group ran like mad for a long stretch, they finally dared to stop. We've shaken those wolves, right? Jin Gong panted, utterly exhausted. Yes, that's it. they're not chasing us anymore. But Bionim still wasn't at ease. Seriously, what on earth is going on? Then in an instant, it was like a flash of light crossed his mind. His pupils widened in shock. Could it be? After that, he asked in a stern voice to be sure. Was it the smell of chemicals? You drove them off with the smell of gunpowder? Jin Gong froze, eyes wide. No way, really? Only Lee Ha stayed perfectly calm, as if it were nothing. This game mirrors real life, after all. Even humans find the smell of explosives hard to bear, so wolves probably do too. That made both of them exclaim in awe. That's insane. No way. Inside, Lee Ha felt a surge of satisfaction. Thank goodness, I thought I'd wasted both bullets. Meanwhile, they kept praising him, impressed beyond words. Knowledgeable and with a pretty unusual class, too. Then, as they walked, Bionim suddenly asked an oddly off-topic question. Lee Ha, have you ever tried playing in Middle-earth before? Hearing that, Lee Ha blinked in surprise. Then he turned back to confirm. We're playing in Middle-earth right now. Realizing he'd slipped up, Bionim stammered to cover it. Yeah, that's right. Then he hurriedly pushed Lee Ha along to change the subject. Right, come on, let's head up there. Suspicion immediately rose in Lee Ha's mind. What is he up to this time? Why does this feel so shady? At that exact moment, Jin Gong cried out, everyone. Embarrassed, he made a request. I'll call the crow back over here, then we'll go. Could you all turn around for a second? After hearing that, the two of them tilted their heads at the same time. Each tossed out a question. What, you can't use your skill with us watching? Is that skill something outsiders aren't allowed to see? That threw him into a fluster. And no, it's not that, I'm just a little embarrassed using it. Seeing his scatterbrained reaction, the two of them got even more wickedly excited and started clamoring. Then let us see. Record a video. Jin Gong panicked. What are you trying to do? Under that pressure, Jin Gong trembled like he was about to cry. Oh, okay, I get it. It's embarrassing, but the two of them didn't care at all. They just grinned brightly. We're having fun already. He took a long breath to steady himself. He shouted solemnly, Crow, I summon you. And then he immediately launched into an elaborate dance routine. In his head, the music was thumping like a disco club. That sight had Lee Ha and Bionim clutching their stomachs, laughing themselves sick. What even is that? This is insane. Not bad, though. Jin Gong could only clench his fists and endure it. If I don't do this, it won't come back. To the beat of that imaginary music, Jin Gong kept dancing and even spoke with dramatic flair. Worshipping nature is the condition for Reed's survival. Tears streamed down his face, but he persisted in finishing the task. Especially, the summoning must come from a sincere heart. Watching this, Bu Nim felt doubtful. Will that crow return after this? Lee Ha felt sympathy for him. That crow was really too much. Tears kept flowing as Jin Gong painfully spoke each bitter word. It's done. The young bird's eyes were sharp. Summoning was also a matter of my dignity. Not knowing how to comfort him, he forced a smile. The crow had returned, so let's head up there. The three of them climbed straight up the mountain together. Towering in the mist, seeing the majestic target ahead made Lee Ha excited. Finally, we've reached the boss. After the long journey, Lee Ha's group finally arrived at their target, the Golden Eagle. Bu Nim stammered in reply, but you see, Jin Gong couldn't utter a single word. Wow, astonishment was clear on Lee Ha's face. How did the boss in this game get so huge? What kind of eagle is this? From a rabbit as big as a cow, now to an eagle like a light aircraft. Next time will it be a building-sized monster with sniper-sharp eyes? You can roughly estimate. If the small one behind is about 2.5 m, the large one must be at least 4 times that. The result is massive, over 10 meters anyway. Meanwhile, Bu Nim and Jin Gong discussed. I'll scout and see. I've already told you its attack pattern, right? Yes, I've learned it. Good. At first, it will descend to attack us. If it catches Lee Ha, it might even rip off the shoulders. Be careful. Make the others break into a cold sweat when they hear this. How many lives will this game cost? It doesn't stop there, Bu Nim slowly emphasized. Then it will be high above, screaming. If hit by the sonic wave, just think you got a bone stuck. Lee Ha flinched. Eat alive, Jin Gong asked. When I'm in the tree, I also need to prepare to counterattack, right? That was his answer. Yes, if its stamina drops below 30%, it won't be able to fly anymore and will attack from the ground. The Golden Eagle's eyes flashed. Everyone die. Next, Bu Nim continued the plan without pause. Then Jin Gong used the marble skill at all costs. If you survive until then, I'll start by drawing the small bird's attention. Unexpectedly, Lee Ha carried a confident smile and decisive tone as he declared, No, you don't need to do that. Let me shoot the boss directly. This shocked him greatly. Want to shoot first? He calmly replied, yes, but Bu Nim insisted on sticking to the plan. If I lure each group over, catching the small one first is still safer. Then Lee Ha asked back, are you sure it's safe? This caused confusion for him. If we lead them individually, we can catch them. How is that dangerous? Jin Gong wondered too. Too far to shoot. To save time, Lee Ha decided, let's see roughly the distance. Finally, the answer came with a very calm expression. about 90 m too, making Bu Nim furious. Liha 90 meters. Are you kidding? Meanwhile, he was confused. Did you really measure that? Of course, nothing is ever certain. Liha fully trusted them. Failure was possible, so Bu Nim should prepare the skill. He was steaming with anger. Naturally, you continue, and Jin Gong. He pointed at himself. Me. With an obvious expression, Liha said something odd. Come here and crouch down. Jin Gong was embarrassed. What? He explained further. You crouch, then I'll place the gun as a support. Even he couldn't hold back. What the heck, this guy. In the end, Liha took the advantage. You can do it. No need to use your leg as support anymore. Jin Gong was speechless. I'm happy like this. He pressed on. Can you hold your breath? Breathing will make you shake. He could only mutter, what do you want to take your last breath? Is that your inner voice talking? Finally, Liha successfully set up the flintlock on Jin Gong's back and aimed directly at the prey. It was moving from 95 m to 110 m each, wing flap lifted at about 2-3 meters. A slightly faster bullet speed is safer. Good, I've adjusted my breathing with all my experience and combat practice in this world. In Middle Earth, you use judgment to act, aiming at the golden eagle preparing to fly straight at you. Fire. The next second, Liha hurriedly lowered the gun and told the team, I've fired. If it dives, quickly prepare the skill. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared beside him, leaving him stunned. Achievements, impossible. After a pause among the three, his two teammates, snapping out of their daze, excitedly exclaimed, You shot it in just one shot. Incredible, incredible, seriously incredible. Only at this moment did Liha truly understand. Oh, so that's how it is, one shot and it just died. Before the golden eagle even understood what was happening, it had already been sent to its death, something still hard to believe. I know I'm the one who shot it, but how is that even possible? At the moment the monster finally crashed straight down onto the hard ground. A series of system messages appeared. The ruler of Castle Mountain, the king of the Golden Eagles, has been killed. Obtain the Golden Eagle's wing, you have leveled up and your Royal Guard skill has increased to level 4. Clearly, it wasn't just. Liha, Bu Nim, and Jin Gong also received the congratulatory message for killing the ruler of Castle Mountain, the king of the Golden Eagles. Reward strength, agility, intelligence, stamina, and willpower +1 each. The guy wanted to let himself drift with the wind. Liha, this is the second achievement I've gotten. That's so many attribute points. Bu Nim grinned from ear to ear. Is this for real? Earning an achievement with a single shot? He replied without forgetting, I'm happy too, while silently thinking, I have to grab the meat before this place closes. At last, the notice, you will automatically exit this dungeon within the next 30 seconds appeared. But by then, Liha had already collected the eagle meat. An achievement panel? I got 2 achievement panels at once. The first green message was for the one-shot achievement on the D-rank Golden Eagle, granting +2 strength, agility, and intelligence. Reading it carefully, he couldn't help wondering, hurry up and make room for the people coming after. So I'm level 11 now. The second panel was for the C+ rank sniper achievement, granting +6 agility. Stamina and intelligence also increased. He even gained the skill stay calm in any situation. Liha understood clearly. He must have hit it right as it was taking off. That monster was 100 meters away. Just as he finished reviewing everything, Jin Gong spoke up. Let's get out of here, yeah, the gate's open. He immediately looked over. Right then, another notification popped up. I already closed the achievement panel and there's another one. You are the second person to obtain the sniper achievement, so your inherent effect is increased by 200%. All attribute gains are also doubled. Liha's eyes went wide. This is the honor heaven, Bu Nim urged him on. Once you've confirmed the eagle's corpse, hurry up and go. He snapped back to his senses. Let's go, carrying excitement for an unknown future. Everyone cheered and basked in the joy. At last, we've graduated from the beginner zone. When they returned to Candle Castle, Jin Gong was so happy he was practically skipping. All stats +1. I haven't gotten a single achievement since my summoner affinity hit 100%. Liha commented from the side. Is that so? So now you've been promoted to F rank? After a moment, Bu Nim decided to ask the question he couldn't stop thinking about. How did you do that? It was so sudden it made no sense. Do what? He stressed every word. How on earth did you manage to hit it? How? Seeing other players nearby, Bu Nim lowered his voice. Landing a one-shot like that wasn't trivial, especially when it was a boss monster. Jin Gong was the one who voiced confusion instead. What's with you? Isn't killing it fast a good thing? But the guy snapped back word by word. The issue isn't whether it died fast or slow. It's that at our level with our strength, it's something we simply can't do. It was a boss. Guys around our level would still need a while to take it down. Did you hack the game or what? Even Liha could only force an awkward laugh. Hahaha, don't doubt me, guys, he sighed inwardly. I didn't expect I could do it either. With a look me in the eye and answer expression, Bu Nim said, So was that really a critical hit? Liha grew embarrassed, then answered honestly. It was luck. I didn't even know it would die on the spot. If I got lucky like that every time, I'd be level 50 by now, wouldn't I? No matter how many times he insisted he didn't know, that suspicious stare kept boring into him and made him flustered. If I knew how I pulled that off, that would be great. The more you glare at me like that, the more scared I get. Still, it didn't last long before Bu Nim spoke first. Sorry, I got a bit too excited over something I've never seen before, so Jin Gong rushed in to add, same here. Feels like we hit the jackpot, right? Raiha curled his lips into a pleased smile. Me too, but in his mind he was already speculating, remembering how the system had mentioned he could make it so no one would realize he'd fired the shot. It was probably because he'd seen that proverb earlier that Bu Nim reacted like this. I'll remember that proverb well. After all the doubts and difficulties, he successfully reached the quest turn-in point and was acknowledged by the guard. I really have a good eye, thank you, Ha Raiha. He bared his teeth in reply. Thank you, squad leader. Then came a notice that his merit in the Bugle Kingdom had increased to 300, and his level rose for completing the quest. Next was a special gift from him. This is a letter of recommendation to the Brownbeck Royal Guard Academy. The best in the city, the finest training on the continent. He received it along with 90 coins. Liha thought to himself, isn't that where the British Empire trained its royal guards? Gat went on. Looks like you've grasped your own weakness. But I believe the academy will give you even sharper observational skill. Hearing that, he agreed at once. Yes, sir. Then he sank back into thought. A weakness? Right. He'd earned the title knows his own weakness already. So that's why he said that to me. That means there'll be a few more achievements too. Suddenly, he hesitated a little. Liha. Gat's next move stunned him and yanked him out of his thoughts instantly. He couldn't help being startled by the sudden affection from an NPC. What the? The man wrapped his arms around Liha as if using all his strength. Thank you so much for everything. You've become a true talent of our kingdom. Without even checking, he could be sure of it. This affinity has to be over 100% now. Then he spoke up. I'm the one who should thank you, squad leader. Every meeting eventually fades away. As he left, Liha looked oddly nostalgic like he'd been in the army. Nearby players buzzed. What was that just now? NPCs hug too? First time I've ever seen that. A free hug. Ignoring them, he focused on his two party mates. Where are you guys heading next? Ding Gong and Bu Nim answered in turn. My next stop is Emerald Forest. That's where Reed trains, mine's Heartwood Forest close to there. And lastly was Liha. I'm heading up to the city someplace called Io, I think. The guy couldn't help sighing, kinda sad we were like an unbeatable team. Liha gave him an opening to tease, come with me. What, you hate me? Ding Gong stammered, hate. Of course not, getting to go with you would be lucky. That made Liha's feelings surge. It's not like we'll never see each other again, we added each other as friends. A strong team with like-minded comrades ended just like that, each of them heading toward their own future. We'll meet again next time. Liha, travel safe, Liha. Hehehe, he also called out cheerfully. Everyone, level up hard and let's party up again later. He kept watching until Bu Nim's back disappeared from sight. Only then did he let out a relieved breath, excited to finally have some downtime to himself. At last he was alone. He ordered the system, character status panel. Scanning the 3 achievements he'd gained from taking down the Golden Eagle, Liha laughed out loud in disbelief. Haha. Is this real? Even as a sniper, he couldn't hold it in. Am I the second person in the world to get this achievement, to be safe, and to understand it better? He issued another command, character sheet, and he doubted it more than ever. Is this a dream? There's no way it's real. I only focused on perception. But my strength and intelligence both went up by over 32. Staring at everything right in front of him, Liha kept reeling inside his head. By the numbers, the total points converted from achievements and titles came to 114, and I still have 40 points left to spend. I'll leave those for now. I should go look for the new skills I got, right? The Calm Mind skill, which helps keep your hands from shaking, left him a bit deflated. If only it were 30 minutes instead of 3 seconds. The Trainee Royal Guard skill gave Liha the same vague feeling. A 0.5% level up speed boost is stingy. But still, this is only the beginning. Liha hurriedly swept away the negative thoughts. No, I can't get greedy about this. With everything confirmed, he felt lighter. If I work hard, I'll get better. He shoved all the calculations aside for what came next. First, I should report the quest completion. He called out with gusto and excitement. Hello, ma'am. In return came intense enthusiasm from the other side. Oh my goodness, who's here? It was Madame Lu. Young Liha, you know your own weakness, and you already succeeded in the hunt. He froze at her attitude. Yes ma'am, I succeeded. Inside, he screamed, please don't call me by that title and don't get so close. He kept a bright smile and joked back, my word, that was fast. You didn't trick me, did you? Liha switched to an ingratiating expression. Trick you? Of course not. Madame, you've helped me so much. He knew full well, if he fooled her, he'd probably get chopped into minced meat. After a thorough inspection, even Madame Lu was astonished. Outstanding ability. Liha broke into a sweat. It wasn't copper, it was silver. Then she said, wait while I make you a boxed meal. Would you like to meet the chef, Kiyomi? He's been upset you haven't come by. He blinked, baffled. Really? Madame Lu enunciated every word. Because it's rare to meet someone like Harley Ha, he's been sharpening his knife while waiting to see you. Even though his heart was screaming, "Why are you sharpening a knife just to meet me?" he still forced himself to say, "Then I have to meet him." The moment those words left his mouth, she immediately called out, "Kiyomi, Li Ha is here." To his surprise, the man appeared at once with a shout. "So the meat's back, huh?" It scared him stiff. Did he just call me meat? The very next second after seeing Li Ha's finished catch, Kiyomi praised it with the most honest appraisal. "Very good, worth the wait, this is premium meat." Li Ha's face turned deathly pale. "Don't look at me and say things like that. Look at the eagle meat when you say it." Next, who would have thought an NPC other than Gad could show such passionate emotion? "Thank you so much. I knew someone would bring us meat this delicious. You're definitely a meat lover, right?" He even made a comment that was a bit blindly stubborn. "If you love meat, you can't be a bad person." At this moment, every breath and even Li Ha's soul almost wanted to abandon him and leave. "At first, let me go, then we'll talk. Help." In the end, Kaio released Li Ha, but then suddenly brought up something else. "I want to ask if you intend to learn cooking," leaving him stunned for quite a while before he managed to respond. What do you mean, on the other hand?" Li Ha froze, realizing something he'd overlooked before. "Wait, cooking? A crafting skill boost, but I don't even have the chef role. I've only got combat-related jobs, but that doesn't mean there aren't any production jobs. Some people pick a warrior class to become a blacksmith, after all. I heard those jobs pay pretty well too." He fell into deep thought. "Wait, so is cooking a basic skill or a production skill? It looks close to crafting, so it's probably a production skill, right? Unless it's a slaughter-related skill. Gathering, farming, or fishing maybe. I can learn 2 types. Choose techniques that help earn money or support battle. Cooking is a bit ambiguous, but if I learn it, I can sell food and boost stats. I need to think this through so it won't be a waste." Then he nodded and immediately agreed to Kaio's enthusiastic proposal. "Sure, no problem, so please take your hands off me now." He burst into hearty laughter, his face full of satisfaction. "Oh ho, excellent, a truly wise choice. A practical mini-cooking class, 1 day only. You have to confirm your participation, right?" Li Ha's instincts sounded an alarm, a bad feeling rising in his chest. "Participate, what? Kaio spoke again in a sacred sermon-like tone. "Cooking is creation, however, creation begins with the basics. Ha ha ha. It's only 1 day of learning, so it'll be busy." When the quest details appeared, Li Ha finally let out a sigh of relief. "It's a game, so I can learn it in a day anyway." 1 day, I thought it meant every day. Kaio's expression suddenly turned much more serious. "All right, I'll stand beside you and support you." Li Ha stared blankly. "Support?" Kaio spoke firmly, brimming with confidence. "Isn't the fastest way to learn cooking to cook directly? I'll teach you with full enthusiasm." Li Ha started to feel a bit interested. He smiled faintly. "Okay, I'll give it a try." A moment later, as he sliced ginger, he recalled his time in the military. "I worked quite a while during my military service. I can cook. Simple dishes are no problem. And putting up with it for just 1 day is fine." Kaio immediately noticed his distraction and pointed, barking a scolding lecture. "What are you hesitating for? When you peel it, peel a thin layer. Scale it before you peel. What are you doing? You've ruined the meat. Huh, want me to slice off your finger as an example? What is this garbage? You eat it and it turns into crap anyway, so are you making a crap dish from the start? Are you really giving it your all? You don't need to go all out, just make it taste good. Even a dog wouldn't eat this now. Damn it, is this supposed to be grilled? This is grilling, huh? Bring a priest over here. If he blesses this roasted rabbit, it might come back to life." Kaio clutched his head and screamed miserably, his voice cracking in panicked despair. "Good heavens, did I really agree to teach cooking to this idiotic sleeping kid? If I could go back in time, I wouldn't accept him even if you cut out my tongue." Li Ha had heard so much his ears felt like they'd bleed. "If I shoot an NPC, would this game be too weird? I really want to shoot. I really want to shoot." He clenched his teeth and endured. He tried again and again, patiently refusing to give up, until at last a barely acceptable creation appeared on the table. Kaio speared a piece of steak with a fork and slowly lifted it to his mouth to taste. He chewed while savoring the flavor. Li Ha's patience had been worn down to its final limit. Killing intent filled his heart. "If he insults me again this time, I'm shooting. I'll actually shoot, then I'll quit the game." Fortunately, this time he met the requirements. Kaio nodded in praise but didn't forget to boast about his own contribution. "Excellent, in just 1 day you've cooked like this already. It's because the teacher is good, right?" the system immediately announced. "Cooking skill learned, you can now use ingredients to make dishes." Li Ha's strength was completely drained, his eyes sunken and his face pale. "I endured all day, just one last time." "All right, endure." He forced out a stiff smile that could pass as polite. "Thank you, sir, I'll be going now." He was worried because of the quest rules. If vitality drops below 30%, there'll be a penalty. Li Ha's legs trembled. Staggering as he walked, he hadn't expected it to drain him this much. Madame Lu was cleaning. When she saw him, she stopped. "Yes, sir. Oh my, you're leaving already." Li Ha panted as he answered. "Why yeah, of course. What, it's closing time already?" the auntie reminded him thoughtfully. "Then you'd better bring a packed lunch." He snapped back to his senses and grabbed the lunchbox on the table. Right, he had to bring a packed lunch, but she was quicker and took it back. Ho ho ho, Lee Ha nearly collapsed. Hey auntie, what are you doing? I can't move at all. Madame Lu stated her purpose. I need to ask Lee Ha for a favor. Ho ho ho, the moment he heard those words. He shuddered and a familiar dread surfaced in his mind. Another quest. She beamed brightly, her tone making it sound like refusal wasn't an option. You'll accept my request, won't you? Ho ho ho. Lee Ha wasn't stupid enough to agree without knowing the details. He said, if you won't tell me what it is, how can I accept? She took out a lunchbox wrapped in red cloth, and the air around them suddenly turned strangely ominous. Does our relationship really need to go that far? The gesture made him suspicious. Another lunchbox. Right then, the system issued a quest notification. Opening funds for launching a branch of Sacred Grill in the city. Deliver the letter and the lunchbox to Madame Zhou in Islestock City within 1 month. It also listed the success reward and the failure penalty. Lee Ha skimmed it quickly. A delivery quest, how hard could that be? Why is the success reward so little? The final linked quest should pay more, and the failure penalty looks pretty brutal. He cautiously confirmed with Madame Lu. As long as I deliver it, it's done right. She nodded with absolute certainty. Of course. Lee Ha still couldn't relax. Madame Zhou, your younger sister isn't some man-eating monster who kidnaps people and hides them in some dark place, is she? She laughed and tried to paint her sister as friendly. Oh my goodness, she's just a kid living in the city. Why would you say that? He didn't believe her at all, full of suspicion. Then what's difficult about this quest? Sure enough, just as Lee Ha had guessed, Madame Lu admitted bluntly. Humans? Lee Ha stared, eyes wide with disbelief. Humans? She suddenly let out a heavy sigh. He still didn't fully trust it. He lowered his head and studied the lunchbox in his hand. So, assassins are going to chase me to steal this lunchbox. She joked in a gentle tone, but the words sounded like horror. Nothing like that. Oh my goodness, are you okay? A mysterious murder case targeting Sacred Grill's lunchboxes. Her words scared Lee Ha so badly his hair practically stood on end. Don't make up stories like that. Madame Lu didn't seem to grasp how serious it sounded and casually corrected herself like it was nothing. I'm joking, just joking. It's only for promotion. Ho ho ho. He was furious but only dared to curse silently in his head. Why does it sound so real then? After that, he calculated his route. Straight to the capital, about 500 km. Even walking all day would take 10 days. And the road wouldn't be easy. Obviously, it wouldn't be a straight line the whole way. At least 15 days. If he had to climb mountains, it'd take over a month. If this were real life, it would only take about 4 days, right? Either way, he had to go. The Royal Guard Training Center was in the city too. Who knows what might happen on the way? Then Lee Ha spoke clearly. I'll take the quest. Madame Zhou immediately explained. Lee Ha, thank you. This lunchbox is made from golden eagle meat. This is the lunchbox to be delivered to Madame Zhou. Still a little worried, he asked carefully, but won't it spoil on the way? She quickly reassured him in a confident voice. There's preservation magic inside, so it'll keep for 3 months. Of course it won't spoil, but the flavor can't be guaranteed. Don't tell me you're planning to ruin Sacred Grill Branch number 2 with bad food. Madame Lu's face darkened frighteningly, and Lee Ha trembled. And no, how could I? Ha ha ha. Only then did Madame Lu feel at ease and placed both lunchboxes into his hands. I'm counting on you, ho ho ho. He could only force an awkward smile. Yes, ma'am, and so he began an unforeseeably dangerous quest. Before setting off, Lee Ha curiously opened the purple lunchbox to sample it first. He shoveled it down while praising, this is insanely good, way better than those discounted breakfast lunchboxes. It totally melts away the exhaustion from cooking all day. At the same time, his stamina increased by 1 and his perception increased by 3. It was called a special elemental lunchbox, and its effect lived up to expectation. Lee Ha was stuffed, leaning back in his chair, rubbing his round belly. If he could make this and sell it, it would be unbelievable. Then his attention was drawn to the other lunchbox. He picked it up and turned it over, studying it. So curious about this one. Since it's a bribe lunchbox, it should be way better than the Black Eagle Meat lunchbox, right? There's no smell at all. Let's see what it is. Item info, a rare lunchbox containing all the secrets of Sacred Grill. Any creature that eats it becomes Madame Lu's slave. The only drug permitted by the state. Lee Ha jolted so hard he broke out in a cold sweat. Teat 20 times the stat increase. Could it be a translation glitch? He fumbled and looked around to see if anyone was nearby. Are you insane? And it's a rare item too. First things first, hide it. Where else do you find an item that gives you 4 levels just by eating it? He couldn't hold back when he thought about the value it carried. This. How much would it sell for exactly? Lee Ha immediately opened the web board and searched prices through other people's sales posts. His mind spun at high speed. 1 gold mainly sells for 200,000. Elemental level up, movement speed plus 15, swordsmanship bonus, perception A. This is insane, 14 million. Madame Lu's lunchbox has no class restriction. No need to equip it, it's a consumable, just eat it and your stats go up. An item like this is worth a fortune. Lee Ha swallowed hard. His mouse hand trembled with excitement. Even if I sell it cheap, it's still over 100,000, right? No, I can sell it for 1 million. Real money, 1 million. He tipped his head back and muttered to the ceiling. 1 million, 1 million. Treatment costs 20 million. Having 1 million means I've already got 5%. But then he forced himself to think clearly. Calm down, Lee Ha. A sniper getting this worked up. If I sell this, our relationship will be ruined for sure. The moment I reach the city, I'll get treated like dirt. But in exchange, I get 1 million. If I abandon the quest, my relationship with the NPCs will sour, and everything will be over. I never once thought I'd quit this game, but if I quit now, I get 1 million, damn it. Inside Lee Ha's head, a silent battle raged. The money was so huge it made his heart pound, thoughts tearing at each other. He couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted to vent it out. But seriously, shouldn't a success reward be something better? A grand opening attendance reward is way too vague. Is that reward worth 1 million? Or should I just sell it and betray them already? Lee Ha clenched his teeth, trying to cling to what little morality he had left. No, don't betray the system. He remembered Madame Lu's warm kindness. Lee Ha, hurry and eat the lunch while it's hot. He tried to brainwash himself. It's just an NPC. No matter how real it feels, it's still just a program. What does it even matter? Lee Ha lifted his face and sighed in torment. She said to be careful of people, so it wasn't about watching out for others, it was about watching out for myself. That's so contradictory. Just as he hit a dead end, the door flew open. Kim Do walked in and asked gently, "Son, you're still young, why are you already sighing? What's wrong?" He pulled himself together. "Mom, you're not asleep yet." She nodded lightly, her eyes full of concern. "I went to get some water. Why are you still up?" He reassured her. "I'm going to sleep now." "Don't worry," she reminded him thoughtfully. "All right. Tomorrow night I have guests, so I'll be home a bit late. I made some side dishes already, so eat first." Her sudden appearance eased Lee Ha's mood. What am I even worried about? Think simple for now, figure out the rest later, right? Either way, I still have to head to the city in the game world. Lee Ha pushed open a shop door and called out, "Boss." Louis jumped at the familiar voice and stammered a greeting. "Lee Ha, ah no, Mr. Lee Ha, you're here." He rubbed his hands eagerly, flashing a sycophantic smile. "Oh wow, what goods did you bring me today?" Lee Ha shook his head and explained, "Herbs haven't been growing much lately. I'm still looking, so please wait a little longer." He understood the basics. Yeah, of course, they're not easy to find. "So you're here for something else this time. Where's the wholesaler?" Louis flinched, quickly lifting his coffee cup to hide his nerves, muttering, "The sun's barely up." "Damn it, they're coming, right? Want some coffee?" Lee Ha smiled politely, not suspecting a thing. Sure, a little is fine. In truth, he'd misunderstood Louis's intentions. Was he trying to mock me and holding it back? He smoothly changed the subject. "Do you sell maps?" As Louis brewed him a cup, he replied, "Of course." Lee Ha tested the price. "How much?" Louis recited it like he'd memorized it. "A map of the area around Del Castle is 80 silver. A map of the entire kingdom of Dalvin is 5 gold. Lee Ha hadn't expected it to be that expensive, 80 silver up to 5 gold. Louis glanced toward the wall, where an item was covered with cloth. He explained slowly, "Maps are premium items by nature. Of course they're pricey, so premium they have to be covered with cloth." Lee Ha weighed it up. No wonder people online print regional info and paste it together. So this game even has a proper peninsula map for sale. Enough, forget buying a map, I'll buy it later when I've got money. Suddenly, a noise rang out. Someone pushed the door open and boomed, "Boss, the goods are here." Louis greeted him warmly. "Oh wow, Papu, you're early." He set the crate down in the corner. "I heard you were going to introduce someone to me today." Papu turned around, flashing a bright smile with teeth so white they almost dazzled. "A supplier can't be late, so I came early this morning." Lee Ha faced him quietly, his gaze sweeping over him as he sized him up. This guy, they'd just met, yet they shook hands warmly. Trusting eyes and easy smile. With just a few short exchanges, they'd already wrapped up a deal that felt important in their lives. "Hi, I'm Lee Ha. I'm Papu. I heard you buy a lot of ammo. I just want to buy at a good price, delivery included. From now on, I'll deliver it carefully. I'm counting on you." In stark contrast to their cheerful vibe, Louis stood to the side with his arms folded, fidgeting uneasily. Obo carefully confirmed the request one more time. "How many do you need?" "I brought 500 sets first." Hearing that, Lee Ha stopped messing around. That many? Even at wholesale prices, 500 sets is still over 50 bucks. Louis panicked, jumped between them, and cut in with a stammer. Hey, I need to rearrange some stuff, so wait over there for a moment, okay?" But before he could push him away, Bobo muttered in confusion, "It's only a few bucks." Louis froze on the spot, his whole face twisting with a barely concealed stomach cramp. Without hesitation, Lee Ha used blink and moved right in front of him. "How much is it?" He answered honestly. "One set of explosives is 4 coins. And ammo is 1 coin less." Lee Ha stared at Louis coldly like he was looking at a dead man. 4 coins and you even deliver it?" Louis stammered, trying to justify himself. "Ah no, that?" His expression turned terrifying as he pressed in to intimidate him. and you were going to sell it for 15 coins. Louis broke into a cold sweat and trembled as he explained. And no, sir, that's not it. I have to make a living too. Without another word, Li Ha opened the door and walked out, tossing out a ruthless line. Go find the herbs yourself. Let's see if you get bitten to death by a rabbit. Louis dropped to his knees, grabbed his leg, and wailed. Li Ha, wait, please. I'm sorry, I'll compensate you with something else. Please let me off this time. Li Ha shot him a murderous glance. Carve the word in. Louis nodded frantically. Yes, anything at all. Having the upper hand, Li Ha sat back with one leg crossed over the other and asked leisurely, Do you have a musket? Louis looked troubled. See, that would be at the weapon shop. Li Ha continued, What about armor? He still tried to make excuses. That would be at the outfit shop. Rings and necklaces are at the jewelry shop. Li Ha's tone turned icy. You said you'd decompensate me with anything. So you were just talking big. In the end, Louis had no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow the pain. Fine, pick one item from the shop. Li Ha pretended to be kind, then I'll take something cheap. I'll take the complete map of the Dovian kingdom. Hearing that, Louis was utterly shocked, his face turning pale. 5 gold converted to cash would be 1,000,000. Louis burst into tears, cursing through the pain. That thing is priceless, you thief. Li Ha calmly stood up. Oh, forget it, then go find the herbs yourself. All right, I'm leaving. Backed into a corner, Louis could only agree. You damned bastard, okay. After reaching an agreement, Li Ha left satisfied. Bobo even gave him a reminder. Next time, just trade with me. He weighed the cloth bag in his hand. For this afternoon, explosives and ammo were enough. Li Ha recalled his advice. If you use the shared safe bank, payments will be faster. It felt pretty similar to the real world, like paying online, right? The receptionist processed the paperwork and said, Your account has been opened. With nothing else to do, he suddenly remembered it's been a while. Should I call Kai Zhang? So he immediately opened the communication channel. Hey, Kai Zhang. He replied quickly, Hyung, you're still not asleep. Li Ha smiled and asked, I have to earn money. What are you doing? Kai Zhang answered absent-mindedly, I'm hunting with members of our allied faction. Li Ha scratched his cheek awkwardly. Allied faction? I'm jealous. I'm level 12 now too, so I have to head to the city. Want to meet up? The news made Kai Zhang flinch in shock. Already level 12, did you catch the golden eagle? Li Ha's tone carried a hint of bragging. Of course I caught it that fast, kid. Kai Zhang was happy for him. That's so fast. Anyway, congrats, Hyung. Have a great time living in the city. Oh wait, Hyung, you're at Candle Castle, right? Have you seen Lam Hoadin yet? Li Ha nodded indifferently. Yeah, I saw him. Kai Zhang sounded sulky. You should have contacted me. Li Ha felt embarrassed. You're in their fan club too? Actually, before he could finish, Kai Zhang shouted angrily, Oh, come on. I have to take down that vile bastard. Then he realized he'd let it slip. Ah no, I mean, what happened? Li Ha went pale and covered the receiver. Wait, what happened? Kai Zhang wasn't the type of kid who swore like that. What is it? Suddenly, unfamiliar voices came from the other end. Oh, really? No way. Our faction even put a bounty on taking those 2 down. You didn't know? Seriously? If I'd known they were there, I would have gone and killed them. Li Ha was baffled by their reaction. You guys are talking about the kids. Kill them? Kai Zhang got worked up. Kids? They've lost their minds, Hyung. You've never seen her use magic even once, right? How could those freaks be kids? They're evil witches, evil witches. Me and everyone in the magic faction suddenly got frozen. Everyone could see it, everyone could feel it, but we couldn't move at all. She smiled and snapped each person's neck one by one, like snapping the head off a tiny anchovy. For 48 hours, we couldn't log into the game, so our items and levels all dropped. After getting your neck snapped, you can't access the game for 5 days. If I catch her, I'll cut her into pieces. Li Ha could only sit there and endure the volume like it was about to rupture his eardrums. After venting enough, Kai Zhang finally calmed down. Hyung, I'm sorry for cursing. You looked understanding. It's nothing. Do you know what's going on? So everyone is fighting each other. Then added, it's not just your faction. Lam Hoadian spends a lot of money. Once a big company moves into a small alley, it's over. There are 5 factions, including ours, joining forces to fight those crazy. They are about to fall to 5th place. Li Ha furrowed his brows seriously. In his eyes, there was a hint of worry. It seemed this involved some high-ranking people. If I join Lam's sister's faction, I'll have to turn my back on the others. He was silent for a while, finally sighed softly. I understand. He called Sonya back on the line. He remained obedient. Her voice was clear yet warm. Yes, you go ahead. Li Ha felt weighed down. He drew a clear line. Games are games, reality is reality, but why is it so complicated? Maybe I shouldn't go anywhere for now. He ran his hands through his hair, frustrated as if he wanted to tear everything apart. My head feels like it's about to explode, really. I'm happy to get an offer from high-ranking people, but my cousin is in trouble. What should I do? Thinking now won't help. We're in the capital. Whatever can be solved will be solved. Worry later when there's time. Liha shook his head slightly, deciding to set his worries aside. He focused on opening the interface, testing the new item's function. In just a moment, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Wow, this is amazing. This is a GPS after all. It just doesn't find the path, but the location and direction are precise. When I was in the army, I was already tired of reading maps. Can I zoom in for close-up? If I gave this map to a sharpshooter, the game would end quickly." Liha fully equipped, total assets 27 coins, a flintlock, 3 cakes, a lunchbox that might sell for 1 billion, 100 ammo stacks and herbs. He set off while humming a cheerful tune. "I already know the way, so there's no problem. I don't have money, but I can ask for local sponsorship too." 3 hours passed. Liha's footsteps were still light as the wind, and his body hadn't lost the slightest bit of stamina. "If I didn't have a sprint skill, what would I do? It's been ages since I ran." Suddenly, a warning sign appeared ahead, its bold letters hitting him in the face. "Caution, frequent ambush incidents." Liha stopped. "So this is a forest where monsters attack a lot? Better be careful." The moment he finished, a clear shout rang out from behind him. Battle begins. The target was a brown bear. Kim HWA instantly activated the skill death taunt. Holding a huge shield across his chest, he met the swipe head-on, claws sharp as knives. A harsh metallic screech echoed through the forest. Oso roared in fury. The low, heavy bellow thundered out, and its bloodshot eyes flashed with savage intent, as if it wanted to tear apart anyone who dared invade its territory. Seizing the moment while Kim HWA tried to buy time, Jenna Kim charged in. She gripped her twin blades tightly, silver light flickering along the edges, and rushed straight at the monster. "They're getting more vicious. Careful, the green snake is here." The two worked in perfect rhythm, holding a solid defense while unleashing non-stop attacks. The fight grew tense. Nearby, a monk stood still with palms together, chanting. Liha watched for a moment, then shook his head and turned away. "So everyone really has different classes, huh? With just 2 shields, it already gave up attacking." All of a sudden, chaos erupted around them and piercing screams rang out. "A bear, the brown bear is coming. If it grabs me, I'm dead for sure." Bystanders hurriedly scattered to both sides, faces drained pale. Run for it, hurry up, get out of here. Recheck your equipped items." Kim HWA set up right on the spot. "Recruiting members for the assault team. If you can cooperate, sign up quickly." A few people joined at once. "We're signing up." The man shouted instructions, "Everyone gather in one place." The situation left Liha stunned. Where did they even come from? Was everything already planned out? He rubbed his chin and fell into thought. A black bear? To take down the boss, you'd need a 20-person raid team, right? Without hesitating long, he decided to retreat. "If the raid team doesn't mesh, I'll get grabbed when we hit the boss. Better to quit cleanly. But when hunting bears, there are tanks up close, so it shouldn't affect me, right?" That guy was still shouting at the top of his lungs. "I'm General Kim HWA Lee. Join our team, please. We've already gathered 3 teammates." That strange name inadvertently caught his attention. Pretty unique, huh? "No regrets, just walk your own path." A knight in thick iron armor strode out to take command. "The boss is here," tanks moved to the front. In the end, Liha couldn't resist. He quietly hid behind a boulder. "I can watch a bit and then leave. I'm too curious." They quickly assigned everyone their roles. "Set your positions before it arrives." Kim HWA acted as the captain. "You over there, don't hide behind your teammates, line up properly." Melee attackers stand a short distance behind the tanks. Liha's lips moved as a soft note of admiration slipped out. Thrown together in a hurry, but the lineup isn't bad. Main damage, healing, melee damage, tanking. The standard roles were all present, so the composition looked solid. Just a shame there were few mages. Kim HWA announced loudly, "It's here. Get ready." Meanwhile, Liha stayed relaxed at a safe distance of about 70 meters. He narrowed his eyes, trying to get a look at the boss's face. "I'm hiding this far away, so it has to be safe, right?" At that moment, someone in the team raised a bow high, the arrow blazing with light, and shouted, "I'll lure it over." In the distance, the gigantic brown bear stomped hard. The heavy impact made the ground quake as if it might split. It opened its enormous mouth wide, and its roar rolled through the forest. A violent gust surged in with it, and the front line hurriedly lowered their stance, struggling to withstand the crushing pressure. Even Liha, far away as he was, felt his hair stand on end when the shockwave hit. His whole body trembled instinctively under an indescribable menace, and he stammered, "No, that can't be, I'm this far away." Suddenly, the system coldly announced, "Agonia Oso is roaring." Unable to move for 2 minutes. HP reduced by 10%. Speed reduced to 30%. A surge of unease slammed into his chest. Normally, the safe magic distance was 55 meters. Even at this distance, I still got hit. Oso's massive body stood like a fortress in the battlefield. Its ragged breathing boomed like drumbeats. Liha trembled all over, losing control, the corner of his mouth twisting into a strained smile as if he were forcing himself on. "This is insane. It's as big as a rabbit. That's a bear." Liha tried to muster his strength and suppress the fear, but his legs were stiff and wouldn't listen. My legs won't move. Damn it. Why can I feel this awful mood even inside a game?" To clear this strange state, he still needed 2 more minutes. Oso remained towering there. Its eyes flashed with ferocity, its hot breath blasting like fire in his face, making the pressure even heavier. If Liha could still watch like it was a show earlier, now his body was rigid. His heartbeat hammered as if it might burst out of his chest. Hopefully those people catch that monster before I return to normal. Agonia Oso's roar. The system displayed the timer. You cannot move for 2 minutes. Not only Liha but Jack Now and many others fell into the same state. Their whole bodies shook, legs rooted as if planted deep into the ground. He shouted, his voice hoarse and urgent, "Tanker, hurry up. The bear is looking this way. Neutralize it here first," following each massive step of the brown bear. A panic scream echoed through the space. It's coming." The giant foot slammed down and Kim Hoa's knees buckled. He raised the large shield to block, straining to resist the swipe of claws. The impact was so strong that his legs sank deep into the ground. His whole body trembled as if it would break apart. His team members called out anxiously, "Sir, leader!" Yet Kim Hoa was still thrown backward, sliding across the grass, leaving a deep trail in the ground, his face drenched in sweat. But his eyes blazed with determination, and he growled a command. "We can still withstand 2 more attacks. Those defending, if you can neutralize this state, form a group. Attackers who aren't hit, go assist the others." It came again. Osho's giant hand swept across as if to crush Kim Hoa. In an instant, he decisively unleashed a life-saving move. Maximum protection. Its blazing red eyes flashed as it delivered the next heavy strike against Kim Hoa's shield. The clang of metal reverberated from the horrific collision. The shield was severely dented, and he froze in place. Breathing ragged, he seized the moment while the monster hadn't attacked again and shouted, "Attack!" Immediately, tens of thousands of arrows flew at once. They sliced through the air like a storm upon Osho. However, its giant hand suddenly erupted with fierce flames, incinerating everything in an instant. Arrows filled the sky, ash scattered everywhere. At the front line, the heavy-shielded defenders lined up, trying to protect their teammates under immense pressure. Kim Hoa hurriedly issued orders. "Attackers approaching, stay in support behind. Defenders, hold your position." While the battlefield was suffocating with tension, 2 grueling minutes passed, and Liha's punishment was finally lifted. He happily moved his limbs. "Oh ho, if we do well, we can catch them, right?" On the other side, everyone continued fighting without rest. "Leader, I need time to cool down." "The next group move up." He peeked from cover. Everyone is less tense now. Nia-sun casually stood outside the fray, observing while chatting with Lamia. "At this pace, we'll catch it soon, right?" Lamia gently waved her hands to maintain supportive magic. Jokingly responded, "Should we record this? A combat video like this could earn some money." In stark contrast, Kim Hoa at the front line was drenched in sweat. "Everyone in the back, prepare spells. When its stamina drops below 20%, we'll unleash full force together, or it will use another effect." "That's very dangerous." Those reminded often pouted in annoyance. "Let's just assess the situation. We're almost there, just take it slow." "I'm managing MP, not playing." While Osho was heavily injured, its frenzied giant body couldn't move. Teams took the chance to breathe, rest briefly, and exchange quick information. "Prepare yourselves. The attackers use a lot of strength. Why is the atmosphere like this? Hurry and catch it." The flaw of hastily forming groups had revealed itself. Kim Hoa clenched his hands, activating all remaining power in his shield. His voice echoed across the battlefield. "Everyone, get ready, 21% left." Osho's giant claws cut through the air, striking the shield with lightning speed. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself for the brutal impact. From behind, an arrow whistled and pierced the beast's shoulder, causing a painful roar. Immediately, intense flames erupted beneath its feet. Kim Hoa startled alert. He commanded, 20% attackers, focus your efforts." Osho's HP dropped to 19.9%. It went berserk, its massive body swelling, red eyes blazing, mouth wide, growling, shaking the whole area. The heat was so intense that Yihan's hair, even from a distance, caught fire. She panicked, screaming and waving her hands to extinguish it. Fire magic, even the bear uses magic. Sally's metal shoulder armor couldn't escape fate either. In moments, everyone was engulfed by fierce flames, bodies singed black. Screams echoed, I'm on fire. Or quick run, this isn't ordinary fire magic. Chaos consumed the scene in red flames. Kim Hoa gritted his teeth. Sweat mixed with ash, he finally had to give the order. "Damn it, retreat, everyone get out of here." Those on fire rolled on the ground, skin blackened, begging desperately, "Take me with you. Save me, save me." He ignored their fate, leading the retreat, coldly declared, "Disband the group. If you don't want to die, run fast." Kim Hoa's gaze swept and caught Liha still hiding behind a rock, motionless like a statue. "What are you still doing there? Didn't you hear me tell you to run?" He startled, heart racing. "I didn't attack." He smiled kindly to clarify. "I didn't participate in the battle, didn't touch it, and remained safe." Seeing this, he warned, "In this state, Agonia Osho will kill everyone. That's all it sees. To defeat it would take days. You should go elsewhere." Sunny Liha confirmed in shock. "Days? Fast as 10 days." His steps hurried. Slower, more than a month. Anyway, we're escaping now. Young Master Huang panicked and shouted after the crowd as they scattered in all directions. Hey, wait, you guys provoked it and then just ran off. What am I supposed to do now? Weren't you the ones who were going to take it down? He anxiously clenched his trembling hand into a tight fist. They said the trip takes over a month. Oh no, can they really turn this around? If I can't make it to the capital, then that golden flower leaf or sprout or whatever, I'll sell it all, just watch. No, I can't. I need to think clearly. Stop trying to run away. Li Ha took a long breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and began listing every possibility. Let's see what the options are. 1. Find an assault party. 2. A high-level player will come deal with it. 3. Sneak away from the fire bear, he fretted, tugging at his hair. None of that will work, and I still can't sell that expensive lunch box. If that's the case, I'll have to choose another option. In the end, he chose option 4, do it fast and clean. Li Ha drew his gun, resolved to fight to the death. Either way, if it costs a whole month, the mission and any merc work will be ruined. If I can't form a party, I'll handle it myself. Its stamina is under 20%, so I might be able to pull it off. That other party is holding it off down there, so I've got enough time. He straightened his back, drew a deep breath, and fixed both eyes on the gigantic monster ahead. Distance 70 meters. With a southeast wind, the minimum lead is 2 meters. All right, 3, 2, 1. Li Ha squeezed the trigger without hesitation. The gunshot tore through the night. Oso jolted to a stop, its instincts screaming danger. It roared and whipped its head around. That movement unintentionally exposed its weak point. The bullet drove straight into the center of its forehead, the powerful penetration making the massive body stagger. Smoke curled from the still scorching barrel. Li Ha swallowed hard. His trembling hand tightened around the grip. Inside, he silently screamed, I hit it, I nailed its head from that far away. Jin Hua walked along, rubbing his chin in thought. Maybe I should form a new assault party. 6A0. If we put together 7 people, we might have a chance, right? Just then a girl shouted loudly, Sir Leaf Hua, Sir Leaf Hua. Lamia, stop summarizing, run back to the village now. There's no time for idle chatter. Flustered, she explained, Ah no, I mean please look behind you. Earlier, that person hiding behind the boulder fired something. He frowned in suspicion and turned to look. Fired something? Suddenly, Jin Hua was filled with regret, a musketeer. If I'd known, I would have brought him in when we formed the party. Since he hadn't seen it, he asked Lamia about the situation. Where did he shoot? Did it hit? She answered honestly, her tone unconvinced. The head, right in the middle of the head. He quickly weighed the benefits. With the attack power of a musketeer like that, he's a solid gamer. If I form a proper party and bring him in, we might be able to take it down. Someone else exclaimed in shock, from over 70 to 80 meters. How did he land that shot? Jin Hua quietly agreed. Hitting the head from that distance takes real skill. Nia Sun muttered, half skeptical, half intrigued. If we party up with him, we should be able to catch it, right? Lamia was eager to try. There aren't many people left anyway, so we're short on slots. But Jin Hua suddenly turned his back and walked away, his cold voice cutting off their hope. Stop saying useless things. Run. She stared, stunned, and asked again. He already hit it in the head. Jin Hua acted like it didn't matter much. He's good, sure, but that's as far as it goes. Nia Sun froze. That's as far as it goes. Jin Hua explained calmly. A musketeer takes a full minute to reload. He already fired, right? Within the next minute, he'll be dead. Li Ha had no idea what they were discussing. He was still standing there, stunned. Lady Huang couldn't believe her eyes. I hit it, right in the middle of the head. So how is it still alive? Oso's forehead didn't even have a scratch. Its eyes blazed with ferocity, killing intent spilling out. A cold system voice rang out like a death sentence. Agonia Oso Bear's roar has put you into a state of terror. You cannot move for 2 minutes. HP and stamina decreased. Li Ha cursed angrily. Damn it, shot it in the head and it's still alive. His body trembled as he tried to force himself to move, but it was useless. Cold sweat poured down like rain. His pale lips trembled as he muttered in despair. I really messed up. Worse, that monster is targeting me. Up ahead, the colossal beast changed direction, its entire body blazing. Step by step, it pounded the ground and charged straight at Li Ha. He gritted his teeth, tensing his shaking body to resist Oso's skill effect. His hands shook so badly they bounced, yet he still tried to pour oil into the gun's chamber. Damn it, hurry up already. Right then, another player lost control. He screamed in panic and turned to run. Oso immediately let out a furious roar. Savage flames erupted and swallowed him whole. In the blink of an eye, his body was burned to ashes. On the charred face, the final expression of terror was still etched. Screams of horror spread across the battlefield. Don't come here, run, someone put out the fire for me. Cries for help echoed from all directions, mixed with chaotic footsteps. The giant monster paused, its bloodshot eyes sweeping around in confusion. It didn't know who to strike first. That brief moment bought Li Ha a precious bit of time. It didn't charge me right away. That punishment has my hands shaking too. But if reloading takes 2 minutes, it'll kill everyone else, and then it'll kill me too. Throwing all dignity aside, he bellowed hoarsely, "Help me. You are two-faced leader from earlier, can you hear me? I'm confident I can hit it, so step in and take the blow for me." But even after shouting that, no one showed up. Lee-ha trembled with rage. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, "Damn it, he already bolted." That last shred of hope vanished, and the others were no help either. Amid the heart-rending, piercing screams, "Help me!" Osho roared. With every step forward, flames surged violently, incinerating everything within reach. Any unlucky player who got within range became a living torch, and the distance between it and Lee-ha kept shrinking. At this rate, I'm dead. His heart raced and his breathing went ragged, but he forced himself to suppress the panic. With trembling hands, he tightened his grip on the gun. "It's fine, Lee-ha, don't tense up. How about one more? Let's see if I can land 2 headshots from this far out." There was only one target to aim for. His gaze locked onto Osho's silhouette as it advanced slowly. The massive body blazed like a walking volcano. Lee-ha pushed every stray thought away. Ignoring the screams and the chaos around him, all he could hear was his own pounding heartbeat and the gunshot ripping through the air. The shockwave rattled the entire battlefield. That shot made Kim Hoa stop short, forced to halt. He instantly turned his head, eyes wide with terror. Again, Osho got hit. The gigantic body staggered half a step back. Seeing that, Nia-sun could only bow in admiration. That guy's insane. He hit again, Lamia sighed in awe. Another headshot. How can someone do that? Wow, first time I've ever seen someone attack like this. How can he do that? Dead on every time. Kim Hoa's expression turned grim, his eyes darkening as he sank into deep thought. The two with him, though, were openly thrilled. They kept trying to persuade him. "Lord Leaf Blossom, are we really leaving? He already landed 2 headshots, it's almost out of HP. We just need to go finish it off and split the loot." He ground his teeth, putting on a righteous front. "You two sure talk cheap, don't you? Most of the other players are practically dead. After that, it'll deal with him." Mia-sun pointed out the obvious opportunity. "That's why I'm saying we should help him before he dies." Lamia tried to sound confident. "If Lord Leaf Blossom tanks for us then." Kim Hoa blew up, veins bulging. He knew exactly what they were scheming. "If I jump in now, I'm the first one to die. One of my shields is already broken, so I can barely block anything. You want me to throw my body in as your shield?" The two fell silent, too guilty to argue back. He stuck to his decision. "I do feel bad for him, but we're going back to the village. This time for sure." Lamia still felt reluctant. "So we're abandoning him?" Kim Hoa snorted coldly. "I warned him earlier, he wouldn't run, just stayed there shooting." They didn't care about Kim Hoa at all, staring fixedly at the battle. "Wow, that fire bear is blazing. The last attacker just died. Ah, the royal guards are running too." Kim Hoa turned his back and urged impatiently, "Move, we have to get back and find them. We'll form a new attack party within an hour, then come back here." He calculated silently. "All right, we'll recruit more skilled royal guards too, then come claim our profits." Well, no other choice, that's life. Once they returned to the village, the atmosphere immediately exploded. "There's really a fire bear, a full-on boss. But I heard catching a fire bear is insanely hard. Did you see that shattered shield? They're the only ones still alive. We have to get it before it fully regenerates." Kim Hoa started recruiting members again. "We're assembling an Agonia Osho raid team. It's almost ours. Line up in order." People signed up immediately. "I'll attack, I can hit accurately." The head count was filled fast. He announced, "Everyone's here, let's move." 30 minutes later, night had fallen, darkness blanketing the forest. On edge, Kim Hoa warned his teammates, "It's dark, everyone be careful. Who knows when it'll come charging out." As they walked, they marveled at the scene. In front of them were scorched traces, and the ashes were still smoking. Deep claw marks gouged into the ground. "Wow, brutal. A boss really is something else crazy. Those footprints are as big as pot lids, but where'd the fire bear go?" Kim Hoa assigned tasks neatly. "Maybe it killed all the players and moved on. Everyone stay alert, it's huge, so it won't be hard to find. If you spot it, shout immediately." They split into small groups to search the area. 2 hours later, the waiting wore everyone down. Impatience set in. Someone complained, "Ugh, this is so damn annoying, where is it?" The muttered through clenched teeth, "Right, were they lying to us?" 3 hours later, Rusuko and Junie, covered head to toe in leaves, stormed over and crowded Kim Hoa, furious. "Where's the fire bear? You said it was bigger than a black rabbit, so why can't we see it?" "You bastard, were you scamming us?" He hurried to explain, "And no, I wasn't lying." Kim Hoa tried to calm things down. His voice trembled, but he stayed firm. It was clearly here. Everyone saw the battle traces. It must be low on HP, so it ran off to hide somewhere. They gritted their teeth and decided to trust him one last time, try searching a little longer. If there's nothing, the chief is as good as dead. This is infuriating. Seriously, at a time like this, why aren't we out hunting? What are we even doing here? The air grew suffocatingly tense as Kim Hoa clenched her teeth. Sweat soaked through his back again. His mind was in chaos and he kept cursing under his breath. Damn it, where the hell is it hiding? That royal guard couldn't have caught it already. What on earth happened? 4 hours earlier, Lee Ha stood there in shock, muttering, "Crazy, this is really crazy." The gigantic Oso roared, blasting torrents of fire and storm to scorch anyone who dared block its path. Each time the monster took another step, Lee Ha's heart seemed to skip a beat. I shot it twice, so how is it still alive? It's still alive. First, stay calm and run for it. Luckily, the penalty was lifted at that moment, and he immediately slipped away in silence. As his gaze swept past, he angrily saw Kim Hoa's trio coldly turn their backs and leave. Fury flared in his chest, and he clenched his teeth, letting out a harsh breath. Damn. Those bastards running off that far, starting all this and then bolting. Fine. Complaining won't change anything now. Lee Ha pulled out a sheet of paper, tore it with his teeth, and quickly stuffed it into the gun's pan to spark the ignition. Every movement was clean and decisive. I'll reload while running, just like in training. I've practiced this dozens of times. Do it like training, just like training. The heavy butt of the gun slammed hard into the ground, booming as if marking a life-or-death milestone. Reload complete. Done, he pivoted, raised the gun, and the barrel flashed with a cold metallic gleam in the chaotic night. Come on, one more long-range shot. This time I have to hit that damn fire bear. But at that very moment, Lee Ha's taut nerves nearly snapped as Oso's gleaming white fangs closed in. Those enormous jaws were about to swallow the entire barrel. His pupils shrank, his heart stopped for an instant. In the next moment, a hammer-like blow crashed into his stomach. Lee Ha was launched off the ground, his body spinning several times in midair, before slamming down so hard the earth cracked, the shock ringing in his ears like flesh and bone being crushed. His insides felt churned to mush, the pain twisting Lee Ha's face into a savage grimace. A mouthful of hot blood burst out, streaming down his chin. Damn it. It hurts even more than I imagined. Only 20% stamina and it hurts like this. Blood flooded his vision, turning it hazy. At least he wasn't dead. Damn it, why is my vision like this? Is it because it hurts too much? I can't see that damn bear anywhere. Lee Ha decisively closed his eyes, gathered every shred of will he had left, forced himself to calm down, and used his hearing instead of his eye. No footsteps, it's that huge and it can still hide its step. That thing really is trying to kill me. I can't feel any heat from it. Is this the limit of 20% stamina? Focus. Focus, Lee Ha. If I get hit one more time, I'll die for sure, but it's weakened too. The moment the fire bear shows itself, one shot ends it. A blind assassin is kind of ridiculous, but a blind assassin. Cornered, Lee Ha wasn't as panicked as he'd always imagined he would be. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly into a cold smile. A blind assassin? That's interesting. A tiny sound like a foot brushing through grass skimmed past his ear and the barrel instantly swung toward it. There, he roared as if cheering himself on at the brink of death. Stay calm. At the critical moment, Lee Ha suddenly stepped back. He leaned aside and narrowly dodged the lightning-fast punch. The gun rose on instinct. His finger pulled the trigger and a deafening blast tore the air apart. The bullet slammed straight into Oso's neck, making the massive body jerk to a halt. Blood sprayed violently, dyeing the fur along its throat red. It staggered, then stomped hard to steady itself. Lee Ha couldn't help cursing, damn it, still not dead. This freak, this damn bear. Oso's eyes flared blood red as it viciously locked onto the prey before it, each breath blasting out like scorching fire. Killing intent surged. With nowhere left to run, Lee Ha gripped the gun tight, the bayonet flashed coldly, his breathing heavy but resolute. Just fight with the gun. Lee Ha clutched the weapon with both hands and charged forward. With the bluish point leading, he drove it with all his strength deep into the fire bear's thick hide. His teeth bared, his jaw clamped tight, Lee Ha winced and hissed. Now he stabbed over and over into the bear. Blood sprayed as he howled, "Go down to hell." After pouring out every last ounce of strength, Lee Ha finally started to give out. The gun, joined to the sharp blade, was still smeared with blood, trembling faintly with the motion of his body. Seconds ticked by. Lee Ha lay unconscious on the grass, facing the fire bear clutching its blood-soaked body. Then Lee Ha suddenly jolted awake, eyes wide as if he'd seen a ghost. He staggered up, lifting his head to look around, thinking, did I black out? If it hadn't, then I'd be selling M. After a long moment, Lee Ha finally managed to stand up. Just then, he received a level-up notification from the system. His face went blank as he asked, "What?" He read every word clearly but still couldn't believe it. Have I really reached level 9? Previously, his Royal Guard skill was only level 1. His gun attack skill was level 2. Lee Ha stood puzzled for a while, then saw the heavy fire bear corpse lying tongue out on the grass and understood. So the Royal Guard skill level had increased to 9. Excited, he climbed onto its back and shook it vigorously, looking very pleased with himself. This bear seems to like the terror of a ranged attacker, Let's split the loot. He dug around while grinning with delight. It wasn't an ordinary bear but a boss bear, so there should be quite a bit. At that moment, the system displayed an info panel, and he read it with his jaw dropping. Heaven of Fame, I'm the first, all strength and attack plus 10%. Summed up, the stats come to 45 points. Lee Ha stared blankly, pressing buttons in shock. Character info panel. The system handed him a long list. After reading it, Lee Ha was even more stunned. Remaining points 135. I didn't misread that, right? I've reached the level 30 standard points. That's a 27 rank increase. Let's see, I alone can even defeat level 50. Lee Ha tapped furiously. Numbers jumped rapidly while he muttered happily. Alright, stats complete. Final results. Lee Ha is now a ranged attacker with strength on par with a tank, agility 168, stamina 62, HP 1350. He thought to himself, now the remaining item is. Looking at the loot scattered across the grass, Lee Ha stood hands on hips, muttering, crazy, just crazy. He intended to grab a few items but then scolded himself. Oh, the previous owners of these expensive items are gone, so retrieving them will be tough. Forget it, someone else will probably pick them up. I can't leave them behind, I'll make good use of them. Lee Ha muttered, then approached the bear corpse to loot further. Finally, he dealt with it, fire bear loot. After a while, he pulled out a thick, warm red fur cloak. It was called an elite cloak made from bear hide. Fire bear, defense 115. Next, he found a pair of elite boots made from fire bear hide, defense 60. The set also included an elite hunting hat made from fire bear hide, defense 50. Lee Ha's eyes widened in astonishment. All three are elite, no weapons, yet this is amazing. He looked down at his sweat-stained clothes and muttered, even my current outfit can't compare to a plain white shirt with no fire bear protection. Wow, I've used this outfit well until now. With stamina up to 70, I have to wear this immediately. He happily touched the thick fur on the cloak. He thought, it fits my body perfectly. First try and my luck is already this good. After a few minutes, Lee Ha had put it on. Looking elegant in fine clothes, his demeanor became more impressive. Several times, with the new cloak, Lee Ha felt more energized. Time to head straight to the capital. Meanwhile, a new player received harsh scolding. Player Kim Hoa La, take note, I won't return the item you drop. Is it right for a leader to run away and let everyone die? So, you deliberately make other members sell salt. He left it there and then came back to take all the loot. Kim Hoa banged the table in frustration, yelling, that's not fair. These foolish kids, sarcastic comments kept appearing. It's not Hoa La but Choi Nan, no boss bear and no loot. Waste of time. Have some conscience and return the loot to the player. Scam. Kim Hoa shouted angrily, this is insane. It's so frustrating not finding that fire bear. They claim I killed others to grab all the loot. I must find it at any cost. If I can't catch that thieving bastard, I'll be a criminal. Then I won't be able to play the game anymore. After cursing, he ruffled his hair. Which bastard is it? Hiding nearby. That royal guard couldn't possibly catch the bear. Lee Ha hummed cheerfully, unaware that Kim Hoa was secretly plotting a ruthless plan. Just wait, I'll take your life. He gleefully ran across the grass like a child, thinking, this item set has 30% fire resistance. With this, even if Lam Hoa Dian uses magic, I can resist some of it. Happily. Lee Ha suddenly got flustered, imagining Kai Zhang's crazed face. Let me catch those dogs. I'll tear them to pieces. He thought, right, Lam Hoa Dian, Lam Hoa Din, headache. After some rambling, he suddenly remembered the map. Let's see where I am. Duong and Gok Luk Bao Tamba Forest, both are far from the city. Where's Giant Thigh Mountain? It's not marked on the map. What, there in another country? While looking, Lee Ha's stomach growled. He held it, sighing, hungry at just the right moment. If I want to eat, of course. He picked up his gun and aimed into the deep part of the dangerous bear area of the forest. It's time to hunt. Lee Ha held his gun tightly, eyes scanning the nearby area. Let's see, there seems to be one here. Less than a few minutes later, he lit up when he saw a hulking silhouette step out. Found it. Lee Ha lay down in the grass, head slightly raised as he watched. 60 meters, no wind. The moment the bear noticed him and charged, he was faster, putting a round straight into the middle of its belly. Lee Ha looked at it with a twinge of pity. If one shot could finish it, it'd be easier for both of them. It must hurt like hell. Sorry, buddy, I feel kind of bad, but you're just a monster. But when he looked closer, he realized the bear was completely fine, and he couldn't help wondering. The bear isn't charging. Lee Ha lay perfectly still and blurted out in amazement. The Bear King's hide effect is incredible. Like this time, he'd already made up his mind to send it off for good. The gunshot rang out mixed with his shrill cry, go back to the Buddha's realm. At last, the bear collapsed. Lee Ha skipped over. Bear meat, bear meat. At this hunting speed, I'll probably hit level 30 before I even reach the city. Just as he was about to butcher the bear, a bear cub came out from the nearby bushes. It had an adorable face and a tiny little body. Seeing it, Lee Ha couldn't help exclaiming, what is this? Why is it so cute? The little bear waddled over coquettishly and clung to Lee Ha's pant leg, letting out a few little cries that froze him in place. The next second, Lee Ha clutched his chest and muttered, this is dangerous. He felt guilty and overwhelmed by cuteness at the same time. Helpless, he sat down, grabbed its paw and whimpered, Damn it, how am I supposed to kill it? Not only did Lee Ha spare it, he even gave it something back. Oh, you're hungry too? Here, I'll feed you. You can't eat bear meat, so have some bread for now. Once it was full, it lowered its head and kept licking away. He teased with a smile, tasty, huh? You must have been really hungry. Such a good little one. After eating, the bear still lingered and wouldn't leave. So Lee Ha sprang up and scolded it fondly. I thought you were going to eat my hand. No, no, go on, leave before I get attached to you. He told himself that if he wanted to reach the capital, he had to hurry. He'd have to hunt a lot more bears later, too. Sorry, but let's never meet again. But the little bear kept hugging Lee Ha's leg and wouldn't let go, its clear eyes looking up at him. Lee Ha collapsed helplessly and pounded the ground. Stop being so cute. Where did you learn to tilt your head like that, huh? Is it instinct? He let out a weary sigh. Damn it, in the end he scooped the little bear up and looked at it with pure affection. What am I supposed to do with you? I have to take you with me. At that moment, Lee Ha and Kai Zhang took turns talking. Kai Zhang, have you reached the capital yet? Not yet, I'm on the way. I'm exhausted. Be careful. Bears are strong, and with your level you can't just run away, so you've got to keep going. Okay, Lee Ha thought to himself, it's the bears that need to be careful of me. Then he and Kai Zhang couldn't help chatting more. You're still awake. You're a student, aren't you? There's a test tomorrow, but I'm planning to grind all night. I've still got to do a raid. What about tomorrow? The raid's still more important. He sighed inwardly at that priority list. I would love it. Should I stop him? Unlike Lee Ha's mood, Kai Zhang sounded totally carefree. But why are you whispering like that? He answered vaguely, eyes fixed on Kuma in front of him. Ah, it's nothing. Do you think I can catch an animal and keep it as a pet? Those words reached Kai Zhang. An animal? You planning to buy a horse? Lee Ha immediately denied it. No, there's a monster that looks like an animal in the wild. He seemed to get the gist. Oh, you're trying to tame it and take it hunting with you. If your class is beast tamer, you can't tame it. Basically, they see humans as enemy. You can't completely dominate it, man. Meanwhile, Kuma was hugging one of Lee Ha's legs with obvious delight. Is that so? But I fed it and treated it well since it was little. What's so impossible about that? Kai Zhang had caught the key point. Since it was little, you found a baby monster. It's really hard to find monsters when they're still small. Each monster has a different HP value, but the experience points are the same. If it's still young, then the HP experience. And the experience points are the same. So what does that mean? It was gently licking his face. What do you mean what? But Kai Zhang's next words made Lee Ha freeze stiff. The moment it showed up, I got baited right away. The HP, the value, and the experience are the same. The info was too much to process, so he decided to end the call. Tell me after you reach the capital. It's 5 more days in Zhongdian time. Seething with frustration, he thought, this cute little thing actually baited me. On the other end, Kai Zhang replied cheerfully, seriously. Then you've got to spend money to buy a scroll. You've worked hard, hurry up and get here and let's meet up. Lee Ha gently set Kuma down. All right, now he crouched down and faced it. This is insane. I already killed its parents and siblings, but I don't have the heart to capture this baby. If I leave it here and go, someone else will hunt it. What do I do? Ignoring the mess of thoughts in his head, Lee Ha decided to stop thinking and just hoisted Kuma up. Whatever. I'll figure it out later. The last shred of his reason gave in to instinct and he got ready to set off. Let's go, little one. Kuma excitedly lifted its front paws high. The next day, as sunlight spilled across the forest, a bear that had just started to growl had its skull pierced by a bullet. The moment it went down, the system announced a level up, and Lee Ha couldn't help but feel a little thrill. Nice, level 24 now. Leveling speed isn't bad, is it? Fast leveling is great, but why is that monster growing so fast? 2 cuts of meat and a set of claws. Not bad. If I sell all the weapons I've picked up, I'll make a ton of money. As long as I get past the early stage, everything will be fine. While Lee Ha wasn't paying attention, that sickly green guy ambushed him. This ranger-type soldier isn't too shabby. Oh, what's that? A snake? Even snakes are swarming over here to bite me now. No sooner had he finished speaking than the scene before his eyes suddenly began to tremble. And right on cue, the system panel popped up with a notification. You have entered a poisoned state. Lee Ha quickly read it carefully. For 3 minutes, every 10 seconds you will lose 50 HP. If it's 50 every 10 seconds, then over 3 minutes that's 900 total, right? My HP is only around 1,300. Was he seriously going to die from losing HP after a snake bite? It was a forest, so he couldn't even see the snake. Still, when he saw Kuma clamp its teeth onto that monster, his mood immediately improved. Oh, did you catch a snake? Not bad at all, that's amazing. So you caught it because you were worried about me. Meanwhile, Kuma was still wrestling with it. Coo while Lee Ha was praising it non-stop and feeling pleased. Sure enough, that special little guy had already sent the snake straight to the afterlife, though it didn't look like it was in great shape. The sight made his hands and feet fumble a little. You're eating it whole? Well, what's the problem if you eat it? You're huge already anyway. Hey, it's not bamboo, but you've grown a lot in no time. Kuma's weight made Lee Ha's body tremble from how heavy it was. Big, seriously big now. At this growth rate, I'll be riding you at full speed soon, won't I? Really? The next day, Lee Ha could sit on Kuma's back with ease. I can ride you now. He couldn't hide his astonishment, you idiots. Either way, Who in the world raises an animal that grows this fast? Then again, if that were normal, there wouldn't be any bears left to hunt. Growth would be slower than hunting. Besides, today this sleeping kid nearly got attacked more than 6 times. It could be killed right in front of him. I need to give it some kind of symbol or marker. So Lee Ha hung a sign around Koma's neck that read, "My bear does not bite people." Even then, he still didn't feel safe. This still isn't enough. Isn't there a more eye-catching sign? By the time we reach the capital, my neck will probably be killing me. Maybe I should put the bear in a box and think it over. And just as expected, the moment he and Koma stepped through the city gate, they heard shouts. "A monster, a monster." Lee Ha hurriedly waved his hands to explain. "No, it's fine. Everyone, don't be afraid. This is a gentle kind of bear. It doesn't bite people. It's just a bit bigger than a normal bear, that's all." You could tell just by looking, but Jayamin was still wary. Really? Right then, Koma suddenly opened its mouth and held Lee Ha's head in its jaws. It was an affectionate gesture, but to everyone else it looked insanely dangerous. "Ah, this bear bites people," Liable froze in panic. "A boss bear, one bite and it can fit his whole head." He hurriedly shouted a warning, "Run," and in the blink of an eye the street became deserted, not a single person in sight, leaving Lee Ha feeling powerless. Everyone ran off again. Of course they did, it's too big, how could he explain it? It grows like a tank without even eating anything. Isn't that a bit outrageous? There was no other choice. Whatever, going back to the village would be exhausting. Let's just go. As they entered the woods, chatter suddenly rang out. "It's real, someone riding a bear. He rides a bear instead of a horse." Riding a horse? No, riding a bear to shoot a gun. Every word reached Lee Ha's ears. A bear instead of a horse. He immediately leaned down and asked Koma, "Hey, little one, can you run even more?" As if understanding his doubt, its expression suddenly changed. Then it pushed off and sprinted down the road like the wind, making Lee Ha scream nonstop. "Ah, you can run?" "No, wait, I didn't think you could actually understand what I'm saying." If I'd known, I would have tried earlier. After finding a comfortable position, he gradually adapted to the speed. "Let's head to the capital like this." "But you have to run where there aren't any people." "Got it." Koma looked a little confused, and in just 2 days, Lee Ha rode Koma all the way there. This was the capital, Ailstock. His gaze took in the bustling prosperity of Pupil, the guild, the Royal Guard Academy. Time to get busy again. Right now, the area outside the city gate was lively with endless foot traffic. Lee Ha stroked Koma's soft, glossy fur. "You worked hard. We're almost there, so let's walk." He told himself that was the only way not to cause a scene. Even though he'd planned carefully, the crowd still couldn't stay calm when they saw them. "Over there's a huge monster, a bear. It's way too big. We should form a party." The situation left him helpless. "It's chaos already. I only just got down and everyone's already swarming in." Everyone raised their weapons warily. "That's a boss. A giant boss bear, right? Under level 60 and it can enter the gate. Hit that monster once and it'll die. Any party want to take it? Please catch it for us." Lee Ha tried to explain. "I raised it since it was small so it won't bite people. Are you listening to me?" Ignoring him, they finished forming a battle line right at the gate. "Tanks, please move to the front. Prepare to fight the boss." "I'm a guard soldier. Begin defensive formation." Even the NPCs are joining the fight. He was a bit shocked. NPC guard soldiers. This is getting bigger, isn't it? Over there, both physical attackers and mages were already in position. "Prepare to attack. Casters, strike first." No matter how much he explained, nobody cared. Lee Ha ground his teeth in rage. "Damn it, I told you it's not. Will you people listen to me for once? Don't move. If you attack, I'll shoot all of you." Even so, those mages still wouldn't stop. A fireball, Whiskey was also gathering power, a radiant beam. And Lee Ha was focusing with everything he had to take aim, his tense face slick with cold sweat. The target was none other than the gigantic sphere crystallized from the magical power of those two. The moment he identified it, he didn't hesitate. He pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out at an unbelievable speed. Just as it was about to collide with the sphere under everyone's eyes, Lee Ha's expression suddenly turned to shock when he saw something. Yeah, there was suddenly a blinding burst of light in Surturgat's hand. A barrier, right after that it condensed into a massive shield and quickly blocked the bullet Lee Ha had fired. And that wasn't all, he activated another spell as well. He dispelled the clash, then turned toward the huge sphere hovering in the air. What happened next was so dazzling that Lee Ha and the onlookers around him had to squint. And in an instant, both the shield and the sphere shattered into tiny crystals right in front of him. Then someone's voice rang out, "Bear Rider." But Lee Ha didn't care because he was staring at something else. Yeah, it turned out the arrival of DeGrom and Degas had caught his attention. "Put the gun down." His tone was razor-sharp. "No one is allowed to cause trouble in the capital, Yastok." The moment he finished, the crowd erupted into chatter. "Ah, anti-magic, that's the Zegger Knights." Surturgat walked up to Lee Ha and gently advised him. "Put the gun down, stranger. A misunderstanding is what led to this. So I won't punish either side." He didn't forget to warn him. "But if you fire again, with my right hand ready to grab my sword hilt at any time, I won't show mercy." Hearing that, Lee Ha pointed at Mega, who was standing there. They attacked first. DeGrom answered calmly, "I know. but the one who clearly misunderstood was you, so I'm handling it as if it never happened. In the end, Lee decided to compromise. I understand, I won't shoot again. DeGrom raised a thumb in praise. Thank you for cooperating. The capital strictly forbids the use of offensive magic without permission. But you used magic for the safety of the citizens of Yostok, so we'll treat this incident as if nothing happened. All right, everyone disperse, you're blocking traffic. Move along. The crowd left, still talking nonstop. First time I've ever seen a fireball with a beam of light. Those spells were already impressive, but the knight's nullification magic was even crazier. Lee was busy brushing dust off Kuma. Thank goodness, huh? Kuma still didn't understand a thing, and Sertergat turned his gaze toward them. Hey stranger, could you come with me for a moment? That made him a little irritated. What now? What is it? Don't tell me you're calling me over just to secretly dispose of me. Or are you on guard and planning to assassinate my bear? And you're even using the name of the Zegger Knights? Sertergat introduced himself to boost his credibility. Me. I'm Sertergat, I swear I won't harm your bear. Is that good enough? Lee reluctantly accepted. Yeah. Fine. Inside he was still uneasy. What's this? Why does he have to swear? And then Sertergat turned to speak with the person beside him. Sir DeGrom. I've obtained the stranger's consent. Please give them guidance. DeGrom replied, understood, Sertergat. Lee silently assessed them, so this is how the knights greet people. Then Degas raised a hand in an inviting gesture. This way, please, I'll lead you. Lee scratched his head without thinking. Then he took Kumar along. Come on, little guy. Meanwhile, he tilted his head, studying the shield. In that earlier exchange of attack and defense, the kid had fired at his barrier. Who exactly is he? Just then, Lee face twisted with confusion. It turned out the system panel had suddenly appeared. It mentioned a newly obtained achievement, as well as reputation compensation for being respected by the guarding knights. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. An achievement, the defensive knight order, so they really aren't ordinary. A good relationship, huh? Earned the respect of the guarding knights. Then can I earn the captain's respect too? Up to now, my central continent reputation is 30. And just from this it jumped to 50 points. Right then, DeGrom walking in front stopped. This is far enough. That left Lee a bit confused, huh? He turned to look at him. What do you plan to do about that bear? The sudden question flustered Lee. Well, that. DeGrom quickly reassured him. No need to be so on guard. Stranger, you're a member of the honor guard at Candle Castle. Sertergat strolled over unhurriedly. That's why I don't think you came to the city to stir up trouble. Lee tone immediately turned astonished. What? Oh, you know about that too, he answered cheerfully. Of course, I know enough to do my best to protect this kingdom of Fibula. Hearing that, Lee face grew pensive. So his merits in this kingdom are huge, or rather, his reputation. Then he leaned in and whispered. So that means all of Lee past actions have been monitored by DeGrom and Sertergat. Whoa, he even tamed a bear cub. He isn't even a beast tamer and he still made it that far. Yeah, anyway, we know it won't attack people. But it's huge, could it turn into a fire bear? Oh, Agonia Asoa, that's possible too. Right now, Diogard is resting his chin in deep thought. Even though I know it doesn't attack humans, it's still not allowed. Enter Ailstock. Just like what happened before, even if it's completely tamed, it's still different. It could still cause chaos. Lee hesitated, so what should he do? He reminded him, bears have their own bear village, don't they? Wouldn't that make sense? So you get what I mean, you want me to release it? Diogard answered bluntly. Yes. Lee still had doubts, but if he did that, he could enter Ailstock. He quickly replied, yes. Inside, he was thinking hard. But if you ask whether the bear has been tamed, there should obviously be some sign to prove this monster has been tamed. NPCs can't tell, players can't tell either, so this sleeping kit would be in danger. In the end, Lee made his decision. I get it, I'll let it go. Diogard immediately looked delighted. Oh, thank you for cooperating. You even guaranteed it, so I'll release it right away. As Lee was leading the ghost girl away, he suddenly called out, wait, are you? Ah no, you're an honorary guard of the Candle Castle. Diogard plainly voiced his curiosity. What's your name? The question made Lee smile without thinking. Lee. Then he answered more specifically, Royal Guard Lee. Hearing that, Digron placed a fist to his chest, Sir Lee. Then a pair of white wings suddenly sprouted from his back. I'll remember it. Diogart rose into the air as well. Interesting, no, that's a great name. Then have a pleasant journey. The sight made Lee intensely jealous. Watching him, he clicked his tongue, so that's the difference when you've got gear. He continued on his journey. Let's go, little one. After a while, Lee had gone deep into the forest. By now, you should be able to make it back to your village. Under the gentle moonlight, he was being hugged tightly. It's time we part ways. I don't even know if it understands me. It's better for both of us. Don't do that. Just go already. Lee urged it on while recalling their memories. Go on, kid. Then he turned and left decisively, ignoring the hurt look on the ghost girl's face. Suddenly, it bared its teeth and let out a low growl. And in the blink of an eye, the ghost girl lunged forward and bit down hard on Lee hand. He immediately scolded. That hurts, you little brat. What was that for? As it licked his wound, a dazzling light suddenly burst around them both, forcing Lee to squeeze his eyes shut. What is this now? At the same time, the system window suddenly popped up. The moment he glanced at it, his expression froze. It's a reward and a congratulatory message for obtaining the Soulmate D+ title. While Lee Ha was reading closely, he suddenly noticed there was another notification beside it. Another one. The system window said he was the third person to achieve the Soulmate accomplishment, and if he met all requirements, he would receive a new reward. That left Lee Ha utterly stunned. Soulmate? Now seeing the ghost girl's sad look along with the system notice, he understood. Oh man, alright. I won't forget you, kid. Live well and don't get hunted, okay? Just looking at you, I can tell you'll be the one doing the hunting. A bit smaller than the boss, though. Then Lee Ha turned to leave but still waved goodbye. Take care, little one. Under the gentle moonlight, he walked alone through the forest, his heart a little unsettled. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so bad? When I said goodbye to Ring Gong Gong last time, it didn't feel like this. At the same time, the ghost girl had already gone some distance away. It suddenly let out a long howl that made Lee Ha jump in fright. Right after that, the system window appeared again, notifying him that the Soul Link skill had activated, and it explained the details and effects, leaving him stunned. I can summon my soulmate's spirit. Lee Ha couldn't hide his excitement. Summon the body from before death. After death, can I call the spirit too? Even with limitations, does that mean I can meet it any time? Judging by its status, I can upgrade its rank, so grow up fast, okay? That message seemed to reach the ghost girl's ears. Grow up fast. Lee Ha's words echoed on and on. You can do it. After a long journey, the blazing sun seemed to remind him of the time. It's already afternoon. How far have I gone? Getting back from here would take all night, and I still haven't even entered the gate. Lee Ha looked straight ahead. Either way, he'd finally reached Ailstock. When he went inside, the crowded streets made him feel worn out. Wow, it's packed. How am I supposed to find the note in here? Right then, Kai Rong suddenly messaged him. You're in Ailstock already. Lee Ha replied right away, just got here. Why is it so crowded? Kai Rong cheerfully explained. In a game, if people don't have work to do, they all gather in the city. Did you forget there are a billion players online? Lee Ha focused on searching. Where are you? Kai Rong quickly sent his location. I'm at the south gate. You're not at the south gate. I've been waiting for you since morning. Lee Ha looked around. Where's the south gate? Kai Rong hesitated a little. Where's the south gate? Lee Ha suddenly realized something. Are you messing with me? How am I supposed to find you here? The moment he finished, the reply came, not through the chat window but from right behind him. It's always like that. Southgate isn't on the continental map, so I have to rely on my luck and search carefully. Hearing that, Lee Ha's face fell. If you've arrived, you should have said so. As for this sleeping kit, Kijang didn't resist at all and silently accepted it. You're actually enjoying being annoyed like that. Tian looked helpless from afar. True enough, these are Imperial guards. Sasuk was a bit speechless, saying he wasn't even level 15 yet. Suddenly, Lee Ha's gaze froze. Looking closely, she finally noticed. Now you finally realize that Kijang is wearing a brand new suit of armor that looks incredibly majestic. Both his arms and legs are fully covered, radiating a sparkling aura. Overall, it's a very well-designed outfit. Lee Ha praised, nice gear, high level, right? That compliment made Kijang extremely proud. With this level, I have to equip this. But did you spend money in the game? That question puzzled him a bit. Kijang guessed, or did you scam someone? Lee Ha quickly explained, no, I hunted and earned it. While she was exclaiming, someone stepped forward. Unbelievable. At most, you probably caught a wild boar, right? The person suddenly reached out. Hello, I've heard a lot about you from Kai. Then introduced themselves, I'm Hien. Lee Ha turned around suspiciously, heard a lot about me, then replied politely. Hello, I'm Lee Ha, an army sergeant, originally a sharpshooter. Hien was about to compliment him but got silenced. He said Kijang has incredible potential. Kijang's face immediately turned red in embarrassment. I never said that. This lively scene made Lee Ha smile unconsciously. Kijang is actually a good guy. Suddenly, someone's voice came from behind. Oh, is that? It turned out Sasuk had already stepped here. Is this the armor you get from catching the raccoon bear? Seems like it's from some Ago bear. He rubbed his head and confirmed. Ah yes, Agonia O's. He kept exclaiming, wow, impressive, caught it so quickly. I'm Sasuk. Lee Ha was curious about the name. Are you Japanese? Sasuk explained. No, I just chose the name to be memorable, same with the profession. The conversation left Kijang very confused. Raccoon bear, what's Agonia Ozo? He tilted his head. You do know, lately the community is in an uproar about this. How could a single person kill Agonia Ozo? Just then Sasuk seemed to realize something. Wait, Agonia Ozo, he recalled some information he knew. It has 3 sets, how can a newbie even equip it? While Sasuk pondered, Kijang was introducing from another corner. This is the person I mentioned earlier. He's a level 5 swordsmanship trainer. Lee Ha reached out. My name is Lee Ha. Tian cheerfully responded, I'm Tian. Then Kijang pointed to the group. If you're curious, just ask. You've got everyone to take their precious time to help you. Since we need to pick a hunting spot, check your level first. What level are you? Hearing that, Lee Ha's expression revealed a bit of shock as if she hadn't processed it yet. Me, she straightforwardly answered. 25. Kijang's group all looked stunned. Whoa, they gathered, whispering at Lee Ha's confused face. Over level 10. A few days ago, he caught a golden eagle. Didn't he just arrive in the capital? His previous conversation seemed different. Then Kijang turned back in disbelief. 25 really? Is it true? In contrast, Lee Ha remained calm. Anyway, that's right, I leveled up through hunting. While Kijang tried to process it, hunting, you are. Ian stroked his chin thoughtfully. A few days ago, he caught a golden eagle and was only level 12. How did he gain over 10 levels so quickly? Then he reached out. We'll meet often in the future, let's be friends. Lee Ha didn't hesitate and agreed. Sure. Immediately, the friend request was sent and quickly accepted. Seeing this, others quickly followed. Then I'll add too. Me too, she modestly replied. It's my honor. After the meeting, Ian and the others decided to leave. We've greeted, so we'll go ahead. Kijang looked a bit surprised. Ah, Kinma, are you leaving now? As he spoke, he responded while teleporting with magic. Yes, see you later. He waved cheerfully. Everyone go home safely, watching the lights disappear. Lee Ha couldn't help exclaiming, amazing, you can get home without walking. Kijang immediately turned around, excited. Tell me a story and I'll treat you to a meal. She smiled gently. All right, sleeping kit, where should I start? Aha, a while later at some restaurant, Kijang was so shocked he couldn't control his volume. Really? You caught that raccoon bear? Lee Ha leaned back comfortably. Yes, catching that one leveled me up quickly. He kept exclaiming in admiration. Amazing, truly amazing. Well, actually, the basic attack power of the Imperial Guards is already high. No matter how many shots, there's enough time to fire. It's also possible the spot you hit was its weak point. Lee Ha didn't know that. Really? He continued his analysis. Even if they call it an assault team, it might have been thrown together in a hurry because they couldn't get the right people. So if someone got separated, that team wouldn't be able to do anything. That's why you were able to pick it off slowly, right? As far as I know, a Royal Guard's base attack power is 2,233. It would definitely deal damage, sure. You can only fire once per minute, but still. That's still terrifying. Anyway, it was already low on health, so I believed you could catch it. He felt a bit doubtful inside. Is it because you used to be a sniper? Still, I'm impressed, I admit it. You really did catch it. But you're seriously amazing. Our faction has an archer too, and he can only shoot once at 66 meters because his bow is too long. He shot once and missed, so he switched on assist mode. Meanwhile, Lee Ha kept listening even as he ate. Isn't a bow's base range 60 meters? Then Kai Jiang explained. If you turn off the combat assist system, you can't aim accurately at all. The system guides you, so you just match it up. But that's weird. The Royal Guard's base range is 40 meters. That bear, you killed it in one shot? He took a sip of beer, 3 shots. At the end, you even used the gun like a sword and beat it down. Kai Jiang was even more stunned. No way, that's unbelievable. At 40 meters, 1 minute to reload, did the bear just stand there and let you shoot 3 times? Lee Ha still looked completely calm. I turned off combat assist and shot it. He was so shocked he couldn't control his volume again. You turned off combat assist? Why? Lee Ha answered casually. That's how you build real skill. If you leave the system on, your hit rate drops to 50%. You can't hunt like that. Now Kai Jiang could only keep exclaiming. Wow, you're incredible. Then your base range goes way up, right? Can you guess how much? He immediately took out his gun and mimed aiming. 100 meters and 3 headshots. The more he listened, the more Kai Jiang felt annoyed at how little he knew. Young, you jerk, why are you only telling me that important info now? Lee Ha shot back at once. You only asked now. Then the guy slammed the table like he'd made up his mind. Lee Ha, you want to join our faction? The sudden invitation left Lee Ha too stunned to react. Lee Ha didn't decide right away and just smiled. And if I don't join your faction, we'll see. Kai Jiang clearly hadn't expected that answer and slammed the table in shock. What? Why? You're acting like you don't intend to answer at all. Seeing that attitude, Kai Jiang started promoting nonstop. Our group is famous. We're the white robe summoners of our faction. You've never heard of the Starlight faction? We have 3 stars, you do know. You've heard the leader and the high-level members talking about it. Lee Ha looked a little flustered. No, I don't really know much about your faction. 3 stars, you mean the Tri-Starlight faction. Does your faction fight the Mongol army? After regaining his composure, he sat back down and sighed helplessly. Seriously, you're making this hard for me. Do you remember Hyun that you met earlier? He's the leader, so talented he even appeared on Cap Luna TV. Kai Jiang's tone suddenly grew excited. He's ranked 8th in Korea. That left Lee Ha somewhat bewildered. 8th, he immediately showed respect. You're not joking, right? He just goes boom with magic and the monster is dead. Lee Ha still had questions. What about worldwide? Kai Jiang hesitated a little. Around 40th, I think, I'm not sure. He was still completely casual about it. Is that so? Kai Jiang still didn't seem satisfied. Why is your reaction so lukewarm? He's 8th in Korea and 40th in the world. You're not surprised? Lee Ha suddenly remembered the silhouette of the world's 9th-ranked Fire Emperor. Then he abruptly changed the subject. What rank are you? Kai Jiang seemed like he didn't want to answer. Hey, why do you even need to know that much? Lee Ha looked helpless. Don't dodge the question like that. He wasn't going to hide it anymore. In Korea, I'm in the top 100. And that tank master, everyone in the hunting grounds knows me. So So from now on, call me that master, the unbeatable tank, yeah. That smug look made Lee Ha feel irritated. Should I put a bullet in you? Lee Ha smiled mockingly. Barely made it into the world top 500, huh? Kai Jiang still looked extremely proud. Rank 500 out of a billion players is still something, Haiyang. If I gain 2 more levels, I'll be ranked 200. I'm not losing to anyone. Hearing that, Lee Ha sounded surprised. Level 198, your level's higher than I thought. Kai Jiang was speechless. You're only surprised by my level. Eat first, later I'll show you around the city and take you to the academy. Before we go hunting, I should guide you there first, right? Lee Ha quickly raised his hand in an okay gesture. You're not giving me any money. Kai Jiang could only sigh. You didn't forget about that, huh? At the same time in the office, T.I. waved goodbye as he prepared to leave. See you later, leader. Ayin smiled and replied, have fun on the hunt, Tin. Sasuke also spoke up, see you later, as soon as the door closed behind him. The friendliness on his face vanished instantly. After all, he's just a dull old man, right? He crossed his arms in agreement. Probably. Hai-In pulled out a chair. I want to talk to him for a bit. Then he sat down, resting his hand on the table. Is anyone around here? As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke's eyes suddenly turned blue and began to glow. It quickly spread beyond the house. He remained standing still, sensing carefully. In just a moment, Sasuke's power scanned every corner without missing a spot. After that, he calmly reported the result. There's no one. That answer was already within Hai-In's expectations. That's right. Almost no one in this central region can avoid my detection skill. He shot a meaningful glance. Did you see it? Sasuke replied. Yes, he changed all his equipment. But I think his build and weapon match the person in this picture. Hai-In was carefully observing the photo on the table. This guy is definitely that person. He made his deduction without hesitation. Most likely, the level matches to level 25. But I couldn't see anything else about him. Hai-In looked slightly puzzled. You couldn't see his status panel? Sasuke analyzed calmly. It seems he's not a beginner, he continued probing. What about his achievements? His tone did not change at all. I couldn't see that either. Hai-In was not too surprised. I knew it would be like this. Damn it, did they cover it up? They're probably planning to raise him and then use him. Right? His expression now looked extremely frightening. They've studied this carefully, those rotten bastards. They know that guy is related to Kai, so they're continuing. Approaching him, they plan to groom that bastard to get close to Kai or infiltrate our faction to obtain information. I didn't expect them to go this far. I don't even need an answer, I already knew. I'm just annoyed because I don't know what he's planning. Sasuke suddenly spoke up. I saw his title. This caught Hai-In's interest. A title. What title? He immediately shared what he knew. He's using the title Fearless. The name sounded unfamiliar to Hai-In. What does that title do? Sasuke explained further. It's a title that increases attack power. You only get it by defeating a monster 20 levels higher than yourself. Hai-In rested his chin in thought. The Lin sisters seem to like him very much, that's why they're yielding to him like this. Inwardly, he confirmed that the Korean had accepted an offer from those bastards. It must be him. Among Koreans using a musketeer character around that level, he's the only one. It's definitely that brat, Hai-In calmly analyzed. Lin Hu Ding and Lin Hu Yuan must have approached him and supported him from behind. Sasuke hesitated again, but I still couldn't see his status panel. He remained firm. Think normally. A few days ago when he left Candle Castle, he was only level 12. He didn't even go hunting, he just went up to the city. And now he's already level 25. He even obtained the boss Bear's item. If you say he wasn't supported, that's impossible to believe. Those rotten bastards. Sasuke offered his opinion. It's possible he hunted it himself. Hai-In suddenly slammed the table angrily. Wake up, Sasuke. How can you still talk nonsense? At level 12, how could he possibly defeat Agonia Oso alone? And with your ability, you couldn't even see his status panel or achievements. They must have used a magical item to block the information. Does that idiot look like someone who would buy an item to hide his information? And if the Lin sisters defeated that Agonia Oso and let him claim the item, then that brat and the Lin family have been working together for a while. Recently, I heard those bastards went to the southern region to hunt that boss bear, since it was a randomly spawned one. Increase the bounty for capturing those Lin bastards. Tell Kai to keep a close eye on that idiot. Sasuke quickly responded, yes, sir. Every step Hai-In took was filled with anger. Don't leave everything to Kai. You check that dog's location and status yourself too. You've already added him as a friend, he replied immediately. Yes, sir. Suddenly he turned sharply and ordered, Sasuke, use an item so your friends can't track your location. Don't let your position be exposed. Sasuke calmly stepped into the formation. Understood. Meanwhile, Hai-In controlled it. Let's go home. What expression should I make? Should I look gentle? He tried to find words of praise. Yes, that leaves a good impression. But Hai-In was not satisfied. Damn it, stop talking nonsense. No, I need to say something nice. Shall we go then, Sasuke? At the same time in some alley. Kai Dong kept exclaiming. It's kind of surprising that you bought the map for 5 gold. Lee Ha focused on studying the map. Here is the weapon shop, this is the general store, he asked with some confusion. How long are you planning to stare at the map? Lee Ha Ben explained this is basic sniper knowledge. Confirm and understand the terrain, then mark it. Seeing that you've finished reviewing, Kijang immediately turned to guide the way. Let's go now, I'll show you where the Royal Guard Academy is. Lee Ha suddenly remembered. Have you thought about what you mentioned earlier? He was walking and discussing some mission about the sacred roast duck. Previously, when I reached level 100, I also returned to the beginner village to hunt missions, but I didn't know about that quest. Lee Ha was a bit curious, wondering what it felt like to return to the beginner village at level 100. Kijang hummed cheerfully. A lunchbox or something? Probably an item you can't sell. I've never heard rumors about it. Even if you received that mission, they probably ate it already. If it were me, I would have eaten it too. Those words made Lee Ha deeply thoughtful. Even scouring the map, there was no sign of the sacred roast duck branch number 2. Kijang also said there was no such shop here. According to Kijang's guess, no one has received this mission. Or if they did, they ate it midway. Maybe they play the game without paying attention to the branch's grand opening invitation. Or maybe it's the intimacy level penalty for not returning to hunt in the village, and they might do other missions to increase intimacy in this city. Perhaps that's what they thought. But what if I complete this mission? The imagined branch number 2 of the sacred roast duck in Lee Ha's mind was bustling. Branch number 2 will finally open, right? Then the city map will change, won't it? At that moment, Kijang suddenly interrupted his thoughts. No one can complete that mission. You're level 198 already. If you could do that mission, you'd probably reach level 202. To gain 4 levels, even hunting for a week wouldn't get 2 achievements. Lee Ha was a bit confused. At that level, he tried to explain as clearly as possible. Leveling up is no joke. If someone like you is already like this, what about the higher ranks? Time is money, but in Jiangtu, it takes over 100 days to earn money. Anyway, you still have to get that mission. Lee Ha was still immersed. Kijang wanted to make a suggestion. Hey, how about just he immediately listened carefully. Yeah, Kijang's next words left Lee Ha stunned. Sell that. Actually, at your current level, gaining another 4 levels is crazy. You can't carry the lunchbox until level 200 anyway. You're keeping it for the effect, he admitted frankly. That's right. Kijang's tone showed hesitation. Selling that would be expensive, way more than you think. This made Lee Ha thoughtful. Kijang was right, selling it would cover both healing costs and living expenses. Meanwhile, he was still focusing on spreading the information. If you post it on our faction's page, you might get purchase offers from high-ranking people in our country. Just post it there and wait for luck. Hearing this, Lee Ha answered decisively, got it. Kijang sighed in understanding. Yeah, there's no other way, but Lee Ha unexpectedly spoke. I'll think about it more. That unexpected reply made him extremely frustrated. Kijang's tone showed obvious annoyance. I know that. You're not planning to sell, right? Lee Ha explained, I know, I just want to think about it more. Hearing this, he immediately held his head in his hands. What else is there to think about? Too frustrating. Lee Ha was practicing aiming again. A sniper can't shoot immediately upon seeing the target. Keep the lunchbox a secret, okay? Kijang replied comfortably, you're a business student. You're a bit sharp in calculations. While they were talking, someone suddenly appeared and interrupted. Oh, running into you here, it turned out to be Digram and Dugat approaching. Lee Ha saw their outfits and Kijang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Zekrita Night Squad. Then he pointed across frantically. What did you do to make the secret Night Squad chase after you? Lee Ha's expression remained calm. I didn't do anything. Then he messaged through the system. This squad searches for and captures serious criminals, check, and monitors threats to the VN Kingdom. Kijang was still panicking. That's their duty. Lee Ha wasn't worried. You're acting like I caused a rebellion. Then he sighed helplessly. Fine, greet them. This person is strange. Lee Ha's next words left Dugat stunned. Today is Seo's request. Hearing that, Dirom immediately put his arm around him and laughed with delight. Ahaha, and Kai Rong whispered, is he Korean? Lee Ha turned around and it seemed like the NPC knew him. Now Digram spoke up to introduce himself. I am Sir Digram. Then he tried to suppress a laugh, pointing to the side. This is Sel Sinden. Dagat crossed his arms and responded, I am Sir Dagat. He repeated what happened earlier to tease. Seo Zindong Garu Ha. He tried to explain, I am Sir Dagat. Now Lee Ha suddenly understood. So they put Sir before the name, not a surname but Sir. Suddenly, Kai Rong sent a message. You really know how to create a funny situation. He felt a little confused. What's so funny? What's the matter, Sir Dagat? Dagat immediately replied, did you need a reason to meet me? We just passed by and saw you, Lee Ha, so we came to say hello. Lee Ha was extremely suspicious inside. How could I trust that? He reminded him of earlier, if asking about that little one, you don't need to worry. I've released it in the southern forest. Hearing that, he put his hand on his chest and slightly bowed. Of course, only if you did that could you enter the city. Thank you for cooperating. Then Dagat looked to the side. This person is a member of the Starlight faction, right? Kairong rubbed his head shyly. Ah yes, I am Master Kai. He praised without hesitation. We know very well that your faction is working hard at the western border. Thank you for bringing honor to the kingdom of Lo. He awkwardly shook hands. Ahaha just actively hunting for experience points. After chatting for a while, Degrom raised his hand in a salute. Then we'll go ahead, see you later. This left Liha extremely astonished. They came here just to say hello? Suddenly Dagat smiled meaningfully. You really are the same as always. Watching their backs as they left, Kairong kept exclaiming, wow, this is my first time talking to Drake's Night team. Liha looked surprised first time. He became self-satisfied. Maybe I'm famous so they came to greet me, because they know our faction well. Suddenly Kairong realized something. No, wait. They didn't come to greet me, they came to greet him. How did they know him? I also spoke to them for the first time, Liha explained. Because of the bear, they came to confirm. His tone showed clear bewilderment. Bear? Memories of the ghost suddenly rushed into Liha's mind. Ah, then he recounted everything that happened. You met it back then, it's nothing. Kairong roughly understood. Now I get it. Someone with a fame of 150 like you, even NPCs don't recognize. Yet they greeted him first, that's a bit strange. Liha paused. 150, he felt extremely suspicious. His current fame is 80. Why isn't your fame above 150 with level 198? Hearing that, Kairong became excited. What are you saying? To increase fame, you have to hunt tirelessly, stopping monsters to raise it a little. Then how did you reach 80? Liha continued being shaken. Too much headache, I just did quests and it increased on its own. He explained carefully. The fame quest is limited to level 200, but I haven't received it yet. Did you find a faster attack path? Liha quickly denied. Not like that, basically I just do quests according to level. Kairong rubbed his head helplessly. Your leveling speed is fast, and you accumulate fame too. Truly, should I call you special or formidable? I'm looking forward to what else you'll achieve. He mentioned his current situation. You borrowed money to play the game. Kairong remembered, right, also borrowed for treatment fees. If you borrow money, you have to start from the profession skill. Liha listened while observing what was in front. Oh wow, this building, this old and poor-looking house left him very disappointed. This is the Royal Guard Training Academy? Kairong frankly commented, it's a bit shabby. Liha immediately retorted, too dark even. Not just a bit. He bragged for reference that brilliant building is the temple. This is our training place. That made Liha feel very envious. Truly, a profession distinction. Kairong added because there are many other professions like Holy Knight Monk, so it's very big. First, pay 2 gold. These are essentials for you. The clothes you're wearing can be sold later when your level is high. When you become famous, it might be a bit troublesome. Suddenly receiving a ton of items, Liha couldn't react in time. Thanks, brother. 2 gold translates to 4 million in reality, right? Before leaving, Kairong reminded, contact me if you need anything. I'm off to do quests. He happily replied, thanks, see you later. As soon as he finished, he immediately stepped forward. Now let's go inside. Opening the door, Liha was met with a dark and silent space. Is anyone here? Broken tables and scattered glass bottles on the floor left him speechless. It looked like a haunted house. How could the game creator treat the Royal Guard like this? Can't they treat them decently? Just then someone suddenly emerged from the shadows and raised a gun. Don't answer, just breathe. If you don't, I'll blow your head off. Feeling the barrel at his back, Liha couldn't hide his shock. Not some ordinary shooter aimed that perfect. I can't even hear this person breathing. At that moment, the man's eyes revealed a sharp, cutting gaze. Only move your mouth, move anything else, and I'll blow your head off. Who are you? Liha replied calmly, I'm a musketeer, Liha. Grau kept probing. Who sent you? Where are you from? Liha answered honestly. No one sent me here, but I have a letter of introduction from the guard squad leader on duty. At Candle Castle. After hearing that, Grau still ordered, step forward exactly 3 steps, then turn around, exactly 3 steps, otherwise I'll blow your head off. Now Liha silently analyzed, if I take 4 steps, it'll change the hit probability. If I take 2, I might be able to grab the gun. This was a thorough way to test and control a musketeer. The man continued, dropped the letter of introduction on the floor. He followed the order while keeping his analysis steady. The powder box is empty, so even if he's holding a flintlock, it doesn't mean anything, right? Grau kept his gun trained. I already tested the trigger, now back up 3 steps. Liha was a little confused. If I back up 2 steps, will my head fly off? Then the man ignored the question and shifted topics. Judging by you, you're an outsider, aren't you? Liha held both hands up. Yes, I'm a new musketeer. The moment he finished, Brown immediately rattled off a string of details about Liha. You're a member of the honor guard at Candle Castle, and you've got a record of hitting targets at 100 meters. He wasn't too surprised, so he knows my record that fast. Must be an NPC, that's why. After watching him for a long while, the man finally lowered the gun. Follow me. Liha looked around the room. There's no one else here. This is a training academy, isn't it? Why isn't there even an office attendant? Those words irritated Brown. An academy, stop talking nonsense, sit down. His body reacted on instinct, sitting down straight at once. Yes, he said, but inside he was utterly rattled. What is this familiar atmosphere? Why am I following orders? Then something clicked right. Enlistment. Enlistment, am I a soldier? Fine, thinking of myself as a soldier works, it's easier that way. I'm used to military life. Grau suddenly spoke up. He praised you a bit too much. You're good at pushing yourself, always diligent, always giving everything for Candle Castle. You could become an excellent marksman to protect the kingdom of Fibia. So he said, it's thanks to me as well. This is the first time he's ever written a recommendation like this. Liha scratched his head shyly. Is that so? Thank goodness. Suddenly, Brown crumpled the recommendation letter into a ball and threw it to the floor. Everything he said is meaningless. It's just empty talk, nothing but effort. But musketeers don't need effort. What decides everything is talent, right? And even shooting can be shortened through effort. Hearing that, Liha didn't feel pressured at all. He even smiled. I understand what you mean. Brown sneered. You understand? Interesting. Are you getting smug because you can hit a target at 100 meters? He denied it immediately. No, sir. As soon as he finished, the man rose from his chair. If you understand, then this will be easier to talk about. His gaze was cold as he looked down. Stand up. He stared intently at the flintlock in Liha's hands. Try pulling the trigger once. Walking behind Brown, Liha looked thoughtful. Since it's a flintlock, I just pull the trigger right. He wants to test my skill level right away. But if I'm over level 10, don't I just start an apprenticeship? Immediately, why a sudden test? All at once, the system panel appeared. It displayed his new challenge, pass Brown's exam with failure conditions. That left Liha a little stunned. An academy entrance exam. What the? This doesn't even tell me the content, and if I fail, I'll be denied entry. And the reward is a question mark, too. Brown suddenly tilted his head and looked back. What is it? Nervous? Liha shut off the system interface and replied evenly. No, sir. Now he had stepped outside and instead. Liha's gaze turned toward the training yard. I'm looking forward to this. He carefully checked the flintlock. A vocational training academy is somewhere you have to visit regularly until you reach level 200. You won't tell me the failure condition, and I can't enter the academy if I fail. Are you telling me to quit the game? But a musketeer, if I think about what a sniper really is, I can understand. This is a mission meant to test whether you'll give up. A sniper isn't some ordinary shooter. Recklessly taking on challenges isn't just dangerous for the sniper, it's dangerous for your own side too. So the answer to this mission is to abandon it, retreat one step to move forward. For a marksman, that's an important test. But my answer is that I don't like choosing. Even so, in this situation, Liha's eyes gradually turned green. I don't want to lose. Seeing that, Brown, who'd been silent until now, suddenly let out an amused chuckle. Heh, your expression is pretty interesting. And you kept staring intently at the area ahead. Is this a training range? Sir Lian replied, if you don't pass, you won't be able to use it. The moment he finished, Liha began analyzing. This was the basic layout of a shooting range. Basically, the distance from the firing point to the dummy target was the standard range for an Imperial Guard, if the assist system wasn't turned off. Not wanting to drag this out after giving you time to observe, Grau quickly offered 3 test options. Penetration shot, bullseye shot, or rapid fire. Choose whichever you want. Fail and you'll be eliminated immediately. But if you give up right now, I'll teach you the basics from scratch. Hearing that, Liha immediately felt unsure. I know how to hit the center and I can do rapid fire too, but what's a penetration shot? Then he decided, I choose the bullseye test. He was still a little confused inside. Better to pick what I'm confident in. At that moment, Brown suddenly curled his lips into a knowing smile. Bullseye, huh? Interesting. Liha raised his hand. I have a question. Sir Lian looked doubtful. What is it? He bluntly voiced his concern. How many people have taken this test before? Brown answered very briefly. 2. Liha was even more confused. Only 2 people attempted the challenge? Sir Lian echoed the words. A challenge? Brown's expression instantly turned serious. Only 2 people have ever succeeded. That left him stunned. Auto-aim at 40 meters has a 50% success rate, but only 2 people succeeded. Liha kept pressing. Then how many people attempted it in total? Brown's tone was openly mocking. You mean how many cowards quit and how many idiots failed, right? No big deal, just over 1,000 idiots failed. His expression slowly stiffened. There were over 1 billion players in this game. There's no way only 1,000 failed. Out of 1 billion, at least 5,000 Imperial Guards would have come here. That's a 0.004% rate. Just how hard is this proficiency test? Isn't it just hitting a target from 40 meters? When he saw Brown step into the range, Liha became even more certain of his guess. Right, 40 meters. That dummy is the target, isn't it? But the man didn't even glance at the practice target beside him. He walked past it casually, and Liha started feeling something was off. What is he trying to do? He's past 45 meters. Liha was utterly bewildered. Wait, he's past 50 meters. Where is he going? Now Brown stopped in front of the range's fence wall. Liha immediately estimated the distance between them, 55 meters. Not an impossible range to shoot. So what is he expecting me to hit? There's no target over there. Lee Ha's face tightened as he realized something. Don't tell me, his gaze locked onto a single feather pinned into the wall. Seeing how calm Brown looked, Lee Ha's suspicion was basically confirmed. He wants me to hit that? No wonder only 2 people passed. Even that golden eagle the other day at 100 meters was way bigger than this. That thing is about the size of a mole. 2 people clearing it is impressive enough. Now Grau had returned to the observation spot and sat down. Lee Ha tilted his head to look back. There was no other choice. He steadied his emotions so he could focus. There was no turning back now. He had to take the shot. Then determination showed in Lee Ha's eyes. There was only one way. He spoke aloud. Activate synchronization rate. The system immediately notified him. Synchronization rate activated. At once his arm began to glow blue. Increase synchronization rate to maximum. It quickly reminded him, you may adjust the synchronization rate up to a maximum of 50%. Now, a surging force began to transform Lee Ha's entire body. I've trained enough. What I need now is precise feel. The system panel popped up again, activating synchronization rate to the current maximum. He sensed his present state. It felt as sharp as reality. Notifications continued one after another. Over-adjusting synchronization rate will hinder gameplay. Due to changes in synchronization rate, responsibility does not lie with anyone inside or outside this game, and the user must agree to this. Do you agree? Lee Ha didn't hesitate. I agree. Then an unfamiliar sensation wrapped around his whole body, and Lee Ha couldn't hide the shock on his face. The system immediately issued another reminder. Your synchronization rate is 50%. Lian calmly felt the changes in his body. It's only 50%, but my precision is already much clearer. When I reach level 100, I want to try pushing this rate to 100. After that, Lee Ha reached out, took his gear and loaded the rounds. Watching everything, Brown looked a little surprised. Oh, are you using a macro key? Lee Ha didn't try to hide it. Yes, sir, the man commented calmly. Good thing you didn't choose the rapid-fire test. If you had, you probably wouldn't pass now. Lee Ha was a little flustered. Really? Inside, he was guessing at the meaning behind those words. Is he saying I'm slow? Finally, he finished preparing and took his aiming stance. The target was about 10 centimeters beyond the 55-meter mark. Lee Ha is trying to find it, but the target is too small. I can't see it. It's fine, I can do this. Just think of it as a tiny target at 250 meters. All right, focus on controlling your breathing and your condition. It'll be fine. Keep the target steady, keep your breathing steady, and add a bit of courage. Meanwhile, Grau is watching expectantly. Give it a try, kid. After a while, Lee Ha finds it. There it is. The shadow of a tiny feather appears in the scope. I see the target now, I see it clearly. Once you spot the target, it starts to look bigger and bigger. Then Lee Ha speaks calmly and activates the skill. In the blink of an eye, roses suddenly bloom, forming a straight path that stretches all the way to the feather. Even so, he doesn't forget to remind himself to stay calm. Lee Ha's finger rests on the trigger, ready to squeeze the moment the chance comes. The shot is fired, carrying dazzling rose petals with it. After focusing for a moment, his expression turns blank with confusion. Did it hit? The instant he sees the bullet pierce straight through the purple feather, Lee Ha can't hide his joy. I hit it. Brown isn't stingy with praise either. You hit it. Not bad. He immediately whips around to look. He could see it too. He didn't even shoot, and he could still tell it was just a dot to me. Lee Ha looks doubtful right away. You don't need to go out there and confirm. As Brown quickly walks off, Lee Ha blurts, are you kidding? If I say it hit, it hit. Despite that casual tone, he smiles to himself in quiet satisfaction. It's been a long time since someone this interesting came here. Meanwhile, Lee Ha is still standing there, stunned. I can't see anything. Grau suddenly speaks up, follow me. At the same time, the system keeps notifying him that he has completed the quest and is issuing rewards. It also states that if he achieves this result 3 times, his name will be recorded in the Hall of Honor, and the honor bonuses will increase significantly. The more he reads, the more shocked Lee Ha becomes. Agility plus 15, fame plus 20, it can increase by 200%, and you can even enter the Hall of Honor. So that's why they put a question mark on the rewards. If people saw this, they'd have rushed in already, so he just stands there in place. Grau speaks up to prompt him, what are you spacing out for out there? Get in here. Lee Ha runs over excitedly, yes sir. I'm coming right away. After they go inside, the officer leisurely pours water into a cup while asking. Happy? Lee Ha doesn't bother hiding his feeling. Yes, I'm really happy. As soon as he finishes, Grau gently slides the tea across. Your talent is something to be proud of. Lee Ha reaches out at once to take it. Not really, it was just luck, he replies frankly. Luck doesn't follow those without ability. You have to be calm enough to earn that luck. Then Brown stays silent and calmly takes a sip of tea. Lee Ha looks thoughtful. The record clearly says he is one of the kingdom's 3 most famous royal guards, a court captain and even the founder of the academy. That means he must be incredibly strong. While Lee Ha is lost in thought, Brown continues. If you can maintain calmness, your thinking becomes more flexible. Flexible thinking is. Listening closely, Lee Ha lets out a relieved breath, while the officer keeps teaching with full focus. The thing that leads to that quickness. This kid, I feel like I've heard your name somewhere before. Lee Ha rubs his head, embarrassed. Ah yes, it's nothing, sir. Now Brown's tone carries a hint of regret. If you'd come a year earlier, we could have kept you and trained you as the successor to the trio of sharpshooters. What a shame. Lee Ha catches the key phrase, the trio of sharpshooter. He leans back comfortably. It's a long story. Lee Ha doesn't press further. Yes, I understand. Brown suddenly rummages through his pocket looking for something. Since you're here, I don't need to teach you how much powder to use, or what adjustments to make anymore, do I? Then he tosses a bulging pouch onto the table. Open it. Lee Ha leans in to look right away. This is, what's inside leaves him stunned. Damage 13. This many, the system announces along with it. You have received 200 packets of black gunpowder. You have received 200 iron ball rounds. Brown's tone remains completely casual. I told you, basic training doesn't mean anything. Lee Ha, on the other hand, is overjoyed. He's giving me all the rewards from the basic training quest. All at once, look at how big that bag is. Then he says, thank you, Major General. He pulls the brim of his cap down. Don't thank me. You've still got a lot to do. I have to prepare those things. Then let's start hunting spiders, shall we? As soon as he finishes, the system panel appears with a quest. Eliminate 30 red spiders in the lightless forest. Along with it comes the completion reward. After reading it, Lee Ha can't help feeling intrigued. We're taking the quest right away. Since it's an academy, I thought there'd be a welcome ceremony. But we're starting missions immediately. Finishing quickly is good too. But those spiders are around level 15. I'm level 25 now. If the payout is low, the efficiency drops and it's a waste of time. He rubs his head a bit flustered. Major General, is that forest far away, sir? Brow was a bit perplexing. So what? The exchange skill had been activated, boosting persuasion by 23%. Lee Ha suggested, then how about we catch spiders and bats together? Hearing this, Mr. Grau became angry. I praised you a little and you're already complacent. Lee Ha quickly denied it. I'm not complacent. I'm no longer naive enough to confuse confidence with arrogance. But if you insist, I can finish the mission in just one day. At this moment, Brown's gaze remained calm as he faced Lee Ha. Finally, he seemed to approve. All right, if that's the case, Lee Ha was astonished inside. The skill could be used, he couldn't let it go to waste. Then he spoke, taking the opportunity. Lee Ha added, I have a favor to ask of you. Grau tilted his head in curiosity. What is it? Lee Ha asked bluntly. If I succeed, please teach me shooting techniques. Hearing that, Brown's eyes sharpened instantly. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, making Lee Ha slightly anxious. He tried to calm himself. Wait, he said to wait. Would saying it beforehand make me lose? Grouchard grabbed the handle of the container and pointed it at Lee Ha. Like this, is it acceptable? Immediately the system panel appeared, updating the mission detail. Mission conditions had changed. Now, it required collecting 30 red spider legs and 30 vampire bat fangs, along with rewards, time limits, and failure conditions. The cascading requirements left Lee Ha overwhelmed. He could only curse internally. Damn it, not even one day. Lee Ha scratched his head awkwardly. Lieutenant General. Grau immediately tilted his head in response. What's wrong? Can't do it. Lee Ha then smiled politely. I'll set off immediately. Now his eyes held fierce determination. High risk, high reward. The scene amused him. This kid is interesting. Meanwhile, Lee Ha had already traveled a long distance. The hunt took 2-3 hours one way, 6 hours round trip. Only 6 hours remained for hunting. Moreover, it wasn't 30 creatures but 30 legs and 30 fangs. No matter how high the drop rate, over 30 were needed. He was motivated by his goal to become the third-generation Grand General. First, he needed to reach the West Gate, not having enough time to form a hunting party. Passing by, he noticed a group recruiting members to catch spider. 7 tiger group here, come join. If you're a tank, lead the way. 2 attackers needed for Sentinel Mountain around level 130. Lee Ha overheard this. Sentinel Mountain, he paused to observe the nearby crowd. Anyone going to Oak Village? We're heading to the Sentinel Range. We'll assess first, then plan for Sentinel Mountain. He pondered. Sentinel Mountain, I feel like I've heard that somewhere before. Suddenly, Lee Ha remembered. The Lin sisters were at Sentinel Mountain. Where is it exactly? Seems like you have to cross the Sentinel Range. Wow, the Sentinel Range is all the way to the far west. From here, it's still a bit further. It would be hard for Lin Hu Yuan to reach here, since she's the same level as me. Seems like Lin Hu Ding is boosting her rank, slightly envious. Lee Ha increased his speed. All right, I'll just follow her. Silently, he promised, just wait, I'll catch up to you. By nightfall, Lee Ha had arrived in just 45 minutes. Lee Ha, you're fast. Round trip would also only take 45 minutes, so hunting is feasible. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. What is this? He looked toward the source, across the way. A crowd had gathered. You can't aim from there, can't catch it. Mages can only cast near, attackers just do their best. If it sticks to you, magic can't be used. The bats only target attackers' cloaks. Lee Ha continued to observe. Lots of people here. Mayong Ga sighed in frustration. They're agile. Even if you hide and aim, you can't attack effectively. Marvel sounded annoyed. Hunting bears got me killed, so I'm here, but hunting here is tough too. Yan Lian remained calm. Nighttime is hard, but spiders are slower by day. Let's chat until morning. Lee Ha could only shrug helplessly. There was simply no other way. Do the monsters cooperate here too? Meaning spiders and bats work together. People were still discussing. All right then, we'll enter during the day. Bats sleep when the sun rises. Ozing spotted Lee Ha. He immediately approached to ask. Hunting, huh? Kun Bayan reminded him. Night hunting is dangerous. Wait until morning to go together. Lee Ha refused without hesitation. Then it's too late. Seeing Lee Ha proceed deeper, the crowd could only watch. Are you going in alone? The surrounding crowd grew noisy. I bet 1 silver he'll retreat before sunrise. Oh fine, I bet 1 silver he'll come out in 2 hours. I bet 1 silver just 1 hour and he'll quit. I bet 2 silver he'll die. When the sun rises, if we enter, we'll just see his corpse. Wait until then to confirm. If he dies inside, it's handled and disappeared. All their gossip reached Lee Ha's ears. Are you people betting with someone else's life? You're all truly nasty. But it didn't matter. He'd already prepared to take up his hunting rifle. There was no turning back. Even heading deep into the forest alone, Lee Ha still trusted his own ability. He stopped and carefully weighed his next move. Reloading complete. Reloading with his eyes closed took 63 seconds, leaving less than 60 seconds to shoot. All of a sudden, he started looking for something, because reloading with his eyes closed had already cost him 63 seconds. A new tactic flashed through Lee Ha's mind. With light, he could cut the reload time by at least 15 seconds. So Lee Ha quickly lit a bright torch. Unexpectedly, a red spider appeared from the darkness. The flame accidentally burned through its silk, making it drop with a thud to the ground. The cold muzzle instantly leveled at the target. The shot was precise, punching straight into the spider's body. It only managed a few weak groans before going still. Lee Ha stood there watching. He checked the monster's condition. A moment later, an urgent prompting voice rang in his head when he saw it thrash violently. Reload. Reload. At last, the spider managed to flip itself over. Then it scrambled away as fast as it could, but fate had already decided. Before it could get far, it was pierced by Lee Ha's next shot. After bringing it down, he silently estimated 52 seconds. Clearly faster. This method definitely worked for sharpening his reflexes. The synchronization rate was so high that the revulsion felt vivid enough to make him feel guilty toward them. But reflexes 125, that was the standard for level 50. They said that at level 50 and level 100, perception would get even better. But right now, he could already sense things far too clearly while collecting loot. Lee Ha was still deep in thought. With his damage, killing a spider in one shot wasn't strange at all. But was the synchronization rate too high? Why did it feel this real, and then something happened like a bolt from the blue? No loot. He couldn't believe he whiffed here. He had to collect every drop no matter what. Otherwise, it was around 50% or less. The 2 he caught earlier hadn't dropped anything either. Realizing he'd got nothing, he did some quick math in his head. 10.5 hours left, let's try a surprise shot. At the same time, out at the forest's edge, other players were chatting in a low buzz. 2 hours have passed already, right? Ah, I've lost 1 silver. You do know if he dies he can't get back out. At that moment, Kang Tong slowly stroked his chin. Let's go in and confirm it ourselves. But Kulbian was a little scared. Then what if red spiders show up? Still, he didn't care and insisted on going in. I'm not hunting, I'm just going to take a look. What's the big deal? Just keep the flames small and carry it along. After saying that, Kang Tong left first. You only get your 1 silver if you confirm the corpse, right? That sparked Kulbian's curiosity. I hate wasting money too, so let's go together. And Ozin gave his assessment. Who knows if he ran off or is hiding somewhere? I'm going in too. At that moment, a scheming smile flickered across Kang Tong's face. That guy who went into the forest alone seems like he spent money on the game. If he dies, whatever he's wearing will be left behind, so I don't lose anything. I want the most expensive looking set, but his hat and boots look pretty good too. Having these 2 idiots tag along is perfect. That way I can use them to dodge hits. Along the way, Ozin scanned the path ahead. There's really nothing in sight. That made Kulbian feel uneasy. Weird. Then Kang Tong slowly offered his suggestion. We should use fire magic and check the surrounding. Without hesitation, he cast the skill, Flame Arrow. Fire roared forward, lighting up every nook and cranny it passed. Afterward, Kang Tong blurted out in surprise. Why is there nothing at all? Ozin openly agreed. Exactly. Kulbian couldn't hide his shock. Shouldn't there be at least a few of those red spiders? To be extra sure, he checked again. No one saw any monsters, right? Hearing that, Ozin replied, didn't see any. Kulbian kept looking around. Why can't I see even one? The situation made Kang Tong frown deeply as he thought to himself. Not seeing any monsters is a bit strange. But where did that guy from earlier go? Where's he hiding and why is there no loot like that? If you picked it up, you could sell it for more than 1 gold. I have to find it. Unwilling to give up, he suggested, let's go a little farther. Suddenly, Kulbian noticed something off. He pointed ahead. Everyone, look over there. Ozin immediately followed his gaze. What is that? In front of them was a pit filled with nothing but sticky slime. He guessed quietly, a mire. Kang Tong was utterly stunned. There's no light in the forest and there's a mire too. Was there supposed to be a swamp here? Faced with the sight, Kulbian could only stare. I don't know, what is this? At that moment, Ozin crouched down to take a closer look. Is that some kind of slime down there? Upon closer inspection, his face turned to horror. Wait, this isn't a swamp, it's the body of a spider below. So all this slime is actually the bodies of monsters. Kang Tong couldn't hold back and vomited, forcing Kun Baeon to pat his back. Oh, now's the time you throw up. Suddenly, Odin felt a surge of unease. I have a bad feeling, let's get out of the forest fast. At that moment, piercing sounds rang out, squeak, squeak, squeak. He immediately switched to alert mode. Monster sounds, the terrifying noises made him fearfully urge Kang Tong, stay alert. As soon as he finished speaking, Odin turned around and his expression completely changed. In the sky, countless red eyes were staring at them. Suddenly, a red spider jumped down, terrifying everyone. A monster ambush. A cold shiver ran down their spine. Sweat poured down, making Kang Tong even more panicked. Why are they all attacking at once? Unbelievable, monsters charged simultaneously. With so many, we're doomed. While the atmosphere there was tense and suffocating, elsewhere someone lightly stirred water. At this moment, Brown was savoring every sip of tea, lips moving to whisper words no one could hear. Time's almost up, has he given up yet? Suddenly he flinched at a sound, instantly becoming alert. The moment he noticed an intruder, Brow subtly pressed his gun to the stranger's back. Don't move, he spoke in a low tone, carrying a cold threat. And don't answer, just breathe or your head's gone. In that situation, Lee Ha showed no fear. He slowly turned and spoke calmly. Are you going to make me show my ID again? Seeing him clearly, Brown widened his eyes in astonishment. How did you? In response, Lee Ha threw the bulky bag to the ground. Oh, the things you told me to bring. Here are the red spider legs and vampire bat teeth. His smile shone like the sun. Nothing's missing, right? Immediately after, Brown emptied the bag to inspect the contents. Should I praise him for being on time? He silently prayed. This attitude is supposed to be praised. After inspecting everything, Brown recalled his first impression of Lee Ha. At this rate, he could probably catch over 5,000, even with faster reloads by pressing tab repeatedly. Reloading still takes 1 minute, 500 shots equal 8 hours. Even firing all night, he wouldn't have enough time. So how did he succeed? Firing over 500 shots ends the mission. That kid. After a moment of silence, Brown politely said, good work. Now the system board shows mission completion and the reward. Lee Ha read it dreamily. Oh, what's the excessive condition for the mission? Nonchalantly, Brown tossed the payment over to him. I don't know how many shots you fired, but your practice paid off. You nailed it. Ah, thank you, sir. At this moment, the system updated again. You received 1 silver. You learned the skill Masterful Hand. Lee Ha examined it excitedly, reading the skill explanation. Oskiwa clearly essential for Royal Guard. Reload time is 30 seconds, and it lasts continuously for 5 minutes. After understanding it, he didn't hesitate and asked Brown directly, what should I do next? But Brown didn't answer immediately, just cleared his throat. But first, how did you catch that? Lee Ha was dumbfounded. What? Brown then changed his tone, sternly questioning. A kid bringing back loot like this is impossible. I wonder if it was bought or not. Hearing this, Lee Ha smirked. Oh, that. I directly demonstrated danger in front of Brown. I combined techniques together. So Lee Ha recounted the mission process, from killing the red spider to taking down the vampire bat. At that time, he sat dazed against a tree. It's useless. This is maddening. When will I catch one? Still no progress. Lee Ha was extremely frustrated. No skill could be used. I didn't want it this way. Can't catch them individually. I only have 3 skills, Calm Soul, Gunblade Strike, and Master Royal Guard. 1 shot at a time can attack multiple enemies. Or line them up along a trajectory and shoot through multiple. No, before that, how many could the flintlock gun penetrate? Maybe not even 1. He tormented himself, feeling despair almost in tears. The bigger problem is, I caught 4 but only got 1 item. Using area attack skills isn't impossible. The place has multiple paths leading to 1 spot, but there's no suitable terrain to use that skill here. In his mind, Lee Ha imagined HWA Ding fighting. She must have 1 or 2 area attack skills in that magic set, right? At times like this, I envy other professions. Royal Guards have no area attack skills, at least not at my level. But memories of the previous battles suddenly came rushing back. The gunsmoke I created during the Golden Eagle mission wasn't a skill, but clearly. The wolves ran off because of it. Thinking that, he suddenly stopped short. Wait, an idea just hit him. A sly smile flickered across Lee Ha's lips. I'll try using that method then. All right, that's the prep done. I've confirmed there aren't any other players around here. At this moment, he fumbled around, doing something near the base of a tree. Well then, let's give it a try. After quite a while, Lee Ha heard a strange sound, looked up to scan the area, then hurriedly tossed the huge sack into the hole he'd just dug. Before he could even catch his breath, he was hit by a sudden ambush. It was a red spider that looked fiercely aggressive. No need to rack his brains searching anymore. Lee Ha rushed in to deal with it. First one. Seeing the enemy close in, the red spider raised its sharp leg and tried to pounce. Lee Ha focused intensely, judging the direction of its attack. Right after that, the red spider sprang toward him to finish him off. But Lee Ha easily leaned back to evade, then quickly sprang up again, leaving the monster stunned. He immediately counterattacked, giving the red spider no chance to escape. Without hesitation, Lee-ha drove his flintlock bayonet precisely into its belly. With the blade buried deep in its body, the red spider couldn't do anything. A quiet thrill of satisfaction crept into his mind. Scream, scream louder. Its miserable shriek echoed out, drawing in a whole swarm of other monsters. Even more red spiders came scuttling over. At the same time, the 7 blood-sucking leeches hiding above were also awakened. Not wasting another second, Lee-ha ended its life quickly, exactly as planned. Now I've deliberately sprayed the spider's blood to lure them into chasing me. Jump good. I've led them to follow the pack. With the whole crazed horde right on his heels, he was terrified. But this is too many. If they catch me, I'm dead. All of a sudden, a red spider lunged in, forcing Lee-ha to stay on guard. From this distance, it can still attack me that slowly. At this rate, I'll get caught. He refused to accept that, but the only thought in his head was to get away. How could they catch me? He poured everything into his legs and sprinted at full speed. Very soon, Lee-ha lured them into the prepared area and secretly rejoiced. Almost there, now I just have to finish it. He was extremely tense, gripping the flintlock tightly, wasting not a single movement. Lee-ha used it to draw a large circle around the trap. Then he raised the muzzle high, his mind gradually calming down. Lee-ha focused to the utmost, aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled through the air, striking the small stone above with perfect accuracy. Instantly, it shattered along with sparks bursting out like fireworks, then fell straight onto the bullets he had placed there. In the blink of an eye, a violent explosion roared, blasting through the air. At the same time, a barrage of bullets shot straight toward the spot where the monsters were surging in. They had no chance to turn back and could only be buried in a sea of fire. Lee-ha watched the blast, carefully keeping his distance so he wouldn't be swallowed by the scorching heat. The perfect result made Lee-ha's lips curl into a satisfied smile. Sure enough, seeing the monsters piled everywhere, a smug feeling rose in his chest. I knew it would blow like a claymore. A claymore is a weapon that uses explosive force to fire about 700 steel balls around 3 min size, turning enemies into a pincushion through their kinetic energy. His ragged breathing finally settled. Lee-ha wiped away sweat and let out a quiet sigh of relief. I loaded it with gunpowder like last time, so this blast was stronger than expected. I ran a full 8 meters and still almost got pulled into it. He tensely tightened his grip on the flintlock. Still, the joy was plain on Lee-ha's face. It's finished. After listening to him recount everything, Brown fell silent for a moment, then asked, "A bomb?" without the slightest hesitation. Lee-ha answered sincerely, "Yes." Then he explained every detail. It was a bomb, also called a claymore. Since I made it on the spot, it's a bit crude, but it's enough to send 100 bullets flying to one place. Hearing that, Brow offered praise. Not bad. Then he slowly repeated the name from earlier, as if savoring. Claymore, this really is. Brow took interest in the tactic and praised him as well. How interesting. Hearing that, Lee-ha scratched his head shyly. Thank you, sir. After that, Brow's expression turned much more serious. But can this really be called a Royal Guard's tactic? The exercise I assigned was meant to improve the abilities of a Royal Guardsman. That's true, but the number of items you've obtained by shooting. As he said this, he leaned back in his chair again. Even so, you mustn't become arrogant. Lee-ha smiled broadly and replied politely, "Yes, of course." After a brief silence, Grau slowly stood up. "But what role do you think the Royal Guard plays?" Lee-ha felt a bit embarrassed and asked back, "In what kind of situation, sir?" At that, he gave a more specific scenario. For example, Brown paused briefly, then continued. The large-scale monster invasion 20 years ago, the Second Centaur War. Memories immediately surfaced in Lee-ha's mind. Back then, the war had been posted on the official website. That kind of image of a rifleman, sir. It was a war 20 years ago between the Monster Legion and the Human Alliance. It was said that on both sides, humans and monsters alike, there were outstanding commanders. Whether it was the Centaur War or a monster assault, in the end, the commander's ability to grasp the battlefield was the most important thing. From those records, he quietly deduced that if so, then there was only one thing a Royal Guardsman had to do. Without hesitation, Lee-ha gave his answer. Sniping. Brown looked surprised. Sniping. Then Lee-ha explained based on his own understanding. If it were a human army, there would be an emergency chain of command. In war, even if the commander is lost, the deputy commander takes over and continues directing the battle. Hearing that, Brown raised a question. Then what about monsters? He immediately explained. Monsters wouldn't have a system like that. Once the commander is eliminated, the troops fall into chaos. At that point, launching a large-scale assault is the most effective. Those words made Brown sink into thought. A moment later, he spoke softly, as if to himself, "So that's how this academy could be established." Hearing that, Lee-ha jolted in surprise. What did you just say?" Brown only calmly returned to his seat and propped his arm up. "All right, I was just talking nonsense." Seeing that, Lee-ha didn't dare ask further. "Ah, yes, sir." It seemed Brown didn't want to continue that topic. "I understand, you don't need to explain anymore." Just then, the system panel popped up, catching Lee-ha a little off guard. The next job he had to do was eliminate Hizuka, the chieftain of the Hyrutka Koban tribe. along with the attached rewards. Suddenly, Brown flashed a crafty smile. Ah, right. At once, new text appeared on the info panel, changing the mission's details and conditions. It put Lee Ha on edge. The details and conditions changed. He realized that while the mission was still similar to the original, an additional reward had been added. At the same time, the danger level clearly shot up. Unable to hold back, Lee Ha screamed inside. Failure conditions? What kind of difficulty is this? No, before this I hadn't even used the contract skill yet. Why did it change the mission on its own? And it's sending me to capture a Koban already. This mission is way above my level. Meanwhile, Brown sipped his tea as if nothing was happening. Reach level 30, or even dying just once while trying counts as failure. Just thinking about it made Lee Ha break out in a cold sweat. That worm monster required a party around level 30 to even be able to attack. And now he's telling me to catch it alone. It's not an ordinary Koban, it's the chieftain. What exactly is Brown expecting? Why won't he explain anything? Don't just blush and look at me like you're counting on me. This really is a nauseatingly hard mission. Seeing he still wasn't calm, Brown deliberately reminded him. There's nothing to agonize over, kid. It's exactly what you said earlier, sniping. Just shoot the chieftain in the head. After hearing that, Lee Ha felt even more unsettled. This wasn't an easy mission. It was dangerous, but the payoff was insanely tempting. After some consideration, he finally decided, I'll do this mission immediately. Brown was overjoyed. As if afraid Lee Ha might change his mind, Brown said, hurry up and put your hat on. Good, let's go. Lee Ha happily grabbed the flintlock. Yes, sir. Before leaving, Brown added, I'm counting on you. A little later, as Lee Ha wandered down the road, he murmured to himself, thank goodness there's no time limit. I'll capture it when I'm at 99% of level 29, right? Who exactly is Brown? He said that's how the academy could be established. He remembered the achievements mentioning the 3 next-generation great generals. The thought made him want to dig up more information. He sent a message, but no matter how long he waited, there was no reply. So his patience gradually wore thin, still no response. Probably hunting. Lee Ha muttered to himself, let's see. The moment he checked, he discovered something strange. In Lee Ha's mind, all 4 of them were in Tui Canyon. It looked like they were with members of their faction. He rubbed his chin, thinking ahead, if I join this faction, teaming up will be easier. When Lee Ha saw his other 2 friends were also in Tui, he had a bad feeling. No way, don't tell me. At the same time, in a canyon, players were contacting each other. I'm in pursuit. The Lamb sisters are fleeing. I'm heading into Tui Canyon, counting on you. Immediately, another voice gave a decisive order. Surround them. The Dragon Knight will be here soon. He quickly commanded, Sasuke, send the strike team to the escape route. After taking the order, he vanished. Understood, the man added. Set up at long range, 5 healers at each position. Then he turned to assign tasks to CJ. As for you, attack while staying with the tank, pick up the pace. They replied at once, yes, sir. At this moment, he stared at the system intently while still handing out orders to the last person. Tien, help keep tight on them too. Hearing that, the man quickly replied, got it. As for Hiya, he stayed behind to think the plan through carefully. Tui Canyon had no way out, and Sasuke had already blocked the escape route, so now they had to drive them into a corner. After that, he contacted Kijang and Kia. Choose the formation for the tanks. The other party replied excitedly, got it. Hiya's heart brimmed with absolute confidence. There are over 60 high-level players here. Even Lam Hoa Din won't be able to break through this fortress. This time I can finish them off, but I have to stay alert because they'll use spatial teleportation. But the moment he thought of that, he began to cast a spell. Watch this, gather the supreme energy, and let it all explode. In an instant, an invisible wave slowly expanded, blanketing the entire area. From afar, as he clearly sensed that power good. Brother Hien has sealed off the teleportation zone. Now they can't escape. But at this moment, another player was also chanting an incantation. Crystal light spreading across all places. Everything is nothingness. While rushing to carry out the mission, he suddenly noticed something ahead glimmering brightly. Tiny ice shards like countless leaves whistled through the air. They shot straight into the squad under Kai Zhang's command, instantly causing cries of pain to ring out. Even he was struggling badly. Still, one by one, the teammates beside him were taken down. At that very moment, the thin mist gradually dissipated, revealing the hazy silhouette of the one who had struck. When Kai Zhang finally saw the opponent's face, he gritted his teeth and spat out. Long time no see, Snowfall sharpshooter Lam Hoa Din. Seeing Hoa Din about to attack, Kai Zhang urgently barked an order, 70 meters, all units keep your distance. Across from them, she coldly unleashed her move, Ice Spear. Razor-sharp ice bolts kept firing forward non-stop. The danger made him shout at once, defensive squad. Even so, a few tanks had already gone down. Beside him, Vu's quiet voice sounded, hang in there. After a while, the icy barrage still showed no sign of stopping. Being counterattacked by the very target he was chasing, Kai Zhang's anger surged. This is insane. How many ice spears can she fire in one go? Before he could steady himself, a burst of flames erupted and shot straight at them. Those flames were like a catalyst, making the ice spears detonate violently and sending casualties skyrocketing. Witnessing the horrific scene, a hazy thought flickered through Kai Zhang's mind. Are they using fire to blow up the ice we're blocking? The only one who can use fire skills would be, at that exact moment, Hoa Dian suddenly appeared and grabbed her little sister's hand. Hoa Din, move now. The attacker really was exactly as he'd guessed. Flame Blossom Lam Hoa Dian. A thread of caution rose in Kai Zhang's heart. Just a low-level strike, yet it's this deadly. Some guild members had logged out because their characters were killed, but he wouldn't allow himself to back down. He clearly gave orders to the others, regroup. The losses are minimal, defend and counterattack now. As he pursued Hoa Dian and Hoa Din, a smug satisfaction rose from deep within Kai Zhang. That's right, good. Even with losses, we've driven them into a dead end, just like Brother Hien planned, but I still can't let my guard down. After all, that tiny blue-haired girl is ranked 9th in the world. Kai Zhang kept mulling over her strength, unable to understand how she'd reached that rank. All of a sudden, he spotted a line of ice forming up ahead. In just a few short seconds, it expanded so fast he could see it with the naked eye, and successfully cut off Kai Zhang's forces from pursuing. A hint of surprise flashed in him, using ice to block the path. Fury clenched his teeth tight. This level and you think you can stop me? Without hesitation, Kai Zhang hurriedly ordered, get me a shield now. Hurry before they get away. Though they were enemies, he couldn't help admiring them. Even while fleeing, it was hard to believe they could still create such a thick ice wall truly worthy of 9th in the world. Kai Zhang wouldn't give up easily, and he poured all his strength into smashing the barrier. Even so, I'm not someone you can take lightly. I saw this coming. The moment the ice cracked, his mind plunged into an indescribable shock. Lam Hoa Din. Why isn't she running? Just then, a cold voice rang out. Gus. But Kai Zhang had no idea what that was and could only guess. Making more ice again? Suddenly, something sharp slashed across his face. Behind him, the tanks were hit at the same time and fell one after another. Kai Zhang kept getting injured without knowing why. What the hell? Why is my HP dropping non-stop? When he finally looked closely at those tiny objects, he froze in shock. They were fragments of the ice wall, fragments from the wall he'd just shattered. She'd been linked to them the whole time. Unbelievable, but that only made me even less pleased. While the air here was tense as a drawn wire, somewhere else, a finger swiped across the system interface. And Li Ha's mind was in turmoil. That person still hadn't replied after so long, and he was starting to get impatient. What are you doing? Why aren't you answering me? Li Ha raked his fingers through his hair, thinking until he couldn't find an answer. Worrying for nothing, really. But being in the same area doesn't mean they'll meet. Even in the same area, the central zone is truly vast. That can't be it, right? If he thought about her reaction, then no matter what, they wouldn't fight, right? Even though he was worried he couldn't reach her, he still hoped everything was okay. At the same time, in Kiwi Alley, sisters Fire Yuan and Fire Ding were cornered. At that moment, a condescending voice rang out, exactly as planned. Now we can have a proper conversation. From another corner, Hien stepped out. Let's talk for a bit. Why do you keep running away? Hearing this, Fire Yuan retorted angrily. Talk. I have nothing to say to you. Nevertheless, he maintained a smug demeanor as if it didn't bother him. Why nothing? I've sent you plenty of letters about donating to Kano Castle. That statement only enraged her more. I already said I'd donate to Kano Castle with my own money. Don't lie, why can't you just accept when I ask clearly? Why? This is the first castle we've come to after all. You know Liu is working for Kano Castle, so you're aware of that. As for Fire Yuan, she remained unshaken. Why should we skip famous cities and bind ourselves to such a tiny fortress? Moreover, we need your permission to proceed. Need my permission? His tone now carried a clear threat. You should be more careful with your words. Do you know how many people are gathered here because of you? No, this many people have donated to Kano Castle. No matter how much you donate to the castle, you'll still be second. That's like being last. What benefit is that to you? You cannot claim the rights of a winner, but if you keep topping up like this, we'll have nowhere else to go. Hearing this, Fire Yuan slightly frowned. So shouldn't you spend even more then? Those words infuriated Hien. It's not that simple. He immediately tried to justify it with arguments he believed were correct. We need understanding and negotiation. Besides, you're using real money. Shouldn't it be fairer to use in-game earnings? That would be more just right. Or is it because you're a girl from a big corporation that you feel entitled to flaunt wealth in the game? Each word made Fire Yuan pause. What are you saying? This is business. Have you ever seen a company waste money like that? Finally, when Ayan spoke bluntly, I won't be long-winded. I will return your money and relinquish the rights to Kano Castle. But she defiantly challenged, what if I refuse? Are you saying we should kill you? At this point, he lost patience, his face turning terrifying. Kill you? This central hall is like reality. There's always something worse than death. Isn't that right, Fire Yuan? Such threats poured gasoline on the fire, making her grit her teeth in fury. Fire Yuan muttered, you're annoying, you damn fool. After a while, not wanting to argue further, she cleared her throat. Fire Ding seemed to understand and immediately reached forward toward the inspection basket. However, Hien misunderstood their intentions and hid behind the line of tankers. Minutes passed and he felt embarrassed at the lack of any attack. I thought she would strike, damn it. Fire Ding's previous action wasn't an attack but a check. 10 people were blocking the retreat path. Then she spoke gently. All handled, this left Heian in disbelief. The thought to counter-argue arose. Handled, what does she mean? They've been here all along. Fire Ding slowly reported. There are 44 people in total in front of us. Fire Yuan was slightly surprised. 44 people, not a number worth worrying about, not as many as expected these Koreans. The feeling of being underestimated pierced Heian's pride like a dagger. What did you just say? Next, tiny flames appeared from Fire Yuan's small palms. Don't underestimate us. At her signal, the fire blazed fiercely. Fire arrow and it shot straight into the sky, astonishing everyone. Heian froze, watching, immediately filled with doubt. What is she doing? Why shoot it skyward? Could it be a signal for backup? HMPH anyway, I've blocked the teleport path. No one can see it. Besides, the retreat path is covered by Sasu. She can't handle it. How could she catch a level 212 shadow ninja? Then he spoke confidently, each word hammering down like a nail to sway minds. You don't need to flaunt it. Everyone, don't be fooled. Afterward, Heian signaled the tanker team to prepare for combat. Just comply with my offer and that's enough. How troublesome. Now we'll make you taste bitterness and humiliation worse than death. Without hesitation, he bellowed the order. All units, attack. Before anyone could move, a sharp voice rang out. Please stop. Immediately, Heian sensed something was wrong. An invisible pressure descended, forcing him to collapse to the ground. Even several other teammates had suddenly fallen into the same condition. Coughing, something was wrong. The bruisers were gasping violently and screaming in desperation. Cough, where did everyone go? Hurry, Heian's mind was in chaos. An abnormal condition. He forced himself to lift his head and look forward, but his heart still pounded nonstop. Could Lam Hoa Dian really pull something like this? What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a bruiser noticed something and cried out, "Quick, look, on that cliff wall." Everyone turned toward where he pointed. There on the cliff face, a massive force had appeared at some point. Someone recognized their distinctive emblem, the Golden Dragon banner. They were the Yao Golden Dragon. Seeing the imposing aura of the leader, Heian couldn't help but shudder. The Yao Golden Dragon. Until just recently, the Yao Golden Dragon and the Yao under Lam Hoa Din had still been at odds. Why is that guy here? Don't tell me those Chinese teams are joining forces. Just then, Fei Yu dropped down from above while Heian was still lost in thought. The Yao Golden Dragon had both quality and numbers, one of the strongest Yaos in Asia. There were tens of thousands here right now, 200 or 300 at least. Their cohesion was strong too. It was extremely dangerous. The moment he landed, Fei Yu greeted them. Hello, nice to meet you for the first time, Korean friends. He gave a brief introduction. A martial artist of the Yao Golden Dragon. I'm Fei Yu, ranked 4th in the world, 2nd in Asia, and 1st in China. The moment he said that, Heian's tension spiked instantly. Fei Yu of the Golden Dragon. Right after that came the murmurs. Is he Fei Yu? The guy ranked 4th in the world. Why did the Yao Golden Dragon come here? What's going on? Heian led Jun, who could only grit his teeth and mutter to himself. Looks like they've settled their dispute. So that fear arrow fired into the sky earlier was a distress signal. Did Lam Hoa Dian burn money to buy the Yao Golden Dragon's strength? No, both sides seemed to benefit. This wasn't a cash deal. They'd formed an alliance. Rage surged as he ground his teeth. Damn it. But if I retreat now, all my effort will be wasted. If you can't have it, smash it. With that thought, Heian immediately changed his attitude and smiled. Well, aren't you Fei Yu of the Yao Golden Dragon? What brings you here? As far as I know, we don't have anything to settle with the Yao Golden Dragon. Even so, Fei Yu remained courteous. That's true. But we're not happy with what you're doing to Lam Hoa Dian and Lam Hoa Din. Hearing that, he only dared to curse inwardly. Not happy, my ass. Still, Heian warned himself to be careful, then forced a smile. What does the Yao Golden Dragon have to do with the Lam sisters? Suddenly, Hoa Dian cut across their conversation. You don't need to know that, just listen to my proposal. First, withdraw from here. Second, stop bringing up the matter of Kendu Castle. After a brief pause, she continued in a grave tone. As long as you agree to these 2 conditions, that's enough. Later, even if you want to attack or start an all-out Yao war, I'll comply with it all. But if you keep clinging on and threatening others like this, I won't forgive you. Even furious beyond measure, Heian stayed clear-headed enough to weigh the pros and cons. Damn it, this bitch is acting merciful. But with the Yao Golden Dragon here, if I attack, I'll be at a disadvantage. After a while, he still didn't speak, so Fei Yu urged him. You're taking your time, Heian. Are you planning to oppose our Yao Golden Dragon? If so, then we'll have no choice but to do our best to slaughter every last Yao by itself. At that moment, Hoa Dian stepped in again, breaking the tense atmosphere. Hey, I only need you to agree to the 2 conditions. What are you doing? And Fei Yu replied cheerfully. Fair enough, Lam Hoa Dian. Meanwhile, a bruiser timidly voiced an opinion. Either way, we can't take on the Yao Golden Dragon, right? Even the CZ people looked hesitant. How could we beat that whole bunch? Hearing them, Haeyeon's blood boiled. HMPH, these outsiders. That girl really isn't ordinary. Feiyu seemed to be running out of patience and asked one last time, so what's your answer? Haeyeon of the Yao Biat Sao closed his eyes, forcing down the surging emotion. After a long while, he spat out each word heavily. Fine, I agree. But at that very moment, a horrific scream rang out. From atop the cliff, a Yao Golden Dragon soldier's body was ripped apart by countless slashes, crimson blood spraying everywhere. Ahead, Feiyu and the Lamb sisters all looked up toward the sound at the same time, their faces stricken. The agonized cry also drew Haeyeon's attention. He stared that way, looking up with suspicion. A death verdict? No, normally the person would turn gray and die instantly. Why was it red? The sight made Hoadayan blurt out in shock. Could it be that this was caused by that girl too? But when he looked more closely, he realized her face was full of confusion. Clearly, she had no idea what was happening. Immediately, he smiled with satisfaction. A cunning plan sparked in his eyes. Even Lam Hoadayan didn't understand the situation. In another corner, Faivu shouted urgently, Hoadin, get ready. She immediately stepped forward, not forgetting to instruct Hoadayan, sis, get behind me. Up to this moment, Hoadayan still didn't understand. What's going on, Faivu? His face was grave, voice heavy as lead. It's here. That answer left Hoadayan even more bewildered. Who exactly? At that moment, a giant foot stomped onto the cliff. At that instant, Faivu spoke cautiously. Berserker has arrived. Indeed, from above, Igor, after slaughtering all the Yao Hong Long soldiers, cast a proud gaze downward. Wow, this place is lively. Berserker had arrived. Along with that sound came Igor's appearance. He carried a massive great sword on his shoulder, his whole body enveloped in thick, blood-infused ore. Like a mist of blood, his crimson eyes glared with the ferocity of a wild beast. He squinted and smiled, his voice hoarse and drawn out. Wow, this place is lively. Within his eye sockets burned two eerie flames, and Igor grinned gruesomely. His sharp teeth gleamed like blades ready to slice through anyone in front of him. For days, you've interfered with my hunt. And now you've all gathered here, huh? Ancient runes engraved on the great sword suddenly flashed. The mystical light contained terrifying power, making the space tremble. He gripped the sword's hilt tightly, raised it high with both hands, and roared like a beast. Grand Cross! The ground beneath him could not withstand the immense force. Exploding into chunks, rocks flying like a violent tsunami. A blood-red cross tore across the deep blue sky, the horrifying sight leaving everyone stunned. Faivu calmly looked up, eyes cold. He clicked his tongue, smirking with sarcasm. Just arrived and already turning into a wolf. In an unnoticed corner, he silently chuckled with satisfaction. What can you do, Dragon Knight? A lightning gesture, his index finger pointed at the target. His voice shrilled. All units attack. Just kill Lam Hoadayan and Lam Hoadin. Hurry and kill them. Elsewhere, Liha quietly sat before the system screen. His face contemplative. Sweeping kid really hasn't replied to my messages. Must be busy. Still in Tiwi Alley, I assume. I just wanted to ask a bit about Brawl. Would it be faster to ask an NPC? Thinking this, he immediately stood up, quickly arriving at a bustling bar as soon as he entered. A young server cheerfully bowed. Welcome, sir. Liha glanced around. In a bar like this, NPCs might also be able to register on my channel. You know a lot of info, right? Passing by a table, he overheard two people whispering tensely. Hey, you've heard too, right? The whole internet's chaotic, isn't it? There's a major event happening in Tiwi Alley. Lam Hoadin, Faivu, and Igor are all there fighting wildly. Everything in ruins. Hearing this, Liha froze. Pupils constricted, breathing quickened. He pretended to pull a chair closer, but his consciousness focused sharply to catch every word. I heard over 200 people die. Yao Hong Long got involved, even Koreans got swept up. If it's Hong Long and Agony, it makes sense. Lately, the Chinese have been blocking Agony's leveling, so Hong Long mobilized heavily. Looks like almost everyone's gone. That Korean raid was unlucky too, suddenly dragged in, piecing the clues together. Liha immediately understood. If it's the Korean raid, it must be Star Squad. Anxiety surged. He quickly opened the status board to check his brother's situation. Kai Trong is okay, right? Good, still connected. Still a bit worrying this is Tiwi Alley. His finger paused midair. A doubtful sound escaped his throat. Ta Sasuk logged out. He was just here a moment ago. At that moment, a flood of system notifications popped up. Master T and Highlander, Lam Hoadayan has logged out. The screen repeatedly displayed disappearance statuses, making Liha's heart race, unease surging like waves. What's happening there? First, I need to log out and meet Kai Trong directly. Liha's figure immediately vanished, leaving only a thin shadow in midair. In the real world, Liha opened his eyes, sitting up from the gaming pod. Removing the headset, he exhaled deeply. Phew! Without hesitation, he grabbed his phone and dialed his brother. Kai Trong, what's going on? You're okay. On the other end, Kai Trong's weak voice, barely a whisper. Brother. Sorry, I can only whisper now. I'm too tired. Liha unconsciously raised his voice. The network's chaotic already. Did you join the fight? are you okay? In the dark room, Kai Trong pulled the blanket over his head. Dim light from the phone illuminated his pale face. Very strong, world-class ranking, really terrifying. His gaze empty, lips moving as if in a trance. You need to level up fast. If you don't want to witness pain from now on, I'll focus only on leveling. I'm exhausted, that's it, I'm logging off. Lee Ha stayed silent, knowing Kai Trong needed time to process the events rather than being questioned. He turned on his computer and searched for information himself, what had actually happened to Kai. Luckily, it didn't take much effort. A flood of trending topics popped up right away. Killed over 100 people alone, ha ha ha. Bei Yu is starting to play dirty now. Lam Hoa Din is way too adorable. Her movements are like an actual goddess. The alley battle at Tiwi. Lee Ha locked onto the video and clicked to watch. The screen was pitch black, only chaotic noise, then a scream rang out. What was that? Wasn't that the death sentence? It's a berserker, a Agrani Igor. Igor hurled himself down from the cliff, the heavy great blade in his hands crashing down, and in an instant he cleaved a person in two. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Screams tore through the air mixed with the clash of metal. The others stumbled back in terror, all of them trembling. No one dared to breathe. This was the crimson glow of death. All that red light was absorbed by Agrani. Bodies under his blade were shredded, bones splintered apart and were immediately sucked into the weapon. His face was swallowed by shadow, leaving only eyes flashing like a predator's as they locked onto prey. The Golden Dragon members froze in place. Cold sweat poured down, their whole bodies went stiff and only trembling sounds escaped. Igor's pupils blazed, like two hellfire embers flickering to burn everything. He raised his great blade high and lunged at the Golden Dragon members, making their team scatter. Their faces were deathly pale, drained of all color. Eye contact, he's coming this way. Just as they thought their lives were over, a powerful hand suddenly clamped onto his shoulder. In that split second between life and death, Bei Yu grabbed their collars and yanked them upward in a leap. The great blade slammed down just beneath them. The ground exploded, smoke and dust surging into a blinding cloud. The air fell silent for a beat. Bei Yu widened the distance and landed lightly. Who the hell are you now? Igor's voice was calm, but every word dripped with menace. You want to stop me too. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he jerked to a halt and shifted his attention elsewhere. Down below the cliff, Hoa Dian and Hoa Din seized the chance to deal with the opposing group. Ice and fire worked in perfect sync, easily controlling the chaos. Igor suddenly let out a strange laugh. Heh heh, right in front of me and you still dare look around like that. Bei Yu jolted, realizing something was wrong as unease surged up. Sure enough, Igor didn't bother with him anymore. He vanished abruptly, then blinked straight down, deliberately provoking in an icy tone. Are they your weakness? Hoa Dian's instincts screamed a warning. Killing intent rushed at her, making her spin around. The moment she saw Igor charging in, Fei Yu couldn't stop him in time and roared, "Damn it, danger!" Lam Hoa Dian and Hoa Din stayed calm and shoved their sister aside. Sis, get behind me! She raised her hand, mana erupting. She chanted Frost Willow as icy power condensed. A gigantic willow burst into existence in an instant, its branches surging out to trap Igor in midair. The air around her shifted. The temperature plunged, numbing skin and flesh. Igor frowned. This was the first time he'd had to be wary of such sudden power. His expression changed. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, then immediately accelerated and dodged out of the strike. The Dragon Knights members hurriedly discussed how to deal with it. It's Lam Hoa Din's ice magic. What is this giant willow? We have to smash it first. You hear me? Stick close together. Igor ground his teeth, pouring all his strength into his arm. His blade chopped down viciously, while the knights all threw their bodies in to withstand it. Hair stood on end as they staggered under the suffocating pressure. He intense, wondering what that was supposed to be now. Why did he suddenly attack us? Wasn't he fighting Fei Yu? Igor hit the ground and triggered a massive explosion. Dirt and shattered rocks sprayed everywhere, blotting out their vision. Every muscle in his body tightened. Power surged as half of the enormous blade stabbed deep into the earth. His eyes drilled into his opponents, those eastern brats. Why do they all look the same? Igor yanked the huge blade from the ground, irritation on his face, muttering incoherently. Hey! He suddenly swung in a wide horizontal slash. A razor-sharp sound ripped through the air as if tearing it apart. The saw teeth along the blade slammed hard into the ice. It left only a shallow mark, with glittering ice fragments falling under the faint light. Seeing that, he didn't get heated. Calmly, he rested the blade on his shoulder and turned to walk off. Can't break it in one hit, tough huh. Only by smashing that can we take down those Easterners behind it. While holding the shield up front, someone calmly directed the formation. Where's the tank? Everyone protect Zuma now, Hien had been. Jit shouted an order, turn back now. But before he could finish, the great blade in Igor's hand came down. The frontline group was cut down in an instant, blood spraying everywhere. No one escaped a brutal fate. Kaizong snapped out of it in shock. His pupils tightened, one spin and the entire front line had. Fast as a whirlwind tearing through everything in his path, Igor roared with laughter. Each swing ended its target. It was as if no one else existed. He showed no mercy as he cut down lives. Their bodies. The blood aura made Igor lose all reason, his mind consumed by a single thought: blood. At that moment, Faivu delivered a powerful kick to Igor's back. There it was. He had no time to react, sent flying into a rock wall. The impact shook the entire area, leaving witnesses stunned and horrified. Lying amid rubble and dust, Igor gritted his teeth and let out a cold snort. A dangerous gleam lit his eyes. Faivu inhaled deeply and exhaled. "You," he gestured with his hand provocatively, full of confidence. "A groany Igor, come here." Igor rose, lowered his head to crack his neck, the sound of joints snapping sharply. "Who are you again?" Without hesitation, he closed in, digging his toes into Igor's arm, eliciting a soft groan. The crowd around focused intently on the aerial fight, murmuring, "A groany Igor and Faivu are fighting. Two of the world's rank 3 and 4 fighters are battling. So fast, nothing can be seen." He unclenched his trembling hands, sweat dotting his forehead, stammering, "Let's go. Now is not the time to watch them fight. Everyone capture the Lamb sisters quickly." Chaos filled the area, but that spiked weapon. "Ah, what's falling? Damn, can't reach her." Ian moved swiftly with his sword, breaking the sharp ice shards flying toward him to reach the target. Still, he couldn't completely avoid the razor-sharp fragments grazing his skin. Fresh blood streamed as he gritted his teeth. Just a little more. After all the tense effort, he finally got close to the two Hoadayan sisters, putting all his strength into the sword, ready to finish the target. "Sorry, girl, die for me." Faivu, dealing with Igor, got distracted seeing this. "No, Lamb Hoadayan, Lamb Hoadin." Ian's sword struck down. The clash with metal rang painfully, but immediately after he froze, panic evident on his face. The sword was wrapped tightly by flexible willow branches, immobilizing Tian. His legs trembled as he pushed, realizing it was a trap. "Damn, can't believe she could create branches this fragile yet strong." As he struggled, an angry voice called out, "How dare you? You have no gratitude at all." Faivu clenched his fists and approached Tian. "I helped you attack Igor, and yet you target Hoadayan. How is this betrayal?" The willow branches loosened from his sword. Off, he thought of a counter. "I've become Faivu's target. He's rank 3 globally, but I'm a Highlander after all." Just a bit more. As Tian lifted his sword, Faivu kicked him in the side. Ribs felt shattered, affecting his organs, leaving him stunned. His face turned purple, saliva spilling from his mouth. Cough, the sword slipped from his hand. Seeing this, Kijang rushed to assist. "Mr. Tian." Faivu planted his foot calmly. "Hope you learn some manners." He raised a leg. From Tian's view, his towering figure blocked the sun. Faivu's toe aimed straight at his head. Super sturdy, a resounding crack echoed, wind blowing dust away, forcing him to raise hands defensively. Smoke obscured vision. Turns out Kijang had shielded Tian in time, his hands still trembling. He knew this wasn't a long-term plan. Not good. If he attacks again, instinct reacts faster than thought. Kijang immediately hugged Tian and lifted him onto his shoulders. Sliding through the dust to escape, "First, just get out of here." Faivu lowered his center, ready to strike. "You dared just now." Igor suddenly appeared beside him, eyes blazing like fire, consuming everything. Meanwhile, elsewhere, thanks to Igor delaying time, Kijang safely escaped with teammates. He set him down, calling, "Mr. Tian, wake up quickly." His brows furrowed, groaning in pain. He encouraged, "Just a little longer, I'm sure I can find a healer." "I will." Suddenly, an explosion cut him off. Smoke rose thickly, Faivu's body pinned against the rock. Kijang anxiously looked across, beastly footprints with sharp claws imprinted on the ground. Igor bared his teeth. "Ha ha ha. All this blood loss is just because of you puny rats." Igor placed his weapon on his shoulder, smirked, then yelled, "Because of you kids, I'm losing blood." He looked at Kijang, calculating, "I need to replenish my blood." His ruthless eyes glowed red. Igor hissed, "Blood." Seeing his disgusting appearance, Kijang shouted angrily, "Shut up." But no sooner had he spoken than Igor closed in. Igor delivered a powerful slap, knocking the shield from Kijang's hand. Igor's hand moved like lightning, pressing on Kijang's throat, cutting off his breathing. He struggled helplessly. "Damn it, my defense skill ran out at the worst possible time. The power gap is just way too big." Igor's overwhelming pressure left Kijang more and more drained, his eyes growing dull as he watched the man raise the weapon in his hand and aim it at his body. He kept roaring, "Blood, I need more blood." When Kijang realized the danger was right in front of him, his eyes suddenly widened in panic and he blurted out in a rush, "Ah no." In the blink of an eye, his life was ended decisively by Igor. Basic information on the one who caused Kijang's death. Moscow Agrani Igor, level 260. He has transformed into a werewolf. While transformed, his stamina is constantly consumed. That stamina consumption is replenished by absorbing it from monsters or players. At this moment, Li Han sighed to himself, "I'm only level 26. I'm still not strong enough to face Igor. He's 10 times stronger. I never expected Kijang to end up like this." A 50% assimilation rate was already agonizing. "I was once desperate because I couldn't even walk. But Kijang led me into Middle-earth, and yet." The moments when the two of them had happily traveled together flashed through Liha's mind. He clenched his fists in rage and swore to himself. And Kijang was killed so miserably. Agrani Igor, I'm coming for you. Liha looked at the helmet that sent players into the virtual world in his hand, silently determined. From now on, I'm going to grind levels. Sitting in position, he said firmly, only then can I catch up to that Bosco. Very soon, as Liha immersed himself in the virtual space, he kept reminding himself, Agrani Igor, just wait. Scene change, countless chaotic screams rang out ahead. Over there, run, help me, help me. Hu Ding only watched in silence while Hu Yuan was extremely anxious. What is this? How do we get back? Where did Fei Yu go again? Remembering Igor's brutality, she spat out angrily. Damn it, why did that idiot butt in? Fei Yu and Bosco, if it were one-on-one, it'd be worth a try. But right now, surviving and getting back is what matters most. Looking toward her younger sister not far away, Hu Yuan said, Hu Ding, if we want to get out of here then. Her words were cut off when she saw. Hu Ding was fully focused on chanting, her body gently rising into the air. A stream of spiritual power gradually formed in her hands. Hu Ding hesitated, a hint of reluctance, and spoke. Sis, I'm sorry, but Hu Yuan froze, breaking out in a cold sweat as she heard the rest. Please die for me. Furious, she pressed her lips tight, not knowing how to react for a moment. Then Hu Yuan flopped down on the ground and cried out in indignation. Oh, come on. Fine, so it's better if I die, huh? Her eyes suddenly turned sly as she made a suggestion. Then you handle everything for me. Hu Ding lowered her gaze and softly hummed, Ma, as if she understood. Very quickly, her spiritual power surged and gathered to its absolute peak. Such a huge commotion immediately drew Igor's attention. He clenched his teeth, silently and cautiously turning his gaze that way to observe. The incantation echoed, and then the ice element spiritual power in Hu Ding's hand burst forth like a storm. Ayin screamed in terror, stop it, if it spreads here we're all dead. Off to the side, Hu Yuan let out a pleased breath. Too late. You idiots! Hu Ding controlled the powerful spiritual energy to launch a wide area attack. Many players were instantly wiped out, their bodies rapidly frozen solid. Shrill screams swallowed the space. Behind them, Hu Yuan silently watched her younger sister overwhelm the enemy. She exhaled lightly. With a faint smile, Hu Yuan calmly said goodbye. See you all 48 hours later. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into nothingness without leaving a trace. Scene change, at a shop in Alestock, the shopkeeper and the customer spoke at the same time. Come again next time. Yes, I hope you sell a lot. A foot stepped forward along with a thought. After selling everything I got earlier, I only made 4 gold. Liha looked at the coin pouch in his hand and calculated. Buying all the Royal Guard gear would cost 3 gold, way too expensive. For now, I just need to upgrade my weapon. Suddenly, someone called out from behind, Hey you. There was no response. The voice called again, you in the red leather jacket. Liha flinched slightly. Red leather jacket me. Very quickly, someone appeared in front of him. Kim Hoa smiled and pointed at his own face as he asked. Finally found you, do you remember me? Liha hesitated. Who are you? He immediately made a gesture, then prompted. Does this ring a bell now? Liha snapped to attention, eyes wide in surprise as he blurted out a few words. His mind flashed back. He was in the bear hunting area, he had 2 shields. The image from the past matched the present. Seeing the other man stay silent, Kim Hoa took the initiative. You ate everything and ran off, didn't you? Still not understanding what was going on, Liha heard him list things out. Clothes, shoes, hat. These are all drops from the Agonia Osa bear, right? Kim Hoa suddenly got angry, his words full of accusation. And other players' items too. You ate them all, didn't you? Hearing that, Liha was completely baffled. Who shows up out of nowhere and starts saying this stuff? He turned to leave as he replied, I don't know what you're talking about. The man exploded, pointing and cursing. You little bastard. Do you have any idea how hard I've been looking for you? I got treated like complete trash. That low-level musketeer took everything and ran. He's definitely lurking around the academy or the shop. Just a pawn shop, really. Liha replied coolly, so what? How should I put it? I was the one who clearly teaming up to hunt monsters first. He was so shocked by the answer that he blurted out, what? Remembering what happened, he continued, when I told everyone to turn back and help me. You just ditched me and ran off. Liha turned his head, anger flashing in his eyes. Their argument grew heated. He told the other guy, by the time you brought your group over, I'd already fought it to the death and captured it myself. Kim Hoa scoffed loudly. A low-level punk like you, how could you possibly catch something like that? Liha pointed at the loot, the cloak. Need more proof? If you're saying I couldn't have caught it, then show me evidence. Otherwise, shut your mouth. He had no comeback and started getting flustered. Fine, even if it sounds like a scam, I'll admit you caught the bear. Kim Hoa tried to hold back, teeth clenched, and made an offer. But you have to give me the other people's drops. Staring him down, Liha said, if you die, your gear drops and you can't log back in. Log back in for 48 hours. So why should I split items that don't even have an owner? He couldn't hold it in anymore. Kim Hoa barked, hey, you little brat, what level are you? Low level and acting like you know everything. If I tell you to hand it over, you shut up and hand it over. Liha coldly warned him, yeah, I can see what you're doing. Stop bothering me, get lost. After hearing that, Kim Hoa ground his teeth in rage. He turned his back on purpose, showing off the emblem on his cloak and shouted, do you even know what guild I'm from, talking to me like that? Not fazed at all, Lee Ha shot back, I'm not curious, scram. Then he walked off calmly, not forgetting to toss out one last warning. If you keep harassing me, I'll call the secret knight over here. Behind him, Kim Hoa was so furious he looked like he might blow his top. What secret knight is your buddy? Seeing the other guy wary of that name, Lee Ha chuckled to himself and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Lee Ha thought, buddy, not exactly. Taking advantage of the moment, he pushed off with his feet. Like lightning, he sprinted away. Still, I didn't think I'd actually have to call him. Kim Hoa roared, you bastard, and took off after him at full speed. His mouth kept barking orders, hey, stop right there. Lee Ha didn't even care, he just ran straight ahead. He even whistled arrogantly while he was at it. When Kim Hoa saw the distance widening fast, he panicked. You bastard, where the hell are you going? He stopped panting and spat helplessly. If I catch you, you damn it, what is this? I can't catch up at all. Looking at his own stat panel, Lee Ha couldn't help muttering. Speed is 247. Unbelievable, he told himself. That's why he can't catch me. You don't hit 246 until level 47. Thinking of Igor made Lee Ha a little uneasy. Still, the guy who killed the wyvern had 260 speed, and I'm only level 26. He calculated silently, first thing now is to find a way to level up. Then he pushed off again and kept running. Lee Ha headed toward the towering mountain up ahead. I'll get to Mount Siamuti first, then figure it out. Remembering the lunchbox quest he'd taken, he sighed, but when am I ever going to finish that lunchbox quest? The time limit is 1 month, I should still make it. The sky was beautiful today. All around, voices rang out calling for parties heading to Mount Siamuti. Level 31 tank, anyone recruiting? Lee Ha watched the crowd ahead bustling as they looked for teammates. Mutant raid group recruiting mages looking for warriors for the party. Skilled sculptor here, level 35. He heard someone call out, level 40, just need one more and we leave immediately. That left him momentarily at a loss. Then Lee Ha raked his fingers through his hair and groaned, come to think of it, where does that tribe's chief even lie? I came straight here with zero info, how did I forget that? He remembered Brown's order, capture the chief of the best hunting tribe before you reach level 30. What the hell was Brown thinking? Lee Ha stayed alert while scanning around. I should probably get to level 29 first, then go find Ms. Bond. Not far away, someone shouted, heading to Hurat village. That voice suddenly came through loud and clear to him. Hey man, want to come with us? We've even got a pretty healer with us. Before Lee Ha could react, the guy continued, you're carrying a weapon that looks like a staff. Lee Ha flinched and wondered, a staff me? In no time, a tank-looking guy walked right up, excited. Oh, that's actually a gun, you're a sniper, right? Lee Ha answered softly. Yeah, the man asked happily, what level are you? I'm planning a 3-man party and heading out right away. You've got a high enough level to climb Siamuti's summit, right? Lee Ha fell silent, not sure how to answer. Then he said, I'm level 41. Hearing that, the guy immediately cheered. Level 41, that's perfect. Hesitating, Lee Ha asked, what about the third person? If I'm the damage dealer and you're the tank? His voice hit the nail on the head and made Lee Ha awkward. Ah, the pretty healer, he gestured toward the crowd. The tank called out loud, Hana, I found a DPS already. A hand shot up at once in reply, here, here. Seeing the person who answered hurry over, Lee Ha said curiously, Hana. In no time, she was standing right in front of them. She introduced herself cheerfully. Hi, just call me Mame Hana. He stared at Hana without blinking, stunned inside. Oh, a priest, this party looks pretty great, the tank teased him. I wasn't lying, was I? Hana chimed in, right. Lee Ha replied awkwardly. Thinking it over, it was probably because every girl he had met lately was either too strong or too cold. This felt downright unreal. He himself had from middle school and high school to the army basically never been close to girls. The other two said with a grin, then let me formally introduce myself. I'm the guard Masashige level 42. I'm the priest Mame Hana level 40. Lee Ha quickly shook hands with them. I'm the sniper Lee Ha. Level 41. The three of them finished forming a party. Shige reached up to adjust his hat and announced, all right then, let's move. The three of them crossed a field of waist-high grass together. Suddenly, he raised a hand to signal and ordered in a low voice, stop. Everyone immediately hid in the thick grass. Shige said, at the 10 o'clock direction there are 2 kobolds working. Following where he pointed, there really were 2 kobolds taking turns keeping watch on the surroundings. He proposed, we'll go around. Lee Ha was surprised. Huh, we're not killing them. Shige replied softly, that would waste stamina. Hearing that, he calculated to himself, I need more experience. Then he spoke quietly, wait. Hana and Shige didn't know what he meant and Lee Ha continued. You two have never seen a sniper fight before, right? They looked at him curiously, then silently shook their heads. Lee Ha suggested tactfully, but we still need to coordinate our teamwork smoothly. I think so too. While he tried to persuade them, Hana turned to Shige and sighed, this is taking forever. He could only smile helplessly. Lee Ha raised the rifle in his hands, aiming straight ahead. Seeing how serious he looked, Hana grew curious. How far is it? Lee Ha answered while lining up the shot. 100 no 50 meters. Shige exclaimed in shock, your gun's range is shorter than an arrow. That comment wounded his pride and he stammered, so, yeah, I guess. The situation made her laugh. And Hana gently reminded him, Makin, that's rude. Realizing he had misspoken, he hurriedly said, sorry if I upset you. Leha stayed focused on the target, thinking to himself, that's why snipers aren't popular. Watching carefully, Shige reassured him, don't worry, I'll grab those ogres. Leha stayed silent, then chuckled to himself, repeating the name in his head. Ogre, his index finger settled lightly on the trigger, then squeezed hard. Leha murmured, let's see. He narrowed his eyes and a loud bang rang out at once. The bullet left the barrel and tore forward, and Shige and Hana both jumped in surprise. They both gaped, letting out a stunned huh. Leha scratched his head awkwardly and explained, sorry, I should have warned you two first, the gunshot is kind of loud. That was one hell of a surprise. Regaining himself, Shige laughed. Ah yeah, it's fine, but good grief, have you ever seen that before? Hana, she quickly turned to him and asked back, huh, what? At that moment the corpse of the monster Leha had just killed lay before them, and Hana blurted out in shock. Oh my god, you dropped a kobold in one shot? Shige cleared his throat and hesitated. Ahem, Leha. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked straight out, are you really level 41? That casual question froze Leha on the spot, guilt prickling in his chest. He stammered, that, his mind spiraled. Did they catch me lying about my level? Certain he was right, Shige continued. Leha, is your level actually really high, and you just rode with us because you were bored and had nothing to do? Hana cheered excitedly. Makin, it's my first time seeing someone take down a kobold with a single shot. Did you see the other kobold run straight off without even glancing at us? Seeing them like that, Leha let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness they didn't notice. Over there, she asked her teammate happily, but what do you mean? Shige replied quickly, it means we'll have a high-level player backing us up. Hana's voice rang out with instant admiration. Leha. He broke into a sweat and muttered to himself, I'm not high-level or anything. She tried her best to ask earnestly, please help us again. In the peaceful mountain woods, a sudden loud blast erupted. Shige panicked and shouted a warning, careful, Gamortina is here. From deep underground, a monster with a mouth full of grotesque fangs surged up with tremendous force. Then it immediately turned and lunged at Leha. Hana shouted urgently, guard. The sacred cross in her hand instantly formed a circular magnetic energy barrier. In the blink of an eye, the protective ring blocked Gam's attack. Her voice trembled with worry. Leha. Leha stared at the monster's gaping maw, its teeth jagged like spikes. Wanting to prove he could hide, he quickly raised his gun and took aim. A shot rang out almost at once. The goblin's head was blasted clean through with a huge hole. Leha watched the monster crumple right in front of him. Doubt rose in his chest. Why did this feel so strange? As he watched the corpse dissolve, he thought to himself, how did he know a monster would show up? He even warned us right before the goblin arrived. Leha couldn't finish the thought. Shige spoke up behind him, cutting him off. Leha, are you okay? Seeing how sincere he looked, Leha made a suggestion in a steady voice. Mr. Matsushige, can we talk for a moment? He blurted it out, awkward and surprised. Once all three had gathered, Leha asked seriously, Mr. Matsushige, you're the tank, right? Shige answered immediately, yes. Leha demanded coldly, then why have you only been dodging monsters this whole time? He was so shocked he broke into a sweat, instinctively scratching his face as he stammered, that. The goblin on the ground was now nothing but a dried-out husk. Leha continued, sure, you can dodge, but you haven't used a single skill either. Why would a tank be afraid to face monsters? Suddenly, Leha lowered his voice. Don't tell me you're trying to kill me. Hearing that, Shige jolted and hurriedly denied it. No, absolutely not. It's not that I'm not using skills. Leha never expected it, his expression slowly darkened. Oh, so you really aren't using any skill? Shige stammered, it's just my skill. Shige explained in a trembling voice. Even though I'm the tank, I don't actually have many skills. Leha, grinding his teeth in anger, had to pause. You can't think of any other reason. Embarrassed, he admitted. I started out as a guide, not a pure tank. Personal skills like taunt or anything like that, I don't have them. Leha practically collapsed, groaning inwardly. Seriously, so not everyone with a shield is a real tank. Shige went on. I only have one skill, slash, to attack monsters. But the wind-up is pretty long, so... Leha simmered with helpless frustration. Only one skill and it still needs a wind-up. To avoid losing more face, Shige hurried to brag about his strength. If other guild members get attacked, I have a skill that reduces stamina drain. It's a shield called Chivalry. Leha let out a breath. Good thing you at least have that one. But his mood didn't improve for long before Shige hesitated and added, but that skill only protects women. Leha exclaimed in disbelief. What? Why? Hana explained awkwardly, because that's the nature of chivalry. Leha turned his back to the two of them and spoke in disappointment. So the only skill you can actually use is slash huh. Make sure you can control it. Leha added, I'll try to slow down my attack rhythm a bit too. Shige and Hana replied sheepishly, we'll try harder. Lee Ha chuckled softly, feeling a little more at ease. So during fights, I won't need to worry about them anymore. The other two kept praising him. Lee Ha-kun really is a good person. Thank you for forgiving me. After traveling for a long time, the three finally reached the search location. Looking around at the scene ahead, Hana sighed in admiration. This place is huge. There have to be over 100 houses. In front of them was Hurut village. Watching a goblin standing guard, Lee Ha thought grimly, if the commander disappears in a village this big, it'll definitely fall into chaos. He suddenly spotted a tunnel and asked, "That's an old mine over there, right?" Shige immediately replied, "Yes, it's a metal storage warehouse. It's heavily guarded. If we don't attack together, it'll be hard to break through." Lee Ha calculated carefully. That spot was perfect for hunting. But it wasn't a prime sniping position, and it had layers upon layers of guards. I need to check the surrounding areas carefully and find somewhere suitable to shoot from. Once he decided, he quickly stood up. Well then, dashing forward to take the lead, Lee Ha cheerfully gave the order, "Let's start the hunt." Anna and Shige, both startled, hurried after him. The sky above was beautiful, and strange sounds suddenly echoed through the air. A goblin ambushed out of nowhere screamed in terror. At the same time, someone shouted, "One down!" Shige swung his sword at the fierce goblin and grew excited. The second one's next. That goblin was immediately slashed badly, its body flung by the force toward the rear. Before he could even pull his sword back, two goblins suddenly leapt down from above and attacked Shige. He instantly raised his shield to block, and at the same time, the cross in Hana's hands joined in. She recited an incantation, "Protect." A ring of energy quickly spread from her. It expanded, forming another enormous shield, giving Shige more strength to withstand the two attackers. Goblins, with support, he clenched his teeth and quietly gathered his strength. Then Shige moved decisively, powerfully shoving both goblins back with a single strike and shouting loudly, "Lee Ha, that way, focus on those Kobans." Seeing the barrel of Lee Ha's gun aimed here, he muttered to himself. No, the two Kobans swiftly turned back. Agilely, they charged again. Shige panicked and shouted as he realized the danger, "Use your skill quickly." Quickly, before the words even finished, a straight line of bullets pierced the bodies of both Kobans at once, leaving him astonished and speechless. Shige's expression suddenly grew serious, his mind becoming cautious. With a single shot, two were already dead. Lee Ha watched the defeated Kobans fall to the ground and exclaimed cheerfully. Wow, excited, he suggested, "Shall we head to the next location?" Calculating quickly in his mind, he sought a suitable spot to shoot. Hana, surprised, asked, How did you kill two at once?" Holding his weapon, Lee Ha casually explained, "It's a gun, of course it can pierce them quickly." Listening to him, fortunately, the two Kobans were right next to each other. Their proximity made the shot quite effective. Hana and Shige fell silent for a moment, each seemingly lost in their own thought. Lee Ha noticed not far away, the injured Koban from earlier was lying on the ground, groaning painfully. Looking toward Shige, he asked, "Masu Shige, did you bring any rope?" Curiously, he replied, "Rope. I have some, but what do you intend to do?" Smiling mischievously, Lee Ha said, "This Koban is smart enough to lead us around the village unnoticed, right?" Quickly, the Koban was tied tightly. Kneeling on the ground, it shouted angrily, "Die, humans, what are you doing?" Lee Ha's voice rang out so it can speak. He approached with a sly expression. "Well, can you answer my question then?" He moved his hands on it, warning, "First, let me show you my skill before you answer." Shige could hardly believe his eyes and asked, "He's teasing a monster, Hana-chan?" Stammering, she replied, "It seems he finds this amusing." While comfortably torturing the Koban, Lee Ha explained, "This method is surprisingly effective. No matter how uncomfortable, it doesn't die or faint." The monster struggled, laughing until it could barely breathe. Stop, I'm a proud Koban of the Hyrut tribe." Putting on a fierce expression, Lee Ha said, "Then let's get to the main point. How do we get to the village chief?" Despite tears from discomfort, it only replied, "Stop, humans, I'm a proud Koban of the Hyrut tribe." Lee Ha took up his gun. "I thought you were smart, yet you keep repeating the same sentence. Not acceptable." He then held the Koban's head firmly and aimed the barrel at its skull. "Looks like I'll have to kill you and find another." Trembling, it finally revealed, the village chief will not go out unless it's a special task." Lee Ha asked coldly, "What is this special task?" Frightened, the Koban quickly answered, "It's about the tribe's survival. Humans would never leave for another place." Being a proud Hyrut, it cried out its final words. In the air, a gunshot rang out, splattering the monster's blood. The Koban in Lee Ha's hands was decisively killed. Coldly, he responded, "I understand you are a Koban of the Hyrut tribe." Shige asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly asking about the Koban chief? Inside the Hyrut village is a mountain full of mineral deposits." Hana added, "I've never heard of anyone capturing the chief." She asked softly, "We're already quite tired, aren't we?" Lee Ha thought the Koban chief must be inside that ore mine, but no one has ever captured him. Many still use that ore mine. Could the Koban chief only appear when players meet specific special conditions? Special task, matters of tribe survival, humans would never leave. These three keywords are the specific condition. And that is the mission Brow assigned to me. If you also include the keyword shooting, Lee Ha thought carefully for a long moment. Seems he now understands. Suddenly Lee Ha wondered, I wonder if either of you has gone deep into the village yet. Hana thought briefly then replied, ah, we passed through once before. Embarrassed, he suggested, I'd like to try entering once as well. Worried, she looked at Shige. What should we do, Makin? He hesitated, softly murmuring yes. Then Shige said, there will be many Kobans inside the village. If the three of us stay close together, we should be safe. But what if we recruit a few more people into our party? Lee Ha was surprised and immediately agreed. Oh, that works too. Excited, he said, then we hunt around here while waiting for other players. Exactly, then we can also level up while we do it. The other two whispered, will it be safe? It'll be fine. A Koban, hit by a bullet and only able to let out one scream, fell to the ground. Lee Ha checked the level up badge on the system screen and felt pleased. Good, reached level 27. Shige, surprised, said, oh, level 42, no, it must be even higher. Honor admired, you're leveling up fast. He just smiled awkwardly and softly replied, thanks, they still seem to misunderstand me. She approached and cheerfully said, anyway, I've been eager to meet your clan leader. Lee Ha, embarrassed, replied, really, is that so? With sparkling eyes, Hana looked at him and cheered. Lee Ha, you're truly strong. I have a feeling we'll definitely catch it. Lee Ha laughed heartily, but inside he was flustered. How should I respond at times like this? So awkward. Seeing no reply, she complimented him. You're so modest. Suddenly Shige exclaimed in surprise. Looks like there's something ahead. He pointed, over there are those other players. Hana shouted, hey, they really are. Lee Ha was quietly pleased. Finally, more players had arrived. Looking at the people ahead, Shige curiously said, that's a lot of people. Are they all attackers? Hana guessed. Seems like members of the same guild hunting together. Their cloaks all share the same pattern. Lee Ha was slightly startled, seeing the emblem clearly. That pattern, the sun on their cloaks, suddenly seemed dazzling. He slumped, they're hunting not kobolds but me. Suddenly, Kim Hoa tilted his head and glanced this way. Then he immediately spun around, angrily shouting, finally found you. The thief who ran off. Hana and Shige were wide-eyed. Kim Hoa's voice rang loudly, you think you can escape? Shige awkwardly said, are they talking to us? Lee Ha held his forehead, silently sighing. Tired, really tired. Hana shrugged, who knows? He looked at the captain and pointed to the three of them. Boss, it's the one in the middle. The other said, oh, is that so? Observing Lee Ha from head to toe, he said, cloak, hat, shoes are all part of the Agonia Asoma set. Kim Hoa impatiently reported, yes, that's right, boss. That bastard stole all the gear and ran off. He went on and on. I'll return all that gear to you, boss. Lee Ha thought, not listening, 10 people ganging up on me. He had to marvel silently. They brought an entire guild just to catch someone like me. This trash, I don't get it. The captain named Tigan calculated silently. I think the leader will have the highest level. He said coldly, Agonia Asoma's gear is expensive. Not sure, but if that rookie is level 3, the others must be around level 40 to 50. Kim Hoa shouted threats, disband your guild and hand over that guy now. Hana panicked slightly. Why? Did he do something wrong? He immediately explained, that bastard is a notorious thief. He'll just wait for you to die and grab the gear. His only goal is to steal and run. Shige and Hana fell into thought. Trying to negotiate, Kim Hoa suggested, so before both sides get exhausted, can you disband? Hana softly asked Lee Ha, I don't think you do that. Shige asked, do you need our help? Lee Ha looked at them, thinking, they aren't involved, I can't hurt them. Then he left the team and replied, Matsashige Mame Hana, thank you both for helping me. He sighed and then coldly taunted. So what now, knowing what will you do? Tigan said, simple, leave all your gear and money, we'll let you live. Don't make me raise your crime level. Think carefully, otherwise I'll destroy you again and again. Strip off your gear. When I raise it to level 5, you won't stand a chance. Lee Ha closed his eyes slightly, calculating carefully. Crime level except for mutually agreed duels. You get penalized if you attack first. If crime level rises, your reputation drops. He didn't want to strike first. A continent-wide reputation drop is unacceptable. He stepped forward and mocked, why are your tongues so long? Can't handle a one-on-one, so you all have to struggle like this. 10 people attacking me, are you gangsters? Tigan angrily shouted, what did you say? You want to die, don't you? Kim Hoa hurried to hold him back. Calm down, boss. He reminded the others, that's enough, let's start. Hana worried, Lee Ha, will you really fight them? There are 10 of them, run. Shige suddenly grabbed her wrist, let's go, Hana-chan. He hurriedly pulled her away, reluctant. Sorry, Lee Ha, Hana-chan, hurry. Even from a distance, Hana's anxious voice was heard. Lee Ha, Lee Ha, Lee Ha thought. I'll meet them later. Tigan sneered, crazy, still pretending to be arrogant. Then he ordered a nearby person. Zunner, end that guy's game. He immediately responded, yes, then took a magical item from his sleeve and cast a spell. System notification, player Zunner has attacked you. A hostile relationship has formed. When attacking a hostile player, your crime level won't increase. Lee Ha clenched his gun, silently cheering. Good, he attacked first. He smirked. Now I can fight with peace of mind. Suddenly a horse's hooves stomped hard on the ground. Immediately, its huge skeletal frame loomed in the air. Liha's eyes widened, a hint of panic rising within. What is that? Examining its skull closely, he wondered, horse bones. The creature reared its front legs aggressively, radiating an overwhelming force aimed at Liha. For a moment, he was dominated by this presence, his body trembling involuntarily. That Liha's mind recalled, I've encountered this before, its fear itself. Tigan grinned, seeing the opponent frozen in place. What now? Encountered this before, Channer chimed in. Of course, boss, isn't it fear itself? Someone like him wouldn't be able to move at all. He calculated silently. If I can take that kid's equipment, my level will rise as well. If that's the case, I could lead 20 people and have fun with so many things. Hunting monsters, getting gear, no one can touch a hair on me. Stealing and running is definitely the best part of this game. Thinking of this, Tigan felt excited. Each of them should fight at once, don't let it die too easily. The underlings immediately buzzed, yes boss. He closed his eyes slightly and thought about the plan for the first target. Just then, the bow next to Tigan suddenly fell backward, struck by a bullet. Seeing him destroyed in an instant, his eyes filled with horror. The skeletal horse immediately dissolved along with its master. Liha gave a mocking smile. What to do now? What if I resist? At this moment, behind him appeared the powerful illusion of a huge bear. The system sent a notification. Agonia Oso is effective for 3 seconds, resisting 50% of fear. You have resisted the fear. Thinking silently about how skillful his right hand was, Liha spun the gun artistically. The system sent a message. Reload will take 5 minutes, 30 seconds fix. Tigan, seeing him retreat, angrily shouted orders. That guy is running. What is Ondiu doing? Shoot him. Seeing the captain shout, he hurriedly raised his bow. I know I'll shoot. But before the words finished, Ondiu was hit straight in the face by a bullet. Tigan's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes full of speechless fear. Then he frantically arranged the formation. Where's the tanker? Quickly set up the shield in front of me now. Kim Hoa and the 2 other tankers responded simultaneously. Yes, Tigan ducked behind for cover, his heart full of worry. Its level is still low after all. Yet it could take down 2 level 50s in just 2 shots. Even I couldn't do that. Liha ran while glancing back. A bunch of fools setting up a shield while chasing me. Regaining composure, he immediately ordered, what are you doing? These idiots, it's running farther and farther, quickly catch it, move. The underlings rushed forward. Yes, Kim Hoa spoke to reassure them. Boss, anyway, its reload time will be quite long. I've seen it directly before. His words were suddenly caught in his throat. His eyes went wide in shock like seeing a ghost. Another underling in the team was shot and fell right before their eyes, making Kim Hoa and Tigan stammer. What is that? A strong hand grabbed his collar immediately. Tigan hissed in rage. What did you just say about its reload time? Kim Hoa nervously explained. No, boss, clearly it's... He looked at the underlings and quickly gave more orders. Move, chase it immediately. Someone responded, yes, sir. Tigan's eyes flared, his brows furrowed fiercely. Because of you, 3 are already dead. If this mission fails, you're finished too. Kim Hoa was terrified and speechless. He released the person while shouting, chase it quickly. He immediately replied, yes, sir, then ran headlong. Suddenly, someone in the team pointed forward, boss. It seems Sleeping Kit is running into the Koban village area. Tigan stomped angrily. Do you want to die? There are people here above level 50. Can't the Koban tribe fight back? No, sir, the underling stammered, I am sorry. Suddenly, Hana's voice sounded in the air. Makin, looks like they're heading deep into the village. Shige reminded her, speak quietly, Hana-chan. He raised a hand to his mouth, signaling, I'm watching them too. She then made some murmuring sounds. Shige revealed a satisfied smile. He was about to ask him for help, but it turned out this way effortlessly. Hana excitedly, so what? He's pretty cool too, I thought it was a film shoot. She looked regretful. Anyway, we can't help him anymore. He cheerfully said, why not? I brought quite a lot with me. Shige's expression turned sinister. Those people over there. 5 minutes is enough for me to wipe them out. Hana, observing the situation ahead, curiously asked, what did you get from Awakens? Makin, he replied casually, this and that. If Hana-chan is in danger, I'll use it. Seeing Tigan still angry over there, she wondered. That Ryu mark is the sun, is it Vi Sin Kshuan? It's where Kyokyu Jitsu is Ryu master. Shige reminded, well, it's not our business to intervene. Our mission is to monitor them closely. Alright then, he stood up and stretched. Just follow them slowly, Hana-chan. Hana asked another question, Makin. Do you think there's some hidden danger inside? Thinking for a moment, Shige smirked mischievously. That Liha is definitely the most dangerous character. Scene shift, the sun was near the horizon and shouting echoed continuously. Another Koban, damn it, just take it away. The Koban was split in 2. The voice of the one who destroyed it was harsh. It's driving me crazy. Lai Jiang swung his sword in a slash, then angrily. Why did Sleeping Kit run into an area full of Koban, hunting something useless? Just catch it, I'll make it quit this game. Liha calmly observed everything. He sheathed his sword and asked, where's Boss Tiguan? A tanker with him guessed. He's still tracking the bodies of the Koban, should be coming to us soon. Hearing that, Lai Jian let out a sigh. Damn it, if I'd known earlier, I would have found a way to slip off and hunt a few lizards. I heard an A-rank swordsman party has been dispatched. Liha still sat calmly atop the treetop, silently listening to their conversation. Tanko agreed as well. Exactly, we never should have followed Brother Tigan. This is exhausting. The moment he finds allies, he just won't stop talking, without noticing someone was approaching not far away. I only came because I heard that Brown Bear's gear was pretty top tier. But damn, I really stepped in shit this time. Right then, a heavy foot stepped forward, snapping a dry branch on the ground, and a voice rang out. What? Yeah, Tigan suddenly appeared, furious. Who stepped in shit, you bastards? The other two cried out in panic. Brother Tigan. Hands on his hips, he barked, you're complaining, huh? Following me is that unbearable. Lai Dan and Thanko lowered their heads. Lai Nhai replied, no sir. Tigan went on, kids these days, I swear. Tired are you? Then what about work? Planning to do nothing with your life? When adults speak, you obey. You should know how to say yes. The two underlings stayed silent, burning with resentment at being scolded. He still wouldn't stop, his voice rising even louder. Right. Answer me, you little shits, am I right or not? Watching Tigan keep shouting, Liha felt annoyed on their behalf. The more he listened, the more it crossed the line. Up in the treetop, he raised his rifle to aim. Just because an adult speaks, you're supposed to bow your head and work like a mule. Yeah, no, lining the front sight up squarely with the man's head, Liha cursed under his breath. Just an old man who loves lecturing people. A thunderous gunshot exploded through the forest near Hirat village. In the vast, quiet mountain wilderness, Tigan let out a shriek of pain. He dropped to one knee, clutching the wound as he howled. My leg, the underlings rushed over in panic. Boss Tigan pointed toward the gunshot. Damn it, over there, aim into that patch of trees. The system immediately announced, player Liha has attacked you. His voice rang out, his name is Liha. At that moment, Liha sat steady in the treetop, thinking to himself, should have just blown your head off. Now both my position and my name are exposed. Tigan's words came through clenched teeth. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill him. Post it to Zai Sin's Sunreal right now. An underling immediately answered. Yes, sir, and very quickly the group notice was updated. Liha lifted his rifle, aiming as he sneered. So that guild's name is Zai Sin Suna. A bunch of thugs like high school punks, and they're still called Zai Sin Suna. A cute puppy, even a dog walking by would laugh if it heard that. Feeling the danger, Tigan turned pale with fear. Hey, what are you doing? He's aiming at me again. Surround him now. The tankers hurriedly raised their shields. Yes, sir, Tigan shouted an order. You three up front, go catch him right now. Lizard hesitated. But he might. He roared, so what? Are three of you saying you can't handle one girl? Hearing that, a tanker simmered with resentment, but he only stood still and didn't move. All he knows is barking orders at other people. Lisa frowned, calculating. If the three of us rush together, we might be able to grab him. Kuro thought to himself, but all I've got is this armor. If I get shot, I can only tank it. Damn it. Liha aimed the muzzle straight at the three of them, warning them. Don't move, anyone who twitches gets shot. Inside, he weighed it carefully. Good, this should keep them from daring to move. But the problem is, how do I get out of here before those three start moving? I have to think fast. I still need some time before my ammo reloads. When I wiped out those Gobans earlier, most of the time Suddenly the air seemed to tremble. From the Gobans' village came blaring alarms. Tigan's underlings stared blankly. Kuro stammered, what is that? A tanker panicked, why is there a bell? Then in midair, a gigantic, powerful foot stepped forward. After that, the owner of that foot appeared, imposing beyond belief. A massive figure with a long great blade in hand, towering like a monument. The system sent a notice. Chieftain of the Hirat tribe, Hirat Ka, has appeared. Liha's eyes lit up, both thrilled and uneasy. You idiots. He watched as it led the troops forward with heroic force, excited. That's a Goban. The system sent more information. When Hirat Ka appears, all remaining Goban strength within the tribe increases by 10%. Chieftain Hirat Ka is roaring. After that roar, everyone here was terrified. Kuro cried out helplessly, I can't move, their system indicated. HP reduced by 10%, speed reduced below 30%. In a state of fear, unable to move for 2 minutes. Liha raised his rifle and muttered through clenched teeth. So that's Chieftain Hirat Ka. The system displayed. 3 pieces of the Agonia Oso set equipment helped you resist fear. If this is only the deputy commander of these monsters, then how strong must the commander be? Tigan thought in terror, then what is that? The Kobold Chieftain. That never showed up when I leveled up before. Hirat Ka spoke in a low voice. Human over there, did you come to wipe out our tribe? He hurriedly explained. Wait, Chieftain. Please listen to me first. It paused slightly, then asked. What else do you want to say? Seeing Hirat Ka steadily closing in, Tigan blurted out. We didn't come to capture anyone. We were just chasing a human all the way here. He backed away trembling. We'll leave right now, please let us go. Chieftain Hirat Ka suddenly fell silent, then said coldly, is that so? It pointed toward the kobold corpses not far away. Then who did this to these bones? Tigan panicked and fumbled for an excuse. That was the gunman we've been chasing. Haruka roared, nonsense. The wounds on those dead kobolds aren't bullet wounds. Humans are always liars, and you still dare attack our tribe. It gripped the long saber and swung it down. This was unbearable. The strike was so fast that Kuro didn't even have time to scream before he was split in two. Lisa cursed as two kobolds charged in to attack. Damn it, they're fighting back now, the fear's gone. Get ready. As he quickly finished off a kobold, he sneered, no way a level 40 can't handle monsters like these. Hanky agreed, we just need to watch out for that big one. Stepping closer to Haruka, he raised his voice to give orders. Stay sharp. Lisa took a guard stance and replied, got it. Before the words even finished, Tanky was cleaved in half right in front of them. Watching Chieftain Haruka swing its blade at him again, he felt pure terror. What was that? It killed a level 50 tank with one hit. This monster. What do we do? Lisa's thoughts cut off as a lightning-fast streak of light slammed down. Seeing Haruka butcher his teammates like chopping firewood, Tigan completely lost it. Hey, do something. Kim HWA was just as panicked. Me, Tigan snapped, you're the tank, why don't you use your shields to cover both sides? He hurriedly answered, I got it. Then he quickly chanted a spell to boost his defenses. Kim HWA charged at Haruka. Chieftain, my ass. You're still just a kobold. Another gleaming saber arc flashed down like lightning. Both his hands, along with the two shields he was holding up, were severed and sent flying. At the same time, a piercing scream rang out. Kim HWA howled in agony, my hands. He dropped to his knees, shaking. His words came out broken and strained. My ha! Suddenly, Kim HWA went silent. Before he could even see the opponent's move, his body was cut in two, blood sprayed everywhere. Just like that, his life ended. Tigan was utterly horrified. He didn't even get to scream once. Liha was just as stunned watching it all, thinking, so strong. In the past, many kobolds in this village were wiped out. The pressure of the tribe's survival always hung over them, and humans never stopped coming to the village. That was when Haruka appeared and punished every human. From the treetops, he observed the situation and judged quietly. The members of Dai Xingsun were fully equipped with gear and weapons. For defense, you could say their assault strength rivaled a level 60 team. If I were Haruka and attacked a group that strong, then that level 30 guy clearly wouldn't be fit to duel me. It really is a monster. Haruka warned in a low voice, you're the last human. Tigan trembled, glanced around, then shouted an accusation. Listen to me and that sniper too. He turned toward the forest and yelled, enough already. Sniper, you've seen everything, haven't you? I know you're nearby. If you help me this time, I'll wipe all your debts clean. Liha pressed himself down, alarmed. What is he doing at a time like this? Damn that bastard. Tigan's voice turned desperate. Where are you hiding? Get out here and help me. Haruka fell silent and lifted its head to look around. So there's another human here. Its eyes suddenly flared blood red. Furious, it said, and there's still another one. Liha's spine turned to ice. Damn it. Tigan grew more and more frantic. That sniper, hurry up, help me. Liha forced himself tight against the tree trunk. He still hadn't found my position. As long as I don't attack, I can stay safe for now. The rifle is loaded and the distance is fine. But under Haruka's oppressive presence, he didn't dare move recklessly. But if one shot doesn't kill it, then I'm the one who dies. Even if I die to a single shot, I'd still die by the chieftain's hand, along with the other kobolds. After calculating carefully, he fell into thought. So if I shoot right now, I'm dead no matter what. Liha kept preparing to leave, moving as lightly and slowly as possible. It's fine, if I don't shoot, it won't hear anything. Meanwhile, Haruka swung its blade and threatened the human. If you know what's good for you, don't ever set foot in here again. Tigan was terrified, yet still cursed stubbornly. Get lost, you bastard. Fear drove him mad. So you're the chieftain, big deal. If you die, you won't rest easy either. The saber in Haruka's hand came down without hesitation. A severed foot flew past his face. Tigan, who had been ranting nonstop, was cut off mid-sentence, and the got it that had just left his mouth died instantly. His eyes suddenly contracted, then he couldn't hold back. Tigan let out a shrill scream. Gunnar lay on the ground and Tigan kept groaning in pain. My legs. Seeing Hizuka approaching, he helplessly dragged his body across the ground in panic. Tigan tried to suppress his fear, begging, please spare me. Please, I won't come back here again. The voice of Chief Hirut echoed, humans are a species of broken promises. Then, without hesitation, he swung his blade. In an instant, his panicked face was split in two. Liha, hiding and witnessing this scene, also broke into a cold sweat. Watching Tigan vanish, Liha couldn't help but exclaim, if that Tigan dies, Jason's son will also be wiped out. Fortunately, he's dead. But the problem is, the Koban are getting agitated. Even though there are others in the tribe, they won't help. You have to save yourself. The angry Koban shouted, where's that human? Find the human who's hiding. Seeing them split up to search in different directions, Liha felt relieved. The Koban are dispersing to find me. Luckily, that creates opening. Mahizuka is the truly terrifying one. You can't treat it as just a monster. It's an NPC simulating a human. Suddenly, Haruka turned its head, fully focusing to the right. Its nose twitched a few times, then silently sniffed. Clenching its sharp teeth, Haruka said, here. It roared loudly to announce to the tribe's soldiers there's someone. Hearing this, Liha startled. It's over, I've been spotted, it's moving this way. He hesitated while aiming. Should I wait until it gets closer before shooting, or shoot now? At this close range, it can see me just as I see it. Liha carefully watched every movement of Hizuka, then tried to calm himself. Stay calm, Liha. Calmness is flexibility, and flexibility is calmness. Adjusting his breath, aiming for its head, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. But suddenly, Chief Hirat's gaze flashed. His expression seemed very angry. It loudly ordered, summon all guards here. There's someone. Liha panicked. It's over, I've been spotted. It was too late to shoot. At that moment, Hizuka continued. Everyone move to the entrance. Protect me, the human is at the entrance. As soon as it finished, it led the Koban army forward. The sudden change left Liha dumbfounded. The entrance. Leaping to the ground, Liha quickly calculated. Though he didn't understand why, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He needed to move to a favorable sniping position immediately. Before Chief Koban returned here, while arranging branches for camouflage, he wondered, who is at the entrance? Could there be someone else besides me? Who distracted them for me? I'm grateful, but quickly, Liha donned a leafy camouflage layer and dashed off. I won't let anyone take the Koban chief from me. In the dark night, suddenly a panicked voice rang out. Makin, run! Far ahead, two figures were sprinting in a line. They've been spotted. Shige complained, that's why I told you to be careful entering. Hana excitedly, but I'm curious, it's my first time seeing the chief. She ran while exclaiming, the chief looks strong. Shige worried, he defeated that Jason son right before our eyes. We can't withstand this. Behind them, Chief Hirat and the Koban army roared in pursuit. Catch the human. Shige moved while wondering, did Liha really lure the chief away? Recalling when Liha confronted a Koban upon entering the village. He doubted, could he really know just from a few clues? Hana next to him suddenly shouted, Makin, waking Shige up. She was gradually falling behind, breathing heavily. I can't take it anymore. Shige quickly pulled out a talisman and tore it in half. Oh well. In an instant, a wall of fire erupted in the air, separating the monsters from the two. The Koban screamed in fear, fire wall. Chief Hiratka was furious. Humans dare to set fire to Hirat's Koban tribe. Grabbing Hana's hand, Shige hurriedly pulled her and shouted reminders. Hang in there, Hana-chan, just run out of the village. She replied with difficulty, yes, I understand. Suddenly, huge hands easily pierced the fire wall. Immediately after, Hizuka tore through the barrier and stepped out heroically. Hana-chan exclaimed, Makin, the chief tore through the fire wall. Shige pulled out another talisman and instructed, almost there. Take my hand, Hana-chan. She immediately replied, yes. Lightning fast, he shouted, return, and used his mouth in coordination to tear the talisman in his hand. At the crucial moment, Chief Hirat suddenly froze. His face showed pain. Then suddenly, Hiratka's knees sank into the water, arms dangling. The two were momentarily stunned. But before they could understand what happened, Shige, with Hana, swiftly flew into the air to escape. He wondered silently what just happened. Why did the Koban chief squat like that? At the same time, Hizuka's body was gradually disappearing. A few minutes earlier, while the firewall created by Shige was blazing fiercely, Liha's foot gently stepped forward. Onto the Kobold watchtower. He observed Hizuka and the Kobold army in the distance and carefully calculated. Although it wasn't in a prime location, this spot was still quite good. Moreover, thanks to that fire spell, he could predict the wind's direction and speed through the smoke. Once again, thanks to that stranger. Raising the barrel to aim, Liha calculated silently. The wind has nearly stopped. Speed 1 meter per second. South-southwest, the bullet's trajectory won't be affected by the wind. Distance is 150 meters. However, adjusting the impact point and target was a bit unfavorable. It was 166 meters at first, then 172 meters. Still not right? Liha's voice grew slightly irritated. Damn it, it's getting farther and farther. When the distance reached 180 meters, Hizuka's image came clearly into the scope. He became excited. Got you. Liha quickly released the safety, then held steady and pulled the trigger. A loud bang rang out, the bullet left the barrel and tore through the air. Hizuka took the full force of the painful attack. Before it could regain its balance, the next volley of bullets rained down, giving it no chance to fight back. The kobolds stood dumbfounded, watching, their mighty chieftain being suppressed. Before long, Hizuka's massive body collapsed to the ground. The entire kobold pack immediately fell into chaos. Chief, this is bad. Chief, the chief has been defeated. Meanwhile, the system announced a level up. As Liha had just completed the quest, he clenched his fist in excitement. A surge of power flooded his body, sending a chill through him before he leapt up in victory. This is the feeling. The system informed him that he had defeated Chieftain Hizuka, so for the next hour, all kobolds would be reduced by 50% in strength. Liha was stunned. A full 50%? The kobolds that Rising Sun eliminated earlier haven't even respawned yet. So the remaining ones will only be level 15-20 monsters, right? Besides, they killed monsters without taking any items. Items from monsters and players alike will drop. First, I need to confirm the achievements. The system interface appeared and updated the achievements. After reading through them, Lee Ha couldn't help but feel thrilled. Speed alone had increased by 30 points, and there was a great deal of fame in the Hall of Fame. That's great, this. Next, he continued reviewing the system messages and commented. It seems more serious now, doesn't it? What do you mean by the new ray of light of Middle-earth? From now on, I'll encounter higher-level players. Can I really eliminate them with a single shot? My name is even recorded in the Hall of Fame. Still, Lee Ha thought if they're among the world's top-ranked players, I could probably handle them in one strike too. He let out a relieved sigh. Lucky. The achievement board appeared again. After reading it, Lee Ha exhaled deeply. Without these two achievements, defeating Hizuka at his current level would have been impossible. Then he pieced together everything he had just done. From the PvP achievement, I gained 12 points. I poured them all into the bullet right before firing. With that thought, Lee Ha suddenly pulled a paper pack from his pocket. From now on, then decisively tore off a corner with arrogant resolve. It's my time to hunt. Under the deep purple sky, a small village nestled at the foot of the mountain gradually came into view. Just then the system announced another level up. Lee Ha happily held the newly enhanced flintlock in his hand. Good, level 32. Since all kobolds are weakened for an hour, I can take them all down by myself. He wanted to check more information. That's enough hunting for now. Status window. The system immediately updated his status, but Lee Ha felt something was off. Achievements are 18, stamina is 35, and speed is still the highest stat as always. Wait, stamina is important too, since it increases survivability. But if that's the case, isn't strength just as important? I need to raise them more. His tension rose, MP as well. It determines how many times I can use skill. This is complicated. A sniper isn't just a simple player. It's basically about distance, but depending on the situation, it's not that simple. One shot, one kill. Whether it's the enemy or myself, that's the essence of a sniper player. After some consideration, Lee Ha finally decided to keep 5 points and allocate the rest entirely to speed. Once that was done, he felt reassured. All right, speed is 327. If I calculate it, this speed stat is roughly equivalent to level 63. A name suddenly surfaced in Lee Ha's mind, Agramni Igor. His motivation surged. Just wait a little longer. I'm coming, but at the moment, Lee Ha faced a dilemma. Well, I have to go deeper into Ailstock now, right? According to the quest, I need to sell these items. So busy. Right, I still have one more decision to make and time is almost up. Should I send it or just sell it outright? To minimize trouble, Lee Ha decided he only needed to deliver the reward to Madame Joy. A simple decision. After reading the notice board, he couldn't help but feel confused. The reward for success is an invitation to the grand opening of Holy Grill 2. What kind of ridiculous reward is that? Since it's the central temple, it really is strange. Under the gentle sunlight, a small house appeared among the cool green trees. Someone was tapping their fingers on the tabletop and letting out a tense sigh. Madame's head ached with worry. Why haven't you contacted me at all? Last time I only got a single letter. It's been 3 months with no news. This time are you just going to ghost me again, or did something bad happen? At the same time, Lee Ha was figuring out where to go next. He decided to open the system window. Route to Iltsak. Where should I go? Maybe I should check what gear is available first. I don't know what drops from hunting the Goblin. What did that uncle at that weird spot drop again? Suddenly his face lit up with surprise. A what? An item appeared right in front of Lee Ha along with its stat panel. A ring, and it even has a skill. Tiguan's words suddenly echoed in Lee Ha's mind. If none of the enemies can get close and it can absorb every attack, then isn't that basically an extra life? The thought made him chuckle in delight. How did that uncle get wiped out with a god-tier skill like this? Why wouldn't he use it? Haha. Then Lee Ha remembered. I've still got 2 special pieces of gear from Hizuka, the necklace made from the bones of the Goban tribe chief, and the Goban chief's great blade, which Lee Ha had no choice but to miss out on. It's a shame I can't use those weapons, but I have to wear this necklace. Party formation chance increases by 10%, it's basically made for me. Even without the full set bonus, this is already pretty good. At last, Lee Ha steadied himself. All right now. His gaze turned toward the wooden house. Time to go finish the quest. Standing before this rundown-looking building, Lee Ha couldn't help judging it. Doesn't our academy look like the most wrecked building in the capital? Or am I seeing things? Still, he walked up and pushed the door open. How does it look even more depressing than those buildings in the slums? With a weary voice, Lee Ha announced, I'm back. The scene inside left him stunned. Gunshots rang out, followed by a piercing scream. I'm done for. Meanwhile, Lee Ha stood there blankly. What is going on? An NPC shouted a harsh warning. Do you think you can walk away safe and sound? Lee Ha immediately aimed his gun at the man, staying alert. An intruder, another NPC, trembled in fear but still tried to threaten him. If you make a scene like this in the capital then. And Lee Ha could clearly sense the situation. There was someone else inside too. More gunshots, and NPC shrieked in terror. Boss, his voice was so loud it echoed outside. The NPC with a gun barrel pointed at him panicked and hurried to reassure. I know I'm leaving, I said I'm leaving. So the war hero is still alive, huh? We'll see about that. Suddenly, something distracted Lee Ha. No way, he glanced toward Brown and froze. 3 shots in total. How could someone fire a gun that fast? After dealing with the NPCs, Brown let out a relieved breath. Just got back, kid. Lee Ha hesitated a little, then answered, yes. His attention kept drifting to the gun in the man's hand. The scene from earlier replayed in Lee Ha's mind. 3 shots in only about 20 seconds. That was ridiculous. With a single rifle, Brown had definitely fired 3 rounds from that same gun. After a moment, Brown ordered, sit. But Lee Ha was still lost in thought. 3 shots in 20 seconds. It takes 10 seconds for the first round to go out. Even if you're fast, it's still 7. It's just a rifle, you can't shoot that quickly. Working the bolt with an empty chamber still takes 3 to 5 seconds. With a rifle, if you could speed up the bolt action like that, it'd be the best in the world. Lee Ha opened his eyes wide and scanned the room. Seeing what was there, he could be sure his conclusion was right. 3-gun rack, so that's the trick. Since Lee Ha was staring at the rack so intently, Brown asked, that ugly to you? Startled, Lee Ha hurriedly denied it. No, not at all, sir. Then Brown revealed something. Last night, Surturgut came here to tell everyone that Hizukka's mana has disappeared. Hearing that, Lee Ha only replied flatly, yes. Brown didn't forget to praise him. You had to go pretty far, but you came back faster than I expected. You did well. Kid, Lee Ha scratched his head. It was nothing. At the same time, the system announced the quest completion and updated their affinity. Lee Ha cheered quietly. Damn. Suddenly, Brown spoke up, just as I expected. Lee Ha didn't understand at first. Huh, Brown didn't explain. Instead, he grinned and corrected himself. No, even better than I expected. The system immediately displayed the quest progress. After reading it, Lee Ha couldn't hide his joy. Thank you, sir. Then Brown added, it'll take a bit of time for me to gather the gear and make it look nice. Even so, Lee Ha replied firmly, that's fine. I'll come back soon. At some point, Brown had gone to fetch a book. Good, I don't want to waste it. At last, back to the main point. You've got something else to do. Lee Ha noticed a change from kid to you. Then he raised a hand politely and asked, may I ask a question? Brown answered in a low voice, what is it? The thing from earlier had been nagging at Lee Ha. How were you able to use a gun so fast? Yet Brow seemed not to acknowledge that. You think that's fast? Still too inexperienced, you're just a kid. These words made Lee Ha raise a question. Could it really be even faster? He couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted it out. Is it a skill? Brow immediately denied it. No way. Lee Ha continued. Or is it magic related to guns? Brow added, you're still sitting here, that's definitely magic. Lee Ha focused intensely while gathering information. So then, is there something in that black gun? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Lee Ha pieced things together silently. Clearly there was something. Not a skill, not magic either. That was the key word in this conversation with Brow. Familiar everyday images flashed through his mind, from practice targets to straw dummy. From those, Lee Ha posed a question in his mind. The system updated the G-Musketeer achievement with all his guesses and intuition. He confirmed firmly, there's definitely something. Suddenly, Lee Ha's eyes widened in surprise. He had just made a connection. That gun, isn't it related to the founders of this academy? While Lee Ha was still tangled in thoughts, Brow slammed his cup on the table and said in a deep voice, have you ever heard of the Musketeer branch? At this moment, Lee Ha's eyes opened wide in realization. All right, there's a keyword now. Still, he answered the question, if it's the Musketeer branch. Does that mean the 3 people founded Braubeck Academy? From there, Brow listed each person's abilities. Brown speed, Brown penetration, Elizabeth precision. Actually, it should be Missy Brown. Lee Ha was puzzled. Oh, so the academy's name doesn't. Before he could finish, Brow explained, it belongs to the kingdom. It was a wonderful time. The academy was full of energy, attracting many students. Whenever stories about the Musketeer branch on the battlefield were shared, people came here with guns. Everywhere was bright and crowded, no room to step. A month packed with training schedules, can you imagine? Lee Ha confirmed, yes. Brow returned to the story. The 2 of them were different from me in how they treated others and ran the academy. Everyone had to acknowledge it again. Yes, very different. From the details Brow revealed, Lee Ha fell into silence. As Brow continued, the other 2, they had disappeared from the battlefield. And then everything ended. Here, Brow's tone turned serious. I entrust this task to you. The legends have vanished. At that moment, the system highlighted key content and assigned the mission. Lee Ha extracted the most important keywords. Search for Brown and Elizabeth, the vanished legend. The mission announcement left Lee Ha extremely perplexed. What is this? Really, I just need to confirm if they're alive, right? No way, how could Google assign such an easy task? If they disappeared during battle, it would be normal to get a mark and be listed as legends. But a mission to search for them like this means they're not just laying low. If I give up, I can't complete the task. If I don't complete it, I'll be punished. So I'll try. Only after a while did he respond to Brow, I'll look into it. So Lee Ha wanted to know more about their current state, but Brow didn't answer. He even showed doubt. His face stiffened. Can you handle it? Before that powerful aura, Lee Ha felt no fear. How would you know without trying? Suddenly, Brow gritted his teeth and exhaled sharply. He seemed to question if Elizabeth heard that answer she would be furious. Lee Ha paused. Not only that, Brow emphasized. This is not simple, but Lee Ha remained exceptionally calm. Of course it's not simple. Then he accepted the mission. Therefore, Brow shared information about the battlefield march. He recounted in detail. At that time, we didn't have spare energy to watch each other. Brown and Elizabeth went to find suitable sniper positions. I moved with the Joint Special Forces team from both PBL mini countries. Hearing this, Lee Ha planted his feet, silently evaluating. Incredible. Battlefield march, sniper points, so the info was only these two things. I have 20 days by, and now almost 4 days have passed. A single mistake and it's immediate death, and above all. Lee Ha recalled Brow's words, only 2 people succeeded. From that, he reminded himself, 2 people have already completed this mission. I have to pull myself together too. Based on the materials provided, Lee Ha weighed his options and made a decision. All right, first, I'll go to the nearby shops and ask around. He'd barely set foot at the first place before he started complaining. Nothing in this world is easy. After receiving the supplies, the shopkeeper thanked him politely. Please take care and thank you for selling this shield to us. Come again. Yes, Lee Ha replied half-heartedly. Yes, your bargaining level has increased to level 5. He felt a flicker of hope. At least selling the shield helped raise his bargaining skill. Hopefully I can pick up some information at the weapons shop. From another store nearby came a voice. Welcome in. Recognizing a familiar face, the Vogels visibly bright. Oh, Lee Ha, what are you looking for? A new weapon. Lee Ha gave them a quick rundown and the Vogels immediately caught on. Ah, you mean Mr. Brown and Mrs. Elizabeth, right? They were a famous couple during the war. Seeing how excited he was, Lee Ha guessed there'd be something useful here. The Vogels tried to recall what they knew. I've heard a lot of people say they're no longer alive, but that wasn't the first rumor. That surprised Lee Ha. The first rumor, he pressed on, eager to dig for more. What was it? The Vogels looked mysterious. Well, he leaned in, covering his mouth as if about to reveal a world-shaking secret. The moment the Vogels finished, Lee Ha let out a shocked scream. Really? He, however, remained perfectly calm. It's just a rumor, that's all. Even so, he couldn't place all his hopes on this. It was the most specific information he'd found so far, and also the hardest rumor to believe. Lee Ha scratched his head, exhausted. That's way too hard to believe. I mean, humans won the war against the demons, didn't they? Haha, just kidding. But the Vogels went pale, making it clear that humanity's victory really had been a miracle. Faced with his serious attitude, Lee Ha hesitated. If an NPC says that much, maybe I should look into it more carefully. So Lee Ha probed further, but it still feels hard to believe. Are there any other rumors? Who would have thought the Vogels would answer so bluntly? Well, if you don't like it, then don't believe it. Lee Ha spoke timidly. Silly rumors like this. They come and go. The shopkeeper cut him off. The people who said that got dealt with, your major general took out half of them. Even so, Lee Ha refused to give up. Who did you hear that first rumor from? After hesitating, the Vogels finally said, you're that curious. Because it came from the person who was the last to see them. At this moment, Lee Ha could be sure. The one who saw them last was this very person. Even while gossiping, the Vogels didn't forget to do business. That person's name is. If you buy a gun, I'm sure I'll remember. Lee Ha grit his teeth in irritation. Seriously, why are the NPCs here all about upselling? It was the same at Candle Castle. Then the Vogels brought out a weapon. Now this is the flintlock I especially recommend for you. You're Lee Ha, right? Cheap, only 18 gold. The number shocked him. 18, he reminded him. Hey, watch your pronunciation. All at once, Lee Ha fell silent. Well, I was planning to gradually change my weapon anyway. He reviewed each item the Vogels offered. The first one he suggested was expensive. The Speedfire attack power 1270. But it also required strength. A needle gun, I don't like the name, but it fits players from level 35 to 45. Fine. I've decided for now I'll use this one. After thinking it over, Lee Ha made his choice. Boss, sell me this needle gun. Yes. I'll take this one. Then in the very next breath, his tone suddenly changed. But boss, so it triggered my bargaining skill again. How much were you planning to sell it to me for? After the haggling ended, Lee Ha left in high spirits. Wishing you booming business, boss. Only the Vogels were left aching inside. It was basically daylight robbery. Unlike him, Lee Ha was proud of his achievement. He knocked off a whole 70 silver, and even bought a new discounted flintlock. Best of all, he found where the person who saw them lived, Nai Tai. It was down below the vast plain near the marching plain. Now he was more excited than ever. He'd found a lead. Lee Ha hurried to the teleport support area. 1 ticket to Nai Tai for 1 person. Luna, the staff member, said, 80 silver, sir. Lee Ha yelled, 80? Luna had no patience at all. If you don't want to spend money, use a scroll. Next. Lee Ha hurriedly stopped her. And no, wait. He reminded himself miserably this wasn't the time to be stingy. In the end, he had to hand over the money with a heavy heart. Here you go, Luna confirmed. Thank you, I've received 80 silver. She quickly ushered Lee Ha into the space. All right, have a pleasant trip. Lee Ha was inside the teleport space, but he couldn't stop feeling the sting. The best thing money can buy is time. But it doesn't have to be this expensive. The front still had everything, but the back got stripped. clean. In a flash, he heard the staff member's voice. Welcome to Naitai. Standing on this land, Lee Ha thought to himself. A former Western veteran who fought in the Great Human-Demon War. This village is small, so I should find him quickly, right? Next to him, a few kids were playing around. Look, the kids are attacking a strange person. Wow, go away, monster, crazy guy, kick him, hee hee. This weapon won't harm his body. Meanwhile, Lee Ha didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? Lepanto shouted loudly by himself, sword. My sword, I need to find an archer. Oh, the kids shouted to each other, run, the madman is coming. Lee Ha stood there in a daze. Strangely, if he chased the kids away for him, the NPC mission would become too simple. So he chose to turn away because there were 2 time-limited quests. I'll come help you later. Wait for me, Lepanto. And so, Lee Ha continued on his journey. All right, first is the village tavern. He kept a cheerful spirit and pushed open the door. Excuse me, but seeing the grim scene inside, Lee Ha immediately fell silent. The atmosphere felt dangerous. Just then Bali, the tavern owner, greeted him sternly. Welcome, guest. Lee Ha quickly regained composure. Ah, yes. I want to ask a few questions. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help feeling crushed. Being a border area, this place often had rough-looking people. Some even had lost a hand. Maybe it was because it was early morning and they were already in the tavern that he felt so nervous. Then Lee Ha began probing each person in Nida. When Adam heard the name, he asked, Lepanto, the one who duels with swords. Mason wasn't sure, but his expression was excited. Skewer Lepanto, huh? The rapier user, right? On the other hand, Tanner spoke coldly. Lepanto is in this village. Even if both hands were cut off, only the chief of police could manage that. No one in this village has that ability. With such vague information, Lee Ha had to leave alone. They answered about Lepanto, but it wasn't helpful. Given the current situation, he felt even more tense. Damn it. There was no other choice. Lepanto was a rapier user and very active on the battlefield during the Human-Demon War. The details Lee Ha knew spread through his mind, and the rumor that Brown and Elizabeth had betrayed humans. At that moment, whispers of warriors flashed through his mind. Someone had seen them meet the Demon King directly, even emphasizing each word. Lepanto, the one-handed man of Nidai, is the one. Yet the immediate problem was exhausting Lee Ha. Even if it were true, if he spoke up, everything would end. There was no time left. At that moment, the system notified. The Holy Chalice quest has 12 days remaining and 19 days for the Lost Legend. Reading that, Lee Ha felt energized and hurried himself. Today I have to search every shop in Nidai. He continued gathering information. When asked, Owen said, Lepanto, I've never heard of that name. Even Walter, a local, shook his head. Who is that? If you're not buying, move along. But is there such a person in Nidai? I've never heard of him. When Lee Ha arrived at a shop, the owner politely replied, Sorry, we've closed for the day. Still he persisted, but Victor gave a similar response. Lepanto, no guest by that name exists. From morning to night he found nothing useful and his frustration burned. Clearly, this is a famous person, a rapier user. There aren't many like that in this world. He sighed in despair, looking up at the sky. I don't even know what he looks like. After a short break, Lee Ha stretched and stood up. Oh man, I have to check a few more places. Suddenly a hand touched him, making Lee Ha scream. Ah, his whole body trembled as he turned around. Who's there? Someone. The person in front of him laughed mischievously. Hee. Lepanto excitedly gestured with a strange motion. Want to play a battle with me? Recognizing the familiar face, Lee Ha recalled. I saw him this morning, the crazy guy, right? He scratched his head and declined. No, it's late anyway, maybe next time, but he wasn't about to give up. Night battles are more fun. You don't know, do you? Suddenly Lee Ha froze, eyes wide. Wait, hold on, he noticed something unusual. Now my assimilation rate is 50%, and I still didn't notice the beggar's footstep. Seeing a man with no soldierly appearance, Lee Ha wondered, could this just be a crazy NPC? Unable to resist curiosity, Lee Ha decided to ask directly. Sir. Slightly hesitant, his voice continued. Excuse me, but one of your hands, just as the wind lifted Lepanto's coat, Lee Ha could see clearly. None. At that moment he was certain that the person he had been searching for so far away was right in front of him. Finally found. Lepanto, but now he looked like a fool and spoke in strange phrases. Forward, squire, follow my blade. And so he was still on the old battlefield. Follow my rapier, follow Lepanto. Watching the opponent act like a clown, Lee Ha could only stay silent. Then, he pushed aside his discomfort and focused on what mattered most. Now that I've found Lepanto, I can ask him about that rumor. Mr. Lepanto, my name is Lee Ha. I have something I want to ask you. Is it true that you? Before he could finish, Lepanto's loud shout drowned out his voice. Move forward, squire, the battle isn't over yet. Then he laughed heartily and quickly ran off to play. Lee Ha struggled to chase after him. Wait, hold on. Mr. Lepanto, but the distance kept growing, making it extremely difficult. Damn, how is he so fast? Van Ners too can't even catch up. He's a war veteran, isn't he? But I'm sure it's more complicated than that. He's not just an ordinary madman. I can't let him get away. So Lee Ha became more determined, shouting loudly to interrogate. I want to ask something about Mr. Brown and Missy Elizabeth. Mentioning those names, Lee Panto paused. The lively atmosphere vanished instantly. He slowly turned his head, adding a warning, "Run." Fool, Lee Panto's face suddenly seemed sharper and more alert. If you just stand there like that, shock was clear on Lee Ha's face. The moment he continued, "You'll be hit by Brown's bullet." Not only did Lee Ha gain nothing, but he was left with more questions. Hit by Brown's bullet? What is he talking about? Then Lee Panto darted away. Run fast. Run? To block Brown's bullets, you'd need at least 5 shields. Lee Ha felt like losing his mind with this guy. Where is he off to now? Lee Panto's voice echoed from afar. Run, go further. Elizabeth is watching from a distance. That caught Lee Ha's attention. Elizabeth. So he hurried after him. Surely he knows something. But halfway, Lee Panto suddenly began sobbing. Wah wah wah, Lee Ha felt like a cow being led, clueless. What's happening? Why cry all of a sudden? Lee Panto stretched a trembling hand forward, whispering, Mr. Brown, don't go, don't abandon us. Then came sorrowful sob. The sound stunned Lee Ha. His wide eyes froze in shock at the unfolding scene. Lee Panto had changed dramatically. Lee Ha realized it was post-traumatic stress from severe injury. Back in the unit, I was taught about this. Survivors of brutal battles often experience these symptoms, and it was clear Lee Panto was still living in war. Finally, Lee Ha turned his body, coat flapping in the wind. He understood that he could no longer rely on him. At this point, asking more questions was useless. He needed a different approach. On the small fire, pieces of meat gave off a savory aroma. Lee Ha held some seasoning, raised his hand and fanned the small fire. Cooking level 5. He looked like a witch cooking. Come on, are you hungry? Lee Panto, Chef Lee Ha, his mouth watered. With his keen nose in under 3 seconds, Lee Panto recognized the smell of good food. Seeing his reaction, Lee Ha had a mischievous idea. Gotcha. He intentionally teased. Smells good, who am I cooking for? Who should I serve? Hey, are you listening to me? Lee Panto couldn't resist and started eating immediately. The meat's done, Squire. That made Lee Ha curious. Who's Squire? He seized the chance to bait him. Mr. Lee Panto, let's enjoy this meat and chat. Lee Ha thought a full stomach would clear minds. Lee Panto commented, calling his conversation foolish. Squire, the Demon King's army is still piled up. Your cooking skills have improved a lot. Squire blinked and the food was gone, surprising Lee Ha. So fast it's already finished. After a hearty meal, Lee Panto caused more trouble. We must eliminate the remnants of the Demon King. Come on, to the battlefield. Lee Ha hurried to stop him. Let's talk a bit, Sir Knight. He pleaded. That battle is dangerous, right? Please help me. Those words made Lee Panto curious. Help who? Lee Ha's serious tone mentioned 2 names, Mr. Brown and Missy Elizabeth. Lee Panto froze, then warned. Brown and Elizabeth will not return. When they meet again, they'll be enemies. That's what they said. I reported to superiors, yet I was punished instead. Makes sense, how could one stain the nation's hero? From Lee Panto's words, Lee Ha was certain. This person doesn't just know about it, he's the last who spoke to them. I can get accurate information now. Shortly after, Lee Panto foolishly ran off again. Bring my cloak, Squire. We need to deal with the traitor. Lee Ha was speechless. That's it. I have to cook for him again. Suddenly, he runs off again. I need to talk to him a few more times. We need to buy time. Right then, the system popped up. Lee Ha read it and reasoned through it. A new mission. If we don't find a rapier for him, Lee Panto won't survive. Success gives only points, but failure deducts 30%. What kind of cruel condition is this? I just took a moment to think and Lee Panto already ran quite far. Hey, wait, hold up. Yet Lee Ha still couldn't fully grasp the situation. Sir Knight, where are we going? He naturally responded. Of course, to the battlefield. With the information I've gathered, Lee Ha confirmed. This is the plain of the marching troops, beyond the BVN border, where Mr. Brown and Mr. Elizabeth left from. A deserted field where not even monsters are ever seen. Lee Panto squinted into the distance as if he had discovered something. Cursed Ent and the Dark Fairy Corps. Lee Ha repeated blankly, Cursed Ent, Dark Fairy Corps. Given the current situation, I calculate that I can't gauge these monsters' levels, and I definitely can't fight them by surprise like this. I only have 100 bullets left. I need to retreat without being noticed by the monsters. In this tight spot, Lee Panto boldly declared, You lot, Lee Panto will face you. Quick, bring me my rapier, Squire. Lee Ha felt tears welling up. We came here to find your rapier. Mentioning this, Lee Panto finally looked around to search. Where's my rapier? Lee Ha immediately rushed into action. No weapon, then fall back. The Cursed Ent and Dark Fairy monsters were right in front of him. This time, Lee Ha had to make a decision. The monsters had spotted him. I can't let Lee Panto be destroyed. Without the rapier, even if it's regrettable, I have to use something now. Immediately, Lee Ha drew the delicator gun. He got into position and dealt with them one by one, starting with the largest first. The bullet pierced through the stiff wooden body. Turns out it was part of the Ent monster's body. But the current situation was putting Lee Ha in a tough spot. Attack power tripled, but it was still usable. Then turning around, he saw the Dark Fairy. Damn it, when did this one get here already? At this point, Lee Ha had no choice. I need to fall back. Everything's already complicated, plus Lepanto shows no fear. These small fries, one good shot is enough. Lee Ha reminded helplessly, no sword yet, move your legs fast. After struggling, he prepared to return to a fence. Reloaded. Lee Ha focused the gun on the monsters, this time starting with the smaller one. The dark fairy spread its wings, ready to rush at him. Immediately, Lee Ha planted his feet and struck. The bayonet pierced through the dark fairy, a sudden assault. Meanwhile, Lee Ha didn't need to move further, but it wasn't over yet. The smaller one could be dealt with in one slash, but the slow wooden one had to be shot until dead. Within minutes, the monsters lay scattered on the ground. Lepanto was thrilled. Excellent, Squire. Lee Ha looked at his weapon and acknowledged. So far, it's the most defensive one. Lepanto praised endlessly. With just one gun, you could command an entire sniper squad. Lee Ha silently judged. Without my skills, I wouldn't even be standing here now. He radiated lethal intent, then spoke in a deep, threatening tone. Mr. Lepanto, the troops are trained to 7 points. Archers provide support. Please hold your tongue a bit. Let's talk. This time, Lepanto was cautious. Ah, I understand now. Lee Ha whispered, instructing him not to rush toward the monster. This puzzled Lepanto. Why? Lee Ha explained. We need to move secretly to avoid being seen. Only then can we win. Finally, Lepanto understood. Oh, I see, that makes sense. All right. Not only that, Lee Ha added further. If we report to the regiment leader, he'll be very pleased to see it. Lepanto agreed. Then let's move silently. While they whispered, someone called out. Ha Lee Ha. Bu Nim pointed at the other, wanting to confirm it was Ha Lee Ha, right? Seeing a familiar face, Lee Ha's expression brightened. Is that Bu Nim? He laughed charmingly. Long time no see. Lee Ha greeted warmly. It's so nice to see you again. But why are you here? Bu Nim said, I'm just out hunting. When monkey, this left Lee Ha stunned. Oh wait, hunting, I know he has experience. But hunting in a place where you could easily die. While Bu Nim was as innocent as a child, Lee Ha had doubts. How did he manage that? Even Lepanto knew the identity of the newcomer. A fellow of Lazadia, quite a surprise, huh? Lee Ha burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, then his eyes returned to scanning. Suspicion still lingered. Bu Nim's academy is across from here after all. Why is he here? Moreover, he's hunting alone without an axe. Finally, unable to hold back, he asked. You came here to hunt. Surely the level must have gone up quite a bit, right? Bu Nim replied politely. It's nothing special. Ha Lee Ha also has new gear. Meanwhile, Lepanto kept jumping around excitedly. I touched his tail and kept jumping around. So flashy. Just in the next sentence, Bu Nim left Lee Ha stunned. Looks like the boss's equipment. Because, from what he knew, even level 200 players couldn't instantly recognize their own gear like that. But Bu Nim could talk about his gear so quickly and accurately. To gather more information, Lee Ha made a timely offer. You want to come with me? I'm on a quest too. Bu Nim scratched his head hesitant. Sure, but I might get into some trouble. Lee Ha was a bit surprised. Oh, what kind of trouble? Indeed, everything matched Lee Ha's reasoning. Trouble? There's something, huh? Bu Nim's tone suddenly became dangerous. Nothing too special though. But then he agreed. I'm curious what quest you're on, I'll go with you. Lee Ha replied cheerfully, all right, and so the two formed a team. Lepanto shouted excitedly, awesome. One of the strongest in the Demon King's army is Lepanto. With him on our side, we don't need to worry. Now Bu Nim noticed his presence. Hey, why is the Demon King here? Lee Ha laughed awkwardly. Aha, that NPC, his mind is a bit. Before he could finish, something distracted him. Ah, the enemies are ahead. Must be a cursed group and the Dark Fairy Legion. Yet Bu Nim stayed calm and even reminded him. Get ready, Ha Lee Ha. Lee Ha couldn't grasp the situation at first. Seeing Bu Nim's bold action, Lee Ha panicked. Bu Nim, you're not a tank, what are you doing? They have shield armor. Bu Nim didn't look worried at all. Ha Lee Ha, focus on those undead. Dark Fairy pointed excitedly. Lizard, long time no see lizard around here. Its minions jumped along. Long time no see lizard. Long time no see lizard. Bu Nim stretched his neck and took a deep breath. Then he blew full force at the Dark Fairy. Poison breath. Watching this, Lee Ha was even more bewildered. What just happened? He just breathed and the Dark Fairy were gone. Bu Nim's signal. Ha Lee Ha, now is the time. Lee Ha regained composure. Ah, got it. His rocket arrow shot straight at the undead. At the same time, Bu Nim attacked the other one. Poison missed. In a moment, its body was pierced through. Its body faded and vanished. Lee Ha was amazed. I have to shoot 5 times to take one down, but he did it just like that. Bu Nim's poison surpasses gun power. How strong is he really? After finishing, Bu Nim suggested, let's take a short break. Lepanto laughed heartily, hee. While he sat mischievously in a corner, Lee Ha stayed alert with his gun. Finally, Bu Nim observed the situation. Seeing him so focused, Lee Ha couldn't help but wonder. He said break, but why is he looking around? I leveled up to 33 just by hunting. The monsters in this plane aren't ones you can beat at level 30-40. What level could he be? Finally, he couldn't resist asking. We just left Candor Castle not long ago. How many levels has Bu Nim gained? He turned his head, curious. Then Bu Nim revealed, I just reached level 51. Lee Ha was shocked. What? I'm level 33 and he's already 51. He exclaimed in disbelief. Level 51. From Bu Nim's view, where and how you hunt matters. Just these two things are enough. First, we must finish this quest quickly. I'm a bit busy, let's move. Suddenly, Lepanto shouted. The 7th Infantry Division of Central Land and the 3rd Allied Corps. He touched the ground. This is where my comrades were buried. While everyone runs the enemy's Corps 7th Squad. I'll go ahead, Liha called in panic. Knight Lepanto, even Bu Nim was surprised. Isn't this a bit dangerous? His attitude shifted. Not only that, Lepanto ran forward frantically. My rapier, I'm at the front, I'll lead. He left Liha calling helplessly. Knight, this made Liha suspicious. Did he remember? Seems like he just arrived at the battlefield and realized the battle had ended. While chasing Lepanto, Bu Nim revealed, this is tricky, undead ahead. Liha wasn't clear, undead, and Bu Nim confirmed. Yes, I don't think my poison works on skeletons. Now Liha had only one goal. Anyway, Lepanto is recovering his memory, must find the rapier's location. Escorting the veteran is almost done. Later, Lepanto finally stopped, found it. Home, I see my sword. He trembled, reaching forward as if pulling the old image from memory right on that soul carpet where the two had departed. Bu Nim guessed instantly. Your quest must be his story, right? And Liha commented. Yes, that's a direct mission for a sniper. Lepanto's emotions surged higher and higher. Stop those two from leaving. Report back, report it. Have I reported yet? I already reported. Magic. Who's being controlled by magic? Seeing what was happening, Bionim advised Liha. Don't let the NPC make any more noise. Just then, Lepanto started yelling and loudly read out two names. Mr. Brown, Miss Elizabeth. At that moment, the ground showed signs of cracking, carrying an eerie beam of light. A horrifying zombie suddenly burst up from below. Bionim was a little irritated, another monster crawling out. Damn it, that's why I told you we needed to stay quiet. Liha could tell what they were, skeletons and zombies, the undead. He fired a shot straight into the zombie's skull, but it didn't even flinch. Even so, he took responsibility. I'll handle the skeletons. Don't think one shot, one kill, just chop off their lower bodies and you're good. Now it was Bionim's turn to be puzzled. Chop them off, how do you know that? He raised his razor-sharp claws, anyway, and charged forward. The legs are right here, yeah. The zombie kept snarling viciously. It was closing in now and Liha found himself in a tight spot. Damn it, I don't have time to reload. At this point he could only gamble. Fine then, Liha rammed the gun barrel straight into the zombie's belly. Bayonet assault. He gritted his teeth and urged himself on. He'd come this far, he couldn't fail now. After a brief struggle, the zombie finally collapsed, defeated. Only then could Liha breathe again. That's the last one. At the same time, Bionim reported, we're done here too. Immediately a voice rang out with certainty, not yet, so it can't be forgiven. You think leaving the boundary means we won't find you? They even started cursing. You damn lizard. Liha stared wide-eyed at that familiar insignia, the pattern on that axe. This appearance caught him completely off guard. Rising sun, why are they here? The moment he saw the group ahead, Bionim warned him at once. Liha, if you can still run, run now. Of course, in the current situation. Liha couldn't agree. Yeah, you can see the NPC's condition. Even if we want to run, it won't be easy. And I've got a debt to settle with them. Bionim looked surprised. A debt. Then he took a fighting stance. Either way, they're not the kind of people who will spare us if we give them what they want. So Liha hit them first. Taking the chance, Liha set a condition in return. Later, you have to help me with something. The Rising Sun crew immediately turned arrogant. Choose, hand it over right now or go to hell right here. Taking out a player outside the boundary won't increase crime points anyway. Not only that, Bronze even sneered, how many times have you logged it? That's how many times I'll kill you. The instant he finished, a bullet punched through his brain, throwing the others into panic. What was that? B-Boss got taken out. At the same time, Bionim struck quickly, toxic slime. The Rising Sun group fell into chaos, it's poison. Antidote, hurry, give me the antidote. Seething with hatred, they planned to take revenge on this damn lizard. Watching their attack speed, Bionim assessed silently. Fast reflexes. Are these guys all level 60? On the other side, Liha was starting to feel worn out. Fighting while retreating to buy time, just like when he fought that end. Really. It was exhausting. Once Lepanto gets dealt with, all of this ends too. Just then someone rushed him. Go to hell, you sniper. Liha reacted instantly, blocking the strike, bayonet thrust. The collision was so fierce it felt like the air might explode. Gukbang knew he had the upper hand and sneered smugly. Meanwhile, Liha struggled to hold on. He's strong, stronger than those monsters. But unexpectedly, one of Rising Sun suddenly lunged at Lepanto. We need to thin their numbers. That bastard dies first. Dash and bash. Dust burst up from the ground, proving how heavy the blow was. Liha cried out in panic in his mind. No, staring at the chaos, he couldn't help feeling crushed. Had his mission failed? As the dust settled, a familiar figure appeared. Lepanto returned with a completely different presence, his whole body radiating tremendous power as he demanded, who is it? Then he spoke in a low voice, Squire. No, hey outsider, are these your enemies? Liha answered awkwardly. Yes, a bald man was about to rush in for a sneak attack. Where the hell did another one come from? Double slash. With a single sweep of his hand, Lepanto stopped him. Rung, attack symbol, good right. In no time, the bald guy was erased. Lepanto said coldly, no need to ask. Realizing the danger, the Rising Sun group shouted to each other, take him out first. But all they got was Lepanto's contempt. You think you can kill me? The Demon Lord's troops are ridiculous. In less than 5 seconds, the two who had charged in so fiercely were wiped out, and Lepanto mocked them bluntly. Too slow. Seeing that overwhelming scene, Liha was so shocked his mouth hung open. Even Bionim couldn't help admiring it. No weapon, and he still took them all down. All of them? Where did you find an NPC like that? I want an NPC like that too. Liha replied blankly, it's just a quest NPC. Suddenly, Lepanto cautiously knelt before Liha. So that was it, he wanted to speak from the heart. Thank you, luckily you were here, truly thank you. Without you, I would have lived that way my whole life, looked down on by everyone, losing my memories and my rapier this project. Without you, I never would have found it. Liha was stunned again. Was that light a magic sword? At that moment, the system announced that Liha had completed the quest and leveled up. Skimming the achievements he'd just received, he couldn't help but marvel. Oh, his affinity with Lepanto reached 100 points, and his renown across the continent rose as well. There were also merit points for Pubi. So Lepanto is really famous on this continent. What a generous reward. But my main goal still isn't done. Lepanto slowly began talking about memory control magic. He explained how it all started. Lord Brown and Elizabeth, you'd be better off not hearing what I have to say about them. They're the ones who made us fall under memory control magic. The strategist of the 3rd Legion, the wizard Rot-Rak, he erased our old memories. Hearing that familiar name, Bionim suddenly remembered. Wizard Rot-Rak, Pubil's archmage, Lepanto continued. The royal records will have an account of the battle. Only the king has the authority to edit or erase those records, so our report must have been recorded too. In truth, something else was weighing on Liha. The royal archives contain their whereabouts, but his renowned score isn't high enough. If we can't find evidence, the brigadier general will go berserk. Suddenly, Lepanto lowered his voice. I'm sorry, Ha Liha. I can't meet Lord Broward. I'm no longer alive. Why would Rot-Rak need to curse me? Ah no, to place this spell on us. So he could eliminate me from this world without dirtying his hands. That's why I can't return to the capital. No, I can't stay in Pubil. If Rot-Rak discovers me again, then both I and the other knights will be in danger. After that, Lepanto produced a coin. Take this, Grau knows how to use it. Liha didn't quite get it, this. Lepanto offered no further explanation, only leaving a message. What I've told them is enough evidence. Seeing him turn away, Liha asked, Knight, where are you going? And Lepanto replied, we have to chase them. Only then did Liha remember. Ah, Lord Brown and Lady Elizabeth. Lepanto continued. For the comrades who fell, you have to hear the answer I still haven't given, right? Thank you. Ah, Liha, I will never forget your kindness for as long as I live. Bionim also won't forget Lepanto's service. Anyway, thank you, sir. Thanks to you breaking the Rising Sun gang, we can breathe a little easier. Liha shared some news. Ah, I've finished the quest, so I have to head back to the capital. Bionim added, oh, what a shame. Ranking up together is fun, too. His tone suddenly turned serious. Ah, Liha. Bionim gave a foolish grin and muttered something hard to understand. Grow up fast. But Liha couldn't make sense of him. Why are you helping me? He was confused. Huh, did I do that? You just listed everything. The most important thing in the central hall is information. Information on monsters, how to clear quests, high-level intel that gets bought and sold. You're the one who showed me a lot of that information. But Bionim said it's because you have potential. Give more to get more back, that's all. I can see a lot of potential in you. Still, Liha felt a little uneasy. But I'm just a shooter who hasn't even reached level 40. Bionim replied as if it were obvious. First, just work hard and rank up, and then it'll be my turn to get back what I gave. Jin Gong Gong is level 23, try to catch up to him. Liha was briefly surprised. Jin Gong Gong is already level 23. He looks mischievous, but he's pretty good at games, huh? In the end, Liha had to say goodbye. I understand, see you next time. Rank up a lot and then we'll meet again. Bionim waved. Take care, Ha Liha. While we're at it, Liha added, next time don't hide the good weapons from me. Rising Sun chased all the way here because of that knight's sword, right? Ilnim didn't expect his secret to be exposed. When did you notice it? Caught red-handed. The system popped up again with an achievement update. Next, there were a few lines of encouragement. Right now, Liha was very eager. I've gained 22 stat points from the achievement rewards already. The final reward must be generous. But the real game is just beginning. Convincing the Major General will be the hardest part. No, I shouldn't worry ahead of time. I have to convince him. But as soon as the door opened, a shout echoed from inside, shut up. Honestly, it wasn't too surprising. I expected that. At the Brown Bess Royal Guard Academy, the thunderous yell belonged to Brown. What betrayal? And what about the Demon King? Faced with that suspicion, Liha tried to explain. I'm telling the truth, I even brought evidence. But Brown decisively aimed his gun at him. That evidence, bring it out now. Brown's swift action left Liha in awe. 3 seconds, what kind of speed is that? In the end, to save his life, he took out the checking coin. If it were him, he'd recognize it instantly. Seeing it, Brown's face darkened. A few seconds later, he finally uttered, "Lepanto, that kid is still alive." Hearing this, Lee Ha asked, "You know what this is?" Brown answered without hesitation, "This is a checking coin. We can locate its owner using the mana stored inside the coin. It won't betray comrades and can be used to check if a plan is being executed properly. The owner of this mana belongs to the 3rd Battalion at the front line, that kid." As he spoke, he suddenly hesitated. Anyway, Mr. Brown and Missy Elizabeth headed toward the Demon King's castle. Lepanto and other witnesses had their memories manipulated by magic. Seeing this, Lee Ha quickly replied, "That's right." No longer as commanding as before, Brown's tone became earnest. "Captain is in trouble. Why is it with me?" Brown kept talking to himself like that. Realized it, seems so. Then he turned to ask Lee Ha's opinion. "Kid, would you have dinner with me?" The sudden question made him jump. Dinner? Just as he spoke, the system suddenly appeared before him. Brown kept talking. "You have to work with me." On the screen, information appeared. The mission details and conditions changed. The task is to find documents recording the disappearance of Mr. Brown and Missy Elizabeth in the palace. You need to be careful to avoid being seen by guards, or you'll fail and your reputation will drop. Do you want to accept the mission? Reading this, Lee Ha scratched his head. What kind of mission is this? Not only does it reduce intimacy by 50% with all NPCs in the Bubil Kingdom, but you also can't survive here. Am I a sniper or a spy? Before he could recover, Brown's presence overwhelmed him. If what Lepanto and I said is correct, I want to verify it personally. Through the royal records, Lee Ha still sat curled up, stammering his reply. Then, wouldn't it be better if you went alone? I still don't have permission to enter the royal palace. The captain had tried to hide it. What if no one in the royal family tells me? I don't even want to know. But Brown flatly refused. I cannot do it alone. Hearing this left him helpless. So from the start, he knew he'd have to do this ridiculous task. Yet Lee Ha's mood suddenly changed at Brown's next words. "You are the one I trust to find the documents." So Lee Ha, there is no one else. Moved by this sincerity, he smiled. Lee Ha. He stopped hesitating and accepted the mission directly. "All right, I'll do it." After being called this, how could I refuse? At the foot of Ailstock Palace, a dialogue occurred. "Please enter." "Sir Brown, what brings you here?" Brown quickly replied, "I have business with the combat team." But the other person kept questioning. "That person behind is strange." Still, Brown's face didn't change, replying smoothly, "That is my attendant." Lee Ha behind thought casually, "I can enter the palace this way." Once they passed the gate smoothly, Grau politely said goodbye to the guards. "Thank you for your effort." After guiding Lee Ha around once, he asked cautiously, "Have you memorized the terrain here?" Indeed, he did not disappoint. "I remember everything. I need to reach the Eastern Palace after collecting what I need, and I must not go near the Central Palace." Now Brown was reassured but still gave careful instructions. "All right, you must remember the paths you've taken. If you go wrong, you'll trigger a trap." Seeing the scenery delighted Lee Ha. Why did they build these things in the palace? As he guided him, he reminded, "Remember, you must leave before 9 p.m. Lee Ha obediently replied, "Yes." Then Brown gave his final instructions, "Meet me at the West Palace." A moment later, after going up the stair path, they arrived at a place with a glowing orb. Lee Ha was still staring around in confusion. Suddenly, Brown placed his hand on the orb and whispered, "This chance comes only once." Immediately after the touch, a brilliant light filled the space. A door suddenly appeared behind them. Then he turned to Lee Ha and said, "Let's begin." At those words, Lee Ha quickly ducked behind a nearby plant pot. Yes, but before he could do anything, a voice interrupted. "Hey, is anyone in here?" The voice belonged to the chief secretary named Clark. "Isn't this Mr. Brown?" Seeing him, Clark greeted politely. "Oh, it's been a long time, Clark. No, now I should call you chief secretary." He responded modestly, "The previous title doesn't really matter. But what brings you here? Even Mr. Brown cannot enter without permission. You know that, right? I only allowed you in because you are Mr. Brown. If it were anyone else, I would have ignored them." Facing this inquiry, Brown calmly gave a reason. "I'm just visiting the palace and wanted to stop by to see an old friend." Hearing this, Clark put on a theatrical expression. "Oh, really? But this is my first time seeing you here. Since you came unexpectedly, you're probably not here to look over some records, are you?" Brown's gaze sharpened. "Is that so strange?" Clark seemed to pour more fuel on the fire. "Of course, if you're here, it must be to see someone else, not me, right? Perhaps the leader of the secret knights or the captain of the guard." Every word from him made Lee Ha sweat. Countless possibilities ran through his mind. For example, what if Brown brought someone else along? Clark then directly lifted the plant pot, hiding the person there. After that action, both fell silent. To ease the awkwardness, Clark awkwardly explained, It would be more fun if someone actually showed up, wouldn't it?" Not like this. Brown beside him exclaimed, "Your imagination has grown richer." Secretary Clark. While Clark was busy regaining his composure, Leha dashed behind. "Maybe so, but hearing you call me chief secretary like that, it makes me quite happy." After a struggle, he finally passed Clark's scrutinizing gaze and successfully went through the door. Leha immediately shot down the stairs. There was still enough time to execute the plan. Just find it within 2 hours. Facing the deep darkness, why is this staircase so long? He ran continuously, losing count of the steps. Suddenly, Leha's body floated as if flying through space. Observing everything here left him utterly astonished. Here, this is the universe. It seemed Leha could move freely, yet his feet touched some boundary. Only then did he notice below, still feeling like he was on the stairs. "You should have warned me about this strange structure." Leha glanced around in confusion and then focused. "In a place like this, I'm supposed to find information about Mr. Brown and Miss Elizabeth in 2 hours. I also need to find the right moment to escape." While still bewildered, his eyes suddenly stopped on something. "That bookcase is glowing, right?" He moved closer and suddenly discovered maps of the continent and its current exploration status. "There must be something here. A glowing bookcase like this can't be empty. I also don't know when I'll have a chance to return to the Royal Library like this." Leha reached for the shelf. "Let's try reading one." Upon touching it, the item transformed into a glowing screen before him. The sight left Leha stunned. A map of the entire continent. Then a flood of system notifications rang, showing he had collected data from Eastern Continent expeditions 1 through 4. Someone has already explored this area and even left information about it. Leha couldn't hide his excitement. Creature types, habits, levels, all were there. Just having the map alone helps a lot, almost giving me the upper hand in hunting. Had Bu Nim already seen this? West, south, north, all written by someone named Fernan. The levels clearly meant only for players. Looking back, he recalled seeing a post about someone revered as the king of adventurers. Then he noticed something. This is a plan to explore a new continent. Then the quest board displayed a mission to bring Fernand back to Isle Stock, the pupil capital. Fernand went exploring the new continent and didn't return. The reward was the right to explore the new continent and 50 points. Incredible. Witnessing this left Leha utterly shocked. How could a quest appear here? Isn't Fernand a regular player? I have to find a player and bring him back here. With a reward like this, it clearly forces immediate action. If Fernand joins the new continent expedition team, that's probably when the real quest begins. Quests like this from the Royal Library have no time limit. Leha's thoughts were cut short as the system displayed again. "You have received Fernand's final letter." At this point, Leha acted decisively. There was no reason not to proceed. The system suddenly appeared with a message. The explorer requests the king's funding and permission for 10 companions to accompany him to explore the new continent, a vast land to the east that he had seen. Learning this, Leha grew pensive. Instead of agreeing, the king refused Fanan's proposal. Only after he was gone did the king realize how important he had been. So kings are all the same, only fixing the barn after the cow is lost. What I've uncovered is even more than I expected. It's time to move. In a rarely noticed bookcase, he saw it, found it. Monsters attack in packs depending on the appearance of the Demon King's soul fragment. After the second human-demon war, why is this record written in such tiny letters? This is so hard to find. There's so much I want to know, but I only have 30 minutes. I have to find what I need first. After some research, Leha finally got his answer. Here it is, Lepanto, Assault Squad 67, 3rd Army Corps. It was the battle where Sir Brown and Lady Elizabeth were both deployed. But the next second, his expression changed completely. The operation plan was called Crush the Fragments. Incredible, they used the terrain to the fullest. They knew that once the enemy leader was eliminated, the entire defending force would quickly weaken. I want to read this carefully, but the report that Lepant told me about probably won't be in this section. I'm close. Leha kept flipping back and forth and finally found it. Here it is. Then he immediately summoned the item, the Major General's mirror. If the page is reflected in the mirror, the contents will be recorded. At that moment, the system appeared again. Plan disrupted. Reason, a key factor is missing. Appendix, collect oral reports related to the disappearance of the key factor. Suddenly, a voice rang out, shattering the calm. What a waste of time. Brown's words in this book were from ages ago. Hearing the sound, Leha abruptly spun around. Why now of all times? That voice sounded again. Just check the whole shelf on the second demon war, it'll be faster. Leha was instantly caught in a dilemma. Damn right where I am. At the same time, over on the other side, Clark walked along while announcing, Lord Rotrack told me to come check this. The librarian in front obediently complied. Yes, my lord. Then he suddenly turned back to press further, but what exactly are we checking? Clark answered honestly, checking whether anything's missing. Hearing that, the librarian spun up a whole storyline, an uninvited intruder breaking into the royal palace, right? Royal archive documents stolen. Clark was left speechless by that wild imagination. There's no such thing, but what if there is? I told you to check, so check. So the librarian hurriedly did as told. Let's see, First Human-Demon War minor skirmishes. All the reports are here, right? Before long, the librarian came back to report. Chief Secretary, sir." Seeing that, Clark asked what was going on. The librarian looked panicked and held up 2 books. "The numbering here has been changed. The order of the last 3 volumes was altered." That shocked Clark. "What?" The man kept pointing out the discrepancy. "Someone definitely touched it. Where there should be only 2 volumes, there are 3. As the librarian, I can't accept this. This section is about the campaign battle on the Plains March." While the 2 of them argued back and forth, a noise cut in. The librarian guessed. That's the sound of a door opening, isn't it? Only then did Clark realize, and he was furious. "Damn it, issue an emergency order now. Notify the guard squads immediately." His footsteps grew faster and faster. Lee-ha groaned inwardly. "I'm done for. They're really going to catch me. If I'm caught, the mission ends on the spot." After a mad sprint, he finally made it outside. "Good, I got out safely. Now I have to act completely normal." But before he could do anything, the voice behind him made his whole body go rigid. "Catch him, where did he go? What are you standing around for? Move, go find him, split up into pairs, he can't have gotten far." Lee-ha ducked into a corner, carefully watching his surroundings. "Yeah, besides the guards, it's just me here." Immediately after, a crisp command rang out. "If you see anyone suspicious, arrest him at once." The subordinates quickly obeyed. Yes, hearing that, Lee-ha felt despair sink in. "Damn it, then I can't reach anywhere safe to hide. I need the shortest route out of here. I have to jump over there. If I get to that road, I can reach outside the Eastern Palace. Please don't catch me. Please, please." But it seemed Lee-ha's pleading wouldn't come true, because Dorgat suddenly appeared right in front of him. Neither of them had time to dodge, and they crashed straight into each other. Holding his head, Dorgat shouted, "Who's running around the palace at this hour of night?" The Royal Archive just issued an emergency notice." Mid-sentence, Dorgat suddenly stopped as if he realized something. Lee-ha." Only then did Lee-ha freeze and recognize him, Sir Dorgat. Seeing him, Dorgat instantly changed his attitude. "Aha, long time no see. You made it all the way into the Imperial Palace, huh?" Lee-ha greeted him politely as well. "Ah yes, hello sir." The clang as it struck the armor. While the 2 were still exchanging pleasantries, another voice cut in. "As expected of the Holy Knight Order, got you now." He had no idea what else to do except stand there, stunned. Someone behind him clearly pointed straight at him. It's him. He's the one who broke into the Royal Archives. Facing this, Lee-ha warned himself. "I have to play it off. No matter what, I have to fool them. Damn it, I took the shortest route to escape and they still caught up." "Aha," he started to speak, trying to explain. "What do you mean, sir?" But Neget beside him cut in first. "No, how could that be? I know there's an emergency, but you can't just arrest someone for no reason. Besides, he's cooperating with our Holy Knight's order. He's the one who just took down the Cobburn clan chief, Thai Rut Ka." Being praised like that made Lee-ha a little embarrassed. Again with that. Even so, Clark stayed stubborn. Then what? He's the most suspicious one." Neget kept protecting him. "Being suspicious isn't enough to arrest someone, Chief Secretary Clark. And he's also a comrade of the Holy Knight's order. I'm not happy to see you doubting my friend like this." Those words moved Lee-ha deeply. Sir Negat was speaking up for him, so touching, not much but really sincere. After a long argument, Clark finally ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "I understand. Then I'll go find evidence. And you, if you could take down the Cobburn clan chief, you must be a royal guardsman, right? Are you acquainted with Major General Brown?" At that probing question, Lee-ha realized immediately he was trying to drag the Major General into this too, so he flatly denied it. "Of course I'm not a royal guardsman." Seeing he couldn't get anything out of him, Clark turned away irritably. "If he really is the one who illegally broke into the Royal Archives, then I'll hold the entire Holy Knight's order responsible." Neget not only wasn't afraid, he answered bluntly, "Fine, then it's decided." "All right, let's go, Lee-ha." Lee-ha absent-mindedly followed. Yes, but inside he couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. If the guards or sentries had caught him, the mission would have been dead. Luckily, it was someone from the Holy Knight's order who grabbed him, so he got out safely. After that, Lee-ha turned to him awkwardly and said, "Thank you, Sir Negat." Negat replied cheerfully, "No problem, I'm glad I could help. The Archives people are extremely sensitive, they're always bristling, be careful." Then he asked seriously, "So what are you doing here?" Before Lee-ha could answer, a shadowy figure spoke. "To meet someone." The one who appeared was Brown. "My disciple got separated, I came to pick him up." Seeing him arrive, Lee-ha brightened at once. "Ah, Sir Brown." Brown stepped up to them and said, "Thank you, Negat. I owe you this one." But Negat stayed polite. "You're exaggerating, I was just helping a friend, no favor to speak of." The moment he finished, Lee-ha spoke up as well. "No, thank you, Sir Negat. Since I've found the Major General, I'll take my leave." Negat waved. "All right, see you again. From now on, do your best and contribute to Pubile." Once they were alone, Brown finally got to the point. "Did you see Rot Rat?" Lee-ha answered frankly, "No, I didn't see him in there. You said the dark magic leader is always in the palace, but he wasn't there, so I've been put through hell." Suddenly Brown asked meaningfully, "But did you get it?" Hearing that, Lee-ha couldn't help curling his lips into a grin. In the quiet of the night, the two of them lightly bumped fists, like comrades who'd known each other for ages. Under the bright moonlight, the Brown Bess Royal Guards Academy looked eerie and mysterious. A hand gently touched a glowing mirror. Is it this? It had copied the reports from the Royal Archives. The moment Lee Ha touched it, countless images spilled out. I was only worried about copying it fast, so I didn't have time to read carefully. What exactly did it record? Top secret file. At 21:00, the sentry left the camp and discovered two people heading toward the Demon King's forces. When I shouted for them to stop, a gun was aimed at me. I was hit in the thigh and couldn't continue fighting. At 0800 the next day, the two were found at a location 20 kilometers from the camp. After receiving orders to cooperate in combat, the soldiers moved in and were shot repeatedly. After the surprise attack, the soldiers couldn't pursue the two due to severe pain. Their arms, shoulders, and pelvis were shot, leaving them unable to fight. At 10:00, a squad was disabled by the two shooters. Then at 13:00, I discovered Sir Brown had difficulty moving, and when I tried to report it, I was shot in the knee. My leg had to be amputated and I could no longer fight. Learning these events, Lee Ha couldn't help shivering. Terrifying, among those who filed the reports, not a single one returned with an intact body. According to this report, it's true that they defected to the Demon King's army, and from here on is Lepanto's report. Then the mirror continued to display it. At 23:00, I still had not received orders to capture Sir Brown and Lady Ellie alive. Elizabeth and two members of Raid Unit 67 arrived on site. After receiving basic supplies, they had just left the camp when I received an order from headquarters to capture them alive. Although I pursued them closely, I still failed to capture them alive. They escaped with a fairy seed believed to belong to the Demon King's forces. The next time we encountered them, they left a message, "You won't find us," and Rot Rack, be careful. Once again, Lee Ha sank into thought. Brown and Elizabeth had directly warned Rot Rack. I suspect Rot Rack because he concealed the truth. They had escaped, but this warning came before Rossack hid them. Rossack, be careful, they said that before leaving. Not only you, but Brown's expression also darkened. Yet a second later, his eyes lit up with a burning thought. No, a line appeared on the screen again. Additional testimony before the operation plan failed. Elizabeth's health check results show she is pregnant. There's a report noting this before she was sent into combat. This truly stunned Brown. Is it this? Then he couldn't hold back and slammed the table. Even Lee Ha couldn't believe what he just saw. Pregnant, sending a pregnant woman to fight the demon clan. Before you could recover, he spoke. How could this be? Why didn't they tell me? That outrage made Brown clench his teeth until he bled without noticing. Then he mocked himself with a faint smile. We're a trio, together for so long, yet I didn't even know she was pregnant. Facing this, Lee Ha could only gently console. General, but he cut you off. Yet I feel relieved. At these words, Lee Ha thought she misheard. Relieved? Brown's eyes were filled with sorrow. Thankfully, they're still alive. Reading this tragic report, I feel relieved knowing they haven't died. Because this report says they betrayed humanity and shot their own comrade. Ridiculous, still alive. The Academy's general cried. Seeing this, Lee Ha spoke up to ease the situation. Perhaps they had reasons they couldn't reveal. They even warned demon leader Rossack to be careful. Surely they weren't joking. However, he didn't turn back, just replied, yes. Something is definitely going on. There's still something I don't know. Then Brown suddenly expressed, thank you. The screen lit up before you. You have completed the Lost Legends mission. You have been promoted. You have been promoted. He continued emotionally. Thank you so much, Lee Ha. Right now, you're the only one I can trust. While speaking, Brown suddenly hesitated. In a few days, will you return after that time? Just then, the system appeared again. A character conflicted because they couldn't reunite with friends due to demons lurking everywhere. General Brown needs 3 days to think about the betraying comrades and will share his thoughts. Lee Ha gently pushed the door, still feeling unsettled. This is the first time I've seen the general like this. Makes sense, 2 out of 3 in the Ranger trio are traitors. Now isn't the time to worry about others. Looking at the treasury balance, you weep miserably. The reward for this spy mission should at least give money. Yet it only grants a promotion. Though I've gained the general's trust, I play the game for money. Why haven't I earned a single coin yet? I'll sell this dual sword. Then Lee Ha's attention shifted to the back. That level 50 dual sword sells for less than at auction. Sell the level 60 flute, set a price. Instead of selling cheap at auction, sell directly. Cheap at 1 gold, sell me the teleport scroll, or buy the whispering hydraulics. Look for weapons with normal stats. Watching the crowd scramble, you make a judgment. Auction, then people keep shouting. If anyone knows the entry fee, we'll sell directly. Sell the level 130 won to me. Seeing this, you realize, they avoid extra costs so they buy directly. Both sellers and buyers bear fees. The commission goes up to 5%. These crafty foxes know how to make money. Suddenly an idea strikes Lee Ha. Speaking of which, I have one item unsold. The crescent blade I got from Chieftain Coburn. Chieftain Coburn's crescent blade, attack power 105-120, requires 150 plus strength. Agility 110 plus. Additional effect increases critical hit rate based on equipment count. Examining it, Lee Ha became pensive. Selling directly to save commission is very time-consuming. So put it up for auction first. Before that, see how much it might fetch. But a second later, your expression completely changes. What? The average price of rare dual spears is 60 gold. Selling at money value is 6 million won. If rare sells this high, how much for special weapons? Agility plus 6. Critical strike chance plus 15%. If it's a stat-boosting weapon along the way, everyone's eyes turn to Lee Ha laughing heartily. Sell it immediately. At the same time at a food shop, I'll order. Yes, please wait a moment. Junho sat in the chair giving orders. Ms. Kim, quickly check what the customer ordered, set up table 2 as well. Kim Do politely obeyed. Yes, sir. He sneered, thinking it's busy. You still have to watch the counter too. All of a sudden, her gaze stopped on something. Hearing a sound, Run coughed lightly, annoyance written all over his face. If you're working, turn your ringer off. Only then did Kim Do show a hint of irritation. Yes, I'll learn my lesson. Who else would be calling me if not Lee Ha? She opened her phone and a message popped up right away. Mom, have you eaten yet? You always eat late, it makes me worry. Staring at it, she thought to herself, worry about what? Worry about eating properly yourself first. Then Lee Ha suddenly asked for Kim Do's bank account number. He even tricked her by saying he'd won a prize so he could send money. Even so, she didn't think much of it. Probably some small prize again. But what kind of prize needs a bank account number? Let's see. She opened the banking app, but the number on the screen made Kim Do freeze in shock. Her eyes strained to read every digit. 10, her trembling voice slipped out, 10 million won. At the same time, on the other end, the hand holding the phone was thinking, it's been ages since our family had a proper good meal. Lee Ha was in a great mood as he did the math. After fees, there were 110 gold left. He'd sold it for more than he expected profit, 11.64 million. Transfer 10 million, leaving a balance of 1.64 million. Then he pumped himself up. I've only been in Middle-earth for 2 weeks and I've already made this much. Nice. I can do this. From now on, I just need to go out. His mind hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time, all thanks to this. As he spoke, Lee Ha lightly tapped it and offered his gratitude. Thank you. After that, a flood of old memories suddenly rushed back. Looking at everything he'd been through, Lee Ha couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. What he felt right now was beyond words. Thanks to it, I can stand up again. Then Lee Ha began planning. In 4 days, he'd meet the Major General again. Until then, he only had one more thing to finish in Middle-earth. The boxed meals were about to expire too. The thought made him grin from ear to ear. Well then, after hesitating for a moment, Lee Ha continued, before dinner, I'll be back. Every word was firm and decisive. Middle-earth, here I come. In the tense air, sweat dripped steadily down his face. Yi Trong forcefully knocked away the saw blade in front of him with his shield. But that only made Igor even angrier. He swung hard and cleaved through Yi Trong's last defensive shield. The sudden turn left him stunned, his body freezing for a split second. Now in Yi Trong's eyes there was only Igor's ferocious figure. Then he snapped back to reality. On one floor of the apartment building, a sudden roar rang out. Yi Trong, who had been lying on the bed, jolted upright in panic. It had been a dream, but it felt terrifyingly real. Seeing the game pod beside him, Yi Trong went rigid for a few seconds. Then his whole body started shaking violently, as if he were afraid of something. Seeing himself like that, Yi Trong quickly turned his head away. His expression suddenly twisted with discomfort. Damn it. But the ringing phone dispelled the mood at once. Yi Trong immediately picked up. Hello, you. On the other end, Lee Ha suddenly spoke. Yeah, Yi Trong, are you busy? After that simple check-in, his mood improved a lot. Not at all. Busy with what? It's just that I'm more relaxed since I can't log into Middle-earth. What's up, Hyung? Hearing that, Lee Ha's eyes lit up. Nothing special. I just wanted to invite you over to my place for beef. Yi Trong shifted into a more comfortable position to talk. Tonight, Hyung, you're treating me to beef. Those words sent a shiver down Lee Ha's spine. Cut it out, don't make it sound so gross. 8 o'clock, are you coming? Yi Trong answered decisively. Of course. I'll be there at that time. The other end sounded pleased as he wrapped it up. All right, I'll be waiting. After the chat ended, Yi Trong was the one who hung up first. He suddenly let out a long sigh. Beef, huh? Looks like he's made some money in Middle-earth. Makes sense, he's always been good at everything. In such a short time, he'd already done so many amazing things. With that thought, Yi Trong got out of bed without hesitation and stepped into the game world. All right, he's probably waiting for me. Determination showed clearly on his face. I can't fall behind. At the same time, over on Lee Ha's side. Yeah, I can't waste time. I need to hurry. I have to decide before dinner. Then he tapped to check his current equipment inventory. A moment later, something appeared. A loot box worth 100 million won. He had to check whether it really was worth that much. Lee Ha sank into thought. The answer to this mission would come from Madame Lu's younger sister. Madame Lu's sister, Madame Zhou, was the one holding it. Standing before the door of that house, he couldn't help feeling uncertain. This is Madame Zhou's place. To confirm his suspicion, Lee Ha boldly knocked. After a while, the door suddenly opened, seeing what was in front of him. He stood there dumbfounded, unable to say a word. Only the other person's voice rang out. Why are you coming to see someone this late at night? Who is it? Facing Madame Zhou, he had only one thought. She's tall. Not wanting to embarrass himself, Li Ha hurriedly greeted her. It's a pleasure to meet you. You're Madame Zhou, right? But inside, his mind was a mess. She's huge. Are you sure you're not Madame Lu's older sister instead of her younger one? At that question, Madame Zhou bent slightly and replied, yes. This is the first time I've seen someone come by at night. Her bluntness left him unsure how to react. What? Yes, no. Li Ha's mind suddenly became chaotic. What should I do? Did I come too abruptly? I should have thought about what to say to get the information, right? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Li Ha quickly summoned it. A smoked rabbit meat item. Then he clumsily explained, I came because I have a favor to ask Madame Zhou. However, her expression remained slightly frowning. Though extremely nervous, Li Ha continued, I also brought some snacks with me. Since it was your request, I had to come. Hearing this, her expression softened a little. Your request? First, come in. Seeing his plan succeed, Li Ha felt secretly pleased. All right. Then Madame Zhou politely brought some water. What's the matter? Surely it's not just that, right? Being served so attentively made him a bit awkward. Embarrassing, but never mind, at least I know how to cook. The NPCs here were truly exceptional. By normal standards, they were far too relaxed to get a reaction from them. He had to mention a special keyword. Having experience from the 3 people before, this time he was a bit more skillful. Li Ha had to think hard again. What is Madame Zhou's keyword? Without overthinking, he quickly spoke. Madame Lu asked me to tell you that the lunchbox has been sent. Hearing this, Madame Zhou was slightly surprised. Lunchbox, so what did she say? Did the handover go well this time? Being asked this made Li Ha more certain. Sure enough, the keyword was lunchbox. He then responded extremely naturally. Ah yes, I heard it's very reliable. Yet Madame Zhou didn't seem too excited. I also received a letter saying the same last time, but it's been over 3 months with no news. How many times has this happened already? While sipping tea, Li Ha adjusted his thoughts. That's right. I can't be the first person. Everyone before must have prepared it themselves. Then he asked casually, as if familiar. By the way, is it so difficult to open a shop in the capital? She answered enthusiastically. Amazing, it seemed she hadn't told him anything yet. This made Li Ha break into a cold sweat. Say what to say. Apart from needing the main hall and hallway, I didn't hear anything else. Surely something is hidden behind. This was clearly a characteristic hint of Middle-earth. What is it? Something more important than the lunchbox? Seeing him hesitate, Madame Zhou spoke up. Don't you understand English? Why so pensive? This lunchbox is far more precious than you think. The monster of Kando Castle is famous for its distinct flavor. Moreover, this is a magical lunchbox made by my own hand. Perhaps those who know about cuisine would want to send it to uncover its subtlety somehow. That's how it is. After a brief pause, Madame Zhou spoke while looking straight into Li Ha's eyes, or like wealthy people, for example. Li Ha was shocked by this information. Once again, he fell into deep thought. Many powerful people desired it, yet only one lunchbox was sent to the capital. Then among those influential people, the strongest would have it in hand. Then an image suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be? Perhaps fearing Li Ha would mention the name, Madame Zhou quickly stopped him. SHH, I'm just following my sister's instruction. Are you still curious? Probably yes, because if you care about this capital, this is where the most people gather in the Mubile Kingdom, the strongest kingdom on the continent. If all those people gathered in one restaurant, what would happen? This hint made Li Ha continue speculating. Many people gather. If they gather like that, besides money, what else does the restaurant have? A moment later, his eyes widened as if everything clicked. Li Ha drank the whole cup of water and said, It's too late, sorry to bother you. I've also brought the meat. Then he stepped out and slammed the door. I'm leaving now. These actions happened so fast that Madame Zhou could only sit still like a statue. After a while, a faint smile appeared on her face. Indeed, as she said, truly an interesting person. At this moment, Li Ha returned to his own world, removing his game cap. Bao Madame Lu is not just an NPC in the beginner village. His expression became extremely complex. Could what Madame Zhou and Madame Lu were aiming for really be that? While he was still hesitating, his mother entered from the door. Li Ha, seeing them, he was somewhat confused and suspicious. Her mother and Kai Trong came together, met on the way, but she reacted very strongly. Being hugged tightly, Li Ha exclaimed in shock, Oh, I can't breathe. And his mother was so moved that she shed tears. It's good that you're healthy. Why send money like this, huh? Aren't you doing something bad? In this situation, he didn't know how to explain. No, mother, that let me explain together with Kai Trong. Then, when only the two remained, Kai Trong showed a satisfied expression. Ah, the food is delicious. Aunt went to buy fruit, probably watermelon. Suddenly, Li Ha called his name. Kai Trong, he only replied softly. He slowly brought up the main matter. You have a mission about the lunchbox that you mentioned earlier. Might as well open it instead of selling. Li Ha's intention made Kai Trong tremble and speechless. After a while, he finally managed to say, What? Li Ha scratched his cheek, smiling awkwardly. Then he added, well, let's see what's inside. Aha, a voice full of shock echoed from the room. What? You want to complete the mission, haven't you sold it yet? Then his hands couldn't resist and rested on the other person's shoulders. How much is that? Didn't I already tell you? Seeing Kaijong on the verge of tears, Niha quickly advised. Calm down, let me explain first. After laying out the situation, he spoke up. That's why what Madame Lu wanted to achieve with the lunchbox was to establish an intelligence guild disguised as a restaurant. Kaijong seemed unable to believe his ears. What? Really, an intelligence guild disguised as a restaurant? Then Liha quickly switched to ask Han something else. So how do you find the Middle-earth expert? Can the game really work like that? After hearing it, he looked thoughtful. It's not entirely impossible. If it's true, that's amazing. I've also been to an intelligence guild before while completing a mercenary mission, but it demands 30 gold coins without any justifiable reason. No matter how useful the information is, who would pay as much as 3 million won for it? Those words startled Li Ha. 30 gold coins? Honestly, not even the secret investigation office could come up with 3 million won. Hearing that, Kaijong nodded vigorously. It really is useful information. Whether it was a thieves' guild, a voice-acting group, or a mercenary band, there was no choice but to give up on the information guild. That's how useful it was. On top of that, it was run by NPCs, like a paid strategy guide provided by the system. Li Ha suddenly grew uneasy. There isn't an information guild in the Owl Vault. To that question, Kaijong answered directly. No, the capital is managed directly by the government. If dangerous people could ask an information guild how to assassinate the king, it would be a disaster. Now that he knew that, it finally clicked. So that's why you handed the lunchbox to the king in person. Then when Kaijong casually asked, if you felt that way while talking to an NPC, then it's probably true, right? That's it, wow, but what was the quest reward? Li Ha answered bluntly, an invitation to the restaurant's grand opening meal. After thinking for a moment, Kaijong couldn't help being curious. Hey, that isn't a trap, is it? But he still didn't really get what Kaijong meant. A scenario flashed through his mind, exploiting the capital's information guild. If the reward were like that, everyone would try to complete it. Honestly, the moment you said it, I already felt something was off. A lunchbox, an amazing item like that, why would they make it so you could use it? One look and anyone can tell it's a quest item that can't be traded. No matter how you think about it, it's weird. After hearing everything, Li Ha finally spoke. Right, you're right, his mind was tangled with thoughts. This quest, to be honest, was far more difficult. So there's a good chance the reward won't end with just an invitation to a grand opening meal. If my guess is right, my choice will affect Middle-earth. If so, that benefits me too. Hearing a knock from outside, Madame Zhou quickly called out, come in. After that, a hand slowly pushed the door open. When she saw it was Li Ha, she couldn't help exclaiming, oh my. The errand boy from a few days ago, right? As soon as he entered, he went straight to the point. I'm sorry for deceiving you, Madame Zhou. I brought the lunchbox as Madame Lu told me to. In the end, he didn't forget to introduce himself. I'm Musketeer Ha Li Ha, but Madame Zhou only smiled warmly. I already knew. Still not noticing anything strange, he continued. Yes, I'm truly sorry. Only after a moment did Li Ha come to his senses. What? Seeing his expression, she looked amused. Interesting, you really are interesting. The lunchbox is still unopened, too. Madame Zhou's words made Li Ha freeze. Interesting? What was she talking about? Only then did the two of them properly sit down at the table. Since she was the host, she politely asked, coffee or wine? Well, he only mumbled a half-hearted reply. Is there nothing besides drinks? Even when Li Ha pressed, Madame Zhou remained courteous. Then what do you want? Suddenly, she went straight to the point. Information. Sure enough, that bluntness made him hesitate. You knew, Madame Zhou let out a long sigh. Either way, you brought the lunchbox because you'd already guessed what Lu and I would do, didn't you? You came to see what the reward is, right? Li Ha hurriedly avoided her gaze. Saying it out loud would be awkward. Not exactly, but inside he kept scolding himself. Typical NPC, where did your deductive skills go? Then Madame Zhou smoothly took a seat at the table. It's fine. No one brings me a lunchbox without knowing that. She said it herself. At the mention of that person, Li Ha quickly pressed, Madame Lu. She didn't hide it and answered decisively. Of course, Lu knows that almost everyone won't bring the lunchbox. If someone really does bring it, then they can only be one of two kinds of people. A genuine fool with no greed. Madame Zhou's gaze sharpened as it fixed on him. Or someone who already knew the plan and is taking advantage of it. Interesting, isn't it? People who only think halfway never come here. Li Ha could only stammer in reply. So that's it, and then he fell back into thought. Is she saying people get greedy the moment they see something valuable? A fool who knows the lunchbox's value but has no greed. Or a quest that only those pursuing benefits beyond mere greed can complete. But for some reason, the way she talked and the whole atmosphere felt strangely off. All of a sudden, Madame Zhou sprang to her feet and spoke. And she added one more sentence. The teasing vagueness made Li Ha impatient. What did she say? Turning away, she spoke mysteriously. No matter who brings the lunchbox. Before she even finished, a volley of arrows aimed straight at him. They'll die too. The sudden attack left Li Ha unable to react. An arrow grazed his face and blood flowed. Even the house shook from the tremendous force. Watching the wall crumble into pieces, Li Ha couldn't hide his shock. What the hell? At last, he had a chance to ask, "What are you doing, Madame Zhou?" But she didn't seem inclined to answer. "Oh, you dodged that, take it easy." After that, a deafening sound continued outside. Immediately after, a group of unknown people rushed into the house and attacked Li Ha. Damn, even in such a life-or-death situation, he managed to stay calm. Too crowded first, he needed to create some distance. Fortunately, he had loaded his weapon beforehand. Then it was Li Ha's turn to counterattack. One unlucky guy took a bullet from him. Suddenly, a sword shot toward Li Ha from nowhere. However, with his agile reflexes, he quickly blocked it and kicked the attacker hard. Facing this situation, Li Ha reassured himself, "Stay calm and deal with them one by one." The space was too tight for a bloodbath. Then he suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone stay still. If anyone moves, I'll shoot Madame right in the head. And I'll take the lunchbox." He ordered them out immediately. "Madame Zhou, if you don't want a hole in your head." Despite the gun pressed against her, Madame Zhou remained calm. Isn't he being too rude to a woman? But Li Ha refused to hold back. After all, hearing gunshots like that, the secret knights would arrive soon. "If you don't give the order quickly, you'll be handed over to the knights immediately." The threat did not faze her. The secret knights would arrive later. That's right, they must come. But don't you think I've already bribed the secret knights? Don't forget, I have very wide connections. People working in the capital always have ways to cope. But bringing a lunchbox in such a dangerous situation was novel, and the approach was quite gentle. Madame Zhou's reaction puzzled Li Ha. What else is going on? What does she believe in to be so confident? Then her voice became vague. "If it were me, I'd give you a full 100 points. But for me," Madame Zhou snapped her fingers. Immediately, a series of blue lights appeared. "About 80 points." Li Ha increasingly couldn't understand her action. "What does it mean?" she calmly said. "Just a test, didn't you expect that? Maybe deduct 5 more points. The test is over, Li Ha, take a seat." Yet Li Ha's eyes showed disbelief. "It's over already. Now I just need to chat while holding Madame Zhou's hand. With the new link in the Information Guild. No, now I know a bit more about Middle-earth." Li Ha suddenly raised his gun and threatened her. "Who allowed you to end it yourself?" Then he calculated internally. "Now it's my turn." He continued to threaten, "From now on, don't move a single finger." Seeing Li Ha acting unusually, Madame Zhou began to worry. "What are you doing? Didn't I say the test is over?" But he was determined not to let it slide. "Don't talk nonsense. For you, it's just a test, but for me, it's not a test. It's about human life. Shouldn't you compensate me then?" The guild leader in training. After Li Ha said that, the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Then Madame Zhou's lips curved into a slight smile, followed by a hearty laugh. "You do this to all guild leaders." Her action confirmed Li Ha's suspicion. Indeed, that's the answer. Once calm, Madame Zhou suggested, "All right, let's start with the first agreement. Here's your good information." The screen displayed, "You have completed the hidden mission to inaugurate the location in Sagrath Rio capital. You have leveled up." She cheerfully informed him, "This is exactly the information capable people like you, Li Ha, need." 2 days later at Las Canyon, someone was picking herbs, breathing heavily. Seeing the results in hand, Li Ha was extremely delighted. This is the trade-off for the information. So many herbs, just as Madame Zhou said. The system suddenly appeared. Achievement recorded: Goblin warning F+ for hunting 500 goblin. Reward: 1 increase to strength, speed, intelligence, and 15% defense. Achievement: Goblin scent collector E+ for hunting 1000 goblin. Reward: 2 increases to strength, speed, and intelligence. Standing atop a high rock, he marveled. This is truly a good place for guards to level up. Then suddenly Li Ha turned around and spoke. "Now it's time to meet Brown." At the guard academy, Brown was small. Brown was looking outside with a distant gaze. Suddenly, a voice called, "Major, are you home? This is Li Ha." After introducing himself, he directly opened the door and entered, and Brown turned to face him. Seeing Li Ha, Brown's expression seemed more lively. "Come in, Li Ha, whom you seem different." At that observation, he was astonished. "Wait, does Brown normally show this expression?" Brown seriously inquired, "What have you been training for in the past 4 days?" But Li Ha was still deep in thought. Had he changed so much even NPCs noticed? Then a faint smile appeared on his face. Makes sense. When infiltrating the Royal Archive, his level was 36. Now he was level 48. Then Li Ha explained honestly. "Actually, I fought goblins." He kept the rest to himself. "The chaos helped me gain over 10 levels, so of course I look different now." Hearing that, Brown's eyes sharpened. So that's why you progressed faster?" At that vague question, Li Ha unconsciously asked back, "Pardon? What's faster exactly? With that dumbfounded look on your face, you're still asking me here. Could it be any more obvious?" A glowing screen was suddenly thrust in front of Li Ha. "I have to train you," Brown said, then continued, announcing that Li Ha would become one of the 3 new generation musketeers. On it were the words, "You have accepted the intensive training mission. Target accuracy I. This mission requires you to eliminate the brass demon cluster within 5 days. The reward is a hidden skill. If you fail, you will die." After reading it, Li Ha fell into thought. One of the 3 new generation musketeers. That makes sense. Every mission I've run into so far hasn't been a musketeer mission at all. Musketeers' memories poured in line after line, but it only left Li Ha even more confused. I'm going to be trained to become one of the 3 musketeers. But why does it have to be Lady Elizabeth? When Lady Elizabeth ran away, Brown went with her too. In the end, his thoughts kept circling back to the person in front of him, and to Brown as well. But he'd probably find out soon enough since this was the midpoint. Pushing those worries aside, Li Ha suddenly probed, "Do you think I can catch that demon this time?" Major General Brown answered at once, "Yeah, have you ever caught one before?" Li Ha admitted honestly, "No, but I've heard about them." Li Ha silently reasoned, "A golem, I saw it on Fuang An's map. Those monsters live west of the Doa mountain range." As soon as he said that, the man's expression lit up. "So that's it. If so, this is going to be very interesting. Way more interesting than Hai Rut Ka." But unlike that excitement, Li Ha looked drained. "I don't find it interesting at all." Suddenly Brown's tone flipped sharp and threatening. "Then how about you quit?" Seeing that, Li Ha forced himself to explain. "Ah no, how could I, Major General?" Only after getting the answer he wanted did the man let him off. "Good, now that's more like you." At the same time, in a village beneath a towering cliff, the whole area buzzed with voices. "I'm heading to Stone Golem Road. I'll only support warriors whose weapons are dull. I've got a holy class waiting for me, level 70. Find a mage who can use fire or ice to capture it. And Ray Chapti the Mad Mage is a no-go." Watching this, Li Ha judged to himself, just like online. Squeezing through the crowd, he said politely, "Excuse me, coming through." Inside, he kept thinking, the monsters from the Rocky Mountains are mainly stone golems and man-eating gray chaps. Golems look terrifying, so the damage dealers treat them as the #1 monster. Best to keep your distance. And even if you can't see them clearly, gray chaps stick to players like glue. They're the monsters warriors hate most, so that makes 2 monsters. They clash at the midpoint, yet they live in the same area. There's no ideal hunting ground here for specialized classes. Thinking back, Li Ha couldn't help feeling helpless. Of course, if I'm a musketeer, wherever I go to farm, I'll be at a disadvantage. But if it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't choose this path. Just hearing 3 new generation musketeers is enough to know what that means. This mission is for the first 3 people to pass Brown's test. All of a sudden, Li Ha remembered Kim Do with deep gratitude. "Mom, thanks for picking the core build for me when I chose my class. Life really is unpredictable." Then a sudden sound caught his attention. "Kill it. Slash it, slash it. Hey, I think you've got to aim for its weak spot." "Oh, don't call it that, it sounds weird." Watching them, Li Ha's face filled with mocking disdain. "What are these guys, perverts? When you run into those things, the best move is to bolt." Leaving the place behind, he strolled off alone. It seemed like the golems only knew a few simple smashing moves. As he walked, Li Ha kicked aside the stones along the road. "All right, worth a try." Suddenly he stopped as if he'd noticed something. A stone shot past his face like a bullet. He came to a halt and the ground there cracked open, as if something were about to crawl out. Sure enough, the very next second, a golem burst up from THE Chinese letter opening. Facing the golem, Li Ha was completely calm. "Perfect, got myself a sparring partner." His reloading motions were extremely practiced. It all took only a few seconds. Then Li Ha raised his gun, ready to attack at any moment. 42 seconds, 50 meters, wind speed 6 meters per second. Pretty strong. Not stopping there, he even noted the fine details. Wind is blowing from the southeast. Finally, when the timing was right, Li Ha pulled the trigger without hesitation, firing several shots in rapid succession. As expected, the bullet struck the golem straight in the head. Nice, seeing it work, Li Ha was thrilled. Even if it's a golem, 1 shot is enough to drop it right. But before he could celebrate for long, what he saw next made him freeze. The golem that had just been hit by bullets now stood up as if nothing had happened. Li Ha grew even more bewildered. "Wait, why isn't it dead? Did I hit the head or something? Damn it, leveling up even slightly increases the difficulty. 1 shot isn't enough to take down any monster." After a moment of inner struggle, Li Ha made another decision. He quickly got into attack stance. This time, the bullet fired out with much greater force than before. Even a massive golem was pushed back. After that, Li Ha suddenly closed his eyes, calm and unshaken. He stood still as if ignoring everything happening around him. Then suddenly, Li Ha opened his eyes and sneered. "I thought you wouldn't die." Then he aimed his gun directly at the golem in front of him. With that terrifying speed and power, the golem could no longer resist and shattered completely. Having finished it off, Li Ha felt extremely exhilarated, starting with a golem first. As the bullet was fired, Liha smiled smugly. I thought you wouldn't die. Meanwhile, the shot had reached the stone golem's head. The impact caused a sound that echoed around from his attack. In the end, it collapsed. Liha held his gun, thinking to himself, only hitting the head and it still took 3 shots, definitely not easy. The stone golem's body behind him was slowly regenerating, while he was still calculating tactics. What will it be like to face a golem? Is there no safe place to run? I also have to watch out for Grey Chat. Seeing himself suddenly standing in a large shadow, Liha exclaimed, "Huh." Instantly, the stone golem's giant hand prepared to smash down on him. Time to retreat quickly. Immediately, the ground seemed to crumble under its attack. The shockwave from the smash hurled Liha away from the stone golem. Ouch, he raised his hand to block debris flying toward him. Its strength left him stunned. Unexpectedly, it had a splash attack skill. Without hesitation, Liha raised his gun to aim. There was no time to think anymore. What he needed to do now was be ready. He squeezed the trigger decisively, a smooth motion. It seemed Liha had succeeded in the shot. The stone covering the golem's body broke. Witnessing this, Liha was surprised to discover something. Inside the hard stone was a glowing object. A super sticky mana orb appeared, which was the golem's heart. Seizing the moment, he quickly reloaded his flintlock. Of course, though its exterior looked like lifeless stone, it surely had a core like a heart. Aiming, another bullet prepared to strike the stone golem. If it exposed its weak point, it would surely die. Suddenly, new layers of stone began to grow around the glowing orb. They stacked until its weak point was completely hidden. As if nothing had happened. Oh, what the heck? Liha looked at the stone golem unscathed and wanted to cry. Seriously, don't do this. How can a monster regenerate like that? He had to run to survive, finally stopping at the forest to catch his breath. His HP had dropped 50%, recalling the escape from the golem. Liha couldn't help shivering. Luckily, his endurance was limitless, otherwise he would have died. First attempt failed, okay. Accepting that, both skills needed cooldown. Then he opened the system menu to review the mission. Clearly, training increased shooting accuracy. The unseen at long range was all that could be achieved. Looking at the menu, he began analyzing his next move. The title remained the same. From a distance, nothing could be seen, of course. The golem's heart. So this mission isn't like the Hizuka mission. That one only needed sniping to defeat it. Sniping alone wouldn't reveal the golem's heart, so only hands, head, or regenerable parts could be shot. Ultimately, this mission seemed still incomplete. Indeed, he needed more information. Suddenly, many noises behind him drew Liha's attention. Moving to the edge of the hill, he looked down to investigate the source. Almost there, just a few more shots. Meanwhile, the body of a stone golem had shattered, revealing the super sticky mana orb. Seeing the monster exposed its weak point, Tinker shouted, "Now's the time." Hearing this, Tankayat swung his hand to finish it off. With a powerful swing toward the golem's body, he shattered the mana orb in a single strike. Watching the battle unfold, Liha couldn't believe his eyes. The stone golem was defeated and everyone began celebrating. Okay, all that hard work paid off. He finally relaxed. The feeling of amazement hadn't faded. Just one strike? Liha reconsidered and walked over to Tankayat, who was celebrating. Aha. So we did it, Liha called out, "Hey you." Then he asked, "Can I ask, that orb just now was at the golem's energy source?" Tankayat was surprised by the question. He smiled before answering, "Is this the first time you've seen a golem?" Liha obediently replied, "Yes." Calmly, Tankayat began explaining to Liha, the weak point of golems is their core. One solid hit right there and it dies instantly. So his guess was right. He just got the name a little wrong, not the heart. He tried to recall it. What was the exact name again? Tankayat walked past and answered for him. A super sticky mana orb. Tankayat immediately remembered. Oh right, that's why everyone calls it the testicles. He laughed out loud and said, "We call it the balls because it's stuck right there." Tankayat's answer made Liha turn pale. Honestly, if you smash that with a mace, nobody is surviving. Liha kept asking, so basically when its testicles show up, the golem revives. Tankayat patiently explained it to him. That's right, so you just have to hit it fast. We warriors love hunting them. But which group are you with? The one that reported it. Not everyone even knows about golems. Liha introduced himself to Tankayat. Yes, you see, I am a long-range damage dealer. That made him jump. Oh wow, then why are you killing it? Just go back. Still not satisfied with what he knew. He tried to squeeze out more. Yes, but do you know about the brass golem? Without a hint of doubt, Tankayat kept explaining. Brass golem? Of course I do. Every time it shows up, everyone living on this mountain runs for it. After that, it's either everyone dies together or everyone survives together. That thrilled him. How do you know when it will appear? Frowning in concentration, Tankayat thought carefully about Liha's question. That thing, the golems. Then Tanko behind them cut in. Stone golem is here, focus up, focus. About to charge back into the fight, he reminded Liha before leaving. Y'all know when it comes. Don't go looking around right now or you won't keep your life. Liha politely greeted Tankayat. Ah yes, thank you. While focusing on the next round of fighting, he still didn't forget to watch as Liha ran off from here. After that, Tankayat clicked his tongue to himself. A lone, long-range damage dealer came here to kill golems. What, looking to throw himself into a death trap? A moment later, Liha had reached the edge of the hill. If he could just touch the balls on the golem's waist, then before it revived, all he needed was a single shot. Suddenly, the rock under his feet cracked and dropped straight into the ravine. Liha almost became a victim of gravity. He looked down and snorted, complaining, "Now I get why there aren't many players here." Fast-hit damage dealers have a hard time crushing stone golems. If you're a strongest on the first shot, it's hard to finish it off. Looking at his own class, he couldn't help wondering, what am I supposed to do? All of a sudden, a shadow shot across Liha's field of view. Another player fell down from above where he was standing. What the hell? The body hit the ground with a heavy thud, no chance of survival. Liha froze at what lay in front of him, a corpse. And then, a shrill scream from the distance made Liha turn his head. Its brass, that huge mass stomped down on solid ground like it was nothing. With its imposing body and entrance, the screaming from the players facing at peak. The brass golem has appeared. The moment it showed up, the gigantic brass golem started roaring. All of Liha's stats dropped immediately. Your strength has been weakened. Movement speed reduced by 30% for 4 minutes. Endurance reduced by 50%. Defense reduced by 10%. Staring at the system panel, Liha was genuinely shocked. This golem can debuff me too. A burst of blue fireworks suddenly bloomed in the sky. The surrounding players took it as the alarm bell for a major monster. The brass golem is here. The battle began, one ultimate after another unleashed at the boss. Ice Storm, Fire Shield. Even though it faced a huge number of players, it still stood tall without the slightest wavering. Watching the chaos below, he saw it charge through the crowd and thought, even 10 groups together would still take 5 minutes. So if I solo the brass golem, I have to end it within 5 minutes. What method should I use? How long is its respawn time? If we bring it down this time, when will it show up next time? While he was thinking, a shout grabbed Liha's attention. Turns out the witch was yelling in a hurry, "Don't use lightning." The archer replied, confused, why? Lightning will paralyze it. When the recovery time stops, we have to quickly smash the balls. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired a lightning arrow, ignoring the witch's shout right beside him. "Hey, you idiot, it's made of brass, why are you shooting lightning?" "So it can absorb it." The energy from the lightning arrow was absorbed by the brass golem and focused into the spike on its head. Right after that, it gathered power and terrified everyone around. Then the monster's gigantic fist spun in a violent arc. Ready to strike, the lightning vortex shot straight at the people below. Silence swallowed the space right after the explosion. Watching from a safe distance, Liha could only stand there, stunned. When the smoke and dust cleared, nothing was left except scattered scraps of body. Do I really have to take that thing down alone? A few days later, in a village where many players gather. I am looking for a group to hunt golems. Any level 60 who can use a dual-handed chi movement technique. Mins wandered around looking for someone to carry him. My dad's level 40, who wants to party up with me. In the end, he was honestly about to collapse. Why can't I find anyone? This sucks. All of a sudden, he saw Liha walking past. Oh, that steel kite guy came here to farm too. Seriously, and he didn't even tell me. With a sly grin, Mins thought to himself, that bastard's definitely going to run into Gray. I'll tail him. If he dies, I'll score a ton of loot. After following for a while, Mins finally saw him stop. So this is where he came, this dangerous stone golem zone. I've got to be careful not to get killed too. Right then, a beam of light burst out from where Liha was standing. Shielding his eyes, Mins anxiously wondered, what's happening? Next came a thunderous explosion. So the cause of it all was Liha's very first shot. Only then did Mins dare to peek out and check what was going on. Trembling, Mins hid tightly behind a boulder and heard Liha's voice ring out, "Perfect. Everything's exactly like I thought." 9 days later. At the forest outpost near the East Mine on Mount Tenero. Happily munching on bread, Liha said cheerfully, "Take your time respawning, you golem." Thanks to his skilled pathing and other players acting as bait, he slipped away from the gray chaps with ease. But why couldn't he avoid it? Because he'd earned the title of captain of the Imperial Guards, Liha had the skill Calm Mind, boosting hit rate and vision. Can I really see that clearly? Meanwhile, the others were unlucky enough to get grabbed. I got snatched, hands off. Suddenly, the sight ahead made him stop eating and focus forward. The brass golem and its stone golem army had appeared. Ready for battle, he raised his gun and took aim. It's here. I've waited 10 days for this. The fight began with the brass golem's roar and a flood of system messages. Your strength has been weakened. Movement speed reduced by 30% for 4 minutes. Stamina reduced by 50%. Defense reduced by 10%. Seaver cried out in terror. It's a field boss. The other players were just as shaken. Aren't we taking it down? Didn't you see that video where 50 people got wiped recently? Touch it and you're dead, run. Meanwhile, Liha quickly opened his pouch and pulled out a strength-boosting potion. Drinking it as he charged forward, he returned to normal. Resistance to the weakened status increased by 20%. Then, Liha raised his gun to aim. Consider this my greeting, you big ugly bastard. Stylish sharpshooter. Moments later, he successfully activated the level 8 beginner ultimate, stylish sharpshooter. Reload time was 30 seconds. Firing duration was 370 seconds. Even so, his bullets dealt no damage to the brass golem. No damage at all? Fine, everyone, charge in. I've got something I want to show you. Taking out an item, Liha swung his arm, ready to throw it at the stone golems. You pathetic cowards. He let go at once and the object shot out like an arrow. Transform! The monsters had barely looked up when the explosive pouch flew straight at their heads. Screaming, in the next instant it blew up along with 4 nearby stone golems, sending chunks of rock flying everywhere. Satisfied, Liha grinned smugly. That blast radius is insanely wide. If it doesn't exist, just make it yourself and use something similar. Seizing the moment as the stone golem's weakness was exposed, he leapt up and fired straight into the monocores. Super effective, right? Liha's plan had succeeded at the first step. I even made a claymore sword without preparing beforehand. If I just combine it with gunpowder, I should be able to make a pistol, grenade launcher, or ammo too. As long as I've got money, there's no problem. The brass golem raised its massive hand to attack. It tried to grab him, but Liha was a step faster. Seeing the monster didn't have a single scratch on its body, Liha was stunned. Huh, the grenade I just threw didn't hurt it, then I'll fire another shot. However, the next wave of stone golems had already closed in on his position. Gritting his teeth, Liha resolved to push through the crisis. That's right. No backing down, he charged at them with iron determination. Let's see who wins. Exhausted, his smoking barrel had clearly turned black from overuse. Standing before the brass golem, Liha forced himself to stay on his feet. Damn it, damn it! Clenching his weapon tight, he calculated his next move. What a joke, I can't die and I can't let anyone else get here. If I run now, I won't make the next deadline. There was no retreat left. Liha stepped forward. This was his last chance. A do-or-die clash was about to erupt, and Liha's barrel was already badly damaged. It was definitely wounded. All he needed was one solid hit. Suddenly, the brass golem spun its gigantic fist repeatedly, then raised it high into the air. Yeah, its roar mixed with Liha's panic scream. In an instant, the spot where they had been standing was swallowed by earth, rock, and dust. It seemed Liha had narrowly dodged the boss's strike. Yeah, there wasn't much time. He needed a new way in. Damn it, then first I have to increase the distance. Stay as far away from it as possible. Once again, the brass golem raised both of its bronze fists high. Immediately, the ground beneath it shattered into pieces. The shockwave from the attack threw Liha far from the brass golem. Under its immense power, his body was easily flung away. Landing straight against the cliff behind him, Liha cried out in pain. His vision blurred. The situation had become extremely disadvantageous. Liha's health was in critical condition. My HP, then, he tried to open his eyes to locate the brass golem. Suddenly, something caught Liha's attention. Spotting a breakthrough, he grinned triumphantly. Aha, turns out the core of the brass golem has begun to crack significantly. That bastard, is it going to explode trying so hard? It raised its fist to finish him off, but this time Liha had a countermeasure ready. At the moment the boss's strike reached Liha, it was blocked by a solid sphere. His new technique worked. A mana-based force barrier, without enough power to overcome it, no one can get through. The opportunity had come, it was Liha's turn to strike back. Farewell, bronze robot. With that, his gun fired a finishing bullet. This day, the day his bullet pierced the brass golem's mana sphere, marked the first time a handgun was fired in Central Hall. Defeating the giant boss, witnessing the scene, Mins exclaimed in awe, "Oh my god, incredible. Did he really take it down by himself?" He took down the brass golem. I was looking for people to form a guild, but I felt the ground shake nearby, so I came to check. What a storm, not bad. That alone is enough to save a lot of money. With the mission perfectly completed, Liha began his journey back. Arriving, his face looked more dazed than usual. At IELTSOCK, other players were chatting animatedly. Take the monitoring staff, emergency situation, stone golem group member. Anyone going to the Emerald Forest? Amid the bustling crowd, Liha began to laugh uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Then he shouted in joy, "It's broken, I've destroyed it." His cry caught everyone's attention. Is he crazy? Hugging his gun, Liha silently thanked it. I did it. Finally defeated a stone golem and even took down the brass golem myself. Thanks for enduring the illegal enhanced bullets. It was all thanks to the barrel holding up. If the barrel broke, the bullet would expand instantly. And if it hit the golem's core like a button, it would be over. Once it's exposed, the bullet's attack has no effect. Whistling, Liha strolled through the town. When the forge opens, I'll log out in front of it so they can repair the gun. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Now I need to verify this. The system panel opened. Congratulations, you have defeated the golem leader, Brass Golem. Its bronze shell and reopening the copper mine will aid in mining. This will greatly benefit the kingdom. Additionally, Liha earned achievements. Solo player reward. Lee Ha became the third person recorded in the Hall of Fame. He can use over 200% of his available performance stats. Not only that, Lee Ha also earned the D+ Crafting Star achievement. Looking at the rewards he received, he trembled with happiness. Just seeing them brings a surge of joy. I once achieved solo player king status. Now it's a reward for solo players. To achieve the king achievement, enemies must be 50 levels above, and the reward applies to 40 levels. So besides me, 2 other users also defeated enemies 40 levels above. Understanding the situation, he smiled contentedly. I know how they did it, like the way I made bombs spend money to do something. The proof is earning the crafting star achievement, but not being recorded. After thinking for a while, Lee Ha decided to pause and check his information. Alright, enough thinking about others. Open status page. The system panel appeared again, his stats looked solid. Surprised, Lee Ha exclaimed, 80. 80, that's crazy. Major Brawlet's mission is insane. Its difficulty is higher than imagined, so completing it changes your growth drastically. Agility 473. Thanks to this agility, I completed the mission. The iron ball shattered, but its power didn't weaken, and I shot them thanks to agility. Should I focus on increasing agility next? After pondering, Lee Ha began using his skill points. Added 66 points to agility and 16 points to intelligence. He carefully calculated stat allocation. This time I made a handgun bullet and completed the mission. The bullet piercing relates to crafting, so intelligence got extra points. There's definitely something linked to intelligence. I understand crafting now, just focusing on agility would be a waste. Then, an idea popped into Lee Ha's head. Why not try using the new skill? Naming. Lee Ha can assign a name to an item he crafted with his own hands. Whenever you call its name, it will come closer and grant you power. The performance of this new skill left him scratching his head. It feels like I've seen something like this somewhere before. What skill was it again? This skill doesn't have any rank or level at all. Not wanting to hesitate any longer, Lee Ha used it right away. Naming. Well, if I have it, I might as well use it. Lee Ha used the skill and named the item Odex. Thrilled by the new ability, he excitedly thought to himself, "This is awesome." Meanwhile, the system panel was analyzing the data. I'll make good use of this homemade bomb, and when I don't need it anymore, I'll sell it. If I give it some flashy name like Heaven Shaking Thunder Missile, it'll probably sell like crazy. Unexpectedly, it automatically named his weapon Low-Grade Triple-Layer Fuse. Furious, Lee Ha clenched his fists and screamed inwardly, "Wait, hold on, what the heck is this?" It named itself automatically, and I can only use the skill again after 24 hours. I wanted to name it a bomb, so why did it call it a fuse? In the end, he had no choice but to accept the truth. Right, this is the central hall. How could everything possibly go his way? Stepping away from the computer, Lee Ha trudged to the bed, exhausted. Looks like I got another item too. I'm beat. I'll check it tomorrow. And then he slowly sank into a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, the breakthrough Lee Ha had been waiting for was spreading somewhere else. In the spacious apartment, a long, weary yawn rang out. Lee Ha had slept for 12 hours and only now groggily woke up. This is insane. How long did I sleep? He wearily opened the fridge and muttered, "I'm starving. I need to eat." Staring at a fridge full of supplements, he fell silent. Lee Ha couldn't help thinking about his mom. She kept telling him to take supplements, buying all kinds of tonics. I should buy something she actually likes too. I need to make a lot of money fast and get well soon. If I keep monopolizing that shield like yesterday, I'll be able to earn 20,000 gold in no time. He set the lunch tray down hard on the table and steeled his resolve. Alright, before I log in, I need to check the info first. He turned on the computer and double-checked carefully. Nothing had changed in the listings. Then something caught Lee Ha's attention. A video of a player soloing and taking down Bright Golem made him blurt out a curse in shock. Oh my god, he read the video description full of suspicion. This can't be. The question was answered immediately when his own image appeared on the screen. That's me, but that's not the point. Who just casually uploaded this? Reading the comments one by one, he went pale with fear. I want to tell them to take it down right now. Lee Ha slumped onto the desk, his face flushing with embarrassment. If I tell them to delete it, my identity will be exposed. I still have a lot to do. What's so great about making money off my face anyway? A thought flashed through his mind. Did someone recognize me? Sweat beaded on his forehead as he tried to figure out what to do. What now? Before shutting down, he left a comment under the video. Hey, uploader, where did you get this video? I want to know where and when you saw this. Please record that for me. Back in the game, Kai Yung cheered happily. I knew it was you, a crafting star, what's that? So someone who only picks up monster drops like me is an idiot. Lee Ha sat in his chair and replied, well, I'm just better than you. He thought carefully. Yeah, anyone who knows me would recognize me instantly. I have to be more careful from now on. He's right. Yeah, lately you've gotten better at cracking jokes. Lee Ha gave a polite laugh. Thanks. Hey, Kai Yung need a shield, I'll sell it cheap. Kai Yung asked curiously, a shield? The system displayed the detailed info for a special shield made from the shell of a brass golem. Kai-Yung read for a while then thought it over. Let's see, Lee-ha smiled smugly. This shield always has defense power up to 400 points. There's no way Kai-Yung could find another shield like this. But contrary to Lee-ha's expectations, Kai-Yung refused. It'd probably be great for PvP though. But I like my shield more right now. Lee-ha jolted in surprise. Lee-ha shouted in disbelief, this thing costs 180 gold. And the one you're using is even better than this. Kai-Yung replied casually. Yeah, Lee-ha snapped back to his senses and stared at the chat window. What kind of shield could possibly be better than this one? Is it only because he's my little cousin that I'm this comfortable with him? Kai-Yung had no idea how panicked his older cousin was and kept laughing innocently like an idiot. Yeah, thanks for thinking of me, bro. Aha, looks like the day we team up is coming soon, right? Alright, I'm off. I suddenly feel like going hunting. Lee-ha could only agree half-heartedly. Yeah, go on. And he closed the chat window thinking about his mom and his cousin. At last, he made up his mind. Both Mom and Kai-Yung believed in him and supported him. He stamped his foot hard on the ground. Alright, just wait for me. I'll definitely repay everything you've done for me. He checked his inventory again. Great, auction prices totaled a full 188 gold. But the money I've had to spend here and there is already more than 10 gold. Paper, potions, bullets. Until I sell that shield, my luck won't turn around. The young man nearly cried remembering what the old blacksmith had said. Even your repair fee will cost 4 gold. Lee-ha regretted it quietly. In the end, I couldn't even get you repaired. Sorry, buddy. Once I sell the shield, I'll definitely take you in for repairs. Lost in thought while walking, he didn't notice a sharp branch jutting out. Just then, a ripping sound snapped his attention back. Lee-ha panicked. He shouted, "What the hell is this?" Seeing the torn fabric that had been his cloak only seconds ago, he angrily grabbed his hair. What the hell is this? How did I even manage to tear this? Then he froze as he realized. Oh, now that I think about it, when I fought that brass golem, I was rolling all over the place. Clothes are supposed to be durable, aren't they? Seriously, this is driving me crazy. I'm broke and I don't even have money to repair my gun. How am I supposed to put up with this until I get new gear? After a long silence, Lee-ha let out a gloomy sigh. So I really have to do this in the end. Hello, Kai-Yung. I'm really sorry, but outside the clothing shop, the owner's gentle voice bade him farewell. Thank you for your business. Please come again next time. He let out a relieved breath. Thank goodness Kai-Yung picked up. I'd have died of embarrassment. All of Lee-ha's armor and clothes had been renewed. This was money well spent. Good thing I used my haggling skill and only paid under 3 gold. I'll pay Kiji back double later. The cloak's been altered too. Guess I should go see Brown and pick up the next quest. At the academy, Brown's voice rang out. Back already? Lee-ha raised a hand in a proper salute. Yes, I've returned, Major General. He stood there with his arms crossed, looking him over. You look a little different. Lee-ha awkwardly rubbed his hair. Why yeah, I guess, haha. He didn't notice the way Lee-ha was practically waiting for praise. He only commented flatly, you worked hard. Lee-ha went stiff. That's it, you're not going to say anything about my outfit. But Brown's outstretched hand cut off his thoughts. As expected, you're talented. The two of them shook hands warmly. Thank you, sir. A notification board popped up at once. Enhanced training, hitting targets, objects not visible at long range. Quest complete. You have been rewarded 30 silver and obtained the skill Eagle Eye. Lee-ha beamed as he read the notification. Yes, this. I'd been curious ever since the first time I saw it. What does Eagle Eye do? As if he could read his mind, Brown spoke. From far away you couldn't see it, right? I gave you this mission so you'd realize that. In the end, our job is sniping, hitting accurately. So we need to simulate a few situations. Cases where there are things you can't see from a distance. Hearing that, a question immediately formed in Lee-ha's mind. So this mission was sniper training? He carefully asked him and Brown didn't deny it. That's right, another quest window popped up. Enhanced training, hitting targets with its specific detail. When he saw it, Lee-ha blinked in surprise. The target's ferocity rating made him a little nervous. A long-tailed pheasant. Staring at the training board clearly labeled Enhanced Training. Hitting targets number 2, Lee-ha asked, baffled, Major General, you know what a long-tailed pheasant is? Without thinking, he answered quickly, a bird. At that, Lee-ha froze for a beat, a shapeless monster-like image flashing through his mind. A bird? Yes, I know it's a bird, but comparing it to something more familiar, he asked bluntly, is it like the golden eagle at the castle? A brief silence fell. Then Brown spoke slowly. Similar in a way, but if you compare it to a golden eagle, the golden eagle would cry. Lee-ha stood there even more confused. What does that mean? I have to do this quest and I'll fail if I die. But luckily there aren't any mandatory conditions. So a long-tailed pheasant, sounds simple enough. What's the next quest? Suddenly the data panel in front of him blazed with light, showing text about Lady Elizabeth's relic site, with the reward listed as a breakback rifle. Along with the Royal Musketeer achievement, it left Lee-ha stunned. This is, at that moment, Brown spoke in an unhurried tone. We all know she isn't dead, so calling it a relic site isn't quite right. But these are indeed the words she left behind. Whenever someone asked what kind of person deserved to be her successor, she always answered like this: if someone can hit the target from 444 meters. The image of Lady Elizabeth from years ago resurfaced vividly, her commanding voice seeming to echo even now. I will accept that person as my successor. It sounded simple, but it made Lee Ha's whole body go rigid. From 444 meters, inside, he screamed. Make a Royal Musketeer shoot with a K2 scope. Has she lost her mind? In his panic, he awkwardly confirmed, do I have to do this quest right now? Brown simply shook his head. No, do it whenever you want. But the moment he finished speaking, he cast a meaningful look to one side as if hinting at something. And if you become Elizabeth's successor, you'll have to bring that along. The instant he heard it, Lee Ha hurriedly turned to follow his gaze. His pupils abruptly stopped when he saw what was there. On a sturdy wooden rack in the corner of the room hung an ancient matchlock musket named Beck. It was mounted neatly, its metal dulled with age. Yet it still radiated a suffocating dignity, leaving him standing there, unable to speak. After a heavy silence settled in the air, Lee Ha finally asked cautiously, is that the gun Lady Elizabeth used? Brown affirmed, that's right. Lee Ha hesitated, his words not quite finished. Then the other two are, as if he fully understood what Lee Ha wanted to ask, he answered immediately. Yes, not giving him time to press further, he continued calmly. They've already found new owners. Suspicion flickered in Lee Ha's mind. They're Major General Browns, and Major General Brown use guns. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Lee Ha finally realized the truth. The new generation of Royal Musketeers had to inherit what came before. That was why he kept making me do these hit-the-target quests. Seeing him fall silent without reacting, Brown narrowed his eyes, studying him. So, what do you think? He was already bringing up a target that felt impossible to Lee Ha. 444 meters. Do it right now? Lee Ha bit down hard on his lower lip, standing still without a word, as if calculating every move in a difficult situation. But after a moment of silence, it was not surprising when Lee Ha decided to refuse. How could this be? I'll start with the turkey mission first. I'm going to catch it right now. Hearing this, Brown understood and didn't stop him, only gently reminded, remember to come back. Amid the vast blue sky covering the small house, that solemn phrase lingered, like a message deeply engraved in the mind. I am always here. Time quietly passed. Golden rays poured down, stretching over the rocks in the desert where the long-tailed turkeys live. At that moment, a playful turkey walked leisurely on the dry sand, completely unaware of the lurking danger. At the same time, Lee Ha quietly crouched in the shadows, calculating. I just need to shoot it down, that's all, so there's no need to stress. Thinking this, he focused all his breath into the energy in his body and activated Eagle Eye. In the next second, the aiming screen appeared, locking on tightly. The turkey made him exclaim with delight at the ability to customize vision and zoom as desired. Lee Ha felt even more excited, just like when he first tried it. This is a dedicated scope for sniping after all. Muttering, he adjusted it lightly with 2 fingers. No need to zoom that much, it would make observing harder. Lee Ha carefully raised his silver-tipped dart gun under the sunlight, then fixed the sight on the leisurely walking creature. Farewell, long-tailed turkey. Yet, as if warned by some wild instinct, the animal suddenly turned toward him instantly. Its 3 sharp claws dug deep into the hot sand in a blink of an eye. The turkey dashed away suddenly, leaving only a cloud of dust. It sprinted across in front of Lee Ha, leaving him stunned like a statue. Apart from a baffled he didn't even have time to pull the trigger. Watching its long shadow vanish into the distance, he could only shout in panic. What the hell was that? On the other side, the players were significantly affected by the creature's destructive power. It's a long-tailed turkey. If it appears, you have to think about hunting it immediately. Amid the lingering dust, Lee Ha gritted his teeth. Right, this is the central land. Time keeps flowing relentlessly, never pausing. The moon hung slowly over the night sky. 3 days had passed. Exhausted, he gnawed on hard rations. I still have 17 days, he muttered irritably. In these 3 days, I haven't even collected a single feather. Damn bird. As soon as he glimpsed the turkey, Lee Ha quickly raised his dart gun, silently praying, please hit this time. But fate mocked him. The long-feathered creature shot off like a speeding race car, making him scream in frustration. Ah, that damn bird. He rolled on the ground, kicking repeatedly and shouting, can I catch you for a moment and you just die? Let me catch you, you'll be a 7-dish chicken soon. While his anger was still boiling, an unusual movement flashed by, making Lee Ha freeze. He quickly sat up, glaring at the blurred figure speeding through the trees. A thought suddenly struck him. I've only been seeing the desert, so I didn't pay attention. Observe the twisting path of that turkey carefully. He unconsciously doubted it. The bird was following a predetermined route. This idea made Lee Ha slightly shocked, his heart racing with tension. Once again, he slowly raised his dart gun and reminded himself, stay calm. Meanwhile, far away, a figure in heavy iron armor stepped forward, suddenly drawn to the sound of an explosion tearing through the air. The sound made the person halt. His entire body stiffened briefly, then he slowly speculated. Royal Guard. Liha held his gun tightly and focused on the BV grade faceless information panel. With a power boost of 8 and added sensitivity of 18, picking up the fallen turkey feather, he muttered, "Indeed," then carefully examined it under the moonlight. He confirmed firmly there were 2 others before him. In the silent night, consecutive explosions echoed through the forest. The turkeys had no chance to escape and fell one by one under his aim. Liha tightened his dart gun, a satisfied smile appearing briefly. "Good, this is the last one," watching the motionless prey on the ground. He nodded silently. Yes, sniping and hunting are indeed different. Long-tailed turkeys often run toward the forest even when in the desert. Knowing this habit, you just need to follow it. Easy game, reviewing the mission details that were browsed. I'm not a hunter, I'm a marksman. The fun in hunting is following the prey, but the thrill of sniping is in the waiting. So although time is limited, this is easier than the golem brass mission. That thought made Liha even more delighted. Luckily, I'm smart. An ordinary person would be exhausted or fail to finish on time. The Major General really wants a lot. While lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out, "Hey, Ha Liha." A hand blazing with rage pointed straight at him. A roar tore through the air. "You bastard, did you think I couldn't find you?" Tiggin screamed like a madman, striding forward aggressively. "Give me back the ring, you filthy thief." At that very moment, Liha immediately turned to assess the situation, quickly confirming the ones in front of him were the Rising Sun crew. The instant Liha spotted the Rising Sun group approaching from afar, he fell into deep thought. "I thought after Hizuka beat them, they wouldn't be able to come back. There are 10 of them. Good thing nobody here knows our levels. Or mine, if they're only on the level of the guys I beat on the marching plains." Thinking that, Liha reassured himself and primed his needle gun. "Then most of these guys are lower level than me." Seeing Liha stay calm and even raise his weapon steadily, Tiggin's anger flared. "Why do you look so relaxed? Drop your weapon right now, I'll rip all your hair out." Then he snapped his fingers with relish. "To compensate for the misery you made us suffer, you need to leave something behind, like that golem brass shield you took to auction, right?" A lackey behind him instantly tore a sheet of paper. A fierce streak of light shot straight into the sky, radiating terrifying energy that froze Liha in place, eyes wide in shock, as it spread everywhere like an impenetrable barrier. He clenched his teeth, wary. "Damn it, this is a valuable forbidden scroll." Seeing that reaction, Tiggin was delighted and immediately gave the order. "At this rate, you won't be able to run." Brothers, and they answered in unison. "Yes, boss." With the situation turning extremely unfavorable, Liha hurriedly tried to contact family. The moment he saw his cousin online in his contacts, he sent the details right away. "Haijang, do you see my location? Come now. Rising Sun is here to grab me. I can't get away right now." Hearing this, the other side blurted out in panic, "Oh my god." Then, rushing to remind him while Liha kept a tight grip on his weapon, every word heavy with pressure. "Got it, stall them." As soon as the call ended, Liha and the Rising Sun crew remained perfectly still, a thick silence settling over everything. His mind spun in chaos until a thought hit him. How am I supposed to stall for time? Then, the next second, he switched tactics, put his gun away, and shouted, "Okay, I get it. I'll return the ring, so let's end this here today." Hearing that, Tiggin crossed his arms angrily. "The ring was mine in the first place. You giving it back is only natural. Everything that belongs to me was taken by you." While he was still drowning in fury, Liha instantly seized the opening. His hand flashed as he drew his weapon and pulled the trigger in one decisive beat. Just as the bullet sliced through the air, Tiggin barely had time to grit his teeth and roar, eyes wide. What? In that split second of life and death, Kim Hoa suddenly appeared and knocked it aside. "I knew it," he bellowed, jabbing a finger straight at Liha. "You coward." Then he muttered bitterly, pointing it out, "I saw you twitching a while ago." Liha could only sigh in exasperation. So annoying. Tiggin's face turned pale. I already ate the petal. I thought I was going to die." Because of that, he stopped bothering with restraint and ordered his underlings. "Starting today, we have to kill that guy no matter what. Kill him." Without panicking, Liha bit down on his ammo pouch and calculated quickly. 2 long-range dealers, everyone else is close range. Watching them rush in, he couldn't help thinking, "These guys. They're fast. If I load my gun now, I won't make it in time." With that thought, he hurled his homemade explosive pouch straight at them. Then, seeing the item fly over their heads, the whole group reflexively paused and looked up. In the instant it hit the ground, a violent blast of smoke and fire erupted. The Rising Sun survivors were terrified. An explosion, the sudden turned threw them into chaos. Wasn't it supposed to be just one blast? Without a mage, how could it explode? Liha used the chance to raise his needle gun. "That blast bought me time to reload. Now I just need to aim true. I can't die here because of a bunch of small fry." Then a voice cut in, "Hey, everyone, move aside." A man who appeared out of nowhere swung his sword, forming a streak of light that shot forward. It surged like a rocket, and the target was clearly Liha. Sensing real danger, he thrust out a hand and shouted. Oh, a powerful shield appeared instantly with his call. Golem brass shield, while bracing himself to hold it back. Couldn't help doubting it. No way. A close-range dealer attacking from far away. Facing Jocko, who stood before him brimming with momentum, Liha wondered, Rising Sun has someone this strong too. Who is he? Off to the side, Tigan rubbed his hands and flattered him. You're incredible, Jocko. Jocko sneered and mocked them. HMPH. You got beaten by this sleeping kid. While Tigan kept sucking up. When we get back to the guild, please put in a good word for us. A cigarette pack suddenly flew in, making Tigan turn deathly pale. A thunderous explosion roared like a storm, tearing through the air. The violent shockwave hurled everything away, accompanied by long, piercing screams echoing everywhere. Struck by a painful blow, Jocko roared in fury, cursing. Damn it, we almost got caught in that trap, and Tigan hurriedly gave orders. Regroup first, then hide behind the tree. Kim HWA Leaf, you protect me and Jocko. Seeing that the enemy was still unharmed, Leha clenched his teeth in anger. I should have used that last grenade earlier to take that bastard down. The group quietly hid to the side and observed, while the old man kept ranting nonstop. That barrier can only last 5 minutes at most. Once it disappears, you're definitely dead. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, he felt suffocated with tension. Damn it. Can I wipe them all out before the barrier disappears? If not, will Kai Rong make it in time before I die? Only one name echoed repeatedly in his mind. Yitrong A, please hurry. As the suffocating tension tightened, sudden footsteps rang out. Hearing the unusual sound, Tigan and Leha turned their heads in astonishment. There stood Nara in gleaming iron armor, calmly asking, "What is going on here?" Amid the explosive atmosphere, Nara glanced around and quickly recognized the group's identity. Rising Sun. Her cold voice carried clear contempt. Oh, ganging up on someone in a PK? How impressive. Tigan gritted his teeth and shouted back, "Can't you see? Get lost already." While he continued growling, Nara ignored him completely and turned to Leha. "You're a royal guard, right?" Hearing that, he was slightly surprised. "Yes, that's right." After receiving confirmation, she continued. "If you're a royal guard, do you know Sleeping Kit?" However, Leha quickly dismissed it and warned in a low voice, "I don't know, and it's dangerous here. You should run." She nodded, "I see. But seeing you being ganged up on like this, I can't just stand by and ignore it." When Tigan saw that Nara didn't even bother to move aside, he roared angrily, "Who the hell is this lunatic barging into our business? Shoot." His subordinate immediately drew the bowstring, and an arrow whistled straight toward them. In that critical moment, Leha panicked, grabbed her, and rolled aside, shouting, "Watch out," but it was too late, and he ended up taking the damage himself. His body swayed from the sharp pain as he dragged her down with him, rolling away from the force of inertia. He coughed violently from the wound. Nara rushed over in alarm to support him, but Leha still scolded her. "I told you to run, it's dangerous here." She hesitated, disbelief in her eyes. "You just saved me." Amid the chaos, a pair of legs slowly emerged along with a chilling mutter. Stepping out of the barrier, Jocko growled as he drew his steel blade and swung it fiercely. A surge of energy tore through the air, rushing straight at them. Explode and burn. The Firebird roared as it shot forward, mixed with Jocko's crazed scream. "Burn to ashes and die." At the brink of destruction, Nara calmly stepped forward and said decisively, "Step back." Causing Leha great alarm, "If you don't dodge, you'll be meeting the King of Hell." At that moment, she suddenly raised her hand with swift boldness. In an instant, the flames were guided by Nara and gently split to both sides. Seeing this, both Leha and Jocko froze immediately. They were so stunned they could hardly breathe. Once both sides finally fell silent, Nara let out a light sigh and removed her iron helmet. At that moment, her beautiful face was revealed along with a firm declaration. "I hate attacking others, but I can't let you off." It seemed tonight would bring an interesting battle now that Nara had appeared. Her wide eyes stared intently at the young man before her. Leha stood there blankly, still confused. Seeing him frozen, she pointed at him. He replied irritably, "Hey, you." Feeling ignored, Kim HWA charged toward them with furrowed brows, shouting loudly, "Go to hell." Leha was startled, "Hey, Kim HWA Leaf." At the same time, Nara turned to face him. Her expression remained unchanged. Only her lips were slightly pressed together. Before Kim HWA could reach them, a beam of light pierced straight through his chest. He stared wide-eyed in shock and looked down at the wound. A second later, as the pain spread, Kim HWA collapsed to his knees, screaming miserably. He cried out in despair, "HP, HP." Nara showed no emotion. She said indifferently, "As expected, I still have a long way to go." Then she politely asked Han Kim HWA, "So, how does it feel to be hit? Does it hurt?" The men acting as lookouts, especially Jocko, stood there grinding their teeth, staring in terror. He didn't blink, his mouth hanging open. With nothing but a pivot on his heel, the distance closed in an instant, and he drove straight into Kim Hoa La. Nara turned back and asked Leha, "Oh right, weren't you hurt just now?" He stammered, well." Before he could finish, Nara shoved a healing potion right into Leha's mouth. Being suddenly forced like that made him tremble in waves. What?" Nara grinned brightly. "Drink up. You ended up like this because you protected me." As the potion was absorbed, Leha immediately felt a clear change as he watched his wounds begin to glow faintly. In just a few seconds, the effect was so amazing he blurted out, "Whoa, this stuff is seriously good." She beamed and asked back, "Right, now that your wounds are treated, we should deal with the main issue." A tongue click sounded. "Well then." Nara kept smiling at her friend. If I could, I'd like to make them turn back like that. In the blink of an eye, Lee Ha saw her gaze. Shift 180 degrees, her voice turning dangerous. But I can't do that, can I? Jocko stood in the distance, face twisted, grinding his teeth as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, bastard, I was so close. Where did someone that strong suddenly come from? Are we in a hurry? Should I pull back now? But after thinking it through, he made a firm decision. No, I can't. His pride flared and he barked an order at once. Everyone charge, it's just one guy bleeding and one girl. Seeing the thugs pouncing in, Nara said calmly, fine then. The tip of her foot slid lightly across the sand. No one even knew what she did. Only a streak of light shot forward, then slashed across at an angle, striking each of them. Player 1, even Lee Ha was bewildered, unable to understand what had happened. The light pierced through every henchman and finally the leader. Jocko screamed with his mouth wide open in agony. Lee Ha stood frozen like a statue. He hadn't been hit, yet fear still clenched his chest. It was brutal, those guys weren't weaklings either. When only Jocko was left, Lee Ha stared, stunned. One person sweeping an entire continent. Nara ended her attack with a calm but unwavering look. Lee Ha stared at her, unable to stop thinking. That person. That decisive, resolute silhouette filled his head with questions. Who on earth was she? After neatly finishing off the enemies, Nara returned to her naive, playful self. Phew, all done, she glanced over. He looks like that, but he's got some skill. Why did he do that? Lee Ha held out the healing potion, still more than half full, as if to return it. Hey, miss this, Nara waved cheerfully. Ah, keep it, I want to give you a gift. He asked blankly. A gift, she affirmed. Yes. A faint blush rose on Nara's cheeks. Her shy eyes wandered over the ground. This is the first time someone's taken a hit from me. Her confession unintentionally made the air between them awkward. Neither of them dared to say more. Embarrassed, Nara finally blurted out. Anyway, drink a lot of that, it'll definitely help you. Lee Ha didn't know what to say except the familiar line, thank you. Then Nara's horse suddenly pricked up both ears as if it had heard something. Watching her fuss over the horse, Lee Ha felt flustered. The Vising Sun crew were all gone. She saved me too, she's just going to leave like this. Thinking that, he gathered his courage and called out loudly, hey miss. Nara looked at him. What is it? He stepped closer and said, thank you for saving me. Can you tell me your name? Nara hesitated. Ah, my name. The gentle mood was abruptly shattered by a loud yell from far away. Bro. Lee Ha jolted and turned at once. Seeing Kijang racing over, Nara said warmly, seems like someone who came with you. Lee Ha replied awkwardly, ah yes, wait, please hold on a second. Then he tried to coax him gently. Kijang, it's all over, I'm not dead, this person saved me, stop. But Kijang still stared wide-eyed. He even charged in, not listening at all. Nara giggled and asked, are you whispering? Looks like he can't hear you. Annoyed, Lee Ha had to shout, Kijang, I said stop, she's a good person, she's not with Vising Sun. Not only did he not listen, he roared ferociously. You dared touch my big brother? Oh, heavens and spirits. Then Kijang yanked out his sword and shield, yelling fiercely. Charge! Lee Ha panicked, only able to throw up his hands and shout a warning. Kijang, no! Seeing how determined he was, Nara stood her ground to face him head-on, letting him learn the hard way. She stepped lightly, dodging the attack. The next second, when he was right in front of her, she lifted her leg and kicked his shield. Kijang realized this opponent was tough, frowned, then clicked his tongue. Nara only defended and didn't go too far. Smiling, she suggested, how about we talk first? For some reason. Kijang's eyes suddenly went wide and he stuttered, unable to form a sentence. No, wait, don't tell me, Lee Ha asked anxiously. What is it, Kijang? Kijang turned his head and asked back. Why are you with this person? You got flustered going along with her. What about her? Kijang knew Nara much better. He spoke continuously. She ranks 6th in the global mid-level standings and 1st in her country's ranking. Just that bit of information was enough to make Lee Ha gape and look at her with new eyes. Nara could only smile awkwardly. Without her introducing herself, Kijang had already mentioned the name Fencer Sonara. Lee Ha widened his dark eyes to get a clearer look, his lips trembling slightly. Sonara, South Korea's gold medalist in fencing. She smiled shyly and jokingly replied, well, you've caught on already. Lee Ha's face immediately shone with admiration. That's Sonara, I've seen her on TV before. He remembered every detail. Her sword was long and slender like a rapier, with speed and agility far beyond human capacity. Finally, he gave her a compliment, just like Lepanto. Young itched to point out, heavens, you mean Rising Sun is here. Why is Sonara here, but have they met before? While Nara chuckled without answering, Lee Ha looked dazed and stammered. Aha, Nara now took the sword in hand and spoke. I came by on a mission, so I happened to pass through here. And he saved me from the Rising Sun, so I did a few moves to repay him. Kijang turned pale, unable to believe it. A few moves, Nara suddenly remembered and hurriedly asked, Oh, what are your names? Young quickly answered first, I am a royal guard of the White Star Guild. Li Ha answered briefly, my name is Ha Li Ha. Young looked sideways in curiosity. Oh, I just noticed Sinara's weapon. She usually uses another one. She squinted and smiled, explaining, yes, actually it's because of this that I left the capital. Until I find the trace of the magical sword, I must use this staff. Young and Li Ha, coincidentally, both showed expressions of astonishment. So that's it, the magical sword. Li Ha scratched his chin thoughtfully and asked, is it like Project? Nara was thrilled, clutching his hand. Yes, it's Brochet. How do you know that? My current mission is to find the trace of Project. Its blade can pierce 5 layers of steel, the rapier Project. Do you know where it is? If we find its trace, we can break the seal on the sword. Where is it? Where is it now? Li Ha felt overwhelmed by Nara's rapid-fire questions and could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. Know about that? Actually, under the moonlight, Li Ha explained to Nara. She seemed a bit disappointed, frowning, so that's how it is. So you know about it because it's part of the Royal Guard mission. He nodded. Yes, so I don't really know where it is either. Sorry I couldn't help you. Nara's expression brightened again within seconds. It's okay, if it's near the Mini's border, I know where to go, I just need to pass through the scroll. After saying this, Nara immediately stood up to prepare to depart. She waved cheerfully. I'm really going now, thank you Li Ha, Royal Guard, see you again. Just then, she suddenly used voice transmission. If you don't mind, can we be friends? Keep it a secret from the friend next to you. Young saw Nara leave and teased, looks like someone's soul is about to soar. Li Ha glared furiously. Hey, what are you saying? That's not true. Seeing him flustered, Kyung teased further. Hee, this is the first time I've seen this expression on you, but you've always been single anyway. Li Ha stomped his foot in anger, veins bulging, scolding. Have you run out of things to say to me? Do I look that single? Kyung replied loudly. Of course, that's obvious. Seems like you told me before. Li Ha stopped arguing, muttering to himself, cheeks flushed. She said to contact her if I come to the capital. Nara treats the capital like her home, huh? Kyung clasped his hands behind his head, looking up with a smile. Makes sense, she's part of the Holy Knights. Hearing this, Li Ha spun to look. What? Kyung saw he was clueless, so he explained. Sinara is the first user and the only one to be awarded the knight title. She's famous for a reason. Li Ha stiffened. She's even more formidable than I thought. Kyung now asked, but what about Rising Sun? What happened with that? Li Ha's face fell at the mention. Ah, that incident. They probably saw the video of you fighting Golem Brass before tracking here. Kyung scratched his head in frustration. Those bastards really. But one piece of information isn't enough to find it. Coming here like you, Li Ha fell silent. He admitted with gratitude. If Nara hadn't come here this time, I would have been doomed. Kyung, hearing the stepsister's name, cheerfully said, exactly, for now, until you reach level 100, choose a place with the fewest people. Li Ha's next words made him pause. But Kyung, this time you won't do that. He was startled. Huh, what do you mean? Li Ha seriously stated, whatever you endured, you'll pay back to them fully. Even if everything is returned, as Kaijang said, the real problem is that the Rising Sun are as numerous as snakes. Li Ha had now entered the city, walking while thinking. If all of them gather together, there won't be any room left to spawn new users in the Candle Castle. On the other hand, I'll have to fight alone. Even if Rising Sun uses force, they continue to be maintained because of their sheer number of members. Another reason is that it's hard to inflict serious injuries on them. No matter how I think about it, it seems impossible. After Li Ha opened the familiar wooden house door, Brown nearby asked. Back already? He raised his hand in salute. Yes, Major General. His eyes swept behind him, face extremely intimidating. So, have you noticed the difference between hunting and sniper shooting? Li Ha replied excitedly, of course, sir. It was a bit tough, but Brown gently praised him. As expected, I knew that within 10 days, you would complete it. At that moment, the system chimed. Advanced training has completed the missions for Sniper and Hunter. You have earned 5 silver and received the crafting skill. Li Ha clenched his hands with joy. Awesome, got a new skill. I have a rough idea of what this skill is about. At this time, Grau sternly reminded him. Without information on your target, the price you pay will be very high. Right, Li Ha responded. Yes, that's right, sir. He also advised, if it's a monster, think carefully. The leader monsters are very different in appearance. Li Ha frowned slightly and probed, but what if the opponent is a human? At that moment, the fateful notice arrived. A composite mission. Within 30 days, shoot down Angel, the leader of the rabbit-horned angels. If you fail, 3 sharpshooting enhancement missions will be cancelled once. Elizabeth's wish, the vanishing legends being erased, and Brown's expectation. After reading it, Li Ha was stunned. 3 missions in a row. In Middle-earth, just how far does he plan to train me? A moment later, Brown deliberately repeated the mission. The Magpie Company is in the southeast region. Kill Angel, leader of the rabbit-horned angels. Li Ha took the slip of paper Brown handed over and muttered, is this his face? It was a scruffy, long-haired man. A vicious-looking face. Grau also admitted, right, I've never seen him, but this sketch is based on rumor and eyewitness accounts. Lee Ha continued, got it. I'll take Angel down and come back. Honestly, I know this question is kind of unnecessary. But can I ask you something? Brown immediately raised his brows. What is it? Lee Ha seized the chance to explain. Even if I kill Angel, it looks like the Magpie Company won't disappear completely. Will someone take over, or will a second or third rabbit-horned angel show up? If so, what's the point of this mission? Faced with Lee Ha's blunt question, Brown narrowed his eyes, a little surprised. Then he said, if you eliminate the leader, the Magpie Company will collapse on its own. Or there'll be internal infighting over succession. Lee Ha thought of another angle. But what if that doesn't happen? Brown replied indifferently, so what if it does? Take a coin as an example. When you flip a coin, you have to toss it first to know whether it lands heads or tails. If you haven't flipped it, you don't know anything. After speaking, he opened the hand that had been covering the coin, then asked a short question loaded with meaning. Right? Lee Ha froze for a moment, eyes wide as he looked at Brown. The next second, the corner of his mouth curled up. Right, if you don't pull the trigger, nothing will happen. Either we end them with one shot or we don't shoot. With his mind cleared, he set off eagerly. Major General, I'm heading out. Brown closed his eyes and nodded lightly. Come back safely. Lee Ha looked at him with eyes full of trust. With someone giving advice this useful, NPC or not, he would respect him with all his heart. Lee Ha's steps gradually quickened along the long road, and he steeled himself with a threat. Just you wait, Angel. At the same time, on a barren stretch of sand, a few people were trudging along. They moved as a group, and the one leading them was none other than the target of. Beneath a crescent moon hanging in the sky, a road cut through the canyon, leading to a city gate glowing with torchlight. This was the Magpie Company's turf, and right now it rang with loud, rowdy laughter. Inside, Angel was fooling around and enjoying himself with two beauties. He shouted brightly, hey, bring more wine up here. A subordinate answered briskly, yes, boss. Meanwhile, the two guards at the door wore completely opposite expressions. Goran cursed with a scowl. Damn it, everyone's drinking their fill, so why the hell do I have to stand guard out here? Dingo just laughed it off. We can go in and drink later. Goran, annoyed, spat out, hey, you bastard. I want to drink with that pretty girl, Joker. Lee Ha was already on the Magpie Company's turf. He was hiding in a bush, listening closely. With security this lax, the odds of getting spotted wouldn't be high. Still, it was better to be careful. He had to complete the mission perfectly. When he first discovered them, he'd already used the marking skill. That was why the risk of the ringleader escaping had dropped. Thinking of that, Lee Ha felt frustrated with the marking ability, even though it could be used on up to 3 people. No matter how he looked at it, the skill was extremely useful. In any case, he couldn't actually mark 3 people because he wouldn't have enough mana. Still, he smiled in satisfaction, thinking that thanks to it he could keep track of them. This mission run hadn't been easy for him. To learn about this base, he'd had to follow behind them on foot for over 10 hours. Things like their travel routes, their operating style, and the terrain around them. Over 17 days, he'd figured out every part of it. However, only after arriving did Lee Ha realize the hardest part. In the main camp, there were hidden magic arrays everywhere. These guys were no pushovers. As he thought, his gaze dropped to a courtyard glowing purple, and he stayed on guard. Because of that magic array, after sniping, he hadn't been able to use that precious scroll, but today was his chance. On the day he went raiding the village, he would definitely be drinking in that side building. Lee Ha had weighed everything carefully, so his resolve was rock solid. He gripped the rifle stock and raised it slightly, murmuring to himself, wait, just wait until the target shows himself. At the same time, Angel was already stuffed with drink, letting out a satisfied belch. He staggered out to the gate and started chatting with the 2 guards. I'm so full. Seeing him, Dingo greeted him at once. Greetings, Chief. The moment Lee Ha saw him, he tensed up. He's out, he's finally out. Exchanging greetings with the guards, he'd prepared so thoroughly that he'd memorized even tiny details like that. He'd also already mapped out his escape route. Seeing Angel gradually step away from the city gate, he anxiously urged himself, shoot him down and run. A deafening sound rang out, decisive and echoing across the sky. In an instant, Angel collapsed to the ground under Jason's astonished gaze. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, stammering, "Wow, what?" In a panic, Jason accidentally revealed a shocking truth. The decoy was down. Lee Ha, about to flee, froze. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe what he had just heard. The decoy, the Count's base, was then filled with screams and running footsteps. Bruno temporarily commanded, "What are you all doing? We prepared a decoy for this very purpose. Find him, the assassin must be nearby." Amid the chaos, a foot slowly stepped out from inside, and a calm voice rose above the urgent shouts. Stay alert. Use the probing skill. Everyone open the scrolls. Enhance the magic formation. Don't let anyone escape, not even a mouse. The young man giving orders was Angel, the true leader of the Count's faction. The subordinates, speeding up, replied in unison, "Yes, boss." Lee Ha was so shocked that his limbs went stiff, unable to move. He cursed silently, "This is insane. seeing the slender youth directing below. He couldn't believe his eyes. Angel, hoarse whinnies echoed in the chaotic night, mingling with a sharp command, "Catch him, catch that royal dog." Gradually, what started as a few horses became a cavalry charge. Angel loudly commanded, "Show him the power of the Count's faction." All obeyed immediately. "Yes, boss." Liha was now running at full speed, carefully glancing behind. "Damn, everything's in chaos. Already the cavalry is right behind. There he is." Terrified, Liha reached for the system panel. Thinking fast, he temporarily pulled out a pack of explosives. Of course, he threw it behind where the Count's faction was moving to block their line of sight. Angel reacted quickly, dodging the danger. He raised a hand to shield his face from smoke and debris, his foot pressed deliberately against the ground for stability. Angel's face now only showed annoyance and fury. "Don't think this ends easily. I will find you and take your life." Liha was lucky to have returned to the city safely. He stopped in an alley, panting. Only now did he realize, heavily sighing, so the wanted poster photo was fake. That shot ruined everything. He kept blaming himself. At that moment, he remembered sneaking close to Mark Angel. He clearly saw him. Liha remembered every expression of anger on his face. He would definitely hunt me down. 17 days went smoothly, but on the 18th I wasted time. From the moment I heard the rumor and saw that drawing, I should have investigated, but I was too hasty, thinking about the next step. I thought I was safe here, but suddenly my sixth sense warned me of danger, making my heart race. Angel had chased me here. He cruelly ordered, "Burn everything." "Everyone listen to me, find him." His subordinates responded. "Yes, boss." Liha stood up, helplessly thinking, "Damn, how did he get here so fast?" In an instant, the street was a sea of flames. An old man named Crad was captured and questioned. "Tell me, did any strangers pass by just now? Speak quickly." He clasped his hands. I don't know, please spare me." Angel pointed decisively and commanded bluntly, "No need, kill them all." His subordinates immediately attacked the innocent villagers. "Yes, boss." Angel bared a wicked smile, "That royal dog. Do you think I'd foolishly wait until dawn? I've dealt with this too many times. I blocked your escape with magic, so I know exactly where you're hiding. Don't think you can escape me." Suddenly, Angel saw suspicious black smoke escaping from a small alley. His eyes widened, grinning grotesquely. "Ah, so he's there." But the explosion behind him forced him to turn. Flames continued to rage fiercely throughout the village. Riven and Bado shouted in turns, "Show yourself. Where are you? That royal dog is letting villagers die." Angel thought to himself, the explosion was just a trick. Then he said aloud, "He's no longer here. 3 groups handle the scene, the rest follow me." Liha stayed pressed against the hidden corner, hearing every hoofbeat and voice. "Yes. Yes, boss." He gritted his teeth, sweating. "This is insane, to catch just me. You burned down the entire village." The devastation before him made Liha want to grit every word through his teeth. Seeing charred corpses beyond recognition, Liha silently vowed, "Wait, Angel, you tricked me and you'll soon pay for it." The entire village was now engulfed in flames. Bago reported, "We've searched 3 villages but still can't find his trace." "Yes, boss." He approached Angel to ask, "What should we do?" Angel's eyes shone with disbelief. No way he could have escaped the range of the 3 villages in such a short time, right? If that's the case, then why did he cause that explosion in the first place? He immediately gave the order, "You, come with me for a moment. Prepare to relocate the camp. The rest of you take everything valuable." Dai Chayan and Go obeyed at once. After that, none of them delayed any longer and hurried back on horseback. Faced with this sudden decision, Zoran grew uneasy. "But boss, do we really have to move the camp? Isn't this just a trick?" Angel's attitude was firm. "Of course we have to move. If the camp's been exposed, what's the point of keeping it?" He didn't forget to ask, "Is anyone still at the camp?" The reply came confidently, "No one's left, boss." Hearing that, Angel gave a brief word of praise. "Good." When they arrived, he continued giving orders. "You two, go clear out the warehouse. No need to bring clothes or any useless weapons." The others behind answered in unison. Yes, the word had barely left his mouth when a bullet flew in from nowhere and pierced Angel's body. Tyne Lu Ken, standing nearby, was stunned and shouted, "Boss!" The next second he pointed toward the forest and yelled in warning, over there, someone's there." At the same time, just as expected, Liha on this side slightly parted his lips. No surprise. "You'll be joining him soon enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed one eye, preparing for the next shot. Not long after, the system notified him that he had leveled up twice. Mission complete. Stamina, intelligence, and spirit each increased by 3, along with 90 contribution points. Liha stretched in relief. Recommended mission. "That really took a lot out of me. Still, it was worth it. Let's take on another mission." Saying that, he opened the quest panel. In an instant, Liha suddenly recalled the first time he saw them. He had known he only needed to wait until they returned to the camp. Compared to NPCs, he was extremely cautious. That was why he had left most of his men behind to pack up the camp, keeping only a small number of guards at his side. But then he suddenly paused. A line of text on the quest panel caught Liha's attention. "You are known as the one who saved the villagers from the oppression and exploitation of the bandits." It made him fall into thought. "I didn't save the villagers who were being oppressed. Because of me, 3 villages were burned down. I should have studied Middle-earth's hint more carefully. Next time, I'll try more approaches. Whether NPCs or anything else, there must be a way to save everyone. After returning, Brown sat across from him and spoke sternly. Everything's in chaos, isn't it? Knight Sigrid has already told me everything. Liha felt a little uneasy. This should be fine, right? After all, the mission was a success. I wonder if what I did counts as a miss. After suppressing the fear in his heart, he began to explain hesitantly, I, Major General, that angel. He wasn't the person in the sketch. In response to those words, Brown remained silent, resting his chin on his hand. Without saying anything further, even as Liha continued to justify himself, I believed the person in the sketch was him and let my guard down. I didn't gather more information about him. I killed his double. That's why the 3 nearby villages suffered heavy losses. I still have many shortcomings. I'm sorry, sir. In the end, he didn't know what else to do but bow his head and admit his fault. Yet for some reason, Brown remained silent, his face showing no emotion. A second later, he suddenly spoke. What are you talking about? It was because Knight Sigrid gave you the wrong sketch. He's already come to apologize countless times. Liha looked utterly confused. Pardon. Brown continued. From the very beginning, I was unable to deal with the bandits, which led to all of this. So many things happened, you handled everything very well. He had not even had time to react. But, immediately Brown cut him off. What I entrusted to you was not to eliminate Angel or save the villagers. The only thing you had to do was shoot Angel. The sudden shift left Liha bewildered. I see, sir. Then Brown gently announced, you've worked hard. If you happen to save the villages along the way, that's even better. By now, you have completed your comprehensive training and have truly become a marksman. The next second, the system displayed, you have completed the comprehensive evaluation mission. You received 1 gold coin and the sniping skill, gained 10% affinity, 90 contribution points for the kingdom, and leveled up once. Seeing this, Liha could not contain his excitement. Great, he was just as delighted inside. Thanks to the Major General's recognition, I leveled up and received 1 gold coin. Moreover, I gained an additional skill related to marksmanship. This is amazing. Is today my birthday or something? But before he could finish celebrating, Brown reminded him, well then, do you intend to continue fulfilling Bates' wish? At that, Liha immediately dodged the question. Me no, now isn't the time yet. Hearing that, Brown added, taking it slow is good, but be careful. Other rivals may appear at any time. Liha smiled in response. If you put it that way, Major General, I understand. In the end, Brown formally declared that this was enough. I have nothing more to teach you, train yourself from here on. But just as he reached the door, Liha suddenly stopped. Wait, can I ask a question? Your tone is still very relaxed. Anything, even so. There's still some hesitation in your words. Kid, sleeping kid, do you know? The moment that name was spoken, Brown's expression changed. The atmosphere fell silent. The two stared at each other for a moment, but then he said something that made Liha eagerly anticipate. Curious, aren't you? Time suddenly fast-forwarded. Now he sighed in boredom, his skin tightening. It looked like he was about to speak that day, but why did he suddenly remain silent? A futile hope. All right, all the stats I gained from completing missions are added to agility. Let's try the new skill. As soon as he thought it, he immediately opened the system panel. The screen displayed all skills and a new one, Novice Sniper, was added. His face was full of anticipation. All right. Liha quickly selected the skill. I'm really curious about this skill. How does it work? As soon as he clicked, a panel opened. This skill consumes 200 mana to increase shooting range by 30% for a maximum of 1 minute, and has a 1-hour cooldown. Just reading it surprised Liha. Increase shooting range. Although it only lasts 1 minute, it increases by 30%. 455 m, able to shoot beyond 400 m. I'm also wondering whether to increase the amount of gunpowder, when this skill suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Nothing else. At that moment, something caught Liha's attention. This, elsewhere before him, was a sign for a sacred oven. Training points will be available in 4 days. Seeing a crowd pushing forward, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, the crowd is temporarily noisy. What is that? It looks like a new shop about to open. Damn, is there an announcement on the homepage? Such trivial matters won't be announced." Liha simply stood quietly at a distance observing. His eyes were full of excitement. Could it be that most people here don't realize this is a restaurant? No matter how perceptive someone is, if they've never experienced Middle-earth, they can't know the shop's significance. Later, in terms of information, this place will be ahead of all other players. As Liha turned away with a smug smile, 4 days ahead looked promising. But he didn't realize that in another corner, Seeker was silently watching. He raised a hand and marked Liha's direction. Then Seeker smiled wickedly. Currently, Liha was in the Sentimental Mountains near the Orc tribe. He was lying high up, camouflaged, preparing to test the skill he had just acquired. Next, Liha carefully placed his hand on the trigger, slowly sensing. No wind, perfect. Below, the orcs were working diligently, unaware. Suddenly something flew by, knocking a pickaxe from one of them. Then it spun in the air several times. It flew straight toward a large rock ahead. The orcs looked confused, not knowing what was happening. Meanwhile, Lee Ha was slightly dissatisfied with the previous shot. Damn, this situation seems difficult. Using the skill increases range, but the bullet speed is too slow. The normal speed of a flintlock is 300 ms, and the range is 340 m, meaning shooting beyond 400 m may be detectable. The opponent might notice. Moreover, Brown's quest can't just require me to shoot them at 440 m. I've prepared for the worst-case scenario. Big trouble ahead. Suddenly, a scream sounded. Search over here. The loud noise immediately caught his attention. In the distance, Tegan angrily pointed toward Lee Ha's path. What are you doing there? He led a group in black clothing quickly approaching. Lee Ha couldn't help but panic. Why are they coming here? Just as Tegan looked up, he noticed and shouted a warning. He pulled out a scroll. Hearing that, Lee Ha's hands started fumbling. As soon as he yelled to attack, Lee Ha had already successfully activated. In an instant, he was transported elsewhere, leaving Tegan still furious, pulling at his hair. Damn bastard. Without hesitation, he turned to his subordinate. Where did he go? Seeker immediately replied. Vabot. At this point, Tegan was losing patience. Again, it's Vabot. Everyone gathered and returned. The group quickly obeyed. Meanwhile, in Vabot, Lee Ha, after some running, was out of breath. How did he know I was there? Now he realized. Marked. I've also been marked by someone in Dale's son. What should I do? How long does the marking skill last? I don't know who it is. I can't guess the level or rank of the skill. Soon, they also chased here. Here, Lemon was standing when a shout came from afar. Ailstock capital, she calmly introduced. This is the capital of the Fibuo kingdom. B for one person to Ailstock. Lee Ha had little time, rushing like the wind. All right, if it doesn't exceed 2 gold, get me going quickly. Right on his heels, Tegan kept barking orders. Catch him. Tie him up fast before he gets away. Seeker didn't waste words and immediately cast Leon's binding spell. Seeing they were almost on top of him, his face turned pale with panic. Lemon still smiled warmly. Have a pleasant trip, with his life hanging by a thread. The magic hand was just about to grab Ha-Liha, but in the next instant, at the decisive moment, he finally teleported successfully before they could seize him. Letting the prey slip away twice made him furious. Damn it! The moment Ha-Liha arrived in the capital, Ayastok, he couldn't make sense of it. They had used magic. Were those villagers really determined to hunt him down? Using village register magic was something they couldn't possibly do without understanding what it meant. Random instant teleportation by scroll cost at least a minimum each time. If he kept escaping like this, he'd go bankrupt. All he could do was curse the heavens. Why am I the only one who has to endure this? Elsewhere, after not seeing any movement from Ha-Liha for a while, Lee-In messaged him. Bro, what are you doing not leveling up? He replied at once. Something happened. I'm sure those guys from the Rising Sun Guild came back. They used a mark to track you down and try to assassinate you. He was so shocked his mouth fell open, then quickly asked, how many people and what level? On the other side, Ha-Liha reported clearly, not sure about the levels, about 20 people. At that, Kaijong advised, don't go anywhere, stay in the capital. The capital has the secret knights. If they attack you, are you planning to kill them all? He scratched his head and thought. The mark, how do I erase it? He answered without hesitation, only a wandering merchant named Arcane sells mark removers. He's very hard to find. Ha-Liha's last shred of hope died out, leaving him silent. Then he fell into deep thought. If he called Kaijong over now, he'd only get in the way of hunting. He just needed to wait a little over 3 days in the capital. Otherwise, he'd be chased non-stop and forced to keep escaping. Then Kaijong asked, are you okay? Should I come over? Ha-Liha hurriedly stopped him. Ah no, Kaijong, don't come here. It's nothing, so what are you going to do? His voice was full of confusion. In that moment, Ha-Liha's expression suddenly changed, as if he'd made up his mind. Then Ha-Liha explained slowly, there's something I still haven't told you because I was afraid you'd think I'm crazy. Kaijong still didn't understand. Don't say that, you're scaring me. Even so, he hesitated. Can you really do that? You're planning to wipe out the Rising Sun Guild. At once, he was so shocked he nearly dove. Through the screen, what? No way, this isn't just a simple thought. Even if you smash their heads in, if Bujima inherits the guild, it'll all be the same. Ha-Liha refused to back down and kept arguing. No, Kaijong, listen. I mean, we have to try to know. If we don't try, nothing will ever change, right? In the end, he was persuaded by those determined words. After that, Kaijong's tone softened. Oh my god, I know how stubborn you are, how could I stop you? Then go register a guild. At that, he paused for a moment. What? Before Ha-Liha could react, he continued. I'll help you create a guild. His eyes widened with curiosity. Then Kaijong outlined it. No matter what you do. If you kill any member of the Rising Sun Guild, you'll become a criminal. In that situation, you have to declare war. If you declare war, only the capital is safe. If it's a guild war, the security forces can't interfere. Ha-Liha couldn't hide his gratitude. Kaijong, but before he could finish, Kaijong cut in. First, this seems to require your consent. You know, there's no peace until the guild war ends. You clearly chose a road full of thorns. Ha-Liha smiled faintly. Thank you, Kaijong, of course. Lately I've been in a wheelchair, so I guess I forgot. Hearing that, he sounded a little surprised. What? Right then, Liha replied firmly. I'm a soldier. I came up as a sniper. Don't worry, I'll show you the results. The scene shifted to Rising Sun. In the banquet hall of the South Beale branch, the host began to speak. Next is this week's Best Field Manager Award. On the stage, Liam kept shouting. This week's top-performing team leader is. Congratulations, yes, it's Team Ichan. The reward is a special level 95 sword. Please welcome Li Yang Kao to receive the prize. Amid the crowd's cheers, the two shook hands. One of them spoke first. You've worked hard. The other replied politely, not at all. It's all thanks to you, branch chief. At this, Donyoku's face was full of warmth. Why be so modest? I'll be counting on you from now on. Without waiting, he immediately announced again. Next will be this week's Best Field Battle Agent Award. The person who fought in the fiercest battle of the week and emerged victorious was Ade. Suddenly, on Donyoku's side, the system screen lit up. On it, Mesh sent an urgent message from headquarters. A guild has challenged us. Hearing this, his expression became extremely smug. Challenge? Who are these lunatics? Suddenly, he stammered a little. I have no information at all. This is the first time I've heard of that guild. Donyoku, skeptical, asked again, no information? What is the guild's name? At this point, Mesh replied. It's said to be Sunset Outlaw. Ich Duong Vo Fap. His voice was full of astonishment. What? Sunset Outlaw? Immediately after, he burst out laughing. However, he added, no, it seems this one is a professional sniper. But truly, there's no information at all. Hearing this, Donyoku's face turned sinister. HMPH, a sniper, daring to oppose Rising Sun, wanting to make the sun set entirely. Then he suddenly realized something. A sniper, huh? Isn't that the one Tigan FM has been targeted? Meanwhile, elsewhere, everyone was surprised. What's going on? This is just a restaurant. Someone beside them retorted, are you crazy? What restaurant is this huge? But just as they were about to enter, Bin quickly intervened. Sorry, dear guests, today is the grand opening. Could you come back starting tomorrow? One person there sighed, anyway, this place is expensive, so we can't go in. Let's leave. The person beside him agreed, that's right. Suddenly, from afar, a familiar figure slowly approached. She was about to refuse. Sorry, dear guests, today is the grand opening. But Liha quickly cut in, I know. Hearing this, Bin's expression changed. Then she politely responded, we've been waiting for you. Please come in. Witnessing this, a player was astonished. How did that person get in? Over here, another person wondered, an NPC? It seems like it's all NPCs inside. The moment he stepped in, he immediately exhaled in relief. Then he removed his mask. All right, not caught. Once connected, I'll know which Rising Sun members are nearby. Next, Liha entered the hall. Does the grand opening of Holy Grill give any rewards for that quest chain? Just then, Madame Zhou also arrived. Oh my, you've finally come. Seeing this, Liha quickly bowed respectfully. Congratulations on the opening. In response to this courteous attitude, she replied softly. Congratulations on what? Thanks to you handling everything well, I'm able to open safely like this. Is that enough? Immediately, he made a request. Then please help me with something, as the guild leader who holds extensive information. Madame Zhou tilted her head slightly. Your statement sounds dry. Well, whatever, it's because I owe you. Not keeping Liha waiting, she said, follow me. After a while, the two arrived at another room which was extremely lavish. He looked around in amazement. The image of this information guild is quite grim. What is this mansion? At this, Madame Zhou replied nonchalantly. I have no reason to operate secretly when I'm allowed to do business properly. Then she gestured for Liha to sit. He maintained his polite demeanor. Yes, I may. At this moment, Liha felt a bit tense inside. Indeed, only Madame Zhou and I have reached the top floor. Then, as he looked around, he realized there were others nearby. A few people invisible. Are they reassured yet? To reach this level, it must be a top-tier guild. After a while, she spoke. Can we discuss business now? What exactly are you curious about? Ah, by the way, abstract matters aren't allowed. He gently raised his teacup and pondered. How can we defeat Rising Sun? Is a question like this considered abstract? Specific information and actionable intelligence on Rising Sun. Finally, after some hesitation, Liha spoke. Then he asked a question that made Madame Zhou momentarily astonished. But seconds later, she quickly returned to her calm state. Interesting question. The information to answer it is. Hearing this, Liha was filled with anticipation. Then she promptly gave a straightforward answer. After listening, Liha felt somewhat disappointed. Oh, the information comes from the guild. I didn't expect it to give me an answer to my own problem. Is this because of guild rules? Madame Zhou only smiled brightly. Nothing like that. That's just information aligned with your plan. We don't provide direct answers. Instead, the grand opening is happening. Why not ask the people here yourself? There are quite a few dukes here. His eyes now reflected astonishment, and he immediately clenched his fists. Currently, Liha was extremely excited. Of course, that's how it should be. Back at Rising Sun's side, a voice rang out. Guns, royal guards, another person replied. Very certain, yes, absolutely. Here, Donyoku rubbed his chin. HMPH, as far as I know, royal guards are weak, right? Seems Tigan FM's capability is worse than I thought. He just bowed to accept blame. I'm sorry, Branch Chief Donyoku. At this, he smirked. If it's royal guards, perhaps one mage with 2 shooters would suffice. But Jiako has already been deployed from headquarters, so why did they fail? Sir Gakko must be furious. Word about him has probably already reached headquarters. Tigan stammered an explanation. That's not it, sir. I heard Sir Gakko cares far more about Shannara than about him. At that, Donyoku's expression changed. So the news about him still hasn't reached headquarters. If that's the case, we'll handle it ourselves at this branch. The man asked back in disbelief. The speaker's tone was brimming with confidence, no one else but him. We'll crush the Sunset Outlaw Guild. Tigan FM, no Tiguan SFM will command in person. Hearing that, the man gaped. SFM means, and then he couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted. Special. At this point, Donyoku didn't hesitate to admit it. That's right, I'll report it to headquarters. Use this opportunity to show headquarters a flawless performance. Kigen bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Branch Chief. ASF then. Without waiting, he immediately ordered, all right, go call the other FM members here and move out. Branch Chief, a shout suddenly came from outside the door, making Donyoku flinch and turn his head. The man kept yelling, the FM at the branch have been raided. A few FM were attacked as they arrived at the branch. Out front of the building, right before the branch office, a brawl had broken out. When the news reached Donyoku and Tigan, both froze on the spot. The same thought flashed through their minds at once. What? Donyoku barked, voice rising, demanding harshly, who did it? The subordinate panicked, panting as he reported, his words rushed and broken. We don't know who it is, but the front of the building is total chaos. His thoughts spun rapidly. FM were rich and high level, so there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Who on earth is it? Liha's blurry face suddenly flashed through his mind. Donyoku's pupils contracted, his whole body turning to ice. Even his breathing grew heavier. He hardly needed any proof. His instincts screamed the answer, that guy. Donyoku glanced at Tigan, his voice dropping, loaded with meaning as he subtly planted the idea. If that sharpshooter is there, then this is our chance. With that, he swept his arm grandly, the order booming like thunder. Everyone, gear up and get outside. SFM, charge and capture him for me. Tigan didn't hesitate for even a moment. He roared in reply and sprinted off. Understood, sir. In a wide grassy area, 3 people were crouched behind a few makeshift wooden crates, their anxious eyes scanning all around. Where is he? Where's that guy? All tanks, get your shields up and form up now. How are we supposed to form up? The moment you move, you get hit. Tiga clenched his teeth, eyes darting in every direction, hatred boiling over. Damn it, where is that sweeping kid? We've got nowhere to hide here, but he's got nowhere to hide either. The drawn-out tension finally made one of them lose patience. He shouted a challenge as if to crush his fear. We just need to run 50 meters. Seo Hun couldn't stand it anymore and sprang up from cover. If we go inside, what's that bastard supposed to do then? Namdo blurted out with a sneer. I thought you knew how many there were. Turns out you don't know either. Not bothering to argue, he turned coldly, deciding to abandon his teammates and sprinted off at full speed. The branch chief is inside. If you want to get threatened, go ahead. I'm leaving. The 2 who stayed behind reached out in panic, choking as they tried to stop him in vain. Hey, but Seo Hun hadn't even run 100 meters when his steps faltered hard. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Blood sprayed from his neck, staining the air red. His powerless body collapsed onto the green grass, instantly turning into a bright red smear. The other 2 went rigid. Their whole bodies trembled as they witnessed the horrific scene. Again, another one killed, and it wasn't even a skill. What the hell is going on? Damn it, there's nothing but the sound. Tigan's heart pounded in his chest, cold sweat streaming down his temples as he carefully pressed himself tighter behind the crate. No, it's not magic. If it were long-range magic, you'd at least hear the caster S chanting. Unless, if it's not Liha, could it be another player? Using invisible magic to attack at close range? No, when you strike, the invisible magic would be released. There's no way that's possible. Meanwhile, in the thick darkness of the grassland, Liha lay motionless like a ghost. He hid beneath dense shrubs. Only the cold gun barrel protruded, a blue steel glint flashing. His sharp eyes locked onto the target. No target wavered. Tigan trembled, questioning life itself. Is this person even a player? The sound of a door being kicked open rang out. The dry crack of a gunshot shattered the deadly stillness. Donyoku instantly raised a massive shield before his chest, and a shrill clang echoed out. The protective barrier on the outside shook violently. The point of contact left a deep, scorched gouge that still smoldered with smoke. Donyoku merely curled his lips into a cold smile, arrogance gleaming in his eyes. At once, the underlings around him shouted in praise, as expected of Branch Chief Donyoku. Tigan was so terrified his mind went blank, his whole body turning icy. So it's true, it's Liha. Liha is somewhere around here. Everyone, raise your shields and fall back. The crowd answered in unison, voices hoarse with tension as they tried to cling to what little calm they had left. As the vanguard tank, Tigan barked urgent instructions. Everyone, get to cover, right now, he needs time to reload, move. The one who issued the challenge is nearby. Get inside, quick, get inside, hurry. Once everyone's in, shut the door. Only after things settled down did he dare to creep over to the window. Tiggan stared into the distance, and in that instant his pupils contracted sharply. Out by the forest, more than 100 meters away, a thin column of smoke was curling upward. Swaying with the wind, it felt like Tiggan's heart was being squeezed. Smoke, could it be there? Unbelievable, could he really shoot that far with nothing but a flintlock? Lee-ha calmly lowered the barrel, a hint of regret in his eyes. So he really is someone with both looks and brains, pretty quick on the uptake. Even if I don't know who's who, I've already taken down 10 of them first. They're hiding like turtles pulling their heads in. For now, let's see what happens next. He brushed the bushes and dust off his body and gave a soft, confident smile. After all, it was exactly like Madame Du had said. A location map of every branch and every shooting position. Information that was perfect for a marksman. Lee-ha marked a spot in red ink. All this dam needs is one hole, right? First, I'll make that hole. It would be a battle where they'd have to block the breaches first. Who, where, and how do we kill him? He raised his rifle. The cold muzzle glinted in the dark, and the disgusting faces of the enemy's 2 leaders flashed through his mind. I'll wipe them all out. From inside the warehouse came a slightly trembling voice. That shot just now was Lee-ha from Yao Xiang's outlaw circle, wasn't it? Tiggan still hadn't recovered from what had just happened and stammered, "Why yeah, it's probably him." Donyoku couldn't believe it. He looks to be around level 70. Unbelievable, a marksman could shoot from that far away. Lee-ha's power made everyone wary. If he weren't an ace, it wouldn't be possible. Someone level-headed suggested reporting to headquarters immediately. Branch chief, if we're any later, we'll all die. However, Donyoku wasn't in a hurry at all, warning them, think carefully. If we report to Lord Tiggan SFM, but that guy isn't an ace, and he's alone, then what? He broke into an excited grin. Greed completely drowned out the fear from before. Isn't he just some rich bastard? So he'll become our target and we'll treat him like our cash cow. If he isn't some oil king, then one day his money will run out. We can capture him ourselves. We're the South Pupil branch, once the richest branch in Rising. Donyoku's 2 underlings were jolted awake, their eyes shining with worship. As expected of the branch chief, on a whole different level from them. Tiggan didn't react in the slightest. His face was calm to the point of coldness. These idiots were acting like they'd just seized 50 gold, his entire fortune. No money, and the gear wasn't much different from before. Do I really have to commit to this? Should I say it or not? He quietly contacted Donyoku in private. Hey, branch chief. Donyoku raised a hand to his mouth, signaling for silence. A system screen appeared in front of Tiggan. The message printed clearly, Lord Tarkin SFM, we will form a team that includes temporary FMs as well. Therefore, capture Lee-ha quietly. After reading it, the corner of Tiggan's mouth curled into a sly smile. Branch Chief Donyoku in front of him was only busy luring other guild members. Yet he was already thinking the same thing as Tiggan. Tiggan could be sure of one thing, Donyoku planned to throw us away, but they had no idea. Night slowly fell and the whole forest sank into icy darkness. Amid the damp grass, Lee-ha silently calculated every step of his next plan. Damn it, I get why armed guerrillas take mountain routes. If you don't want to run into anyone, this is the only way. The barrel in his hands flashed with a cold sheen under the moon, like a death proclamation. That glint wasn't just metal. It was also the signal of that rarely seen axe. In just one day, the South Pupil branch, the Vensong Papers branch, the East Pupil branch, the Amwa Mountain branch, and in a quiet room, Bitchin sat by the window, leisurely turning pages, lifting a teacup to her lips. But at that moment, a stab of unease cut across her mind. The Emerald Forest branch had been attacked. Among them, 3 branches had branch chief level figures. 2 branches had deputy branch chief level figures, and every branch with 4 or more FMs was killed by gunfire. None of it could have been predicted. A blurred scene surfaced, like a memory yanked from the past. Guanbo slammed his heavy mace against his shield, the hoarse thud ripping at the night. Beside him, Lim Su threw back his head with a sneer and raised his middle finger in defiance. Where are you? Come out, you bastard. That bastard, you're dead for sure. But the moment the curse left his lips, tragedy struck. A sharp boom rang out and the bullet punched straight through Guanbo's forehead. Lim Su froze, his whole body locked up, cold sweat streaming down his cheek. In an instant, arrogance vanished, replaced by surging terror. Thanks to Guanbo's death, the remaining men finally discovered the target's position. The target's that way. They immediately gave chase. There he is. Under the cold silver moon, Lee-ha stood quietly, waiting. The pitch-black rifle in his hands was raised high, the muzzle as cold as the Reaper's gaze. Pointed straight at the enemy, it sent his heart into chaos and made his body tremble. He could only blurt out instinctively, "Wait, you bastard." A deafening shot rang out and all he saw was fresh blood spraying everywhere. His vision blurred with stabbing pain as all sensation dissolved, leaving only the silent night settling over a powerless body. The scene of the past dissipated like mist blown away by the wind. The hard tabletop cracked apart, fractures spreading like a spider web. The entire room fell instantly silent. No one dared to breathe loudly. The old man practically called roll, South Beale, Donyoku jolted, immediately sprang to his feet and bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Guild Master, Kyokyujitsu's icy gaze drilled into him. That dog's problem with us, if I'm not mistaken, started from your sub-branch. Because of that bastard, the average income of our sub-branches has dropped 43% compared to last month. Everyone else kept their heads down, lips sealed, pretending to be air. Sweat poured over Donyoku's face as he heard Kyokyujitsu's suspicion. But the South Beale sub-branch didn't have this problem. Why is that? Donyoku's heart seemed to stop as anger surged. He ground his teeth, cursing silently. Lee-ha, you bastard. Why won't he show himself? Since that day is he planning to screw us over? The old man couldn't be bothered with what he was thinking. He issued the order bluntly. This is your last chance, Sub-Branch Chief Donyoku. I'm giving you 1 week. Bring me a screenshot of the character. Lee-ha's record was erased. He froze as if turned to ice, his body trembling so hard he could barely control it. He stammered, yes, sir, absolutely. Kyokyujitsu turned her back and walked away. With every step, the old man's boots pressed into the cold ground, his killing intent weighing down the room. I'll gather a few pieces of information myself, before his figure vanished completely. That sinister face flickered into a vicious smile. I'll pay them a visit. A few days later, Lee-ha sat alone on lush green grass. He slowly wiped down the grooves of his rifle, thoughts racing through his mind. Those Dawn scumbags, where the hell did they go? I can't find a single one of them. They should be furious by now, but there's no sign they're chasing me at all. Or is it because I killed too many? His gaze halted, nailed to a distant point. The rifle in his hands rose slowly, locking onto a figure fumbling around and scanning the area. Panicked like prey that had strayed from the herd. Got you. I won't let anyone survive. A crack tore through the air and the muzzle kicked. The bullet screamed through the air and struck dead center in the unlucky man's back. Fresh blood sprayed out. Lee-ha didn't even blink, he even whispered praise to himself. Nice shot. He quickly swung his aim. Next, suddenly a column of white smoke shot up in the distance, making him stiffen as his muzzle paused for a beat. Wait, what's that? Right after that came the thunder of rustling leaves. Tigan led the charge, his burly frame bursting out of the grass. The blade in his hand flashed. Ha Lee-ha, we see you now. Jiako excitedly barked an order. Grab him. Every muscle in Lee-ha's body tight. Every nerve fired on survival instinct. An ambush, so they finally made their move. Kim Hoa directed the archers to set up. Catch him. A dense rain of arrows crashed down like a storm. The air shrieked as arrows skimmed past Lee-ha. He grit his teeth, dodged by a hair's breadth, then sped up and bolted. I deliberately took the initiative so they'd have a harder time catching up, but they're better than I thought. They might actually catch me. The booming voice drew the attention of nearby players. Resisting is pointless, ha Lee-ha. Jiako shouted, we'll surround this place and capture you no matter what. Someone clasped both hands together like a makeshift scope to watch. Whoa, what is this? The guy next to him asked curiously. What's going on? Aren't those guys from the Dawn Guild? He suddenly realized something was off. Yeah, wait a second, where are they going? With suspicion in their eyes. The group watched the hunting squad members stream in a line along a narrow trail leading straight into a pitch-black forest. Towering canopies blotted out all the light. The forest sank into gloomy darkness with only the rustle of leaves remaining. They stopped and looked around to assess the situation. I can't see a thing. One man, trembling, warned Sir Jiako, this is the lightless forest. He barely cared. Lightless? You mean that place for low-level trash? Players will just burn a sheet of paper. Fine, we'll do it here. Tigan, the guild leader, gave you command authority, didn't he? The man nodded to confirm. Yes, sir, I received direct orders from him. I can call in every FBA nearby. Hearing that, Jiako let out a sly laugh. Ha ha ha. Good, you know what to do. I'll follow your command, Tigan. He answered curtly. Understood. Somewhere else. Donyoku's notification chime rang out. Tigan sent a voice message. Donyoku, I order you to call in all F3 in the Great Forest. Donyoku curled his lip and agreed casually. Okay, with a single snap of the fingers. A massive army of sprites appeared behind them. They were teleported to the designated location. The powerful force marched in uniform across the vast grassland, impossibly conspicuous. Successfully summoned 531 FBA from the Dawn Guild. Every FBA unit will have a command section for this landing operation. Tigan carefully deployed the forces. I'll organize a manhunt in 20 sections. 25 people per section. The annihilation encirclement operation begins. Everyone raised their weapons and roared in response. The forest's stillness was stirred into chaos. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. He clenched his fist in excitement. At last, I can kill you, ha Lee-ha. Tigan kept issuing a rapid series of commands to direct the army. They had no idea, on a branch not far away, Lee-ha was already lying in ambush, silently watching their every move. He swept his eyes over the enemy count. He just said there were around 500. 530, pretty damn many. This'll be quite the challenge for me. Let's play, Tigan. He took out a strip of paper and tore it apart hard with his teeth, preparing for the next step. Just then Ionya raised a hand and called, Light. Jiako sighed, this forest is pretty big. Seeing that, the guy agreed. This is a low-level hunting ground, but it does seem pretty large. Sweating, he muttered angrily, I almost got lost. What a pain. Suddenly Jiako swung his arm and shouted with certainty, don't underestimate that sniping kid. He's no ordinary sniper. He has a bizarre hiding ability, so we have to find him with our own eyes. Spread out in every direction. Right after that, he started barking orders nonstop. Move, spread out. The group immediately obeyed. Jiako pushed through the dense canopy, fuming as he thought, where is he? Where is he? That annoying brat. If he just dies, then I'll share the loot. Suddenly, someone on Jiako's team was shot and dropped, wiped from the fight. Sensing danger, he reflexively flattened himself to the ground. Expose your position. Thanes shouted a warning, sweeping Kit. Everyone get down. The scene before them was just a silent forest, making her father suspicious. Lower yourselves. Where did they go? How could they move so fast? I can't see them, nor the flash of gunpowder. At that moment, another of his men collapsed. Rage surged. Jiako spat each word. Damn it, is that some kind of magic skill? Sweeping Kit. Unable to contain himself, Jiako gripped the sword hilt with his right hand. He suddenly leapt up, roaring, where are you? Where are you? His actions terrified Jean Crow, who quickly stood to stop him. Lord Jiako, yelling like that is dangerous. Keep it down a bit. Yet he swung his sword at him anyway, shouting, shut up! Blood spattered everywhere, even onto his own face. Still, Jiako cursed. Too noisy, a sudden beam of light streaked past, nearly hitting Jiako's leg. He glanced downward, puzzled. On the dark ground, a firework pack burned. Sparks popped red-hot, illuminating the grim surroundings. Jiako gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, it's above! Instantly, a violent explosion erupted in the forest. Flames lit the sky, accompanied by resounding booms. Dawn broke. Li Hang sat on a tree branch, happily crafting fireworks while muttering, if you underestimate sight control, I will use it. In the darkness, one must be careful. I'll make sure you go in but don't come out. He clutched a lit firework in his hand. Fireworks were thrown one after another. Explosions echoed everywhere, smoke and fire engulfing the battlefield, creating a scene of chaotic destruction. A thought flashed in Li Ha's mind. First, choose the battlefield. He held onto a vine to swing himself, while analyzing the situation. From my perspective, this large forest is the best battleground with many hiding spots. I need to move to another spot to get a better view. At that moment, Honjio discovered, there it is, split up, hurry. Unlike him, Thanes hesitated. But if we do that, he snapped, don't talk so much, move quickly. He exhaled, summoning his magic, when suddenly a bullet whizzed toward him. It struck him, knocking him backward. Blood sprayed bright red in the air. Who is it? The flintlock in Li Ha's hand smoked. He sighed in relief. Good, perfect, just as I thought. Suddenly, a mystical achievement banner appeared above his head. Angel wings shone brilliantly, piercing the view. Darkness, the divine sight stunned Li Ha, extinguishing his smile. A sharp sound rang out, use armor-piercing bullets. At the same time, the blinding light not only illuminated the forest, but also revealed his location. Everyone immediately turned, their eyes focusing on him. Haon's anger made veins bulge on his forehead as he shouted orders. That sweeping kid is above. Immediately, Ellen added, grab it, brat. Li Ha panicked. Oh no, we can't underestimate them. He continued, commanding. Gather all assassins, climb the trees. Hondu suddenly responded. I found a rope ladder here. Impatient, Haon urged, hurry, climb up and chase it. He obeyed. Before he could act, Hondu looked up in alarm. A moment later, a boom shook the forest. The explosion struck violently, the destructive force spreading like a wave of fire. The man only managed to scream. Oh no! Multiple bombs fell in succession. Haon shouted warnings. Run, escape, run. While people fled, Li Ha mischievously stuck out his tongue. I said it. The soldiers panicked and yelled, this damn rope ladder, scatter. The sky turned pink. Tegan watched the flashes in the forest from afar, confused. Irritation rose within him. What the hell is this? How could this happen? Why can't I contact her father? Were we tricked? What's going on? Is it over? Then strange sounds echoed from deep in the forest, reaching Tegan near the exit. He questioned silently. What is this? Our soldiers? Suddenly, shoes appeared with the sound of friction against grass. Tegan's eyes widened, face showing shock. He pointed tremblingly ahead. You are? It was Li Ha. He covered his head with one hand and stepped out calmly. What? Why aren't you inside? Li Ha exhaled, a mocking smirk appeared. You said you'd get revenge on me. What are you afraid of standing outside? Tegan was stunned by the situation. So you went outside, Li Ha countered. Haven't you figured it out? Kim Hoa spoke from behind, hiding her fear. Is Lord Tegan just standing there? Jun Seo agreed. Yes, teach him a lesson, take down that bastard. Seeing this, Li Ha laughed triumphantly, raising his gun. If you want, try me. I'll show you how one person can defeat 500. Tegan swallowed hard, chest heaving, then issued orders. Trying to hide his trembling heart, everyone fight. Suddenly, Hana appeared, clearly blocking them. Stop. She calmly stepped between them, eyes joyful toward Li Ha. It's wonderful to see you here. He was briefly surprised to see that not only Hana but Shige was here too. How did you two get here? She answered at once. We heard the commotion, so we came to take a look. Who would have thought we'd run into you again like this? Shige smiled, speaking as he sized up the situation. We'll talk later. First, we need to deal with this bunch. Hana pointed straight at Tiga and declared to him, our side didn't have the numbers, so we had no choice but to submit. But now it's different. Seijun looked at Minzo in panic and whispered, what do we do now? The crowd was still furious, closing in on him step by step. What are you staring at? Surrender, you bastard. We've got way more people now. Tigan clenched his jaw, teeth grinding. Damn it. Liha slowly raised the flintlock's barrel, his voice ringing out clearly. Well, what now? The three Lihas regrouped at once, their cold muzzles aimed straight at Tigan. He deliberately toyed with him. What are you going to do? Keep going or stop? You don't have many chances, so don't make me repeat myself. His words made the man tremble with rage. Separated by a curtain, Kyokyujitsu stared at Chiyo with suspicion. So you're saying you already have complete information on Liha? She affirmed without hesitation, exactly. Everything was prepared in advance. Suddenly, Wanji covered the right side of his mouth with one hand and called softly. Director, even if they're considered the best information provider in Middle-earth, this is still too fast. They'll definitely demand a ridiculously high price. Hearing that left Chiyo speechless. Then Kyokyujitsu's gaze slid downward, doubt stirring in his mind. A scroll packed with writing suddenly rolled out in front of everyone. Wanji's eyes went wide and his mouth fell open in shock. This shows a military map had appeared right before the old man and him. Wanji couldn't help blurting out the locations of every one of our branch headquarters. Only then did the CEO speak slowly. I want to bring this up first to avoid any suspicion. We are not the ones who provided this information to the Cloud Magician. That person seems to be connected to another information provider. Kyokyujitsu's surprise showed plainly, and he immediately asked, and you still haven't identified the source? Chiyo explained evenly, we're having a bit of trouble tracking down the source. We suspect it may be an information provider established by HNPCs, not players. With that, she presented an offer. I'll end this meeting here. If you agree to your request to eliminate Ha, we'll accept it for a price of 1,000 gold. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the sky held a faint orange-pink hue, and the standoff between the two sides grew unbearably tense. Tigan gritted his teeth and spoke, we will withdraw. His troops couldn't believe it. Kim Hoa even called out, Master Tigan. Tears of grief streamed down, even as Tigan squeezed his eyes shut to hold them back. We've lost. Kim Hoa trembled, clenching his fists as if to declare something. Ha, you I won't. Seeing he was about to continue, Liha cut in, don't say that. His gaze was resolute now, his hands still holding the gun aloft. I'm not kind enough to spare people who say things like that. Hearing that, Kim Hoa ground his teeth, shaking all over as he swallowed his pain. Tigan turned to face his comrades and declared in a low voice, everyone, it's time to withdraw. He clenched his hand tightly in agony. Right after that, all of them were engulfed in blue light. Then they gradually vanished before Tigan's eyes. He couldn't utter a word. Sorrow was plain on Tigan's face as he slowly turned back around. In the end, he raised his hand and pressed the logout button on the system panel. At last, Tigan disappeared before Liha's group. Then, as the words appeared on the system panel, the player is currently offline. Yang Bai was utterly stunned. They really disappeared. His face went blank, unable to believe the outcome, and he exclaimed to Nightfall, those damn Sun trainees, they all ran away. In an instant, thunderous cheers erupted from the entire army. We won, Zeta won, they all shouted. And they rushed toward Liha. Long live the Cloud Magician, he was full of doubts. The Cloud Magician? The excited crowd jostled in, touching him as they kept yelling. The Twilight Loner crushed the Sun trainee, so handsome. I love you, long live. Unfortunately, no matter how much Liha shouted, he couldn't stop the crowd's excitement. Stop it, put me down. That hurts, the gun stock is pounding my back. He'd just been about to sit down and rest when someone appeared and asked, your player name is Liha, right? Still confused, he answered, yeah. Hearing that, Nazi's face lit up with admiration and joy. I want to add you to my friends list. Right after that, while they kept hitting the friend request system, the group fired off question after question. What you did is seriously impossible. How did you beat the Sun trainees all by yourself? What kind of weapon is that? How could you attack from so far away? I saw it in the video. Lost in the sea of people surrounding him, Liha cried out desperately. Wait, luckily, Shige rushed in time to rescue him from those overzealous fans. He dragged Liha into a run and blurted out, I'm going to use the group teleport. Hearing that, Liha froze and asked, group what? Instead of answering, Shige chose action. He raised his weapon and declared, all right, from now on, let's get out of here. At that very moment, a blue light engulfed the three of them. They shot forward and vanished. The people who had been chasing them widened their eyes and searched in confusion. Where did he go? The teleportation light delivered the three of them to a house in the mountains. While Liha was still assessing the situation, Shige had already grabbed Hana's hand and asked, are you okay? She answered through tears, That was insane, Michan. Lee Ha's face went blank with shock as suspicion flickered through his mind. Wait, where are we? A house? Then Shige suddenly turned to him with concern. Are you okay, Lee Ha? Lee Ha replied, why yes, thank you for saving me. I didn't expect them to get that excited. Shige laughed in surprise. How could they not? You're their hero now, even if nobody knows your real name. But in Middle-earth, everyone knows the Cloud Magician. Lee Ha scratched his head with an awkward smile. I still haven't gotten used to this Cloud Magician thing. Anna suddenly recalled the chaotic scene of the crowd screaming. Looking puzzled, she said, oh, you didn't know? In that memory, people fell one after another, and Shige explained. Every time you ambushed Rising Sun, everyone only saw a hazy cloud of smoke from far away. That's why they call you the Cloud Magician. Hearing that, Lee Ha smiled bashfully. Is that so? That's embarrassing. He scratched his head again, then asked, by the way, what's the relationship between you two? And where are we? Instead of answering, Hana gave a shy smile. Oh, there's nothing between us, it's just a kind of secret connection. Right, Mit-chan? Shige chuckled and followed up. Yeah, she's right, it's not what you're thinking. Lee Ha lifted his hand as if to respond. Then Hana suddenly pointed at the flintlock and made a request. Also, would you mind if I take a look at that? Your weapon. It seems like its range is over 100 meters. Lee Ha answered cheerfully without the slightest caution. Oh, this, of course. His thoughts kept analyzing on their own. All right, so I escaped that chaos. But what am I supposed to do now? Maybe I should head to the capital, but it's a pain when everyone recognizes my face. Suddenly, Shige revealed a malicious look, raised his sword, and declared, break the weapon? His eyes flashed with danger. Lee Ha still had no idea, thinking to himself, I'll probably have to wear a mask for a while. A surge of unease made him whip his head around at once. A stunned huh rang in his mind, because at that moment the flintlock was cleaved clean in two and flew up. In an instant, Hana snatched the front half out of the air. Then she tossed it toward Shige. He caught it immediately and grinned wickedly. After that, Shige calmly remarked, impressive. It didn't break from just one hit. My skill level must still be too low. Hana added excitedly, at least we've taken it, Mit-chan. Neither of them paid any attention at all to Lee Ha's stunned expression. Finally, Lee Ha opened his mouth in a daze. You too, then, staring at Shige's face brimming with killing intent, he stammered, what is this supposed to mean? Lee Ha questioned Hana and Shige, confusion in his eyes. What does this mean? His expression hardened. If this is a prank, it's really not funny. Shige sneered with disdain. I don't care what you think, you're nothing without that gun. Facing what was happening, Lee Ha made a guess. Are you two with Rising Sun? Shige looked at Hana and burst out laughing. He's asking who we work for. Hana-chan, resting her chin on her hand, she continued, yeah, it's none of his business. He'll be dead soon anyway. Then Hana suddenly turned, puzzled. Right, what else did Awakens say earlier again? The part after that, Shige frowned and answered with certainty. I told her I'd caught him. Then she told me to wait. Their leader is on the way here. Well, he got beaten pretty badly, so wanting revenge is only natural. That's even better for us. Because of what Lee Ha here caused, we'll get more than 20%, just like Awakens promised. Hearing that, Hana brightened. Really? Right after that, Shige raised the tip of his sword and declared. In other words, Lee Ha, the razor-sharp steel pressed close to Lee Ha's neck, and Shige practically snarled each word. All you have to do is stay quiet, understand? In this moment, Lee Ha forced himself to think calmly. Awakens, who is that? Since when did they start paying attention to me? Recalling when Shige and Hana had still seemed kind, Lee Ha analyzed. The first time I met them was at level 26, on Mount Seimoji. Were the people I happened to run into actually guild members assigned to capture me? Could something that coincidental really happen? Was meeting those two part of Awakens' plan? What's her real objective? He warned himself, no, don't dig into that now. My priority is getting out of here, not gathering information. With that thought, he raised his hand toward the system panel. But Shige quickly turned his attention back to Lee Ha. Who do you think will be faster? You pulling out a bomb or me splitting your neck in two? Go on, we don't mind killing you right here. Those words made Lee Ha grit his teeth in frustration. Sweat streamed down as he opened his mouth. You're planning to, but suddenly, someone opened the door and walked in as if they'd arranged it beforehand. Seeing that person, Shige smiled and let out a breath. So it's Kyoku Jisoo. He walked in through the door and received a greeting from the guy. Hello, he waved, looking skeptical. You must be. Immediately, the guy introduced himself. My name is Shinobi Matsushige. I was guided by Awakens. At that moment, Lee Ha furrowed his brows, understanding the person before him. So you are Kyoku Jitsu? Hearing that, he stared at Lee Ha, smirking with malice. Lee Ha, Kyoku Jitsu boldly acknowledged his enemy. That's right. If a small one like you keeps sneaking around, you'll be very hard to find. Wang Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, manager, but wait. Lee Ha began calculating options in his head. Should I drop a bomb after setting up a force barrier? That could buy me some time. But the weapon, damn it. But the man's voice pulled him back to reality. Lee Ha, thinking won't help. I invite you to join Rising Sun. Honor and Shige, holding their swords, were stunned. Lee Ha's eyes widened in shock, silently thinking, What? Even Wang Yi didn't understand, scratching his head. Manager, he remarks, what do I get from someone like him? A victory record. Kyoku Jisu's words left Wang Yi agape. Planner, you really don't know how to exploit this rat. Li Ha's eyes darkened, but the man continued. Ha Li Ha, you don't seem to understand. I mean you'll become Weizing Sun's dog. Kyoku Jisu's voice was full of mockery. Li Ha remained silent for a long moment, showing no clear reaction. Then he cursed outright. Don't joke with me, you crazy bastard. Wang Yi, seeing this, yelled in anger, shut your mouth, but Kyoku Jitsu gestured that it was fine. Then he calmly reminded, think about it, Li Ha, you could do something meaningful with your talent. You could earn at least 10,000 gold a year quite safely. Li Ha repeated silently, 10,000 gold. He imagined that enormous sum. Gold stacked in layers covering the entire room. Thinking about real life, Li Ha reflected. If he's truthful, I could pay for my leg surgery in just 2 years. But just thinking of it, a dangerous smile spread across his face. Seems like Li Ha scratched his nose, pretending to be shy. I've become a big enough threat. To make him say that, seeing Li Ha still smiling, Wang Yi's veins bulged. What? Just after setting off the explosive. Li Ha exclaimed, from what you just said, Rising Sun must be on the brink of collapse, Then go die? Kyoku Jitsu and Wang Yi were stunned at Li Ha's next words. They couldn't ignore the threat. Instantly, Shige raised a shield for himself and Hana. As Li Ha continued in such a small space, a massive explosion erupted directly from his hands, accompanied by piercing screams. Li Ha managed to jump out of the blast. Alone, he escaped the thick smoke. Falling to the ground, he curled up, covering his head to avoid flying debris. Then Li Ha grabbed half of a nail gun. He ran while calling Matsushide's name. Clutching the broken part, Li Ha gritted his teeth, muttering, this bastard, I've got too much to do. No gun, now what? Suddenly, Kyoku Jitsu's voice thundered in his ear. Catch him! The group behind him immediately pursued, frustrating Li Ha immensely. Damn it, how can they react so fast after just being hit by a bomb and the house collapsing on them? Kyoku Jitsu continued, subdue him, planner. Wang Yi immediately replied, understood. Then he cast a spell, shouting, slow. Instantly, Li Ha was bound by chains. He growled in frustration, annoying. Then the system notified. You have been affected by a negative effect. Slow. Your movement will be reduced by 50% for 1 minute. Kyoku Jitsu gathered force for a punch, his voice menacing. You refused the offer I generously gave you. His eyes radiated killing intent, carrying concentrated power. Now I'll avenge my guild, destroy fists. Magic surged, forming a vortex straight at Li Ha, while Kyoku Jitsu's voice echoed, die. But Li Ha smiled, silently thinking. Good thing no one's around, he immediately commanded, Soul Link. Instantly a flash of light appeared. Kyoku Jitsu, facing him directly, was momentarily confused. What's that like? From where he flew, the ground trembled violently, as if something wanted to burst out. The system announced the activation of the new soldier's soul link. With a 30-minute companion summoning ability, a giant claw emerged from the ground. Raising it, the full body of Ko-Ma appeared, followed by a roaring wave of sound. Kyoku Jitsu had to retreat hundreds of meters to avoid it. A long trench was left on the ground. Terrified by Ko-Ma's strength, he let out a startled grunt. Facing him was Ko-Ma growling. Smoke poured from its mouth. In truth, Li Ha hadn't anticipated such power either. He stammered, Ko, the monster looks completely different from that cheesy little pup before. Even Li Ha couldn't believe his eyes as he cheered. Ko-Ma, now those in front of Ko-Ma shouted in shock. Hoa Hung, Shige, sweating and terrified, asked skeptically, how could the fire god Hoa Hung? Suddenly appearing beside him, it turned to act coy. Its eyes were brimming with tears and its nose was pink. Seeing this, Li Ha widened his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, the ghost leaped up excitedly and licked his face, making Li Ha burst into laughter. While patting its head, he gently replied, yeah, nice to see you again. The ghost happily rubbed its head against his hand. Looking at it, Li Ha furrowed his brows and thought to himself, I knew it would reach a high level, but I didn't expect it to become a fire tiger. Then he turned to face the opposing group and declared, all right, let's continue our reunion later. Instantly, the ghost entered combat mode, a hoarse screech echoing from its throat. Li Ha coldly waved his hand, ordering, kill them all, ghost. The beast let out a fierce roar that seemed to tear through the air. The system announced the battle roar. Shige and Hana staggered. The wind blew so violently they could barely stand. The man hurriedly raised his shield in front of his chest, struggling to maintain balance. Guan Dai tensed his body to resist. His whole body trembled under the overwhelming pressure, while Kyoku Jitsu bit his teeth in panic. His eyes widened in extreme tension. The system kept warning, you have been affected by the fear effect. You cannot move for 3 minutes. Total HP and stamina are reduced. One person could no longer stand and fell to the ground, bracing with his hands. Kyoku Jitsu breathed heavily, his body shaking as if about to collapse. It's impossible to summon a monster without a tamer. Li Ha looked at Kyoku Jitsu and laughed heartily. What did you just say? Don't you know I'm a royal guard? But inwardly he felt relieved. Lucky they didn't hear the skill name. At that moment the ghost kept growling violently, ready to pounce. A notification appeared. Companion summon duration, 30 minutes. Current level 66, half the summoner's level has been added. Your companion's current level is 112. The ghost was filled with rage, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. Liha analyzed, my level is 92, but the ghost has been boosted to 112. Shige in the distance was both shocked and flustered. This is insane. Agonia Oso is a level 60 group. How could it do this? Cleanse the effect. Hana anxiously added, I'm also affected by fear. This fear lasts longer than usual. Liha clenched his hands and thought, seems like facing Dawn was the right choice. Suddenly Hana stepped forward in fear, clasping her hands and forcing a smile as she begged, Sir Liha, we are not on Dawn's side. We're only doing our jobs. Please, can you spare us? Before she could finish, he angrily shouted, Shut up, you two are the biggest threat here. Liha smiled and decisively ordered, Ghost, take them down first. It immediately roared fiercely upon receiving the command. Replacement, Shige turned pale, trembling, stammering incoherently. Get out, get out. Hana behind could only helplessly scream, Liha, you bastard. He turned away with an indifferent expression. Behind them, a huge explosion occurred, followed by a piercing scream. Kyokujisu collapsed, staring blankly. Suddenly, Liha spoke. Seems we have something to discuss. The old man broke into an uneasy sweat. After a while, Kyokujisu's face was bruised and swollen. Now he asked, Where are you from? He replied cautiously, You see, unfortunately, we cannot reveal the name. Liha gripped the flintlock resting on his shoulder and threatened. Didn't hit the point, huh? Kyokujisu fearfully covered his face and confessed everything. I'm sorry, the guild's name is Shinobi Gyumi. I'm not sure about their standards, but they investigate various levels. They collect information on targeted individuals through surveillance and espionage, then sell it to whoever needs it for a reasonable price. After hearing this, Liha stroked his chin, pondering. He thought about that group and guessed, Shinobi Gyumi. And the guild leader is Awakens or something. So you mean I'm the player they targeted? He obediently replied, yes. The ghost was happily clinging to his jacket. Liha put his hands on his hips, thinking, 20 minutes left before the ghost disappears. I guess this is the most information I can get about Shinobi Gyumi for now. Then he seriously said, Kyokujisu. The old man cried out in fear. Yes, listening to Liha's interrogation, what do you plan to do with your guild? He cautiously replied, I'm not sure what you mean. Facing Kyokujisu kneeling pitifully, Liha calmly and clearly said, since things have gotten this serious, you'll have to disband the guild, right? Even if you don't, you realize it will be destroyed one way or another, correct? I'm fairly certain the news of me taking down 500 of your people is spreading while we speak. He sweat nervously, eyes darting as he evasively replied, yes. Exactly. Liha's gaze hardened as he continued. Anger flared, he raised his needle gun and shouted accusation. Because of you my rifle is broken, you will pay. Kyokujisu could only tremble and plead, please calm down. He feigned authority and promised they will compensate you. Immediately, a punch landed on his face, making Kyokujisu bleed. Liha harshly shouted, I don't need it. After taking such a brutal beating, the old man couldn't help but harbor hatred. You bastard, he's gone insane. I'll make you pay for humiliating me, Liha. The old man clasped his hands together and begged, please stop. I'll do it, I'll disband Dawn. The rifle stock was still smoking as the boy sneered. Aha, now you'll do it. Disbanding the guild is the easy part. But what about the price for your mistakes? Liha snorted and crooked a finger, signaling money. The old man lifted his face warily and answered, you mean yes? Liha showed no restraint. Yeah, pay up. A moment later, Liha and Kyokujisu drew up a compensation contract meant to reimburse the players who had been exploited, the low-tier players. And the mid-tier players would have what they lost returned by Dawn, either in cash or items. If no recipient could be found, the assets would belong to Liha and the war guild leader. He insisted it be returned to the low-tier players you'd exploited. Hearing a string of terms like that, Kyokujisu and Wanji panicked and shouted. What? Liha bristled. Huh, what do you mean, what? Cursing as he spoke, he charged forward and used the gun to keep slapping the two of them across the face. How dare you answer me with a question? Want to get a race? Want an easy solution, or do you want me to beat you half to death? I'll drug you and make you suffer. If I tell you to do it, then do it. The contract was confirmed once again, and Liha was satisfied for now. Good. Holding it in his hand, he happily calculated, with this, Dawn will be gone for good. The two battered men knelt at his feet and complained, how many times are you going to read that? Suddenly, the sky erupted with dazzling fireworks, and Kuma looked up in curiosity. Yumai appeared, smiling as he announced that the guild war between dawn and dusk had ended. The winning side was dusk. Hoa Dian and Hoa Din stared in shock at the brilliant fireworks. The system chimed repeatedly, congratulating everyone on Team Dusk for their victory. Over here, his eyes shone with delight as he watched the sky. Kyokujitsu's hand pressed to the ground had veins bulging with anger. Liha glanced at the old man, puzzled. The old man clenched his fist and swore to himself. I'll make you pay no matter what, Liha. Liha calmly shifted his attention to Wanji, making him jolt. Hey you're the script director, right? Sweating, he answered, sorry, yes. Lee Ha hinted at a proposal. Anyway, you're going to create a new guild, aren't you? Why don't you make a new guild for that idiot over there? Wang Jai asked blankly. What? I don't understand what you mean. Lee Ha explained evenly. Someday, someone will create another guild just like Dawn. So is it really necessary for you to stay under Kyoku Jitsu? It looks like Dawn doesn't have any money left. Hearing that, the old man turned deathly pale, too shocked to speak. Wanji laughed creepily and limped to his feet while Kyoku Jitsu threatened him tensely. Script director, you'll regret it if you betray me. He turned and sneered, flipping sides on the spot. Bastard, why should I work under you? Pathetic, a violent whirlwind wrapped around Wanji as he left, throwing one line behind him. I'll build my own guild. The old man sat there, furious enough to curse. God damn it. Next, Kyoku Jitsu vanished in a beam of blue light, leaving only a distant scream. No way! Lee Ha stood there in silence. Kuma cute foe Mai Kwek clung to his leg and happily watched them go. It felt confused when Lee Ha lifted it up. A heavy silence settled over them, making Kuma yelp a few times. Suddenly, he doubled over, trembling, and burst into loud laughter. Then he tossed it into the air, cheering with joy. We won! Caught up in his emotions, it laughed happily too. Under the late-night sky in Texas in the United States, booming shots echoed through the shooting club. All kinds of ear-shaking sounds filled the place. Yet the young man who looked like a part-timer was letting himself sink into a dream. It turned out to be a misunderstanding when Goliath suddenly stepped up with suspicion. What are you looking at? His sharp gaze showed he was wide awake. Kit replied slowly, just a video game. When the man came closer and saw clearly, he looked like he couldn't believe it and asked back, You're telling me this is a game? The scene in front of them was clearly the moment Lee Ha fired his weapon. A single glance was enough for Goliath to tell. Oh, a flintlock. It's a flintlock, right? Kit confirmed firmly. That's right. When the footage reached the moment Lee Ha successfully shot Danioku, he couldn't hold back and blurted out, wow, not bad. That kid's a pretty good shot. However, to Kit's keen eyes, it still wasn't enough to ko indung enus. The accuracy is fine, but his shots are slow. Just then the shrill bell signaling 9:30 rang out. Kit stopped all conversation and spoke calmly. Boss, my shift is over. That made Goliath feel a little wistful too. As always, you're right on time. Mind staying another 30 minutes. Hearing that, he immediately seized the chance. If I do, I get 1.5x overtime pay, right? Of course, he was rejected on the spot. Dream on, even if I told you to stay, you'd just doze off, so go home and sleep. Kit was long used to being told that. See you tomorrow. Even Goliath had long been used to that personality and attitude. He shrugged and called after him with an understanding sigh. Under the beautiful moonlight, the pistol that belonged to him glinted clearly, along with the man's words that partially proved Lord Kit's identity. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, where the two Lam cousins were immersed in technological development, each did their own work, paying no attention to the other, eyes glued tight. Entering the wedding scene like that, there was a magnet there. Suddenly, Hoa Din's younger sister spotted something and shouted. Clearly, it was related to Hoa Dian, so she signaled with her eye. Look sis, unexpectedly, she paid no attention and focused only on one thing. Go to sleep, Hoa Din. That's why she's always like that, because she doesn't go to bed early. She knew exactly which phrase her sister found most interesting, so she made her conclusion. Sure enough, Hoa Dian was so startled that she jumped up and quickly asked in rapid succession, What's going on with Haliha? And Hoa Din remained as reserved as ever. Rising sun wins. That was enough information for her to understand the situation of her acquaintance. So she rushed over, not forgetting to remind her. Step aside. Don't tell me it really is Haliha in this viral video. The cloud magician is Haliha. Hoa Din confirmed, yes. She brought the news she had gathered and explained it, describing the head of the Thich Duong Guild as lawless. Haliha had a post on the homepage calling this genocide. Her hand hovered over the mouse, slightly frozen as she confirmed in shock. Genocide. It seemed the scene before her was truly horrifying to Hoa Din, as her expression showed no sign of composure. Watching Lee Ha move freely and soar on the screen, all words stuck in her throat, making it hard for Hoa Dian to speak. It really did. Her voice could offer the most general comment along with deep, heartfelt emotions. Wow, amazing. Countless times he had overcome challenges on his own. Now seeing the official number he faced alone against Rising Sun. Hoa Dian was once again stunned, jolted when she saw clearly. 500 people. He's improved so much at this rate. Am I seeing this right? Each line of her thoughts surged uncontrollably. It wasn't that she hadn't considered recruiting Haliha into her guild again. Memories of the time the sisters suffered under the enemy's combined forces surfaced. Since that day, the Hoa Hong Guild had been consistently held back by the Star Power Guild. He wasn't strong enough then, so she dismissed the recruitment issue. But what would happen if Haliha joined her guild now? While Hoa Dian sank into contemplation, Hoa Din, with her lips pressed tight, seemed about to say something. Suddenly, she seemed a little shy and closed her legs. Her arms hugged herself as if to boost her own courage. She understood her sister's line of thought. Hoa Din, looking slightly embarrassed and self-conscious, spoke. I'm fine with that, sis, making Hoa Dian glance over. Oh my, simply through her gestures she could understand well enough to point it out and tease. It seemed little Hoa Din had a secret crush on someone. She was teased to the point she couldn't lift her head. I didn't mean it that way. However, due to this reaction, Hoa Dian could analyze from all angles. Anyway, Hoa Din also agreed with this. Then Haliha must be a useful teammate. A smirk formed, showing pride in that moment of candidness. Haliha, along with the confidence of the eldest Lin daughter, Hoa Din exuded self-assurance and clenched everything in her hand. I must bring you into our guild. Meanwhile, Liha was attracting everyone's attention, radiating bright green light as part of the transfer process. In just a moment, his feet firmly stepped onto the solid stone floor. Suddenly, before Liha could catch his breath, a system notification appeared right before his eye. After that battle, he instantly became famous with a flood of messages from fans. I love you, I want to join your guild. What appeared at 2 minutes 40 seconds in the genocide video. No way, is it a bomb? I became a soldier in Hu Lam because of him. Once everything settled, Liha received a notification. You have 873 unread messages. Check your inbox, leaving him astonished. What is this? 873 messages? I mean, I had an inkling from all the over-the-top reactions. Yep, all from the mages. From the clouds or rising sun. I was too busy to indulge in fleeting fame. My original plan was to use only the needle gun, and after I got the backpack I would sell the needle gun. My needle gun in this guild battle, from an economic perspective, I would surely lose more than gain. I invested about 50 gold and ended up with 30 silver. Of course, nothing could go negative after all the effort Liha put in. But because his success was proven through achievement, from minor judgment adding 10 stat points, hating crimes and rewarding offenders with 11 points. The guild victories adding 14 points through eliminating Rising Sun members. Excitement cannot describe his current feeling. Money isn't everything in this game. I collected 35 stat points from these achievements, and it doesn't stop there. As the battlefield's icon, Liha had earned a signature battlefield achievement. Everyone praised him for showing enemies a demon's face and allies an angel's back. On top of that, he received an extra reward of 16 stat points. Excitement spread everywhere from his cheerful expression. This was the first time he'd earned an A achievement, awarded for defeating over 500 enemies in a single regional battle. No escaping this. I saw it. I even got my name carved into the Hall of Fame. Thinking back to what happened in Tui Canyon, one of the 3 names in the Hall of Fame had to be a Grani Eagle. But he didn't let the thoughts linger too long. Liha decided to move on to the next step, raising his stats. Alright then, 20 points into intelligence and the rest goes straight into dexterity. Watching the numbers shoot up, he couldn't stop the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Perfect, I'm only level 92 and I already have this many stat points. All these non-stop events left him feeling lightheaded with exhilaration. Maybe I'm a genius of Middle Earth, on par with Lam Hoa Ditch. In the end, after settling his own affairs, Liha lifted his cloak high and let it billow with the wind. It's been a while, I should visit the academy. My level and stats are higher now, so the headmaster might give me some new quests. Hopefully I don't shock him too much. Brimming with excitement, he walked in with a brightness that made this place feel like his second home. Headmaster, however. Before he could even properly enter, he sensed something bad. Deep in the corridor, something was happening, enough to put Liha on guard and make him draw his dart gun. Someone besides the headmaster was here. A voice rose loudly, clearly someone who knew them. Still nasty, huh? So we can have a conversation without pointing guns at each other. That's a miracle. It didn't stop there. A woman's voice poured out as if offering advice. The two of them still hadn't even properly met. Liha's hands tightened even more around the weapon. Who is it? Doesn't really feel like an NPC. There's a player who's friendly with Brown. Then the voices continued to overlap as they commented. The third one seems smart. I was wondering why he didn't drop by sooner. I never thought he actually did it himself. Just thinking about how he declared war on a guild that big alone. It'd be great if you could help him piece together the information we have, especially since it lines up with what happened recently. Liha, eavesdropping, jolted in surprise. Wait, they're talking about me. But the other side rejected it firmly. That won't happen. One day he'll become my rival. Cold sweat poured off him like a waterfall. A rival who? Who could possibly do that? Who's talking about becoming my rival? Right behind the door, Brown let out a long breath at what had just been said. So you already knew that much? The one I was talking with just now isn't a stranger, it's Sleeping Kid. It wasn't that hard to figure out. Besides, I don't need to help him with anything else. Just bringing this up is enough. His knuckles rested on the door, his voice rising as if he'd already discovered that the boy was here. He clearly had the razor-sharp senses of a cavalryman. At moments like this, he could easily detect Liha's presence. You've heard everything. So Liha thought he was hiding well, but Kid's sensitivity had spotted him quickly, directly, with ease. Then Kid suddenly kicked the door open, freezing him in place as sweat burst out. The very next second, It was like his soul finally found its body again. Lee Ha let out an earth-shaking scream. He instantly jumped far back, so hard the floor seemed to puff up white smoke. What the hell? Only then did Brown realize his other student had arrived. Lee Ha, he stammered as he spoke up. Hey, hello sir, long time no see. Then he chuckled and rubbed his head as he explained, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, I was just passing by. But Brown only remarked calmly, all right, I understand. I just wanted to praise you for hiding your presence so well. However, Kid's eyes were still locked onto Lee Ha, as if he wanted to bore a hole straight through him. At some point, his gaze had dropped to the half-visible dart gun in Lee Ha's hand. Finally, the first smirk since meeting him appeared on Kid's lips. He's a lot more interesting than I thought. And then, emphasizing each word as he spoke to Brown, that's why he doesn't need any other support. Brown only slowly threw the question back. Right? Kid confirmed once more. Yeah, I'll drop by another time. Faced with that, aside from a brief reminder, Brown didn't say anything else. Come by more often, all right. You've surely noticed I've got no one to talk to except you two. Then, as Kid's back gradually disappeared from view, the headmaster continued questioning the one who remained. Anyway, Haliha, I've heard some interesting information about you. This made you force a smile and make an excuse. Aha. Ah, sir, it's really nothing, but clearly Brown didn't believe me even a little. Really? However, you didn't press the matter for long. So what brings you to visit me today? Now, Lee Ha seemed to remember what he wanted to ask. I want to know if you have any training exercises suitable for me. After all, the missions for Lee Ha had already reached the next stage, so you questioned him directly. Not at all, so you've decided to take Ellie's test, Elizabeth. Since the completion goal is a bit difficult, Lee Ha waved his hand. Ah, not yet, not yet. Let's leave that for another topic. But by the way, who was the person just now? This question made Brown suspicious enough to blurt out, you do know. Without hesitation or letting Lee Ha wait, he reminded him of the time he had asked a question. Do you remember when you asked me about the sleeping kit? Lee Ha's eyes widened. At that moment, he awakened the deep-seated memory and then stared in shock toward the closed door. Lee Ha was stunned, so that person is the sleeping kit. In the next instant, his legs hurriedly ran across the hard ground. Considering he was a royal guard and close to the commander, he must be a seasoned veteran. That means he has much more experience. At the moment, Lee Ha was determined to find Kit. The person he needed to talk to had clearly been waiting since the afternoon. The calm expression on his face showed that all of Lee Ha's actions had already been anticipated by Kit. Seeing this, he slowed his pace and spoke to start a conversation. Hello, I'm Lee Ha. He wondered silently, is he waiting for me? Extremely terse, perhaps even more than Hoa Din, he only uttered a single word for his name. Kit, facing a royal guard from this academy. Lee Ha couldn't help but freeze for a silent moment. Bathed in the late afternoon light, the lonely figure of a Western-looking man appeared right before him. This is the man named Kit. He looked like he stepped out of a movie, like a cowboy film. A series of questions flooded Lee Ha's mind. Why is Nara looking for this guy? Could he be her boyfriend? No, his aura doesn't match that. Realizing he had paused too long, he snapped out of his daze and quickly spoke first. Sorry about eavesdropping earlier. The academy rarely has visitors, so Kit must be easygoing. No problem. Thus, an awkward silence followed. Lee Ha tried to bring up more topics, what he wanted to learn most. You're a royal guard, right? About the things you mentioned at the academy. Do you mind if I ask who you are? However, in response, sleeping Kit remained silent. Finally, when he spoke, it was an honest evaluation of Lee Ha's current situation. It seems you haven't completed the Elizabeth test, and your level is around 100, far too low. This blunt statement left him greatly confused. You what? Kit emphasized each word without hesitation. Your level is too low. Then he sighed in exasperation and commented in a steady tone, as if trying to pierce Lee Ha's heart. You have to grind this hard. To truly succeed, making Lee Ha furious. What? Is he mocking me? Kit didn't care about the issues Lee Ha wanted to discuss, but decisively exposed his weaknesses. With your current ability, you can't compete with us. This fierce statement immediately made Lee Ha furious, his face contorted. He had to suppress the rising anger, as if grinding each word through his teeth. Sorry, but why do you speak like a superior without explaining properly? Unable to hold back, Lee Ha directly voiced his true feelings from the bottom of his heart. I feel a bit annoyed. Unexpectedly, Kit showed no reaction, simply turned and walked away. This left him puzzled. Wait, where is he going in the middle of our conversation? Does he want me to follow? He shouted, hey, hey. By the time he caught up, a black aura enveloped Lee Ha. I'm not sure what you're doing. Are you even listening? While he was monologuing to Kit, if so, let me know. Suddenly, giving no reaction at all, he stomped on a log as if signaling his stance. It turned out to be a misunderstanding, as Kit abruptly changed the topic. Does this tree drop 13 leaves each time? Indeed, his rapid thinking left a pile of question marks over Lee Ha's head. What? He stated calmly. That's my test. Just a few words successfully provoked a series of frustrated thoughts in him, leaving him no room for patience. His anger erupted like a volcano. Okay, but do you not know how to talk properly? You keep cutting me off. Yet even as he kept scolding Kit, Leah himself realized something. Wait, my test. His voice finally dropped, doubt creeping in with each word. You, could it be you are? Only now did Kit reveal his true identity. Yes, I suppose you should call me Kit, the speed shooter. The moment he heard that familiar title, Leah's eyes went wide, stunned into disbelief. After all, as someone who had trained as a royal musketeer at the academy, it was only natural that he knew the details. Speed was the one who inherited Nabrow from the commander. I get it, he's the commander's heir to Nabrow. No wonder they have the same kind of presence. At last, Leho understood what Kit had been explaining. And your test was to shoot this pile of leaves? He asked, and Kit confirmed it. Yes, based on his own task, Leha made a guess, his expression tight with tension as he faced him. The distance is measured in meters, right? I have to shoot from really far away for Elizabeth's test. But Kit's answer once again went beyond his expectations. A little under 2 meters, I was told to shoot from that distance. It was enough to shock even a sniper like Leha. What royal musketeer couldn't hit from that range? But after thinking it through, a light flashed in his mind and he focused on the real point. You had to shoot a lot of falling leaves, didn't you? But the commander's Nabrow is kind of lousy, isn't it? The test should have made you hit 2 leaves at the same time or something like that to earn the speed title. Even Kit had to admit flatly that the task wasn't like that. That's right. Once again, he suddenly repeated the violent move against the tree trunk, leaving Leha stunned. From the heavy impact, tiny green objects drifted down slowly before Leha's eyes. In Kit's even tone, 13 leaves fell, and he casually caught each one. Then he began to explain more clearly. The test required me to. Keeping that calm, steady look on his impassive face, Kit spoke as if he were simply remarking on how nice the weather was. Shoot all 13 leaves. The moment Leha heard Kit's test, thoughts flooded his mind. A leaf took 3 to 4 seconds to fall. To shoot them all, he'd have to take down more than 3 per second. If they hit the ground in 4 seconds, that was only about 0.3 seconds per leaf. How could anyone do that with a musket? Curiosity spread through his mind until he finally had to ask, how did you even take that test? It sounds impossible. And right now, Kit, senior Kit. Anyway, you don't even have a musket on you. His eyes stayed calm, without the slightest ripple. Even the arm in his pocket didn't move at Leha's clueless remark. I can't believe that coming from someone who doesn't even have a gun in his hand. Since you earned the speed title, that means you got a super fast musket, right? Once again, Kit was concise to the extreme. Correct. But even that obvious answer wasn't enough to stop Leha's intense curiosity, his eyes gleaming. Then why don't I see it? I know you can't put a musket in your inventory. Inventory in Middle-earth is just a pouch in the form of a window. That's why you can't store long items like spears or muskets. After Leha's firm, relentless explanation, the only reply he got was Kit's sigh. At last, Kit spoke, bringing up a special one-of-a-kind item that belonged only to him. You already know the answer. You've made bombs before, haven't you? Then he shut his eyes tight, a faint annoyance etched into every word. Besides, you used to have it too. But that vague way of talking was clearly something Leha couldn't digest at all. For heaven's sake, can we talk properly? What did I have? What do I already know? Faced with Leha's aggression, Kit remained calm. Come here. Anger flared up and cooled down just as fast, and Leha soothed himself. Yeah, fine. If you're not going to answer me, then at least answer this. His sharp eyes narrowed as he stared straight at the man in front of him. In the lush storybook green of the forest, a low, deep voice rang out. Why did you help me, and in such a mysterious way? A long time passed, and it seemed like Kit wouldn't speak, but then he cut straight to the point. Because I need Hong Tam's power. Leha barely processed it. What? With just 4 words, Kit summed up his true purpose. Mui Kone is very strong. That maddening brevity of his left Leha unable to stay angry. Looking up at that utterly natural expression, Leha couldn't help complaining to himself. Seriously, what is this guy even talking about? It's like he lives in his own world. I wonder who Mui Kone is. Suddenly, as if everything clicked, Leha cleared his throat and spoke. I think I understand you now, Kit. It was surprising enough that the man himself blurted out, what? Leha pointed straight at him as he emphasized his words. With those eyes of yours rolled back like that, you declared it boldly, absolutely certain. You're a tsundere, aren't you? He even got more and more fired up, to the point that tears streamed from the corners of his eyes from laughing so hard. You're doing this because you need my help, right? But you're too embarrassed to act like a normal person. People call someone like you a tsundere, right? What a pity. Kitten is American, more specifically from Texas. It was like the cultural sync hadn't been agreed on yet, so he just stood there, blankly confused. Tsundere, I have no idea what that means. Leha only let out a light sigh at that. It's fine if you don't know. Anyway, alright then. So that's all you can tell me, right? Thanks to Kit's support, awkward and a bit of a struggle, he now felt more confident about getting the backpack back. I get it, I'll clear the trial as soon as possible. He even mouthed along with that arrogant, rock-solid declaration and earned the title Bullseye Ha-Liha. Kit couldn't help but surprise him by a lot. The guy was smiling openly without even trying to hide it. I can't tell if he's childish or just trying to look cool. Ha-Liha's eyes kept unconsciously watching and sizing up this newly acquainted cavalry colleague, wondering if he really was Tsundere. And once things were wrapped up, it was time to end it. He turned and walked away. In any case, even without him finishing the sentence, he understood. Yeah, see you later. The moment the words ended, the other party instantly turned into a stream of blue light amid the sound of Ha-Liha's relieved exhale. What a weird guy, definitely the weirdest person I've ever met. I'm exhausted. Beneath the roof of Brown Bess Academy, his flustered voice echoed up into the air. Kit's trial is really like that. Brown replied in a low voice. Yeah, he came back 3 days after I told him about the trial. He performed the skill very well. I value them, but what was I supposed to do when he performed like that? I had to hand them over to him. Now Ha-Liha, face serious, sank into thought. How could that even happen? Even with a steady technique, reloading still takes 25 seconds. Just then Brown's voice rose again. Want another cup of tea or coffee? He jolted out of his daze. Ah, I'm fine, I should go. Watching the retreating back of his disciple, the commander suddenly called out his name. Ha-Liha, he turned around, puzzled. Yes. Unexpectedly, Brown only slowly said one profound line heavy with meaning. Stop judging people so one-sidedly. I have never asked you a question hoping you'd answer like that. Not once. Startled and hesitant, Ha-Liha raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. I understand. Even so, as he strode through the capital Alestock, his mood was still filled with doubts. Don't judge people one-sidedly. My head's killing me. What does that even mean? And also, the commander used a plural word when he talked about that flintlock. Thoughts looped in circles, jumping around like a lambada until Ha-Liha finally blew up into a Super Saiyan. Are those guys messing with me? Seriously. Thinking back on the cryptic things Kit and Brown blurted out, he had owned it before, too. Stop judging people so one-sidedly. To him, it sounded no different from smug, mocking laughter. Why couldn't they just say it straight? And that guy Kit was the weirdest of all. What did he even get from the commander? He didn't have a flintlock on him. Did he stash it in the warehouse or something? After that, Ha-Liha frowned, sighed in exasperation, and searched the inventory space. You, as a royal guard, not having a gun on me drives me insane, even if it's just a needle gun. And once again, only practice would bring true understanding. In the end, Ha-Liha's pupils widened when he noticed something. Like the broken gun, only half of it left in his hand. At that moment, the space and time around him froze solid. In an instant, a flood of memories replayed, being fiercely chased by the rising sun crowd. When Kyoku Jitsu was after me, and now again. How did I put the flintlock in the storage slot? Time rushed by. It hadn't actually been long since Ha-Liha realized what Kit had managed to do. Hello, Zik. The man greeted him back enthusiastically. Yo. Long time no see. He was a blacksmith in the capital, Alestock. He let out a breath after finishing another shipment. You. Alright, what brings you here? Want me to check the inside of the barrel? Ha-Liha's protesting voice rang through the sweltering space. No, not that. The man patiently asked back. Then what is it? It seemed like what he was about to bring up was hard to explain, so he forced a smile until he was sweating. I'm here because of this. Even Zik, who'd seen plenty, was shocked out of his wits. What is this? Was it cut? This gun was cut in half. After that, he stated with absolute certainty, I don't think I can fix this. Buy a new one. But Ha-Liha said, actually, I want to try this. An extremely abstract description was explained over the hard stone floor. Zik, can you do this to the barrel? He saw it clearly and let out an "oh." With years of blacksmithing experience, after just a few lines of explanation, Zik himself. Glenn understood clearly. He was asking if it really worked. Then he raised his own doubt. Can a gun like this still fire properly? Liha replied firmly, it will, I promise. Hearing the master of the needle gun speak, Dick didn't hesitate either, excited to try something new. All right, let's do it. The moment of truth finally arrived. Dick's voice rose with joy, thanks for waiting. The improved weapon, 40 cm long, had its angles and butt trimmed and rounded to fit one hand perfectly, now officially complete. Done. The radiance on Liha's face was evident in every line. That's it. This is the answer. This flintlock pistol is small enough to fit in a pocket. I can even wear it on my hip or hide it in my clothes. Dick finished his work, feeling proud of completing. A masterpiece worth it, he replied. Of course it's excellent. However, not long after, Liha suddenly hesitated. But Mr. Dick, he queried, skeptical. Having handled many guns before, he offered many suggestions. Would it be feasible to add a revolver mechanism to the barrel? That easily startled him. Add a mechanism to the barrel, into this tiny hole. After a detailed inspection, he entered a stage of contemplation. I don't think I can do it. You want a revolver mechanism? Liha continued to persuade. Even a talented blacksmith couldn't do it. Unfortunately, Dick could only shake his head and affirm, "Sorry, I can't do it," as if recalling something. He suddenly suggested a creature of another scale from humanity. Their towering figure immediately appeared in Lee Ha's mind. At the moment he heard dwarves. Dwarves were famous for being masterful blacksmiths. They could create rare magical weapons, and in this Middle-earth there was only one place to meet them. After receiving Dick's suggestion, Lee Ha decided to bid him farewell and head straight for the immediate goal. That was Mount Adamandia at the western edge of the continent. It stretched from south to north. Lee Ha's steady steps pressed firmly on the solid ground. In other words, it lay outside Pubil's border. It didn't take long for Lee Ha to successfully step beyond the imposing city gate. After a brisk walk along the forest trail, let's see. Far enough now, the shorter barrel reloads much faster, only about 10 minutes. He estimated the range, eyes narrow. Not long, light and firm in hand. Suddenly, a gentle wind blew, causing a leap. To fall from a branch. With the sniper's sharp gaze, Lee Ha easily spotted it. Finally, he decided to take a shot. A loud bang echoed across the sky. Yet an anomaly occurred as the bullet sliced through the air, missing the target before it even reached the ground. This puzzled Lee Ha, normally a flawless shooter. And why is this? The shorter sight reduced its effective range. I have to shoot closer. Following clear mental calculations, Lee Ha immediately tried a second shot. Try again. Another powerful shot fired. His gaze remained sharp and focused. Then the leaf gently fell to the ground, still peaceful. As if nothing had happened, astonishing Lee Ha to the point of disbelief. Standing here and still missed? Impossible. So he stopped, stepping carefully. His expression shifted from calm to urgent, now pure panic, all in an instant. Almost there, come on, hit it, I'm serious. I can't miss. The moment of despair nearly overwhelmed both his mind and body. Finally, there was a change at the last moment, but the result was unclear. The pierced leaf lay very close to his feet. At that moment, beyond the tears showing both pain and joy, Lee Ha could only utter, "Ha ha ha." Finally, he regained composure and looked at the improved needle pistol in his hand. Its effective range was 25 m. He couldn't help feeling disappointed by the harsh reality. I knew the range would decrease since I shortened the barrel, but I didn't think it would be this bad. I can't use a pistol as my main weapon. To aim far, I need a rifle. This new pistol would be for close-range defense. Anyone coming near thinking I only have a rifle, I'll pull this out. Kick probably used a gun like this too. He has two, no, he must have at least 4 pistols. Through experiments and his own judgment, Lee Ha reached a conclusion close to the truth. Using that method, it only took a second or two for him to sweep everything clean. However, every unclear issue always brings up more questions when he realizes something. No, wait, Kick doesn't have a rifle. He only uses a pistol with a range of about 25 meters. Then he moves straight to the step of questioning and trying to let his mind connect the dots. Is that how the Royal Guards usually operate? After that, he keeps pondering Slip's long-range combat ability. So Pinky, how do his battles usually go? Suddenly, someone shouted, successfully snapping him out of his daze over the seemingly messy and unresolved topic. It turns out it's someone he's met before. Someone who even assisted him in the battle against Zai Sin's son. Lee Ha, over here. A bright face, clad in the signature iron armor of the leader of Pubil's secret cavalry, appeared in front of him, so he couldn't possibly mistake her. What is it? She ran over full of excitement, even hopping a little as she came. When did you get to the capital? I told you to send me a message when you arrived. Only now did Lee Ha remember. I forgot, sorry. I came here to pick up something. It naturally surprised Nara. Pick up what? Did you just get a new weapon? Oh, speaking of which, where's your rifle? You didn't hesitate either, just a bit embarrassed when mentioning the needle gun. I broke it when I fought the Rising Sun Guild. She cheered at the right moment. I've seen the video of you taking them down. Amazing, you defeated them all by yourself. I think you're incredible, Lee Ha. You couldn't help feeling flustered. Oh, really? Haha. And then Nara suddenly seemed to remember something and searched around. I have something I want to show you. The moment the magical sword appeared, you froze as soon as you recognized it. Oh, don't tell me. Then you were stunned comparing it to the old sealed version, the sword that had been sealed. She confirmed, that's right, I've unsealed it. Now it's just a magical sword. Seeing this, Lee Ha immediately cheered. Congratulations. But Nara responded sincerely, it's all thanks to you, Kaliha, I owe you so much. Meanwhile, you drifted into thought, evaluating the magical sword. A weapon necessary for a warrior, meaning she's as strong as an NPC. No, maybe even stronger. Just as the conversation seemed to end, Nara gasped. Oh right, Lee Ha, you questioned back then. The topic shifted again. Do you still want to keep the guild? She remembered. You mean the Lawless Sun Guild, right? Probably not. She eagerly expressed it when making the offer. So do you want to join the Secret Knights? It was like a bomb dropped on your head. Leha jumped in shock. Oh, what? Nara repeated without hesitation, the Zagrid Knights. I think you're capable of joining. I'm sure you could if you complete a few tasks. She was so excited she patted her chest and declared, I'll tell them more about you. But the response came as silence from Leha, lost in thought. The Zekrit Knights, one of Pubil's strongest orders. The image of yourself wearing shining metal armor filled your mind, and she wants to invite you to join. However, Leha already had plans, so he spoke. I really appreciate your offer, but at this time I don't intend to join any guild or group. Nara looked disappointed. Is that so? Soon you drifted into your own world. I haven't even tried using my pistol yet. I need to try it in a real battle. Unconsciously, Leha's actions revealed the difference in your bag. That weapon is. Hearing this, she smiled brightly without hesitation. Oh, this one. After clearing that guild, I couldn't use the rifle anymore because it broke. So suddenly Nara spoke a familiar name. Kit. Leha hadn't caught it yet. Unexpectedly, a murderous aura burst from her, creating a scorching whirlwind. Witnessing this, you were shocked. No trace of the cheerful girl from earlier remained. Now she was like a demon demanding a life, hissing each word through her teeth. Did Kit give you that weapon, that gun? Only he used that gun. Hearing this, Leha waved his hands frantically to deny it. No, I made it myself. That Kit person also gave me some info, but in just a few surprising explanations from you, Nara easily picked up key detail. Information, so you met Kit, Leha admitted hurriedly. That's right, I just ran into him at the academy. Receiving that answer, the murderous aura around her disappeared, leaving only a scowl of disgust. Forgetting about recruiting you, Nara clicked her tongue loudly in complaint. He ran off again, unable to contain her curiosity. Leha decided to voice the doubt he'd been holding. Nara, what's your relationship with Kid that makes you react? After a tense silence. It seemed she didn't want to speak, but finally Nara slowly opened her mouth. It happened a long time ago. It turns out the feud with Sleeping Kid has a reason. I challenged him and lost. Hearing this story from Nara herself, Leha was stunned and hesitated before asking, You lost? You mean like in that tug-of-war match? For this naive statement from you, she wasn't angry, only emphasized, No. Then she revealed the truth directly. From someone from the past, we had a duel and I lost. At this moment, Leha's expression grew more serious than ever. You lost to Kid in a duel. A moment later, you offered comforting words. Like, oh, it was probably a long time ago, right? Back when you were at a lower level, that could happen. It's not a big deal. Nara's hands clenched as Leha continued speaking, his voice gradually lowering. Aha, I remember there was a time I even got beaten by a rabbit. In the end, she spoke up and stated firmly, No, back then I was already an ace. It hasn't been that long. Those irritating thoughts kept stirring in his mind. Was it really impossible to be strong enough to defeat an ace like Sinara? She didn't stop there, she moved on to the next topic. Do you know why Kid is nicknamed Sleeping Kid? Leha honestly shook his head. No, I don't. At that, Nara shrugged with a mocking smile. Because he loves sleeping, so much that he even sleeps in the game. Hearing her say it so bluntly left him speechless. You can sleep in a game, he silently confirmed it again. I knew he was a weirdo. Seeing his expression, Nara's quiet eyes fixed on Leha, as if she had fallen into a river of memory. Her even tone rang out beneath the deep blue sky. Back then, around the time he got a new item, I heard Rising Sun paid Kid a visit, intending to take that new item from him. Hearing that familiar name made him sigh. Rising Sun. They really love picking fights, don't they? Even Nara nodded. Yeah, 30 of them showed up while he was asleep in a bar. Thinking like a player, Leha guessed, so Kit couldn't resist. She recalled what happened then. Well, of course there's no video from that day. It happened in an instant. His pupils widened, just the vague setup was already terrifying. A passing breeze swept by, lightly scattering leaves. His questioning voice echoed through the space. So what happened? Nara pressed her lips together slightly, her long hair fluttering in the airflow. At last, in that same even tone, she delivered the heavy truth. All 30 of them were wiped out, and Kit was still lying on the table. He didn't even move his upper body. The only things that moved were his two hands hanging under the table. At that moment, Leha almost blurted out, Huh. Nara's gentle voice continued slowly. A little later, he stretched, woke up, and said this. His face was chillingly cold. Everything he'd just done seemed completely unconscious as he asked, What happened here? The moment those words fell, the air between Nara and Leha was replaced by a familiar silence. Nara closed her eyes and enunciated every word. And that's why he's nicknamed Sleeping Kit, even while asleep. His gun barrel can still lock straight onto a target. You can't dodge it because everything happens too fast. Only then did Leha truly understand how terrifying he was. What the hell? He killed 30 people in his sleep. No way. Filled with questions, he showed Nara his eagerness to learn. But Kid isn't even an ace. How can he be that strong? She didn't mind explaining in detail. Level isn't everything in Middle-earth. Why do you think this game reveals level rankings, when it could easily hide everything else? Leha's next reaction followed the question she posed. Why is that? She didn't pause for long. And the moment he asked, she answered at once. So they can hold a feast. The goal is to expose aces to predators. To turn aces into food. Outsiders don't need to know their levels, those guys are all strong. Then, a bit surprised, she questioned him instead. Lee Ha, I thought you already knew about this. Still, setting that aside, everything Nara shared left him somewhat stunned. Leveling stats aren't the only way to gain more stats. If we obtain many rare achievements, we can have stats higher than what the normal level stats would indicate. Right now, we don't even need to look far for someone like that, because I'm exactly that kind of person. Shifting her gaze, she continued the topic between them. You know you'll get an achievement if you kill an ace. If you kill someone ranked in the top 100, you'll get an achievement corresponding to their rank. That's why Middle-earth makes level rankings public, so outsiders can throw feasts using those aces. If an ace gets hunted, they'll lose their level. At last, all of Lee Ha's thoughts clicked into place in the best way possible. I get it now, because aces are exposed and open competitions are encouraged. Consuming those resources is unavoidable. Even when aces obtain notably powerful items, they never appear on the marketplace. This must be why aces don't sell their gear for money. He deciphered it all in an instant after Nara's professional, detailed explanation. Because if they got targeted for selling an old piece of equipment, they might never be able to climb back up again. By encouraging matches this way, they can keep Middle-earth's currency balanced with the real world. In the end, he couldn't help but marvel at all the calculations by the publisher here. What a truly insane game design. Once Lee Ha had a moment to process everything, Nara told him straight, there's a very high chance you'll be classified as an outsider. You'll start getting a lot of offers from guilds soon, so I just want to tell you to think very carefully. His expression brightened, the earlier uncertainty gone, and he replied cheerfully. And one of those offers will be from the Holy Knights, right? Even she no longer had that heavy, stern air from before. That's right, for me that's the best choice, and every conversation has to end sometime. Alright then, I have to go now. Remember to message me next time, okay? Lee Ha called out, got it, take care, see you. At the same time, somewhere else, no one knew exactly where, but it was definitely still Middle-earth. Someone emphasized each word. Don't make me say it a second time. It turned out to be Guild Master Heian of the Starlight faction. Get these scraps of ice out of my sight now. Across from him was no stranger, it was Fire Edge. Why don't you lower your hand first? You've ruined this meeting. And it wasn't only him who was being threatened. She herself had been hit by Sasuke's move. It was you. The negotiations fell into a deadlock, the atmosphere so tense it felt like a string could snap. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Fire Edge shouted in frustration. You call this negotiating? What a joke. Why is it always like this? But Heidi only shrugged calmly. You're the one who said it. My fault. I guess foreigners have a hard time understanding what I'm saying, huh? Her anger surging, she went straight to the point of contention between the two guilds. About the Dolly Castle incident, let this be the final price. No more excuses. His finger tapped the tabletop in a steady rhythm as he repeated with supreme composure, the final price. Very well, but can you even survive until then? The words made Fire Edge grind her teeth in shock. What? Her sharp gaze locked onto him. Don't tell me you're planning to start a guild war. Ian knitted his brows and fired back without restraint. If you won't back down, we don't have any other choice either. I'm not afraid of Fai Vu. Do you think we don't have escort planes in Korea? Hearing that, she sneered immediately. You're going to hire escort planes? If you've got that much money then, even though she mocked him, he showed no anger at all. Not that. It's not time yet, but I can only promise them part of the profit after we take Dolly Castle. Or we could pay them in shares 2 months worth of profit. If we make 10 months of profit, that's not bad. Once she fully understood what decision Heian had made, her whole body trembled with rage. Fine, so that's how you want to play? Good, come on, Starlight faction. I'll make a crimson flower bloom inside you for sure. Dragon Knights, Lightning Guild, whatever. Bring all of it. I don't care. A staff of unknown ownership slammed hard against the solid stone floor. A magic circle appeared instantly as Heian raised a finger in a universally friendly gesture. Good luck. As their figures left this place, the Vice Guild Master of Crimson Fire had only one sentence. Should I just kill him? Fire Edge shook her head. No, Fire Ding, you did well. In the future, we'll have plenty of chances to eliminate him. True sisters Fiery and Icy, she understood at once and blurted out, Lee Ha. The other confirmed it without the slightest surprise, that's right. According to Fire Edge's declaration, information about him officially appeared right in front of them both. She was planning to gather outsiders because escort planes were very expensive. The countdown to the war between the Starlight faction and Crimson Fire was down to 1 day. Under the warm sunlight, completely unlike the tension between those two guild factions, Lee Ha was laughing and chatting happily with Billy about something. Then the man directly handed him a bag full of excitement and offered his thanks. Thanks. Lee Ha took it and replied, I should thank you too. It wasn't clear what the deal was about, but it seemed like a win-win that ended on a high note, especially for Lee Ha, who was absolutely thrilled. What a stroke of luck. Now I'm a newly minted rich guy. The money left after paying compensation to the guild was a huge number, totaling 88 coins. Gold coins really exceeded expectations, and I sold 100 gold coins after selling off the exclusive name of the Outlaw Lamb Meat Guild. Awesome, look at it sparkle. But then again, thinking about why Billy came to cooperate, he showed up after watching the video. He said he wanted to become a movie star or something, and that had nothing to do with him buying the guild's exclusive name. His steady footsteps slowly thudded along the solid stone road. From now on, there's nothing to worry about. I'll keep using the hummingbird gun until I get the legitimate reward from Elizabeth's quest. I'll buy it. At the same time, at the dispute report briefing between the Clock faction, Starlight, and Crimson Fire, players gathered in an uproar, talking non-stop. At last, when Hien stood at the podium, he began to speak to the point. As everyone already knows, his voice rose straight to full volume, clearly showing overwhelming fury. The Crimson Fire Guild has rejected all the proposals we made. That instantly turned the atmosphere volcanic, with a continuous chorus of complaints. Absurd, they rejected us even after all those proposals. They've been blinded by money. I told you not to trust the capitalists. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood silently to the side, pondering. Well, in truth, no proposals were actually made during that discussion. The sounds of outrage echoed through the vast space. What about the capital we invested in the Dale Castle, guild leader? How much have we invested? 20,000 or 21,000 gold coins. He furrowed his brows, slowly emphasizing each word as he spoke. Besides the 3 allied guilds, we invested a total of 21,850 coins there. The sheer magnitude of that number prompted one of the players to speak urgently. Guild leader, can we get the money back now? His voice resonated, revealing the pain in his heart. The investment in Dale Castle was made under the guise of a donation, so it can't simply be withdrawn. Naturally, no one can tolerate the common interest being affected. Enough with the absurdity, I used all my savings to invest in that. My wedding money? You told me that if I invested in Dale Castle, I could earn a 30% annual return. And while everyone was in an uproar, 2 people remained calm amid the chaos. Tin exhaled deeply, concluding, in the end it's still about money. When Rong shrugged in reply, we can't help it, we are founding members of the Light faction. But at that moment, the scepter belonging to Hien slammed hard onto the flat floor. The deafening impact successfully drew all eyes to him and ended the commotion. Seeing the area quiet, Hien decided to make an official announcement. That's why I'm explaining everything to you today. We need to prepare for the guild war. He didn't stop at words, he moved to formalize it. I've already contacted the leaders of the Night Order and the Bullet Guild. In the end, we decided not to abandon a single coin of investment. Hearing this, everyone panicked, shouting in unison, Guild war. Faces drained of color, no one looked as aggressive about reclaiming money as before. Oh heavens, the Crimson Fire Guild doesn't have many members, but the fear they inspire isn't about numbers, it's about the core members. Ho Din and Fai Vu are both in that guild. Yet Hien maintained a steady tone and declared, everyone can choose not to fight. Then he boldly emphasized the stakes. However, the investment will not be returned. We invested collectively. There will always be risks. If you can overcome this challenge, what awaits us ahead? Is Dale Castle, a place compared to the golden city of El Dorado. We will succeed, we will win. We will gather those capable of facing Ho Din and Fai Vu with a high-spirited declaration. Even famous players were called upon directly by Hien, such as Sinara. This name is no surprise as she is currently ranked 6th worldwide. Everyone beneath the stands was stunned as it was repeated. Certainly, everyone could clearly see hope within reach if she agreed to help. Not stopping there, he continued. One more thing, I am considering recruiting top-tier players from South Korea. Not just the 6th rank, but directly targeting Lee Jae-woon, ranked 2nd in the Jeontu leaderboard. So Easy. This name terrified them more than ever. So Easy is a mysterious swordsman. Hien emphasized every word. Naturally, this was not idle talk. We will consult them and set conditions. This made them more excited than ever. We can do it. Previous complaints were entirely replaced by the noisy sounds of excitement. While Tin kept his eyes closed as if unaffected, Kai Rong's expression clearly shifted to confusion. Because watching the guild leader continuously rally morale, questions kept flooding his mind. What he's saying hasn't been discussed with us. At that moment, Tin doubted, do you think he'll come? When Rong realized who was being referred to, he forced a smile. There's no way the second-ranked player would help for a few coins. And of course, their conversation had no effect on the crowd's enthusiasm right in front. Clearly, Hien himself understood the weight of the arrogant words he had just spoken. Cold sweat poured continuously down his forehead. After a moment of silence, finally, as if gathering all his determination, Sasuke slowly spoke. Without letting him understand anything, he raised his serious tone and gave instructions. Maintain order and call Kaijong here. Time for conversation passed. Leaving Kaijong stunned. You want me to lure Lee Ha to the Star Force? Showing clear admiration, he did not hesitate or delay in giving his assessment again. Yes, honestly, I trust him more than any other shooter. If he joins us, it will be an enormous help. Kaijong didn't know how to react. The way he spoke made it even scarier. Then, he admitted honestly, actually, I've invited him many times before and listed all the benefits. But the guild's guarantee, probably because of what I said, he didn't fully believe it. That surprised him. Really? What did he say? Recalling the first time they met in the game, the words stuck clearly in his mind. He said he wasn't interested. At that time, he was still a low-level player, so maybe he felt he wasn't worthy. And now, hearing the full situation, Sasuke fell silent as if contemplating something. Finally, he joined the ranks of those making the pitch, explaining to him, "We need his power, Kia, whether it's a life-or-death battle or a street skirmish in an ordinary city. With his shooting skills, our battlefield area will expand further." Using persuasive words, clear and firm, he forced Kai Jong to brood and mutter, with Sasuke being so straightforward. Ultimately, after everything, getting Lee Ha and inviting him to the guild didn't conflict with the upcoming events. So he accepted, "All right, I'll tell him." Immediately, he brightened like sunlight, promise kept. Before disappearing in the blue light, he cheerfully reminded and said, "Don't rely on me too much. Lee Ha will log out now. So I'll log out too to talk to him." Silence immediately fell over Starforce as Kai Jong's figure vanished from Middle-earth. Being close to Hiya, Sasuke understood the situation well. "Guild Master, do you really want to proceed with this plan?" It was unclear what they were plotting. His long hair over his forehead successfully hid his expression. "Yes, to let both sides survive, this is the only way." At this moment, the cheerful boy had left the game machine, unaware he was on Hiya's chessboard. "Even if I promised this myself, Kai Jong." Coldness exuded from every word he spoke, colder than the late autumn wind. "He will sacrifice himself for us." Starforce Guild. In the cozy, sunlit house, a familiar voice sounded gently from Kim-do. "Lee Ha, I'm off to work, don't play too much, okay?" He smiled and replied humorously, "Yes, Mom, don't worry." As the door closed, he let out a deep sigh of relief. In his mind, he pictured a family meal with Kim-do. "I can use my earnings to have a proper meal, it's been so long." Recalling her happy expression, he silently thought, "Glad Mom is cheerful now." Once the past was set aside, he calmly returned to the main issue. The matchlock gun problem was solved, so I don't need to demand anything. While rhythmically typing to research information, Lee Ha considered and muttered to himself, solo hunting isn't a good idea. I wonder if there's a good spot for EXP at level 170. As he browsed, a strange situation suddenly appeared, making him freeze in astonishment. A data page filled the screen. The battle starts in 12 hours. Who will win? Analyze the power of Starforce and Crimson Fire. This shocked Lee Ha. Starforce and Crimson Fire are going to fight. Reading these lines, he couldn't help but worry. It says the battle will start tomorrow morning, meaning they've declared war. Then he continued browsing the next explosive titles. What is commercial monopoly? So the guild with that right will control the Dalai Castle. The winner will gain power over the castle. I heard they can also decide the type and quantity of goods. Reading this, Lee Ha couldn't help but gulp. Dungeon gate, so if we win, we can fully control dungeon access. Just charging fees could generate huge profits. So that's why Starforce and Crimson Fire are confronting each other. When I fought Dai Xin Zun, they were fighting over a whole castle. Suddenly, Lee Ha's phone rang loudly, drawing his attention. All thoughts turned to the small screen. It was clearly his cousin. As soon as he answered, he spoke immediately. "Hey, Kai Jong, I heard about the guild battle." Hearing this, he looked excitedly surprised. "You saw it, I was going to tell you about it too. Can you log in now?" Hearing that, Lee Ha just smiled, exhaled deeply in relief, and quickly replied, "All right, I was about to log in too. Give me a second." The moment he finished, Kijang came rushing over, practically bursting with excitement. "Hyung." When they met, the two of them clasped hands and grinned ear to ear. "Oh, you just swapped your gear," he bragged with obvious delight. "Yeah, I'm about to join a battle, so I had to get ready. I couldn't change my weapon because I didn't have enough money, so I changed my armor instead." After chatting and catching up for a bit, he noticed your equipment. "Oh, I see it now. Did you change your weapon too?" When his gaze stopped on the special rifle, Lee Ha confirmed, "Yeah, I just bought it. It's really hard to use, but it's pretty strong." Pretty strong? The wind stirred the leaves and Kijang's voice carried through the open air. "And another thing, Hyung," he blinked. After hesitating for a moment, Kijang finally asked, "Are you still not going to join our guild?" Lee Ha stared and pointed at himself. "Starforce me." Seeing that reaction, Kijang scratched his head, flustered. "Sorry for asking again at a time like this, but he told me I had to invite you into the guild. Your achievement beating the spring seedling made a huge impact." He forced a laugh. "Ah ha ha, really?" And then he couldn't help sinking into thought, so many people. His mind spun, and a familiar figure rose sharply in his memory. And the enemy had to be Lam Hoa Dian. Memories of the first time he'd met the Lam Tay family resurfaced. "We didn't just meet in the newbie village, we even fought those sisters together." "I'm not doing that." While he was lost in thought, Kijang cut in excitedly. "Hyung, are you sure you don't want to join? This time it's different. The guildmaster wants you." He kept pushing. Kijang's thrilled laughter yanked Lee Ha out of the chaotic swirl of thoughts. "So you don't need to feel sad or anything." Lee Ha was put on the spot, not sure what to do. How am I supposed to say this? As the two chatted lively, a shadow flickered behind a nearby bush, as if watching from afar. Only a few seconds later, that person sprang from their hiding spot and immediately drew Kijang and Lee Ha's attention. Lee Ha jolted in shock. because he hadn't noticed the other person's presence at all until then. Kijang quickly turned too, eyes narrowed as he tracked every move. He reacted at once, his voice firm as he shouted at the mysterious figure. "Who are you?" Then Lee Ha and Kijang immediately moved in sync and chased after them. "Stop!" The mysterious figure's hooded scarf fluttered, revealing the distinctive emblem of the Earth Rat Guild. The moment he recognized that symbol, Kijang's eyes went wide, fury he could barely contain. He shouted, voice brimming with rage, "HWA Hong." Hearing that, Lee Ha chased from behind, suspicion rising. Was HWA Hong spying on Kijang? The guild war hadn't even started yet, but as the chain of events clicked into place, he immediately reached a conclusion. So Lam Hoa Dian had already started gathering intel on opponents. Clever. After a long chase, both of them began to tire out, hopelessly. Kijang complained, exhausted, he got away. When he finally caught his breath, he turned and insisted, "See, those bastards are tailing me." Lam Hoa Dian is terrifying, Lee Ha nodded along. "Yeah, I see." Then Kijang's expression suddenly turned gloomy as he repeated, "But you still won't join." Lee Ha answered awkwardly fast, "Yeah." Then he fumbled for an excuse. "I need some time to think." But Kijang reacted sharply when he saw Lee Ha keep hesitating. "What is there to think about? It's such a great chance." Then he insisted on the benefits of joining Star Force Guild. "If you look at the fame alone, it's a chance for you to take part in a huge war." Suddenly, Lee Ha placed a hand on his shoulder and lowered his voice. "That's exactly what I'm talking about, Kijang. You can't only focus on how spectacular the war is. Thinking about what you'll gain is fine. But more importantly, you also need to think about what it will take from you." Then he smiled brightly and emphasized the point. "This isn't just for me. It's for you too, Kijang." After hearing all of that, Kijang fell silent, shaken as if he were reflecting on something. A moment later, he finally spoke, embarrassed. "Heh, you've gotten more mature." Lee Ha rolled his eyes. "Brat, I'm saying this because I'm worried about you." Seeing he'd made up his mind, Kijang didn't push anymore. "All right, I'll tell the guildmaster that." Lee Ha nodded, "Okay." He muttered under his breath, "Even if I don't join Star Force, I'll still," but Kijang couldn't hear clearly. "Huh, what did you say?" Lee Ha quickly changed the subject, acting like nothing happened. "Ah, nothing. You're probably busy, go on." Without lingering, Kijang immediately launched off on a rocket and flew away. "Okay, see you later, Hyung." Lee Ha stood below and waved goodbye, a quiet vow forming in his heart as Igor's image surfaced. "I'll protect you too, Kijang, from that damn monster." Not long after, an orc took a bullet and screamed in agonizing pain. Its body was hammered by successive invisible attacks from far away. It was Lee Ha, lying in ambush off to one side, calmly squeezing the trigger as he aimed. "It only takes me 2 shots to kill a level 100 orc, and I'm not even hitting vital points." Watching the barrel, Lee Ha frowned slightly, "But this thing is really hard to shoot because it's so light. I aim for the head and heart, but I hit the shoulder and thigh instead." Mid-adjustment, his pupils suddenly constricted, as if he'd sensed something abnormal. Without another thought, Lee Ha spun around, raising his upgraded needle gun. "Who's there?" A young woman slipped out from the bushes, her lips curling in a low whistle. "Oh, what's this new weapon?" Her gaze paused on Lee Ha's unusual outfit, and she blurted out in admiration. "So you fixed your close combat weakness." Recognizing a familiar face, Lee Ha let out a relieved breath. "Long time no see. You still have a habit of popping out of nowhere, huh?" The HWA Yon sisters stepped out and waved hello. "You didn't get startled? Looks like you knew we were coming." He lightly twirled his gun and said, "Not that I'm showing off, but I know you saw my video, and in a fight you'll use anything that helps even if it's not much." Hearing that, HWA Yon didn't press further and went straight to the invitation. "Is that so? Then I guess I don't need to explain. Join HWA Hong Lee Ha. We'll win, I guarantee it, 100%. HWA Yon's certainty made Lee Ha pause, then blurt out to confirm, 100%. But that confidence still wasn't enough to convince him, so he shot back with a question. "How can you be so sure? I've always known you like to trick people." Watching her casually sweep her hair back, Lee Ha grew even more suspicious. "But this is going a bit far, isn't it?" HWA Yon only smiled calmly. She didn't look worried at all. "You don't need some grand strategy just to win one battle." Then she walked over, slow and unhurried. "The one who can defeat a lion." Passing close by, she whispered into his ear with pointed meaning. "It's the enemy inside its belly, a parasitic species." Right after that, she turned away and giggled, ignoring Lee Ha's reddening face. "Looks like the Starlight faction is having trouble controlling people. So much so that someone even came to us and handed over that information." Hearing this, Lee Ha frowned in thought. A traitor. Someone betrayed them and came to HWA Yon. The thought lingered. Someone from the Starlight Alliance. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un had arrived at the meeting point. "Bro, I'm back." Ia looked at Kaijong with clear annoyance. As he sighed in exhaustion, "Phew, sorry I'm a bit late." Ia suddenly fired a sphere of light, startling Kaijong in confusion. The others also appeared one by one at his call. Kai, don't be late again next time. Kaijong replied awkwardly. Ah, yes. I'm sorry, Hia lightly pointed toward the chair beside him. Sit down first. Kaijong reached for the chair back but still hesitated. This is what I wanted to ask is in front of him, his teammates' faces all tightened with simmering anger. Even he showed irritation. The lines of his face tensed like someone who'd swallowed a bitter thorn, making Kaijong even more uneasy. What is it? Then it was Tian's turn. He couldn't even be bothered to offer a hint of friendliness, leaving Kaijong stunned and lost. He couldn't understand why everyone was acting like this. In the heavy air, someone suddenly spoke. I'm sorry, Kai. The abrupt voice made him freeze. At that instant, a burst of light exploded into gleaming chains that wrapped tightly around his body, thrown by Hia. And because of that, Kaijong couldn't move or resist under the net trap effect. He stared blankly, full of questions. Ah, bro, that's going a bit too far for a joke. But Hia answered, seething. A joke? Saying that, he snapped his fingers as if summoning something. After you see this, can you still say that, Kai? Even now, he still didn't understand what they were trying to do. What? A live feed played, showing Kaijong smiling happily with Lee Ha. It left him bewildered, and he hurried to defend himself. I was chasing someone who was tailing. But before he could finish, Sasuke cut in from the side, his voice brimming with anger. Tailing, he jabbed a finger at the screen hovering in midair, grinding out each word. And a guy who's tailing someone looks that happy. Kaijong answered quickly, that's not it. His eyes flicked across their faces, then he suddenly pointed out a flaw. Wait, this person wasn't there. In the footage full of dubious moments, the silhouette of a mysterious masked man appeared, and Kaijong stated firmly. This is edited. Everyone shot back at once, furious. Edited my ass, no one's buying it. You really think the guild leader wouldn't check? Those words slammed into him and he froze, mouth hanging open, unable to speak. Not wanting things to spiral deeper into a dead end, he shifted back and forth, flustered. Okay, I don't know what misunderstanding this is, but if you have questions, just ask. I'll explain. The moment the words fell, a slow voice rang out amid approaching footsteps. Of course, Kai, you have no reason to betray us. He spoke step by step with unshakable certainty, leaving no room to deny it. Because you're kind and you've sacrificed for the Starlight faction. After a heavy pause, he folded his arms and clenched each word. It's all because of Lee Ha, isn't it? The familiar name had barely reached his ears when Kai Dong's heart felt like it skipped a beat. Lee Ha, why was brother Lee Ha being brought up? Cornered until he could hardly breathe, he struggled in desperation. If you're saying that because of the photo, can I be sure what it really is? But the man didn't care and coldly brushed it off. Stop pretending you're innocent. It's hard to believe you still don't know that the Lam sisters' shadow has been brought up by Hia again. The matter of Ha Lee Ha having someone backing him. In that very instant, Kai Dong was knocked down by the shock once more, eyes wide with disbelief. He stammered in panic as if defending himself too. I think this is just a misunderstanding. Brother Lee Ha wouldn't do something like that. All at once, a staff slammed hard onto the floor, the harsh crack ringing out like a bell. Snap out of it, Kai, seeing he still stubbornly defended him. Hia was practically screaming. This is a war. Meanwhile, Sasuke quietly closed his eyes, choosing to listen instead of butting in. If you keep acting like this. The next moment, he clenched his fists in rage and roared so it echoed through the space. Everyone in the Star faction will be in danger. At this point, Kai Dong's mind was still thick with doubt. But the image of his cousin's bright, innocent face flashed before him, making it impossible to accept. What did brother Lee Ha even do? When Sasuke realized he stayed silent and didn't react further, he produced more evidence. If you see this, you'll believe you've been fooled. Once again, the video of the meeting between the sisters Hoa Dian and Lee Ha, still trending at 2, was played. Not stopping there, Hien continued to press with sharp words. Do you remember the Lin sisters showing up at the castle base? The video quality is very low, but the person appearing in it is definitely Halihar. That's obvious. A rookie royal guard going solo against a battlefield boss. One royal guard defeating 500 members of the Doi Sin Sun Guild. Every word pierced Kyung's belief like a dagger. Did you really think that was possible? Of course not. Royal guards are a low-tier class. One fighting 500 stars. How could anyone be foolish enough to believe that? Yet amid overwhelming doubt, he clung to his final belief alone. No, it's impossible. Lee Ha would never. At the same time, footsteps echoed, merging with a decisive voice. Enough, everyone. Tien immediately turned with suspicion. Tien reached up to his chin and slowly suggested, President, no matter the doubts, I think you should let Kai explain if he gets a chance. Saying this, he looked straight at him as if placing his trust. Kai, I also don't think Lee Ha is a spy for the Lin family, so please find evidence to help me. Hearing this, Kai's face lit up, eyes glistening. Evidence, yes. I just need to prove Lee Ha has nothing to do with the Lin sisters, right? Tien now silently glanced at Sasuke, waiting for his reaction. And when a firm nod was given, Tien tore the teleport paper apart. Alright, I'll take that as agreement. Before the teleportation gate, glowing brilliantly, was about to activate, Kyung slowly called Tien, eyes wide with burning determination. Just wait, I'll make sure to ask him everything. As the light gradually engulfed him, he shouted like a vow, I will prove he is innocent. In a brief moment, both Tian and Kyung vanished, without anyone noticing the sinister smile quietly forming on Hyun's face. All right, Kyung, but if you fail, you will be responsible for all the losses your cousin caused to the Shadow Force, right? At the same time, in another corner, Hoa Din suddenly froze as his keen ears caught a strange sound, then quickly turned. But what appeared was only rustling leaves and the steady conversation between Lai Ha and Hoa Dian. Stubborn indeed, I think that's quite a good proposal. Not many men, He got halfway through before Hoa Dian realized she had misspoken and hurriedly corrected. I hope you know I don't recognize or respect many people, not wanting to waste more time. She urged Lai Ha to decide quickly, so I'll ask you one last time, do you want to join our guild? Just as that tense moment settled, rustling sounds came from the bushes. The sudden noise made Lai Ha immediately spin around, face full of suspicion. And the moment Kyung poked his head out of the bushes, he widened his eyes in confusion. Lai Ha, what's happening? The unexpected appearance made Lai Ha freeze, his whole body tense like trapped in a dead end. Before he could explain, Kaijong questioned. In a choked voice, why do you know her? Immediately Hoa Dian shouted angrily, Shadow Force. Only then did Lai Ha hurriedly speak, voice trembling, clinging to a faint hope. Kyung, I can explain, the reason I'm here now is, when he reached back to continue, it's because of them. Hoa Din had begun casting ice bone magic. Sensing danger approaching, Tian shouted, Kai, move away. Then he quickly drew the sword, energy surging out of its sheath. Then, he swung horizontally in a decisive strike to block the ferocious ice blast. The entire scene exploded in dazzling light. Kyung was frozen in shock. Pupils trembling, tears streaming, the faith he had held for so long crumbling bit by bit. In the chaotic moment, Lai Ha urgently turned back, shouting desperately, Don't attack them, Hoa Din, stop now. Then he quickly faced the other, pleading urgently, and Tian too, please stop. Finally, both hesitated, the sword trembling midair gradually calming. Taking advantage of the brief pause, Lai Ha frantically rushed forward. Kyung. But before he could catch a breath, Tian pulled Kyung into the teleportation light. I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. Seems I misjudged you. Kai, let's go. Kyung didn't respond, ignoring the shattered calls. From behind, wait, don't go. Lai Ha desperately raised his hand toward the glowing light, shouting the name one last time, Kyung, but no reply echoed back, leaving him standing alone in despair. Kyung. The call stuck in his throat, Lai Ha could only grit his teeth in helplessness. All of it coalesced into a storm of chaos in his mind, leaving his legs unable to support him. Damn it for real. From the start, I shouldn't have hidden that I knew the Lamb sister. In the moment before his rapid breaths could settle, sudden footsteps approached from behind, probing. Do you know the Knights of the Star Force Guild? Li Ha immediately spun around, his pupils flaring with anger. Lamb Hoa Dian. He growled furiously. Who did you hear those words from earlier? But she merely tilted her head in curiosity. Who are you calling a star? Seeing her casually turn the question back, Li Ha's fury exploded further. Jamaki, a pest inside that lion's belly, and now there's a traitor within Star Force. Yet Hoa Dian stood still, her indifferent eyes fixed on him without a word. It was like pouring fuel on a fire, igniting Li Ha's anger when Hoa Dian's next words came coldly. Why should I tell you? It's not my responsibility. Each casual word hit like a slap. He immediately drew his gun, pointing it at her head. Speak quickly, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Yet she remained unshaken, her calm eyes studying his flushed, furious face. Do you realize what you're doing? Her composure only made Li Ha lose control, roaring, I cannot let Kai Zhang be misled. Speak, who is the traitor? Hoa Dian stayed serene as if it were all a joke. What? If I don't tell, will you shoot my skull? She crossed her arms, radiating a powerful aura, then coldly reiterated her identity. I am the leader of the Hoa Hong Guild and the eldest daughter of Lam Long, the guild leader. Are you going to shoot me just because of a junior from Star Force? Not to mention, this younger brother bears no resemblance to you. Yet Li Ha remained unmoved, speaking each word heavily, full of resolve. If what you say is a lie, don't blame me for taking action. In those fiery words, only determination remained as he repeated his choice. Answer now, because Kai Zhang is the most important to me. Faced with such intensity, Hoa Dian slowly turned and gave a vague reply. I wish I could tell you, but I honestly don't know. Of course, a masked figure like that cannot be easily recognized. If I heard the voice, maybe I would know. Who knows if the information he provided is true? Maybe he's a double agent sent by Star Force to deceive me. After that, she hesitated, as if wanting to show sincerity. Moreover, I never intended to cause a rift between you two. In the moment the wind swept through, Hoa Dian lifted her head to the sky and slowly suggested, then do this. Convince your younger brother. Her next words finally revealed her true intention today. Join Hoa Hong. Li Ha froze for a moment, only managing a surprised sound. Huh. Hoa Dian shrugged confidently. This is the best way. I want you. Her hands smoothed back her blazing red hair, exuding pride. Become my marksman and bodyguard. Li Ha still hadn't recovered, his mind lost in shock. Seeing him silent, Hoadian just smiled slightly and poured out each sweet word. Paid 1,000 gold up front, guaranteed income no less than 3,000 per year plus bonuses. So annually, you could bring home about 5,000 to 10,000 gold. Hearing the numbers, he said nothing, only silent and pensive, his mind in turmoil. Such a large sum made him calculate. This is an extremely attractive offer. If she's willing to pay this much, I could easily reach my goal in 3 or 4 years. The plan to gather 2 billion won. The thought circled in his mind, tormenting him like an endless wind. This is what many call a life-changing opportunity. I can accept it first, then figure out how to talk to Kai Jong later. Then everything will be fine. After all, he is my family. He will have to obey me, right? That's what others might think, but not me. Thinking this, Lee Ha resolutely spoke coldly, still polite. I'm sorry, Hoadian. His calm yet firm expression emphasized. But I must refuse. You're right, Kai Jong is not my biological brother. But memories from the real world to the game, the moments we shared flooded back. When I was about to die, he was the one who pulled me into this world. He is more than a brother. Kai Jong, in Lee Ha's heart, is the one who helped him be reborn after that incident. Therefore, he firmly emphasized, he is also my benefactor. For these reasons, his resolve grew stronger. So I will never join Hoa Han. At this point, Hoadian did not argue, merely observing each breath and expression. I'd rather fight you than betray Kai Jong. Strangely, when Lee Ha's final word fell, she smiled with satisfaction. A burst of laughter erupted like a gentle wind, dissipating the tension and startling Lee Ha. Right after that, Hwa Yeon spoke up, breaking the tension thick as a drawn bowstring. Just like I predicted, you really are a man. Lee Ha, right, Hwa Jeong? At that, she immediately nodded. Yes, he really is dependable. Then she suddenly let out a giggle. How long are you planning to keep pointing that gun at me? Her words made Lee Ha flush in embarrassment. So they were just testing him. Lee Ha holstered his weapon at his side and complained too. This is seriously humiliating. She stressed again, her voice brimming with confidence. But the offer is real, I'm not joking. That startled him more than a little. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she kept trying to recruit him. If you change your mind, my arms are always open. Finding the traitor in the Starlight faction would be a whole lot easier if you join Flame Rose. In the end, she walked away, leaving Lee Ha standing there, stunned and bewildered. All right, let's split up. Come on, Hwa Jeong, she answered at once. Yes, ma'am, and with that, the two of them warped away, leaving him alone and adrift in the vast emptiness. Lee Ha rubbed his forehead and sighed helplessly. What am I supposed to do now? At the same time, somewhere else, Kai Jeong was tied up and a suspicious voice rang out. I warned you already, didn't I? Ian stared at him and spoke each word coldly. From now on, this is considered settled, and we don't have any other choice. Then he held a sheet of paper up in front of him, as if darkness were about to swallow the teenager whole as he declared, sign the agreement. Now, as the quiet night sky settled in, the moon drifted gently overhead. Lee Ha kept calling the same one person, but every call fell into silence, making him let out a weary sigh. His eyes stayed fixed on the screen as he muttered under his breath. Why won't you pick up? Every number in his friends list was hopeless. I tried to contact him right after saying goodbye to Vice Guild leader Hwa Yeon, but he blocked me. Doubt echoed in Lee Ha's mind. Did he really feel that betrayed? And at that very moment, somewhere completely different, someone sat curled up on a bed, drowning in misery. Kai Jeong carried his sadness with him, brows furrowed with unspoken thoughts. He must be terribly disappointed. The teammates' hateful accusations suddenly came rushing back. I'm very disappointed in you. Kai is one of the founding members of the Starlight faction. I trusted you and gave you a chance, but in the end, you can't deny it. And you'll pay the price for betraying us. Without hesitation, Hien emphasized the key point. The forecast is that if we're defeated in the guild war, the losses will reach about 2.6 billion won. A massive figure written into the contract with 4 strict clauses, and only victory can exempt you. His icy eyes turned to Kai Jeong, who was being restrained by Sasu, and he growled each word. If we lose this guild war, Kai will pay the entire 2.6 billion won. Remembering that, tears spilled out before he could stop them. Then he yanked the blanket over his head and shrank into a corner. Even as he did, the phone lay silent on the table. Inside the sacred realm of the barbecue restaurant, the scent of sizzling meat mixed with the sharp tang of alcohol, blending into a lively buzz of chatter. So, who do you think will win this time? The Starlight faction or Flame Rose? Among the noisy crowd, someone lowered their voice mysteriously. I heard the Golden Dragon Guild will side with Flame Rose. Just then, a waitress walked up to Lee Ha's table and asked politely, what can I get you, sir? Without thinking, he answered calmly, vodka martini. But his next instruction made Bo freeze. Shaken, not stirred, every word crisp and clear. She burst into a delighted laugh bright enough to spread the joy. Of course. Welcome back, valued customer, please follow me upstairs. The moment she saw that familiar figure, Madame Jo lit up. "Oh my, it's Lee Ha, it's been ages, hasn't it? I'm so happy to see you." She quickly invited him to sit and smoothly steered the conversation. "If you came to see me, that means you're looking for information, right?" Without any unnecessary beating around the bush, Lee Ha went straight to the point. "Yes, along with the information about that guild I requested last time, there's one more thing I want you to look into." In his mind, the image of the man who killed his cousin surfaced. "Since you decided to side with Flame Rose, Igor couldn't possibly stay away. He doesn't know what the word ally means. He'll destroy anyone he runs into. This time I won't let Kaijiang die." Thinking that, he tightened his resolve, tension filling his eyes. "Someone will appear at the upcoming guild war. A Agroni Igor, I need information on him." A few days later at the Flame Rose Guild, inside a blazing, opulent estate, a booming voice echoed from deep within. "Welcome." As HWA Yon and HWA Jiang glided into the grand hall, that heavy voice rang out again. "Manager, at once." HWA Yon's decisive steps came to a halt. "Ya Chung, didn't I tell you not to call me manager here?" The old man stammered, "Why yes, I'm sorry, guildmaster." The person beside him couldn't hold back their curiosity. "Ya Chung, I thought the guildmaster of Flame Rose was HWA Jiang." He whispered quietly, "On paper, yes. But in reality, HWA Yon runs the guild's operations. That's why HWA Yon is the guildmaster." Without wasting another breath, Fire Flame Lin spoke decisively, like issuing a command. "All right, it's time." Jia Trung immediately responded, "Ah, yes." With commanding steps, she advanced straight into the large chamber where red light glowed against the high ceiling. The meeting was beginning. Then she forcefully slammed an object into her palm, shaking the entire room. Fire Flame emphasized each word. "Please remember, this meeting is held to convey accurate information to everyone, the pillars of our society, as quickly as possible." After that, she snapped her fingers like igniting the opening fire, then coldly declared, "First, let's talk about the first battle." On the hazy screen shrouded in thick gray smoke, a pair of feet suddenly stomped hard on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Damien unleashed his full strength, exploding forward with speed, observing the enemies ahead carefully before issuing a commanding order. Just as the captain said, there are only 15 of them. Deal with them all. Fire Red's group was stunned. Damn it, how could they? Immediately, the entire group was trapped in a dense encirclement. At that moment, a clear, thunderous voice rang out, "Star Force, prepare yourself." Through the surveillance screen, screams echoed endlessly, making the scene even more tense. At this point, Fire Flame suddenly spoke. "On the first day of the guild battle, this is what happened within less than an hour after it started. We were completely defeated. The safe house locations are completely top secret for each guild. But even though it's top secret, Star Force knew exactly how many people were in the base to defeat us." Jia Trung held up the report, stunned. "They attacked a total of 9 safe houses in the same time frame. The result, 132 casualties." Voices of outrage rang out, but the real issue was that my classified information had been exposed. And in response to this, another snap of fingers sounded. "We will bring him in." Everyone turned to look in one direction as a panicked scream echoed, observing the arm holding someone, and realized it was Crowley, the alchemist outsider. After eliminating a few, he stuck out his tongue and grinned with delight. "KKK," someone shouted upon noticing. "The commander is with Crowley." Carrion, an ally of Star Force, became suspicious. "Fire Red is recruiting an alchemist," but he deliberately smirked, adding more taunts. "I heard Star Force tried to recruit Feng. I guess that filthy bastard will never join the battle. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to support our channel." Next, he turned fully around, winking dramatically. "Isn't that right, darling?" Fire Ding angrily snapped, "Don't talk to me." Ignoring that attitude, Crowley laughed loudly with pleasure while she stormed off, choking with anger. "I can handle it alone." "Why did you decide to drag someone like him in?" He paid no attention, calmly pulling out a red potion and flicking it forcefully, sending the cap flying. "Now rise." The thick red liquid hissed and rolled across the ground continuously. In a moment, a massive shape erupted from the ground, roaring at the sound. He called out, "Blood Golem." The players from the Dragon Knight Guild trembled in fear at the sight. It charged forward, reaching out to grab anyone in front. Horrified screams mixed with streaks of red blood. "Stop, help me, help." Back here, Fire Flame closed her eyes and concluded. "That was the battle in the Tagona's plains, and it seems we are about to win." Each side had won one major battle, but judging by casualties alone, we are still at a disadvantage. All our efforts were lost in vain. Only results matter. Increase security and stay vigilant. Make sure this never happens again. Everyone is probably busy in the middle of the battle, so move out. This meeting is adjourned. Return to the battlefield. As the blood golem fought fiercely, a figure was lurking in the distant bushes. Lihan hid in the brush, focusing with his flare gun to observe the situation ahead. Witnessing this, he thought, incredible. It's truly Fire Red. Hard to believe they successfully recruited an outsider along with Hong Long. I didn't know someone like him existed among the outsiders. Suddenly, his pupils froze as if he saw something. What struck Lee Ha's eyes were two figures in black lurking not far away. What's going on? Observing their stealthy behavior made him think. They were wearing cloaks similar to fire red but different. That color is for blending into the environment. They are camouflaged cloaks. No symbol shows whether they belong to Fire Red or Star Force. They are hiding in the location too. Clearly, this is not their first time tracking someone. A sudden thought flashed through Lee Ha's mind. What if they're the same people who showed up in front of me back when I was in the capital? At the time, I thought they belonged to the Fire Rose Guild because of the emblem on their cloak, but now I can see I need to weigh a lot more. If the one tailing me really is from the Fire Rose Guild, then HWA Yon couldn't possibly not know that Kai Trong and I know each other. Lee Ha raised a hand toward the two of them and activated a level 9 rookie tracking skill. Who are you? I'll follow you to the ends of the earth just to learn your identities. Right then, a building erupted into a sea of flames and screams tore through the air. It's an ambush, Fire Rose, take your positions and protect the hideout. One by one, they were wiped out amid heartrending screams, with no way to escape. The Fire Rose group kept falling under the brutality imposed by the Star faction. Watching through the screen, HWA Yon stayed silent, her brows drawn tight. Meanwhile, Ya Trong was drenched in sweat, rivulets running down his face. As he watched his people drop one after another without even time to cry out, the old man finally spoke in desperation. I sincerely apologize. We lost 4 Fire Rose members in the attack in Mio City. She sat perfectly straight, but her calculating gaze bored deeper. HWA Yon rested her chin on her hand and probed. You've noticed this has been going on for days now, haven't you? And you've also realized the casualties we've been taking, right? Ya Trong nodded to confirm. Yes, when she couldn't think of anything else useful, she coolly dismissed him. All right, you may leave now. After that, she frowned, lost in thought. The battle on the Tiganat's front had been going on for a week. Then she recalled Carrion of the Dragon Knight group and Crowley's Blood Golem. The Star faction hadn't even shown its face yet, but every card we had was already exposed. Whenever our side gathered, they hit us with guerrilla strikes. Yeah, she lifted her slender hand and touched the item on the table. Deep down, HWA Yon told herself, I definitely missed something. She picked up the Joker card and replayed the entire situation in her mind. But she still couldn't figure out where everything had gone wrong. At that very moment, in another guild, curious voices roared through the Great Hall. How did it go? All 3 teams reported success. Hearing that, Hyen beamed with joy. Wait, really? That's incredible. Then he quickly crowded around Sasuke, showering him with energetic praise. I thought you were just some gloomy guy. Where did you get this information? He answered quickly, thanks, it wasn't much. The other man continued, we're spending a lot, but the losses Fire Rose has to swallow are even bigger. We're burning through consumables like water, but that's not a problem. As long as we win Castle Dila, we'll be able to make it all back. All those costs and more. While the praise still echoed, Sasuke added in a measured tone. We can gather supplies and restore our funds in this war without any obstacles. I'll build tactics for guerrilla warfare while we prepare for an all-out assault. Hearing that, Hyen excitedly agreed, all right, Sasuke, do it. I'm counting on you. As he left, Hyen's mouth kept moving in grateful relief. Thank God I have you. Sasuke, thank you so much. But the moment the door closed, a hard-to-read look flickered across his face. It's nothing. As the clash between factions became a sensational headline, the Star faction was unexpectedly pulling ahead in the world. This battle, right? Comments flooded in. I got my money back from Fire Rose and betted on that faction. The Star faction, Fire Rose still has piles of money left to spend. The Star faction kept leaking information. Rumor has it they're gathering at Amat Gorge. A certain guild's territory went up in a fierce blaze. Along with comments mocking Fire Rose, a bombshell rumor spread that the 2 sides would fight at Amat Gorge. A few days later, Amat Gorge became the meeting point of the 2 opposing forces. In the thick, stifling air, a clear call suddenly rang out. Ya Trong. Are you ready? After checking all equipment and formations, the old man nodded. All set. In the next instant, HWA Yon turned back and asked, looks like we have fewer people than they do. Any word from the Yellow Dragon? He reported calmly, I've contacted 5 Vu. He said their 888 most elite warriors are ready for battle. Standing amid ranks blazing with fighting spirit, she declared clearly, all right, make sure this mission goes perfectly. Get the alchemists ready too. Beneath a vast canopy of deep blue sky, the blue flag snapped in the wind as a voice rang out. This is the last time. Yunchan nodded, but his face was full of worry. I'm worried I don't even know if that's possible. No, Master Hyen, if we miss the timing by even a little. By contrast, Carrion remained completely calm. He stated firmly, there's nothing to worry about. Yunchan, Master Hyen's plan has never failed. Then he scanned the surroundings and stressed, the real issue now is how long we can hold out. At that moment, Sasuke finally spoke up. Master, your orders. After a moment, Hyen replied, all right, Sasuke. After thinking it through, he gave the command decisively. Protect me, Sasuke answered at once. Yes, sir. Then he pursed his lips, as if gathering all his strength to issue a single command. Finally, he gripped his weapon tightly and shouted clearly, "Everyone, prepare for battle." The roar echoed through the sky, shaking the entire space. We will defeat the witches and march courageously into Dale Castle. Witnessing the dust raised by the approaching group, Old Zhang anxiously reported. Guild leader, reconnaissance reports that the Star Force numbers around 600. Fire Yan coldly retorted, so what? Looking at the mass of people rushing forward, he judged. This battle was initiated by the Star Force. It must be a trap. They have concentrated all their forces here. Hearing this, she frowned and confirmed, so you're saying something's off. But don't worry, this isn't a chess game. At this point, we don't need to figure it out. Why try to find their strategy now? Immediately, Fire Yan clearly called out to her sibling, Yu Ding. Upon hearing this, he nodded in understanding. Yes. Sister, without missing a beat, Yu Ding raised his arm, channeling all explosive power around his body. The scene stunned their opponents. On the other side, they were frozen, speechless. Once his energy was fully gathered, he recited a spell aloud. Arctic Vortex. Instantly, from the burst of energy, a massive pillar of ice formed and charged forward with storm-like fury. The Star Force players turned pale witnessing this. Panicked, they shouted, "Wait, mages, stop it. Stop that." While chaos spread, Geo, Mater of the Lightning, stood calmly on the side and reminded, "Lord Heian, please reinforce the trap." He nodded, understood on Tron. At that moment, he focused all his power and slammed the staff onto the ground. Then, he raised the weapon high, creating a massive barrier. Stormlock, the violent collision exploded into waves of energy, spreading across the air, shaking the long space. Fire Yan gritted her teeth in anger. Yes, this is a trap setup. Judging from the shield, they arrived early to arrange the trap first. Antron sweated under the wind pressure from Hu Ding. Clearly, in his mind, he was using 4 walls. Yet he couldn't stop just a single spell. At that moment, a pair of feet slowly approached with a voice, "That's why I'm here." And surprisingly, staffs of all shapes were raised high as someone declared, "Everyone." They all raised their staffs, channeling their power to successfully form an energy sphere while shouting, "Perform." The energy sphere swirled in the air, absorbing surrounding spiritual power. Ei observed and smirked inwardly. It would be troublesome if this technique hit the wall first. Thinking this, he shouted loudly while standing in the magic circle, "Twist space." Immediately, the sphere slowly moved toward the Arctic vortex. Seeing the object approach, Huo Ding's eyes widened in shock and surprise. Extremely so, because its power clearly forced him to struggle. Sweat poured from his body. Suddenly, the sphere blazed violently, shaking the entire area. Then it shattered with the shout from the outsiders, "Break." The explosion generated a brutal gust sweeping everything, causing chaos. Shouts rang out as people tried to resist the catastrophic storm, even affecting their own side. However, despair mixed with disappointment over their own cousin in Kai Zhang overshadowed the violent events unfolding before them. Laiha Kai Zhang gripped the sword hilt. Each shout resonated like all his power converging in his body. Immediately after, cold successive slashes tore through the blocking blood golem. On the opposite side, the familiar figure of Tian swung a blade of Kai, charging forward. The raging force swept through the monsters, making them roar in despair. Seeing their creations destroyed, Crowley clutched his head. "Those bastards are destroying my cute little golems." The Star Force group, meanwhile, cheered at the sight. "Fire Hung only has money, it's not hard at all. At this rate, we'll truly win." But just as that boast fell, a strange tremor suddenly hit, shaking the ground beneath them. Everyone who was distracted by the battle froze simultaneously, exclaiming. From afar came the sound of pounding footsteps. The rushing army approached swiftly. A force carried a long banner with a flying dragon emblem. When everyone looked up at the mountain where the army paused, a voice called out, "For." Observing the leader closely, they all shouted, "Bai Vu." At the same time, Fire Yan suddenly smirked and said, "Now I understand why they say don't fight Korean." She calmly stepped forward, exhaling in relief. "I feel so relieved." Her eyes gleamed with pride as she looked at her opponents and concluded, "By winning these minor battles, you have proven that my decision was correct." The Star Force faction members immediately stirred in surprise at the arrival of another party. Hong Long, damn it, is that really Hong Long? Could it be that they came to aid Fire Crimson? While people's minds were still in turmoil, Fire Flame quickly seized the opportunity and gave the order, "Encircle the Star Force immediately, Bai Vu." As soon as the command was issued, he raised his head and shouted, "Hong Long, advance." The roar echoed off the mountains, making the entire group shiver before charging down. Hong Long advanced from the left wing to the right. Each scream blended with the thunderous rhythm of their steps. Hong Long advanced. Bai Vu's troops poured down the mountain like a breaking flood. The roaring tumult shook the entire space. Witnessing the overwhelming scene sent chills through everyone wave after wave. Jeffrey could only grit his teeth, his face showing clear apprehension. Even Tian now stood open-mouthed, stunned in utmost horror. Only Heian remained silently serious, lips tightly pressed. not uttering a single word. Until that moment passed, Hong Long's massive army finally shattered the seemingly impenetrable formation of the Star Force. Eyes darting across the battlefield in panic, one of the team members gritted his teeth and muttered, "How many of them are there?" Each opposing face was brimming with murderous intent, tightening his chest. "Damn it, we have no chance of winning." Seeing the situation turn so unfavorably for the enemy, Fire Flame advanced leisurely. "So what's the plan now? It seems everything will unfold just like in Tiwi Gorge. You probably intended to sweep us before Hong Long arrived. But you were too careless, Hien, just like last time." "Right." For Hien, that didn't seem frightening at all. "Just as I expected, Fire Flame. You are an excellent entrepreneur, but you will never become an outstanding princess of the Earth clan." His sharp words briefly made her show a hint of doubt. "What did you say?" Hien stared at Fai Vu and coldly exposed her plan. "You brought Hong Long all the way here thinking I had locked this space, didn't you?" At that moment, even Fire Determined was stunned by Hien's sudden blunt words. But look around. What was revealed made Fire Flame frown in thought. Hien didn't lock the space. A spatial mage, a top 100 ranked sorcerer in the world. While her mind was still deep in doubt, she hadn't yet processed it when suddenly, the rapid cry of Fire Determined ripped through the air. "Sis, hurry!" At that moment she hadn't yet grasped the situation, looking on with suspicion. Hien had already finished setting the magic formation. Too late. Ice spell remnant. Right beneath Fire Crimson's allies, a dazzling light suddenly erupted brilliantly. He laughed triumphantly, shouting, "Farewell, Fai Vu." At the next moment, he unleashed the magic raging where he stood. Forced movement. Only then did Fire Flame realize in shock and quickly turn back. No, a pillar of blazing light enveloped the body along with a scream of agony. Fai Vu, she didn't manage to stop it, could only helplessly watch the figure vanish. Eyes wide, body frozen, unable to utter a word. In this critical moment, Hien immediately issued a decisive command. "Lock the space right now." At that moment, the Star Force faction finally unleashed their hidden ultimate move, standing aside. Sasuke closed his eyes and analyzed thoughtfully. Forced movement. This skill moves the target to a random location. After this is over, we must find out where Fai Vu has been sent. While the subordinates cheered excitedly, shouting, "Fai Vu's gone, Fai Vu's gone," he remained calm, lost in thought. Even if he was moved somewhere nearby, it would take considerable time to return. Fire Flame realized with a start that he had saved this trump card for last. Then he issued instructions, "Jia Chung, you must lead Hong Long." Then he urged further hurry before the main force collapses. The elder replied promptly, "Understood, President." Her mind was now self-encouraging. Fai Vu had been removed from the battle, but Hong Long's 888 members were still present. The combined forces of the two factions were about 1,000. Fire Flame hurriedly reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid, we still outnumber them." The Star Force Alliance had about 400 people. Even without Fai Vu, we still outnumber them 2-1, but Hien had considered this too. That's probably what she was thinking. He smirked at Fire Flame with a cunning smile. "Fai Vu will take at least an hour to return. We just need to wipe you out before then, Fire Crimson." As the familiar figure charged from afar, he became even more certain that this battle was over. But sensing imminent danger, Hua Ding quickly warned, "Sister, behind you." Hearing this, Hua Dian spun around in shock and amazement. Meanwhile, Hien smiled slyly as he approached. Their hearts witnessed the scene before them. At this moment, Igor barreled in, carrying a massive weapon, his face blazing with rage. Upon seeing the figure in front of him, everyone trembled in fear, stammering out the terrifying name, Agroni Igor. He charged forward, baring his sharp teeth as if savoring the upcoming chaos. Then, he raised his mace high, letting out a deafening, powerful roar, and began striking down each opponent daring to block his path. Too many foes to eliminate. Witnessing the scene, Hua Dian froze amid the deafening screams echoing everywhere. Despite her comrades' frantic shouting, her mind held only one thought: "We've lost." Across the deep blue sky, shouts and echoes of doubt mixed relentlessly. "What the hell?" she shivered as she realized the grim scenario. "It's over." Just then, a gun slowly raised with a contrasting thought. She hadn't lost yet. Liha hid in the nearby grass, focusing on observing the battle through the scope. "I guarantee this battle will not end in defeat. I will make sure of it." The fierce battle between the Scarlet Flames and the Star Force was so intense that even the wind seemed to tremble with each strike. After a brutal clash, Crowley emerged forcefully, yet still couldn't escape the fate of being logged out. Hua Ding now lay motionless on the cold ground. Igor had just appeared and already captured Hua Dian, leaving the surrounding comrades wide-eyed in shock. "We won, really, really." After a short distance, he ruthlessly threw her to the ground, signaling the end. At this moment, Erntron joyfully advanced into the still chaotic battlefield. "Impressive, Captain Haiyan. I had doubts, unsure if this plan would work." Hearing this, he added, We only need to deal with 5 Vu and it's over. The moment I made contact with Igor, I knew we would win this battle. Of course, maintaining the guerrilla strategy also greatly unsettled the enemy. Then with a skillful turn, Heian's gaze and gestures targeted someone directly. But the true MVP of this battle, the one who contacted Igor, and also led the guerrilla strategy, was Sasuke. Now that Igor is your boss, I have a request. Finish off Lam Hoadayan. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly spoke up with an order. Take care of the rest too. Igor replied at once, okay. As he spoke, he decisively launched a direct strike at Heian. I was about to do the same. The sudden head-on blow made him freeze, unable to react to what had just happened. When the stabbing pain hit, he finally snapped back to his senses, his pupils shrinking violently. In the end, clutching the wound, he collapsed to the ground, spitting up blood. Heian trembled, stammering in disbelief. What is this? Igor warned he might die. Sasuke complained, thoroughly annoyed. I told you not to kill him. It all happened too suddenly, and Carrion protested. Wait, what's going on? Suddenly someone spoke up. For your own safety, I suggest you step back. The group in front radiated murderous intent, making the air feel heavy. Watching them, he grew wary as he realized. They were the people who came here with Igor. Sasuke curled his lip in contempt as someone called his name. Sasuke. Heian clutched his aching body, unable to form a complete sentence. Why you in the end? Even now, he still couldn't understand, and he demanded an explanation. Why could you do this? But the man brushed it off. Stop talking nonsense. Then he snapped his fingers as if summoning something, correcting himself as he did. I mean Heian. Placing the paper before him, Sasuke emphasized each word. This is the contract transferring ownership of Dale Castle to us. Sign it and everything will be over. All the humiliation I endured under you, how do you think I could ever swallow that? The answer, from the very beginning, I was never your subordinate. The true victors of this battle aren't the Starlight faction, it's us. Because you never once suspected me, this is why you lost. Hearing Sasuke's calculated speech, Heian ground his teeth, blazing with fury. Bastard. The man slowly paced around and spoke with deliberate emphasis. Don't get too worked up, Heian. You don't want to die, do you? If you want to live, then stay right there. Then he set a hand on his shoulder and even confessed everything. Oh, and one more thing, I skimmed a little money from the guild fund. He leaned close to Heian's ear and threatened him outright. Each word carried a wicked smile. If you make any move at all, I'll pin everything on you. And after that, you'll never be able to return to Earth again. Now sign the contract, don't waste my time. At that moment, Hoadayan woke up, opened his eyes and slowly looked around. Seeing what was unfolding and understanding it, it was hard to believe that the parasite inside the lion's belly was the vice leader of the Starlight faction. Reading the paper, Heian screamed, Guild Dawana, your guardian is Japanese. So you plan to betray me and the Starlight faction from the start. And then what? Sasuke said coldly, shut up. Stop wasting time. After that, he chanted a spell and conjured countless ropes that bound Heian tight. Spoke Bechino Jutsurutsu. Then he muttered in disgust, in the end, you're still just a nuisance. When Rin saw what was happening, he froze, shocked and confused. Sasuke, what are you doing? Turning to answer, the man planted his foot on Heian's head and warned, don't butt in. We're discussing how to deal with you after this battle. This isn't something you should hear. At that instant, an arm braced against the ground and a shout rang out. Powerful, seeing indignation flare, Hoadayan immediately exposed this chilling truth. You're the one who went with Halliha, aren't you? You've been framed. If this keeps up, both you and Halliha will, but before he could finish. Sasuke immediately used a ninja technique, his voice crisp and cold. Once again, he performed that move, Boke Pechino Jutsu. Heian's body stiffened, unable to make a sound. But after hearing those words, Rin clenched his teeth, a long-suppressed mix of resentment and fury surging up inside him. Then he erupted in rage. His shout echoed through the space. You're the real culprit. The scenes of him being led around by the nose replayed one by one in every hissed word. Between his clenched teeth, the one who appeared before us and the one who deceived the members into thinking I was secretly in contact with Halliha, putting it all together, Rin declared, it was you from the very beginning. Sasuke wasn't afraid, he provoked him instead. So what if it was? You don't have any evidence. And wouldn't it be better for you if this guy disappeared? This piece of trash tried to dump the entire guild war onto you. Then he glanced back over his shoulder, smirking. You've got no reason to protect him. Only then did Heian manage to speak with difficulty. Kai, I'm sorry, this may sound like an excuse, but the one who came up with the plan to scapegoat you was Sasuke. Now it's hard to tell how many times he clicked his tongue. Resistance was pointless, but he still tried to explain. I shouldn't have listened to him. But I was terrified when I saw the huge sum riding on this battle. Rin's trust and worldview slowly crumbled as the words spilled from him. You people are so selfish. Fragments of happy memories surged like a violent wave. I didn't stand up to protect you, Heian. You were blinded by money. And so missed the most important thing. Heian, are we only together for money and fame? The one thing I wanted to protect. After a moment of silence, he clearly shouted in a ready-to-fight stance. It's our guild, Star Force. Seeing Kai Zhang's resolute defiance, Sasuke sighed in exasperation. He pressed Heian's head firmly and muttered, kids these days. At that moment, the resilient figure of Kai Jong was deeply etched in his eyes, blending with Sasuk's growl. Annoying, Igor, deal with Kai. Receiving the order, Igor hoisted his weapon on his shoulder and let out a long laugh. Damn, ha ha ha, I still remember you. He rubbed his chin in excitement. You're the kid who tried to protect someone, right? Kai Jong gritted his teeth, feeling his heartbeat surge, telling himself, there's nothing to fear. I've improved a lot. I swore that next time I face this bastard, I'll strike straight at his face. No more hesitation. Igor raised his giant blood-soaked chainsaw, ready to eliminate the kid. Facing the small body opposite him, he called out the attack's name. Blood chainsaw. Meanwhile, Kai Jong, though fear stirred inside, braced himself, his eyes flashing with determination to fight. At that moment, Tien rushed over from afar, calling out his name, Kai. But before he could reach him, a fierce aura struck Igor directly. The observer saw a bullet pierce Igor's forehead and was surprised. Witnessing this, Kai Jong was equally stunned, his eyes fixed on the hovering object that successfully defeated him. At that moment, Kai Jong fully realized who controlled it, erupting with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Turning toward the one responsible, a familiar figure came into view. Li Ha, cloak billowing, arrived just in time to rescue him with a loud shout. After that shot, Igor was unharmed except for a small slice missing from his blood-soaked body. What the hell? How dare you attack me? Kai Jong's face lit up at Igor's panicked reaction. Where did you come from? Igor glanced at Hien lying unconscious on the ground. And Hai Dian, though awake, had no strength left. The Red Fire Gang, damn witches. He decisively assessed the cause and gripped his sword. I'll break each of your bones, but before he could act, Igor took another bullet to the thigh. The pain made him scream, echoing everywhere. His shout caused his ally to blanch. Damn it, Sasuk, you didn't say there was a third party involved. Igor glanced at his chainsaw, now half gone. Damn. Then he spun to his subordinates, I need blood. That gaze terrified everyone, but before they could run, he caught them, turning them into Igor's natural food supply. Seeing this, Sasuk hurriedly intervened. No, Igor, you can't just. Before he could finish, someone interrupted. Where do you think you're going, Vice Guild leader? No. It turned out the one approaching with a sword was Taein. After a pause, Sasuk regained composure and said, Taein. Then he carefully warned, don't interfere when you know nothing. Aren't you the type who always stays neutral? But he didn't care. Exactly, that's why I decided to intervene. Tien's eyes were resolute because I trust that master more than you. This left him speechless. Soon after, two attacks from different factions collided continuously in midair. Sasuk and Taein fought intensely. Each move left only an afterimage. Their actions confused Kai Jong and Unchan, who were allies. Why is Tien fighting the vice leader of Star Force? What the hell is happening? Meanwhile, Igor gritted his teeth in hatred. I don't need to care about those trying to harm me. He turned to Hien sitting nearby. The only task according to the agreement is to neutralize the guild leader of Star Force. Then Kai Jong suddenly stepped in front of him as Igor growled. Even if I have to cut off your hand, I must get the signature. The sudden appearance delighted him, radiating murderous intent. Kid. Seeing Kai Jong resolutely defend, he thought, you're trying to stop me again. Facing Igor, he no longer showed fear. Don't think I'm the same as before. These words only irritated him. Funny kid, all his fury was directed at Kai Jong. Madly, no matter what, he firmly defended his solid shield. Meanwhile, Kai Jong silently counted. 16. However, this amused him. Don't tell me you're counting how many seconds you can hold against me. But he kept focusing so hard he didn't care about what was happening around him. 20, 21. Young's indifference drove Igor mad. I'll send you off before you count to 30. Meanwhile, Kai Trong wore a strange, unreadable smile. No, the one dying here is you. Then he recalled his conversation with Li Ha. How long does it take you to reload? He answered honestly. About 25 seconds, I guess. It's still slower than other classes, but you're doing your best. Right. Hearing that, Kai Trong grinned from ear to ear. All right, then it looks like the day I get to fight alongside you isn't far off. Back in the present, his foot was braced hard against the ground. 24, 25. Igor was closing in for an ambush when he flinched at Kiyoung, suddenly shouting. Right now, a shot fired toward them without a second's hesitation. The bullet cleanly pierced his left shoulder. A scream of agony echoed through the space. Seizing the opening, Kai Trong gripped his sword tight and prepared his ultimate move, Holy Spirit. Next, he charged straight into the enemy's flank with all his might. Sacred Knight's Oath. The sudden strike made Igor jerk to a stop at the last instant. Bright red blood sprayed out like a waterfall. Igor's premium weapon finally dropped with a heavy thud, and his body collapsed in front of Kai Trong, unable to move. He clenched his teeth and strained as if something terrifying had gone wrong, because he tried to pull his weapon back but couldn't. My sword stuck in him. Even worse, Igor's head snapped back with a series of growls. In an instant, he fully transformed into a werewolf, and with his bare hand, he easily clamped down on that sharp steel blade. I'll finish you for good this time. Sensing the danger, Hien tried to warn him. Kai dropped the sword, but Kai Trong stubbornly stayed. Not yet, I have to buy enough time for Li Ha to reload. Right then, Hoadin, no one knew when he'd come to, suddenly unleashed a skill. Breeze, Igor's disgusting mouth was abruptly sealed in ice, along with his claw. Even though he was badly injured, he still forced himself to keep up the attack. That sight gave Keong renewed resolve. Alright, I can hold out a little longer, but over here Hien was pleading with him. Kai, fall back now, if you keep enduring this you'll. His words cut off at Keong's goofy smile, yet it shone brighter than the sun. It's fine, Hien, I believe in him. The moment he finished speaking, Igor managed to brute force his way through the ice coating his razor fangs. Hien's face turned pale as he was about to witness something horrifying. No. But Kai Trong kept his unwavering faith and stepped forward firmly. Li Ha, you can do it, right? Just then, a bullet came flying in, tearing through the wind. Kai Trong steeled himself again even as he was being held. Right. Igor, meanwhile, had no idea danger was closing in, so he kept threatening the one who'd been acting carefree right under his nose. It's over, kid. The instant the bullet touched his head, it erupted with a terrifying force that left Igor no time to react. Shards of ice scattered, and the gun barrel still carried a wisp of white smoke, signaling an attack had just ended. Then system notifications kept popping up non-stop, leaving Li Ha utterly stunned. Not just one but countless system panels titled "Your level has increased" appeared before him, like endless messages flooding in. What had just happened left everyone shaken. Leveling up after taking down another player, even when they weren't from your guild. It was extremely unusual, but Li Ha, lost in too many other thoughts, didn't even question it. He was still frozen in place, replaying the fight in his mind. Violent images from moments ago kept flashing before Li Ha's eyes. So many scenes, like Sasuke arrogantly stepping on Hien's head, or forcing him to compare things against a contract paper. It made my blood boil. His gaze landed on the level-up system panel. But thank goodness I'm still alive. Igor then dissolved into nothingness after Li Ha's strike, at last seeing his whole body go rigid right across from him. He couldn't hide his joy and beamed. I took him down too, but Li Ha quickly forced himself to calm down with another shot. This isn't the time to celebrate. This only ends when I'm out of the Nga guild. As he fled, Sasuke's people shouted an announcement. Lord Igor is dead. Catch that damn murderer. The underlings shouted in unison that they understood. Meanwhile, Li Ha kept running for his life. Then he stomped hard to build momentum and hurled himself off a cliff dozens of meters high. As he fell freely, Li Ha was so happy tears streamed down his face. His action terrified Kai Trong. Li Ha, you're seriously going to die now, you idiot. Even Hoa Din gaped in shock. How can you be that clumsy? Just then, a cane-wielding man approached the cliff edge. Good thing I still have a little mana left. As Kai Trong tried to turn back, Hien didn't bother with explanations and directly formed a magic circle in front of him. Dimensional control. A conjured hand immediately caught Li Ha's body as he got carried away with joy. It gently closed, then slowly opened in midair, lowering him until he could safely set foot on the ground. Only now did Li Ha realize how reckless that move had been and let out a relieved breath. That was close to death. Someone watching from afar ground his teeth in fury. Li Ha. He even tore a piece of paper apart. Li Ha, a Korean, I will make sure to remember your name. Ignoring the attacks striking the cliff wall, he just scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Thanks, Hien. No one knew what had moved him as he showed no emotion at all. Li Ha, what did he just, as the thought was about to form, Li Ha cut in. We cannot talk about that right now. Where is Sasuke? At that moment, Ganser suddenly recounted what happened when Igor fell. He ran away. Those words made him feel irritated for a few seconds. Suddenly, another hand landed on Li Ha's shoulder. Karyong had just arrived and fired off a barrage of words, leaving him with nothing but an awkward smile. Are you all right? How did you get here? Faced with the questioning, Li Ha put on his usual naive act. Haha, just a coincidence. Then Karyong gave a gentle smile. His next words made him freeze on the spot. I met the Fire Sisters. Sorry I did not tell you earlier. Li Ha lowered his head slightly and explained. It is not that I meant to deceive you, but he was cut off midway by Kijang. It is fine, I was angry too and did not give you a chance to explain. I was too stubborn and made things worse. That was wrong of me. As he hesitated to continue, Li Ha cleared his throat and shook the other's hand. Then let us call it even. Meanwhile, Ian Chan and Karyong took turns questioning Hien. Excuse me, but can someone explain what has been going on? What happened at Bijan Cho? Before he could answer, another person joined in. It was none other than Li Ha, determined to resolve the trouble that had just occurred. Listen to my explanation. He stood alone between the blue and red armies and shouted loudly. Guild Master and Vice Guild Master, please come here. I will expose the truth behind this war. The footage that was shown stunned everyone. What? A ghost guild? Li Ha not only did not deny it, but also provided more details. That is right. Daejanana Guild is the 17th fake guild, created by Shinobi Gyumi to make a profit. The guild master must be someone else. I bet their guild master is just some low-level player. Recalling the past, Karyong hurriedly interrupted with a question. Then what about the person we met back then? He immediately gave his guess. It could be Sasu. Hijong nodded in agreement, but Hia was startled. I understand now. That screenshot was fake too, made by Sasu. After everything became clear, Ganser suddenly spoke politely. It seems we have caused you trouble, master, he replied awkwardly. It is fine, thank you. Seeing that they had resolved the conflict, Li Ha slowly continued, and after weakening the alliance between Bijun Cho and Red Flame through the war, he then summoned another force with sufficient strength and logistics. That force was Igor and his Russian guard, and the benefits that should have belonged to Bijun Cho and Red Flame were taken by them. Every word he spoke left Fire Yon silent. Finally, she spoke with suspicion toward Li Ha's actions. Why did you involve yourself in this? Are you revealing everything just to stop this war? But her words struck Karyong and made him flare up. What are you saying? Igor joined later, but this war was almost over with the winner being. However, Karyong's eyes widened immediately when he was hit with a decisive question. So the Knight faction wants to keep fighting. Fire Yon continued to voice her opinion. There will be no Igor or outsiders anymore. Red Flame and Golden Dragon will be your true opponents. If you know that and still choose to fight, then let us join as well. As the atmosphere grew tense, Li Ha quickly tried to calm everyone. Wait, now is not the time to fight. We know nothing about Shinobi Gumi right now, so I think fighting will not help. We need to end the war between these guilds. However, she did not agree with that plan. Then who will win? If you are telling us to withdraw, I oppose it. We sent many proposals to Bijun Cho before. Ian's face changed instantly when he heard that. Only then did he realize the truth. Red Flame did that. Meanwhile, Fire Yon continued arguing with Li Ha. Please calm down, Miss Fire Yon. Everyone knows Red Flame will not withdraw. Only Hien felt foolish for being deceived in the past. I sent Sasuk to attend the conference under my name many times. Red Flame sent many proposals. He told me they completely ignored our suggestions. This truth made him grit his teeth and question himself. Why did it end up like this? Then he stepped closer to Fire Yon. Please, I beg you, I will take full responsibility. Ian did not hesitate to bow in apology. If I leave Bijun Cho, please trust the guild members. Once again, Li Ha had to speak up to handle the situation. Wait, listen to me. I have a very good proposal. She looked at him suspiciously. A very good proposal. After everyone fell silent, Li Ha cheerfully continued. I have looked into it a bit and found that you all have many other concerns, such as dungeon management, troop maintenance, and so on. So Fire Ruby will stay at the De La Palace and hire both the Order of Knights and the Peacekeepers Guild. Since the Order of Knights and the Peacekeepers Guild don't use mercenaries, it'll cost less than hiring the Golden Dragon. Everyone's already seen what those two guilds can do, so what do you all think? Isn't it a great idea? With Haliha's negotiations, the Order of Knights and the Peacekeepers were hired by Fire Ruby. Ian, who took responsibility for the defeat in the guild battle and the internal conflict within the guild, voluntarily stepped down. After handing the guildmaster position to Master Kai, the decision was so unbelievable that Kai Zhang couldn't believe it. Hai-In, do you really want this? In truth, Hai-In didn't regret it at all. He even took the initiative to encourage him. Kai, I know this could be a huge burden, but you're the only person I can trust to take charge of Bijun Cho. I'll talk to the other members, but I'm sure no one will object. He would personally write the contract in front of Kai Zhang. He would hand Bijun Cho over to him. Hai-In decided to use his own gold and personal items to pay for this guild battle, and to avenge the humiliation that he and Bijun Cho had suffered. So he was determined to catch Sasu. Before long, dusk fell over the rugged canyon region. It was also when Liha could finally breathe easy after getting everything settled. While he was resting, someone approached and offered praise. You did really well today. It was Fire Yon. She was smiling from ear to ear. You showed up at the perfect time and your persuasion skills were outstanding too. Liha's expression softened, and his voice suddenly turned gentle and sincere. If even you're praising me, then I must have done great, huh? The remark made Fire Yon blush a little, but she quickly changed the subject. Anyway, where did you get that information? Now it was his turn to look flustered, so he turned his face away. I just combined what you told me with what I already knew. But that reaction only made her pay closer attention. With just a quick glance, Fire Yon hit the nail on the head, freezing Liha in place. You mean the information you learned from NPCs? He leaned back against the cliff wall and joked, making her giggle. You're so greedy, fine, let's say you're right. Fire Yon suddenly sat down in front of Liha. You really are different. She propped her cheeks in her hands and flashed a bright smile. And you even stood up for us. Then she teased him playfully. Well, I guess half the reason is my little sister. But his answer still caught Fire Yon a bit off guard. Aha, and maybe a little because of you too. I mean, when I see a beautiful girl like you in trouble, how could I just walk past? Next, he got so embarrassed he was practically trembling at how cheesy his own words sounded. The mood cooled as Liha admitted, I'm kidding. Aha, I helped you because we're kind of straw, she cut in with a pout. What are you even saying? Honestly, you're ow ow and then oof oof hey that hurts. And that's how the team battle ended. With Lee Ha getting a bit too hands-on, the match between Bijin Cho and Fire Ruby ended with Fire Ruby's victory. Not far away, two men were talking. You got it all on camera, right? Right. Hearing that, Drew Harley shouted in delight. This is huge. We're the only ones who filmed that scene, right? He pointed excitedly toward the ravine as he asked, that player, the kid who shot Igor in the head, can you come up with a cool nickname for him? Ted Jaye quickly recounted what he knew. It's probably Haliha. If I remember right, people call him the Cloud Mage, don't they? But the answer didn't satisfy Drew Harley. Cloud, that sounds way too weak. Come up with something better. Seriously, you work in television. His face twisted in anguish. What more does he want? Oh, wait, I've got one. It's from some play or something I don't remember, but I think it suits him perfectly. That's it, Axon sniffed. A few days later in IELTSOCK, Leha was hiding in a dark corner again. He poked his head out at high speed, then slipped back into his old spot. No one was there. I can log in freely now. Since I showed up on TV, people keep calling me Axon Snip or whatever. How do they come up with names that good? Then he snapped his fingers. While I've got time, I should go investigate. Instantly, countless blue streaks of light appeared in front of Lee Ha. They were all system windows announcing the rewards he'd received after the previous battle. Even he was stunned. I got all of this, all of it just from that one fight. Suddenly, Lee Ha's attention snapped to something. It turned out the description of a new skill had caught him off guard. This is Igor's image, dissolving piece by piece, resurfaced in Leha's mind. Now I get it, so that's why I leveled up. Even though I didn't take part in the guild battle, I thought it was strange because Igor wasn't a monster. But it's not good news either. It means I've become Igor's sworn enemy. Anyway, I can't really tell, there are just too many windows. Let's see how many stat points I've got first. The system panel showed all of Lee Ha's attributes had shot up. It made him stare hard at the 213 unassigned points. Oh man, no idea what to prioritize. Fine, let's push dexterity to 1000. Instantly the stat jumped by 1000. I'll save the rest for later. Lee Ha suddenly reached into the system window, and now. Then he pulled out an incredibly beautiful medallion, a Grani Igor's necklace. Its info and attributes popped up at once. A hero-grade medallion infused with elf properties, allowing use of the Forbidden Rage skill. The further Lee Ha read, the wider his eyes grew. A hero-grade item, above even rare. Just this necklace alone added plus 100% attraction to dark elves. But what is this effect? This is trash, seriously. Is this really some high-end courtesan's accessory? Goodbye, Chief Coben's necklace, thanks a lot. After obtaining the Forbidden Rage skill, he got to work. Alright, time to head to Dale Castle. The image of the magnificent fortress immediately flooded Lee Ha's vision. Meanwhile, Sasuke was still brooding over his earlier defeat. I'm sorry, Lady Chiyo, I couldn't take Dale Castle. Chiyo didn't scold him, she blamed herself instead. It's fine. Maybe we were too greedy with that mission. Balance is still the most important thing. To verify it, we need power on par with Fire Rose, and we need Bijin Cho to do that. But now the two guilds have teamed up. He volunteered to handle the issue. I'll find a replacement, I'll find another guild to keep them in check. But she cut in at once. I've already contacted the Mina's Guild and the Satresian Federation. That move left Sasuke stunned. Players from another country. A cryptic smile flickered across Chiyo's face through the magic orb in her hand. She'd been watching everything unfold. I mean, who says two rival teams have to be from the same country? Meanwhile, at a base beneath a bleak, night-dark sky, monsters with jagged teeth kept letting out terrifying growls. A man broke into an amused grin. Looks like this isn't the lab either. I came to the wrong place. In front of him was a ferocious two-headed monster named Atris. Loser's gun barrel was compressing air inside. If we can't talk, then there's no point in me being here. Across from him, Atris charged in furiously. He didn't fear a thing, he simply fired a shot in response. The blast was so powerful it sent both beast and master to their graves. That twisted smile returned to Loser's face. Farewell. Etin's massive body crashed down, and he turned and walked away without even bothering to look further. Since this isn't the place, I'll have to search somewhere else. Someone like that could never obtain it. But Loser's eyes brimmed with excitement as he muttered a familiar name. Right in the middle of the street, players were shouting out enticing offers. Looking for a party, level 57 fighter. Recruiting a mage with over 750 character stats. One of them caught Lee Ha's ear. We've got 4 out of 5 now. If you come, we can leave immediately, looking for a healer. Seriously, the atmosphere was so lively he couldn't help marveling inwardly. Wow, this is insane. In a place like this, there's no way you can't make money. She's quite something, that Fire Yon. That day's conversation with Fire Yon replayed in his mind. So your answer is still no? How many times have I asked already? Yes, you knew it already. To persuade Lee Ha, she was willing to offer irresistible benefits. Then how about this? I'll give you the authority of a Vice Guild Master. Even he didn't expect her to go that far. What? And she wasn't done. Fire Yon went on to lay out the salary in detail. I can pay you the equivalent of Peimu through this battle. I've seen what you can do on the battlefield. That's why I'm trying to match your rank. Her cheeks suddenly flushed at her private thoughts, and there was another personal reason, too. Fire Yon's gaze stayed locked on Lee Ha. I want this guy by my side. Even with all those perks, Lee Ha still deftly refused. Soon Kijang will have to deal with Bijun Cho, so I need to help him. That reason irritated her a little. Are you using your cousin as an excuse again? Lee Ha blurted out casually, if you want to keep me that badly, why not give me 1% of Dale Castle's revenue? To his shock, Fire Yon agreed immediately. Fine. The number she offered was even higher than he'd imagined. 10%, I'll give you 10. Lee Ha spun around in disbelief. Afraid he hadn't heard right, Fire Yon emphasized again, 10% of Dale Castle's revenue. Seeing the scoreboard proving the true owner of Dale Castle sent him over the moon. I was just joking, and she's actually giving it to me. So I'll keep earning income from this place. Right as he was riding that high, he accidentally stepped on someone else's foot. Ao Lee Ha hurriedly scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry about that. The man was about to start cursing him out. Hey, what's wrong with you? My foot, damn it. But after seeing Lee Ha's face, his attitude shifted. Then he pointed straight at him. Lee Ha, you're Lee Ha, aren't you? Ha Lee Ha Axel Smith. The name that had just been spoken made everyone gape in shock. And Ha Lee Ha could only stand there as his identity was exposed. The sniper with the silver rifle. Men and women alike looked on in admiration. Oh my god, it really is Ha Lee Ha. Only seconds later, they surged toward him. Take a screenshot with me. Ha Lee Ha stared, flustered at the crowd closing in from all sides. Sir Ha Lee Ha, look this way. After you killed Igor, did you get any loot? Was it a sword by any chance? You switched necklaces. What's the item called? Under the rapid-fire questions and the beauties surrounding him, Ha Lee Ha could only offer a weak protest. Stop pushing me. You're touching me there. Stop groping me. Right as the situation turned chaotic, something suddenly shot up into the deep blue sky. In an instant, it burst into fireworks, making the crowd freeze. Then a commanding voice rang out, everyone please step back. When they turned to look, every face showed astonishment. Oh, the guards, people started whispering as he walked up to Ha Lee Ha. What are guards doing here? May I respectfully ask your name? Are you Ha Lee Ha? He hesitated before replying. Yes. The moment he got that, the man grabbed his shoulder. Please come with us. And without waiting for an answer, he hauled Ha Lee Ha up and shot straight into the sky. The people below could still hear his helpless shout. What is it this time? Not long after, Jia Zhang's grave expression made Ha Lee Ha panic a little inside. What is going on? Why did they bring me here? Do they still have something to say about the interguild war? The old man held the file and read aloud in a clear, ringing voice. Ha Lee Ha from South Korea, 30 years old male. Your nationality is the same as Miss Hu Yuan's mother. Next came an interrogation like he was a criminal. Your real appearance is pretty similar to the character, right? Yes, that's right. Any chronic illnesses? If you don't, then what about your family? Those questions left him completely bewildered. Wait, what are you even talking about? But Jia Zhang calmly flipped page after page, basically treating it all as routine due diligence. You served in the South Korean military, this report says so at the end. How are you making a living right now? Ha Lee Ha was furious that his private information had been exposed. Hold on, just due diligence. Why do I have to tell you all of that? And what is that file in your hand? Are you investigating my background? The old man only stared back, baffled. Investigating your background. Considering you might become part of the Lam Long group, this level of investigation is necessary. Now it was Ha Lee Ha's turn to be stunned by what he just heard. The Lam Long group, wasn't it just the Fire Rose Guild? I don't remember signing up. Jia Zhang finally understood part of the situation. I see. So you still don't really realize it. In any case, at least for you, this isn't a loss. Whether it's Miss Hu Yuan or Hu Ding, before he could finish, Cao Cao arrived. The moment Hu Yuan walked in, she issued a warning. I suggest you shut your mouth, Jia Zhang. Hu Ding was bristling with killing intent as well. I'll send you off. As soon as she finished, two enormous surges of power erupted at once. Fire Strike, Ice Spear. He took the full hit alone and went flying straight toward Ha Lee Ha's chair. Ha Lee Ha ducked behind him, seething with indignation. You two didn't even consider that I might get dragged into it too. What a violent pair of sisters. Not long after, Hu Yuan led the way while explaining apologetically. Well, sorry about what just happened. Jia Zhang really is talented, but sometimes he gets ahead of himself. But it didn't calm Ha Lee Ha down. That's all you're apologizing for? What about the magic? She casually spread her arms to the sides. Is this really the only reason you came all the way to Dale, just for the secret sealed cave dungeon? Her nonchalant attitude irritated him. She was completely ignoring him. That made their conversation turn a bit cold. Do you have enough bullets? I do. Then what about your skill cooldowns? All my skills are off cooldown. But Hu Yuan still wasn't reassured. Are you sure you brought your potions? Ha Lee Ha snapped. What are you, my mother? You're asking way too much. Right then, a small finger lightly tapped his shoulder. When Ha Li Ha turned around, Huo Ding held out a strange purple orb. Opa, take this. The pile of items in front of him made him a little flustered. Why are you giving me all these expensive items? She answered vaguely, because I bought them before. You need to take care of your stats too. But that wasn't what Ha Li Ha wanted to hear. I'm asking why you're giving them to me. Fairness aside, I really do need this stuff. Their conversation was cut off by Huo Yuan. Alright, we're here. The trial dungeon's secret sealed cave is right in front of us. We used our precious time to bring you all the way here. Before anything even started, he was already excited. Thanks to you both, even though this is my first time here. That attitude made her pause to think. Is he planning to solo it? But he's not even level 120 yet. You need to be at least level 145 to solo this place. The dungeon's sharp blade barrier was slowly raised, and Liha's expression immediately turned serious. I'm going now, see you later. Beside her, Huoding suddenly spoke up. It's okay, sis. Those words left Hoyan confused. Her small mouth hesitated for a moment. This place. But his face radiated absolute confidence. Still not enough to satisfy him. Back at the office in Dale Castle, let's begin. Huo Yuan went straight to the point. What is Haliha doing today? Jia Zhang immediately reported. Today he is still in the dungeon. Her expression showed some worry. Hasn't it been several days already? The old man cleared his throat softly. He is extremely determined. Accidentally, Huo Yuan blurted out, I hope he has been sleeping enough. This startled Jia Zhang. Worried are you? He just leveled up again. Teased right at the core, she protested. What? No, what am I worried about? I was just saying he took advantage of the fact that you don't have a pass to enter the dungeon. Just in that dungeon. Besides, with those stats, how could he die in there? Jia Zhang was caught off guard again. How do you know Li Ha's stats? Now, Huo Yuan revealed the secret. Huo Ding had used the information verification scroll to check his stats. And by the way, have you resolved the donation issue for Amios and Res Cities? The old man replied with pride. Of course, if you want, I can arrange meetings with other associations anytime. She shifted the topic. Huo Ding. And you, have you noticed anything unusual about the soldiers or outsiders near this area? Huo Ding paused briefly, then calmly reported. There are 3. The number shocked Huo Yuan. 3. Who? Immediately she recalled the black-clad bosses. They used to loiter outside Dale Castle. This information made her think seriously. Then Igor must be waiting somewhere. Suddenly, Huo Yuan's eyes widened as if she realized something. Wait, who were the leaders back then, and why are they so loyal to Igor? Jia Zhang quickly answered this question. Investigations show they come from the Russian army. This association was formed from soldiers chosen for the internetwork war. Russia's national-level support for Igor is an open secret. She nodded and concluded, seems Fai Wu hit a hornet's nest. The old man agreed, recalling Li Ha's encounter with Igor. Indeed, when the Hong Long group disrupted Igor's promotion, Russia decided to deploy SA. Temporarily setting that aside, Huo Yuan turned to discuss with Huo Ding. What about the other 2? She immediately pointed out. One is Kid, Sweeping Kid. The name made her curious. Sweeping Kid is, before she could finish, Jia Zhang interjected. He's an outsider using firearms. Li Ha probably knows a few things about him. Huo Yuan guessed instinctively while somewhere else a stranger appeared. Maybe he came here to see Haliha. So Kid is already near the castle, but she was still pondering. Huo Ding, who is the last one? She suddenly fell silent, making the atmosphere tense. Outside, someone was quietly observing Kid. With his sharp senses, he had detected him. Facing Kid now was Loser with a massive rifle. He wore his signature cunning smile. At the same time, Huo Ding mentioned the opponent's identity. Loser. The name made the other 2 pale. Jia Zhang shouted, seemingly needing confirmation. Huo Ding, Loser. You mean? Naturally, she raised her teacup to her lips. Yes, it's Loser. Huo Ding's gaze sharpened. A bloodthirsty mercenary. This left the old man stunned for a few seconds. A bloodthirsty mercenary, an expert in combat. A war fanatic who would fight anyone for the right pay. Seeing Jia Zhang's reaction, Huo Yuan asked, is he strong? He tried to recount what he knew. I haven't met him in person, but according to rumors, she seemed impatient. What rumors? Jia Zhang quickly explained. His alias is Bloodthirsty Mercenary. Although mercenary suits him perfectly, however. It is also rumored he has another alias, Dragon Warrior. He earned this title after defeating a dragon in battle. Jia Zhang's clenched hands began to sweat. He couldn't have earned such a title just by participating in a dragon raid. Then he imagined the heroic image of Alexander and Balabos, whom he had truly defeated. Next, details of Loser facing off alone against Alexander the Dragon Knight. Meanwhile, a hand pulled out something wet. It turned out Li Ha had neatly handled a dozen frogs of various sizes. Congratulations, I reached level 144. But suddenly, he sensed something unusual approaching. Immediately, the hummingbird rifle in his hands fired. The bullet targeted a creature preparing an ambush in the distance. Another ugly frog joined the reunion with its ancestors. After this, Li Ha told himself, do not let your guard down until the last moment. Finally, I've leveled up 26 levels in just a few days. Time to leave this dungeon. I feel a bit anxious because I can't quit midway in a simulation dungeon. Otherwise, all experience gained will be lost. But this dungeon is easier than I thought. Once everything settled, he let out a long yawn. How long has it been since I last caught some sleep? About 5 days have passed in Middle Earth, which is roughly 24 hours in reality, right? I'm exhausted, but there are still a few things to complete. Just then, Lee Ha's status panel suddenly appeared. Seeing the results, he instantly became alert. His agility had reached over 1,000. He had leveled up to 1,000 points using just the stats without any supporting titles. You have to invest each point carefully, and you need to be at least level 180. However, to reach the required stats for certain items, you still need to distribute your points properly. Someone at level 180 alone cannot hit 1,000 points. I had increased my agility so much that I started imagining I could fight without using the hand skill. After an internal monologue, Lee Ha began interacting with the system panel. This skill doesn't have a level or specific title. It consumes 40% of the user's total health, but in return boosts attack damage by 20%. Wow, a 20% attack increase is no joke. I've already traded health at a 2:1 ratio in Middle Earth before. Also, if I intended to use that skill, investing in health points is really a waste, since higher HP doesn't necessarily increase attack capability. Alright, let's stop contributing for today. We've cleared an entire dungeon. Just as he was about to turn away, the system panel displayed something else. The screen showed an image of Kit approaching the south gate of Dale Castle. Once connected, Lee Ha seemed flustered. Who's that, Kit? The voice on the other end urged him. Hurry, come here quickly. He didn't rush, instead calmly confirmed. Kit, is that you? What happened? Kit seemed severely injured, replying tersely. We must leave immediately. Only now did Lee Ha realize the gravity of the situation. So sudden, are you near Dale Castle now? Hello. With no response from the other end, Lee Ha quickened his pace. Dear God, Lee Ha was determined to meet Kit, telling himself, can we just talk properly for once? Soon he arrived outside the south gate of Dale Castle. Lee Ha looked around. Where is he? Then he called out in all directions. Kit, Mr. Kit. The system panel relayed a message from Kit, giving his position, which caused Lee Ha some concern. Suddenly, the tree on the left. With that information, he moved while reporting the situation. All right, Kit, I'm coming, so can you tell me? Why did you call me? Lee Ha's eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed. Finally, he located Kit, but he was seriously injured. Seeing this, Lee Ha hurried over. Kit. Then he didn't hesitate and handed over a healing item. Take this healing potion, Kit said with difficulty. It won't help, I must reach a temple. I've been cursed. This information shocked Lee Ha. A curse? Once again his face showed clear confusion as he saw this. It turned out to be due to the nature of his wound. What kind of weapon in Middle Earth could pierce the human body so neatly? A sudden unease struck. If anyone did this, then it must be. Lee Ha voiced his suspicion. Pierce, did he really do this, just mentioning the name? It kept panting. Yes, we must hurry. We have to escape before Loser arrives. As he finished, the system panel suddenly appeared before Lee Ha. Its message was surprising. You accept the team invitation. He accepted without hesitation. Loser, his nickname is Pierce. I don't understand what's happening, but it sounds urgent. I will accept the team invitation. It seemed he sensed something approaching. Kit suddenly lowered his voice. It's too late. While Lee Ha was still confused, the sky shifted path. Both quickly looked in that direction. A pair of muscular legs approached with authority. In his hands, he held a massive weapon. Loser's eyes radiated killing intent. Even from afar, his presence was terrifying. Loser's arrival left Lee Ha stunned for several seconds. That person is. His imposing figure alone was enough for Lee Ha to make an accurate guess. The one named Pierce, Loser. Seeing Loser approaching, Kit urged, shoot. Lee Ha panicked and turned to look. What? Shoot him? I know him, but is it necessary to turn against him? His hesitation only annoyed Kit further. Do you think he's thinking like you? Wait until he shoots through your lungs, then see if you still say that. Lee Ha was shocked, so that person really is. Explain this to me first. What's wrong with his mind? Is it just his good looks? Yet he still raised his minigun. Then he assumed a highly serious aiming stance. Loser, with eyes full of killing intent. Is this the one who pierced his ribs? Just by looking, Lee Ha could gauge Loser's strength. He seemed very powerful. For a moment, Lee Ha's expression showed hesitation. Definitely, I'm about 250 meters away. If I pull the trigger now, I will surely hit him. There's no other option. His thought was interrupted by Loser's eyes suddenly blazing. The pressure surge stunned Lee Ha for a few seconds, and he couldn't help but collapse onto the ground. Only now did he realize his opponent was anything but ordinary. What is this? What? Yet Kit on the other side didn't seem too surprised. You saw it too. Lee Ha's mindset shifted at once. If I pull the trigger, no, I'll die before I can even pull it. He was pretty shocked to see Kit trying to get back up. In his condition, facing that guy head-on was impossible. You need to use the minutes while I deal with him. Lee Ha wasn't ready, so he panicked when he heard that. What? Wait, but he had already decisively drawn his gun. I can't hold out much longer. Across from them, Loser calmly hefted the gigantic rifle and walked forward. He seemed to have accepted the challenge and immediately leveled the barrel ahead. Even with his wounds not yet healed, Kit still taunted him boldly. Let me play with you for a bit, Loser. That made him squeeze the trigger without hesitation. You're already in that state and you still dare to stand in my way, pretty reckless. But the sudden move made him freeze for a few seconds. Seeing that, Lee-Ha urgently warned him, watch out. But all that could be seen ahead was a raging blaze flaring up. After firing the first shot, Loser kept charging in to attack. I'm not interested in you, you nobody. Hand over the phantom bullet sniper. So Kit was still safe after that strike. He hasn't equipped it yet, it's just an empty title. The fight between them was brutally intense. And Lee-Ha could only watch from the sidelines. I seriously don't get what's going on. But then he decided to raise his gun toward them. I have to stop them. I don't know why, but Kit is fighting for me. I'll shoot Loser in the leg. Sensing the moment had come, Kit urged him on. I'll Lee-Ha, shoot him already, I can't take it anymore. That was why Loser discovered his position. He suddenly curled his lips into a sinister grin. So that guy is the phantom bullet sniper. Then he quickly pulled out an oversized round. You're useless now, Kit. Kit's brain cells practically short-circuited. He's aiming at the heads of both of us. Loser's action made him suspicious. Why is he lowering the barrel? Over there, Lee-Ha seemed to know what it was and shouted a warning. Kit, don't run. He yelled as loud as he could, making Kit turn back. Stop. Right then, Loser fired the oversized round, but its destination was the ground right in front of him. Kit's whole body went rigid, his eyes fixed on the ground. The earth around the round cracked open but didn't explode. Instead, only a cry of astonishment rang out. Oh my God, the sight left Lee-Ha completely stunned. I saw this technique at the Officer Academy, but I didn't expect he could use something with that much destructive power. The image of a tank and its cannon appeared vividly in his mind. It made Lee-Ha connect it to Loser's current bearing and his technique. Armor-piercing, energy-breaking, heavy penetration. Lee-Ha slowly analyzed the working principle. The round didn't split open right away. He could even picture its internal structure. It was a delayed detonator. Kit was still dazed when he heard a loud shout. Kit, precisely because he understood how the round worked, Lee-Ha didn't hesitate to sprint toward him. With one arm, he held the other tightly. With the other hand, he reached out, trying to turn the tide in the final 2 seconds. When time ran out, blinding rays burst out through the cracks. Moments later, it erupted into a world-shaking explosion. Thanks to the many items on their wrists, the two of them managed to withstand the terrifying blast. Lee-Ha's grim expression made Kit uneasy. You okay? His heart was in turmoil. Holy hell, it even shattered the barrier. It can break a barrier that can block an attack from a golem. That power is truly horrifying. Using the brief window of safety, Lee-Ha hurriedly helped him up. Kit, snap out of it. You need to run now. But Kit suddenly clutched one side of his face in pain. My eye. Then he reached up to touch the open wound. Everything as so blurry. Those signs only made Lee-Ha more anxious. Damn it. Still, Lee-Ha forced himself to drag him toward the forest. It was too hard to escape. If he had to carry Kit along, then he decided to let Kit rest against a tree trunk and turn back, raising his rifle. Through the barrier layer and swirling dust, Lee-Ha could see Loser's arrogant stance. He was also aiming this way. Loser's bloodshot eyes showed plain cruelty. But that didn't frighten Lee-Ha in the slightest. He steadied his aim straight ahead and gave the command, Soul Link. Immediately, the shot fired, forming a strange cloud of smoke. It startled him and made him drop his guard for a few seconds. Suddenly, the ghost woman's enormous hand stretched out from it. Before long, it appeared with overwhelming force right in front of Loser. He seemed to be mistaken about something. That's a bullet. But very quickly, he denied it himself. No way, maybe it's some annoying skill. The barrel of his gun began to gather air. Liu quickly pulled the trigger and the bullet shot out at extreme speed. It flew straight into her body. Now he finally realized Lee-Ha's intention. Not bad, summoning that bear to block his line of sight. That only heightened his fighting spirit, but he didn't expect Lee-Ha to still aim directly across. Doing that, he can't see me either. The decoy gun continued gathering energy as directed. This shot hit Loser's leg directly. A single moment of carelessness cost him dearly. What? Taking advantage of the opponent being wounded, Lee-Ha quickly turned and left. Good, he lost his balance. So Lee-Ha had been watching Loser's stance all along. Before each time he used that gun, he noticed the weak spot. Both legs are planted firmly. In other words, just injuring one leg. He would lose the ability to use that gun. So Lee-Ha could safely help Kit stand. He wouldn't be able to fire another shot. Then, he accelerated forward. Run, leaving Loser furious but powerless. That guy tried to locate me despite the dust, and attacked me at the same time. He slammed the gun into the ground while kneeling on one leg. Lee-Ha, his cunning successfully caught Loser's attention. Interesting, I'll remember him. Time passed. Lee Ha now stood before the entrance of the Grand Temple, his expression worsening by the second. He's definitely formidable. That fight shook off all my sleepiness. A terrifying guy, how can he not cry out after taking a bullet? I should have fed him a few more until the end. But no, too risky. While Lee Ha was lost in thought, someone approached. My life is the most important, but upon seeing Kit, Lee Ha changed his mind, I mean both of ours. Suddenly he reached out, I have a lot to tell, but this action made him exhale in relief, and he willingly returned the gesture with a sincere handshake. Lee Ha sincerely welcomed Kit. Welcome. After leaving the castle, he felt safe enough to explain, speak here. He eagerly began the story, sounds good. Then why didn't you explore all the paths here, and you brought uninvited guests too? Kit countered, wrong, he didn't chase me. Seeing Lee Ha a bit surprised, he calmly revealed the real reason. Loser Breaker was looking for clues about the ghost bullet shooter. This information once again left him speechless. Then he asked urgently, what do you mean ghost bullet shooter is? But Kit calmly interrupted, his nickname and the one loser seeks. However, what loser is looking for isn't just a name. It could be a title or rank. I don't even know exactly what that is. Maybe an achievement or a position. But one thing I'm sure of, the name carries no other meaning. The one who can shoot the ghost bullet is the ghost bullet shooter. The name is only for the person who does it. At this moment, Lee Ha closed his eyes, reflecting. I gained a similar achievement after killing Igor, and it would vanish if Igor killed me instead. Would the ghost bullet shooter do the same? Can one gain an achievement by defeating others? Then he made his judgment, and then, loser thinks I already have the achievement or whatever. And so he came to take it from me. Is that what you thought, and you came to save me? Kit answered honestly, exactly. I tried to tell loser the info was wrong, but he wouldn't listen. In general, he's hard to talk to. Lee Ha just laughed but internally disagreed. You're the difficult one. He suddenly became serious. You should inherit Elizabeth's legacy quickly and be careful. The moment you succeed Elizabeth and become the third royal guard, you'll be able to see the other royal guards on the map. There's really too much Lee Ha doesn't grasp. What is it? Does it work like a friend list? But his mood changed quickly. Fine anyway, I'm glad to meet loser. That puzzled Kit. Glad. The image of a Fee's bullet flashed in Lee Ha's mind, because I got a great clue from him. He turned back cheerfully. Oh Kit, I have a few things to ask you. He paused for a moment. His expression changed slightly hearing Lee Ha's request. Your weapon, swift rifle, can I see the detail? Returning to the main topic, Kit refused outright. No, Lee Ha's spirit instantly collapsed. Hey, I just looked a little, it didn't lose any power. Not fair, I saved your life. I even showed you the secret skill. A person must live with a conscience. Not fair, not fair. Your words make him sigh in helplessness. In the end, he had no choice but to accept. Alright then, let's go. After all, we can't use skills right in the middle of town. Lee Ha's face lit up. Let's go, but Lu Ryu adapt. Kit's response made him a little puzzled. It seems he has left the kingdom on that side already. He probably knows that once I recover, I'll come back stronger than before. They quickly arrived at the area outside the town. Lee Ha raised his hand to shield his eyes and look into the distance. Let's see if there's a spot with more monsters for us to try. No, just as he thought, a target appeared. Ah, there's that wolf. Try using your skill on it, but Kit looked unimpressed. It's a weak wolf. That answer immediately angered Lee Ha. Who cares if it's weak or not? For God's sake, I just want to see your weapon skill. He was so irritated he stomped his feet on the spot. Aren't you going to show me how amazing it is? A sound from afar made Lee Ha turn around in surprise. Lin realized that Ivan was leading people to raid. Quickly, he ordered his subordinates to pursue the hunters. A series of system messages appeared. User Ivan has attacked you. Established competitive relationship. You have been affected by the slow skill. Movement speed reduced by 20% for 1 minute. In the emergency, Lee Ha immediately assumed a combat stance. Damn it, how dare they? Kit, I will attack first so. But Kit suddenly smiled smugly. This is a good opportunity. Then he pulled out 2 rapid-fire rifles to demonstrate for him. I'm only showing you once. Don't let the opponents act recklessly. Lee Ha hurriedly stopped him. Wait a moment. Kit, do you know who those guys are? Who? Kit replied nonchalantly, no. As the distant group approached, he insisted on explaining. Compared to the Dawn Rats, they are on a completely different level. On the other side, Ivan was still giving precise orders. Split into 2 wings. Block their escape route. Wing 1, move according to the plan. The goal is to capture Lee Ha. We'll end this before Hu Hong makes any move. The subordinates responded in unison, yes, leader. No other way. Lee Ha had to fire first. Damn it. He immediately took down one. He resolved to go all out. If he hesitated now, he'd be in trouble. Then he urged Kit. Kit, do something, hurry, but at this moment his poetic soul surged. Do you know a song called Sandstorm? Lee Ha grimaced as he aimed and fired. What song? The next shot took down another one. Just then Kit began humming the tune. Where I was born, sandstorms were as common as meals, sweeping through like monsters, blowing away all weak lives. His actions made Lee Ha visibly appalled. Has he lost his mind? I thought something was off. Seeing Kit's reckless behavior, he concluded it was truly insane. But he really is crazy. Yet Lee Ha's eyes widened in shock as his attention was caught by the enemy's weapon. What? The shape of the gun suddenly changed. Kit now looked like a master craftsman performing in front of him. Ivan's group closed in. Capture Lee Ha. It was also the moment he activated the bullet storm skill. In an instant, nearly a dozen enemies vanished. Everything happened too fast and dangerously for Lee Ha to react. Even Ivan's face turned pale in disbelief. The polished rifles were tossed into the air. Not just one, but two rotated in succession. Kit then pulled out two more rapid-fire rifles. With just a few shots, all the minions were taken down, leaving Ivan astonished. What? Hearing that voice, he coldly targeted and fired repeatedly before they could react. Two more fell from the server, but Kit had no intention to stop, moving to another position. The screams stunned Lee Ha. He kept firing relentlessly. The enemies fell one by one, unable to utter a word. After wiping them out, Kit casually waved his hand. The rifles spun in the air. Finally, they landed in his hands skillfully. A flash of light gleamed on the guns, making Kit exclaim, "I haven't used bullet storm in a long time." Witnessing such a top-tier skill made Lee Ha break into a cold sweat. Kit's guns are revolvers, and he has 4 of them. He was now approaching. Not bad, right? But Lee Ha's question made Kit pause. How? He seemed confused. What do you mean? Lee Ha hesitated. The skill level is. Aren't we in the 16th, 17th century? To make a revolver, at least hollow bullets and rifling grooves are needed. This is high-level technology, but this only left Kit helpless. Seeing Loser's weapon and you still say that? Lee Ha finally calmed down. Back, Loser, he continued clearly. It's more appropriate to use advanced technology to describe Loser's weapon than mine. Compared to Blue Python, Crimson Gekuzu is nothing. Those two names made him flinch, Gecko and Python, Reptile and Snake. Wait, now Lee Ha angrily questioned. Then why didn't you use them when we fought the Loser? Kit calmly explained. At that time my MB was negative, just hit by a shot from the Loser. He paused for a few seconds and then added casually, not kidding, are you jealous? Who said Lee Ha has a black heart? Without waiting for a reply, Kit strolled off, then quickly become stronger. A leaf gently fell through the air along with his hopeful words. He would wait until out of sight, yet Lee Ha remained calm. After thinking, he exhaled. A strange feeling arose. Was Kit mocking or encouraging him just now? But either way, even if he was misleading me, I will chase him down no matter what. Once everything settled, Lee Ha suddenly called out to someone. You've been tailing us the whole way. Stop hiding, show yourself. I'll count down from 3, 3, 2. At the last count, Jia Trung appeared with a reversed smile. Aha, Lee Ha, you recognized me. I witnessed the match with my own eyes. X, how long have you known? I already calculated and went to save him. But Kit immediately cleared the opposing side, so I missed it. Turns out Lee Ha already knew for a long time. Why didn't I know? Who are you trying to fool? Jia Trung scratched his head awkwardly. You make me a bit embarrassed. I heard some enemies appeared, so I came to rescue you. But Lee Ha immediately cut him off with a bitter smile. Rescue me? Got it, so that's rescue. Yet his thoughts ran wild. Come rescue my head. You were just waiting for them to take us down, weren't you? Now Lee Ha threatened back. I don't know how Hoa Dian would react if she knew he was caught. And increasing in the heat of battle. Soon, Jia Trung panicked. What? If I said I no longer trust you, you'd take full advantage. Hoa Dian too, what about her? Why should I participate after being humiliated? Who with self-respect would do that, right? Sure enough, he was scared stiff. Actually, it's not as you think. Lee Ha, do you need anything? As soon as he spoke, Jia Trung offered a bribe. I have a few rolls of paper here. Lee Ha, why not take them? Haha, if he has good intentions, I'll accept. After emptying his possessions, he asked earnestly, anything else? If you need something, just tell me. Lee Ha hesitated. I need one thing extremely badly. Lend me your head. Without waiting for agreement, Lee Ha pressed the gun to his chin, turning Jia Trung pale. And you seemed very amused, repeating, lend me your head for a moment. I'll shoot and return it immediately. Not long after. From the hidden meadow behind the mountains, a commanding voice rang out. Step back, further back. Jia Trung listened and followed. Understood. Immediately, Lee Ha decisively raised the gun in that direction. All right, stop. Then gave another order. Measure the exact distance from there to here. Still holding the tape measure. Yes, one end held by Jia Trung, the other by him, and then ran. Check the distance. After placing the tape on the ground, Jia Trung reported, I measured it precisely. His expression showed slight excitement. Jia Trung stood slightly off from 444 meters, but inside he was screaming silently. Hoo-hoo, how long do I have to do this? Feels so pointless. The result made Lee Ha sigh. Damn, estimating by eye seemed about 450 m2. Elizabeth's search radius doesn't accept 450 or 440. She only shoots targets exactly 444 meters away. Even with experience, nailing the exact distance is tough. The military binoculars I used had a laser rangefinder, so measuring was simple. But no country in Middle Earth produces that technology. Too bad, such a good chance wasted. Returning to position, Jia Trung suggested. Liha, why not try another method? Liha quickly asked for clarification. What method? He showed a confident face, using a telescope for instance. Not a bad idea to Liha. True. Usually that works better, like many skills that rely on eyesight. My vision is already as good as a telescope compared to a dedicated sight. My eyes are much more accurate, but this skill still can't measure exact distance. So the problem remains. Even with a telescope, precise measurement is difficult. While they discussed, Van Kai suddenly suggested, then we just need a scope dedicated to 444 meters, not 100 meters. Liha found this feasible. Create a scope not with standard measuring range, but exactly 444 meters. Immediately he snapped his fingers. Jia Chung. The old man reluctantly replied, yes. Under the clear sky you began to probe. In the Dale Castle there's a storage room belonging to the Crimson Flame Society, right? The scene shifted to the bustling street. After handing something to Li Ha, old Zhang cheerfully said, congratulations. As you requested, we've completed the 444M scope. Li Ha held the scope with delight. He immediately thanked the steward, who nodded in response. Yes. Inside, the old man felt a thrill. I did it. But his expression suddenly turned sly. Yes, which is why we must be honest and open with each other. That expression was enough to make you jump. Hey, what are you saying? We're both men. Hearing this from a man in his 40s isn't pleasant at all. Old Zhang laughed and explained, haha, really? I just believe that Ha Li Ha will become a valuable aid to the Crimson Flame. But inside, he was terrified. If he said something like, because I think you'll get along with Miss Huang, some mysterious curse might fall upon him. It seemed he had more to say, so old Zhang called back, Ha Li Ha. Even as you were leaving, you had to turn back. Yes. What was said next puzzled Li Ha a little. Now that I think about it, do you remember your conversation with Kit about things like the blue python or crimson causing trouble for her? It reminded me of an old story told by a fisherman. After he cut open a fish that got caught in his net, he found a gecko or something inside. The snake had a story like that too. But what you care about is something else. Why did he suddenly? The old man could only take a deep breath. I just remembered it. When I was in my prime, I also worked laying nets. Li Ha seemed doubtful. What? Sounds a bit unreal. Finally, old Zhang respectfully bowed. Then see you next time. You returned the gesture, certainly. See you later, old Zhang. Then waved cheerfully before the scene shifted. Thank you. The old man kept his hand on his chest in that same posture until Li Ha had completely disappeared. Then he walked off leisurely. I will return. Yu Yuan is looking for me. Now old Zhang suddenly smiled mysteriously. He's really interesting. In his mind, he was planning with the Forest Dragon Society chief. I need to report this. The sky was clear, morning sunlight pouring down, casting warm golden rays. The sound of footsteps on the ground echoed rhythmically, like a drum announcing a new day. Someone pushed a door open, the hinges creaking softly. Li Ha stepped in with a bright smile, cheerfully greeting, "Good morning, Commander." Suddenly he paused, eyes showing confusion. The room was empty, with only a table and chair standing alone. He looked around suspiciously. He's not here. Just then, a bang from outside caught Li Ha's attention. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. At the training yard, Brown stood with arms crossed, seriously supervising Zepha's training, missing nothing. After a while, he sighed teasingly. Surprising that you even made it to the capital. Did you really capture the Black Eagle with those skills? He was frustrated to the point of wanting to cry. Not far, why did it miss? Li Ha stepped up, equally surprised. Wow, a newcomer. He felt nostalgic seeing the commander's eyes. It had been a while. I still remember his gaze when I first came to study here. Just thinking about the academy sent chills down my spine. Brown also noticed you. There you are, Li Ha. Zepha looked shocked and startled. Oh, Ha Li Ha, it's Ha Li Ha. He immediately rushed in front of you, excited. You're Ha Li Ha, right? After watching your video. I switched to the Imperial Guard. Can you sign for me? The commander coldly broke Zepha's mood. If you don't return to position and complete the 50-shot training, you'll be dismissed. Then he turned to greet you, Li Ha. I see your skills have improved again after the short time we were apart. You smiled awkwardly. Yes, thank you. Li Ha smiled quietly to himself. Filled with motivation, he looked back at everything he had experienced. Truly something to look forward to. The two stood on one side of the training yard, Brown speaking gently but curiously. Why are you here? Li Ha's face calm, you know. The commander didn't have to think long, quickly smiling knowingly. You're here because of Miss Elizabeth. Li Ha admitted frankly, yes, I'm here for her legacy. A moment later, he stood at the edge of the cliff, cold wind blowing through the rocks. Loose stones kicked down, rattling into the deep gorge. Li Ha shaded his eyes from the light. He gazed into the distance. The commander briefly reminisced. When I was young, I often came here to meet friends. Truly nostalgic. He was silent, marveling. When he was young, the game had only been out for a year. The feeling of reality was incredible, being an NPC in the game. Wow, the key point is that one of the targets is at a distance of 444 meters. The cliff opposite is lined with countless misaligned shooting targets. The space between them is shrouded in mist, and Li Ha quickly calculates. I guess the important part is identifying which one it is. and then taking action. But I'm sure the central hall is hiding something. It won't give it to me easily. Exactly, just a slight blow makes the fallen leaf hover in the air. You deliberately probe with Brown as if for real, Commander. You can tell immediately that Lee Ha is faking it. That's enough for someone of that caliber. You have 3 attempts, good luck. You grip the flintlock tightly in your hand. Maybe I should be grateful that this mission isn't easy. Time limit set, take a deep breath and get ready. Luckily, I've practiced beforehand. The Sir suddenly grew curious about Lee Ha's offhand remark. Training. He knelt to take aim, eyes locked on the practice target. Right, the wind direction. Wind speed isn't anticipating the worst-case scenario a basic skill. He added silently that the spotter hadn't actually checked the distance. It was only a hunch, but thankfully I trained for the great gale. Lee Ha smiled, encouraging himself. Even so, it would be a lie to say this wasn't worrying. Brown was intrigued by his results. Nice, really, Lee Ha steadied his focus. I'll begin the mission. He activated the eagle eye skill, and his pupils instantly turned a blazing golden yellow. A flash of light pierced through everything. His soul seemed to separate from his body, gliding with each breath as it searched out the target's position ahead. The first trap of the test, there were countless targets. With the targets placed so close together, finding the real one at 444 meters was a major challenge. The second trap was the Great Gale. And the third, was there a third? Lee Ha's gaze suddenly stopped. Nothing looked unusual, yet a doubtful sound slipped from his throat. Softly, huh? At once he focused on pinpointing the exact location. That target, I could tell just by looking that it was farther than 430 meters, but closer than 450. It was close, clearly visible even through the scope. It really was 444 meters. He swallowed hard. Hesitating, he asked himself, should I shoot? I have 3 chances. I only need 1 shot. After that, if I miss, I can fire again. No, I can't think like that. It's not that I have 3 chances. It's that I only have 3 shots to make sure I'm right. Wake up, Ha Lee Ha, you're a sniper. If I start thinking about turbulence and trouble, I won't be able to squeeze the trigger precisely. I need to believe I'll hit on the first shot. Lee Ha's mind spun at high speed, calculating with meticulous care. The target size was about 170–175 centimeters from top to bottom. With that size, there were roughly 60–70 targets that could be estimated to be 444 meters away. Well, not counting the red ones. So where was the real target? In a split second, he paused, then broke into a confident smile. His voice was firm, south-southeast. Wind speed around 9 meters per second, nearly enough to sway tree branches. If I calculate the distance correctly, it will affect the bullet's trajectory. Lee Ha inhaled deeply, steadying his heartbeat. His breathing turned light and smooth. Stay calm, sniper. His index finger rested lightly on the trigger. Magical energy quietly gathered. Poised to erupt, the shockwave sound rode the wind into the distance. The bullet streaked forward, tearing through the air. Lee Ha's cloak fluttered in the gust. The bullet flashed as if it had become icy blue petal. In the end, it pierced the bullseye dead center. The terrifying force shook the entire target board, shattering it into fragments. Seeing that, Brown smiled in satisfaction, eyes glittering with approval. As expected, it didn't fall short of the Sir's hopes. He clapped in praise. Congratulations! Lee Ha calmly held his stance, not relaxing just because of a momentary success. Brown's voice brimmed with emotion. It seems 3 chances are a luxury for you. The system popped up 2 notifications in a row. You have leveled up. Brown couldn't hide the astonishment and delight on his face. Congratulations. Looks like these 3 chances are impossible for you, huh? I didn't expect you to do it on the very first try. That's surprising. Lee Ha rubbed the back of his head shyly in modesty, making the other man smile at his sincerity. Honestly, I'm even more surprised than you are. I didn't think I'd succeed on the first attempt either. They shook hands, their eyes meeting for a weighty moment. The Sir could hardly hide the surge of emotion. Except for her, you're only the 2nd person in this world to complete it on the first try. Just kidding, haha, he asked back curiously. Really? Brown closed his eyes and took a deep breath as memories from the past rushed in. She always said that people who succeed on the 3rd try can't compare to those who succeed on the very first. That's also why your skill leveled up so much. From those pointers, Lee Ha quickly understood, both astonished and proud of himself. Oh, so the experience points match my effort. No wonder I jumped 2 levels. The Sir gently placed a hand on his shoulder. That gaze, full of trust and encouragement, made Lee Ha feel as if an invisible strength was flowing from Brown into him. Get ready, this part won't be easy. The system panel displayed achievement info, the next generation of the 3 Musketeers. A+ shooting target, you are the 3rd person to obtain it. Gain an additional 200% points, 36 attribute points, plus 200 reputation, and contribution to the VBS Kingdom. You are the 3rd person to achieve the next generation of the 3 Musketeers, and will be inscribed in the hall. Fame, gain bonus points, continent-wide reputation, and contribution to the Phi-Beal Kingdom. Lee Ha stood frozen in place, eyes locked on the black flintlock musket mounted on the wall. The gleam reflecting off the polished metal made the item feel even more mysterious. He swallowed nervously and walked toward it with heavy, slow steps. His heartbeat thudded wildly in his chest. Then, using both hands, he lifted it up reverently, feeling the weight and every intricate detail of the black bet grow as he held the gun in his hands. His serious gaze conveyed, "Now this item is yours. I trust you with this, Elizabeth. The system confirms this is no illusion. You now possess Breakback." The shadow of its previous owner flickers briefly. Holding it, he felt immense excitement. His mind was almost blank before the light yet powerful sensation of the weapon in his hands. So light. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a new mission. Clues about the remaining two, to find the teammates lost in the battle between demons and humans. Accepting the mission, Lee Ha didn't immediately agree, but subtly asked Brown's opinion. In a calm but cautious voice, "Commander, do you want me to find Elizabeth?" He nodded firmly without ceremony. "Yes, if those two are truly connected to the demon army, it will be serious. There are rumors that monsters near each country's borders are rising." At that moment, he grasped the key information. The final pieces fell into place. If it's like this everywhere, the surrounding atmosphere instantly turns heavy with ominous danger. His sharp gaze revealed the truth. They have been given orders. This information put him on alert, his palms slightly sweaty. In other words, the demon army will reveal itself, right? He sighed helplessly, carrying worry. "We can't confirm anything either." Lee Ha furrowed his brows, stroked his chin in thought, his mind racing to uncover hidden clues. If the demon army is preparing to act, will there be another war soon? Recalling when he killed Hizu Ika to prevent a tragedy. He had grown stronger before the battle. A sense of relief washed over him. A smile appeared and all previous worries seemed to vanish. He began to understand this mission. This is part of the main story. He decisively pressed the accept button. Now there was no chance of failure. So there's no reason to refuse. After deciding, Lee Ha informed Brown of his plan. "I understand. First, I'll gather information about that demon army." Moreover, he eagerly lifted Breakback to his chest, eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. "I'll see how this works. I saw Kit and Loser transform their guns. You must have noticed that too." "Ah, you mean that event." His voice deliberately slowed, serious. She answered, Lee Ha's eyes shining like stars, exuding innocence and hope. But Brown's next words were like a cold wind, extinguishing all hope. "I don't know." He was so shocked he froze momentarily, mouth agape, heart pierced by disappointment. He smiled faintly, eyes carrying a nostalgic glimmer. The black past gun had once been used by Elizabeth. "I've used it once too, but couldn't transform its shape." Lee Ha was eager to confirm his meaning. "Figure it out yourself, isn't that how life always is?" "Ha ha ha," his tone was witty and relaxed, leaving Lee Ha standing there half puzzled, half curious. He could do nothing but force a smile. Ah, yes, in reality, silently complaining. A feeling of helplessness and irritation. Whenever it's difficult, he ignores it, just passing the task to me. After finishing, he said goodbye, "I'll be going now." He felt that understanding the issue quickly was because it was hard to solve. Silently, eyes gazing out the window, seemingly contemplating. There will be a shared direction ahead. Each word seemed to open a misty door, making Lee Ha increasingly vague. What does he mean? He kindly guided with a clue. "Go to the Adamandia Mountains, you'll find the answer." Lee Ha walked while thinking. He analyzed the earlier words, each tonal nuance lingering in his mind. Adamandia Mountains, probably referring to the twin dwarves. That guess seemed reasonable, and now it's time to prepare to depart. Detailed information about Lee Ha's new weapon appeared, the gun of Hero B. Cannot be bought or sold, possessing technology superior to humans. The weapon transformation skill left him wide-eyed, heart-pounding, another hero-tier item. The equipment in Lee Ha's hands sparkled under the light, radiating a special aura. This equipment is also hero-tier. How rare hero-tier weapons are, he wondered. He nervously checked other stats. What about agility? The system immediately replied. User agility multiplied by 7 to 7,750. The words made him gasp. "Oh my current gun only has 5,000. That's the special hummingbird gun with attack 4,760. A blazing fire surged in Lee Ha's mind, spreading throughout his body. These bastards, they're all using hero-tier item. He puffed out his cheeks in a sulk, mixed with a hint of frustration, wishing he had obtained Blake Blackbest sooner. Blackbest uses agility as the basis for its attack power. If that's the case, then I can't use the stats for anything else. I'll put everything into agility. Following his thought, the stat immediately increased by 260. Suddenly, a communication window appeared by Lee Ha's ear. "So you finally did it." The familiar voice thrilled him, and Lee Ha clenched his fists. Filled with excitement and joy, "Kid, you're still alive." He spoke arrogantly, showing a challenging attitude. "Is there any player in this world who could kill me? Me? The reason I got into that situation was because of an ambush." Lee Ha suddenly noticed his location displayed on the map. "Hey, why are you at an inn?" Kid answered bluntly, because I needed to sleep, of course. Lee Ha forced a smile to respond, ah, I see. He rested his hands behind his head, looking relaxed, but his voice carried a reminder. You should check Loser's location regularly. It seems the misunderstanding about the ghost bullet sniper has been cleared, but you should stay cautious. Lee Ha didn't bother. What, why? Now he probably knows it's just a nickname. Kid's excitement surged, adding a warning. He's hard to talk to. He only classifies items and people into things to carry and things not to carry. That guy's dangerous. Lee Ha sighed and laughed. Clearly, talking to him solves nothing anyway. Still, thanks. Lee Ha probed his intention. Are you planning to go to the Adamantia Mountains? Want to come with me? He already knew the other's plan. No need for small talk. I'm tired. See you later. With that, the communication window disappeared. He muttered under his breath, selfish. Lee Ha suddenly smiled with satisfaction at having achieved his goal. No need for small talk, huh? At least I got some information from him, so that's a relief. Now if I want to load bullets into the new gun, I just need to meet the dwarf. Must head to the Adamantia Mountains immediately. He condensed a glowing purple mana orb between his palms. The runes hovered in the air, glowing, as he mentally calculated each step, preparing for the upcoming battle. But first, a quick stop at Dale Castle. Night fell and soft yellow light spilled from the apartment windows, creating a peaceful scene. A gentle voice called Lee Ha. Mom's home. Kim Do cautiously opened the door and stepped in, finding the room empty and the gaming pod closed. She was very familiar with this sight. Playing games again, huh? Seeing her son's bright smile, a sense of satisfaction spread through her heart. Kim Do approached the gaming pod, bent slightly and whispered softly, so glad your face has become lively. Inside the game world, a drop of water fell, rippling the calm surface, breaking the surrounding silence. Doomy appeared first, stepping out from the misty water. Welcome, travelers. Brown looked at him kindly, eyes full of care and encouragement. Seems you've grown stronger, Lee Ha. Images of old friends flashed through Lee Ha's mind. He etched every word, action, and gesture into memory. Each memory was like a vivid puzzle piece. KKK want to go hunting together. It'll be fun. Ha Lee Ha Wooin, hurry up. He would be able to join them soon. Finally, Hoa Din said farewell. See you next time. Lee Ha wandered aimlessly through the white void with no end in sight. Suddenly he froze. Ahead, Hoa Dian appeared. Her eyes sparkled brightly, hoping to see him soon. Lee Ha's cheeks flushed, his heart skipped a strong beat. A feeling of embarrassment and excitement spread throughout his body. At Dale Castle, a pale blue light descended from the sky, sparkling like countless shattered crystals reflecting sunlight. It landed in the middle of the plaza, beside the fountain. The light gradually faded, the surroundings blurred, and Lee Ha's form gradually became visible. A gentle breeze lifted him and gently set Lee Ha down on the ground. His eyebrows slightly raised, eyes full of confusion and a hint of shock, expression hard to describe. What did I just see? He recalled the scene, images flashing through his mind. As Lee Ha used magic, a purple crystal orb suddenly appeared before his eyes. He frowned, watching its every movement with suspicion and curiosity. A message, seeing it clearly, he was momentarily startled, eyes widening. A natural reaction, as if surprised by something completely unexpected. The system displayed a dreamy pink effect frame, listing a series of Hoa Din's favorite locations. Lee Ha stared in astonishment. What the heck? Wait a second. Could this be the crystal orb that Hoa Din uses? Elsewhere, a multitude of items like stuffed animals, books, and body pillows were thrown flying across the room. And the clinking of skull bottles kicked off a vivid, chaotic mess. Yu Ding's face flushed bright red as she fumbled around, rummaging everywhere. Where is it? I've looked and looked, I can't find it. Her strange behavior left Hu Yuan completely baffled. What's wrong, Hu Ding? Hu Yuan's body trembled, tears welling up. Her heart tightened as emotions surged and she muttered in despair. As if the whole world around them had collapsed in an instant. It's not here. Hu Yuan grew even more suspicious. What isn't here? Hu Ding slumped in the middle of the mess and answered wearily, defeated. My crystal orb. Hu Yuan was still confused, unable to understand why her little sister was taking it so hard. Your crystal orb? I didn't think you'd ever lose something like that. I can just buy you a new one. Hu Ding sobbed, stammering, that's not the point. I think I accidentally gave it to Lee Ha. She bowed her head and let out a helpless sigh. Her shoulders felt unbearably heavy. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't calm down. Tears kept streaming down, mixed with regret. Your crystal orb? Hu Yuan comforted her sister absently. Hey, don't worry, it can't be worth that much. Over there, Lee Ha couldn't hold back a delighted laugh with a hint of surprise. Maybe she accidentally mixed up the two orbs. Perfect, I never thought an ice wizard could have such an adorable sigh. Well then, if I head a little north from here, I'll reach the South Asian Federation. If I want to get to the Adamantia Mountains, going through minis would be faster. But that gloomy face and those blazing eyes. Wisps of smoke spilling from Loser's mouth flashed through his mind. Ghost bullets from a sniper? I've had enough of that. The image was terrifying and haunting. It left an unforgettable chill down his spine. I can't risk running into that madman. Loser is in the kingdom of minis right now, ever since the three rangers recognized each other. The moment I set foot in minis, he'll chase me down. The three ranger corps, descendants of heroes, the weapons of the Crimson Heart Rangers. Lee Ha frowned, eyes carefully studying every nook and cranny of the gun. His hand skimmed over the exquisite details. No matter how you looked at it, it was just an ordinary flintlock. How am I supposed to modify this? Suddenly a spark of insight flashed through his mind. Could it be? I have to use a skill. He immediately summoned the system. The screen displayed the detailed information for the weapon modification skill. That familiar name made Lee Ha's eyes go wide and his jaw drop, his heart pounding at what appeared. SRA was the abbreviation for a special type of sniper rifle, an advanced sniper rifle issued to special forces. However, it was a weapon that relied on an electrical system, so it shouldn't be possible to deploy it in Middle-earth. He frowned, staring at the black bass in his hand for a long moment, then decided to use the weapon modification skill. The gun's body erupted in an eerie, mystical blue light. Lee Ha's gaze locked on it, tracking every change. The light suddenly shifted into a dazzling golden glare, spreading across a massive area. Black Bass appeared in a new form, its jet-black body sleek and glossy. The frame shimmered with imposing power. His hand tightened around the grip. Even though Lee Ha had expected it, he was still stunned. Haha, too bad I can't call Kid and Loser over. Those gear-abusing guys. With heroic equipment near the border where the rat folk lie, Lee Ha assessed the surroundings. Testing it here should work. This is my first time testing a new weapon as the heir of the Ranger Corps. Time to try this upgraded Black Bass. First, he took a deep breath, steadied his breathing, and focused completely. Whoosh. Then he aimed and pulled the trigger, ready to witness the Black Bass's new power explode. But nothing happened. He froze in disbelief, disappointment, and confusion flooding his body. What? Lee Ha tried pulling the trigger a few more times, but the result was the same. Worse, the commotion on his side drew the rat folks' attention. Fierce, glowing red eyes, squeak squeak, made the air around them suddenly so tense it was hard to breathe. He dropped to one knee, both hands braced on the ground when he realized the key problem. His fingers trembled from the shock. No ammo. I thought this gun would generate bullets with magic. I got way too excited earlier. The sound of the rat pack's footsteps drawing closer jolted him fully awake. They were growling as they surrounded him. Lee Ha tensed up and cursed inwardly. Damn it. The rat pack lunged straight at him. Every muscle was taut, packed with terrifying strength. Lee Ha panicked and shouted, trying to de-escalate. Wait a second, let's take a short break. At least let me reload first. Seeing the writing on the wall, he turned and bolted for his life, until he finally couldn't take it anymore and he clenched the gun stock tight. You're all such a pain, bayonet assault. Lee Ha raised the gun high. The two sides crashed into a furious brawl, plunging everything into total chaos. He vented his fury like a madman. Die, South Asian Federation, Banut Devo City. Lee Ha's face was pale and haggard after the chaos. Bandages and a few scattered scratches clearly showed the aftermath of what he'd just been through. That was way too close. I can't believe I'm the heir of the three Ranger Corps, and I still ended up doing the kind of thing I used to do at level 1. His whole body shook violently. He pulled his cloak tight, wrapped from head to toe. The surrounding space seemed to amplify the loneliness and biting cold. So cold. Ever since I arrived in South Asian, the weather has kept getting colder. On the streets, a few people are searching for members. They need a healer to join them in the Salia Cave. There are 4 people in the group and they need an additional healer. They need a human player to go with them to the snowy region. If you want to reach Adamandia, come with us. Lee Ha was drawn to the location they were heading to. Oh, this says Adamandia. I guess these people are going there too. To enter, you have to request to join their guild. He stepped closer to start a conversation. Hello, may I ask you something? He said, smiling warmly and turning his head. Yes, he directly stated his purpose. I'm also heading to Adamandia. As soon as they saw each other's faces, they both froze in shock. They excitedly called out each other's names. Haliha Jin Gong, the guy happily grabbed his hand and exclaimed, Oh my gosh. What are you doing here? Lee Ha politely replied. There's a place I want to go. How about you? How long have you been here? Jin Gong explained, I haven't been here long. A Ritz will go anywhere as long as there's animals around. He knew the guy's personality well. Got it. I guess that's Reed's habit. Lee Ha was so absorbed in catching up that he didn't notice on the rooftop next door. A person in a yellow robe was silently observing him. Victor's face was hidden beneath the hood of the robe. Only a sharp gaze scanned his distinguishing features. Red circular robe, silver flintlock. Haliha had appeared. He was accompanied by a guy without any opening. Probably a healer, he noted. That black weapon resembling a flintlock might also be from here. At the Snow Peak Prosperity Hall of Central Saturday, The two companions walked along the trail together. The trees lining the path were draped in a thin layer of snow. It felt good to be walking together with him again. Jin Gong scratched his head shyly. Me too, I didn't expect to meet you here. Oh, by the way, I've already seen your video. Li Ha looked at him skeptically. Jin Gong's video expressing emotions, the one where you fought the Dawn Guild. 500 versus 1. I was also really moved watching the video of the guild battle between the Star Force and the Harmony Guild. He blushed, smiling awkwardly about the embarrassing topic. Ah, you mean that video? Oh, by the way, how's that friend of yours, the Jumping Crow, right? The guy helplessly clarified. Yeah, its name isn't really like that. But if you want to see it, I can summon it for you, don't laugh at me. Li Ha was full of anticipation. Excitement spread through his body. Finally, he would witness it. The dance of the era. Jin Gong raised a finger. In a commanding voice, Inferno! He struck a flamboyant pose and spun with skill. His cheeks flushed red and Li Ha's heart raced. He collapsed laughing uncontrollably, hitting his hand on the ground in delight. Ha ha ha, tears streamed from his eyes. His flustered expression was both funny and adorable. Li Ha laughed until he was in tears. Suddenly, a shadow loomed, causing him to freeze. He looked up and saw a dark figure flying toward him. A strong wind swept over him as the shadow landed, sending snow flying everywhere. Li Ha squinted to avoid the snow and lowered his center of gravity. His feet planted firmly, his body tensed like a drawn bow against the sudden impact. At this moment, his eyes locked onto a single point. Through the snow dust ahead, a massive figure loomed. He gasped, exclaiming in awe and shock, "Wow, what is that?" Inferno filled the sky, its piercing sound cutting through the surrounding space. Jin Gong awkwardly scratched his cheek and explained, "Aha, this is why I couldn't summon it immediately." In the village, Li Ha was extremely curious. Just how high had he leveled for it to grow so big? Amazed, he proudly rubbed his nose humbly. "Not as strong as you, but I've really worked hard to reach level 89. He recalled the impression from their recent meeting. He was much stronger than when they met at the three-person gathering. Even knowing his talent from the start, Li Ha was still very surprised. Li Ha endured the bone-chilling cold, his steps trembling. He spoke in short bursts. "Ah, Jin Gong, are we almost there?" Looking around, it didn't seem like the place they needed. Unlike him, Jin Gong remained unaffected. "Ah, it's just nearby. But the snow hare usually appears around here, so this is the most logical ambush spot." Li Ha was still curious, but exactly what is a snow hare? He immediately gave a brief introduction about the target. "It's a beast I need to tame. They hate birds and giants like me. Therefore, I really need the help of a human player like you." Now Li Ha fully understood. So the reason he brought me along is to lure the snow hare out. Jin Gong clasped his hands earnestly, radiating respect and pleading. "Please, Li Ha, I promise you won't get hurt. I just need you to stay still and not shoot so it doesn't get alert." He felt his brain slowing down inside, accepting his fate. Damn, I can't believe I got trapped by him. Reaching the designated spot, Li Ha moved cautiously, gripping his gun, ready for anything. Any situation. "All right, since we know each other, I can help him a little." It seems the snow hare isn't too dangerous. A timid snow hare approaches him from behind. Its nose lightly touches his body. He is distracted, thinking, "I really want to reload my breakback soon. Until I reach the Adamandia Mountains, this transformation really costs a lot." In total, it has consumed 500 energy points to switch. Suddenly, through the scope, his eyes catch an unusual target. He controls his breathing to observe carefully, not missing a single detail. Their cloak colors differ, but the direction they're heading is. Could it be Za? Li Ha hurriedly opens the communication window to alert him. Jin Gong, over there. He lowers his presence, slowly approaching the prey. "SHH, wait, this is the chance to catch the snow hare." He panics, correcting him. "No, I mean Za this isn't the time to catch the snow hare." At that moment, the hare hears a sound and turns around. He immediately seizes the moment, jumping to grab its legs. Got it, caught it, it squeals in surprise, then thrashes wildly, trying to throw Jin Gong off. Li Ha tries to warn him. "Jin Gong, Za's people are on their way here. In 5 minutes they'll reach us." Unfortunately, his mind is fully focused on the snow hare, not hearing clearly. "Don't shoot, try to wait a bit longer for me. Until I can tame this hare." Li Ha is anxious. "Tame it, how long will that take?" He estimates roughly maybe 5 more minutes. He grits his teeth in anger, sweating nervously. "Jin Gong, you're doing all this for a hare." Wait, could he be stalling? Could he and Za be? No, the Jin Gong I know would never do that. But I can't be careless. I have to prepare for emergencies. He stubbornly holds the snow hare, refusing to let go despite its struggle. "Wait, it's about to tire. When this is over, I'll make sure you get out safely." Li Ha has no choice but to deal with the enemies himself, buying time for him. Internally, he curses, "Damn it." Victor has also spotted him, loudly commanding his subordinates. "Team A, capture Li Ha alive. The rest is up to you." The situation is critical. He calls out helplessly, "Jin Gong." He grits his teeth, using all his strength. Then a heart with pink bubbles appears, hovering in midair. He sheds tears of emotion. "I did it. The snow hare is tamed and now obedient." Victor points at Li Ha, ordering, capture him. Jin Gong slowly chants, respond to me, Snow Mountain. He can't understand what Jin Gong is doing. Hey Jin Gong. He channels all his magic into the snow hare, his body brimming with power, shouting loudly across the space. The call of Mother Nature. Around them, a strong wind spreads in all directions, carrying sparkling snowflakes. The mountains behind tremble violently as if countless celestial forces are moving simultaneously, creating a majestic and powerful scene. He calmly reminds him. Li Ha, get ready to run. He immediately runs to Jin Gong. What? He points left to explain. Did you hear that? That's why I told you not to shoot. Li Ha turns suspiciously. What he sees shocks him. Countless snowballs roll down from the mountains at terrifying speed, because the snow hares are closely linked. If one is in danger, all of them sense it, and immediately come to help. He is so shocked his mouth drops open, it's like an avalanche. Za's group sways, unable to withstand the pressure. Captain Victor firmly commands, don't be afraid, capture Li Ha alive. Jin Gong signals Li Ha, right now, run. He vaguely follows him. Jin Gong, where are we going? He replies. Where else, of course, our next destination, the Adamania Mountains. His expression twists, hesitating, but there's a cliff ahead. Before he can brace himself, Li Ha's shout echoes across the vast snow mountain area. Jin Gong calmly asks, Li Ha, you trust me, right? He immediately affirms, of course I trust you, that's why I haven't fired yet. He satisfiedly grabs his arm. Li Ha's body stiffens from tension. Wait, what is he doing? His steps are right at the cliff's edge. Without hesitation, he pulls him forward and decisively jumps down. Experiencing this, he feels like his soul has left his body. Tears fly in the wind. Hey, 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 only screams remain. Witnessing this, Victor angrily grits his teeth. Damn it. But before he can think of a countermeasure, they are surrounded by a massive crowd of snow hares. They fall into chaos. Damn it, eliminate those hares. Hurry, but there are too many of them. On the other side, Jin Gong had transformed into a giant eagle. Its sharp talons clutched Li Ha's cloak, the overwhelming strength pulling him away from the center. As they had just left, the area on the cliff was swept away by a blizzard. The strangers screamed in terror, their shouts echoing across the mountain. Jin Gong spread his massive wings, carrying his teammates steadily through the strong winds. He casually glanced down, speaking to Li Ha in eagle form. Thank you for trusting me, Li Ha. You gripped your cloak tightly, feeling your heart pounding and your breath shallow. Ha ha ha. Now let's head straight for the Adamantina Mountains. Li Ha was carried by Jin Gong through the sky, the wind brushing past bringing a cool, pleasant sensation. You exclaimed in admiration. Wow, this is amazing. Thanks to you, we've shaken off those people from afar. I didn't know a scholar could transform like this. But next time, please warn me before you dive like that. Trust me, my heart skipped a beat. He chuckled awkwardly. Of course, ha ha ha. After a while, Li Ha's feet gently touched the ground. They stopped at the edge of the Adamantina Mountains, Jin Gong's entire body radiating a brilliant light. The light spread throughout the area. Soon after, he returned to human form. He exhaled deeply, relaxing his body. All right, he raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight and surveyed the surrounding. This is the entrance to the mountain. I can't go any further. This is as far as a giant can venture. Li Ha didn't feel angry. Instead, he empathized. Giants and dwarves don't usually get along, right? Bringing me this far is more than enough. Thank you. But where do you plan to go next? Jin Gong scratched his head and replied vaguely. Anywhere, as long as there are animals and plants. Although my level is lower than yours, Li Ha, I've certainly traveled more places than you. Exploring central lands is quite interesting. Li Ha smiled happily and agreed. Sounds interesting. Next time, take me along. Jin Gong placed his hand on his chest, his whole body shining brilliantly, light spreading around. Each strand of hair seemed to glow. Well then, I'm off. See you next time. A column of smoke erupted violently, scattering light and dust. Immediately, he transformed into a giant eagle, spreading his wings and soaring straight into the sky. Li Ha stood in place, tilting his head to follow him. You waved and shouted loudly. Bye-bye, the dwarf city Helenville. Built along a rocky slope, its architecture is unique and striking to the eye. Machinery hummed busily everywhere. Cable cars crisscrossed through the nooks, creating a scene that was both hectic and technologically mesmerizing. Li Ha saw this grand sight for the first time, glancing around in awe. Amazing, this city is really impressive. I never expected they could build workshops like this inside a cave. The dwarves truly operate on a different level. It felt like wandering through shops. And here is the most exclusive store, the Bottle Cap Forge. You stopped at a location. I heard this is the only place where items like this can be welded. Inside, the sound of hammers striking metal echoed regularly, sparks flying brilliantly. Gleaming amidst dust and light, as you peeked in curiously, a voice shouted, who entered without knocking. A man with a neatly braided beard tightened his grip on a hammer. His muscles radiated strength, every movement exuded authority. He glared angrily. Don't you see I'm exerting all my strength here? Lee Ha felt awkward and politely explained his purpose. Sorry for interrupting your work, I came to place an order. In the corner, a person sat quietly. In a stern voice, he confirmed, You are the royal guard. You nodded excitedly, yes. He calmly inquired, Are you looking for black powder or iron bullets? Lee Ha shook his head. No. Then he took out the black bass, his transforming weapon. Seeing its form, Bottle Nickpet's eyes widened in shock, frozen for a moment. You softly called out. Iron, it immediately glowed, illuminating the entire room and stunning the two others. Bottle bared his teeth in excitement. You are the third royal guard. Lee Ha didn't hide anything. Yes. Bristle's gaze fixed on the weapon. Oh my god of forging, this is Elizabeth's rifle. You requested directly. I need ammunition for this. I already know its structure. Please, I need your help. Bottle activated his joints. Muscles tense, he couldn't wait any longer and motioned broadly to Bristle. Lock the doors, the shop will be closed for the day. Soon after, in private, a voice said, All right, so you claim to be the royal guard, right? That old man without eyebrows. Hearing that come out of his mouth made Lee Ha twitch slightly. Old man, you quickly replied. If you mean the commander of the Royal Guard Academy, Brownbeth, he's very well. Bottle flew into a rage, slamming the table. Commander my ass, that damn bastard, I've helped him so many times. And yet he never came to visit me even once, that ungrateful bastard. You stayed silent, not daring to defend Brown, knowing he must have been deeply hurt by that. After that, you pushed a blueprint in front of the old man. I want bullets like this. Can you make them? Besides the bullets, I'll also need a magazine to load them. The old man took it, glanced through it, and sighed. The new generation of musketeers was really no fun at all. You took pleasure in bringing the design drawing. Then you held it up and loudly asked your colleagues, brothers, can you forge this? He said he wanted 5 bullets and 1 magazine. Bristle replied confidently, Of course, boss. How can this compare to the one from the Blue Python division? Whisker stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Actually, it's quite similar to the Crimson Gekkasu. The only differences are in size and design. Bottle turned to Lee Ha. Are you impressed yet? They said it was no problem. Now it was just a matter of negotiating the price. First, you asked the old man, how much are you thinking? He opened his palm, 5 gold coins per set. The price made Lee Ha jump. What? That expensive? He panicked inwardly, calculating that 1 bullet was worth 100,000 won. What the hell is this? Bottle refused to back down. What? If you don't want to load bullets, fine. The casings are very expensive to make. Copper was extremely rare, even in the Adamandia mountain range. Lee Ha caught the key point, so it was expensive because of the copper. The old man saw it wasn't any kind of secret. Lee Ha confirmed, exactly. He smiled faintly and calmly slipped his hand into his robe, confusing the old man. Lee Ha pulled out a gleaming copper ingot and placed it on the table. Here, now how will you charge me? Bottle's hands trembled, not daring to touch it. This reaction was exactly what Lee Ha had anticipated. He confirmed the old man's guess, a copper ingot. Immediately, the bargaining skill was activated, increasing the chance of persuading the opponent by 38%. They haggled until sunset. Lee Ha achieved his goal and left happily. Waving goodbye, he said, All right then, I'll come back in 3 days. Please take good care of my rifle. Bottle stood at the door shouting angrily, Get out of here, you brat. Bring me the salt right now. He was extremely satisfied, humming a cheerful tune as he bought 1 gold coin's worth, 5 bullets per stack. On top of that, the magazine tuning was free. I'd cut the price by more than half on my very first time using the bargaining skill. Now it was time to swap this one for a pistol. He raised the flintlock and took aim. I'll use this one to fire iron balls. The needle gun should be used for buckshot instead. Nice. I want to use the black best as soon as possible. That night at Ha Lee Ha's place, Kyung's panicked voice echoed out, Bro, huge news. Hurry and turn on your computer. Ha Lee Ha pressed the phone to his ear, suspicious. Huge news, what, did a war break out or something? Kyung fidgeted anxiously. What are you saying? Of course I'm talking about Middle Earth. His expression was grave, sweat sliding down his cheekbone. Middle Earth was entering phase 2. Ha Lee Ha froze, his heart skipping a beat. He suddenly remembered Peter's warning. The successor to all the heroes of the past had been decided. You must act quickly, attack is the best defense. Even after hearing everything, Kyung still looked stunned. So the successors of the heroes were mentioned in Middle Earth's announcement. Are you saying you're one of them? Ha Lee Ha scratched his head awkwardly and grinned. It's just a guess, but I'm pretty sure. I've got my eye on one of the 3 royal guards. They were heroes in the Great Demonfolk War. Their achievements reached A+. He showed his younger brother his achievements panel. Kyung jolted in shock. A+, seriously? Oh my god. Ha Lee Ha nodded and added, That's right, and the new 3 royal guards will each have a one-of-a-kind weapon. I don't know the current situation yet, so I can't tell what rank the other 2 heroes are. Kyung shared what he knew. The Great Demonfolk War II was mentioned in a quest you did. But I never paid attention, because the announcement said heroes of every rank had already been tested. Looks like I'm not the successor of a Night rank hero. Ha Lee Ha guessed maybe there simply weren't any heroes from the Night rank. Kyung clicked his tongue, troubled. Tusk sounds like a mess. These spots might end up being taken by brand new players. Anyway, I don't actually know much about the Great Demonfolk War II, but I've heard a few things about the other members among the 3 royal guards. Aliha grew a little curious. You've heard, then you know about Kip and Loser. He paused to think. Sweeping Kip is pretty famous, but his expression suddenly turned serious. The one named Loser seems like a bloodthirsty mercenary. Aliha's interest flared. Is he famous? Young gave a quick introduction. Very, your reputation will be about on par with Loser's once you beat them. There are even rumors he once dueled the strongest holy dragon knight. Aliha fell silent, worry hidden in his gaze. I knew he wasn't ordinary, but he fought the very best. He set that aside for the moment. But this, Kyung, what do you think the final announcement meant? Attack is the best defense. Kyung voiced his own opinion. I suspect it definitely means you should start taking action. From those clues, Aliha analyzed. In other words, an enemy is coming, when we can't defeat if we only defend. If it's an enemy even you couldn't beat back in Middle-earth, the Demon King's army, then they'll probably launch an invasion. Just like before during the Great Demonfolk War II, Young couldn't suppress the anxiety in his chest. If that happens, then what should we do? The air fell silent for a moment. The table where the two of them sat felt cut off from the tavern's bustle. Aliha reached for the mug handle on the table. Well, he calmly took a sip. Hunt them down, I guess. The answer left Kyung stunned. Aliha set the mug down with a thud. The golden beer inside sloshed. He declared loudly, if it's the Demon King's monster army, then in the end all we have to do is hunt them. Kyung admired him and gave him a like. My brother's amazing. Aliha got so flattered his ego practically grew a nose. Ha ha ha, this is what people call the value of strength. Once they'd finished every last bite of food, he finally said goodbye. It's time, I've got to go. Kyung didn't forget to remind him. Right, you said you were going to forge weapons early. Next time, show me, okay? Aliha nodded in promise. Definitely, next time I'll show you. He stood on the rooftop and sprang into the air. About a minute later, he arrived at Bottle's smithy, but the door was tightly shut, the outside deserted, not a soul in sight. Aliha looked around, puzzled. Closed. He could still hear a few noises from inside, so someone had to be in there. Maybe they were still working. He knocked to get their attention. Hello, I'm Aliha. He didn't have to wait long before the door slowly cracked open. Briscoe's face appeared in the gap, covered in scratches of varying lengths, sweat still soaking him through, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. Seeing Liha, he let out a relieved breath. Phew, go on in, the captain is waiting. Liha suddenly felt a foreboding sense creeping into his mind. His heart beat faster. Did something happen to you? Is there a war going on inside? Bristle led him in. The room was a chaotic mess. He crossed his arms, his face showing annoyance. In short, this is a battle. I've never seen anything this troublesome before. Go see him and he will tell you what to do. Liha anxiously moved toward the forge room, speaking softly. Hello, Master Bottleneck. The old man sat heavily, his expression shrouded in a dark cloud, making the atmosphere tense and cold. Liha noticed that he bore injuries similar to Bristle. Feeling uneasy, he forced a smile and greeted, Master Bottleneck. You seem hurt. Did this happen while making ammunition? Suddenly, he firmly declared, we will have to halt the research on this. Then he shouted as if driven to madness, I've never seen anything like this before. Even Kid and Loser's guns are not this complex. He threw blackbait to Liha and waved him off. Take it right now. Summon the legendary dwarf. Without reason, he wouldn't seal this. This information made Liha pause. Seal? He asked skeptically. Wasn't it created by the legendary dwarf? Bottle still pleaded sincerely. Oh God de Oninhimo, please forgive me. His face pale, he gritted his teeth, pointing at Liha and cursing. Every gesture was full of anger and pressure. You shameless bastard, you have eyes only for yourself. Liha silently examined the gun. Only see myself. Right, I haven't read all the details about blackbait after it transformed. He carefully reread its information. Legendary blackbait, non-tradable, agility multiplied by 8 plus 25. It can activate additional skills when the seal is removed. Liha analyzed every detail. No range, no firing rate, not even a usage requirement. Moreover, it is a legendary item, and its attack stat is 8 times its agility stat. One speculation flashed in his mind as he hurriedly sought answers from Bottle. How about Loser and Kid's guns? What ranks are the Blue Python and Crimson Gecko triggers? His emotions spiraled. Those are merely hero-grade weapons. This blackbait must have been crafted by demons. I'm certain of it. Even if his mind hadn't fully processed it, he had to follow the legendary dwarf's instruction. Yet Liha only absorbed its potency. He was ecstatic. Their weapons are hero-grade, mine is legendary. That means mine is the best, Liha confirmed confidently. Sorry to say this, but I can't wield it proficiently yet. However, I will handle it carefully, Master Bottleneck. He grew even angrier. Of course you have to say that. This weapon cannot be exposed to the light. Liha rubbed his hands, smiling brightly. What about the ammo? Bottle helplessly held his forehead, gritting his teeth. Yes, here, take it. Golden magazines neatly arranged, Lee Ha praised tactfully, just as expected from the most talented dwarves. The previous scene replayed in his mind. He walked, waving farewell with a friendly smile. Thank you, I'll be back often. Badal remained furious to the point of spitting fire. Don't even think about it, never come back here. Go fetch the purifying salt immediately. That guy is even more shameless than No Brown. Bristle immediately agreed. I think so too. At the Tenero copper mine, surrounded by rocks with no signs of life, Lee Ha walked while thinking amidst the desolation. Lost in thought, to ensure stable ammo supply, I need more copper ingots. How long will it take for these copper people to respawn here? I hope not too long, or waiting will be exhausting. Just then, the familiar growl echoed from above the cliff. Sleepy meets alert, he smiled slightly. Just in time. Lee Ha balanced on tiptoe, focusing. Distance is 330 m, wind speed 9 no 10 ms. He silently pressed against the ground, eyes fixed on the target. Barrel aimed straight, environment slightly unfavorable. If it were before, I might have had to change position. He smirked confidently, but that was before. He decisively pulled the trigger. The shot roared through the air, sparks flying from the muzzle. The recoil pushed his legs back, forcing him to tense every muscle to maintain position. Lee Ha's palms burned and still trembled, slightly numb from the shock. This gun has high recoil, so I'll be more careful when shooting prone. He suddenly jolted awake, right, the copper statue. But the moment he turned, his eyes widened in shock. The statue had shattered into hundreds of pieces. Metal fragments gleamed in the light. The copper chunks fell heavily. The scene left him stunned. Don't tell me. The copper fragments quickly reassembled. Lee Ha gaped, even he was surprised. The copper statue had been defeated with a single shot. Lee Ha stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the pile of copper crystals on the ground, still unable to believe this was real. I took it down with a single shot. Then he suddenly snapped back to his senses. Now wasn't the time to think about that. First, I have to pick up the ammo. It was custom-ordered ammo, so I couldn't leave any clues for other players. Lee Ha was so excited he couldn't hold it in, skipping along. He hummed a cheerful tune. It was harvest time, time to harvest even more loot. I wonder what I'll pick up this time. Nice, nice. As he got closer, he saw a copper ingot shining with a brilliant metallic gleam, and beside it a pair of Radiant Knight's boots, just as expected. Lee Ha picked up both items to examine them. This copper ingot was guaranteed to have dropped from a copper golem. Just as Lee Ha bent down to grab the item, the sparkling crystal copper from before suddenly lost all its shine, turning completely into dull, lifeless gray stone. He calculated the item's value. This would sell for a nice price, one copper ingot worth about 100 new rounds. Suddenly, an excited voice carried over from the distance and caught his attention. Oh, I'm so happy. This is my first time ambushing a copper golem. We're almost there. Remember, never use lightning magic. Lee Ha jolted when he spotted a party about 100 meters away, chatting animatedly. His heart sank as he muttered in panic. Damn it, I have to get out of here now. Before anyone could see him, he decisively tore the paper in half. Everything will be fine. Over there, Bruto was excitedly scanning the area when he suddenly froze. Where did the copper golem go? It wasn't here. Ahead stretched a barren expanse of dry gravel. Gusts of cold wind swept through, dragging swirling dust and haze, painting a desolate scene. The others were also dumbfounded, unable to understand what was happening. Rudo scratched his cheek, so flustered he was sweating. How could this happen? What's going on? No one noticed that. High above, a thin streak of light flashed like lightning, silently ripping across the sky before vanishing into the dense cloud layer. After reaching a safe spot, Lee Ha checked his inventory again. All right, I'll auction the boots, starting bid, 120 gold. He went to the tailor's shop and requested, hello, I'd like to order a bag that can fit a rifle. In his mind, he quietly made a shopping list. Now that I know what Blackbet can really do, I'll pick up a few more things. And I'll also check what achievements I've earned. At Lee Ha's summons, the achievement panel appeared. One shot is enough. B-rank Copper Golem, along with a message. I hope you will continue working for the benefit of humankind. Grow stronger. Bit by bit, and finally the reward. Strength plus 10, agility plus 4. He proudly rubbed his nose. The corner of his mouth curled up smugly as confidence surged in his chest. I earned the one-shot achievement for dropping a copper golem boss with a single bullet. Pale blue light from the system screen washed over Lee Ha's face, reflecting a calm, heavy mood. But I didn't make it into the Hall of Fame. That means there are plenty of people out there who can one-shot a copper golem. Still, it also means I've reached their level, right? The corner of Lee Ha's lips lifted into a faint, composed smile, a determined spark flashing in his eye. All right, I'll chase them down once I can take out all the bosses in each region. Suddenly, a notification popped up and made him stop short. You've successfully completed your first hunt with Blackbet. A new hunt has been unlocked. Blackbet Seal 1 of 7. The mission details were displayed clearly. Take down a level 150 plus monster from 1,000 meters away with a single shot. Mysterious reward. Lee Ha frowned slightly, his expression turning serious in an instant. An exclusive mission, there wasn't even an option to accept or refuse. Is it really just ordering me to do it? He was suddenly drawn to the line about waiting for its owner to awaken it, thinking to himself, awaken. So that means Blackbed is still sealed, and there are 7 sealed. Even the requirement to complete the hunt sounds ridiculous, think about it. I'm only level 146. This is going to be a brutal hunt. Lee Ha swallowed hard. His heart was torn as if 2 wills were clashing inside him. But if I can lift every seal, just how strong will Blackbet become? After hesitating for a while, the corner of his mouth tilted up as he made his decision. Fine, failure isn't an option. Now that it's come to this, I'll complete every hunt. I'll lift every seal. I need to find a place where I can complete the one-shot kill mission to claim the bonus stats. And at the same time, it will also be the place where I complete Blackbet's hunts. It's been a long time. Lee Ha smiled with anticipation. It's been a while, I should head there. He quickly made his way to an ancient building that still radiated luxury. Every architectural line was steeped in time, yet no less dazzling. His fingers unconsciously tapped a steady rhythm on the tabletop. He sat at the counter, waiting patiently. I had a vague feeling Madame Zhou would be on a journey first. He quietly swept his gaze around. His gaze discreetly scanned every dark corner and subtle movement, silently assessing the situation around him. Through each action and the way people interacted, he slowly inferred that some players had already used this information base. Intermediate players had gathered information about the hunt from the NPCs here. The stories they told would be treated as intel revealed by NPCs to players. Lost in observation, a sudden voice called from behind. Sir Halliha, he jolted and quickly turned, responding softly. Ah, right, the NPC politely relayed that someone could go upstairs. Madame Zhou is waiting for you. The wooden door creaked open, letting in a cold draft. Lee Ha's steps involuntarily paused. Inside the quiet room under dim light, a girl was sitting there. Sinara smiled warmly at him. Lee Ha, he nodded, his voice tinged with nostalgia. It's been a long time. Have you been well? Her radiant smile appeared. Of course, he replied. By now he guessed that Madame Zhou's previous appointment was with Sinara. It was understandable. She followed only the orders of the Crusader Knights, so her true intentions and thoughts were already clear. Madame Zhou spoke gently. I heard Sinara mention that you two know each other, right? Lee Ha, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, but she propped her chin, eyes teasing. Are you quite the player, aren't you? Lee Ha startled, his cheeks flushing. What do you mean, a player? Madame Zhou didn't let it go, a mischievous smile forming. Oh ho ho, yes, I see. You must be worried with 2 beautiful ladies in front of you. Go ahead and sit first. Lee Ha pondered silently. But with Sinara still in the room, their conversation wasn't over yet, was it? Why did they let me in? He slowly sat beside Nara. Madame Zhou seemed to see through his question. Her ambiguous words hung like a fragile thread in the air. Actually, the appointment was meant to be one-on-one, but I let you in because Sinara permitted it. Lee Ha looked bewildered. Ah, really? Nara nodded in confirmation. It's something I can't tell anyone else, but I knew I could trust you. Lee Ha grew even more curious. What is it? She began from the start. I received a letter. He looked puzzled. A letter? Nara pulled out the letter, her expression serious, revealing shocking information. An assassination plot against the king. Lee Ha was unprepared, shouting in shock. Assassination, the king of Fibyl. He took the letter, his hands clenching instinctively. The more he read, the more his eyebrows furrowed, breathing growing heavy. What? Ridiculous. The letter contained only one line, I will send the king to hell. Ha ha ha, Madame Zhou understood his feeling. I know it's hard to believe, especially since it looks like just a threat on paper. But if I tell you, this paper was found tucked into the king's bedroom door. Lee Ha's pupils shrank in fear, the air around him feeling frozen. Her demeanor proved this was no joke. Every word carried weight, making his chest feel heavy. The entire story would change. Right? Just as Lee Ha lifted his teacup, Madame Zhou's words made his hand freeze midair. What? So you mean you found this paper on the king's bedroom door? But this paper is a bit strange. If he truly planned to assassinate the king, he would just kill him directly, no need to leave a note saying he would come for the assassination. Nara sighed heavily. I think so too. I wanted to see if I could trace the sender and their intent. That's why I came here. Madame Zhou rested her chin on her hand. Her voice was calm yet sharp. Someone can enter the king's bedroom without making a sound. It sounds like the assassins from the Midnight Horse Guild. Specifically, I think the one responsible is their famous dancer. Nara bit her lip, worry evident. The guild captain is an NPC, the other members are all players. If the culprit is a player, not an NPC, could it really be that person? Lee Ha seemed to grasp her speculation and calmly dismissed it. Miss Nara, I don't think the dancer is the culprit. She glanced skeptically at him, eyebrows slightly furrowed. Why do you say that? Lee Ha gave an awkward smile. Ah, Miss Nara, you are incredibly skilled. You are a Crusader knight, able to infiltrate the castle without being caught. That means the culprit must be at least at knight level or have an advantage over your level. From what I know, that dancer isn't as capable as you. That's why I think she couldn't have infiltrated the castle without realizing it. Lee Ha gently rubbed his chin, reviewing every clue from start to finish. Every detail from before surfaced one by one in his mind. Rank 7 martial artist on the Central Empire leaderboard. The assassin must be rank 5 or higher. It makes more sense to pay attention to Peter. After all, on the list he's ranked higher than Nara. Madame Du agrees with him. He's right. If that person is the martial artist, she could trick a few knights in the Holy Knights. But the chance of her getting past her solid defenses is very slim. Nara, at this moment, finally understands. That's right. The martial artist's skills have clear limits. Suddenly, her private communication channel sounded. Oh, and could it be that the assassin? Lee Ha silently mouthed words, transmitting his voice, trying to complete a task. Her eyes widened, her body jolted as if struck by electricity. Taking a deep breath, she slowly connected all the previous deductions. Each piece of information, every seemingly isolated clue, suddenly formed a complete picture. Of course, it makes sense why he left a note. Because the mission required him to do so. Both kept calm expressions and natural gestures to avoid Madame Du noticing, but in reality, they were quietly exchanging thoughts. Assigning a mission for a player to kill the king. I didn't even think of that. Nara can almost be sure. No, I think you guessed right. This is how things operate in the Central Empire. Missions are designed to help players grow stronger. This is a game that always exceeds the player's imagination. Try to stay normal. Hiding all gestures and exchanged glances, yet Madame Du still subtly notices something amiss. I can see you two exchanging glances. You both make me feel so lonely. Are you two dating? Lee Ha immediately blushed, neck burning. Sorry, Madame Du, I'm just reorganizing my thoughts. Nara spoke on their behalf. Thank you, thanks to both of you I have reached a conclusion. The one behind this is the top assassin in the Midnight Stallion Corps. Madame, can you focus on investigating him? Madame Du pondered for a moment. Even tracking his traces is quite difficult. I will do my best since I am also a resident of the kingdom of Phi Beal. Nara placed her hand on her chest, showing sincerity. I request this of you in the name of the Holy Knights. After settling her concern, she said goodbye. All right, now I have some clues. I'll start acting immediately. I want to stay a bit longer, but I have no time left. Thank you, Lee Ha. Your eyes hold suspicion. She still smiled warmly. Thanks to you, I found a clue. If you ever come to the castle, please visit me. If there's anything I can help with, just tell me. Oh, and Nara paused as she opened the door. As if suddenly remembering something, she turned around, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Next time we meet, just call me Nara. Calling me Miss Nara sounds so distant. Lee Ha felt embarrassed. Oh, all right, I will. Now only he and Madame Du remain in the room. She took the initiative to speak. So what brings you here today, Lee Ha? You went straight to the point. I have a few questions to ask. You spread the map on the table. First, I want to ask about the regional bosses. I mean the major monsters that heavily influence their respective areas. I want to know about monsters above level 150. I mean those exceeding a certain standard. I would greatly appreciate it. Madame Du smiled faintly. I understand what level means, so you don't need to explain. She pinpointed locations on the map. All right, the positions and spawn rates of the major monsters. Add their levels too, all critical locations marked in red. Here you go, this is all I can tell you for free. Lee Ha happily took the notes. That's enough, this gives me information on the regional bosses. Levels 110-190. He was extremely excited. All right, this is sufficient. Thank you, Madame. Oh, one more thing, she willingly accommodated. What is it? His expression became serious. It's about the Great Demon War too. I need information, specifically the location where the Demon King's army disappeared. Sighing with mild frustration, yet keeping calm, she gently declined. I don't like those stories. They are old, and not only that, investigating something like this is too risky. I think to speed things up, you should investigate it yourself. Lee Ha, you didn't expect this approach. Investigate it yourself where? She lowered her voice, hinting, where do you think? Of course, the royal archives. Lee Ha was stunned. Madame Du expressed trust because he had mentioned it first. I think it's very feasible since you, Lee Ha, you are the master of that weapon, right? Hearing this, Lee Ha flinched, immediately glancing at the black bass behind him. He took a deep breath, nervously swallowing. His heartbeat made his palms slightly damp. So she already knows about the weapon of the 3 royal guards. Even so, he still didn't admit it outright. If that's what you think, ma'am, then you understand the implication. Of course. Just so you know, we can't see through everything either. He smiled on the outside, but in truth, Lee Ha was cursing to himself. Liar. You see through everything. Madame Du beamed as if nothing had happened earlier. Guards stationed halfway up the mountain. On the lush green slope, a fully equipped squad stood facing a bridge. Before it could even get close, the demon was suddenly hit square in the face by a compressed air bullet. The heavy impact knocked it off balance. Its body toppled backward and slammed onto the grass. The group couldn't contain their excitement and shouted in unison. Hunting giant demons is so much easier now. My level just keeps climbing like this, no end in sight. You're the best tank I've ever met, Guildmaster. Thank you so much. You're number one. Kaijiang gave a modest, awkward smile. I didn't do anything. At the back of the formation, Tien witnessed everything. He rated the kid's ability highly, even though the boy hadn't even had time to level up himself. Yet he had taken care of the newly joined members. Looking back at the earlier crisis, the Starlight faction might have fallen apart, but now, with him serving as Guildmaster instead, the Starlight faction was growing stronger by the day. Suddenly, a deep, dull sound boomed through the open space, putting him on alert. Kaijiang leaned slightly forward, focusing as he listened to every tremor in that sound. He recognized it immediately and shouted in excitement. Awesome, did a goblin just lay eggs? Perfect timing, let's get some real combat in. The moment he finished speaking, a figure came charging madly from afar. Heavy footsteps pounded the ground, dust billowing, breath ragged. Warning, run, it's A. Everyone turned toward the sound at once. Their eyes were full of suspicion. Then the earth and sky shook violently. Faces drained of color, hearts pounding out of control, no one dared to speak. The sky suddenly turned blood-red, carrying a faint but pungent stench of gore. From deep underground, a gigantic goblin slowly rose to its feet. A hand as large as a pillar burst up and slammed into the ground with terrifying weight, sending vibrations that hurled pebbles and dust in all directions. The sight before him terrified Kaijiang to the core. He trembled uncontrollably, his whole body taut like a wire, every muscle locking up. Could it be a goblin? It slowly lifted its head, revealing a single eye blazing like fire, brimming with killing intent that made the air around them feel thick and heavy. It roared viciously, its hulking frame packed with monstrous strength. The moment this creature appeared, everyone plunged into panic. A shriek rang out across the area. One Eye. The monster's overwhelming menace became even more obvious. Its dreadful silhouette sent everyone into a frantic retreat. Run, it's One Eye, run. Seeing things go bad fast, Kaijiang shouted a warning too. Fall back, Starlight faction. Fall back, he forced his voice louder. We have to move now. But Hyunju didn't make it in time. He was so scared he couldn't even speak. Quikero had already raised a huge boulder overhead, bracing to throw it down at Hyunju. All he could do was cry out in despair. Help, help me. Hearing that desperate scream, Kaijiang rushed forward, catching Tin off guard. Kaijiang, but no matter how loudly he warned him no. Too late, he still charged straight toward Hyunju. As he neared, Kaijiang activated a skill, Holy Protection. Right after he spoke, a sturdy shield appeared. Spirit Shield, but at the same time, Quikero had already hurled the boulder at them. It looked like both of them had been crushed. The sight jolted Ti, who shouted his name. Kaijiang, someone beside him was panicking too, Guildmaster. After that deadly throw, Quikero bared its teeth in a mocking grin. Then it roared smugly, humans, humans. Right after that, notification windows appeared one after another as Quikero roared. You have been afflicted by fear. You cannot move for 3 minutes. Your HP has decreased by 40%, your stamina has decreased by up to 30%. The nearby soldiers were terrified and anxious. Deputy Guildmaster, you have to get out. Tien stayed focused but still spoke to steady them. I can't leave everyone behind. He declared, I'm the Deputy Guildmaster of the Starlight faction. Then Tien raised his sword high. At that moment, his silhouette looked almost like a professional swordsman. A firm vow rang out, we'll survive together. Very quickly, Tien stomped hard to launch himself forward. His determined voice kept ringing, but if we can't, then he declared, we'll die together. At the same time, Quikero lunged in to strike. The two crashed into battle, moving so fast it kicked up a thick cloud of dust and smoke. A moment later, as the haze began to clear, someone's foot stepped onto the ground in stunned disbelief. He stared at the sticky liquid on his hand, baffled. What is this? The person beside him also had no idea what was happening. What's going on? Only then did Ti slowly reach up to touch the sticky liquid smeared across his face. He froze in shock. What was going on? It turned out that sticky mess was Quikero's fresh blood. Tien was still standing right in front of it, glue sprayer in hand, and said, that just happened. Before anyone could even process what was happening, notifications suddenly appeared. Quikero, Lord of the Mountain Range Watch, has been defeated. All humanoid monsters in the area will have their power reduced by 30% for 1 hour. When had Eongzi gotten here behind him? He spoke in a voice full of admiration. Deputy Guildmaster Tien, did you just kill the One Eye? The soldiers behind him joined in too. Oh my god, a Highland local beat a level 180 One-Eyed all by himself. But he didn't respond, instead he looked suspicious. Did anyone record what just happened? No, wait, I didn't kill it. Suddenly, Tien spotted something and immediately dashed off in that direction. The abrupt move left Eongzi completely confused. Tien, what's wrong with you? He explained while running. I sensed it, no time to explain. The other me gave a direct order, we have to break this rock right now. But with questions piling up, he and the others couldn't fully make sense of what he was saying. It made Tian frantic, and he added, "Help me, the guildmaster is still alive." The moment the words fell, the huge rock from before cracked open. The rope behind it was also split cleanly in two, as if cut with a single gentle breath. He shielded Haiyan-ju while grinning like nothing had happened. "I was wondering when you guys would finally break this rock for us. I knew Tian had that strange sensing ability, so it was only a matter of time." Seeing them safe and sound, Tian couldn't help thinking to himself, thank you so much, Guildmaster." When he turned back, Kai Dong, who knew what he'd overheard, looked stunned. "What?" Tian answered calmly. "I said I wasn't the one who killed Quaikro." Hearing that, he said, "I thought you killed it with some amazing mechanical power." But Tian quickly denied it. "Not at all," the answer made Kai Dong curious. "Then who was it?" He voiced his guess. "How many people out there can one-shot a one-eye? It's probably someone in the top 10. Tian agreed, "Probably." In the end, he didn't even pick up the loot from the monster. He added, "From what I know, among the top 10 players, Tian revealed there was only one person who could pull off something that precise." Kai Dong immediately understood what he meant. Then he brought up a name, Bobby the sniper, and mentioned his combat range. While looking around to estimate the distance, Kai Dong added, "As far as I know, it's about 250 meters. The moment he said it, Kai Dong realized the truth. "No way." He stared into the distance and shouted loudly. Lai Ha heard his name and slowly walked over to talk. "Oh hi, Kai Dong and Tian, why are you guys here?" But Kai Dong didn't answer. Instead, he challenged him from afar. Were you the one who did it?" Lai Ha bent down to pick up the rewards that had dropped after the beast went down. "Give me a second, I have to grab the items or they'll disappear." The others were speechless. A moment later, a cry full of admiration rang out. Night had fallen and everyone had gone into the base, but Kai Dong's voice still wouldn't stop. "Hey, so what you just said was..." With a shocked expression, he voiced his doubt. "Are you serious?" Then Kai Dong remembered everything, bosses across different zones getting taken down for no apparent reason. Was it all him? Lai Ha looked a bit awkward. Yeah, I figured one of your guild members was nearby. All those bosses that had been defeated for no clear reason, was it really all you?" Lai Ha said awkwardly, Yeah, I guessed one of your guild members was close by." No one knew if it was anger or what, but he kept trembling. And then, out of nowhere, he let out a sky-splitting scream, making Lai Ha practically jump out of his seat. "You hit level 157. Kai Dong ground his teeth in fury. "Didn't you tell me earlier you were level 120? Lai Ha could only soften his tone and explain, "Hey, that was a while ago. You know I've been grinding quests like crazy." Kai Dong wouldn't let it go. "A while ago? What a while ago? It was 10 days ago, 2 weeks at most." Kai Dong practically leapt onto the table, grabbed Lai Ha by the collar and shoved his face close. "Do you think this is just a game?" Lai Ha felt incredibly guilty. On the outside he could only force a smile, but inside a private thought echoed. The truth was, most of his stats had gone up from rewards rather than leveling, but he didn't think he should say that out loud. In the end, Kai Dong finally let go and sat properly. "Fine, you've always been like this." Ian stayed silent, listening to the two of them talk. Kai Dong had already switched topic. "Anyway, this isn't what we should be talking about right now. Hey, did you hear?" Lai Ha frowned. "Hear what?" Then Kai Dong told him about the royal quest Bobby was working on. That answer made him pause for a moment. Lai Ha thought of her. The rumors about her quest had spread everywhere, and he wondered what she was doing now. Not long ago, she'd looked pretty worn out. Just then, Kai Dong cut across Lai Ha's thoughts about Bobby's quest before he could even finish his sentence. Lai Ha cut in, "There are rumors this will be a team mission." Kai Dong quickly caught the implication behind that remark. "You're pretty close with Bobby, aren't you?" Then he and Tian behind him seriously made their request for help. "Do you know any way for us to join her mission team?" Arlie Hang couldn't help but be startled. "You and Ti want to take part in Sonara's mission." Kai Dong stayed perfectly calm and admitted it matter-of-factly. "That's right, we happen to hear rumors about that mission. She's asking around for recommendations for a few skilled players. Since it's a mission involving the royal family, safety and trustworthiness are two mandatory factors to consider. And that's why she's having trouble finding teammates. Could you introduce us to her somehow so we can join? We want to give it a try. I believe the Star faction can meet her requirements." Those words plunged Lee Ha into thought. "I don't know how things have been going with her lately, so it wouldn't be bad to pay her a visit this time. And I think this might help Kai Dong back home as well." After hesitating and thinking it over, he finally agreed. "All right, I'll go to the capital and ask Sonara." At the offer of help, Kai Dong's eyes immediately lit up. "Yes, thank you." Lee Ha was a bit embarrassed and reminded him carefully, "She hasn't agreed yet, so stay calm." A moment later, Lee Ha teleported back to the designated location. His feet slowly touched the ground. All right. His brain was running at full capacity, starting to calculate, "I should check the missions I've completed before defeating One Eye." The notice board quickly appeared. Black Pest is a sealed living entity, only awakening when bathed in blood or encountering its true owner. A legendary gun awaits its master. Level 1 Monster Hunt Mission, 154,000 M, reward unknown. You have completed Betch's sealing mission. You have learned the Mana Clairvoyance skill. A new mission has been created, Black Bet 2's seal. This information made Lee Ha realize something. Turns out the reward is a skill. The system screen kept flashing. Mana Clairvoyance Break best allows tracking every target movement, even through natural obstacles. Obstruction, duration 5 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. His thoughts continued endlessly. This skill has no level or rank, costs no mana, and in the way it manifests, it's as if Backpack itself is using the skill. Lee Ha used the special skill to perceive the surroundings, and if he's right, images like a scanner suddenly appeared before his eyes. That's right. This skill works like infrared vision. Later, it will help me gain hunting experience. Such an amazing skill appeared just after breaking the first seal. So the next mission is, the system notification made Lee Ha's eyes widen in disbelief. Turns out the mission content is truly shocking. Defeat a level 160 or higher monster at a minimum distance of 1,500 meters with a single shot. He seemed quite shocked by the number, 1,500 meters. Do you think this is an easy mission, taking down a target 1.5 km away? The monster's level only increased by 10, but the distance increased by 500 meters. The seal-breaking mission, I hope next time it doesn't require me to defeat a target from 2,000 meters away. After that, Lee Ha arrived at the IELT Tak Royal Palace. It's great that I can enter without trouble. He observed his surroundings while silently assessing the current situation. But since there was recently a notice about an assassination attempt on the king, from the Holy Knights to the Royal Guard, they were all very angry. At this moment, a foot slowly approached him. He raised his hand politely, following protocol. Please wait here, sir. We will inform you, please. Lee Ha forced a smile but cooperated without hesitation. Ah, thank you. A sense of unease stirred within, but what would happen if they failed to stop? The king's assassination, perhaps that's phase 2. At this moment, the notification screen suddenly appeared. It turned out Sonara had sent a message. Ah, Lee Ha, I heard you're visiting the palace. That's right, are you busy now? She seemed very urgent, stepping faster and faster. I just finished my work and I'm on my way to meet you. I'll arrive shortly, so please wait for a moment. Lee Ha had matters to attend to, and of course he cooperated gladly. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, Nara arrived. Lee Ha, the sudden action startled him. Nara, he turned pale seeing her appearance. What happened to you? She forced an explanation with a pale, exhausted face. I guess I look worse than usual, right? Since the last time we met. I haven't been able to log out, I haven't slept at all. Lee Ha was so surprised he shouted. What? He rewound the time in his mind. It's been 10 days since then. That means she hasn't slept for 48 hours. They both sat down to talk. Nara asked first, so what brings you here? He briefly summarized, I came here because I heard you're recruiting teammates for your mission. She froze for a moment, suspicion rising. What? How did you find out? Nara pressed her lips, mentally conflicted. Should I really tell Lee Ha this? From what I know, he hasn't reached the level required to participate in this mission. But I know Lee Ha is trustworthy. He even risked his life to save a stranger. The only player I can fully trust is Lee Ha. Thinking this, she took out a letter. Do you have time to hear me out? I want to tell you what I did after that day. I think you remember that with your help, I narrowed down the suspects to one person, right? Lee Ha couldn't forget so quickly and continued slowly. I remember it was the assassin among the top 10 ranked players, ranked 5th, the crazy jester pitcher facing an assassin. Surely you, Nara interrupted to prevent him from guessing. I would face difficulties, yes, but that's not the only problem. Recently, the royal guards didn't even believe the assassination notice was real. Lee Ha was quite stunned by this information. What? Why? Nara slowly revealed based on the situation. Because they believe this incident is generally just a military drill by the Holy Knights. This reason shocked him so much he had to shout loudly. What? Unsure if he understood, she patiently continued. The royal guards have a very poor relationship with the Holy Knights. That's also why most NPCs in the palace are very angry. There was so much new information that he couldn't digest it yet. I don't get it. Don't those two organizations share the same goal of protecting the palace? But only insiders understood the real situation. According to Central Palace legend, the Holy War Knights protect the entire capital. Whatever happens inside the palace is handled by the Royal Guard. In the capital, the Royal Guard doesn't want the Holy War Knights meddling in their affairs. That's what the Royal Guard thinks, but the Holy War Knights want to get involved anyway. This was an issue the Holy War Knights created, so they could take part in palace matter. After a long back and forth, Lee Ha finally realized why the atmosphere in the palace had become so turbulent. The king was at risk of being assassinated, yet the NPCs were locked in a political dispute. Nara sounded utterly helpless when she brought it up. I thought I needed evidence to persuade the NPCs, so I even went to see the leader of the Rosak mages. The name jolted him. Rosak during Demonkin War II, he was the one who covered up the betrayal of 3 royal guardsmen. Nara's voice cut in, interrupting his thoughts, but he didn't even respond to my request, even though he's the leader of the mages, and it was an official request from the leader of the Holy War Knights. In the end, I had no choice but to issue orders to the Holy War Knights inside the palace, and before I could truly do that, a system window popped up. A mysterious guest and rumors of an assassination attempt spread throughout the palace. You must protect Pubil for 50 days to prevent a bloody tragedy. The rewards and risks are enormous, and she's clearly interested. I accepted the quest. Lee Ha went from one shock to the next. Neither organization could trust the other. Bloodshed was inevitable. That means if this assassination isn't stopped, a war between kingdoms will break out. Nara scratched her head, fatigue plain in her voice. Compared to the penalty for failure, the reward is pretty terrifying, right? That's why I've had such a hard time recruiting teammates. Anyone who understands how important this event is doesn't want to join. Lee Ha processed the information quickly and grasped the situation at once, but the display showed she'd gathered 2 out of 10 people. So I guess at least 2 people are willing to help you, right? She said, gloomily laying out the harsh truth. One of them is me, and the other is my friend. Even he was left speechless by how dire it was. Nara gave a faint smile, breaking the deadly silence. I get it, even I wouldn't want to do a quest like this. You can't blame people for not wanting to help. Lee Ha's expression hardened a little as he said her name, Nara. The calm in his voice snapped people back to themselves. Nara, if you're willing, I want to gather everyone who's ready to take on this mission. Haijong kept imagining scenarios, so you two already kissed. Just hearing Lee Ha talk made him think of nothing but stupid nonsense. Lee Ha couldn't stand Kaijong's attitude. Stop spouting that garbage. Did you hear what I said? His face was full of mischief. Of course, that's why I'm asking. A girl in danger and a brave guy saving her, this is the perfect plot. The rambling irritated Lee Ha. All right, that's enough. Kaijong finally backed off, still cheerful. Yes, sir. By the way, did you tell her about what I suggested? He spoke gently, scratching his head. After accepting the offer, I have to keep a promise to her. She said that no matter how the mission turns out, she'll help me get into the royal archives later. Lee Ha was extremely worried about his younger brother. Are you sure you want to join her mission? I don't think there'll be any reward. If you fail, the punishment is severe. But on the other hand, he didn't look worried at all. What are you talking about, sir? That's exactly why I asked you about this. Tian explained in a low voice, right, and more than that. This mission takes place in the royal palace. It involves the king himself. Once word gets out, our guild's reputation and prestige will rise dramatically. Lee Ha didn't hesitate anymore. So, do you two want to? The two exchanged a quick glance, the decision already made. A firm voice rang out, we do. The system updated immediately, participants 510, in a magnificent resting place, de la Castle. Lee Ha sprinted down the corridor out of breath. He shoved the door open. Hello, Jia Zhang. The moment Jia Zhang saw Lee Ha, his face went pale. Lee Ha, what brings you here again? The way the old man said it rubbed Lee Ha the wrong way. What do you mean, again? That's no way to greet a guest. Yu Dian, who'd been sleeping under the desk, lifted her head. Jia Zhang, who slammed the door open like that. Jia Zhang cleared his throat to correct her. Lee Ha is here. Yu Dian seemed not to have heard clearly. Who? The moment her eyes met Lee Ha's, she froze. And just like that, Hugh Dian vanished without a trace. Lee Ha. I can't let him see me like this. Lee Ha looked at the papers flying everywhere, baffled. What is all this? Even government agencies don't have this much paperwork. You really are something else, Miss Hugh Dian. She hurriedly powdered her face and put on lipstick. Don't look at them without my permission. These are all documents, not just about de la Castle, but also about the Lam Long Guild. He gave an awkward smile, unsure what else to say. I'm not looking, so don't worry. What would I gain from doing that anyway? HWA Yon regained her usual commanding air. Anyway, what brought you here all of a sudden? Did you come to collect your payment? She casually tossed over a small money pouch. You came at the right time. Staring at the pile of silver ingots on the table, he froze. What is this? HWA Yon answered his question, your share. 10% of the earnings. As he opened the pouch, the system also announced, you obtained 581 gold coins. Lee Ha couldn't believe his eyes. This is 10%? She brimmed with confidence. 10% of the earnings from the first month. There were more customers than I expected, probably because the war against the Starlight Faction Alliance became famous. Starting next month, you may receive less. He'd already been dazzled by the money. This is real, right? You can't take it back later and say it was just a mistake. That's right. Seeing how pleased Lee Ha looked, HWA Yon immediately made an offer. If you accept our proposal to become Vice Guildmaster, you'll receive a salary even higher than that. Joy surged in his chest. 581 gold coins was roughly 70 million won, and Dale Castle's income was about 700 million won. On top of that, 1 month in this world was only about 6 days in real life. Then Lee Ha suddenly remembered. Oh right, where's HWA Jiang? Can you call her too? She had a lot of questions. What do you want to talk about? He answered HWA Yon's question at once. It's about the Imperial Palace. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You want us to join a campaign that dangerous? Lee Ha was certain the gamble would pay off big. I guarantee it. With Lam Long involved, it won't fail, and you'll be able to build ties with the royal family. As far as I know, once you reach a certain level, you can negotiate tax rates and secure long-term benefit. Just tell me whether you want in or not. HWA Yon fell silent, weighing the situation carefully. Like you said, from Lam Long's standpoint, this would definitely be beneficial. However, there are still a few issues I need to consider first. Before she could finish, HWA Jiang spoke up. I'm in. HWA Yon looked briefly stunned. HWA Jiang stayed firm and continued. I want to go with you, brother. This is what we wanted from the beginning, wasn't it, sis? HWA Yon snapped at her younger sister in anger. You can't reveal our plan right in the middle of negotiations like this. Lee Ha giggled as if he were watching a great show. I'd be very grateful if you help me complete this mission, since it's what you wanted in the first place. The system continued doing its job. An uninvited guest joined, 8 out of 10. Bringing in another new person made him grin from ear to ear. There'll be a meeting at 6 a.m. tomorrow, so don't be late. At 6 a.m. the next day, the sky was visibly overcast. The weather only put HWA Yon in a worse mood. This is annoying. Where is Lee Ha anyway? Why is he making the Starlight faction and Lam Long go together? Lee Ha walked over at an unhurried pace. Sorry, I just didn't have any spare time. I thought it'd be better to talk face to face. Most surprising of all, he even brought someone along. Lee Ha Kaijong couldn't hide his confusion. Senior, who is this person you brought this time? Lee Ha chuckled and explained. He's someone I met before. We even attended a party together once. Bill Nim looked around cheerfully. My name is Bill Nim. I'll be joining you for this mission. Kaijong still doubted his abilities. I've never seen a lizard with a name before. Is he really suitable for this mission? Bill Nim said nothing despite the probing stare. Then he showed what he could do. I heard the Starlight faction is really busy mentoring new members, right? I think I know a way to help them rank up faster. If you take them to the Hwak Hyang Forest instead of the Watchridge Mountains, they'll level up more quickly. Bill Nim calmly laid out step-by-step guidance because there were too many people competing over that spot. Seeing how knowledgeable he was, Kaijong couldn't help but be startled. How do you know which hunting grounds we go to? HWA Yon still worried about the current lineup. They still needed one more person, aside from Sonara and her friend. Lee Ha stared into the air deep in thought. That guy, he should be somewhere around here. Taein spoke in a cold, indifferent tone. I don't see anything. Then a strange sound came from the rooftop. It seemed like someone was moving swiftly through the air. The whole group turned to look behind them. Their eyes widened in surprise. Through the smoke, the figure of a fully grown man walked forward slowly. Yi Young tensed up the moment he saw him. Kid, he couldn't believe his eyes. As the street around them stirred, Nara also appeared right beside them. Everyone, she began speaking slowly, thank you for coming. Before she could finish, Nara's eyes went wide in shock. She pointed at Kid. Why are you here? Nara's fury was obvious, sweeping Kid. Seeing how angry she was, Lee Ha hurried to explain. Nara, I'm the one who called him here. I'm sure he'll be helpful for this mission. With a calm, mysterious air, he said, I'm not a fan of troublesome work, but I hate delays even more. Let us in right now, no more wasting time. Bill Nim beside him tried to ease the tension. We don't have time. Let us carry out the mission, Sonara. Nara didn't hesitate any longer. All right, thank you everyone for coming here today. She regained her usual authority. Allow me to guide everyone. Follow me. The system immediately acknowledged a new member, an uninvited guest. Participants 10 out of 10. After a long while, everyone was sitting properly in the meeting room. A heavy air hung over them and no one said a word. All of them sank into tense anticipation. Only Kwai Chung and HWA Yon kept locking eyes over and over. Meanwhile, Kit looked like he was about to drift into a sweet dream. Seeing this, Nara frowned slightly. Lee Ha could only sigh helplessly. I gathered them here, thinking it would be like the Avengers. But she stared at the others in annoyance. Die. You still had so many thoughts weighing on your heart. I'm worried about how we're supposed to carry out this mission now. Lee Ha glanced at Kit across from him. Also, can Kit even function in a team? Suddenly, a knock at the door shattered the silence. Nara said casually, come in. The other party still sounded polite. May I come in? The moment they caught a glimpse of the figure, the whole group was stunned. That person was ranked 10th on this world leaderboard, the archer Guangpo, Bobby. Hearing her name mentioned, Bobby looked even more delighted. Nice to meet you all. Lee Ha couldn't believe his eyes. Didn't you say the member you invited was your friend? He asked Nara. Tin nodded like she knew everything. I get it now. I even know where they always meet. Bobby didn't bother denying it. Very possible. She walked gently up beside Lee Ha. You must be Lee Ha. Hearing his own name, Lee Ha turned at once. Yes. Bobby wanted to play matchmaker for her friend. I've heard so much about you from Nara. She keeps bringing you up whenever she sees me. Beside them, Nara blushed, afraid he'd realize how she'd felt all this time. Nara shouted, cutting her off, Hey Bobby, just take a seat already. Once everything was settled, she cleared her throat softly. Nara hurriedly began the meeting. You've probably heard from Lee Ha already, but I'll tell you what I know. Her voice rang through the room. Please listen carefully. The suspect is the world's 5th-ranked player. Peter, we have 46 days left to stop the assassination. The guards and knights are trying to protect the court, but the NPCs don't believe an assassination will happen, so they won't cooperate. The condition for success is protecting the king. Failure is the king's death. That's why the 10 of us have gathered here. We'll take shifts day and night to protect the king for 40 days and the remaining 6 days. Nara explained everything calmly. Most likely, Peter won't act alone. He has a huge following. Before she could continue, someone's voice cut her off. That's not a possibility. You can be certain he will do it. Bu Nim immediately presented his argument. For the armored troops at midnight, he's like the head of the vanguard. He leads a level 150 assassin squad that repeatedly infiltrates the royal palace. If a direct clash happens, we can defeat them easily. But what if they ambush us? If they turn into chairs or tables, what do you think will happen? As he laid out one convincing point after another, he glanced at his notes. I made a list of the assassins, transformation, and disguise methods. Aliha stared at the screen in front of him, stunned. What? How does he know this stuff? These group skills are hard to find, even online. Wai Chung asked skeptically, but if they turn into chairs and tables, wouldn't they crack or break a little? Bu Nim explained calmly and in detail. They don't become furniture. They painfully twist their bodies, then use magic to conceal it. HWA Yon looked at him with admiration. How can he know the assassin's mechanics so well? Who are you? A lizardman. Aliha slowly scrolled through each piece of information Bu Nim had found, silently memorizing. Inside, he felt a flicker of turmoil. This is definitely going to be a headache. I can't use the deduction skill for 24 hours. Then an arm suddenly emerged from a chair. Aliha's sharp eyes caught the enemy. This is no way. Across from him, HWA Yon's eyes widened. She must have sensed something too. She looked at Aliha, confused. What are you doing? You're done reading already. Aliha's voice dropped lower. Miss HWA Yon. She still didn't understand. What is it? He only wanted to confirm one thing. You trust me, right? Aliha's sudden question didn't fluster her for long. If anything, she let out a small laugh. HWA Yon then gave him a friendly smile. Yes, he raised the black bess at once. That's all I needed to hear. Before everyone's eyes, Aliha fired immediately. In an instant, the bullet streaked past them and struck the chair. Everyone around them stared wide-eyed, unable to predict this. HWA Yon shouted with a tense face. Sister. Worried for her safety, he called out urgently, everyone stand up, they're here. Aliha could clearly sense they were here. The assassins? Worried about her sister, HWA Yon unleashed a spell, Ice Spear. Aliha stopped her, you can't kill him, we have to capture him alive. Shards of ice slowly spread across the assassin's body. At the same time, they shattered his disguise, making him cry out in pain. He was now a wreck, gasping on the floor. She looked panicked, I'm sorry. Aliha didn't blame the girl, it's okay. This couldn't be avoided. It'll be very hard to take him alive after your attack. Beside them, Bu Nim wore a sly smile, just as I predicted from Midnight Circus. I can't let my guard down for even a second. I didn't expect him to disguise himself as a chair. And the truth is, they were ready to infiltrate. I'm sure you all know what that means, right? Nara seemed to understand his intent as well. You're saying the security traps protecting this place have been disabled, but it was Pitcher. It was just an ordinary Axe member. Bobby sighed in exasperation. So the NPCs won't help anymore. Are they still okay? Something still feels off. It might have happened because they fulfilled the mission's requirements. I suspect the NPCs were triggered somehow to allow the mission to proceed. Kid agreed. I agree with him. His voice paused briefly. This is complicated. Kid's question created a silence. So what should we do? Liha tried to rally everyone's will. Hey everyone, don't get discouraged. In the end, there's only one thing left for us to do. If we can't rely on the NPCs, then we must be the royal palace's protectors ourselves. He said confidently, I have a plan, Jia Chung. I'll need Hoa Dian to provide materials for all the members present. Liha outlined the most specific plan for Bayan. I'll need you to tell us everything you know about the Midnight Circus. We'll schedule patrols so there are no gaps between shifts. You're meticulous in every calculation. Bobby and I will stay alert. Bobby, is the rear clear? Bobby eagerly scanned around. All right, I'm using perception and the scrolls to track. Liha felt everything was secure. Okay, the rear seems clear. Next is this side. Hoa Dian is talking to someone. How's the situation at the western wall? She frowned. Very well, of course. Why not focus on your own task instead of others? I bet you're enjoying spending time with that girl Bobby or whatever. The other person asked curiously, what did you say? Bobby and I don't even have time to talk. We're too busy guarding. Hoa Dian jumped. You two are that close already. The voice on the other end spoke sternly. You're strange. Anyway, just do your job. That side has fewer traps, so it's quite dangerous. She snapped sharply. You don't trust Hoa Dian? I can also defeat average outsiders. I just haven't reached level 200 yet. Turns out it was Liha, his voice full of concern. That's not what I meant. I'm just worried you might get hurt, Hoa Dian. As soon as Liha finished speaking, Hoa Dian hung up, leaving him surprised. She was shy in response to Liha's sweetness. Really, what's wrong with him? He immediately called Kid. Kid, how's the east side? He replied tersely. East wall alert, nothing unusual. Lee-ha looked utterly helpless. Any unusual situation? Kid seemed slightly annoyed. Nothing at all. 12 detection scrolls remain. Once done, he hung up again, leaving Lee-ha undisturbed. Lee-ha felt a twinge of worry. Was it the right decision to put Bionim and Kid in the same team? I'm sure they'll handle it well. I know I can rely on their skills. But I know I don't need to worry too much. Everything seems fine. Nothing unusual has happened. A voice rang out unexpectedly. Young, now you're too worried. Lee-ha understood why he was panicking. It's understandable. Anyway, you're protecting the king. Nothing unusual, right? Kid was extremely tense. Nothing unusual. Wait a moment. Someone is approaching. He wondered briefly who. The person stepping forward was clearly not ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't tilt his head like that. Kid quickly reported to Lee-ha, it's the captain of the wizard squad. Hearing that, he broke into a sweat. Rosek's expression was serious and respectful. Your Majesty, are you well? I, Rosek, have come to comply with your summons, Your Majesty. King Pubil sat on the high throne, looking straight down. You've traveled far. I'm sure you've heard Sir Sonara's suggestion to increase magical traps. Wizard, what's your opinion? He reported without hesitation. Your Majesty, the wizard defenses are still strong. It would be very difficult for an individual to bypass the traps. Nara shouted angrily to rebut. That's not true. We neutralized the intruder without verifying or checking the traps. Rosek calmly countered her accusation. Then let me ask you this, with just an illogical statement and no evidence. What's your purpose in causing chaos in the royal palace? So you're saying a killer bypassed the traps, but you couldn't retrieve the body. He insisted that Nara was lying. I can't think well of you, Sir Sonara. She wasn't backing down. If you're so confident, why not reveal what was created through your magic? Move, soul. Someone's axe struck down, cutting across the argument. Stop. Immediately, the surroundings fell into endless silence. Andrian was slightly angry at Nara's attitude. Sir Sonara, Rosek is the leader of this country's wizard guild. Even if you have the title of knight, behaving and speaking to him this way is inappropriate. She didn't agree, but had to accept it. Apologies, King Pubil didn't want to linger either. I've heard your report carefully. Let's set this aside for now. Rosek, I'll need you to keep giving it your all in the future. Rosek stood up straight and solemnly accepted the order. Yes, sir. Gat slowly turned and walked away. Still burdened with other worries, Rosek suddenly spun around. Now that I think about it, Knight, you said you suspected the traps the wizard group set up. Then why don't you try stepping on them yourself? Nara bristled at Gats's mockery. What did you just say? Rosek's words were razor-sharp, stoking her anger. You suspect the traps, don't you? If you step on them yourself, then you'll know for sure. Kijung, timid as ever, trembled all over. So this is what psychological warfare with an NPC is like. It was worse than fighting real players, for now at least. He would have to report to Lee-ha Hyung about what had happened here. After receiving Kijung's message, Lee-ha thought for a long time. I understand, so that's what happened. Rosek wasn't trustworthy. He spoke about the traps with far too much confidence, and that made Lee-ha shift his suspicions toward Rosek instead. In reality, he might be able to toggle the traps on and off freely, which meant he could have deliberately disabled them so an intruder could slip inside. He was the one hiding the fact that the three knights had surrendered to the Demon Lord's army. He didn't know why, but Rosek was definitely concealing something. Lee-ha still couldn't see what Gats was plotting this time. Was he deliberately clashing with Sonara to pull the captain of the royal guard over to his side? No, the breeze was gentle, yet tension flooded him anyway. If so, then all of this was a plan that had been arranged in advance. He could be the real mastermind behind this assassination. Beneath the castle, Dalit let out a breath of relief. It went more smoothly than I expected. Jija Jung, standing beside him, chuckled softly, his deep voice warm with a hint of teasing. It's hard for me to stay online all the time at my age, but I can still manage. At the top of the tower, HWA Yon and HWA Jiang stood guard on either side. Down by the walls, two others also watched their surroundings, maintaining strict vigilance. 5 days later, Lee-ha stood in the corridor, looking out through a window, even though only 1 day had passed in the outside world. That meant the assassins had been offline for just a single day. According to BIAMI, one of the assassins had already been identified, which meant the other assassins still in hiding might try to escape by logging out. In the end, Lee-ha reached a conclusion. However, because they couldn't be sure how their circumstances had changed, they wouldn't be able to log out. Not too frequently anyway. So this was a battle of endurance to see who could hold out longer. Finishing that train of thought, he contacted his teammates. The 5th day is over. Everyone has done a great job up to now. There are a few things I need to say to you in person, so please gather in the conference room. Inside, everyone sat around the long table. Lee-ha spoke clearly. Thank you for working so hard, but since we've found the first assassin, from now on we'll rotate shifts. Nara, still a bit unsure, asked, then how are we going to rotate? He explained in detail. First, we'll base it on mid-palace activity patterns. Working in 2-person shifts seems more reasonable. In real-world time, it'll be about 10 hours. Hearing that, Kijung's spirit crumpled. So I have to log in the moment I wake up and grab a bite of bread. Only 10 hours of freedom. Sensing the shared frustration, he spoke gently to reassure them. I know it'll be exhausting, but we only have 9 more days to do this, based on real-world time. Then he began, dividing up the work. So Nara, Lam, Hwa Jiang, Tin, Bu Nim, and I will take the first shift as Team 1. Anyone who wasn't named can log out and rest. Before he could finish, Hwa Yon cut in loudly. Wait, Hwa Jiang is tired, I'll do it for her. But he immediately heard her reject it. I'm not tired. Li Ha didn't even bother lifting his head from the paperwork. Then this small change shouldn't cause any trouble. Besides, Team 2 will probably be able to switch shifts more easily. He continued praising his teammate. I really appreciate how thoughtful you are and how you look out for your little sister, Lam Hwa Yon. Hit right where it hurt, she blushed in embarrassment. Of course, Hwa Jiang needs to go to sleep earlier. At that, Hwa Jiang looked indignant. She covered her face and wailed, leaving him truly helpless. All right then, see you all in 2 days. One by one, everyone logged out. He added, make sure you get some proper rest. Li Ha froze for a moment when he saw Kid still sitting there. You're not logging out? I'm sure you're exhausted too. He remained as nonchalant as ever. Why would I sleep outside? I can only sleep and rest here for these 2 days. Li Ha was speechless and had no choice but to go along with it. Fine. Suddenly Kid's eyes turned sharp. His voice drove straight into Li Ha's ears as a private warning. Rasak seems a little suspicious to me. In truth, Li Ha had noticed something off for a long time. But Nara said there hadn't been any unusual movement from Rasak. Kid countered at once. I paid special attention every time he went near the wall. Whether east or west, he takes a walk around the garden every morning. A man named Bu Nim said it might be a way to refresh the traps. Li Ha was slightly surprised by the new light. Then, Kid continued, but today he didn't do that anymore. He instinctively felt uneasy. Didn't he replace the traps? Does that mean he already removed them? Nara stood there in confusion, not understanding why the two of them were still sitting in place. She turned to look at Keith, unaware that he was secretly exchanging words with Li Hai. I couldn't figure it out. Maybe that's not how you start setting up new traps. Sensing that something was far too unusual, he unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table. If it were the action of another NPC, I would have let it slide. But this is related to Rorak. What should I do? I have to make a wise decision. This isn't something I can ignore. But investing too much in this might waste the organization's resources. In the end, Li Hai simply nodded gently. Thanks for letting me know. You should go get some rest, Keith. Having said what needed to be said, he stood up and prepared to leave. Of course, that's exactly what I'll do. He then walked away indifferently under Nara's furious gaze. Despite her anger, she forced a stiff smile. So he never intended to offer any help from the start. He just told me the information, nothing more. Night fell and the bright moonlight streamed through the window glass. Footsteps echoed closer and closer, and the swift guard quickly noticed someone approaching. The two guards bowed respectfully in unison. It's an honor to see you, Lady Sinara. She nodded politely in response. Thank you for your hard work. Thinking about everything that had happened, she felt increasingly guilty. If only I could have sent my members here. Then I could have logged out and taken a break afterward. If I had known things would end like this, I would have gone on a solo raid like the others. Politics, conflicts, and power struggles, I never thought I'd get involved in things like this. Just then, a sudden sound echoed from the distance, and with her keen senses, Nara immediately heard it and turned alertly toward the noise, noticing her reaction to the strange sound. The swift guard went on alert as well. Who's there? But strangely, no one appeared. Instead, a ball rolled along the ground toward him. Curious, he bent down to pick it up and wondered, what is this? Suddenly, the ball displayed the image of a clown, gradually glowing in his hand. She noticed it instantly and quickly looked over. Feeling something was wrong, she immediately shouted, "Everyone be careful." Before he could hear clearly, the glowing ball flared, distorting their vision. Sorry, I can't quite hear what. The ball suddenly released a strange gas, causing everyone to collapse to the floor. Being nearby, Nara also felt dizzy and disoriented. No, suddenly a mysterious voice echoed. London Bridge is falling down. Her eyes grew unfocused as she struggled to look ahead. Finally, I can breathe a little. But the voice continued hypnotic. Falling down, falling down. She could no longer resist and her vision slowly faded. No, wait. At that moment, Peter appeared, looking at Nara collapsed on the floor. My beautiful girl, oh my beautiful girl. With the situation completely in his favor, he let out a sinister laugh. I hope you're having wonderful dreams because now it's time for some peculiar fun. The more he laughed, the more smug he became. I've won. Victory is mine. This is the most entertaining moment, a surprise event that will blow this entire continent away. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Attack! Instantly, a sword shot straight toward Peter, but he immediately dodged with sharp awareness before he could catch his breath. Dozens of swords thrust at him one after another, yet he deftly evaded every strike. Still, he couldn't hide his shock. No, wait, has the sleeping gas already worn off? Did you know I was coming? The guard shouted angrily. Lady Sin, she pointed her sword straight at him and delivered her furious judgment. Silence, DPTR. You are under arrest for the attempted assassination of the king. Then she spoke solemnly toward the inside of the room. Your Majesty, please wake up. Nara rushed inside urgently. Your Majesty, please, I beg you, wake up. The man standing right here is the one who intends to harm you, Your Majesty. She seemed triumphant. It's done. Good thing I used the parchment scroll to guard against unexpected situations. With this, Rorek's collapse trap has been proven, but she quickly sensed something was wrong, Your Majesty. On the other side, the corner of Peter's mouth curled up in disdain. Then he burst into laughter like a man who had just secured victory. Aha, don't you realize something? Perhaps you're a bit late, Lady Sin. Nara had never expected this. What? Could Peter's sleeping gas have taken effect? He lunged forward, laughing gleefully. Startled by the situation, she swung her sword to block, unable to suppress her self-reproach. Damn it, I got here too late. Suddenly, up in the air, a familiar voice rang out. Poison gas engulfed the toad. Caught off guard with no time to react, he took the full force of that attack. A second later, he came to and realized toad poison. Now she seemed to regain her momentum. Tian Biu Nim. The legendary F3 pulled off a spectacular turn. Nara took the lead. Chase him, Ti's passion burned just as fiercely. Let's finish this quickly. Saying that, he swung his sword, flames bursting along the arc. Peter was slightly caught off guard by this attack, instantly activating his fire skill. Flames spread rapidly, but he dodged with ease. Is that all you've got? Biu Nim seemed to anticipate his move, releasing poison gas to block his path. I knew he would do that. He was startled, not expecting a follow-up move, and immediately teleported back a short distance. But when he saw the misdirection technique, Peter laughed. Aha, what's this? Where are you aiming? Then he calmly slid along the poison path, moving directly in front of him. Too soon for you to rejoice. He was astonished, unable to believe it. Before he could react, his wrist spun, the sword slashing straight toward the opponent. But Peter was agile and dodged once again. He stepped back, suspicious of the poison. Suddenly, it wrapped around his legs, impossible to remove. At this moment, Biu Nim smirked. It's a resin-containing poison. His voice rang in Peter's ears as he broke into a sweat. You won't be able to dodge anymore. Yet Peter remained stubborn. That poison and your movement, it seems you can predict my action. And the resin's poison seals the dodge skill. He was startled. Don't tell me. Meanwhile, Ti quickly rushed forward, shedding his disguise. Peter seemed to have noticed the issue and confirmed. It seems you know everything about me. However, there's one thing from my past you couldn't possibly know. He focused all his strength and unleashed his ultimate move. The ghost spun, his entire body glowing. Ti was too shocked to intervene. Biu Nim panicked. A new skill, it formed a vortex in midair. He calmly checked his watch. Unfortunate. Having said that, somehow Jack Peter had teleported behind Ti. The time limit for the combat window was approaching. He slowly turned his head to Biu Nim, Ti, and Cinerani. I wonder, can you continue to stop me for all 42 days? Nara gritted his teeth in frustration, unable to act. He continued to taunt. This is merely the prelude to the main event. Now, gentlemen and ladies, I'll see you next time. Having said that, Peter vanished from sight. Ti refused to accept it and spoke up. He's gone. Biu Nim remained calm and resolute. Well, all we can do now is trust it. At this moment atop the castle, Liha focused on surveying the view. I can't see clearly from here, but I can partially discern the palace's structure and hidden traps. More importantly, considering the target's hasty retreat, he issued a command. Lam Hoadian, firepower. Immediately she raised her hand, creating a fireball. Flames erupted, the orb flew through the air, illuminating the area, revealing the escape path. He was shocked, a sudden fireworks display, leaving him no place to hide. No, at this moment he also noticed the opponent. This is, Liha smiled in satisfaction. This was the real surprise. The copper projectile shot straight through his heart. Peter fell in anger, not expecting a follow-up from them. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Your affinity with the royal pupil increased by 5%. He was unwilling, harboring deep resentment. Haliha, right? I will never forget you, Haliha, he sneered, showing contempt. Oh really, go ahead. Engrave me in your memory if you wish. His body collapsed motionless on the tile floor. The end coincided with a system notification. Scenario complete, the sparrow had been shot. Nara cheered excitedly upon hearing the news. Did you really kill him, Liha? Ti placed absolute trust in you. Of course, I knew you could do it, Liha. Hoadian didn't back down either. Well, I managed it thanks to my fire. Don't take all the credit. Biu Nim suddenly remembered something and reminded them. Are you sure you've checked the body? Liha froze at that. the body, but when he looked back it had vanished without a trace, signaling impending trouble. Lee Ha looked down and strangely the body was gone. Feeling uneasy, he immediately switched to alert mode. It's not here, it's disappeared. I even got a system notification. I was sure I had killed him. Lee Ha couldn't comprehend what had happened. After searching, he finally discovered him. Stop right there, Peter. On the other side of the castle, Hoa Dian spun around at the sound of a gunshot. She was puzzled by the sudden noise. Another shot. Why? A sense of unease rose, urging Hoa Dian forward. She didn't hesitate, Lee Ha. He panicked, warning her. Lam Hoa Dian, danger, come here. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed. Peter was waiting, his face full of pride, ready to provoke. Are you going to shoot me again? Another surprise, is it? He didn't expect the man to come back to life again. Damn it. Another gun was aimed straight at him and fired. Right after that, the system prompt sounded. Your intimacy level with the Pupil royal family has increased by 5%. But as before, he still couldn't understand it. What the hell is this? All of a sudden, Peter appeared behind Hwa Yeon. He pressed a dagger to her throat, making her scream in terror. What a surprise, seeing Lee Ha. Struggling like that, Peter looked delighted. Looks like my surprise beats yours by a mile. Don't you think so, Haliha? Hwa Yeon panicked so badly she lost control. Let me go. He clenched his teeth, his face still shaken. What the hell is wrong with that bastard? Does he really have enough HP to survive 2 bullets, each dealing 17,000 attack damage? He really is an assassin. Lee Ha practically barked an order. Let her go, Peter. Peter sneered, dripping with contempt. You mean this girl? He burst into loud laughter, his voice full of provocation. I don't like that. What are you trying to do, huh? Ha ha, Lee Ha. You're going to kill me along with this pretty young lady. No one gets to judge me. Sensing the situation turning bad, Hwa Yeon chose to trade herself. Go ahead, shoot me with him. It's fine, I can sacrifice myself as long as we can catch him. Lee Ha was cornered now, that was the problem. It quickly turned into a game of chicken. Peter was smug and confident, as if the whole situation were already in his hands. Suddenly, a voice rang out and shattered the stalemate. I hurried here the moment I realized things had gone bad. Bill Nim appeared, followed by Nara and Taein, their eyes full of determination. Looks like you were wrong to think you could use it twice. Seeing reinforcements on the other side, Peter immediately yelled. How could you possibly know? And about that movement back then, oh heh, you must have. By now, Lee Ha had regained his composure. Right after that, a sharp gunshot rang out and warm blood spilled out. Peter had just paid the price for his carelessness. He lost his balance and collapsed amid spraying blood. In the end, he slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, the system appeared. Your intimacy level with the Pupil royal family has increased by 5%. You have been promoted. Right after that, an achievements board popped up. You have defeated Peter and received a hunting FB. The second achievement announced that Lee Ha had become a target of the Knight Iron Armor Guild. Lee Ha stared at the panel, confused. Should I congratulate you on this? Even mean? That line made this feel really tough. While he was focused on it, someone called out, Haliha. Hwa Yeon rushed over and complained bitterly. You weren't seriously going to shoot me along with him, were you? Before he could react, she threw her arms around him. I was so scared you were really going to shoot me. Lee Ha looked flustered by the sudden turn of events. Hey, wait a second. Bill Nim looked at the scene and immediately teased him cheerfully. It looks like she's going to kill you right now. Then he suddenly froze as if he'd noticed. Something Bill Nim didn't hesitate to call out. Haliha, there's an item here. But he didn't seem to hear, still standing there dazed. Move aside, you're too heavy. Hearing that, Hwa Yeon exploded. What, you're calling me heavy? You should know how to talk to a woman. Lee Ha raised a hand to cover his face. Ow, that hurts. Down below, Bill Nim kept calling up. Haliha, come down and take this item. At this rate, it'll disappear. Lara looked jealous and snapped accusingly. You there? Stay away from Lee Ha right now. In the meeting room, Nara made a formal announcement. The captain of the Royal Guard has confirmed the matter involving Peter and officially acknowledged it. Rajak won't be able to dodge responsibility. Bill Nim smiled in satisfaction. Heh, we did the job well. Now that Peter is dead, he won't be able to come back for the next 10 days. And it'll be very hard to breach the reinforced security system with just the status of a member of the Knight Iron Armor Group. She looked a little uneasy about that decision. Is it safe if we rest for a bit? He answered cheerfully. Basically, yes. At that moment, Lee Ha cut in. Bill Nim, he turned his head and asked, what is it? Lee Ha hesitated, unsure how to say it. What did that butcher Peter say to you? Like you two already knew each other. Hearing that, Bill Nim flinched and wouldn't meet their eyes. Well, in my opinion, he's a high-ranked player with a real reputation. I just thought I should say a few words to him because when you run into people like him, you can't. Mid-sentence, he jolted as he realized they didn't believe him. Nara spoke up seriously, pressing him. Bill Nim, you're a high-skill player using a low-level account. Right? Actually, to be more precise, this is your second account. The player named Gun that Peter mentioned is someone I know too. because I also took part in the promotion tournament. Peter's teammate, an expert poison assassin even more specialized than Tin, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up to continue the woman's words. He was ranked among the top 10 highest-level players in the very first month after the game launched, on par with Agrani Igor. However, the rumors about him vanished after just 1 month. The truth was, he had mastered a huge number of skills from every assassin class, plus the night raid squad. In the end, after piecing together everyone's deductions, we could conclude he was gone. And even though he had changed forms, he still chose one tied to poison. Huo Yuan was completely stunned when she learned the truth. I'd heard about it from Huo Ding a few times. He came to kill Huo Ding to secure a top 10 spot on the Central League shooting range leaderboard. At that point, Biu Nim, after gathering a string of evidence, was moved as well. He admitted frankly that Lam Huo Ding truly was a genius who appeared at the Central Hall. That was the first time Peter and I failed an assassination while commanding together. Nara, suspicious of that statement, couldn't hold back and demanded, "Why did you create a new player?" The reputations of Venomous Gale and Peter suddenly skyrocketed. Hearing the question, he looked flustered and didn't want to answer, but Li Ha could infer a few things from his reaction. I could say that wasn't a good thing. Was it because of his betrayal? And that was why he came back for revenge. Biu Nim nodded in agreement with that reasoning. I expected nothing less from you. Li Ha, you're right, he sighed and finally confessed what he'd been hiding. All right, I'll tell everyone everything. It really wasn't a happy story. Biu Nim began in a low voice. You'd heard about this since the start of village building, but only in passing. Every player race has a wish. Li Ha paused, repeating the baffling phrase. A wish, he explained calmly. It was a quest tied to each race's legends and lore. It was a special quest that only a small handful within a race could clear, without relying on other races. The achievements or items you gain as rewards when you completed it were beyond anything you could imagine. Li Ha panicked as if he'd guessed what came next. In the case of the Miao, Biu Nim nodded to confirm the hypothesis. That's right, a small pool of blood appeared in his subconscious as an omen. It was a quest tied to assassination. Biu Nim recounted the past in detail. Peter and I had overwhelmed most other players from the moment we started at Zhang 9. We decided to act together instead of fighting each other. The two of us achieved the Miao race's wish. There's an old Western saying, a cat has 9 lives. Biu Nim mentioned it matter-of-factly. The reward for that quest was 9 lives. Li Ha asked in confusion, may I ask, is that really? He confirmed bluntly, yes, that's the reward. You gain an extra life each time you meet certain requirements. Li Ha tensely turned it over in his mind. That was terrifying. Li Ha hurriedly corrected his guess. I mean, he'll be gone if he's killed enough times, right? Even if he revived, he couldn't do anything if all 4 limbs were severed. Biu Nim brightened with delight. I've seen your incredible offensive power, but back then, Peter couldn't do anything to you, Li Ha. He froze. What? Biu Nim suddenly revealed the truth he'd kept hidden. I sealed his ultimate move so Beecher couldn't use any skills at all when he fought you. Li Ha weighed the experiences he'd been through. Right, it was frightening when he revived, but defeating him was easier than I'd expected. He spoke eagerly about the necessary conditions. After all, the quest item was what mattered. Legendary was the rarest tier, and the quest you had to complete to obtain that item was betrayal, just as the system notification confirmed. Assassins don't need teammates. You sacrifice the life of the one closest to you. It left Li Ha stunned. The others felt their hearts grow heavy too. The light in Biu Nim's eyes slowly faded and he recalled the moment he suffered the ultimate shock. Biu could still feel the pain of being betrayed by the teammate who fought beside him. In that quest, the betrayed player deleted their character. Li Ha was so shocked he couldn't keep his voice down. That's ridiculous, that isn't fair, he laughed it off. All right, it's all in the past now. Before I accepted the quest, Google notified me so I couldn't do anything else. Biu Nim accepted it calmly and reviewed everything objectively. Looking back, it felt more like a failure than a betrayal. I just couldn't accept the truth, so I came back with everything I knew. He spoke about an old friend with a serious tone. Anyone involved in that mission, including Pitcher, I will take down personally. The room fell completely silent. Bayan Min snapped his fingers as if remembering something. Ah, right, I made sure everyone has received the achievement. Right? Li Ha wondered blankly. Which one? Bayan Min's voice carried a hint of irritation. Don't play dumb with me. I'm talking about the target of the Knight Armor Group. Your brother immediately confirmed. Ah, yes, I got it. Tien confirmed nonchalantly. I got it too. Hoadian was so flustered he felt lost. What? I haven't received it. Nara was briefly surprised before continuing. I got it too, but why did you suddenly bring it up? Bayan Min quickly offered a fitting explanation. Because that's the reason I really wanted to join this mission. If I get involved with the Knight Armor Group like this, they'll come looking for me. I plan to take down each one as they come. It's fortunate that I received this achievement. Li Ha suddenly felt a chill. A person's rights can be taken away by the game system. Central Land, it really is a scarier game than I thought. At dawn the next day, Li Ha was already waiting on the rooftop, lost in endless thoughts. standing guard is safer until the sun fully rises. I never knew there was a poison that could seal skills. There might be no way to defeat Pitcher. Without Bayan Min's help, if I'm attacked by Bayan Min's poison, I won't be able to do anything. Because my skills will be sealed, and I won't be able to see in the dark. Lee Ha kept thinking of ways to counter it. I need to create real-world items and bring them into Central Land. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Right, the item I got from Peter might relate to the target stats since he's an assassin. Please be a target item. The rare bracelet made from Angari mountain goat leather appeared instantly as Lee Ha opened it. It had a miraculous effect, nullifying marks. The bracelet was gently placed on Lee Ha's wrist. This can be used by purchasing a leather roll from a village merchant. You have to speak from the heart. Oh God, it's really disproportionate. Hero-class necklace, rare bracelet, legendary gun, and a very worn cloak. Thinking about past events made Lee Ha feel nostalgic. I've been using the same armor since I repaired it once. Now it can't be repaired anymore. I believe I'll find a new set someday. The sun was blazing, but in the castle someone was even more agitated. When will Rosek arrive? The stressed butler broke into a cold sweat. He said he's on his way. Lara pondered with a serious look. Last night's event was fully reported. His body was confirmed by the captain of the guard team and reported. Rosek will have no way to deny responsibility. King Pubil's angry voice echoed in the hall. Space, Rosek, why are you late? He knelt on one knee respectfully. I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty. Rosek avoided eye contact. Cold sweat dotted his face after hearing last night's offense. I'm a bit late because I was investigating the witches all night. Andrian was extremely furious. In a threatening tone, he spoke. What are you saying, Lord Rosek? This is not what you should be saying now. Because the trap didn't work last night, Your Majesty could have been harmed. Rosek lowered his voice to point out a flaw. That's the issue, Commander. The sudden turn left Andrew unable to react. What? He calmly gave persuasive words. Compared to me, the trap's effectiveness could be controlled by some other deputy captain. But even so, the final management is still my responsibility. I deserve punishment for nearly harming Your Majesty, but please allow me a chance to explain. King Pubil consented in a low voice. Very well, I allow it. Rosek felt elated. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will explain everything right now. His eyes flashed dangerously. After hearing the bad news last night, I found out who destroyed the traps using atomic magic. So my subordinates and I raided him. We interrogated him all night to get a confession. King Pubil impatiently pressed. And what did he confess? Rosek had been waiting for this moment, a cunning smile forming. It was hard to detect because he didn't cooperate, but it turns out he's a spy from Minnie's. Rosek knelt on one knee and seriously reported the facts. He is an agent sent from Minnie's. Everyone in the court was shocked. Unbelievable, the dense whispers left Nara bewildered. Oh God, Ninny, how could that person? King Pubil urgently pressed. Rosek, are you telling the truth? He twisted into a strange smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Rosek confidently presented his reasoning. He admitted he was a spy, acting under orders from the rogue nation of Minnie's. They had been preparing this for 7 years. I'm talking about our enemy, Minnie's. Deep down, Nara couldn't stop the creeping anxiety. Minnie's is the nation fighting for supreme power on this continent, opposing Pubil. She shivered at the thought of the future, if responsibility were shifted to Minnie's in a situation like this. At this pace, King Pubil spoke in a low voice and made his vow. Pubil never shies away from a challenge. He rose, speaking on behalf of all his ministers and soldiers. Prepare to contact every commander in our country. Nara unconsciously clenched her palm, her mind flooded with tension. Was this all predetermined? Whether she succeeded or failed at this mission, King Pubil still boldly declared to the entire nation to prepare for war. All she could feel was helplessness. It had come to this. The system rang out in steady tones, reporting the milestones achieved. Lee Ha asked his friend blankly, Ms. Nara, what does this notification window mean? Don't tell me. Nara closed her eyes and calmly confirmed what was happening. It's exactly what you're seeing. The mission is over. He couldn't believe his ears and pressed her. Excuse me, what do you mean the mission is over? So we don't have to protect the king anymore? She looked teary-eyed as if it didn't matter. That's right. Maybe the real purpose of this mission was something else. Nara stated her guess bluntly. It was to let Rutsak start a war. Lee Ha was so stunned he could only mutter, a war. So sudden, she slowly shared what she knew. Yes, Rosek believes Minnie's is the real culprit behind this incident. And the king didn't even deny it. He stepped back slightly, thoughts tightening. So everything that led to this was meant to create a war. HWA Yon snapped, voicing what didn't sit right. How can an NPC in the role of king make a decision like that? So instead of trying to find the truth, we basically got played by Rutsak. Yon Min explained the rules of the border realm without hesitation. This isn't the only mission like this in Yongnya. A mission where something clearly pivotal happens, but the outcome can't be changed. No matter how our mission turns out, the war between Pubil and Minnie's was destined to happen. And in the end, the Central Court created the system, one that each player completes with their own story. PIN tensed up after hearing all that. So this is phase 2. Nara slammed her hand on the table, pain in her eyes. This is so unfair. Lee Ha went stiff with confusion. Ms. Nara, she fought back tears, unwilling to accept it. I went through every hardship just to get a result that was already decided. I didn't even get to sleep, and now it ends up like this. I don't have any other choice. But to win, I'll take victory in this war and end it immediately. Suddenly, Nara paused, a flicker of embarrassment on her face. She steadied herself and returned to her usual spot with a bright tone. Everyone. I'll say it again when Group 2 arrives, but I'm truly grateful for your help. Thank you. And I'm sorry for letting the mission end like this. I feel like I made everyone endure far too much. T.I. accepted it quickly. It was our honor to help you, and we learned a lot from it too. Yeon Min spoke calmly to ease the mood. It was absolutely worth it for the night raid achievement. HWA Yeon looked away, lost in thought, unable to focus on the meeting. My affinity with the Pupil royal family went up. That's the most important goal for me. Nara clapped her hands as if she'd just remembered something. Oh, Lee Ha. You said you needed to visit the royal archives, right? Lee Ha dug up the important memory. Right, she agreed cheerfully. Then let's go together. I'll speak to the chief secretary so you can get inside. He beamed like spring had arrived. Really. Seeing how childish Lee Ha was, HWA Yeon felt awkward. She tried to put on an annoyed look, but her expression gave her away. Stepping out onto the crowded street, Nara voiced the suspicion she'd held for a while. I think the king didn't have any other choice either, he asked again, bewildered. About what? She neatly explained the role and status of the wizard leader in this country. That's why even the king would have a hard time refusing Rutsak, Nara hypothesized with an unhurried air. I think he might just be using this chance to pursue his ambition of unifying the continent. Lee Ha considered it seriously. That could make sense. She concluded her thoughts for now. Either way, there'll be some time left before it begins. Or time to prepare for the battle. He walked along lightly. It'll take at least about a month, right? I'll stockpile as many potions as I can and resell them later. Nara strolled along at an easy pace. Good idea. She quietly glanced back, her mind filled with lingering doubts. I want to ask him a few things, but now is not the right time. Lee Ha, what kind of relationship do you have with Hoa Dian? Time passed quickly, and before long they reached their destination. She gently reminded her friend, I'll send the request to enter. You can go in right after. Suddenly, a gap appeared, causing the two to pause. The guard stepped forward with surprise. You're the intruder from before. Lee Ha felt a pang of guilt at the mention. An irritated figure emerged from the shadows. What brings you to the royal archives? Madam, I always thought you didn't like books. Nara immediately fired off sarcastic remarks. It seemed he still had time to joke around. She pointed directly at the person stepping forward. Mr. Rossack. Nara was furious, unafraid to question him after such an offense. He interrupted without concern. I am deeply grateful for the king's mercy, for I have been given the chance to redeem myself on the battlefield. Rossack's voice grew low, his face darkened. However, I don't want to hear about crimes. He spat out bitter, venomous words. From a member of the Holy Knights, someone who couldn't even defeat the intruder on their own. Lara was infuriated. What did you just say? Rossack recalled the past scene. You brought this nameless one into the royal palace. How gallant. Lee Ha had been silent until now, momentarily annoyed. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Lee Ha faced him directly with determination. I think you should stop before everything gets more misunderstood, Mr. Rossack. He sighed softly several times, a sense of helplessness slowly emerging. And who are you anyway? He replied without restraint. Radiance shone, unmatched by anyone. I am one of the nameless ones you just mentioned. I dedicate myself day after day to correcting the mistakes you made. I don't appreciate your actions among all others, treating me with such disrespect. Nara's heart fluttered slightly, a happy smile appearing on her lips. She proudly held out the paper. Clark, I've sent the documents. Please let us in. Clark carefully verified the paper in his hands. This is truly the king's seal. Nara urged those beside her. All right, let's go, Lee Ha. Rossack watched helplessly as each person entered. Then his instincts signaled something unusual. Again, Rossack considered one possibility, the three royal guards. Everyone entered the magical space together. Nara glanced back as if to confirm one last time. Mr. Clark, right, this is the pass. And this is my request. Please take good care of Lee Ha, okay? Clark hesitated, then agreed. Ah, yes. Before leaving, she didn't forget to send her well wishes. Now my work here is done, so I should head out. I hope you find what you're looking for. Lee Ha joyfully saw her off. Goodbye and thank you so much this time, Nara. She smiled warmly, her cheeks flushed with slight embarrassment. I should say this, without you, Lee Ha here, I would have failed this quest. Suddenly Nara's smile faltered, a hint of worry appearing. Wait, Lee Ha, if given the chance, you hesitate in front of uncertainty. If given the chance, she shyly suggested. You live in Seoul. If you agree, maybe we could go eat something together sometime. Lee Ha awkwardly confirmed. Eat something like a meal, huh? Clark could only sigh helplessly. Fun, huh? I saw everything. Lee Ha's face immediately flushed red, eyes sparkling with emotion. Wait, this? Lee Ha froze as if remembering something. His weary reality flooded his mind. Lee Ha tried to suppress the turmoil inside, then reluctantly declined. I'd like to, but I won't be able to for a while. Nara, though disappointed, forced a cheerful smile. Ah, I understand you must be busy too. I'll go then, we can talk later. His heart twisted with bitter circumstances. Regrettably, his inability to move his own feet. It seemed to diminish his confidence. I need to gather money quickly. Lee Ha spoke to the person behind Mr. Clark. He looked puzzled. Yes, what just happened compelled him to make a determined decision. Please, take me to the library of the Second War between humans and demons. Lee Ha held the history book, quietly consulting each source. I've read the information about the start of the Great War between humans and demons. I need to quickly examine what happened afterward, the battlefield of the campaign on the plains. The book records that the demon army retreated toward the strait between the kingdom of Graven and our lands. They silently crossed the sea, surrounded by Graven's navy. The breakthrough succeeded thanks to the involvement of serpents and the Kraken. In the first great war between humans and demons, they became the unexpected factor that caused Graven's navy to suffer heavy losses. After the intense battle, the surviving main force of the demon army began moving toward Dawn Sea. Lee Ha patiently read each recorded memory, the kingdom's ships attempting to pursue immediately afterward. But that would be impossible without the support of Craven's navy, along with the additional trumpet testimony. The Dawn Sea is where the sun rises, so it lies to the east. Could they cross the sea? Lee Ha suddenly had an unexpected thought. Moreover, if this is the sea they're talking about, it relates to the investigation I previously took on regarding the journey to find a new continent, along with the fertilizer. The mission board seems to provide evidence for the community's reasoning. In reality, this investigation is still unfinished. Lee Ha immediately thought of the image brimming with everyone's enthusiasm. So does that mean no one has found the fertilizer yet? The direction where the Demon King's army disappeared is west, beyond the Dawn Sea and the direction Fuongan is heading. I feel the same way. I've completed the investigation tasks for Brown, but there's no harm in confirming what lies beyond that new continent. Lee Ha unconsciously read aloud the contents recounted in the book. The distance between the Demon King's army is about 5 appointments. Then he silently slid, continuing to ponder the vague developments. It's not too far a distance for the ships to pursue immediately afterward. Suddenly a strange sound rang out and the ship captain's head exploded. Lee Ha couldn't hide his surprise, not detecting any energy pulses nor could anyone detect any abnormalities around them with any search magic. The chief officer hurriedly took temporary control of the helm, but then his head also exploded. The distance had expanded to 6 Harris. Among the retreating forces, elite forest troops speculated that the phantom sharpshooter might have been involved. It was determined that pursuit was impossible. Soon, Lee Ha gradually paled, struggling to believe what was being discussed. What's going on? Why is the phantom sharpshooter appearing here? South Harris is about 9.6 km, roughly 10 km. That's impossible in real life. It means the sharpshooters must calculate the planet's curvature to hit the target. Lee Ha's mind recalled a practical issue. However, this is the central land, not Earth. If the phantom sharpshooter succeeded, it means I could do it too. The story shifted from a small page. Brown seriously pondered, I see, so in the end, did he do it again? Lee Ha tried to speculate. Yes, he probably suspected it. But the important thing is there's no proof yet. He carefully considered the matter. He is very cautious. I will have to contact the royal palace myself. Rao carefully mentioned the remaining clue about the Demon King's army. He listened closely to the important information. Yes, he shared his impression. That final statement caught Lee Ha's attention, and he asked hurriedly in confusion. The final statement? You mean a flash of light shot through Brown's head, the phantom sharpshooter, and the system simultaneously sounded a report. The pursuit of the two had been completed. Master Tsu's son recounted old tales. The legend of the phantom sharpshooter was just a playful story between Brown, Elizabeth, and me. But people believe they never missed at any distance, and anyone holding a gun seriously would desire the same. However, that testimony was truly strange. The phantom sharpshooter never appeared but showed up when they retreated. You should investigate thoroughly. If he belongs to the Demon King, it will be hard to pursue without preparation. Lee Ha's system sent a confidential mission. Rao was concerned about the phantom sharpshooter and wanted to investigate. Do you agree to accept this mission? He used experience to formulate a hypothesis. The one who triumphed over the gods and used phantom ammunition. The phantom sharpshooter sounds illogical, but perhaps it's because he's not human. Lee Ha's curiosity surged. Could the legend of the phantom sharpshooter come from another race? Rao caught the keyword and confirmed, correct. His face darkened, his voice slowed. Those dark elves are legends from the original turtle race. After a while, he left the dormitory with wandering thoughts. It won't be easy, will it? The information Brown provided was etched into Lee Ha's subconscious. He needed to search for a dark elf somewhere on this continent. Gather information about the phantom sharpshooter from them. However, the dark elves are surely not friendly to humans and their location remains a mystery. He listened seriously, thinking to himself, I know it won't be easy, but I really want to know if the phantom sharpshooter is related to the second war between demons and humans. The deep blue sky pulled Lee Ha's thoughts to the present. The phantom sharpshooter began being mentioned in transmission. I wonder how far Kid and Loser have gotten with this mission. Even if I asked, they wouldn't answer anymore. Thinking of this, he reluctantly smiled, pretending to be calm. While Lee Ha was exhausted, the status board appeared. All right, time for a short break. I feel very tired after being online continuously for 36 hours. He stared at the stats in front of him, thoughts already racing. This is it. This time I'm going all in on this. Then I'll check the auction house. The item was released last time. Whatever I put up for auction has to sell right now. Lee Ha looked ahead, unable to hide his excitement. I can't wait to see Mom's reaction anymore. Still lost in the vivid game, he was jolted by a panicked voice calling out, Lee Ha. The shout boomed like thunder, leaving Lee Ha utterly rattled. Lee Ha. Kim Yu went pale, pointing at the phone screen. Lee Ha, what is this? He calmly asked Han, has Mom seen it already? Her face darkened from the shock. Son, where did this come from? Where did you get this money? Lee Han broke into a bright smile to reassure her. Mom, don't worry, I didn't get this money from anything bad. I earned it from that video game. You remember last time I made quite a bit then too. This is an early Christmas present for you. I can even earn more by Christmas. I'm not hurting myself, so there's nothing for you to worry about. She teared up, deeply moved. Lee Ha. Kim Yu pulled her son into a tight hug. Mom's son. Warmth flooded Lee Ha's chest. Next year around this time, let's travel to Germany, Mom. You said you'd never been on a plane before. His mind brimmed with optimistic thoughts. The surgery that could fix my legs can only be done in Germany. I'm so happy I get to see moments like this. Back in the game's main hall, Madame Du answered gently. Right now, it's very difficult to gather information about the Vanguard King. Because the battle will happen soon, instead I can tell you where the Dark Elf is. Lee Ha studied the map thoughtfully, the faraway Vanguard outpost. Ah, this place was once wasteland, but after the Vanguard King visited, it became a small town where merchant NPCs settled. It's land not affiliated with any country. Deep down, he understood the truth. It was a lawless area where you couldn't count on security. What's more, even if I find the Dark Elf, I shouldn't even think about entering their village. Lee Ha aimed the gun at the sky, thinking, but what choice do I have? I have to do what I must. I thought 100 bullets would be more than enough. By now, I've already used 40 bullets. I don't feel confident approaching the Shadow Goblin's base with only 60 left. That's what I think. He fired a tin bullet into the air to test it. I'll quickly visit that place before setting off. He pushed the door open with excitement. Hello. Whisker jumped and turned toward the sound. That voice is, Bristlehead shouted to stop any action. Don't say a word, Lee Ha awkwardly requested. I've come to work on the barrel. He immediately interrupted. Hey, this guy's back. He threw his axe and ran. The demon's back. Bottle heard the noise and immediately ran out. Why did he come back? He reached behind for necessary items. Of course I'm here for more bullets. The old man cut in. Sighing, Lee Ha placed a pile of valuable gold on the table. The price is still the same, right? His hesitant words startled Bottle. Ah well, Lee Ha straightforwardly made another request. I want to ask for one more thing. Behind him, a flare of anger erupted. What now? He continued jokingly. A telescope and night vision, I want you to make those items. Bottle turned away confused. Telescope, Bristle and Whisker asked in puzzlement. Night vision. Lee Ha took out paper and pen to note down. All right then. He seriously recorded the necessary data for the crafted item. This tool is light. Night fell quickly. Bottle slowly refused. We can't do it. Lee Ha felt a sharp pain. Why not? He straightforwardly pointed out the issue. Well, this so-called telescope measures the exact distance between you and the target. Right? Bottle carefully asked the necessary points. And you want it to adjust the distance between the gun barrel and the scope when shooting, correct? Lee Ha didn't hesitate. Exactly. A lightning-like realization hit him. I guess you also want to snipe from 1,500 meters, right? I can't do that with a normal lens. Not even possible to mount. He quickly realized, so I would need the eyes of a giant eagle or a hawk, right? The old man sternly blocked the thought. Even if you do that, it won't work if we follow the principles strictly. Give it up. Lee Ha held his head, troubled. I really need a telescope no matter what. He steadied himself for his goal. I can't just give up. Bottle looked at the paper and speculated. If there's a monster with eyes that large and uses them effectively, it might work. Lee Ha smiled, giving his reasoning. A monster with giant eyes, a Quaicro, right? Bottle immediately laughed out loud. I know you're skilled, but how could you easily name the monster Quaicro? The notorious ruler of Sentinel Mountains you can't just have. Lee Ha confidently placed a large eye on the table. I have it right here. The old man's face turned pale seeing the prized item. What is this? He calmly explained its origin. It's the eye of the Cyclopean Quaicro monster. Lee Ha beamed as if hitting the jackpot. Here it is. It's so big that size shouldn't be an issue, right? If you need more, just tell me. And let's discuss the price. Lee Ha's mischievous face appeared. Now you better get to work. Those in the room feared losing secrets. Should I close the workshop? The story moved through the ancient city gate. He flinched hearing the sound of crumbling earth. Lee Ha fired a bullet, knocking Docbot down. He sighed and calmed himself. Smoke rose thickly. Lee Ha rubbed his chin, assessing. The result is somewhat unsatisfactory. I can't even pierce through 2 stone monsters. Lee Ha recalled the glorious past silently. If that were looser at this range, he would trigger the effect and pierce simultaneously. But with its high attack stat, I'm fairly satisfied. I should grind some EXP on the way. He panicked as a snake's eye suddenly captured a strange image. Lee Ha sensed a bad premonition. He raised his gun cautiously. Why do I feel mana from those trees, and specifically 4 of them? That strange shape, one could say. Lee Ha slowly squeezed the trigger. The bullet hit the tree, revealing a hidden figure. The sneaky intruder screamed in pain. The mask flew off reflexively. He strained to see the person in front. Then Lee Ha yelled in rising fury. Show yourself, you miserable clowns. The shadowy figures rushed straight toward him. They drew their weapons, ready to charge in front of Lee Ha's gun. To counter the overwhelming attack, Lee Ha had no choice but to fire. The previous shot barely affected the goblins and instead provoked them to counterattack. Out of pain, he dodged the blade effortlessly and mocked. You think this can harm me? Lee Ha aimed his gun directly at the frenzied goblin charging forward, thinking to himself, just as Bu Nim had predicted. His mind recalled the scene, but his hands kept firing. Bullets raced forward relentlessly. His precise shots successfully hindered the goblin, moving so fast that its companions were left stunned. While Lee Ha focused on the target ahead, another approached from behind. He was still engrossed, imagining it was just a training session with a dummy. The goblin from behind lunged forward, shouting, "Strike." Lee Ha instantly assessed the situation. He smirked, spun around slowly, and spoke, gun pointed right at the goblin. I already know what you can do. Its shock didn't last long as Lee Ha acted decisively. With 2 guns, he eliminated 2 different targets cleanly. Lee Ha confidently lowered his weapons and the goblin collapsed. He glanced at it, cursing, "Bastard. Next time, warn me before interrupting my flow." Lee Ha recalled the urgent moments and the full use of all 3 guns. It would have been dangerous if he hadn't always kept his weapons loaded. He also remembered earlier times. It was good he had listened carefully when Bu Nim taught assassin-class skill. Those memories kept flooding back after killing Peter at the palace that day. The moment he fired, it seemed he became the main target of the Iron Knight Guild. But Lee Ha quickly pushed the past aside and moved on. Annoying, just a few more hours until he reached the Xian Forward base. After hours of travel, he finally arrived at the Xian Forward base. Lee Ha stood still, eyes gazing into the distance. He looked through the tents, observing the people inside, feeling somewhat reassured. Nothing seemed unusual. Suddenly, Lee Ha's sharp eyes noticed something odd. He saw a figure sitting on a tree branch continuously, wondering, is that someone from the Iron Knight Guild or a monster? Before Lee Ha could react, the strange figure vanished without a trace. He didn't hesitate, quickly drew his gun, firmly thinking. Except for the thing on the tree, nothing suspicious was around. Yet he didn't fire and instead stood lost in thought. Anyway, I need to reach this place to complete my mission. Lee Ha reminded himself to stay alert for other players. Suddenly, from afar, Morris shouted, "Anyone coming down to train? Best for tamers and summoners." A crowd gathered densely. People clamored, "Let's hunt the wilds in CA7 together. We'll leave soon, so hurry up." Lee Ha slowly blended into the crowd. His eyes remained cautiously observant. He wondered if he was alone, but these people had unusually strong personality. He felt tense until the overwhelming advertisements hit his eyes. Not his concern, gathering intel was key. Lee Ha entered, planning his next moves. He should meet some NPCs at the tavern, yet the scene inside froze him in place. A group of goblins were causing chaos, performing antics throughout the tavern. Lee Ha grew embarrassed, forcing a polite smile. "Are you all here because of me?" But the horrifying masks advanced in waves. No NPC was handling these unruly users, like these jerks. He quickly drew his gun, powerless yet ready. Lee Ha shouted, and the tavern erupted as if it might explode. "It's time." The sound drew everyone's attention. "What's happening? A fight?" They curiously approached. Everyone cheered, "Hit it, hit it." Lee Ha gritted his teeth, thinking tensely, is this how things happen here? While distracted, a goblin leaped forward, pulling him back to reality. It attacked, draining some blood, making Lee Ha grind his teeth in anger. Immediately, damn it, the system notified. Movement speed reduced by 40 for 5 minutes. That brat, he shouted furiously and activated another skill. Kill Spirit Link. Kuma appeared, ferociously swiping at the goblin. The goblin was knocked back a few feet but still taunted. A new predator for our iron armor, the onlookers. Watch Kuma in awe. What did he summon? A bear. I thought he was a ranged DPS. From behind the excited crowd, another figure appeared wearing a full cloak, standing just behind them. Lee Ha had no idea and was still going all out to wipe out those annoying goblins. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he suddenly got a bad feeling. It was another goblin. It let out a savage laugh and gleefully announced, "I am right behind this guy." Lee Ha turned around and its knife was already pressed to his throat. Damn it! Suddenly, a sword streak slashed across with a mysterious voice. "Hey, you clowns, all of you." They stared blankly, not understanding what had happened. That voice rang out again, cold and flat, followed by another slash. "Move aside." A flurry of consecutive strikes burst out like lightning. So fast the goblins did not even realize. In an instant, their bodies were split in two. It was the one in the mysterious cloak. He landed flawlessly like the final beat of a dance. The sword strokes exploded like brilliant fireworks spraying from the goblin's body. Those ugly goblins finally began to drop one by one, falling freely to the ground. Even Lee Ha stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed at that heroic figure from afar. The people watching from outside were all gaping in shock. That is, they were both startled and curious, trying to guess from the profile. That person is, at last he was fully revealed. It was Lee Jai-woon, the mysterious swordsman. The people around them still had not recovered and shouted out loud. "That is Lee Jai-won. He is the one ranked second on the world leaderboard, Lee Jai-won." Lee Ha never imagined he would experience a moment like this, so he froze, staring at him in a daze. Only now did Jai-woon turn back. The ghost girl, like everyone else, let out a gasp of admiration. But that awe instantly turned into confusion when her eyes met Jai-woon's icy, sharp gaze. He said nothing, just stood there, hesitating. After thinking it through, Jai-woon decided to speak to Lee Ha directly. "Can you stand up?" "Do you need help?" Lee Ha brightened but sounded a little formal. No, I am fine, but thanks." In contrast to Lee Ha's excitement, he answered with nothing but coldness. "All right, fine." Still, Jai-woon showed a bit of kindness and handed over a potion. By the way, do you want a bottle?" The system updated immediately. "You have received an HP potion made from rare holy water." He took Lee Ha from one shock to another. Lee Ha stared blankly at the potion in his hand, silently amazed. A potion like this was extremely rare. In exchange for that potion came Jai-woon's proposal. "I have a few things I want to ask you. Can we form a party?" The moment he asked, the system displayed the confirmation panel. "Do you want to accept the invitation to form a party? Yes, no, and relocate to another location." Jai-woon tried to persuade him, his face completely expressionless. There are a lot of people there. Meanwhile, the crowd outside was still in an uproar, chattering over one another. "Wow, is that really Lee Jai-won? This is amazing. I have never seen him this close." Lee Ha did not think much of it and happily agreed right away. All right, of course." The moment he got an answer, Jai-woon suddenly snapped his fingers smugly. Perfect, they could not wait another second. Mass instant teleportation like a flash explosion. The onlookers who had been watching all this time spoke up, surprised and disappointed. "Oh, they are gone. Was that really Lee Jai-won just now?" Suddenly, someone noticed something and blurted out in a hurry, "Wait, is not the person who went with him that guy they call the Phantom Bullet Sniper or something?" Not long after, the two of them, Lee Ha and Jai-woon, arrived somewhere else. A dark, mysterious place with not a single person in sight. Neither of them spoke, leaving a hush that let Lee Ha think to his heart's content. So this is the man ranked second on the world leaderboard. Lee Jai-woon, the mysterious swordsman. I never thought I would meet him in a place like this. He stood behind him in silence, unable to stop wondering. I have heard he does not like facing people. Then why did he save me? What does he gain by saving me? Suddenly that thought stirred up old memories for Lee Ha. Now that he thought about it, he seemed to have watched an interview with him before. On a televised program, Jai-woon sat calmly, listening to the host's question. "Mr. Lee Jai-woon, we have heard you are closing in on the #1 spot. If that is true, are you confident you can win if you face that person?" He did not answer right away. He let out a sigh, then smiled. Jai-won suddenly pointed forward like a singer and revealed it slowly. It was so strange, like he was floating on cloud 9. "Easy." Jai-won stood up straight and posed like a model, making the audience erupt into cheers. Lee Ha only watched him through the TV screen, yet he still could not help laughing. That memory, compared with Jai-woon now, made him think. He really is, how should I put it, someone very confident. At last he spoke, breaking the heavy silence. "What is your name?" Lee Ha, I am Korean too." That introduction made Jai-woon beam and laugh. He awkwardly steered into what he wanted to say. "About that skill back then you used it." Lee Ha stared blankly, waiting for him to finish the sentence. "Yes." Jai-won looked a little embarrassed but forced himself to explain. "The one who summoned the battlefield boss." Lee Ha had thought it would be something serious. You mean that little guy?" His face flushed with embarrassment and he avoided eye contact as he stammered out a request. "Could you teach me how to do that?" He just froze, genuinely not understanding why a superstar would get slapped around this much. "What?" Jai-won tried to explain further. "You're a royal guard, but you can summon a bear like a summoner. I want to learn that skill too." Lee Ha let out a long, disappointed sigh. Aren't people supposed to keep this kind of thing secret in Middle-earth? The important thing is to keep it quiet to protect your family. Hearing that, his face suddenly went pale with confusion and panic. "So you really won't teach me, even though I just saved you?" He felt guilty, but still chose his words carefully as he refused. "I'm truly grateful for that. I couldn't have gotten out of here on my own. I have an instant teleport scroll." Jaewoon despaired, clutching his head and yelling, "But I saved you." That only made things even more awkward for Lee Ha. Damn. Are all ranked players in Middle-earth like this? He seemed to lack social skills in a whole different way. With Lim Hwa Jeong, Lee Ha quietly watched Jaewoon's sulky tantrum with a hint of judgment. He wondered if the guy was barely in his 20s or just a teenager. He figured it was because he was still young. After thinking it over, Lee Ha came up with an idea. "Since we're both Korean, I can teach you basic manners." His eyes immediately lit up. "Really?" Jaewoon suddenly became obedient like a little puppy. "I can accept that condition, but in return, can I ask you a few questions?" "Of course, anything." Lee Ha seized the chance and asked right away, "Do you know where Fyuong-an is?" Jaewoon, completely unguarded, rattled it off with confidence. "Fyuong-an, that Indiana guy. I met him 4 or 5 days ago." His eyes widened as if he'd just found a new lead. Lee Ha lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar in urgency. "So where is he?" Jaewoon calmly answered in detail. "They showed up near the Vanguard base a few times. I killed a few of them today." Those words hit Lee Ha like a lightning bolt. He killed them. That would only increase their hostility toward humans, toward my mission. "Oh no," Jaewoon cut off, a trace of fear creeping in as he faced Lee Ha's terrifying silence. Conflict began to erupt, the sounds of branches and grass tearing through the stillness. "Hey, wait, I've told you too much. You have to teach me the skill." "What are you waiting for? You still haven't answered my question about the Dark Elves." "You said you didn't know." He jumped up in uncontrollable anger, cursing nonstop. "Don't be such a bastard. Teach me right now." Jaewoon gradually lost control and started spewing nasty words without restraint. A loser's personality is really unbearable. Are all royal guards like this? Lee Ha didn't seem to care much. The one name he cared about was that guy. "Do you know Lak Kur?" Jaewoon blurted everything out. "How could I not? He always picks fights whenever he sees me. That guy is a real brawler." As he spoke, the image of a tall, intimidating man radiating killing intent appeared in his mind. "But honestly, he makes me nervous, though I have to admit, he's really strong." Lee Ha didn't know what to say and just stayed silent, thinking. "By the way, why do you want to learn my skills so badly? Aren't you already one of the top-ranked players in this game?" The question made Jaewoon clamp his mouth shut. He suddenly grew awkward, struggling to put it into words. "It's because if I learn how to summon a monster, I think I can beat Alexander." Lee Ha hit him right where it hurt. "You want a bear to crush him or something? Do you really think that'll make that big of a difference?" No, Jaewoon quickly denied it. "I can't beat that bastard just by leveling up at this point. But maybe you're wondering, then what should I do?" Jaewoon tilted his cap and spoke mysteriously. "Until I reach first place." He started to reveal himself, his confidence rising exponentially. "I'll kill that bastard over and over until his rank drops." Lee Ha went blank, trying to understand, but it didn't seem very possible. Jaewoon didn't care and kept rambling on about his own story. "Alexander, the bastard's dragon, is the real problem." Then he turned to Lee Ha and declared, "If I can summon a monster that can hold out for 5 minutes. Against that dragon, my victory is guaranteed." Suddenly, Jaewoon grew serious again. "And your skill, it doesn't seem limited to summoning a bear, does it?" Hearing that, Lee Ha felt like he'd been hit right in a soft spot and stared with his mouth open. Those words stirred up old memories of Kuma. That's right, Lee Ha had been by its side since it was tiny, like a little puff of cotton. By chance, the little one had become his closest companion. It stayed tightly woven into his everyday life. Joy and sorrow mixed together. What would happen if the monster he grew more and more attached to kept growing until Kuma became huge, towering far above Lee Ha's body? No longer a little kid, but instead another monster. You fell silent, lost in old memories for a long while. "I guess you can't be taken down." With only his strength, Jaewoon also stood quietly, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, he cracked his eyes open and sincerely asked, "Tell me. I promise I'll help you at least once." The calm silence was suddenly stirred up by the excitement of the two of them. "Really, I swear to you with everything I have. If I break my promise, I'll delete my player character." In the end, the two finally reached an agreement. Lee Ha happily accepted. "All right, I'll tell you right now." Jaewoon was so excited he couldn't wait any longer when you suddenly cut him off. But Lee Ha was truly a perfectionist. He needed to confirm it one more time. "You really have to help me once." He graciously went along with it. "If you add me to your friends list, I can teleport you immediately with a skill, so don't worry about that." Jaewoon stared blankly, waiting for another request from Lee Ha. "Oh, and one more thing." Your face suddenly darkened, your eyes full of scheming. "Give me information about the 2 dexterity achievements. I'm not asking for much." All of a sudden, his face went ashen with fear and he stammered, unable to speak. The system displayed their location on the regional map of the Vanguard base in the forest. Lee Ha moved forward step by step, slowly and cautiously, scanning everything through his rifle scope. "I heard no one has ever come back after entering this forest. I have to be careful." Suddenly, a shadow appeared, silently perched on a tree branch. You were scared, yet still hadn't noticed you were being watched. A sigh. "I really want night vision right now." Suddenly, that dark figure curled its lips into a sinister smile. The figure shifted unconsciously as it watched. Lee Ha, sharp-eared as an owl, immediately sensed something was off. Sweat poured down as you panicked, trying to deal with it. Lee Ha quickly steadied himself, gripping his rifle tightly and raising it. Someone's there. All of a sudden, your eyes change, just like a cat's taking in every movement. There are more figures, just like before, suddenly appeared. Clinging to the tree trunks, they forced Lee Ha to halt and think. Yes, over there, two more were climbing down along the massive trunks, 5 of them in total. You stared at them, then began wrestling with yourself. Should I shoot? If I do, I'm sure I can kill one. The struggle grew fiercer as both emotion and reason mattered. But this forest was known as the home of night goblins. If they really are night goblins, suddenly something came flying straight at Lee Ha's body. A small arrow slammed into his shoulder, and the system notified him at once. Status effect, partial anesthesia. You cannot move the affected area for 2 minutes. That arm wouldn't lower anymore. Lee Ha kept blaming himself. I hesitated too long. He stood frozen in fear beneath the racket of the noisy goblin pack above. Of all places, they targeted his arm. Bizarre laughter echoed through the forest along with mocking jeers. Do you really think you can defeat us with just a gun? You're underestimating us. Lee Ha argued back and corrected them. I never said I wanted to fight, you know. Now try to catch me. The moment he finished speaking, he planted his foot hard into the ground, gathering all his strength to counter. Lee Ha broke free cleanly. In a flash, all that remained were streaks of wind in the air. If you can, the 7 goblins sensed something was wrong and immediately changed their attitude. They surged forward, chasing him down, catch him. One of them pursued close behind, hurling threats nonstop. Once you've been marked, you'll be caught. Shrill, malicious laughter hid behind a vicious mask. As Lee Ha ran, a storm of doubts kept flashing through his mind. Should I use the escape scroll right now? Should I lure them away from? While sprinting headlong, he suddenly stopped, eyes wide in alarm. The goblins were faster, rushing ahead to cut Lee Ha off. It was a useless plan. He still charged forward, clutching his rifle. Damn it, all the luck Lee Ha had saved up in his life was spent dodging those strikes. A blade whipped past his throat. Suddenly, from somewhere, a razor-sharp arrow shot straight toward him. But that arrow pierced straight through a goblin's head, and even Lee Ha hadn't expected it. Then more arrows came in rapid succession, firing in chains, each one striking a vital point. One shot per furious goblin, accuracy that was nearly absolute. The force behind the shots was no weaker either. The goblin's mask shattered into pieces. Even as they died, they still had just enough strength left to let out crazed, eerie laughter. All at once, the forest seemed to explode in a blinding flash, leaving a terrifying shockwave behind. The goblins that had been chasing like mad just moments ago now lay scattered all over the path. Suddenly, someone else appeared, probably no ordinary group. They exchanged information, and their leader was that man. The moment Lee Ha saw them, he froze in worry. Oh no, the one standing before him was Dak. He appeared with razor-sharp eyes and a solid, powerful build. He was a night goblin. I'm in trouble. I still haven't figured out how to meet them. Even though he wasn't ready, Lee Ha's mind raced. Still, he reluctantly raised a hand in greeting. Hello, thank you for saving me. I'm not here to invade or anything. He quickly took out a lavishly prepared meal box, smiling brightly as he presented it. Please, eat first. Lee Ha held the lunch box out, awkwardly choosing his words. I brought this because I wanted to get to know you, he silently encouraged himself. I heard night goblins like meat, just as expected. They immediately lost their earlier dignity, stepping toward the food with greedy looks. The goblins crowded around the meat, exclaiming nonstop, meat, meat. Meanwhile, from afar, another goblin came running in a hurry. La Sinla called out urgently from the distance. Everyone stop. Treating our guest like that is rude. As if reminded, the goblins spun around in alarm. Yes, ma'am, Lee Ha watched as she slowly walked over. She spoke gently and politely. Oh my, you didn't have to bring something like this. She gave a cheerful little laugh, but we'll accept it with gratitude. The hero's successor, Lee Ha, still didn't quite understand, and he just stood there. He still replied with a smile, even though he didn't fully grasp Scylla's words. Lee Ha felt like his feet were glued to the ground. He fidgeted, not moving, forcing out awkward smiles. The fact they weren't hostile was strange enough already. What is going on? What does she mean by the hero's successor? In the end, he finally asked. Scylla listened with a serious face. Then she began to explain kindly about someone who carries the rage of a bloodline. As she said that, Scylla's gaze sharpened, her voice firm with resolve. In the past, even in a crisis, she had spoken plainly to Lee Ha, decisive and direct. The one who confidently conveyed the bloodline's will to the world. He immediately took the necklace on his chest and examined it closely. Scylla's voice rang out amid his astonishment. We call that the hero's power. After staring for a long time, Lee Ha recognized the necklace Agrani Igor had dropped. That's right, bonus effect. Affinity with night goblins plus 100. With affinity with wood goblins at 50, you can obtain the skill Forbidden Wrath, he thought to himself after receiving the notification. One of the options for getting acquainted with the night goblins. Scylla's voice cut in. In the middle of Lee Ha's thoughts, We actually planned to come meet and greet you. Once we saw you enter this area, but Lee Ha's eyes went wide as he heard that. Memories from when he first entered the forest rushed back, so that silhouette must have been one of them. Scylla stepped closer, opening up warmly. Successor to the hero's power, may I? She happily extended an invitation. If you'll allow it, may I take you to our village? Lee Ha smiled and agreed. The two quickly toured around the night goblin village. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a door and reported to the chief. This is the one who carries the wrath. I've brought the successor to the hero's power. A voice from inside soon echoed out. Please come in. Lee Ha carefully stepped deeper inside. An old man sat there puffing on a pipe. When he saw Lee Ha, he asked, "So you must be the successor to the hero's power?" It was the chieftain. Sitting cross-legged, he spoke in a gentle tone. It seems the wrath of our bloodline is still on the right path out there. They met in a small space lit by firelight. He introduced himself politely. My name is Halihar. The chieftain remained calm and unhurried. Yes, so what brought you here? But first, sit down. Lee Ha sat, but his eyes never left the old man. Is it because of that 100 affinity? But they're all being so kind to me. You didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. I came here because I have some questions about the matter. When the chieftain heard those 4 words, his eyes widened in surprise and he emphasized again. Ghost bullet sniper. After saying this, he exhaled a long breath, releasing a cloud of smoke. Regaining his composure, he spoke in a calm tone. I understand in the end. We still have to rely on the legendary hero to eliminate those damn wooden goblins. That surprise then shifted to Lee Ha. Eliminate wooden goblins. The chieftain returned to his original calm demeanor and spoke with regret. It's unfortunate, we don't know much about the ghost bullet sniper. At least not until now. Lee Ha had to continuously think and converse to clarify this unexpected revelation. Today he said until now, which means he must have known in the past, right? He squinted, speaking evenly. That's right, we did know. The chieftain began recounting hundreds of records kept by his tribe. Our race likes to preserve history, and naturally we also documented our legends. At this point, he suddenly slowed his tone. Every word carried clear regret, but all the accounts of the legends had been completely stolen. Lee Ha was so absorbed in the story that he himself felt astonished. The chieftain still held his cigarette, speaking slowly. This happened over 100 years ago. The younger generations of the shadow goblins know very little about the ghost bullet sniper. Only the older generations like me remember those tales. Lee Ha was very curious and couldn't help but ask, could you tell me the legend of the ghost bullet sniper? I really want to hear it from you. Another puff of smoke marked the beginning of the story. It happened a very long time ago, a very, very long time ago. The story the chieftain told Lee Ha was a secret that could not be found in the central land or online. In a quiet village deep in the forest, the chieftain sat cross-legged, closing his eyes as if reliving his tribe's story once again. When God and the demon created the races of Zhang Nian, God and the demon together shaped the earth. They proudly watched their creations, rejoicing in the joy of the maker. A place full of vigorous life was born. However, conflicts quickly arose among the races, primarily because of the fact that there were 2 creators, God and the demon. To prevent this from happening again, they had to hide their presence from the central land. But the demon disagreed. How wonderful it would be if the creatures continued to worship the demon. Finally, the demon proposed a wager with God, with the condition that the loser must obey the winner's demands. The chieftain remembered every detail carefully. The wager was simple, meant to prove who had the strongest creation. They would take turns destroying each other's creation. God would destroy the demon's creation, and the demon would destroy God's creation. They alternated, releasing their power 6 times, but both creations were equally strong. Finally, on the 7th turn, the demon devised a cunning plan. He clearly remembered the demon's words, the target for your 7th turn is yourself. He told God to shoot himself. It was a ridiculous suggestion, but it didn't violate the rules, leaving God no reason to argue. So God accepted it. However, the game was not over. There was still 1 turn for God to designate for the demon. God countered exactly as the demon said, the target for your 7th turn is yourself. If you end your own life, you will win and I will return to the upper earth. The demon remained silent for a long while, contemplating. However, if you end your own life, you will. Suddenly, he smiled unnaturally, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. I will be the victorious demon, defeating God. The demon didn't even wait to finish speaking, still wearing that sinister smile. He unleashed his power toward himself. The demon's power manifested as a bullet, and that 7th bullet pierced the demon's own head. And contrary to his words, the demon's head was destroyed. God must have been utterly shocked. Regardless, the demon had now vanished. That no longer mattered. Satisfied, God returned to the upper earth. The chieftain remained calm, sitting until the end of the story. That's why we no longer witness such power. Although some people can still wield the powers of God and the demon in Zhang Nian, the mysterious bullet was the last power created by the demon. It is the only power capable of defeating God, and the one who possesses it is. He suddenly paused. Lee Ha looked at the gun in his hands and, confused, exclaimed, the ghost bullet sniper. He gripped the gun tightly, hastily continuing. But that doesn't mean we will never see them again. Back in the Great War, the Demon King surely, the chieftain added. Yes, and that is exactly the demon's plan. The image of the triumphant demon still lingered in his mind. He had previously separated part of himself and sealed it. A tiny creature lies within something like an egg. That piece will eventually grow into a carrying creature. As he wills it, at this point the chief finally opens his eyes. His gaze reveals the full gravity of the situation. That was the demon's purpose from the start. Lee Ha is now part of the story. He is extremely bewildered. So, what exactly is the Demon King? He could be considered the son of a demon, or another version of the demon himself. According to our legend, that's the case. What the chief envisions is a formidable Demon King. Yet, Lee Ha manages to push aside that fear entirely. He smiles to encourage himself. What a captivating story. However, that isn't the topic he's most curious about. He suddenly remembers the elves with their toned bodies and wonders. Then, according to legend, what exactly is Sharpshooter Bullet to the night elves? The chief answers clearly and briefly, the savior. The chief's voice is heavy with sorrow. He protected us from the filthy and powerful wooden elves. He was our guardian and our savior. We had long been harassed by the forest elves. They condemned us. Because of our carnivorous habits and dark skin, the chief gently lifts the smoking pipe in his hand, sighing, even though we are physically stronger. They were very skilled in magic and had the advantage in numbers. The chief put every ounce of resentment into his words, moreover. They also had the skill to manipulate humans against us. They portrayed our people as cursed creatures aligned with demons. Because of this, our race faced a desperate situation. We were on the brink of extinction. At this point, the chief's heart is filled with gratitude. Then, someone appeared and defeated the wooden elves. As the white smoke soared into the sky, the identity of the mysterious hero was gradually revealed. None other than the image of the young man with a gun in his hands appears clearly in the chief's memory, Sharpshooter Bullet. Lee Ha hurriedly interjects with a guess. Then he must have been the first night elf. The chief immediately stops him. No, Sharpshooter Bullet is not a night elf. He is human. His voice is firm, I can assure you of that. That certainty makes Lee Ha thoughtful. Sharpshooter Bullet is not a night elf but human. He considers this and bluntly asks a question. Do you know when this happened? The chief does not hide it. It happened a very long time ago. Lee Ha's face shows surprise mixed with delight. That means it didn't happen during the Second Great War. How could a human become Sharpshooter Bullet? Fascinating. The chief slowly recounts the traditions of the clan. We are a race that cherishes written records. There is a book that tells this story. There are many conversations from back then. Hearing this, Lee Ha jumped up with excitement. May I have permission to read that book? Unexpectedly, the chief slowly replied in a voice as light as air. It has been stolen. His words hit Lee Ha like a rock, crushing his head. Lee Ha frowned, his eyes showing helpless bewilderment. Of course, a sudden notification appeared above his head. A new mission was issued, requiring him to recover the stolen book of the Shadow Goblin. He looked at the notice board and forced a small smile. Just as expected, it was a mission. Considering everything, he guessed that figuring it out wouldn't be easy. It meant he would have to investigate this on his own. Seeing Lee Ha dazed, the chief offered help if you need any information about the Phantom Archer. I will tell you everything I know. But the record holds more than I do, so I hope you can restore it. Lee Ha looked at him curiously. Where should I go to find them? The chief closed his eyes and remained silent for a long while. Later, he recalled a rather unpleasant past. Custer, a curious and mischievous shadow goblin, stole the record. I believe he has definitely hidden himself somewhere no one could find with the naked eye. Lee Ha widened his eyes at the chief, so he didn't know Custer's exact location. The chief gently handed him a stone. Take this with you. It will help you track him. The sparkling glow made Lee Ha exclaim in surprise. Is this a crystal ball? The chief calmly confirmed, that's right. This is what Custer made when he was young. Our clan isn't fond of mana, but he was different, with extraordinary skill and understanding of mana. He could create countless different constructs. Please, I entrust you, my successor, to find Custer and retrieve the record. We will remember your contribution. The chief's urgent words echoed in Lee Ha's steps. I think I'm about to complete this mission. But the other missions are a problem. Why are there so many people I have to find? A strange light surrounded his feet. No matter what, I should start with all of you. Everything I can. A massive, intricate structure appeared before him, looking magnificent. Lee Ha stood before the building and knocked on the door with a series of taps. Bottleneck immediately shouted to drive him away. Go away, just go. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Can you recognize me just by knocking? The chief scolded without care. Whatever, just go away. How could I possibly make something like this? Lee Ha still insisted on entering. Come on, I know you finished it. Hurry up. Open the door, I've brought the money. Bottleneck said nothing, slowly opened the door. Clearly, he had been persuaded by the power of money. He ignored the formalities. Come in, and moments later, both were inside the room. Something appeared that completely captured Lee Ha's attention. He spotted the scope on the table and got extremely excited. Oh, you finished it. This is exactly what I wanted. It looks like it will work well. What's with that attitude? Bottleneck spoke slowly with irritation. You have to understand, I had to rely on amateurs to guide me to make this. Lee Ha didn't fully understand what. Bottleneck was so angry that his whole body trembled. I could work day and night for many days, but I cannot accept the fact that the technical consultation fee is higher than the commission. He shouted miserably. I had to bribe a one-eyed demon for that unbelievable task. Bottleneck looked distressed, yet Lee Ha calmly expressed gratitude. Oh my, how embarrassing. Thank you so much, Mr. Bottleneck. He emphasized each word as a warning. You better be careful when using this. It will work even more precisely than you think. Lee Ha beamed brightly. All right, thank you as always, Mr. Bottleneck. Next time I want something called a night vision binocular. Upon hearing the idea, Bottleneck held his head in madness. Go away. I won't fulfill any of your requests anymore. Holding the scope in his hands, he savored every moment. Lee Ha looked far away and tried to estimate. The distance to that rock was 600 meters or about 650 meters. Suddenly, something entered his view. Lee Ha focused on the rock ahead. Maximum zoom. A notice appeared clearly. Warning, landslide warning, making him exclaim in surprise. About 30x magnification. Lee Ha smiled with delight. Oh my, a telescope can even see the surface of the moon. The system popped up again with a new message, Lee Ha. I have received some new news about you again. For a moment, he was a bit confused, not knowing who was speaking strangely on the other end. To resolve the confusion, Din Gong directly introduced himself. It's me. He looked visibly cheerful. Din Gong, upon hearing the familiar voice, Lee Ha exclaimed. Long time no see, Din Gong. What's new with you lately? Jin Gong smiled comfortably. I'm currently at the Xian forward base. When I arrived here, I heard a rumor that someone had fought against the Night Force soldiers and disappeared along with Li Jiego. He reported everything. They said that person even used a gun, at least that's what the rumor says. Immediately I realized it was you, Lee Ha. You forced a smile remembering that situation. Are you talking about that? We're not that close, I just happened to meet him. Jin Gong praised him. You're really good. By the way, are you planning to return to the Xian forward base? If you do, I can wait. That comment made Lee Ha curious. Wait for whom? He explained his purpose. That's right, because I need your help like before. Hearing this, he laughed. Then let's help each other out. The request was met, and Din Gong also smiled happily. So do you need my help with anything? Lee Ha revealed a playful look. Of course, I need you, bye. Immediately, he rode the wind and teleported. Upon arrival, Lee Ha landed gracefully. The spirals gradually dissipated. A distant voice drew attention. Hey, Lee Ha cheered. Rin Gong Gong. Your device seems upgraded, right? Din Gong laughed awkwardly. Don't get too excited. I just received them after completing a mission. And I see your rifle is getting thicker, huh? He silently admired. I'm just a little stronger than before. It was kept in a box, yet it was still recognized. You're really sharp. More importantly, can you tell me what you want me to do? He didn't waste time, of course. Now we need to make friends with the plants. Lee Ha's eyes showed confusion. A plant, right? Jin Gong was firm, a carnivorous plant. Lee Ha looked around. There seemed to be no one moving around the Xian camp. If there were, the black spirits would have found them already. Lost in thought, he slowly looked up. The surrounding scene was so majestic that he widened his eyes in awe. Along with extreme delight, this place feels like the Amazon River. Din Gong, in eagle form, was equally excited. Of course. You see it over there? Lee Ha followed instructions and observed. See what? Din Gong immediately pointed. The bud growing on that tree over there. He looked quickly, got it over there, right. He shook his head slightly. No, that Lee Ha looked at the tree and saw the spiny vine. It bared sharp teeth, making him panic. This is so bizarre. Jin Gong explained slowly. Its flower doesn't move. The surrounding monsters are the real problem. The flower emits hypnotic energy. The more he spoke, the more he controlled the surrounding monsters. Then the monsters will capture humans and push them into the plant. Its digestive fluid melts the human body like glue. He couldn't stand it and shouted, "Stop. I think that's one of the worst deaths in this central hall." Jin Gong's voice tensed. That's why I need your energy. Lee Ha, while I approach the plant. I need you to keep the monsters away. The plan is set, but Lee Ha hasn't figured out a strategy yet. Is there a way to break the monster's hypnosis? He stared at the plant, wanting to do that. We need to remove the energy-emitting organs. Do you see them? The yellow part in its mouth is the energy organ. I think hitting it will be even harder. He grinned wryly. Actually, that's even better. His confident demeanor puzzled Din Gong. Lee Ha was almost certain of the plan. Din Gong, you can't hover in place, can you? Unfortunately, no, with an eagle body, its structure. He didn't understand what his friend was trying to do. He gently descended. Don't drop me. If you do, I'll haunt you forever, understand? Seeing this, Din Gong quickly intervened. Wait, are you really going to shoot from that height? But it would be dangerous to get closer anyway. But what about you? This distance is dangerous too. Lee Ha now just wanted to destroy that damn plant. This is the worst condition for sniping. However, if I think in reverse, being up there means nothing can hinder me. If I hit it, the plant will die. But that goes against Din Gong's goal, so I can't do it. He was still hesitant, unable to fire. That's the hardest part. Suddenly, Din Gong increased speed, causing him to be a bit unsettled. Li Ha wondered why his teammate was acting that way. He explained immediately, I stubbornly want to do it this way. Right then, Jin Gong decided to cooperate wholeheartedly so I could help him. Li Ha was grateful for that strong team spirit. Thank you. Jin Gong, don't worry too much. I promise you it will work. My body is vibrating along with the flapping of Gong's wings. You anxiously counted every hour and minute. 7 seconds left until the next swing. The wind from the nor-northwest, distance 280 meters due to altitude gain. So the wind speed is about 13 ms. Li Ha calculated every detail carefully, coordinating tightly with the eagle's strength and human power. The rocket missile quickly surged into the sky, releasing a supersonic wave that tore through the air with authority. Li Ha and Bok Bok raised their hands to the barrel, and the bullet, like a fireball, shot straight at the target. Achievement: Fire-Breathing Beast B. You hit a target over 250 m away in the sky at an altitude of over 50 m with skill rating plus 13. You are the first person to achieve this. Receive an additional 200 bonus, skill rating plus 26. You carefully observed the system and exclaimed, an achievement? What does that mean? Li Ha rejoiced, winning the jackpot while looking at Gong below, slightly stunned. How can you shoot so well? Though elated, he remained humble. Just lucky, really lucky it worked. Li Ha looked at the achievement in front of him, heart overflowing with joy. I'm officially listed as a legend. He was the only one to hit the target while standing on a beast that transformed into a bird. Fly down and complete the objective. The guy standing before the carnivorous tree glanced over. Thanks to you, the mission ended faster than I expected. Thanks a lot. Li Ha briefly wondered, would there be any benefit to completing the mission early? Jin Gong immediately answered Li Ha's doubt. Of course. I've divided them into small seeds here, take these, Li Ha. He stared curiously at what was in his hand. What is this? Rare hurricane seeds, 6-hour crafting time, spread from polluted trees, covering the continent and corroding the soil. Trees grown from them can hypnotize nearby creatures. Research shows hypnotic effect forms when the seed is crushed. Li Ha was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. A control item and very rare at that. Jin Gong calmly said, unfortunately, it's only temporary but still enough to control high-level monsters. As soon as he finished, Li Ha eagerly asked, then give me a few more. Li Ha's audacity made him sweat. Unfazed, he continued to beg, give me 3 or 4 more, that would satisfy me. Jin Gong looked completely helpless. That's the only one left, I need it to complete the mission. Li Ha then became serious. I'm just kidding, I've helped you finish the mission so you'll help me. Right, even ordinary words made him hesitant. I don't know. Why do you look so serious? You said you were looking for someone for a mission. Now my work's done, it's my turn to help you. A mysterious thought flashed by. Apparently no reaction. Custer probably isn't around here. Sweating profusely, Fuang laughed through gritted teeth. Then we should start looking for a player instead of a character. Meanwhile, Li Ha loudly called his name, Fu Nan. He repeated the nickname as if his friend hadn't heard. Guardian King, Fu Nan. In that desert, the climate was harsh to the point of anger. Jin Gong looked around in bewilderment. What a scary place. Are you sure Fu An is really here? Li Ha didn't fully trust himself yet. Yes, I'm sure because I got this information from someone reliable. Li Jaiwan once said he saw Fu An near this area 5 days ago. He mentioned Fu and was close to some skeletal field. Suddenly, a light appeared, attracting his attention. He looked down and saw the crystal orb glowing, exclaiming, huh. Jin Gong didn't understand. Li Ha shouted, what's going on? You always keep things hidden. Is it hard to explain? The truth is, besides Fu An, I have to find one more person, and I just got a clue about that person's location. Do you mind if I go find him? He didn't wait for curiosity and went straight. No problem. Li Ha slowly walked across the desert, looking up at the remains of a giant creature. It's the first time I've seen dinosaur bones. They were enormous. Li Ha was deep in thought. The Min Kang crystal orb moved closer to the center of the skeleton. It glowed even brighter, as if these remains were surrounding something. Jin Gong's call cut through his thoughts. Li Ha. Li Ha forced a smile. This. He approached and scolded Jin Gong. What did you touch? Jin Gong looked even more miserable. I couldn't resist, the skeleton is too beautiful. A strange sound echoed through the land. The ground shook violently, revealing a secret passage. There was a hidden underground chamber beneath the golden sand. Li Ha looked on tensely. Jin Gong stood beside him, sweating profusely. He asked, I did well, right? Li Ha said nothing, just smiled gently and high-fived his teammate in thanks. Yeah, well done. Judging by the dust and worn tiles, I guess no one has been here for a long time. While walking, Jin Gong looked up, seemingly spotting something. He called to Li Ha, hey Li Ha, wait a moment. It quickly warned him there's something ahead. The system reacted immediately, so I'll lead the way. His voice was still full of life. What if that's the person I'm looking for? but the next action was completely unexpected. Lee Ha was extremely tense in this situation. Each step felt heavier. I truly hope that's the person I'm searching for. But if not, he activated the contingency haki for the worst-case scenario. Lee Ha's visual energy focused on observation. There really was something. The system next to him alerted. He couldn't tell if it was a person or an object. Prepare yourself. In an instant, he moved toward it. He moved closer to that silhouette. Raise your hand, move, and I'll shoot. Pun seemed unafraid. Oh, how did you get here? Are you the master of this dungeon? He pointed, eyes sparkling. Can you open this door? I can sense something behind this door. At this point, Lee Ha relaxed his hands. He was a player too. He fiddled with the doorknob while replying to Lee Ha. Aren't you a master in this case? Do you know Lee Jai-won? Did you come here to kill me? That question made him pause for a few seconds. Lee Ha probed cautiously, but Fuwongen seemed unconcerned. Oh my, how could he find out? This is why even my master key couldn't open it. What should I place here to make it work? He was slightly surprised by his agility. He moved like a thief. Sorry to bother you. But the reason I came to find you is because of the mission on the new continent requested by Pupil. Something immediately caught Fuwongen's attention. He shouted and pointed at Lee Ha. What is that? Lee Ha looked alarmed, but Fuwongen didn't stop for a second. The letter arrived. Lee Ha sweated as he looked at the orb. This was for my mission. He suddenly realized something. Lee Ha gazed at the sparkling orb, pondering briefly. The two looked at each other, knowing what to do. He gently placed the crystal orb into the circular slot on the door. It fit perfectly. Indeed, the door opened before the three of them. The complex laboratory room appeared before them. Lee Ha still had many doubts. Is this the location? Discovery achievement. Custer Research Lab No. 6, reward plus 32 stat points. This achievement wasn't listed in the Hall of Fame. He stared tense at the flat screen of Custer Research Lab, realizing why the orb had reacted that way. Moreover, the reward was extremely valuable, plus 32 stat points. This achievement wasn't listed in the Hall of Fame. Are all discovery rewards like this? Lee Ha pondered, waiting a moment. How many achievements had he earned after exploring 50% of locations? Fuwongen's voice echoed in his mind. Oh, you're here. What class are you in? You already have the key to the dark dungeon. Your mission is very important in the central area. He pointed to the gun bag on his shoulder. I'm just a royal guard. He beamed. Is that a flintlock? 3 royal guards at once. Now I understand. Fuwongen suddenly remembered something. Ah, now I recall. Previously, in Research Lab No. 2, I received a letter. The mercenary role-player wanted me to deliver certain sheets. His name seemed to be Lu, but it was just a misunderstanding. While he spoke, Lee Ha interjected. Lee Ha, look at what I found. Is this the sheet you were looking for? Lee Ha took the paper from him. Let me see. The Lord's mirror could have been used by a demon to create the bullet. The Lord created the mirror, and defeating demons, what does that mean? Fuwongen saw his confusion and nodded, as there wasn't much information in the content. Like the previous lab, Research Lab No. 7 must also be somewhere nearby. The royal guards had to move forward. The mission needed to continue to reach the eastern continent. He hurriedly rummaged around. I couldn't find anything in the western electric land and got sick reaching here. Jin Gong took the opportunity to start a conversation. By the way, Fernanda, what is the eastern continent you mentioned? The western continent. Fuwongen was asked and immediately switched to teacher's tone. Just a few names I plan to use. This is indeed the western continent. Lee Ha next to him also appeared to understand. It was the new land beyond Dawn Sea. That place is called the eastern continent, right? That statement shocked him. How do you know that? At this point, your true identity was revealed, dear Fuwongen. I am the special envoy sent by the Kingdom of Pupil. The king wants to organize an expedition to the new continent ahead with his associates. So come with me. The enticing offer was declined by Fuwongen. I want to, but now isn't the right time. The last time we went NPC exploring with low-level players, it didn't go as hoped. Magic and cannons were useless too, he explained slowly. To be precise, the NPCs call it the Monster Sea. How could players overcome something that even the NPCs failed at? Deep down, Lee Ha grew increasingly uneasy. If what he said was true, they'd even brought cannons to the sea and it still didn't work. What kind of monster could be lurking in the ocean? The system alert blared a warning. The Custer Lab's guardian is about to appear. Please leave this laboratory before the door closes. It seemed the warning came too late. Everything shook violently. But Fuwongen stayed optimistic in the crowd. Oh, I guess the guardian is about to reach this place too. Hurry, get out of here. The other two still didn't understand what was happening. What? Knowing they couldn't stall any longer, he urged, if you two don't want to die here, then run right now. And looking at Lee Ha's legs like that, this is definitely a happy ending. Fuwongen was thrilled like he'd struck gold and they escaped successfully. They hadn't even rested long before a growl echoed again. Ban Ra Ki, the lab's guardian, tore through the sand and surged up. Most people were scared stiff, but Fernand looked delighted. Ban Ra Ki's here, around level 220. Its weak point is the breastbone. Run, this isn't something the three of us can handle. Lee Ha wanted to show off his marksmanship again, Fernanda. He turned back to look at him with a grin. Huh, you think you've got this in the bag? What if I can take this Ban Ra Ki down? Will you say I've got what it takes to reach the new world? Bond Drake lunged forward, jaws yawning wide as it prepared to strike. Its gale force rush blew hard enough that Fuongan cried out in panic. "You're saying you can kill that thing?" He looked worried as he glanced at Liha. "No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem realistic. Just use a scroll." But Liha stayed calm and unshaken, gun pressed firmly to his cheek, signaling for silence. Then, to everyone's shock, Liha fired straight at the monster. The recoil snapped hard, sending his hair fluttering. The bullet pierced straight through the skeleton's skull without deviating a hair. The system announced, "Your level has increased." Hearing that, Liha broke into a deeply satisfied smile. Fuongan froze in disbelief. "What? An instant kill?" Bon Ra-Ki collapsed onto the sand as everyone cheered. "Amazing!" Fernand stood to the side, watching Liha being congratulated by his teammates. He thought to himself, this Bon Ra-Ki was considered a guardian, stronger than ordinary level 220 monsters too. He still couldn't get over what had just happened, and yet, Liha had taken it down with a single shot. That was something only Alexander, or Li Jaiwan, could pull off. Yuang pressed his lips together, falling silent. But that man, his thoughts kept circling back to Liha. He'd shot straight through this bull drake's weak point and killed it with perfect precision. Alongside his quiet admiration, Fuongan's curiosity grew. That shouldn't be possible even for loser. Who was this kid, really? The system displayed achievement, "One shot is enough." Bon Ra-Ki. "Ah, congratulations, you defeated Bon Ra-Ki with a single blow. You will be a lamp that lights up all the dark corners of the shared zone. I hope you will keep working hard for the future benefit of humanity. I hope you become even stronger. Reward +6 strength, +10 agility, plus accuracy." In the next line, it announced you were the first to obtain. "One shot is enough." Bondrake, the third person to earn this achievement, will be recorded in the Hall of Fame, and the effect will be applied with an additional 200% bonus. +12 strength, +20 agility, plus accuracy. Looking at the new text on the screen, he said happily, "Got this achievement again. And this is rank A." Liha was pretty surprised by the result. Even a monster considered level 220 didn't count toward any rank tier at all. The system said achievement, "One shot is enough." Bon Ra-Ki. He quietly calculated it over. "Yes, I need to kill another monster at least level 230 or 240 to rank up." Next, Liha excitedly clicked the next option. "Alright, now it's time to check the loot." Right after that, the notification panel displayed a strange item. You can obtain an engraved bone fragment. Liha was a little disappointed. What is this supposed to be? It's not useful at all. Liha noticed the pattern carved into the bone shard and wondered, this star looks kind of familiar, whatever. It doesn't matter. Just then, Fuongan appeared behind him and asked, "How much attack power do you have?" "No, what I mean is, how did you hit such a tiny weak point?" Liha didn't answer directly. Instead, he modestly brushed off the credit. "Fernanda, you're the one who told me to shoot there. We should go to the new world together, right?" "Yeah." Hearing that, he fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Fernand extended his hand and said to Haliha, "I apologize for my previous rude behavior." He continued formally introducing himself. "My name is Fernand Magalas, but you can just call me Fernand." His demeanor was careful and sincere, which surprised Haliha. But then Haliha caught the rhythm and reached out to shake his hand. "Alright then, my name is Haliha." Then Haliha heard Fernand say, "Thank you for coming all the way from the kingdom of Pubil to find me. I sincerely appreciate that." In this vast sea of sand, those words felt even more precious. "I'm excited to join the expedition." The blazing sunlight reflected their budding friendship, pointing toward new continents with your kingdom of Pubil. The system displayed a notification. "You have completed the quest, New Land, Crossing the Dawn Sea. Your contribution to the kingdom of Pubil has increased by 50. In the capital city, Ieltsock, Dingong waved goodbye to everyone. "I'll go ahead. Contact me once you find the new continent." After saying that, he disappeared. Watching the traces left behind, Haliha smiled silently. What a generous person. He wondered if he wasn't curious about what the new continent might hold. Then Haliha turned to Fernand. "Then, the first place we'll visit is the castle." Fernand stepped forward and replied, "It's been a while since I traveled to the capital of the kingdom of Pubil." Hearing this, Haliha was a bit surprised and asked, "Aren't you a citizen of the kingdom of Pubil?" Fernand smiled mischievously. "Now I am. Actually, I come from Eswenker." Haliha immediately understood. "Oh, you mean a religious nation. A place where the church and state are unified, right?" Haliha became curious about another matter. "Why did you choose such a small country?" He strolled along casually, answering comfortably, "Because I thought it would be interesting. I like small countries." Indeed, a unique way of thinking, which made Haliha only smile foolishly. He glanced at Fernand thinking they are both outsiders. If there was one adjective to describe Haliha's feeling toward Fernand, it would be that thought he just had. Strangely enough, the scene shifted to a nearby castle. In the peaceful air, a sharp argument suddenly broke out. "I told you we can't cross this road." The other immediately countered. "The knight's orders are only to protect the capital. What do you know about strategy?" Nara's voice was full of anger. "That path is completely broken. We can't form a line on such a narrow road. The loud noise penetrated the door, attracting Haliha and Fernand's attention. I'm sure you all understand that. The horseman searched his memory for the speaker. That voice was then. Haliha carefully opened the door of the room. The heavy sigh inside became clearer. He softly called, Nara. She turned reflexively. Upon seeing Haliha, Nara immediately changed her attitude, becoming sweet and gentle. She looked genuinely happy. What brings you here? I told you to message me when you arrived at the capital. Haliha remained polite, honestly stating, I've been here several times today. How could I do that? Upon hearing this, Nara covered her mouth and chuckled. Uncomfortable. Don't say things that make me sad, it's just between us. Haliha immediately caught the odd emphasis in her words, just between us. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed her feelings, Nara quickly changed the subject. Anyway, what brought you here today? And the person beside you is? Haliha glanced at Fernand and spoke. I guess this is your first time meeting him. He's an exploration king. He smiled warmly as he introduced Fernand. As soon as he said it, Nara was shocked and stammered. Pio Funan. The situation suddenly became awkward. Haliha gently reminded her, Nara, you need to correct how you mispronounce others' names. She covered her face, embarrassed. I'm sorry, I just slipped my tongue. Suddenly a voice called out, Haliha and Fernand. The armored knight guided them. Please go this way. Haliha turned to explain to Nara, we're on our way to meet the king. We have to leave now. She understood and didn't delay them. Oh, see you later. At the same time, a system alert called Haliha. Nara's cautious voice rang out. After Fernand leaves, contact me. I have a few things to tell you. He smiled and agreed immediately. All right, I understand. Later, in another room, the armored knight reported loudly, I have brought the professional explorer. Fernand Magalas and Royal Guards Haliha as requested. The king of Pubil solemnly called out, Ferdinand Magalas. He immediately knelt and saluted. Yes, your majesty. The man on the throne continued. Thank you for agreeing to my request. Fernand humbly smiled. It's my honor. That's also the very first thing I wanted to do when I set foot here. But then King Pubil's expression darkened. Still, the plan to form the exploration team has unfortunately. His voice was low and heavy, carrying an unseen weight that made both Fan An and Li Ha flinch, turning it into something that would be difficult to carry out. King Pubil spoke steadily, because our country is preparing for the coming war. He added more. What's more, a new piece of information stunned both Fan An and Li Ha. The Kingdom of Raven is working with the Kingdom of Minis. He said it bluntly, and they're currently watching us from the coast. For the greater good, King Pubil didn't beat around the bush and expressed his wishes at this moment, with war about to break out. We have no choice but to be cautious in how we deploy our forces. I hope you understand. Li Ha connected all the points and reached a conclusion. In short, there's no energy to waste at sea right now. He gently stroked the beard on his chin and spoke about the bounty. However, after conquering Minis and Graven, I promise I'll support you with the best fleet I have. King Pubil called the name once more, Ferdinand Mangalas. He accepted the order solemnly. I understand. I know I can trust your word. Your Majesty, after addressing one party, he turned to remind the other. Li Ha, the one who brought Fan An here. I believe this won't cause you any trouble. King Pubil promised, I will ensure that you will be able to join the expedition to the new continent. A royal command could not be refused. Although Li Ha didn't fully trust it, he didn't want to be disrespectful either. In the end, with a bit of self-encouragement, Li Ha gave his reply. Of course, your Majesty. After meeting the king, Li Ha strolled along the corridor, thinking about Fan An. I think he might be a little disappointed that the exploration was postponed. Seeing how cheerful he always looked, you couldn't help but admire him a bit. But he pulled himself together quickly and threw himself into another pioneering journey. Honestly, it was impressive. Li Ha opened his notifications to check. Nara's message was still there. When Fan An leaves, come to the meeting room. He thought to himself that Nara wanted him in the meeting room after he said goodbye to Fan An. A moment later, the meeting room door swung open when she saw him arrive. Nara hurriedly asked how things went. Li Ha, how's your business going? As he sat down, he gave a quick summary. Well, it's not exactly bad. But lately I've put the business on hold. She had her opinion. I think I'm not entirely sure either, but I have a feeling something is about to happen. Nara lowered her eyes and admitted honestly. Because of the battle, the entire royal family is in a panic. She stated her prediction with confidence. I think it'll happen in a month. At least that's how it feels, about a week in the real world. After hearing that, Li Ha didn't take it lightly and actually rubbed his chin in thought. I think by the time a month passes, players who are quick to gather information will have noticed already. He asked another question. Do you think players will also be involved in this battle? Nara nodded as if it was likely. If they ally with the relevant countries, I'm sure they'll receive quests related to this. At the same time, she also pointed out. However, we won't know the details of the quests until they're released. Li Ha agreed. That's what I figured too. Phase 2 is going to be something truly different. He assessed the situation. Through this national dispute, players will now turn their blades on each other. Is that the main purpose of Phase 2? Remembering a line he'd happened to read earlier, Li Ha couldn't help wondering, then what did they mean by that? The line was, The best defense is a good offense. He wondered whether it had anything to do with this war. Liha said to her, if we have a month, that isn't all that long. As it happened, Nara was thinking the same thing. Exactly, we'll have to limit logging out to save as much time as possible. With a direction in sight, he smiled happily. Of course, thanks Nara. Oh, by the way, Liha asked bluntly, was this why you called me here? She looked a little flustered and stammered shyly, and no, not really. Nara blushed bright red, her head practically steaming. This wasn't the only reason. So, what are you curious about? In the end, she had to tell the truth. It's about that meal we talked about before. Liha still hadn't caught on. Still blushing, Nara continued. If it's too awkward for it to be just the two of us meeting. Her eyes shimmered as she spoke shyly. Then, why don't we invite your younger brother and Bobby too? The question made Liha blush a little as well. So how about the four of us? He immediately thought of Kai Jong, about Kai Jong. No, about the Go Master. A scene flashed through his mind, a double date with 3 others splitting into 2 couples. But then Liha suddenly froze, hesitating. He wavered, thinking it over. What should I do? She de-invited me twice already. It would be pretty awkward to turn her down again. In the end, not wanting to dampen Nara's enthusiasm, he could only scratch his cheek and give a non-committal answer for now. All right, I'll ask about this odd matter. That makes her really happy. Really? Nara is eagerly looking forward to the upcoming date. Then let's meet after the battle, it's a promise. He replied politely, all right then, see you next time, we still have to prepare for the battle. She leaned in close, giggling. Of course I'll tell Bobby about this. Nara kept getting mad and then mad again. You promised, Liha chuckled softly. I promise. Scene change, Liha left. On the way, he stepped along the pavement while thinking. After the battle, he opened the status panel to review the 2 versus 2 meeting with 2 stars. There was no point staying lost in what he'd promised. Now he had to think about how to face this battle. The panel displayed Liha's name, race, human. Class, Royal Guard, along with his stats. Seeing the updated system panel, Liha let out a breath of relief. At last, he'd been granted 160. Ranking up was much slower than before now. In the middle of the street, he bent over and worked the touch controls with all his focus. He calculated carefully. Investing in dexterity meant he'd take more losses elsewhere. So he put 2 points into strength and the rest into dexterity. His attention snapped onto the next target. The corner of Liha's mouth curled with a hint of meaning. All right, one thing done, another to think about. And this time, he had to face the wood goblins. The system panel showed a suspected link to the phantom bullet sniper. He wondered if the man was human or a shadow goblin. He had appeared at the end of the great battle and then vanished, leaving Nor Brown uneasy. Gathering information on him would eventually bring a reward. Liha studied it closely. Nor Brown was already suspicious. The phantom bullet sniper might be someone from an earlier generation of the 3 royal guardsmen. Thinking of that man, Liha was certain Nor Brown wanted confirmation to ease his own worries. In his mind, Liha pictured a route map. It looked like, in the end, he would have to visit the World Tree, the territory ruled by the wood goblins. He remembered it was inside Pupil. Suddenly, he recalled something important. Thinking back, he wondered how far those 2 had gotten with their quest. Liha hesitated. Maybe I should ask. A string of questions sprang up. Why did he keep changing the inn he slept at every day? Was his goal to spend the night at every inn? Better to ask directly. Liha immediately messaged Kit. Kit, what are you doing? A bored voice note came back. Liha sighed and asked, you know where I'm staying. Have you finished the phantom bullet sniper identification quest? Liha's next message made Kit flinch. Custer's laboratory, right? Even so, Kit kept his composure. You already know, Liha replied in quick succession. I found the lab, but there was nothing inside. I called to see if you wanted to share what you know. At that point, Kit couldn't stay calm anymore and hurriedly confirmed it. You found the laboratory too? On the other end, Liha's lips curved slightly as he listened to Kit's voice over the call. Don't tell me. Number 6, Liha told himself, just as I thought. He messaged again, so that means you've already found laboratories 1 through 5. That's right, I found number 6. In the end, Kit warned him carefully. Loser was really eager to hunt it down. Don't tell him you found it, he'll try to kill you. Liha heard that and snickered. So the 2 of them still hadn't collected Custer's documents. Looks like I've caught up. Kit shot back confidently, I'll find number 7 before you. Obviously, Liha didn't deny that was possible. That confirmed it. Liha clenched his fist at his side. The phantom bullet sniper. He thought about his relationship with Kit. This was a title only one of us could claim. One you could obtain and even steal from each other. Liha walked toward the woman standing ahead. Bracing a hand, he declared with complete confidence. I can even say I'm 1 step ahead. In the vast forest, a shrill voice rang out. Kulbian, his eyes gleamed, thrilled beyond measure. A banquet for Zenkova had been poisoned. Priority for bow users, Liha thought to himself as he stood to the side. For now, take this off. As he spoke, he removed the necklace and held it suspended in his hand. His status panel flickered into view. Affinity with shadow goblins plus 100%. Affinity with wood goblins minus 50%. Liha couldn't be bothered to calculate. He quickly decided he should go to the tavern first. Just as he was about to leave, a figure stepped in to block him. Stop, Aizen and Nisa approached with Aizen in front. His expression was slightly tense, but his manner remained courteous. We're from the World Tree Guard Unit. We can sense the scent of shadow goblins on you. May I have a moment of your time? Leha played dumb, scratching his head as he backed away. Shadow goblins? I have no idea what you're talking about. Inside, he couldn't help feeling flustered. How strange. I clearly took off the mask and the necklace. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he'd realized something. Wait, hold on, don't tell me that's because of this. Leha immediately glanced down at what was hidden in his clothes. Custer Aizen's crystal orb approached in a ready stance, hand near the sword but still politely asked, "Can we check the person inside?" Leha found himself in a dilemma, his mind in chaos. What should I do in this situation? I can't keep up. Then a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. All right, I have this. He calmly made a suggestion that left the other party utterly confused. Please take a look at this. The next moment the seed was taken out. A spontaneous Goa echoed. Both members of the guard team were astonished. Aizen couldn't believe his eyes and quickly confirmed. Is this the poison tree of life seed? Leha, with an authoritative expression, affirmed firmly. Yes, that tree of life, the home of all wood elves. However, it could no longer approach, as it had been corrupted and decayed. And right here is a seed of the tree of life. At this moment, the system panel displayed a notification. The bargaining skill has activated. Persuasion chance increased by 41%. Leha smiled slightly, inwardly pleased. Wood elves are a race that deeply cherishes trees. I knew they would react this way to this seed. Then, he continued to bluff. I am currently researching a method to restore the tree of life to its original state by studying this seed. Leha pretended to sigh, rubbing his brow as if in deep thought. But it seemed the tree's guardians were uncooperative. I don't know. At this moment, Aizen and Nisa were pale with fear, unwilling to listen further. They all bowed their heads. We sincerely apologize. Aizen respectfully asked, where are you planning to go? Please allow us to escort you. Leha was not at all formal. I am currently searching for someone. Happiness shone on his face, gratitude swelling in his heart. Thank you, Jin Gong Gong. The figure of this person appeared in Leha's mind. After a while, Leha reached the place he wanted. Oh, that was fast, thank you. Aizen was slightly excited. No, not like that, thank you. Nisa also placed all her expectations on him. We eagerly await your research results. After the two of them left, Leha turned back, preparing to start his work. All right, next. He knocked twice on the door, which slowly creaked open. Half a face appeared dimly inside. Someone there? Leha gave a polite, professional smile. Hello, I am here to meet a veteran who participated in the Great War between humans and the Second Demon War. The person behind the door blinked sharply. I am the only one here. Leha was slightly startled but quickly confirmed. Then you are the one I am looking for. You look very young. Orion cleared his throat, hiding his embarrassment at the unexpected praise. That really is a compliment. His attitude changed completely from before. May I ask why you came here? Leha got straight to the point. I came to ask you some questions, a question for the hero of the hunters. One of the heroes of the Great War between humans and the Second Demon. His rapid flattery made Orion completely embarrassed, successfully lowering his guard. I hope my achievements are not exaggerated. Please come in. Leha seemed very pleased with his tactic, inwardly smug, simple. Once inside, Orion got straight to the point. So what question do you want to ask me? Leha did not beat around the bush. I want to ask you about the Sea King's army. According to the book, an unknown force from 6 hunting birds blocked the pursuers. Was that really the phantom sniper? Orion thought for a moment and explained. I could not sense any mana. Moreover, magic could be triggered from that distance. It is something that can only appear in legend, so in reality, it could confirm that the unknown enemy was the phantom sniper. Leha seriously confirmed again. If it was the phantom sniper, then the phantom sniper must be a shadow elf. Orion didn't dare look directly at him, only vaguely concluded. Such evil energy usually can only come from a shadow elf. Not entirely sure about this, he added another sentence. However, if you ask me if this is 100% true, if it really is a shadow elf, I cannot give you a definite answer. Suddenly, the system panel appeared before Leha. You have completed the tracking mission of the 2 royal guards. You have gained 20 stat points. You have learned a new skill, instant movement through a chain of 3 royal guards. At that moment, all the information seemed verified. He closed his eyes, silently confirming, just as I thought. The phantom sniper is not a shadow elf. After leaving Orion's house, Leha went to a rather modest house. A voice suddenly came from inside, and so he stood behind Brown, confidently affirming, most likely the phantom sniper is human. He tightened his grip on the brim of his hat, teeth clenched. If this were true, how could it be possible? Leha remained calm, silently evaluating. If the phantom sniper isn't a shadow elite, then where does the problem lie? At this moment, mission information gradually appeared on the path of development. It could be Mr. Brown, Ms. Elizabeth, or the phantom sniper. But if they rushed after them, the next generation of the 3 royal guards would fade away. Norbrow guessed that one of his missing old teammates had become the phantom sniper. If correct, the current 3 royal guards would be very difficult to pursue. The director of the Phoenix Gun Academy awaited the development of the current generation. The details awaited Norbrow's further instructions. The mission of the 3 royal guards, do you wish to accept it? Brown stood tall, resolute. If such an attack were carried out by a human, I am certain it would be either Mr. Brown or Ms. Elizabeth. As someone who understood both sides' abilities, this judgment was fair. If one of them truly was the phantom sniper, you couldn't catch them with your current skill. Lee Ha immediately wondered. If not, then how? Brow's face was serious, betraying no emotion as he slowly suggested that the 3 of them must work together. Hearing this, Lee Ha couldn't help but think, with Kit, it might be possible. A sharp face flickered through his mind, causing him to hesitate slightly, but standing before the system panel, Lee Ha pondered deeply. After a moment, he finally made a decision. Understood, the screen before him immediately displayed, "You have accepted the mission." Lee Ha walked step by step across the tiled floor, a sigh reflecting his current mood. His gaze lifted to the falling leaf above his head, a thought stirring within, "Unleash the power within yourself." He said something like that at this moment. Surely he was referring to our weapon. Lee Ha stood in the deserted street and opened the system panel. By the way, let's examine the skill he had just received. Information about the skill immediately appeared above. Instant movement in the chain of the 3 royal guards. Individuals with strong soul connections can use mana to teleport to each other's positions. Target not yet activated. Kit contains activation, energy 200, cooldown 2 hours. He stared at the glowing panel before him, feeling a bit puzzled. This skill can only be used when both sides activate it. His eyes fell on the line. Target Luga not yet activated. Kit not yet activated. Lee Ha sighed in helplessness. God, just thinking about those uncooperative teammates made him laugh bitterly. I wonder when we'll be able to use this skill. Under the Dale Castle, where crowds bustled, a small stall sold medicine and weapons. A shocked customer shouted, "This tiny vial costs 5 gold. The shopkeeper struggled to stay calm and replied, "We still have to pay taxes." Hearing this, he angrily spun around. "So cruel, rip-off prices, fine, I won't buy it." Meanwhile, atop the city wall, 2 figures stood silently, eyes surveying the scene below. Jia Zhang spoke. "Doing this could affect our reputation. Are you sure?" Yuan pondered, "Truly hard to salvage. Goods prices were already high and would triple when war broke out. On the other hand, it would damage our reputation. Releasing some items under Jia Zhang's name after the war could restore it at any time." He still had some doubts, but the issue was we didn't know precisely. "When will the war happen?" Yuan understood his worry and cut in confidently. "It will happen soon." She was quietly certain the war would occur soon. Elsewhere, Madame Zhou was suddenly excited to see a special guest arrive. "Oh, my long time no see, Lee Ha, you look tired." He replied, "I haven't slept much in the past few days because the dwarves and I have been crafting something." After speaking, Lee Ha took out a small night vial, causing her to exclaim, "You always do interesting work," as if understanding his intent. Madame Zhou guessed, "Are you doing this to prepare for the war?" Lee Ha was surprised she understood so well. "How did you know the war is coming?" She explained, "The castle always requires a huge amount of information daily, so of course, I could detect it. The atmosphere inside and outside the palace is also quite alarming. I think most people can sense the war approaching. So I am certain Lee Ha wouldn't be here without reason. You're here to inquire about something else as well, right?" She continued her speculation confidently. "I can guess the information you want to know. Perhaps the monster's location can help improve your agility." His eyes lit up in surprise. "Yes, madam. I was really looking for a monster like this, but with one more condition." Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. One condition. Soon, Lee Ha arrived at an oasis to hunt the prey as introduced by Madame Zhou. "I have to hunt a level 170 or higher monster from a distance of 1,500 meters. According to Madame Zhou, the best target to meet this requirement is this emperor crab." He groaned. The size of these creatures could easily swallow a human whole. Then, Lee Ha raised his gun and adjusted his stance to begin the hunt. "It's been a long time since I shot at a distance of 1,500 meters. That reminds me of my personal shooting record." Lee Ha focused through the scope and analyzed the situation. The wind was quite strong since it was near the ocean. The wind was blowing northeast at around 11. Of course, it wasn't completely calm. Considering the distance, he calculated a 13-meter elevation. Sniping isn't about multiple shots, one bullet is enough. So I have to aim carefully. Then he prepared to pull the trigger. At this range, I can finish it without using any skills. Then a loud bang echoed and Lee Ha held his grip tightly. The bullet flew through the wind, hitting the Emperor Crab's head directly, shattering it. Immediately, the system notification sounded. Your level has increased. You have completed the Breakbus 2 Seal quest. You have learned the camouflage skill. New quest, Breakbus 3 Seal. Afterward, Lee Ha felt relieved. It seems I still maintain my standard performance. Although I regained a lot of confidence since starting Middle-earth, I still wasn't fully sure about my sniping skill. However, I've come this far again. It reminded him once more of his time in the military. during a sniping competition. Lee Ha set a record for the longest sniper shot at 1,800 meters. He achieved this before leaving the hospital for personal reasons, and the record hasn't been broken since. And it's the highest record in the South Korean military, despite a 33-meter margin. But the confidence and sense of achievement from successfully sniping at 1,500 meters made him extremely happy. Ending the flashback, Lee Ha remembered he still had work to do. Alright, let's check the next quest. Hopefully it won't impose more unreasonable conditions. Then the system notification appeared, Breakbeast 3 Seal, 1 of 7. This one is alive. The more it tastes blood, the more it awakens. On the day it finds the rightful wielder, Breakbeast will awaken again. The legendary dwarf placed 7 seals on Breakbeast. The legendary gun chooses its wielder. It's still waiting for someone to awaken it. Objective: kill a level 90+ monster at 2,000 meters with a single shot. He froze in shock, but what? 7 seals in total. He stared at the objective in disbelief. What? It will make me snipe at 3,000 meters next. Quest number 5 or something. What a hassle. The system continued with a hint on camouflage. The predator waits until the prey is close, and the prey cannot see the predator. Camouflage effect uses the shape and color of surrounding objects. It can only be detected by visual confirmation. Detection or tracking skills remain unaffected. Consumes 300 mana with unlimited duration until cancelled by the user. However, if the user moves more than 1 meter, it will automatically cancel each minute. Cooldown is 12 hours. Seeing the system hint, Lee Ha wondered, camouflage. From the description, it sounds like a ghillie suit. Finally, he summarized today's trip. The reward is definitely worth the quest's difficulty. Moreover, adding the points I just earned from leveling up, I now have 2,000 agility points. Alright, I'm ready, now just wait. Meanwhile, beneath Dale Castle, the king summoned the people to make an announcement. We must show those barbarians the bloodthirsty fury that only one person can possess. Outside, the royal guards shouted, "Granville is here, your majesty." Heavy, solemn footsteps echoed. Granville immediately knelt before the king. The king's voice rang with authority. "Granville, I appoint you as the supreme commander of both the army and navy." For this battle, he took the sword with both hands, bowed, and accepted the order. "I accept this responsibility. Your command is mine." Then the king shouted loudly, reverberating across the street, "Erase minis engraven from the world map." This immediately boosted the people's morale, who all cheered. From here, the war between Pubil and the Minis Graven Alliance officially began. The leaders of the forces appeared one by one. First was Granville, head of Pubil. Next was Ewan, the Minis grassland expert. Finally, Drake, the second storm of Craven. Amid the flickering night fire, the final preparations were urgently completed. The supreme commanders of each nation were appointed. The war between Pubil and the Minis Graven Alliance officially began. As soon as the news was announced, countless questions arose from all over the game world. What happens to those involved with the South Asia Federation? Only high-level players can participate, right? And Craven is on the same side. Can I ignore this and keep grinding? The chaos continued to escalate. Here is the average price list for equipment and items. Minis and Craven are on the same side. Pubil is effectively finished. Just because of that announcement, both men and women stared blankly at their interfaces. The swordbearers looked no different than in major cities. This scene became a common action for every household, every person. The discussion speed increased so rapidly it made observers dizzy. At that moment, a system notification appeared, somewhat calming the confusion. War has broken out and it will take everything from you. What you can do is strike before the enemy. Rewards are based on accumulated points. Failure comes at the cost of the supreme ruler's blood or surrender. Then came 3 consecutive orders. Citizens of all nations had to enlist. All players were treated equally, and opponents would vanish to give experience. The other person would not be demoted. The allied nations' missions were assigned to Pubil, Minis near the Pubil battle plain, Craven near the coast. As a player, Lee Ha could not help tightening his grip on his gun while reading the notification. Here it comes. It didn't just provide detailed instructions on what to do, first implying that he had to carry out detailed tasks. Scrolling to the rules section, Lee Ha began calculating strategies in his mind. There would be no level reduction. This likely meant only demotion was an exception. Dropped items and login blocks for 48 hours were probably still effective. He focused so intently that he forgot everything around him. There were 3 failure conditions: the death of the reigning king, the supreme commander, or a declaration of failure from your nation. The general-in-chief was likely near the battlefield right now. Lee Ha sketched a simple map in his mind. All right, let's go. He transformed into a beam of light shooting up into the sky, heading toward the battle plain. The scene shifted to a bustling city. Looking down from above, Lee Ha couldn't help letting out a few gasps of amazement. With hands on his knees, he already felt overwhelmed by the crowd. So many real people here. Is it always this crowded in Nito? Anyway, I have to get to the battlefield now. That's probably where my detailed mission awaits. Crushed by the suffocating crowd, Lee Ha's expression turned blank. Enough, the scroll and bullets. He felt like a small fish stranded in a rushing river. helplessly raising his hands in despair. Help me. Suddenly, a laugh rang out, startling Lee Ha. Bu Nim's tail wrapped around his wrist, pulling Lee Ha out of the crowd. He smiled, eyes squinting in a friendly manner. Hey, Lee Ha. Are you okay? Just a glance and you recognize someone familiar. Bu Nim, Lee Ha couldn't hide his excitement, immediately asking, are you heading to the battle too? Bu Nim kept his arms crossed, looking down arrogantly. No way I'd miss this major event. Lee Ha's eyes narrowed into crescents of joy. How have you been lately? Bu Nim grinned and nodded. Very well, thank you. Lee Ha looked puzzled. Thank me, he smirked mysteriously. Haven't you heard the news? Then Bu Nim spun around. Displaying his blue cloak, I'm now in the same faction as you. Lee Ha, seeing this, immediately opened his mouth in surprise. At that moment, a voice came from behind Lee Ha, long time no see. Lee Ha turned to look, it was two close friends. Kaijang and Tian, it had been a long time. Then Lee Ha suddenly remembered something. Wait, Bu Nim, when did you join the faction? He proudly revealed, just joined for the castle mission. Kaijang praised beside him. Bu Nim is an even better player than I imagined, so I couldn't let him slip away. He approached happily, bumping hands. You've probably prepared thoroughly for the battle, right? Lee Ha smirked arrogantly. Of course, I'm always serious. Then Kaijang suggested, do you want to go with us? He cheerfully shouted, take it easy. Hearing this, Lee Ha was instantly excited. What? Kaijang stood ahead, representing the three of them. You could refuse my invitation, but it's fine if I throw a party, right? Lee Ha curved his lips slightly, responding firmly, all right. A quick notification popped up, accepted YN. Along with Kaijang's reminder, I'll wait for your confirmation. Scene shifted closer to Nido, where Pubil's battle camp was set up. A middle-aged man loudly assigned tasks to Lee Ha's group. You will be assigned to Company 1 of Battalion 2, Regiment 3, Brigade 4, Division 5 of the Battle Plane Corps. As soon as he finished, the system notification synchronized. Battle on the battle plane, Team 54,321. Accepted. Read the content inside. Lee Ha finally understood. So this is how they classified Team 54,321, a memorable name. He approached and placed a hand on Kaijang's shoulder, bringing him back to focus. Mr. Lee Ha, he gently urged, accept it, Kaijang. You're the faction leader and head of the squad after all. The two TIN members also nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Why, encouraged by his teammates, Kaijang smiled confidently. He raised his hand and pressed down firmly. Thank you all for trusting me. The scene changed again. Now behind Kaijang stood a fully armored army. He clapped to draw attention. Everyone, focus on me for a moment. We fought together in a previous battle against a major enemy. Considering the scale of this battle, the mission we're assigned is relatively easy. When Kai Trong gently tapped his chest and said, proceed carefully and stay calm, the others immediately echoed in unison, not realizing that Kai Trong was secretly texting this majestic captain for help. What should I do now, brother? Seeing Kai Trong's tense expression, his kind older brother Lee Ha squinted and smiled in encouragement. Come on, speak with confidence. Kai Trong kept probing, is that all? I think I shouldn't get too excited. Lee Ha sighed helplessly upon hearing the next words from him. I know you don't know much about the battle, but he immediately laid out a plan. You received guidance before, right? Lee Ha took out a roll of paper and said, here, take this. They all gathered around the table with the map. Look at this. A detailed view of the map appeared before them. Lee Ha stroked his chin, seriously assessing. It's pretty good, shows the situation in real time. He pointed to a location. These are members of Squad 1 from Battalion 3, because they completely bypassed the Highland front and moved through the forest. They seem to be planning an ambush. Bu Nim looked on with a thoroughly impressed expression. As expected, you can read the situation on the map quite well. Hearing this, Lee Ha quickly filtered the information in his mind. You know how to read a map too? Excellent. There must be at least one person who can do that on the front line. He raised his hand to summarize. All right, let's head to Squad 1. Lee Ha scanned the map again. A slight unease rose in him. Squad 1 is moving cautiously, which worries me a bit. As Lee Ha suspected, an ambush was unfolding on Hill 130. Sin casually stood above, manipulating a rolling stone, and exclaimed, too easy, just like I heard. He crossed his arms, smiling disdainfully. This won't be difficult. Lee Ha's group followed the map and marched into the forest. Suddenly his brows furrowed, his expression turning serious. Lee Ha pointed to the now empty map. Traces of the other squad are gone. The Tian group immediately looked shocked. Gone? How is that possible? He covered his mouth and stammered. This means most of them are dead. Lee Ha stared at the map, many questions forming in his mind. Casualties are this severe. Did anyone come from the other side? To ensure safety, he decided to be cautious. Let's go there first. Kai Trong nodded immediately. All right, along the long forest, smoke from exploding shells rose continuously. Seeing this, Lee Ha's face grew increasingly tense. This is the front line where the 5th Division is stationed. Pubil has around 7,000 troops, and I assume the minis are nearby. His pupils contracted as he noticed something unusual ahead. Without hesitation, Lee Ha raised his gun. "Who's there?" Sessor leaned against a tree, struggling to speak each word. "Pupil army, are you allies? Do you have any kind of medicine?" Before he could finish, he collapsed from exhaustion. Lee Ha shouted in panic, startling the birds in the forest. "Oh no, hurry this way." After some time, Kai Trong couldn't believe it. "The outsider you mentioned is the stone mage Sin." Sessor confirmed without hesitation. "Yes, it's an incredible magic. A powerful magic, but if they keep rolling stones from above, we won't be able to counterattack." The group behind also started discussing. "If someone like Sin takes a high position, doesn't that mean our chances of victory are extremely slim?" At this point, Tian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "This is strange." Lee Ha asked in confusion, "What is it?" He stroked his chin, deep in thought. "That fool anticipated our arrival and is waiting on the high ground. He's not the type to play like that." Bu Nim completely agreed. "He's right, Sin only likes direct combat." Hearing this, Lee Ha slowly frowned. He might be the biggest fool, if not second in the squad. That mage holds a strategic position perfectly. It's not a coincidence. Lee Ha quickly made a decision. "All right, let's move to where Sin currently is." But Kai Trong hesitated, not stepping forward immediately. "Senior, I'd rather go to another front than fight the stone mage Sin." He cut in firmly. "We only need to be wary of Sin, all right, if he's the problem. I know someone who can handle this for us." Bu Nim immediately turned cheerfully to clasp hands, as if they shared the same thought. Lee Ha equally thrilled as if finding treasure. "You think so too?" The two antagonists shared the idea and turned around. Kai Trong trembled all over as they looked at him, tears welling up. "What are you talking about? What the hell are you planning?" A gentle breeze slipped through the wild grass. After hashing out the plan, Lee Ha quickly loaded rounds into his sniper rifle. Zerks, still uneasy about how feasible it was, asked from the side, "Are you sure about this? We could wait for the other members of Squad 1 to recover, then continue." "That works too, but what if we fail this plan?" Hearing that, he curled one corner of his mouth in amusement. "Fail? That word has never existed in my dictionary." Meanwhile, a sudden shout rang out from the minis' camp. Zin burst in and said urgently, "They're here again." Hearing that, the man's killing intent flared as he prepared to eliminate them. As Zin stepped out of the tent, he recalled the instructions he'd been given. He said they wouldn't issue more than one challenge a day, but if they did, it would be 10 days from now. But what he saw made him freeze for 5 full seconds. Feeling like he was being toyed with, Zin roared in fury, "You idiot. You called me over for an enemy like this?" Kaijong cursed with tears welling up. "Damn it. He exposed his identity to draw attention. I'm a guild master, you know." "I'm still a guild master." The minis' soldiers instantly took the bait, turning to Kaijong with contempt. Was he out of his mind or something? His footsteps were still steady. Charging forward, Kaijong raised his shield in front of him, covering his most vulnerable spots in a high guard stance. Far away, Lee Ha's index finger began to curl. Zin's aggressive nature wouldn't let him endure it. He wanted to teach the provocateur a lesson. He really was coming in to attack. You could say his rank was pretty high. Lee Ha's finger rested on the trigger, ready to act at any moment. The man slowly clenched his fist and the earth and stones gathered together. "Fine, I'll stop you. This is getting boring." Urson hesitated beside him, unsure what to do. "Should we help too?" Zin answered arrogantly. "Stay out of it. Arrogant bastards like him should be turned to stone." But the moment his last words left his mouth, a bullet tore in and punched straight through the center of his forehead and shattered him. Everything was reflected in Urson's wide, bulging eyes. It took him a moment to react. Staring at the huge body lying stiff on the ground, Urson couldn't believe it. Zin-S been assassinated. Seeing a wisping smoke trail streak past, Kaijong immediately knew the plan had worked. He hurriedly turned back and praised him. He did it. Lee Ha maintained his aiming posture, calm to the point of coldness, unlike the players beside him who were so terrified their faces twisted. He slowly adjusted his breathing after each shot, while system notifications kept popping up nonstop. "You have earned 17 war contribution points. Plus 2 points, plus 2 points, plus 2 points. Another bullet flew out, leaving thin strands of smoke at the muzzle. Lee Ha narrowed his eyes in intense focus. One more shot. A deafening crack rang out, tearing through the air. Lee Ha squinted into the scope. Just as expected, it was best to use the naked eye for sniping at distances under 1,000 meters. After confirming it, he set the rifle on the ground and turned to the side, grinning. "All right, everyone get into a high guard defensive stance." "Hurry!" The people behind him stood there slack-jawed, still in shock. "What?" Seeing players sprawled everywhere, they couldn't believe their eyes. What the hell just happened? Right then, Kaijong waved from afar and shouted, "Get over here quick!" His body leaned forward slightly, brimming with excitement. "It's too awkward going alone." The two from TI forced awkward smiles inside while shaking their heads. Kaijong, helpless yet tacitly accepting it, let out a quiet complaint. "Oh, come on." Watching the grass sway in the wind, Tin let out a breath. The tension of the battle had eased a lot. Bill Nim beside him squinted as he smiled in agreement. "I feel the same. It's really quiet out here." Far in the distance, a purple flag fluttered in the wind. Lee Ha and Tin both halted right in front of those tents. They quickly ducked behind a wooden fence and watched carefully. The Bionim group on the other side made the same move. Their whispers began to rise. What do we do now? Do we just kill them all? After a brief probe, Lee Ha stated his conclusion firmly. I'm sure most of them are mini soldiers sent down here to lead the charge in the battle. The rest are probably wounded soldiers who need rescue and treatment. Imagining those soldiers getting quick first aid, he added, and there shouldn't be many of them. Because most things get settled on the front line anyway. Bionim saw it too and fully agreed. You're right, Lee Ha. He focused through the wooden frame, assessing the place. This looks like a clinic. Tin, who'd been silent until now, finally joined in with a dry remark. If that's the full extent of them, then the Star faction could. He didn't need to finish, everyone here understood, wipe them out. Suddenly, Kaijong frowned hard and looked back. Hey, what's that? An item suddenly appeared before them, a rare random explosive device. Lee Ha smiled with narrowed eyes and reminded them leisurely, oh, this one. This one's a bit stronger than last time, so you'd better be careful with it. Then he turned and ordered the other players, we go in when we're ready. Lee Ha, the vanguard, personally took charge of planting the explosives. He stayed hidden behind the point, silently observing the situation. The fuse in his hand was lit and flared up at once. Lee Ha advanced step by step with steady resolve, counting under his breath. His gaze grew colder, and he smoothly twisted into position. At the very last second, Lee Ha hurled the activated explosive. It landed perfectly in the middle of the enemy group, catching them completely off guard. What the? Before he could even process it, a violent blast went off. Notifications kept ringing in his ears. You have gained 2 war contribution points. Gained 4 points, gained 3 points. Lee Ha didn't waste a second. He launched an assault and wiped them out. Tian's group charged together on command. The enemy turned pale in panic, gritting their teeth. They were pupil troops. Tian drew his blade, ready to sweep them aside. The sword arc cleaved through, leaving the enemy badly wounded. Bu Nai's 8 painted fist strikes gave them no chance to defend, and green fluid sprayed out. It was toxic resin. It struck a robed man on the other side. Seeing this, the soldier beside him covered his mouth and shouted, clear out the mages first. At that moment, Trong En-het Moi curled his lips into a sneer. I won't allow you to do that. He prepared to unleash a new technique, attacking with a shield. Then Trong En-het Moi burst through the defensive line like the wind. The enemy side was now in total chaos. There was even infighting. Send a covert message to everyone else on the front line. Hurry, no, grab the flare signal first. Before the two could settle on a plan, they took a full copper slug right in the chest. Having just finished the shot, Lee Ha let out a soft breath. He stepped forward to check the situation and confirm whether there were any losses. As soon as the battle ended, he reported the stats. No fatality. Only one person is critically injured. This is Parda. Zhang posted the report. A series of notifications sounded in his ears. The pupil forces are capturing peak 130, progress 1.6%. You must defend the points for 1 hour. Lee Ha was once again stunned by the blue frames. What is this? His eye twitched. Then he turned to look at the commotion behind him. He only saw the enemy scattering and fleeing for no reason. Lee Ha pursed his lips, his mind running fast. The Guinness forces that had just fled were also looking at something, which meant. Glancing out across the distant field, he slowly added, this notification window appears for everyone. Sure enough, in this area, the same notifications sounded. The pupil forces are capturing peak 130, progress 1.6%. Zege stood below, drenched in sweat, pointing and shouting. They've captured the peak. The display screen further urged players to regain the points within 1 hour. Another figure beside them also noticed the problem. They chose another route to sneak in. Virio observed through the screen, utterly confused. What happened to Zin? I thought we could defeat most of the ranked players if we had the stone mage. The notification sounded like a bridge to reality. The pupil forces are capturing peak 130. Cold sweat ran down his body, his expression gradually losing control. Are the Highland captures our forces? Not only that, it's only a single squad. Could a single squad really defeat the stone mage? Zin, each image that appeared further clouded Jiria's mind. The attack succeeded, and the enemy soldiers were charging up the hill with strength. Everyone's face showed determination. The Mini's army was rushing to peak 130 right now. First, recover the points. Thinking this, he immediately made up his mind. I can't just stand here. As soon as he finished, he raised his hand and ordered, stop the Mini's Hmong soldiers. Jural's voice echoed to the group of players, try to delay as long as possible. Every minute and second, the system always displays clearly. Progress 5%. You must defend the points for 57 minutes. Lee Ha slightly parted his lips, took a deep breath, and adjusted his mood. All weapons were raised at once. They shouted the name of the legion together, the Star Power Guild. When Zhang radiated murderous intent, fully determined, he prepared for battle. The ATI battle formation stood at the front line amid a rain of arrows. The system notifications accompanied them in their ears. The pupil forces are capturing peak 130. Progress 52.8% in 29 minutes. You must defend the points. Lee Ha paused for a few seconds, his lips slightly drooping. 29 minutes left. He felt powerless in the current situation. Everyone was exhausted, we can't hold out any longer. I didn't think I'd have to use my trump card right at the start of the battle. Although he thought that, Lee Ha acted very quickly. Pupil warriors stopped, then immediately prepare to run to the center. Zhang turned around, puzzled. What did you say? He calmly replied as the ground beneath him slowly cracked. Leave it to me. As soon as he finished, a notification appeared. Soul Link has been activated. Lee Ha rode on the newly summoned spirit beast. Let's go, Ko-ma. At the same time, the mechanical voice sounded again. Your companion has been summoned for 30 minutes. Current level 66. The summoner's level was added by 75%. Ko-ma immediately entered combat mode, while Lee Ha continuously shouted, sweep them all away. Your companion's enhanced power is 186. Then it charged like a storm, its footsteps thundering. The sound grew louder, making the enemy's faces pale, not a drop of blood left. Then everyone was thrown around by one person and a bear. Lee Ha's two guns operated at full power, bullets flying so fast the barrels glowed red. Watching this, even Zhang's group was stunned, mouths agape. He swept through the enemy from start to finish. Virio stood there, confused, unsure if he was asleep or dreaming. What just happened? At this moment he rushed forward, questioning the elder repeatedly. You're on our side, right? According to me, I can't hold out for long. The Star Power Guild leader is holding the points, but he won't last long either. Guerrero was surprised. Star Power Guild? Meanwhile, Noel beside him stroked his chin and nodded. The Star Power Guild is holding the points. I see, Lee Ha seriously instructed. Ko-ma will lead the way, so just run straight ahead. After saying that, he immediately dashed forward, followed by a group of players running at full speed. Head to the peak, following the slowly swaying red flag. In the wind, the system notification appeared. Capture progress 100%. The Pupil Army has successfully taken peak 130. The battlefield mission, marching team 54,321 completed. You earned 377 contribution points for the war. As this ended, the scene shifted. Yuan's hand lightly gestured. Next is this area. As soon as she spoke, Chio firmly placed a piece. Knock that piece away, it would be better to exchange it. The positions of the 6th and 7th Division. He paused, pondering. Is that what she thought? She replied with slight hesitation, of course, I believe we think the same. Yuan seemed unconvinced. She spoke as if she could read my thought. Chio calmly placed another piece, just a little, move it here. Behind the white fan, her thin lips moved gently. And here too, is that to your liking, Commander-in-Chief? He squinted at the board, silent. After a long moment, Yuan burst into laughter. Exactly. He looked at his opponent with a smug expression. I didn't know there was another fox besides me and Minnie. Chio squinted, smiling modestly. Oh my, you're flattering me, sir. But isn't having two foxes and Minnie's a good thing? Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Thinking of Grandview, his voice was full of hatred. To defeat that foolish one from Pupil, we need at least two clever foxes. Chio's lips curved slightly after achieving her goal. Both Yuan and Grandview are supreme commanders of Minis and Pupil. Her eyes already showed a glint of ambition. It is said that these two have had conflicts for a long time. That's their own story. Suddenly, the curtain in the command tent was pushed aside by Boris. Sir Yuan, I have an urgent report for you. He reported in haste, we've lost peak 130, sir. Yuan could hardly believe it as he turned. What? He looked toward Chio, questioning. What's going on? Why did you say the peak is safe? You said you had sent people there. On the contrary, she seemed indifferent. There are always unexpected changes in war. Then Chio turned to probe further. Is there any confirmed information? Boris reported honestly. The group that succeeded in the ambush was the Star Force. At that, her movement paused. Star Force. Chio's lips curled into a suggestive smile. It makes sense that peak 130 was taken. It's logical. Yuan clenched his fists in anger. Clenched fists, you know about them. Are they elite? How could they surpass that? The image of Lee Ha flashed through her mind. Ah, better than Star Force. I'm more interested in his teammates. Yuan frowned, puzzled. Any countermeasures? Chio gently countered. This is even better, as it will accelerate your plan, Commander Yuan. But obviously he didn't believe it at all. I understand, I guess it won't help at all. Yuan looked down at the piece on the board. So, which army shall we move this time? She closed the fan, revealing the beautiful face of the world's 7th-ranked dancer. Chio, her cherry lips gently questioned. I'm sure you know better than I do. Right, Commander? Returning to Lee Ha's side, a voice came from the command tent. I've heard your name, Kai. John shook hands while praising Kai Zhang. You commanded a squad yet held off thousands. The Star Force leader is impressive. He scratched his head, hiding his embarrassment. It's nothing impressive. As he spoke, his tone became serious. The Star Force leader and the marksman both instinctively straightened up. I know this may seem rude since it's our first meeting. John's voice was full of anticipation. But may I assign you a task? Lee Ha looked at him, asking directly, what kind of task? John began gesturing. Players with Alliance leadership rank can deploy troops on the battlefield, and the task I want to assign is. Immediately, the blue screen displayed. Battle Squad 54,321, support the capture of the designated peak within 5 days. Seeing this difficult task, Kai Zhang's face turned pale. That's one task. John gave them an optimistic smile. I want you to help me reach another peak, capturing the peak in 5 days to earn contribution points based on performance, plus 150 bonus points. Finally, he concluded with, please. Their expressions were as if struck by lightning on a clear day, nearly crying rivers. He wants us to do that ridiculous thing again. Kai Zhang spoke fearfully, cautiously guessing the current situation. So now we're playing King of the Mountain. There's a bypass and ambush path in our previous plan on peak 130. Moreover, the enemy was careless. But now they report that the same plan won't work anymore. John had to reluctantly explain, it's unfortunate but I have no choice but to assign this to you, while Kai Zhang just nodded silently. Bill Nim immediately agreed. Looks like they were right. Kai Zhang held the controller, asking for alternatives if we refuse. John forced a smile and answered their question. If you refuse, then whether he wants to or not, he'll have to admit it's possible. Lai Ha looked at the info board, quietly calculating. Interesting. So this is a player-created mission. The rewards are quite generous. Unusual, though the risk is huge. The most contribution points I earned from that previous battle were only 400 points, keeping in mind about 150-200 points. When successful, we can receive at least 150 points. Moreover, the system will calculate and give us bonus points. Thinking of this, Lai Ha immediately asked, if you set the maximum point value, how many points can we earn at most? Contribution points for success. John seemed surprised and a bit flustered in reply. In that case, he directly switched the screen instead of explaining. Here's what you'll get, but you have to consider the high chance of failure. Your contribution points could drop to 0 or even negative. Not stopping there, John dropped an even heavier bomb. Rumor says there are some hidden penalties. Hearing this, Trong panicked and turned to Lai Ha. Lai Ha, calm down, he reassured confidently. Trust me. Trong, Lai Ha pressed the accept button on the info board while thinking. You have to accept the risk when playing Middle Earth, you know. After pressing it, he brightened up, eyes full of hope, declaring, I'll carry you all. Just get on the ship and remember to pick up any dropped items. Right after speaking, Lai Ha suddenly remembered. John, can we rename our team? A special mission unit should have a name matching its importance. Also, he answered friendly, you can rename it whatever you want. Lai Ha smiled, happy that his wish might come true. Then, the flag suddenly fluttered as if agreeing with Lai Ha. Rename it the Star Force Special Unit. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the group of players groaned. When will this battle end? Someone give me a healing potion. At the critical moment, a heavy iron shield slammed to the ground with a commanding voice. First squad, eliminate all pupil soldiers. The king stood on the cliff, commanding the chaotic battlefield below. The tank units of squads 2 and 3 should step back. A bullet with supersonic speed cut through, ripping the air. It instantly killed the king with a one shot. He fell decapitated. The nearby soldiers cheered, hey, the king has been defeated. His soldiers were shocked. Amid the chaos, someone realized the situation. Shouting Star Force, the Star Force Special Unit is here. Hungu turned and commanded loudly, now Star Force is here. This battle is over, everyone regroup. We will quickly capture this peak together. NPC soldiers on the battlefield shouted in unison. Understood, within 2 weeks, Star Force was labeled angels in pupil and demons in many. No one knew how they killed their enemies. They simply assassinated key figures in the army. The only way people knew of their presence was when they were suddenly logged out. One person fell to his knees as proof. The battle at peak 274 lasted 13 days, but ended only 41 minutes after deploying Star Force Special Unit. Lai Ha crouched in the bushes, holding his gun, thinking with passion. I feel much safer with 30 people guarding me. The system board timely showed an achievement notification. The living ghost has eliminated over 100 enemy soldiers. Reputation spread across the territory, allies' morale rose, enemies knew of your presence. He looked at the notification proudly. Have I really killed over 100 enemies already? Bu Nim folded his arms, smiling with squinted eyes, complimented. You really are a monster. He couldn't hide his curiosity, softly asked. Can you really detect an enemy that far away? Lai Ha cheerfully confirmed, of course. The team excitedly asked for his secret. Lai Ha, did you use any potions? Like stamina potions? I have a few bottles. He just chuckled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Then Trong suddenly felt neglected and said, what about me? I'm still the guild leader. Right, Bu Nim smiled, trying to explain. Lai Ha did some amazing things. He said it, he did it. He carried the team, and thanks to that, we got a lot of contribution points. Suddenly, an emergency alert sounded. Star Force Special Unit, please report to the main headquarters of the planes immediately. Lai Ha wondered aloud, I wonder why we're being called back. Trong also seemed puzzled. I don't know either, maybe a special gift or something. Just then, a loud voice came from afar. Guild leader, are you okay? Lai Ha John happily shook his hand and asked, how have you been lately? I've heard about your great deeds. Lai Ha shyly replied, we're fine, but deep down, I can't help thinking John looks really happy. After the greetings and handshakes, he suddenly remembered the real point. So why did you call us here? He quickly pointed at the tent, Supreme Commander Grandview wanted to speak with him. Everyone hurried to the tent entrance, waiting for John to announce them to Supreme Commander Grandview. The Star Force Special Unit has arrived. A cold voice issued orders from inside. Come in. Lee-Ha took the lead, lifting the flap and stepping inside. The moment Hugh Yuan saw him, she started scolding if he'd performed that well. Why didn't he just register our name under his unit too? Lee-Ha stared at her in shock. When he finally regained his composure, he bluntly questioned her. Why are you here? Ki-young curiously lifted the flap, and when he saw Hugh Yuan, he asked in surprise, Did you call her? Lee-Ha scratched his cheek awkwardly. If he had, he wouldn't be this surprised. A mysterious person suddenly cut in. You two know each other? Hugh Yuan answered without hesitation. Yes, Supreme Commander. Grandview, the imposing Supreme Commander of the FBL, praised them and laid out the benefits. Good. This will be enough for them to understand how important this campaign is. Lee-Ha quietly narrowed his eyes, chewing on that keyword, importance. Ki-young suddenly popped up, eagerly making a suggestion. You're the captain, though? Lee-Ha froze for a moment, then refused. I thought you were calling me Ki-young, the last member of the Star Force. But Ki-young wouldn't back down. No, let it stay like this. Lee-Ha refused to lose as well, irritated and arguing right back. No, it's her. Watching the two bicker so stubbornly. Hugh Yuan found it funny and judged silently. Oh man, those two really do have incredible teamwork. In the end, they both stopped. Lee-Ha put a hand to his chest and saluted respectfully. Lee-Ha, captain of the Star Force Special Unit, reporting in. Supreme Commander. Grandview's face hardened, his gaze severe. Do you know what you just accomplished? Lee-Ha looked hesitant. In a lowered voice, he apologized. Lee-Ha listened anxiously as Grandview spoke at length. Because of you, the battle on the marching plains that we predicted would last 90 days will now be over in less than 30. Thanks to you, we've had to reassess and rebuild the entire plan. What an astonishing battle. How could we not scold you a little? Thank you. Lee-Ha scratched his cheek, smiling sheepishly. As they shook hands, Grandview expressed his gratitude again. It's all because of you. Lee-Ha replied modestly, You're overpraising me. Sir, we're just soldiers carrying out our mission. After that, the meeting proceeded as follows. The initial occupation time for each peak, estimated at more than 15 days, was drastically shortened. The FBL forces shattered the marching plan in a single push. Grandview seriously pointed out that this was a favorable situation, but Yuan was playing his own sly game. Just like his alias suggests, look at the map, the Munich troops are withdrawing. Hearing that, Lee-Ha immediately reasoned it through. Withdrawing, their front line hasn't been breached. Could Munich's Supreme Commander be planning something else? Grandview connected the dots and laid out the plan. So we'll break their marching plan within 30 days. And we'll start the encirclement as soon as possible. Still not fully following, Lee-Ha asked again, an encirclement. Grandview continued. After crossing the marching plains, we'll consolidate our troops. Then we move straight for Munich's capital. Along the way are 7 castles we must seize, our breakthrough points. We won't waste manpower. We'll punch through as a single unit and keep pushing until we reach the capital. Hearing this, Lee-Ha shuddered as he assessed it. This really was the fastest way to end the war with the fewest battles. But was it feasible? With a single-point breakthrough, we'd have only one supply route between the base and the front line. If that supply route got cut, the front line would suffer staggering losses. At that thought, he jolted. Wait, supplies. Don't tell me Hugh Hong. Grandview cleared his throat and moved on to the next item. If you understand now, I'll tell you what the Star Force must do in this mission. A mission notice appeared. Destroy the Venkyu Keystone exactly 2 days before our army arrives. Reward plus 500, failure minus 3,000. Lee-Ha focused on the notice, muttering, Keystone. Grandview immediately confirmed the keyword and explained what came next. That's right, you must remove the brick marked with a magic circle. If this special mission fails, this campaign will become extremely difficult. Lee-Ha noticed another section and fell into thought. The penalty on this mission was the worst risk they'd ever faced on an assignment so far. The reward-to-penalty ratio was 5-6. Lee-Ha boldly requested, could you give us some time to think? Outside, the flag fluttered in the wind and Grandview approved at once. Fine. Lee-Ha looked uneasy and asked Hugh Yuan for her opinion. What's wrong? Do you think it'll really work? It's a transparent tactic. If anything goes off track, the Munich forces could encircle our army. She confidently smiled and spoke. According to Scarlett's analysis, everything will be fine. The minis won't be able to approach us easily. Lee-Ha didn't understand fully and asked again, why is that? Dai gently explained the reason behind his firm statement. Because of someone you know very well, and also because Fai Vu and the Golden Dragon are passing through the invasion route. To the north, the Watchful Mountains. He grew curious, someone I know very well, who is it? But she seemed a bit uncertain with her memory. Not entirely sure either. He said you would recognize him immediately by his gun. Lee-Ha, relying on her sharp senses, felt something and readied herself for battle. A sharpshooter appeared from nowhere, opening fire continuously. Those hits screamed in agony, blood flying everywhere. From a distance, Lee-Ha saw the figure and silently confirmed, Kit. Because the watchful mountains have rugged terrain limiting visibility, this will be a perfect place for the Crimson. Yakuzu erupted in fury. Absolutely. He knows exactly where to fight. Yuan suddenly spoke as if knowing everything. At the moment we begin the siege and advance towards the minis, they will arrive. The minis will be too busy fighting on both fronts to even notice their capital being conquered. Liha covered her mouth, remembered something, and quickly warned, but that doesn't mean there are no variables. She asked, puzzled. Variables. He calmly mentioned a name that startled Yuan, Alexander. She nodded and listed a few traits and achievements. Ranked number 1 in Central Lands. Indeed, he is connected with Minute, but hasn't appeared in this battle yet. However, it will be fine because Li Jaiwan recently declared a one-on-one duel with him. Liha felt proud thinking of him. Li Jaiwan, he really did it. Li Jaiwan will handle Alexander, and the 5 Vukit duo will also be there. Now I'm convinced this can be done. Grandview solemnly asked the main point, will you accept to join this campaign? He eagerly agreed and declared, yes, the Star Force Special Unit will join this campaign. Madame Zhou appeared amid the paperwork, speaking wearily, I've heard. She directly asked Liha, you've been assigned a special mission to infiltrate Minute, right? He silently admired, I like how she knows things in advance. Truly Madame Zhou, yet verbally remained focused on the task. So let's get straight to the point. Thinking of the engraved stone, Liha asked directly, do you have any information about the keystone? Madame Zhou closed her eyes and sighed. You'll have to find the keystone yourself. That's all I can tell you. It's placed somewhere beyond the castle's great wall. Hearing this, he silently groaned, anxious to gather more information. Does it have any patterns or anything? Maybe they like putting it in the center. She quickly dismissed that idea and revealed another hint. Minute's mages aren't that foolish. They've definitely hidden it somewhere. But from how the stone operates, since it pumps energy into the barrier, the circle will face outward toward where it can be detected. Another important factor is its orientation. If the keystone is south, it can only be guarded from the south. Liha felt waves of anxiety rise within. I understand it can be found from the outside. The problem is, he stared at the towering wall ahead, silently screaming. How can I find the keystone among countless bricks? Liha turned over his mind, trying to calm himself. Stay calm, think of another approach. Once on the tiger's back, you can't get off. His eyes flickered as his mind sketched a scenario. Case 1, Liha relied on luck, crawling like a water snake toward the target to observe. Anyone could easily imagine the next situation, not just him, being discovered by Minute. The result of this guerrilla attempt boiled down to one word, failure. Seeing this approach fail, Liha immediately considered another method. Case 2, this time he learned from experience, using tools to observe from a distance. Liha used binoculars for the purpose, observing countless bricks in range. This idea would be great if the wall wasn't so massive. By the end of the war, still a failure. Lose this way, try another way. He didn't mind and continued testing in a nerve-wracking spot. Case 3. This time Liha decided to start earlier, arrive before time and search for the keystone. But no matter what he did, the outcome was no different from the previous attempts. Continuing the search just prolonged the time and eventually, he would be discovered by the enemy. He clutched a bellyful of failure, crying silently. Madame Zhou noticed his state and kindly asked, are you okay? His face didn't look good. Liha pulled at his hair, nearly bald, yet tried to appear calm. Just an everyday matter. Hardship and struggle are part of my life right now. After that, he split off to ask for something else. So do you only have a map of Venkyu Castle? It doesn't have to be perfectly accurate. Once the moment of doubt passed, Madame Zhou replied with a knowing smile. Then she generously agreed to this seemingly absurd but surprisingly persuasive request. Of course I do. On the day the battle began, with his scope trained on the enemy, Liha started calculating the situation. A siege of at least 15 to 30 days would follow. I'll figure out how to deal with the keystone later. I need to level up before moving. I'm at 88% experience. While observing the enemy, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The one standing beside Minute and the holy maiden mage Raphael was. Liha estimated through the scope while quietly marveling. Distance, about 970 meters, by the way. I want to know if it's because most players aren't used to this, that they lack any real knowledge of warfare. Liha centered the scope on Raphael's head but still added a complaint in his mind. They absolutely shouldn't be like this. Even so, he immediately clenched his teeth and fired a powerful shot. Only commanders or important people wear white helmets. Fine, the bullet punched straight through her head, throwing the surrounding soldiers into panic. After receiving the notification that his level had increased, Liha closed his eyes and silently prayed to the Buddha. He hoped her assimilation rate was low, and that she would be logged out before she had time to feel any pain. A stats panel appeared, showing his parameters in the Royal Guard class slot. Liha stared at the dancing numbers and muttered in excitement. Quick, dump points into dexterity. On the enemy side, meanwhile, everything devolved into chaos amid hysterical screams. A few seconds after confirming what had happened to the Holy Maiden, he grabbed a scroll and shouted his decision. Bai Jun Cho, once the formalities were done, pressed his lips together and began clicking away on an abacus. I need to leave before they find me. Li Ha's next objective was exactly what he'd been thinking: Venkyu Castle. In the forest 9 kilometers from Venkyu Castle, it was already 10 p.m., and darkness blanketed everything. Venkyu was a classic-style castle on a vast plain with no moat. The walls were so high that climbing with ladders was impossible. Even using magic to climb up would mean facing the guards. These facts made Li Ha's resolve waver for a moment. It was an impregnable fortress. As hard as it was, he still had to push through. He was already here. Not to mention their cavalry constantly patrolled the area. I have to infiltrate carefully without being detected. After thinking it through, Li Ha decided to pull out his secret weapon. Time to let this tool shine, the special order from the Anvil Hell. Night vision, he excitedly used it on the forest and quietly marveled. As expected of something from the Anvil Hell, pretty impressive. After evaluating the binoculars' functions, Li Ha smiled confidently. He stepped lightly across the grass, a shimmering star of hope sparkling in his mind. Let's head to Venkyu Castle, one clean hit and it's done. After trudging along for a full 2 hours, Li Ha reached the base of the wall at midnight. I'm closer now. He crouched behind a boulder, seriously weighing his options. But I'll be discovered at sunrise, and from here on out there won't be anywhere left to hide. Luckily, the moon wasn't very bright tonight, but seeing guards as numerous as a conquering horde, Li Ha couldn't help wondering. Even if I can get close to the wall, can I find the keystone before dawn? Right after that, he clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, this wouldn't be a challenge at all if I could guarantee success. Li Ha tossed aside the mess of chaotic thoughts in his head and shot forward like an arrow. When he encountered a guard, he silently activated his disguise skill, letting himself vanish into the grass. Radisa, who was on patrol, suddenly halted and let out a small, suspicious sound. The soldier beside him turned and asked, puzzled, what is it? He looked toward where Li Ha was hidden in the grass and hesitated before replying, I feel like I just stepped on something, like something slimy. Hearing that, the other man immediately said, there isn't any slime around here. Maybe you stepped in dog poop. Radisa, embarrassed into anger, yelled, damn it, hope not. Humiliated like that, Li Ha could only cry silently. Even though he couldn't take it anymore, he could only scream wildly in mute rage under the lonely night. A moment later, a guard burst through the door in panic and shouted, my lord. Something else happened. While the two commanders were still bristling with question marks, he dumped the bombshell. The enemy, the Fibil army, is coming. About 100 flags. That represents the number of their divisions. The FBL army is marching across the plain. Sure enough, Grandview was forcefully leading the troops toward the castle, as if to prove the final word. They're closing in now. From within the legion, Bionim surveyed the surrounding terrain and chuckled. I heard your trademark is conservative, traditional strategy, but this campaign is quite bold. Ti, standing beside him, heard that and confidently added, with an army this powerful, even the cavalry of Van Con Castle will be useless. Mu Nim saw how careless he was and spoke up cautiously. However, there was a bit of difficulty in carrying out that plan. He looked at Kaizong waiting up ahead and gave a vague reminder. We still haven't heard anything back from Haliha, the one who gave us this mission. Meanwhile, he just stood there, frowning, silently replaying his conversation with Li Ha. When they discussed destroying the stone, he had confidently told Kia, destroying the keystone, I can handle it myself. Li Ha's words shook him so much he blurted out, what are you talking about? Going alone? The other players were stunned too. Sejun anxiously refused. We can't just sit here while Li Ha goes into action alone. Ju Min, standing beside him, chimed in, even a bus has its limit. Seeing the whole team unanimously object, Kai kept urging him, that's right, it'll be faster if we search together. Or do you have some kind of trick? Li Ha didn't answer. He just scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. Kai kept pleading until he had no choice but to give in. Please trust me one more time. As the memory continued to unfold, Kai's reproach rang out. He always keeps his word. A moment later, Tian walked up, breaking his reverie. What do we do now? Kai realized he'd frozen for too long. Kai quickly pulled himself together and answered seriously. We'll proceed according to the plan. Ti was about to say something else but stopped and asked instead, then what about striking first? He was a little reluctant, but he still confirmed, looks like we have to. As soon as he set down the platform to create cover, Kai excitedly ordered the whole team and the key members all complied. On the other side of the quiet plain, Grandview asked doubtfully, so nobody's going to charge first? He stared sternly at the soldiers in front of him and repeated the question. You mean no one is volunteering? Everyone who heard it fell silent at once. Then suddenly a hand shot up. We'll go. Grandview immediately looked over, glancing toward the voice. After that, he asked about Kyung's team's identity. "Are you a special operations unit?" He answered on behalf of the team. "Yes, leave the white wall to us." "All right," he confidently assured Grandview, "trust us." The surrounding soldiers all doubted it. Only 30 people will lead the assault. Even if they were a guerrilla force, a special unit like them was still more than capable. A few minutes later, Yi ordered the troops to prepare the trumpets. The men in the rear jolted and reflexively replied, "Yes, sir." Then Grandview shouted another order to everyone, "Keep moving forward." Right after that, the trumpet calls quickly echoed across the plain. Once Kai had gathered the team, he asked excitedly, "Is everyone ready?" They shouted in unison, "Ready." Before the battle began, he took the chance to fire them up. "We may have less than a minute once we clash with the enemy, but make sure you survive and come back." While the soldiers were still sounding the signals, Kai roared powerfully, "Special Ops Team." Then he immediately commanded the formation that was already prepared. "Attack!" Two quick-reacting people on the enemy side noticed the commotion. Seeing that only his unit was charging at full speed toward the castle, Metnish sneered, "Do they want to die?" Kodan beside him calmly added, "There are always people like that on the battlefield." Having said that, he concluded with a final remark, "Just a bunch of hotheads rushing out on a high." Right after that, Metnish coldly ordered him, "Activate the barrier." Kodan immediately responded, "Yes, sir." Standing before the wall, he placed a hand on it and channeled magic to raise the barrier. While channeling the spell, Kodan felt something strange and let out a puzzled sound. This is, at the same time, as the whole team closed in on the city wall at an unbelievable speed, Kai seized the moment to shout orders at them. Everyone synchronized the timing. "If we throw everything at once, it'll definitely work." As soon as he started counting, a few shields were thrown immediately. 1. On the next count, he also took his stance to throw. 2. Finally, Kijang shouted and hurled his shield toward the wall with all his strength. The others flew in right after it. Each shield had explosives attached, one after another, sailing toward the gate. When they hit the wall, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the enemy forces. To clarify why the strike was effective, 5 hours before the raid on the Pupi Fortress army at Van Khan, Li Ha had unexpectedly contacted him. "Kai, I found it and destroyed the keystone." Hearing the report, Kai cried out in shock, "What?" But Li Ha calmly affirmed, "The keystone is real." Though he wore a relieved smile, Li Ha still complained, "What a troublesome place." Then he quickly turned back and asked him, "But you'll explain it to the other players." Li Ha's next words made Kai Zhang stare wide-eyed, "But do you know why?" Recalling how a siege battle works, Li Ha continued with a hint. "The key to a siege is who gets into the enemy's fortress first." Right then you excitedly concluded with one line, "Of course, our special forces should be the first to step in." As a result, Qiyang followed your orders, used it to attack and threw it at the gate. Seeing the wall collapse, the soldiers shouted in surprise. The barricades were broken. Grandview realized the moment had come and ordered a full-scale attack. Just as you expected, once the gate was breached, Grandview would command the assault, observing everything unfold exactly as Li Ha predicted. Then, before our allies arrived, we would go in first and seize control of the situation. The special forces must achieve even more, understood. Then, recalling your exhilarated face when you said the last line, "It's easy, right? Pick up the valuable items and make sure everything is cleared out." When Rong quietly grew angry, it was no problem. Li Ha's innocent, guiltless face kept appearing in his mind, forcing him to tear up and shout loudly. Standing in the enemy's front line, finally rushing with full speed into the castle, it was really easy. "Brother," all the soldiers charged forward at the signal. You quickly summoned your shield to generate a protective aura. Inside the castle, Ban Khan's soldiers fought hard against Bionim's poisonous binding attacks. Tian nearby created a ring of fire surrounding the entire body. Many Ban Khan soldiers fell, but the rest persisted. "We have to block the gate entrance quickly." However, seeing Grandview charging on horseback, they couldn't hide their fear. "At this speed, we'll be overrun." Kaizong's army, along with Grandview, quickly poured into the castle. The Ban Khan soldiers couldn't believe it. What should have taken at least 2 weeks, the invasion of Ban Khan Castle was completed in just 5 hours. After spectacularly occupying Ban Khan Castle, a sincere message was sent, "Thank you for Haliha's efforts." In the major castle mission, the Special Minis Area Invasion mission took only 2 minutes to complete. On the Pila's castle side, the Special Minis Area Invasion operation only took 3 minutes to finish. Both sides were sequentially updated by the system on their missions at the Arona platform. The special invasion of the Munich area had to be completed within 4 minutes. Overall, each location fell into Pubil's hands. In another quiet spot, Chio enjoyed moving the army pieces, each move precise as support. She couldn't hide her anticipation. "Only a few castles remained. We can upgrade the capital soon." Yuen's eyes narrowed in discomfort. She's still smiling. "If I weren't the commander-in-chief, I'd have flown off long ago." Chio held the fan firmly, pointing directly. "You foresaw this during the retreat in the Max Plains, right?" He didn't confirm immediately but emphasized, "The losses are greater and faster than expected, right?" Gio's sharp eyes didn't move. Of course, everything was within the anticipated scope. Yuen still couldn't accept that. Within the expected range, Gio nodded in agreement, "Exactly." It reminded him of Liha, the one causing recent disturbances. Quite interesting. It's not easy to catch someone so elusive. Yuen was surprised by Chio's compliment. His whole being fell into contemplation. Seeing this, she laughed joyfully. Commander-in-Chief, you don't trust me? Don't worry about other places, the news there is good. Suddenly, Chio closed her fan. Her voice lowered with calculation. We are luring them according to plan. All we need is to attack the empty capital. Looking at the pieces before him, Yuen hesitated. The capital, are they on the correct route? Chio quickly confirmed, yes, following Adasa's plan. If they move quickly ahead of Bin Nin, they will reach Kai Pugil's northern border. Those taking that path will pass the Dilla platform and destroy it. At that moment, Yuen's alertness flashed. That raised a question. The Sarsresian Federation is an ally. They wouldn't attack Pupil, right? He worried. Chio just smiled. That only applies in war, doesn't it? They come not for war but for other reasons to attack Pupil. No, they are giants. Her fragmented words made Yuen smile. So what? Chio's eyes flashed playfully. A sea breeze will blow toward Pupil. A wind that will bring us victory. While Sa attacks the capital, we will destroy supply lines inland elsewhere. The synchronized cheers pleased the wizard, who praised, well done. Seeing the Skavan unconscious, the swordsman felt a bit bored. Training is fun, but when can we hit the battlefield? The wizard just smiled. If we're not level 100, we can't go. We need more effort. Suddenly something drew their attention. The swordsman looked over, curious. What is it? Across the way, a distant group approached quickly. What is that? The swordsman's face went pale, wondering, are they coming toward us? But the other only laughed to deny it. Impossible. Before finishing, a strong gust swept through, splitting their bodies momentarily. Nearby voices shouted, it's Igor. As he realized, the swordsman had to confront directly. It's Agrani Igor. Igor growled, ordering the team, kill them. Fear rendered them silent. Igor's words echoed like a death sentence. Destroy Pubil's trash. He slashed horizontally at the swordsman. He looked straight ahead, urging his subordinate. The target is De La Castle. We will crush the Pink Gift Guild. The one assigned is Captain Dazer. In the bleak seaside wind, Jia Trung struggled to pull each rope down. Who would have thought learning mud mastery would be this hard? They tried to urge boringly, hurry up. Jia Trung called with difficulty, Lam help too, but she remained silent. Hoadin recalled, at the war's start, Craven's ship sank once. Her eyes flickered, yet they came closer. Seeing the number of ships, Hoadin speculated. To attack, they'd need more troops. But they didn't. What is their goal? Looking up at the notice, Jia Trung stiffened. He ran worriedly to inform Hoadin, De La Castle is under attack. The enemy is Igor and Sa. They have surrounded everything. Amid Jia Trung's despair, Hoadin remained calm as predicted. Craven's team is merely bait. Suddenly Hoadin declared, I'll go now. Jia Trung immediately agreed. Then, before Craven's forces strike, we will quickly return. Hoadin deployed the orb in hand. Her and B's forms instantly vanished, leaving Hoa Hong's men stunned. Seconds later, they still asked, where did Lam Hoadin go? What just happened? She left without saying anything. Above, the observer hurriedly warned, Craven's fleet is approaching from the main mud column, the snake-shaped statue. The moment he widened his eyes, he realized. That was Serpento. At this moment, on the southern wall of Rani Castle, a huge number of mages had gathered. A vanguard broke everyone's hesitation, focused their fire on a single point, and shattered the barrier. As soon as the words fell, every mage began summoning mana. Sparkling lights were created one after another. Li Ha couldn't help but marvel. What a breathtaking sight, and Kai Zong wholeheartedly agreed. Isn't it? Every high-ranking mage is like a siege weapon. The two of them, along with Tin, lounged on the grass, watching the rare spectacle before them. Kai Zong calmly shared his opinion. In a large-scale war like this, tanks and infantry seem a bit unnecessary. The mages are more than enough. Li Ha nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Suddenly, Kai Zong asked him curiously, but hey, did you just finish the new mission you were assigned? The one about blowing up the stone depot. Even though the question was stupid, Li Ha answered patiently. Of course, otherwise why would I be here? Kai Zong froze for a beat. But if it got destroyed in the end, the barrier should have gone down too. Li Ha said bluntly that it was just a feint. Kai Zong was still staring blankly. A feint? Tin seemed to understand now. Actually, I think I get it. Right then, a group could be seen approaching from the distance. Li Ha turned to look. That attack really was a feint. They must have just arrived. He pointed in their direction for Kai Zong and Tin. Our allies from the Sentinel Mountains. Over there were Fei Yu and Kit. They were tasked with striking the northern stone depot from an awkward angle. Up on the fortress, the soldiers had heard the strange noise too. What happened over there? Li Ha gave a natural little smile. They thought the north was safe. But there wasn't any barrier there. So when 200,000 Fubil troops suddenly appeared, it put them in a brutal spot. Li Ha pushed himself up. He figured it would be over within another hour. Time to report back to Grandview. Kai Zong suddenly called out to stop him. Hey, remember how I said in a war like this, tanks and infantry aren't really necessary? He even winked at Li Ha. Come to think of it, you're the exception, Li Ha. Getting praised so suddenly made Li Ha blush in embarrassment. Don't make me feel awkward. Kai Zong, still shy, asked again, but how did you find that stone depot? Li Ha answered honestly. I used stealth and crawled along the ground, places that high up and all. And I used an observation skill or a scope. Hearing that, Tin was stunned. Is that even possible? Time passed 40 minutes later. Just as Lee Ha predicted, the squads finished taking Ronnie Castle. The system quickly updated a special minis regional invasion notice. Activity mission -5 completed. Received 1,685 war contribution points. Additional 500 war contribution points received. The moment he returned to camp, Lee Ha reported that the Special Ops unit had come back after completing the mission. Seeing that everyone was fine, Grandview didn't hold back on praise. Well done. As he looked up, Fei Yu greeted him enthusiastically. Hey Lee Ha, how have you been? I've heard a lot about Lee Ha's reputation. Thanks to you, we made it here safely. Lee Ha replied modestly, we just carried out the assignment we were given. Kit, behind him, also spoke up to check in. Have you racked up a lot of contribution points? Lee Ha immediately realized what he was doing. Kit, you're way too straightforward, not that many. What about you? Kit let out a sigh but didn't want to reveal his secret. Lee Ha bristled in frustration. Then why'd you ask me in the first place? But there was no way he was backing down. Lee Ha pulled an ugly face to tease Kit. I think I earned 3 times as much as you. Jealous yet, Kit started getting fired up too. After a moment, he was about to blurt it out. The amount I collected is. Kai Zong watched from the side like he'd wandered into a jungle. Why are you acting like kids? At that moment, Grandview clapped to get everyone's attention. If you're done chatting, then focus up. He immediately had ad begin. Chief of Staff, give us the summary. The man replied respectfully, yes sir. After listening carefully for a while, Lee Ha followed the NPC Chief of Staff out. Yubil's current military strength is about 1.66 million. Only 2 castles remain before Minis' capital. After 2 sieges, we'll be able to enter the capital. About 1.2 million Minis troops are blocking the road to the capital. A sizable number, but not enough compared to Fubil's expanding force. Grandview's brow furrowed in stern focus. In short, nothing can stop us now. He immediately barked the order, prepare to advance the moment supplies arrive. No one hesitated, replying in unison, yes, sir, as they stepped out of the tent. Lee Ha's performance made Kai Zong sigh in admiration again. Jiang Ra, you're incredible. Lee Ha asked blankly out of nowhere, what's with you? Kai Zong answered thoughtfully. This campaign only works because the Lam Hoa Dian supply line is still running smoothly, right? The two walked on, thinking about what had happened before. It's crazy, yeah, I still can't believe we fought Hoa Dian. Lee Ha evaluated it fairly. Your Byuncho squad only managed to leave an impression, that's all. Suddenly, Kai Zong's voice turned serious. But Lee Ha frowned and turned to look. Under the late day sky, Kai Zong suddenly asked, will the war really end like this, ending with Fubil's victory? Time passed, night gradually fell, and Lee Ha sat dazed beside the fire. Deep down, he was wavering too. I feel uneasy, everything is going far too smoothly. The most worrying part is the destruction of the Keystone Depot. We retreated from the plains to lure Fubil's army, but I did destroy the depot, sped up the encirclement, and ruined their plan. Lee Ha remembered Chio's sharp gaze and wondered, did they do it on purpose? Are they aiming for something with a gamble like this? But what he worried about most was that the strongest players still hadn't shown themselves in this war. Everything felt suspicious, that the war ended this easily. Lee Ha couldn't figure it out and fell into thought again. Suddenly, the system sent a notification. The moment he connected, a faint, ragged voice sounded. Please save me. A powerful beam of light slammed down near where he stood. Lam Hoa Dian. Hoa Dian was covered in wounds, weakly calling to him. Lee Ha, then she went limp, making him extremely worried. Lam Hoa Dian, what happened? While being healed, Hoa Dian answered Lee Ha's question. It was a trap. Quick, gather the commander-in-chief and everyone and move out again. Our supply line has been completely cut off. Minnie set a trap. Everyone in the room fell unconsciously into silence. Hoa Dian spoke in a cold voice, the supply route to the marching plane. She calmly tossed out a shocking announcement that left everyone horrified. It has been destroyed. Suddenly, only shock remained on Ad's face. He screamed, no, impossible. There isn't a single enemy on the marching plane, and any enemy strong enough to destroy the supply route hasn't even set out from Minnie. Hearing this, Hoa Dian showed no surprise at all, only calmly admitted it. That's right, the enemy isn't from Minis. They struck us from the rear, disrupting our supply line. Lee Ha, standing beside her, suddenly added from the rear. As soon as he finished, he received her confirmation. Yes, our supply line was breached from behind. Behind all of this, there are only 2 people. Lee Ha immediately voiced the doubt in his mind. Could it be the Immortal Flame Guild is also mobilizing its own supply routes? He didn't have to wait long, Hoa Dian answered in time. That's right, because Rose is also generously funding those supplies. It feels like just yesterday we were fighting them in a guild war, but now we're being hired by them. From her account at that moment, Carrion casually remarked that you never know what the future will be. Right? Suddenly a voice from behind drew his attention. Carrion, it's fine, nothing unusual, right? However, Carrion quickly regained his composure and calmly replied, ah, yes. There's no abnormal situation and there's no danger ahead. Right after that, thick clouds of dust smoke covered the entire area. Carrion suddenly spoke up, his expression somewhat grave. I ordered the guild members to thoroughly scout the surrounding area and send the information via secret messages. All of a sudden, a sky-splitting scream echoed over, making everyone present hurriedly turn their heads. That shriek came from within the hazy dust. Carrion shifted into a guarded stance, repeatedly demanding answers. Who is it? Show yourself. Then from within the smoke, a foot appeared, along with an excited voice. How long has it been? About an hour since you breathed it in, right? Fong kept questioning Crowley beside him. Then why is someone still moving? You're a half-baked alchemist. Their appearance quickly fell into Hoa Dian's line of sight. She frowned in alarm. Right after that, she blurted out the opponent's name. Crowley, hearing that, he grew extremely excited and spoke up. I forgot to deal with those brats. Then Crowley immediately made his move. I'll take care of them. In the blink of an eye, countless gaunt hands sprouted from the ground along with all sorts of other things, more undead. This horrifying sight terrified Carrion to the core, a dark mage. Suddenly, when he clearly saw who stood before him, he instantly shouted in fury, "Bonk." At this critical moment, Carrion quickly tightened his grip on his weapon, then hurriedly gave the order. Ms. Hoa Dian, fall back. In an instant, he hurled his spear forward, piercing through the magic. Just like that, the spears in Carrion's hands shot toward the enemy like rain. There were so many they seemed endless. In a blink, those sharp spears successfully stopped the zombies in front of them. Suddenly, Yuan Tron slammed the staff in his hand. A cold voice rang out, "Relax, Earth skill." The moment he finished, the system sent a notification sound. You have been affected by the status seal. Right after that, everyone cried out at once. Oh no, the system kept reporting bad news. For the next 10 minutes, your skills cannot be activated. You have been affected by the status frozen. You cannot move for 3 minutes. You have been affected by slow. All your movements are reduced by 40% for 5 minutes. Seeing this, Yun Chan spoke up, his face utterly stunned. How can this be? This fog is preventing us from using skill. Meanwhile, Fong kept summoning countless more zombies, looking thoroughly satisfied. Not only will it stop you, it can even tear you to pieces. Just like that, his savage laughter echoed through the vast space. All of a sudden, the badge on Fire Dian's chest flared brightly, along with the system notification sound. Talisman resisting freeze. Talisman resisting. Slow. Right after that, she clenched the golden item in front of her. Fire Dian sprang to her feet, speaking with unmistakable excitement. Carrion. Yun Chan, I used a healing scroll for freeze and slow. I can't cure skill seal, so we have to move right now. Hearing her words, Carrion couldn't hide his shock. Miss Fire Dian, can you move? Yun Chan, on the other hand, stayed calmer and quickly made a suggestion. If you can, get out of here. We can't hold out long without skills. Hurry, everything will be over if they catch you, Miss Fire Dian. Please escape, Miss Fire Dian. That was how Fire Dian's account of what happened back then came to an end. After I barely made it to the Mini's border, I came here using a teleport scroll. She began recounting what happened when she arrived. On the way back, I received an emergency alert. Saw an Igor attack Dalit Fortress. Dalit Fortress was under the joint command of Jia Trung and Fire Dian. That's why Fire Dian also received an urgent report. While Igor took advantage of the power vacuum to wield northern gravity, Crowley and Foe destroyed the supply line. At that point, Fire Dian let out an unconscious sigh and continued. Everything fit together perfectly, as if it were part of someone's plan. Her words plunged Li Ha beside her into deep thought. And now, the Rampart Zone has a power vacuum because Fire Dian has moved. If this really is someone's plan, are they trying to cut off supplies and isolate us from every side? No, since this isn't a real war, cutting off the supply line isn't serious enough. They'd need a bigger strike. At this, Li Ha started asking himself the hard questions. If I were Minis, if I had to lead Yuan to victory, what would my next move be? Suddenly, a blinding light appeared and drew Li Ha's attention. Along with it, the system notification sound rang out across the area. Everyone, please congratulate them. For the first time in Central Palace history, a player has reached the maximum level. Seeing these lines, Li Ha couldn't help but think in shock. So this is it. A flood of notifications poured in like a burst dam. Everyone, please send your congratulations. For the first time in Central Palace history, a player has reached the maximum level. Alexander, Dragon Knight level 300. Allied with minis, please let this encourage you to strive even harder and not fall behind. Hearing that, Kit swore under his breath. Damn it. Alexander's image resurfaced in Li Ha's mind. Alexander, and not only that, he also remembered Balibos. Thinking of it, Lee Ha clenched his teeth. At that moment, only determination remained on his face. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly carried through the desolate forest. An emergency bulletin blared across Central Palace. Making the air tremble, people cheered. Murmurs echoed through the virtual hall. A player has reached the maximum level for the first time in Central Palace history. Alexander, level 300, allied with minis. Shock spread. Someone muttered, "No way right now, how?" Then another voice spoke with certainty. Minis must have planned this. They were definitely aiming for this. Another voice doubted it. Impossible, they can't account for all of this. Someone else ground their teeth. How would they know Alexander's level? Would the top-ranked player tell others his level? He probably formed an alliance back when he was a player from Munich. The chatter grew taut as a drawn wire. Right after that, a soldier rushed in, voice trembling, breaking news from the ramparts. Craven's fleet has been spotted ahead, fleet number 9. It's commanded by Draki, the second storm. The announcement made them all jolt. It's the Serpent Fleet. Only then did Lee Ha reflect. So my prediction was right. Minis' early withdrawal and the strategy to block Wahan's supply routes, Igor and Sa's invasion of northern Phoebe, and the appearance of Craven's supreme commander. At this moment, the system panel displayed, "Everyone, please congratulate the player who has reached the maximum level," he continued. To calculate, and this was the perfect time for Alexander to level up. One specific person in Minis orchestrated all of this. Someone with an intelligence network spanning the entire continent. At the same time, a general pressed urgently, "What's the situation at the ramparts now?" The soldier reported, "We are at a significant disadvantage. Miss Lam Hoa Din has withdrawn from the defensive position at the rampart and left the battlefield, leaving the line of defense vulnerable." Hearing this, Hoa Dai could not help but feel surprised. She looked at the soldier and pressed him, Wait a minute. Hoa Din must have made that decision after hearing the urgent report about the attack on Igor's Dalai castle. Since the mainland was in danger, she went back to defend it. The atmosphere grew heavy with her words. Lee Ha quickly made a guess. This was trouble. In this situation, the allies were starting to blame each other. That would be the worst-case scenario. Grandview slammed his staff onto the ground and shouted, "There's no need to panic. This isn't the first time Intermeadows has used such cunning schemes. Chief of Staff, display the latest situation map." The subordinate respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Lee Ha silently observed and thought, he has the wisdom befitting a supreme commander. He calmed the chaos with just one gesture. At that moment, Grandview pointed at the map and ordered, "We must immediately form a new formation. Not only that, we also need to redeploy our forces. You are the only ones who can take responsibility for the rampart sector." A special order was announced. Carry out a special mission at the rampart, the objective being to prevent the Navy's landing. Hold the Craven forces in the rampart area for 20 days, or eliminate at least 4 of Craven's key leaders. Rewards will be distributed based on defensive contributions in the area. Will you accept? After reading the notice board, he felt as if struck by lightning. How could we possibly do that? Grandview's expression did not change as he continued issuing instructions. The Bijun Cho Special Task Force will be dispatched immediately to the operations site. Head toward the rampart and support our allies. His words confused Lee Ha. "Just us?" In response, Grandview let out a sigh. "Unfortunately, we cannot send a large force from the mainland." Lee Ha's hand clenched into a fist. "I understand what Grandview is thinking. The main force of Phi Beal has no retreat route or supply line left. However, we are only 2 castles away from Munich's capital. But because of Igor and Zia, we do not know when the assembled forces might be invaded. The 2 armies are near the enemy's capital. Whoever captures the capital first will win this war, while Lam Hoa Din keeps Igor busy at Dalai Castle. Grandview wants to mobilize Bijun Cho, the strongest support available, to the rampart to delay Craven's landing. Meanwhile, Grandview plans to take advantage of the current military superiority to launch a surprise all-out assault on Munich's capital. The atmosphere grew solemn. As for Lee Ha, he was still muttering strategies to himself. If we're lucky, we might hear news of victory before we fall like flies at the rampart. Kai Trong, standing beside him, anxiously said, Brother, isn't this basically ordering us to our deaths?" Lee Ha replied briefly, "More or less. They want us to delay until the main force captures the capital." Sighs rang out in succession. "My God," then he spoke again. "I can't imagine how many penalty points will fall on us if the kingdom loses. This war," a deep voice cut in, "remember, this is Middle Earth. We should consider ourselves lucky if we only lose a little contribution." Night had fallen. Silence filled the space, then discussion resumed. "The current situation is too unfavorable. We'll lose the war," someone opposite added. "It will be difficult to recover our investment costs if we lose." A soldier choked up. "If I'm penalized, I won't be able to pay my mother's hospital bills." The person beside him had his own troubles. "I'm the breadwinner of my family, so I might have to quit the game." In the heavy atmosphere, Kai Trong's strong voice rang out, "Brother, let's go, let's stir up trouble for Craven's navy. We don't have any more time. Right. Hearing this spirited call, Lee Ha let out a satisfied breath. Then he loudly declared, the Bijin Cho Special Task Force will successfully defend the entire rampart sector. Grandview nodded slightly and concluded with a brief wish. Good luck. The sea before the ship was surging. The figure standing upon it gazed into the distance, strangely pensive. Night fell 9 p.m. near Lanny Castle. The Phi Beal military headquarters was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere, with troops from the mountain range guarding and connecting along the Witchmore River. Grandview personally took command. He ordered the extended formation to be reorganized while inspecting their supplies and equipment. Grandview frowned irritably. That's all. The Phi Beal army began preparing for an all-out offensive. Hoadian brushed aside the curtain and stepped in. Are you really going? Lee Ha, fastening his straps, replied firmly. Yes, I'll do what I said. She asked uneasily, you mean you're going to defend the rampart with only 30 members from the Bijin Cho Guild? He maintained a matter-of-fact tone. Isn't that similar to when the House of Crimson Flame entrusted Hoa Din and Jia Chung? Hoa Dian stammered in surprise. It's different. She thought of her younger sister, Hoa Din. Hoa Din excelled at large-scale attacks, but Lee Ha smiled gently, reassuring Hugh Dian while she still maintained a defiant stance. It's fine, I have a plan and have prepared some things for this situation. She sighed in resignation. If you say so. He smiled softly, a hint of reproach in his tone. Do you trust me now? He glanced back at the gun on his back with pride. You should worry about yourself more than me, Lam Hugh Dian, with supplies for the planes and the main force. Hugh Dian sighed sadly. Are you sure you'll be okay? We can renegotiate with the kingdom regarding supplies and fire operations. Moving toward De La Castle, they would hold out to some extent, while Hugh Dian kept talking endlessly instead of focusing on that. The traitor has left, and the demon just walked in without hesitation. All right, if you're ready, let's go. Lee Ha smiled brightly. Ready? Okay, let's move. Stepping out of the tent, he turned and grinned. Almost forgot to mention. He gently instructed her, making Hugh Dian blush. Be careful, Lam Hugh Dian. She stood there, watching the two men laughing as they walked away. Kit jumped, turning his head at the call from behind. Hey, Kit. He pulled his hood down to cover his face. What's going on? Lee Ha approached, serious. I have something. You probably know what's about to happen, right? Kit closed his eyes, voice lowered. Are you talking about Alexander moving forward? His tone was slightly irritated. I anticipated that. Do you think I'm an idiot? Lee Ha sighed internally. No one said that. He exhaled, speaking directly. So I want to ask you for a favor. Kit wondered, what is it? Lee Ha's next words made Kit startle and quickly turn back. Activate the teleport chain. Kit hesitated, worried. If I do it, loser can also teleport. Lee Ha did not rush. I know, but not now. He explained the plan in detail. There will be a time when I need to call on you for support. Activating the chain teleport even if he performs instant teleportation. Lee Ha elaborated. Loser can actively contribute as an ally because he'll be too busy to cause trouble. Kit held the device, looking at the calculation screen. I understand. You want to use the teleport chain as an emergency movement and communication network. Lee Ha smiled brightly, shrugging as if obvious. Only we can do this, right? Kit, irritated, what do you take me for? Lee Ha became serious, passing a few Kits, including one sleeping like a pig. That's how I see you. I trust you, Kit. Hugh Dian quietly watched Lee Ha disappear from sight. Her gaze was one of complete trust. Be careful, Haliha. Lee Ha Luka commanded strongly, special forces ready. The Bian squad advanced to the fort, shovels raised like the spirit of warriors. Yes, sir. 3 hours later, the Bian team regrouped. At night, a cold voice asked, how is the training progress? Soldiers reported to Grandview. We have completed 50%. Y rested his chin, muttering, 50%. The soldiers looked anxious. I'll make sure they finish as quickly as possible. Outside, near the weapon crates, discussions continued. I was about to log off. What a terrible time. How can we sleep when Alexander could arrive at any moment? Observing the tense atmosphere, they hoped he would arrive 100%. A boy said to the girl next to him, have you heard the news? We'll hold out until dawn. The girl was surprised. Really? Why? He explained. I guess they want to finish this before Alexander arrives. If I log off now, then we'll miss the post-victory rewards. The girl continued asking, not noticing someone approaching. But we can win before Alexander arrives. The two were surprised as Phi Vu approached to encourage. Don't worry, we are the BL flightless squad, not weak at all. He confidently pointed to himself. I promise you all, the golden line will stand at the front. Yu Dian came from behind to motivate them. When the war ends, Hoa Hong will discount 50% off all items sold at De La Castle. Phi Vu used everyone's motivation. So, give it your all without sparing any resources. At 3 a.m., footprints appeared outside the tent. Someone dashed past at incredible speed. They leaped over obstacles around, heading straight to the main tent. Grandview, inside the tent, looked at the map, deep in thought, as the tent door was blown open. Y looked up, startled. Is that you? Suddenly, the map was ripped. Notification lines popped up continuously and the magic canceling scroll had been used. All spells had now been nullified, the soundproof scroll had been activated, all sounds were blocked. Grandview placed his hand on the sword hilt, ready to strike. Thinking dispel, Why shouted as he swung his sword. The intruder suddenly appeared. Why's panic was immediate. A manipulation spell had been used. A notification appeared, your voice is running, all combat skills are sealed. Laughter came from the wolf's toothy mouth. I heard Japanese shogi is like chess, and it's true. Peter controlled the wolf into the tent, leaving a helpless Grandview sealed. Checkmate. Vi entered with Sasuke, saying, checkmate breached. Grandview frowned, raising his sword in alert. Sasuke whispered to the pitcher, handle him quickly. Waiting, he smiled upon hearing this old man. Then he turned and shouted harshly at Sasuke, unable to do anything to the old man, like a girl hiding behind her mother's skirt when facing a monster. Being scolded, his eyes flashed with a threat. If you dare insult my mother, I won't let it slide. And this person is the supreme commander of the FBL. He must possess at least the power of a level 280 knight. Hearing this, Peter laughed aloud. Foolish, truly foolish. With the elite of the knight armor and the Rainbow Squad, there's nothing to worry about. Finishing his words, he gave a dangerous smile. This made Grandview even more alert. Suddenly, the pitcher loudly commanded, Rainbow Squad, full attack. At that moment, a loud shout drowned everything out. Stop! As someone outside charged into the fray. Grandview blinked in astonishment at the determined gaze before him. That person leapt in front of Grandview, shouting, charge. Using a shield, the others dodged and quickly fell back. The ground seemed overturned, a chill ran down the spine. Across the way, they frowned and took stance. Not stopping there, he directly activated a protective seal. The other side shared the same thought. How could these people change their attitude? He pursed his lips. To uncover the secret, we need to go back 3 hours, Liha said. It seems everyone should head back. It was near the minute border at a time before dawn. Everyone was astonished by his decision. What, are you crazy? What are you talking about? Liha said seriously. I'm serious. I've considered this, anticipating Alexander's involvement. Alexander, a level 300 knight from the nation of Munich. Even minute users not participating in the battle would be connected and would join this clash. Grandview was pushing for a full attack to end the war before losing the advantage of superior forces. But what if Minnie's invisible strategy had predicted Grandview's moves? They could assassinate the commander amid the chaos of the hastily prepared full attack. When he objected, Bu Nim wondered about this possibility. Bu Nim calculated, that's not impossible, thinking back I would do the same. At this point, Liha continued the story. According to records, all soldiers were busy preparing stances. The camp was chaotic and the guard posts were lax. As a professional assassin, she would certainly seize this opportunity. Therefore, we must head back immediately. The news left Kai Rong stunned. But how could a single assassin cross the plains alone? Liha explained directly. Minnie's strategist orchestrates the battle like playing an instrument. That person is Igor Craven Alexander. They wouldn't miss this perfect chance to end the war. So please put all your trust in Kia. Back in the present, gripping his shield, his eyes hardened with resolve. He silently thought, excellent, you were right. Peter, his face dark, muttered through clenched teeth. I definitely saw them leave. He lifted his lips, teasing. I have someone on our side who enjoys surprises more than you. How does it feel to be treated this way? This silenced him. Beside him, Sasuke put on his mask and asked, do you think you can stop us? As he spoke each word in anger, Sasuke said, while you waste time, we're not playing around. He didn't care and casually remarked, I noticed the skill you used on Grandview. It's a technique I've never seen before. You've improved a lot. This name made Kai jump back a few seconds. Angry, he shouted, shut up. Tien dashed in using a fire-extinguishing technique. Sasuke, I've got you covered. Sasuke swung a log and Tien's gun split it in two. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes glinted strangely. Tien also noticed something unusual since he had used the wooden star technique. The battle continued fiercely on both sides. Suddenly, Grandview touched Ki Zhang's shoulder. I know your skill and courage, but why do you treat me like someone who needs protection? Even though I stepped back from the front line, it's too early for you to tie up all my power. NPC Grandview activated, commanders encouraged. A high-level support skill was removed from the skill seal. Buff was applied, increasing allies' attack power and agility. Additionally, the Midnight Circus assassins and soldiers were equally tense. At the climax, Peter's voice rang out. His pupils dilated, he couldn't believe his eyes. Bu Nim had appeared all along. They were once teammates, now opponents. Vi choked back a laugh. Bu Nim also smiled. Pitcher replied, Bu Nim and Pitcher exchanged glances without speaking. Suddenly, Bu Nim puffed out his cheeks, preparing his move. The very next second, Peter was hit by green fluid, and he cried out in delight. So interesting, this is way too interesting. Hearing that, Bayan Nim froze. You really are insane, Pitcher. Haven't I taught you better than that? If you lose, pack up everything you brought with you and get out immediately. But that only infuriated Pitcher. What the hell do you know about me, huh? Anger couldn't be settled with words, so Bayan Nim immediately took a defensive stance. Right then, Pitcher's eyes flashed with an icy glint. Bayan Nim hesitated for a few seconds while Pitcher was being ambushed by a teammate. The man wore a clown mask, making him impossible to identify, and Pitcher spun away to dodge the sneak attack. Stunned and confused, he thought, one of my own people. Only then did Bayan Nim realize what was off. This was something only the descendants of the circus ringmaster of the Th-Cod school could do, giving up something startling in exchange for a dazzling burst of brilliance, an act that increases one's life force. With that thought, he tried to provoke him. Pitcher, so you've decided to leave, have you? But Pitcher burst into loud laughter. This is the pinnacle of showmanship. Suddenly Sasuke called out coldly, "Are you done yet?" Pitcher answered without even thinking. All right, then he surged forward on the offensive and charged at Tien. Today's game ends here. Seeing him retreat backward, Tien shouted a warning. They're trying to escape. He had barely gotten the words out when Sasuke cast a jutsu, hidden mist. A thin layer of mist spread through the tent, turning into dense fog. Hovering and hiding, he spotted a flash of light from concealed weapons. In the next instant, countless razor-sharp hidden weapons rained down from above. Tien was outside Kai Zhang's barrier, so he had to defend himself. Not long after, the soldiers clutched their heads and screamed, "My ears, my ears." A moment later, savage laughter rang out through the fog. At some point, Sasuke and Pitcher had already risen high into the air, preparing to flee. Before leaving, he sneered, "See you again." No, BDME. And just like that, the two of them left. A little later, the fog finally cleared. Interrogation voices rang out in the Supreme Commander's camp. So the assassination had failed. The remaining survivors were the assassins and Sasuke, two of them in total. Yuen heard the report and replied curtly, "Understood." The soldier saluted at once. "Yes, sir." Yuen still didn't turn around and the air gradually fell silent. Suddenly, the masked man hissed, "Weren't you going to say something about the trump card?" A reply followed immediately. "Yes, that's right." While Chio watched, the man continued, "One of those cards was torn, wasn't it? Supreme Commander, that trump card wasn't torn at all. It was just a surprise prank. Our finest cards are still alive and well over there. Isn't that so?" But Yuen didn't agree in the slightest. Alive and well, the giants were sent to the northern territory of Phi Beal, where even time itself has grown harsher. And you still call life there comfortable? But Chio was calculating something else. Igor and ZR had been able to break the city wall completely. It was only because Lam Hoa Din and Hoa Dian were guarding inside the castle that they couldn't cause any significant damage. If FBL's defensive forces were reinforced further, Igor would have no choice but to withdraw. That made Chio furious, but she closed her fan and changed her expression. Of course, that level of entanglement is more than enough for them, isn't it? To thank them for it, have them dig trenches around the sea so it's easier to see. Once upon a time, Craven's land-based naval forces were trained into a formation to promote Al-Stop. Don't you think the command of FBL's supreme ruler will become quite a spectacle? Even if they only build a defensive line along this entire coastline without aiming for the capital, showing up frankly on their land will still make those people miserable, won't it? Yuen began to weigh it and then spoke, putting on a formal display for it would be worth watching. Good, then that threat. What about the Plains region in March? Chio followed up at once. It's almost here. At the time of the 9th Mui, we'll set up an obstruction without a single gap. Have you prepared yourself to face a relentless barrage of gunfire? The strongest threat in history? To that question, Yuen remained calm. How should I prepare exactly? You'll need a gun whistle. She pulled out a tracking orb and covered her mouth as she laughed. Shall we watch whether that gun whistle has been pulled yet? Images of Balibus appeared in the orb. Towering above him stood Alexander. Chio announced. Everyone is already inside, Supreme Commander. It will arrive within the hour. Yuen spoke slowly. Phi Beal's people will begin their operation within that same hour. Right then, she replied. So everything proceeds along this route. Returning to carry it out in the Plains region in March will be wonderful, won't it? Upon hearing that, he muttered something puzzling. Then we should go easy on them, right? Just thinking that, Yuen revealed a sly smile from his feigned retreat on the plains into battle. In March, to manipulate power, he provoked FBL's forces to try to break through their defenses. Every strategy had been used to create this grand pincer. Yet outwardly, he remained calm. Indeed, so what if humans are firing guns? Do we just watch the show then? Chihio immediately suggested the optimal plan. Liha, he's just quick-witted. If he were truly smart, he'd have returned to the American team. But he's gone to lead the trench work at sea. He can't return in this time frame, can he? Yuen frowned irritably and ordered, keep following him at all times. His strange behavior made Chio curious. Why is Yuen paying attention to Liha? Does that mean this NPC is threatening enough to warrant concern? Chio pondered and muttered to himself. A cunning plainsman, yet concerned about a mere hunter. Cunning? Why? Hai replied evenly, not exactly. This happened before. His cryptic words made Chio even more curious. What do you mean, who? At that moment, his voice trembled slightly. During the Great Battle 20 years ago, 3 people fired guns extensively. Sent from Phi Beal, the sun slowly rose over the horizon, illuminating all the town's houses. Lee Ha's figure gradually appeared. The guard saw him approaching and aggressively blocked his way. "Stop. Who are you?" Lee Ha raised a badge and quietly said, "In the name of Marshal Grandview in the Minis region, I am here to meet the naval commander on board." Everyone was bustling, voices and commands echoing. "Hey, is all of this for us? Bring it onto the ship." "Quite a lot of supplies, that's gunpowder being supplied. Handle it carefully." Suddenly a voice called out, "Sir Leader." "I've brought them here." The person called turned, "So you are." He was the key NPC naval commander. Commander Bach laughed and asked, "Lee Ha, you're here on the Marshal's orders, right?" "Pleasure to meet you, I'm Bach," Lee Ha politely replied. "Pleasure?" Suddenly a sharp pain shot through his hand and Lee Ha thought, why is he using so much force? Later Bach released his hand and sighed. Knowing the strength of our navy, they had called to stop Craven. Those around him suddenly laughed. Has the Marshal lost his mind? Cheever nodded. "That's right." Scott joined in. "Even our commander alone could sweep through them, yet we still have to share the Serpenta waters." Seeing their reactions, Leah helplessly wondered, "What's wrong with these NPCs, Zuko?" "About that I admit the order," Bach cut him off. "I understand, clearly you were sent as reinforcements. You must have disagreed with that uncle. Come here. Let's discuss the battle comfortably." Minutes later, Bach's people were energetically debating. Cheever muttered angrily, "That's how Rocky's subordinates operate." Beside him, Scott snorted, "They fooled me once, but clearly the main forces are hiding in the water now." Witnessing this, Lee Ha was stunned. "Is this a strategy meeting? So where's the map?" "There's no map here." Bach looked puzzled. Scott asked, "Oh," he hastily drew a map on the ground and pointed. "Here it is, the map's location." The ground drawing was crude and hard to read. Lee Ha looked thoughtful. "This won't do at all. Maybe I have to try to match their pace." Thinking so, he stood up suddenly. "I have a few things to say. I'll inform you of the current position and the orders I've received as reinforcement." Bach stared at him silently, then pursed his lips slightly. Then Bach's group laughed aloud. "Only one person and you're considered reinforcements, not just a messenger." He laughed a moment before speaking calmly. "All right, let's hear it. What great things has Marshal Grandview done?" "No, what did the Marshal say?" Lee Ha, somewhat annoyed, spoke loudly. "Please listen carefully to the positions and orders from Marshal Lapp." Then continued to present clearly. Bach also seriously remarked, "So the problem is there's someone riding a dragon." Lantan mocked, "Did Craven invade northern Pubia? Could all of this be a lure to cut off supplies from the plains?" Snake added, "A single sentence like that really falls short of expectation." Exploding with anger, he shouted, "This isn't something to laugh about." The two who had been joking around, Lan Qing and Lan Tan, froze. The old man questioned suspiciously, "Look here, are everything you just said true?" Lee Ha nodded to confirm, "Of course it's true, go on." "The sun is up, so they've probably started advancing too. The Marshal said we just have to hold out for 20 more days and he'll end the battle right after that." Hearing that, Bok's face darkened. "And all we have to do is hold out for 20 days. Lee Ha replied, "Yes." He thought to himself, "But my goal is to settle things here, then go support the main force." Gritting his teeth, the man pressed again. "All the Marshal said was to have us hold out for 20 days, right?" Lee Ha answered, confused, "Yes, what's wrong?" Bok sprang to his feet and shouted, "This is insane. Everyone get ready to leave. The Marshal looks like he's struggling to get out of this situation." Lan Tan said anxiously, "Commander, what are you talking about?" Bok roared in frustration, "I don't get what it means when that stubborn kid says we just need to hold out for 20 days. That means we need to eliminate this threat fast and help him build up his strength. Everyone on board, keep moving according to what we discussed at the start." Lee Ha watched them leave, wondering, so this is the commander of the entire navy. A sailor on deck hurriedly shouted, "Mackerel. It's time to depart." On the mackerel boat, the sailors hurried to prepare to set sail. "Pull just a bit more." Lee Ha silently observed everything around him. The sailors gripped the ropes tightly to haul up the anchor, pulling with all their strength. Watching everyone work in perfect sync, Lee Ha couldn't help but sigh. This is the Navy's different kind of strength, completely unlike the Army. A few minutes later, the ship quickly put out to sea. Bok muttered softly, "Our ships look a bit lacking. If nothing unexpected happens, their resistance should drop." Seaver cut in, "But we didn't bring many cannons, Commander." Bok snapped angrily. I'm only trying to show off to an old acquaintance on land for once, and you call me Commander at a time like this." Lee Ha chuckled softly at their banter, then asked, "By the way, Commander, what's our strategy?" "The others could run into trouble sooner." Bok rubbed his face lightly and replied, "Our support will turn into something special." He said confidently, "We'll fight it straight on." Hearing that, Lee Ha instinctively compared the small fishing boat with the solid, sturdy warship. He hurriedly asked, "May I ask?" Lee Ha's eyes widened as if he was worried about something. Bok turned around and faced him to lay out the upcoming plan. "First, listen, there's a large Craven fleet ahead of us. Craven fleets 1 through 8 are the auxiliary force. If we fight them head-on, the main force will be hiding behind those small islands. Fleet 9 will then appear and strike like a storm. Hearing the full plan, Lee Ha seemed to guess it. If it's Fleet 9, then the second storm, commanded by Drake, is the main force. So the Craven are using a decoy tactic. Boke didn't hide anything and pointed it out directly. That's the core of the problem. Lee Ha could already picture his plan. So, as the commander-in-chief suggests, this will be a direct assault operation. Right? The small island where Fleet 9 is hiding is tricky. If we strike fast and decisively before Fleet 9 shows up, Boke cut him off immediately, but it won't be that easy. Lee Ha wondered why, and Boke didn't hesitate to explain in detail. In numbers, Craven and us are about the same, but the cannon performance is different. Our guns are Daybay. Maximum effective destructive range is about 0.3 nautical miles. 0.3 nautical miles is the effective range, and the maximum threat range is about 1.6 nautical mile. A nautical mile is a unit of distance at sea, equal to 1 minute of latitude, about 1,852 meters. Hearing the figures, Lee Ha pictured it in real terms. 0.3 nautical miles is roughly 550 meters, and 1.6 nautical miles is about 3,000 meters. In a game, the actual engagement range is around 1,000 meters. Magic can make up for Daybay's performance somewhat, but why is the gap still so huge? Then what about Craven's guns? Most are similar to ours. With a serious expression, Boke analyzed the enemy's situation. But every Craven fleet admiral has battleships and escort ships equipped with Culverin, an entirely different class of cannon. The Culverin is a type of siege cannon, with a longer barrel than a standard cannon but a smaller caliber. Therefore, it has a longer range but weaker firepower. Hearing this, Lee Ha's expression grew more anxious. He asked, Culverin, what exactly is their range? 3 times ours and double. Hearing Bok's answer left him even more astonished. Is that correct? Bok clarified, crossing his arms. 3 times the effective range and twice the maximum range. Do you understand what that means? Lee Ha now looked grim. In his mind, he calculated the results. Effective range 1,500 meters, maximum range 6,000 meters. Basically, our attacks wouldn't reach them. The sun was slowly sinking beneath the sea. Bok had also considered the scenario when facing the enemy, the moment the Serpent Fleet appeared. Our navy could be heading straight into hell. No need to search for bodies, they'd be right before our eyes. Lee Ha, feeling uneasy, asked, so what's your plan? After a moment of thought, Bok finally spoke. I owe someone a debt. Yes, the Supreme Commander of Grandview is in danger, and this is not the time for me to save myself. What do you mean? His words made Lee Ha think even more. Suddenly, a lookout high above spotted the enemy ships. He announced to everyone. Everyone below, I've spotted a large number of Graven ships ahead. Receiving the news, Bok immediately commanded everyone below. Excellent, relay the order to the entire fleet. Prepare for battle. Understood. But Lee Ha, now with a pale face, looked at him, thinking that he was ready to charge even knowing he might die. At that moment, a voice called from behind, Commander Bok. Lee Ha turned to question him. Are you really planning to board Drake's ship alone? While the other ships face Craven's 1-8 fleet, you'll be by yourself. When fleet number 9 appears, Bok looked at him calmly, speaking honestly. Do you wish to die? I thought you only wanted to get past that, old man, but it seems you truly have military talent. By now, Lee Ha had realized. This is not a strategy at all. If this campaign fails, the entire Drake Beach will be destroyed. Bok, with a determined face, ordered everyone. We need to settle this quickly. Our forces need to keep pace across the marching fields. Everyone on the ship seemed to be fighting with all their might. But Lee Ha, both unwilling to accept Bok and worried, realized this was the only way for the main force to survive. Leading troops from Drake Beach to the main force was a bold move. But what were the odds of success? No matter how skilled this ship was, and no matter how good our soldiers were, the success rate wouldn't exceed 20%. He clenched his teeth, finding the decision extremely difficult. Yet Lee Ha was eventually convinced by Bok's actions. He made his decision. I agree with your plan, Commander, but this campaign won't succeed. What? Please hear me out. I propose a new campaign. At Craven's fleet number 8, Ol watched Bok's ship from above and issued a warning. They're very close. Boris glanced at Fyodor, asking for status. Have all the anchors been lifted? What about the other fleet admirals? They're moving smoothly without any issues. Boris's sharp gaze demanded answers. And Supreme Commander Drake, fleet number 9 is waiting behind our formation. Understood. Boris, from the ship, issued orders to all his vessels. Each fleet moves with all escort ships ahead. Prepare to maneuver following Pubia. Ol, standing above, relayed Boris's commands. Entire fleet turn right. Turn right, estimated angle 10 degrees, current distance 5 nautical miles. Boris observed from below, directing the troops. Prepare to turn left, align with Pubil's movement. Pubil Culverin begin loading. Following his instructions, the soldiers began steering, left side. The fleet immediately turned left, heading straight forward. Boris continued issuing orders. Load Culverins, load Culverins. Open the starboard ports about 4.5 nautical miles ahead of Pubil. 2 Craven sailors, after observing Bok's ship, were puzzled. Why aren't those bastards fleeing today? Are they insane, knowing they're about to die, yet they don't run? Ol, standing above, gave orders. Prepare to fire the first shot. What the enemy? It seemed Bok's fleet had changed course, sharply turning right to retreat. Right side, turn right, adjust angle. Sharp right turn, right combat layer, hit maximum right angle. Seeing the change, Boris immediately ordered, pursue them. Turn right, report to Commander Drake. They will attack while we are stuck. Craven's fleet is right on Bok's tail. The swift ships cut through the waves, racing forward. At Craven's 8th fleet, Ole observed and noticed something unusual, so he reported it. Admiral, a small boat has slipped out toward the harbor while Pubil's battleships are retreating. Seeing the situation unstable, Fyodor wants to know Boris's course of action. What should we do? But it seems he underestimates Bok's ships. It's just a small boat. It doesn't matter. Contact the fleet behind us and let them handle it. We'll continue pursuing PBL fleet. Yes, sir. At Pubil's 2nd fleet, Scott frowned observing Craven's battleships. Commander Bok Chiora, after observing, reported back. They're coming. Craven's entire fleet is turning to the right. We're chasing each other. Everyone on the ship is busy preparing. Below deck, Bok, with a worried face, asked the navigation officer, "What's our speed? How fast are we going?" Chiora quickly analyzed the situation. "We're catching the wind, but it will take some time to reach maximum speed. Craven's fleet is getting closer, getting closer." Chiora, unable to hide concern, turned to report, "Sir, the enemy's ships are too fast, Admiral." Scott's face darkened at the news. He gave orders, "We have to continue like this." Bunga seemed hesitant and spoke up, "But we'll be caught even if we escape this time." Scott, with an angry face, turned and shouted, "This is a fight to the death. Even hiding among many fleets are we afraid." "I feel anger." "What?" Scott's eyes were dark. He pointed forward and instructed once more. "Once again, this battle requires risking everything, understood? It's frustrating not to lead the attack in this fight." Tranghi stood high, observing, quickly reporting down. Craven's lead ship, the fleet equipped with Gunvarin, is turning toward the harbor. Distance about 3.1, no, 3.2 nautical miles. Seeing trouble, Bok quickly gave orders. The enemy is firing cannons. Helm, prepare to dodge. Craven's ship cannons are loaded and ready. Scott seized the moment to give orders. Turn the wheel to dodge, a move to escape the shots. The attack range changes by adjusting speed or continuously changing direction. Craven's cannon fire kept coming. Bok's ship pilot quickly steered to avoid the attack. Luckily, they dodged in time. None of the shots hit. The rapid maneuver caused the ship to sway, water splashing on board. Scott quickly regained control, giving orders to everyone on board. "All right, now the fight to the death begins. Hold on until nightfall." To the 2nd Fleet's ships and the 1st Fleet's vanguard, "What should I tell them, Admiral?" Scott clenched his hands, showing determination. "Survive. Tell them to try to survive. Turn right again." At Seifids, everyone focused, mentally prepared to face Craven at any moment. Liha turned back, seemingly realizing something. He quickly reported to Bok, "Commander, some of the 2nd Fleet's ships were hit by cannon fire." Bok was also worried about his team's situation. Craven fires instinctively, even at distances where calculation is impossible. Liha glanced back, calculating silently. It's terrifying to be hit from 6,000 meters, even if hundreds of shots are fired. "Did I plan too boldly?" Bok suddenly asked. "What about you?" Liha looked surprised when he heard the question. Me, with a worried face, Bok wanted a clear answer. "Can you do it? Your attack follows the plan." Hearing that made Liha think deeply. Finally, he gave Bok assurance, "Of course. As you said, sir, this battle leaves no choice but to stay out of their sight." Hearing this, Bok smiled in satisfaction. "Your plan is still crazy, but I fully approve." Liha also understood his personality well. He is determined to charge without hesitation. Tranghi carefully observed the enemy ship, seemingly noticing something. Tranghi quickly reported the situation to everyone below. "They have spotted us from behind." An entire fleet turned toward the harbor and began pursuing us. But this time, Bok remained calm, reassuring everyone, "It's all right. They are still far from catching Selfish. This ship is said to be the fastest. Instead, the enemy has fallen into the trap. Let the battle begin." Receiving the order, Liha took the shoulder bag off and replied, "All right." He glanced around and commanded below, "Navigate full speed ahead." Full speed ahead. Below, everyone assumed battle-ready stances. Upon receiving the order, the helmsman immediately steered the ship straight forward. "Understood, full speed ahead." Liha waved his Agonia Oso cloak. He quickly drew his Sasra. It seemed the two fleets were nearing each other. The scouts observing from above continuously reported enemy movements. "The enemy is accelerating toward our command ship. Distance about 4 nautical miles. Fleet, confirmed twin-headed mace emblem." "That's Craven's 3rd Fleet." Upon hearing the scouts' report, Bok felt more excited. He muttered, "Good, the 3rd Fleet is Craven's most reckless and foolish. They act only on what they were taught. Perhaps they've long forgotten Drake's orders. All they think about is stopping enemies from the rear." Liha had his target in sight, just waiting for the right moment. "Exactly what I want." Bok appeared at the helm and proposed, "Hand me the helm, from now on I'll steer." "What, sir, you'll drive?" "Yes." Liha below was lining up the target perfectly. "Time to do something crazy." Bok placed his hands on the wheel and reminded, "You need a madman, turn full right." Bok's gaze was resolute, his voice booming like thunder. "Full right, 100 degrees starboard." The massive wheel immediately turned. His arms tensed against the whistling wind. Below, sailors gripped ropes tightly, every muscle strained as the giant ship cut through the waves, leaving a trail of white foam on the deep blue sea. In the distance, 3 enemy ships lined up, but the golden prow surged forward like a war beast. Suddenly turning, Bach asked, everyone holding steady. Tension thick, Tiro laughed. Captain, your steering skills aren't fatal, right? Quiet, his fierce voice rang out. I said call the naval commander. Liha was thrown forward, held by the rope around his waist. Waves were much stronger than expected. Thoughts raced in Liha's mind. We held our bodies with ropes from the side space. But it wasn't perfect, still better than nothing. My back hurts. Amid these thoughts, Bach called out. Hey, reinforcements. Liha jerked up, replying, what is it? He shouted urgently. You know what we need to find now, right? Of course, do you think I forgot? The binoculars focused on the flagship, a standout on the sea. Liha identified the target, the largest and most magnificent sail in the enemy fleet. The emblem on the sail was clear, twin-headed mace. Liha gripped his gun tightly, eyes blazing, and shouted. Got it? Bach furrowed his brow, his gaze cold as he addressed the main issue. Next mission, Liha kept his eyes on the binoculars. Find the person in the brightest outfit, expected near the critical deck area. A sly smile curved Bach's lips, confidence radiated. Good mast range, Grimska on the crow's nest shouted. Deck guns, current distance to Galian ship is 2.2 nautical miles, about 3 miles from the upper ship. We are within maximum Gunverin cannon range. Bach calmly steered, voice steady to reassure. It's fine. That means Galian is ahead, those dumb Gunverin cannons can't fire wildly. Grimska's voice reported. Half a mile more, we'll be at maximum range of Galian's cannons. He spun to ask Liha, all right, reinforcements, how much further? Bach's face darkened at the reply. 2 nautical miles from Guardian, but Liha shouted, correcting, no, not the distance to Gunlian. He looked back, warning broadly, distance to the command ship is 1 nautical mile. Bach spoke sternly, gripping the wheel. Do you know what that means? 1 mile to the command ship, so distance to Galian is. Liha replied nonchalantly, as if expected. Of course, Oren paled, trembling with worry. Captain, too close, Bach yelled but couldn't hide his concern. Don't interrupt when the captain is speaking. He clenched the wheel, muttering, crazy. With finger ready on the trigger, Liha confirmed. I already said this is madness. Bach, still slightly worried, couldn't hide his excited smile. All right, since we hold the key to madness, let's go all out. His command echoed over the open sea, close distance to 1 nautical mile from the command ship. Everyone ready. Deafening cannon blasts tore through the air, enemy guns flaring brightly. White water sprayed over the sea as the ship shuddered from the cannon's pressure. A crew member shouted, the enemy has begun firing. The whole ship shook violently. Below, Liha gritted his teeth. We fired at the Gunverin from the enemy command ship. The cannon blast sent columns of white water into the air, the ship trembling from the tremendous pressure. A crew member yelled, the enemy has started bombardment. The entire ship rocked violently. Below, Liha clenched his teeth. We fired the Gunverin from the enemy's command ship. The previous worry had vanished. Excitement surged. Wasn't this thrilling? Who wouldn't want to fight in the most insane and fierce naval battle in history? Grimska shouted the ship's heading, distance about 1.8 nautical miles from the enemy's Galian. Their ship was heading toward the enemy fleet. He said, soon we'll be within maximum range of their cannon. He didn't care, fully trusting the ship's capabilities. Never mind, we're not slow enough to dodge the cannon fire. Gil Ryder peered through the binoculars, the navigator timing the cannon fire perfectly. Current distance about 1.7 nautical miles, we're now in cannon range. Seems they will fire before closing another 0.2 nautical miles. Grimska roared like a cannon across the clear sky. Do you hear me? Prepare starboard side. After dodging toward heading 345 degrees, immediately restore position. The sailors aboard Dong Than understood he was steering. Bit by bit approaching the enemy ship, now 1.5 nautical miles from the Galian. Port side he went pale, drenched in sweat for about a minute. All cannons from the command ship and the Galian will fire. Grimska shouted, wanting to confirm information for another minute. What's the distance to the command ship and the Galian? Grimska turned to observe the fleet. 1.5 nautical miles to the command ship, 0.7 to the Galian. Lihan gripped his gun tightly, mind full of calculations as he aimed. Distance to the command ship about 2.7 km, to the Galian about 1.3 km. He closed his eyes, bracing for the decisive shot. 1 minute more, countdown begins, 60, 59, 58. Suddenly his call cut through the silence, reinforcements. Just this once, I'll make sure we aren't hit by any means necessary. Can you do it in that time? Lihan focused entirely as he aimed, his voice full of confidence. Of course, Grimska shouted. Sound echoing like a challenge to death itself. Darkness fell. The calm sea suddenly rippled. A drop hit the surface, spreading blue waves as the ship glided. The sailors on deck were confused, standing near the edge as waves splashed. The waves settled. He shouted orders, hands gripping the wheel, accelerate. Each golden ship glided lightly, causing small vibrations around. Suddenly the ship lunged forward, water spraying everywhere. Lihan lay still, numbers running through his mind. counting down 21, 20. The enemy started firing, but the numbers kept appearing in his head. 19. Cannons rained down around the ship, creating shockwaves. The counting echoed in Lihan's mind, slow and heavy. 6, 5. Now the surrounding noise couldn't distract him. Internally calming, relaxing. Breath held tight, fingers sweating cold. 3, 2. Lihan's finger touched the trigger. The world outside blurred, leaving only the target awaiting his shot. As the mental count reached the final number, everything froze. The mud-brown ships caught the wind at sea. Satisfaction showed on Lucy's face, unaware that a fool was in Phi Beale, who would recklessly charge alone like this. He smiled slyly, thinking victory was near. This was truly a free opportunity. He hadn't expected a chance like this after being moved to the rear line. Meanwhile, Liha lay aiming on another boat. Lucy wanted to confirm the situation before ordering, "Are the guns ready?" Ole didn't hesitate and replied clearly, "Yes, preparations complete." Gun in hand, he was just waiting for the right moment to pull the trigger. The bullet pierced Lucy's neck as the naval officer spoke. "Yes, we will start from," shouts spread across the sea. "Admiral, Admiral." Corporal Hadrick observed from afar and could tell, no artillery incoming. Craven's third fleet seemed in chaos. Tension showed on Ilya's face. Did he really shoot the opposing admiral? Even Hadrick flinched. This crazy operation had truly succeeded. Grimska fully confident in his decisive actions, just as expected. Even if only sending reinforcements, the right people were assigned. Gale Ryder didn't want to risk anything. The mission was complete. "So now shall we leave, Captain?" Liha immediately intervened. "We haven't gone anywhere yet." The sniper's shell casing fell. As he readied the next shot, Liha assessed the situation through binoculars. 3 more fleets remained behind. Now Grimska understood Liha's earlier warning. Hardrick flinched at the sudden news. Apologies, Gale Ryder was equally startled as his crew. What? Things had reached a dangerous level. Liha urged the sailors to coordinate. "Eliminate Craven's remaining 3 fleets behind. We must break the rear fleets before Drake arrives." Someone urged Grimska but received no reply. "Commander, turn the ship, what are you doing?" The system suddenly displayed a message. "Defense battle, special mission operations in the Dak-Chiu Beach Area 1. It set a requirement for the players. Stop the Craven Navy from taking control of the entire Deck Beach area within 20 days. Or assassinate at least 4 of Craven's admirals, the commanders of the 4 fleets." The reason Liha stayed calm was that he had steeled himself for this. 3 more to go, no need to be surprised. "I came here with a clear purpose from the start." Wasting 20 days on a beachhead while the war situation kept shifting, when an explosion had just happened right in front of Liha, was utterly ridiculous. If the admiral or the captain was a player, the chaos could last longer. But if an NPC took over command, order would be restored quickly. To end things as fast as possible before the Supreme Commander stepped in, the best choice was to bring down all 4 admirals somehow. Liha's detailed analysis still wasn't enough to complete the mission. The problem was that I lacked experience shooting from a ship, and I'd been trying to close the distance. But Buck solved both problems. I couldn't thank him enough for that. The wave nullification skill, acceleration, and the plan to charge in recklessly. The Navy soldiers wanted to back Buck up. "Commander, tell us your plan." But he was overflowing with anger and went on the offensive. Everyone asked again to be sure. "Is there another plan?" Determined to take the enemy down for Dan and Buck. "Attack faster." Liha mapped out a route for the team. "Commander, if we don't move to the nearest fleet behind us, Fleet 3 might recover." Gale Ryder couldn't help worrying about the instability. "Commander, I'm not trying to object, but you're not planning to follow his plan, are you?" "Right?" Buck immediately opened up a new approach. "Reinforcement, are you serious?" Liha's eyes were full of confidence. "If taking down just 1 admiral and throwing just 1 fleet into chaos is enough for you to win the later war, then against the Craven fleets we can head back." He lowered his head and chuckled as he took the ship's wheel. Buck didn't follow the original plan. "Fine. Change course again. We'll swing around behind Craven and re-engage the 3 fleets in the rear." Hadrick didn't look pleased at all. "Commander." Buck is speaking endlessly, hoping to energize his subordinates. "Everyone, do not be afraid. Remember, we are the Flagfish Guild, the fish that cross the vast blue sea. You haven't yet heard the song Beyond the Blue Horizon in the Boundless Ocean." A strong voice rises. "Our joy and victory lie just beyond that horizon." A ship urgently moves forward under the captain's orders. "Turn fully to the right and move at full speed." The ship glides swiftly. Craven Fleet number 7. Sailors rush to deliver urgent news. "Admiral, I bring urgent news. The Admiral of Fleet 3 has died." Vuoncorp hears this and turns sharply. "What?" Baranov is drenched in sweat. "The Admiral of the 3rd Fleet has been confirmed dead. Fleet 3 is now merging with Fleet 2 nearby and is in the process of reorganization." The truth is partially revealed by Baranov. The cause of the Admiral's death is still unknown, and enemy ships are rapidly approaching Fleet 2. Volkov cannot believe his ears. "What are you saying? Lucy is dead." His questions remain unanswered. What? Why do the NPC commanders not know this? Exactly. Could it be that the NPCs still don't know because this is news received through a secret message? Baranov's system flashes instantly, updating news faster than the control panel itself. Our Fleet 2 has begun firing. Enemy ships are maneuvering to dodge. The chaotic scene at sea cannot hinder the ship. The distance is about 1.5 miles. But Fleet 2 is currently merging into Fleet 3, so their concentrated artillery is. Baranov is extremely tense witnessing the actual situation. What has happened here? Yuan-Kat finds a simple solution. Just launch a speedboat to block the enemy's anticipated path and disrupt their movement while using artillery. Right, but even Baranov is trembling. The Admiral of Fleet 2 has. The result is beyond Volkov's imagination. Dead. Dragu stands firm against the strong wind to observe carefully. Flag signals are sent from Fleet 3. The admirals of Fleets 2 and 3 are confirmed dead. After receiving multiple bad reports, Volkov warns his teammates. Immediately relay this message to the Admiral of Fleet 4, tell him to flee. The enemy has brought some secret weapon. Vuong Corp has never been this flustered, and contact Commander Drake immediately. Baranov freezes, the Admiral is over there. The symbol on the white sail helps everyone recognize each other. A sound echoes with the arrival of the special ship, Commander Drake. Cut to the scene, the ones causing chaos come from the Flagfish Guild. They are extremely excited. Let's go, these are cannon shots, everyone hold tight. A volley of cannonballs is fired, aimed straight at the single target, the ship adrift in the sea. A crew member stands on the deck observing everything. Warning to everyone, ships from Fleets 2 and 3 are behind us. Bok fears neither heaven nor earth, steering the ship with a provocatively confident expression. Ignore them, they cannot land a hit on us, even with hundreds of ships. What can Craven's foolish pursuit do? Their artillery will struggle to hit us. Then he immediately orders, reinforce the remaining 2 8-admiral units, each commanding a fleet, though there should be a follow-up order, it will take time to assimilate the fleet of the dead admiral and reorganize it. Organize everything. And then he turns to Liha. While they are still in chaos, the rest depart. Are you ready? Liha responds, of course I am ready. Suddenly information appears before a crew member, leaving him stammering. Commander, what does he look like? What's going on? We received an emergency signal from the main fleet. Draven's personal fleet is rapidly approaching them. He continues reporting. From the distant sea in the direction we face, heading straight toward 12:30. Bok, now though still proud, shows some humility, sweating. Certainly. A man appears in his mind. Around him are images of extremely ferocious sharks. I told you he can smell blood more keenly than sharks. Ole on the deck notices something else. The snake fleet is visible. Its speed is nearly equal to this ship. A giant vessel suddenly appears, speeding rapidly toward them. No faster than this ship. The crew member fears Captain Drake is coming. He replies, I know. Others panic while Bok remains exceptionally calm. He is not heading toward his own main fleet but toward us. Immediately, he initiates combat morale. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Bok's expression grows stern. The second storm is approaching the Flagfish Guild. Over here, a tall man, the supreme commander of Craven's NPCs, Hogwarts Dragon, stroked his chin and marveled. Someone's very bold. Among them, he muttered so softly that the people nearby couldn't make out his words. Nin said, I know he's got a big heart, but is he really capable of doing something like that? I don't quite get it. The man's eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp, brimming with killing intent. He killed 2 admirals with just 1 ship. How did you push things that far? That wasn't your skill, was it? Or do you have someone else? Look at the situation right now. He immediately ordered, contact every fleet that's chasing Pubil's main fleet. Hop truly didn't understand what his commander was calculating. What do you mean, Commander? If we don't chase Pubil's main fleet, what are we supposed to do? Drake's face darkened. Haven't you noticed? Don't you understand what that ship is? He was still confused. I'm sorry, but I still don't know. How the hell am I supposed to see something that far away without a damn scope? Drake explained patiently, that ship is called Sailfish. It belongs to the naval commander. Pubil whispered, the commander's ship. The Sailfish Guild's vessel kept charging forward, because the image of a sailfish never falling became their symbol. This was a golden opportunity. If the enemy leader acted alone, even after taking down 2 enemy admirals, then if Sailfish stopped, it would die. Capturing the enemy ship would secure victory. Drake raised his hand and ordered the fleet, contact all units. Leave Pubil's main fleet alone. Instead, encircle the small ship around the 4th fleet. Now the 2 ships could see each other clearly, and the battle was about to heat up like never before. Use every skill you've got. We're going to face Bok right now at maximum speed. Round and round the same pattern. On Pubil's 2nd fleet ship, the crewman noticed something off and rushed over. Admiral Scott, Craven's fleet is acting strange. Scott asked at once, what is it? The sailor replied, they're not changing course. He continued, describing in detail the positions of Craven's fleet as they attacked. Fire from the port side, then turn starboard to build speed, then fire from starboard. Then turn back again to gain speed and fire from the stern. It's Scott's voice hardened as he gripped the helm and asked slowly. The craven fleets that were chasing us in that repetitive pattern have stopped. Admiral Scott lifted his binoculars. What are you doing? I'll check it myself. His usually calm expression changed instantly. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He stammered out an order, contact the entire fleet, emergency course change. Now, seeing the crewmen still hesitate, he barked. The commander is in danger, they found him. All fleets moved the moment they received the order. The whole armada turned back and pressed close behind Craven's fleet. On this side, the Sailfish group received a system notification. Our main fleet has turned back, leading the other 6 Craven fleets before regrouping. Someone shouted excitedly, "Good, then we'll be able to win. We have 8 fleets, so we can definitely win." We just look at the numbers, right? But there were dissenting opinions. Still, with Drake coming toward us, this should be an easy win at the very least. He argued clearly, no, our survival chances just went up. Drake wouldn't come to us if their main fleet were in trouble. Lee Ha cut in, wait, did you just say our main fleet turned back? Darius stayed cheerful. Yeah, I'm not sure if they want to fight, but it looks like they're concentrating too. Gathering around the gun batteries, so they're probably going to engage, right? Lee Ha's face darkened as he thought. 6 Craven fleets, aside from 2, were still regrouping against our 8 Pupil fleets. If we joined in an all-out barrage, we might have a chance. His eyes fixed forward, full of killing intent. But that couldn't happen. The casualties would be enormous. We had to protect as many lives as possible. A combat system map appeared. We had to preserve our strength as much as possible to catch up with the enemy in the Eastern Ice March region. It wasn't just about winning and moving on after the battle at the embankment. We needed to look at the whole war. He immediately called the commander. Issue the orders, contact the main fleet, and tell them to stay away. Lee Ha's eyes widened as he stared at the commander in shock. They were not allowed to engage Craven. Hearing that, he was anxious, yet he still smiled, showing his trust in Commander Bach. The crew couldn't believe what they'd just heard. What? But why? Still steering the ship, the commander continued in a stern tone. Send a message to Admiral of Fleet 2, notify Scott. That's my order. The Pupil fleet is not to engage Craven. Kagi, hold the rudder tight. Tell them to focus only on escaping while Craven is pursuing them as he is now. Any half-hearted tactics will only lead to a chaotic battle. Everyone immediately obeyed. Understood. Lai lowered his face. Smirking, Bach clapped loudly to draw attention. Now everyone focus, steer left to evade, turn sharply. The ship turned instantly, readying for combat. Birds circled the sky below, warships faced each other. Fierce battle was about to begin. Same day, 9 a.m. On the plains of the Minis front, the army under Grandview's command stirred with battle-ready fervor. Strong winds swept across the vast grasslands, tossing his warship. Grandview's eyes brimmed with the steadfast, unyielding resolve of a seasoned commander. He clenched his fist, his commanding voice resonating, rousing the troops' spirit. What is our purpose in an age where war has overshadowed peace? Every word he spoke was like a stimulant, igniting the soldiers' fighting will. We are the last hope. We must protect our homeland. Victory or defeat depends on you. Under the blazing sun, Grandview's back loomed like an impregnable fortress. His thunderous voice continued the rallying cry. We have defeated the Demon King's army before, and this time will be no different. The horn of hope will sound once again. He drew the sharp sword that had fought with him through countless battles. The blade gleamed. Do you want a reward? I assure you, you will get one, but it will not be a trivial item. Hope cannot be found in a single gold coin. Grandview roared. We fight not just for reward, but for our country, driven by conscience and the pride filling your hearts, and we will be recorded in history. He raised his sword high, radiating heroic spirit, proud defenders of Pupil. Let the world know. History will remember us not just as individuals. Raise your swords, stand tall, fear not, and fight. The entire army swung their swords and spears in unison at his call. Then Grandview pointed his sword at the enemy, voice booming. All soldiers, charge. The army surged forward at his command. With unstoppable momentum, Bai Vu led the charge, gritting his teeth, eyes blazing with determination. Do not chase glory and forget your duty. Attack fiercely while tightly guarding behind each 5-star tank. Bai Vu shouted. Forward, breath and sound carried by the wind urged each warrior to defend their land. The others responded in unison. Forward, thundered across the field. 2 armies from both sides surged forward like a tsunami. On the Minis front, Yu observed the battle. Forces of Seabran Academy and Stitchout swarmed. The commander's situational forces were now positioned at the foothill zone. Ed voiced concern. Commander Grandview, do you really think this is okay? Grandview replied. What do you mean? Ed began analyzing how Minis' formation was unusually pointed, which was abnormal. He continued a closer examination. For defense, using a U-shaped formation could bait the enemy or create a defensive barrier. If our forces attack both flanks and spread left and right, the Minis' army of 1.3 million soldiers would not easily maneuver comfortably in this formation. Yet, why do they maintain it? Grandview glanced at him, calmly replied, I know. Ed responded in surprise. What? Grandview then said, I just received a recent report. Scattered defensive forces across Minis have left their fortresses and regrouped. Hearing this, Ed was shocked. breaking out in cold sweat. Puzzled, he asked his commander, "But do we still continue the attack?" Grandview's expression darkened, firmly committed to his objective. Everyone was likely expecting this. Why not? Moreover, the fox in the meadow overlooked that some things in this world cannot be overturned by strategy alone. Absolute tactics. The Minis forces number 1.3 million, while PBL has 1.66 million soldiers. The few cannot encircle the many. Regardless of strategy, this rule cannot change. Both sides continued fierce combat. Bai Vu resembled a hungry wolf. He unleashed his strength, clashing with each enemy one by one. Grandview slightly frowned. "I've already stayed one step ahead of you, Yuan." On the left of PBL's formation, Munich's mage leaped into the sky, dust flying, lightning flashing from his hand. The battlefield erupted with energy as both sides readied for an escalating clash. The moment he tried to attack the pupil troops standing below, Bill Nim fired a shot straight into his face, sending the mage tumbling into the water. He let out a cry of pure agony at Bionim's sudden strike. Fighting side by side with Bill Nim, Kai Rong didn't forget to leave him a word of praise. "Nice shot, Bionim. Keep taking down the mages in the air." Bionim answered at once, "Don't worry, my aim is dead on." In a single moment of inattention, the giant on Minis' side closed in on Kai Rong. He raised his massive hammer high and roared. Then he smashed the hammer straight into Kai Rong, the wind seeming to split in two. The ground shook violently, rubble bursting upward in a choking cloud. It seemed that after such a heaven-shaking blow, Kai Rong had no way to withstand it. But at that hair's-breadth moment, he managed to raise his shield in time, stopping the ferocious strike. In the blink of an eye, someone had already slipped up behind the giant. The giant took slashes that tore open flesh, crimson blood spraying instantly. He howled in pain. Kai Rong steadied himself and clearly rallied the Minis' troops. "We have to hit the flank of the central force. We have to punch through this line before Alexander arrives and starts striking our flank." The soldiers recognized him at once. They shouted in unison, "It's Kai Rong, stick close to Captain Kai, stay with him." Kai Rong continued to exhort them. "Don't think of this as a simple one-on-one fight. Attack with resolve. With tight coordination and mutual support, we will win for sure. Charge." On the right side of Pupil's formation, morale surged sky-high. They surged forward together, throwing themselves into battle. But just as their advance rolled in like a raging flood, a figure suddenly appeared to block them, stopping them from moving ahead. The stranger spoke coolly, "Hold it, soldiers, stop." "What? Why are you blocking us?" He was dressed head to toe in black, his coat tails whipping in the wind. With both hands casually in his pockets, he faced the chaotic melee ahead. His demeanor was unnervingly calm. The stranger laid out a tactic with steady composure. "We'll strike the flank where their defensive line is thinnest. I'll give you the signal. Follow me." The pupil soldiers stared blankly. "What are you doing?" Someone even shouted in panic. "Are you insane? Don't step outside Heller's boundary." But his next move made the soldiers' eyes go wide. He pulled two crimson Gekuzu pistols from his pockets. The two guns shot upward, spun once in midair, then neatly settled back into his hand. His eyes flashed. In an instant, bullets screamed out from the twin crimsons. Their trajectories interwove into a lethal steel net. They dropped enemy after enemy. The two guns kept whirling through the air, the barrels constantly spinning. Sparks flew, yet no matter how agile their motion, in the end they moved as if they had minds of their own, obediently returning to his hands. They continued firing deadly shots. Every bullet pierced straight through an enemy's skull. Agonized groans rang out. "Ah, ugh!" The enemies fell one after another before they could even react. The soldiers' eyes widened. They seemed to realize who the man before them was. No one else, it was Kit. Watching the players vanish one by one, Kit said calmly, "Their defensive line is gone now." Only then did the pupil soldiers snap back to themselves. "Oh right," they immediately rallied. "Advance, there's a gap in their defense, smash their line." "Stay close to Kit, just stay with him." Kit's face darkened, just as I thought. His handsome features were half hidden beneath chestnut brown hair. His war cloak fluttered in the wind, the familiar crimson gripped tightly in his hand. War really is a nuisance. Chio and Yuan reappeared at Minis' command office. The man was trembling all over as if he'd already guessed what was coming, just as expected of Grandview. "Isn't this a bit too dangerous? We're under pressure from both left and right. Still, the central force is holding up fairly well. We can't underestimate Pai Gu and the Golden Dragon." "That's exactly what I'm saying. Those outsiders from FBL are dangerous, but the real threat is Grandview." Suddenly he slammed his hand on the table and snarled, "This basic tactic is to exploit the difference in numbers, the thing that damned bastard is best at. Do you still not understand how urgent this situation is? When will the trump card arrive? You said he'd get here before Bill Nim." She kept a blank face as if nothing was wrong and replied, "Unfortunately, Alexander's data feed has been restricted. It may take more time before he arrives." Yuan couldn't hide his anger and shouted, "Restricted where, by who? I thought he was the best among the outsiders." Having heard what she wanted to hear, Chio finally smiled in satisfaction and replied, Who could restrict the dragon's man? That's what I'm saying. If you're that worried, would you like to take a look? Through the orb, you'll see Balapoo. Balapus opened its mouth wide, gathering an orb in front of its jaws to attack. It fired the orb straight at Jaigun. The orb's power was enormous, and the sky filled with a thick black smoke. Seeing that, Jaigun seemed furious and cursed. Damn that dragon. He crouched behind the boulder, drinking a healing potion while thinking everything through. Compared with the time needed to summon a huge boulder or a light rain, the length of time he could hold his breath had been extended. Jaigun tossed the potion bottle aside, still calculating. He had a feeling both of their attack stats had increased by at least 30%. Damn it, this complicated game really gave them that much power at max level. Balapus hovered in midair, waiting for him to show himself. Meanwhile, Jaiwoon stayed entrenched behind the boulder, silently cursing. No one knew how hard he'd pushed himself to keep up with that stupid dragon, and now he was being worn down. Outside, Alexander kept provoking Jaiwoon to draw him out. Come back out, Lee Jaiwoon. Jaigun was so mad he was practically steaming, hurling insults nonstop. Bastard, filthy bastard. Get that dragon out of here and fight me one-on-one like a real man. Go on, but you don't want that because you're scared, aren't you? Alexander glanced down and declared, I am the one who maintains order and delivers justice. I do not take part in battles born of grudges or personal desire. Hearing that phony speech, Jaiwoon only smiled and mocked him with a middle finger. Really? So as someone who doesn't fight for grudges or personal desires, that's why you've been fighting me this whole time, right? Why don't you try making that sound more reasonable? Alexander leveled his sword straight at Jaiwoon and reaffirmed, I am Balapus's only companion, devoted to protecting justice. He even threatened, if you obstruct my pursuit of justice, I will not forgive you, Lee Jaigun. And that includes you as well. Alexander reached out as if to seize something from the air. Cut it out, I'll be there in a moment. From behind the boulder, Jaiwoon watched it all, silently sneering. The guy was talking to himself now, what a loser. A plan had formed in his mind. He would use this chance to unleash the Giga and Lynx lightning bolts, and Link souls at the same time. That way his attack could reach that level. At that moment, Balapus lifted its draconic snout and sniffed the air. Very quickly, it found Jaiwoon's trail thanks to the outburst earlier. Got you. Alexander's longsword also turned toward Jaiwoon's position. It is a grave sin to block a general's path, Lee Jaigun. The tip of his blade touched down right on Jaigun's head at the perfect moment. Alexander didn't hesitate and pressed the sword down hard. Companion. He shot Jaiwoon a contemptuous look while Balapus declared, your execution requires strength. With death closing in, Jaiwoon couldn't hide the shock and doubt on his face. I can't ignore your role, my role. But the sword didn't pierce Jaigun. Alexander then ordered Balapus, let's go Balapus. Seeing that, Jaiwoon ground his teeth and demanded, wait, where are you two running off to? Before leaving, Alexander left only one line behind. Reflect on yourself and come find me again, outside the war between humans. Balapus's flying speed was astonishing. The two were gone in no time. From far away, only an echo remained. The time for justice will come. Sweat pouring down his face, Jaiwoon couldn't help but sigh. That was why he couldn't take his eyes off that man, not even for a moment. What a boring person. In a vast open area, the two sides faced off directly. After working the screen for a while, HWA Yon finally announced, left, 11 o'clock. The right and center are on the other side of the screen. Jaiwoon heard every word clearly. Just follow what she relayed at 11 o'clock, everyone move that way. I see a gap there, we'll break through. The Blue Army quickly regrouped and surged forward under HWA Yon's guidance. We're almost there, we're almost there. We're overwhelming the enemy. Even while fighting, Jaiwoon was thinking of someone else. He wondered what Lee Ha was doing. He wished Lee Ha were here to see this. Bullets were quickly loaded into the gun. Kit looked around at everything and a question rose in his mind. Was this Minasao's end? Something seemed to have happened, leaving him staring in stunned disbelief. The soldiers fighting on the other side looked up at the sky, all of them terrified. It turned out Balapus had flown here. When everyone saw it, they shouted, the leader is here. Kit didn't look pleased to see Balapus. At last, he's shown himself. Alexander sat atop Balapus and charged straight forward. Everyone has figured out his flight path. He's heading straight for the command center. Grandview and Fire Dian are both on guard against those two. With his sharp eyes, Kit had already seen through Alexander's plan. He meant to wipe out the commander the moment he arrived, pulling a dirty trick, Alexander. He quickly sent a signal to everyone, silently hoping the idiot at the rampart would receive it as soon as possible. The system panel appeared. The chain teleport skill of the 3 royal guards had been activated. At that moment, Bach strained with everything he had to control the helm. The ship shot forward in the direction Bach steered. An approaching force sent a sailor into a panic. The rest of the crew scrambled about the ship, turning it into total chaos. Lee Ha took a deep breath to steady himself. He raised his gun to aim. Even in chaos, I'm still a marksman. To fulfill this destiny, I have to stay calmer than anyone else. Lying on the ship's boom, he forced himself to hold steady. I have to keep complete control of myself, locked in place on this boom. Lee Ha measured his target with meticulous care. Distance, about 1,900 meters. Accuracy would be around 70%. He gave a strange little smile. If I took a shot like this in training, Captain Wrong would chew me out. This is a shot I shouldn't take. Lee Ha knew the price. Low accuracy would expose his position. As a marksman, he had to handle surprises like this on his own. Still, I can't always insist on ideal conditions. Sometimes I have to accept a certain risk. Lee Ha squeezed the trigger at once. The bullet tore through the air. At that moment, an enemy fleet officer was hiding behind a mast. Hearing the sound, he turned around, panicked, too late to react. The bullet slammed into his head and half his skull exploded. The system panel displayed a notice: prevent Craven's navy from landing anywhere in this sea region for 2 days, or assassinate at least 4 senior customs commanders under Craven. Rewards are distributed based on defensive effort, plus 1,500 upon success. Lee Ha was thrilled when he nailed that officer. Mission complete. A senior officer of Craven's 4th Fleet is dead. Bok stepped over, laughing in delight. He was stunned that the shot was that accurate. A crewman reported to Bok that reinforcements were sweeping the area. Then he asked whether Lee Ha had finished the mission. He immediately unfastened his restraints and dropped onto the deck. Worry was written all over his face. What is this? No one knew when it happened, but the ship under Bok's command had been surrounded. Gale Ryder continued his report. The captain hadn't been able to turn the helm in time. He said, "They mustn't disrupt your focus, sir." Bok was both helpless and calm. War is always like this. There's no victory without sacrifice. Lee Ha turned back to look at the two of them. His heart was heavy with thoughts. The sailors whispered among themselves, all of them anxious. "Mr. Ngyu, can you write a message on a paper scroll?" "No, jam. We'll get the contribution reward if we can survive." His face darkened as he changed magazines, mind calculating carefully. Yubil treated them as illegal intruders. Graven ranked first among what they were dealing with. The rear exit was sealed off by the 2nd and 3rd Fleet. As he reloaded, the remaining fleet provided cover along the flank of their only escape route. They could push forward. In this situation, after loading, Lee Ha lowered the muzzle slightly, scanning the seemingly normal sea. He pictured the terrain and mapped out a plan. The new encirclement had only just been set. It wasn't within the bombing zone yet. If they kept closing in at this speed, they would enter that range. He stood up. "What should we do, Commander?" Bok answered without hesitation. "What do you think we can do? We'll drift like lost hatchlings in the middle of the sea." Suddenly, Lee Ha shouted, "Full speed ahead, we need to push through fast." Bok didn't understand what was happening. "What?" He closed his eyes in resignation. "Don't tell me you don't know what's ahead." He explained, "It's the Serpent Fleet, and right now, that's the only hope we've got. The same will happen to the others. As long as we don't give up, we're fine." Everyone was dizzy and shaken, but they still didn't give up. In a situation like this, what else can we even do? Seeing his teammates' morale collapse, Lee Ha shot them a stern look and lectured them. "Stop obsessing over these little details and focus on what matters. Keep your eyes on the key point of this battle." Buck muttered off to the side, "The most important thing, you've been ready to fight at any moment. They'll only suffer real losses if Drake dies in this battle. So if Drake dies, we win." The sails fluttered wildly in the wind. "Please listen, I've got an idea." 20 minutes passed. The enemy warships had now advanced much closer. All hands hurried to their tasks. "Hurry up, move, everyone, grab every wooden crate on the ship and throw it into the sea. Dump all the baggage overboard." On the other side, a man appeared standing among the soldiers. He wore a sinister look and had icy, razor-sharp eyes. A blazing red magic circle appeared. A voice carried over and Buck froze. Drake narrowed his eyes in warning. "We've already won, all of you prepare to die. Any struggle now is meaningless." Hearing Drake's provocation, Buck forced a smile, but inside he was deeply unsettled. The cargo crates floating on the sea left Drake confused. "What are you trying to do now? Lighten the ship or some other way to kill our senior officer?" Buck shot back, "Drake, you're the one invading our waters." He didn't stop there, his tone grew even harsher. "How dare you treat us like we're illegal fishing boats?" Seeing the commander tense up, Gale Ryder leaned in. "Commander, aren't we using magic?" With no sound amplification, Drake probably can't hear you. Buck flushed with embarrassment, then immediately used magic. Sound amplification. He repeated what he'd said, still mortified. "You're the one invading our waters. How dare you treat us like illegal fishing boats?" Drake said nothing, his gaze turned colder than ever. He pointed a finger straight at them. "This isn't even worth answering." The two ships faced off and Drake continued his warning. "From now on, if you dare respond, or if I so much as hear you speak, I won't hesitate. I'll smash this fishing boat to pieces." Buck felt a chill at that terrifying coldness. "I order you to set course for the Serpent Sea." Buck could only fall silent, not knowing what to say. He muttered in fear, with just one word from that man, everything would be over. In his mind's eye, Drake appeared. Activating firepower. If he just said fire, even from 2 miles away, our ship would be destroyed. Suddenly, a distant voice echoed in, calling for Commander Buck. It turned out the one using amplification was Scott. He was utterly panicked, making the instability of the situation obvious. Buck, worried about dragging everyone down with him, said, "Damn it, brothers, if you can't make it in time, then just," Drake abruptly warned again. "Don't try anything pointless, Buck. This is your warning, stop." The ocean scene spread out before them. Buck's warship was surrounded by Drake's ships. In the distance, his reinforcements were struggling to come to the rescue. Drake's voice rang out, making Scott hesitate. "Come any closer and we'll wipe out the Marlin fleet." No matter what, Scott cared most about the commander's safety. "Contact every gun magazine in the fleet. If they harm the commander, fire." Even after making that bold decision, Scott still hesitated in the face of the dilemma, even if the entire pupil navy might have to die. Following Scott's orders, the ship slowly advanced at 1 nautical mile per hour so they wouldn't be detected. Hogwarts Rake's eyes grew sharper and sharper. "Your life is all we want. Once we have it, we'll leave. I'm sure you don't want your closest associates to drown here. Get off the ship and head to the Sobbin Sea." Hearing that, Buck waved as he issued orders and replied, "I'd love to, but my brothers don't want that to happen." Following Buck's orders, Silver lifted a telescope to observe the enemy's position while Buck distracted them. The moment he left a mark on the ship, he knew what would happen next. He spun around. "Have you found him yet?" Silver could only answer in frustration, "No, sir, there's no sign of Drake anywhere." Buck ground his teeth, cursing in fury. That damned Drake was the supreme commander, yet he was hiding behind his own subordinates. The crew under Buck's command scrambled, trying every possible way to pinpoint Drake's location. "We can't find him. Hurry, tell everyone to keep searching. We can't let him get away." Judging the distance, the man spoke again. "Stop trying to stall, Buck. I'll give you 30 seconds to leave." Buck could no longer keep calm. He turned and told his people the bare essentials. Stop focusing on his cloak. He may have changed clothes and blended in with his own men. Then he softened his voice, worry flooding his chest as he spoke to Silver. "As for Drake, we don't know exactly how, but he's wary of us only killing the admirals." "That's what it looks like," Silver replied. He propped his chin on his hand, grinding his teeth in frustration. But distance was the real problem. The gap between the Flagfish Guild and the Serpent Sea was about 2 hours. An extreme long-range sniping mission at a target we haven't even located. He clenched his fist and let out a bitter smile, confident, yet insecure. "I know our reinforcements are incredibly reliable, but can he really pull this off?" But it didn't seem they had that much time. Drake cut into his muttering again. "I said 30 seconds, Boke. I can see you've started moving." The ship still cruised forward unhurriedly, fearing neither heaven nor earth. 30 seconds for you to run away? Is that what you mean? Fine, I promise I won't attack you for 30 seconds. Drake was truly enraged by Boke's flippant, mocking attitude. "Stop talking nonsense, only 20 seconds left." Boke kept wearing a confident smile laced with slyness. "And if I refuse?" The Serpent Sea Fleet's emblem appeared on the sail, signaling a brutal battle was about to begin. "Then I'll show you why they call me the Raging Storm." The sky began to shift in an unforeseen way. Clear blue overhead was instantly swallowed by gray. A colossal force enveloped the entire area. The Flagfish Guild sailors saw the situation grow more unstable than ever. "Quartermaster, prepare everything we need. Hurry, raise the barrier shields." Drake is making his move. "The shields won't work, that's only an instant skill." Thunder and lightning roared across that pitch-black sky, hanging directly above the Flagfish Guild's ship, ready to swallow them at any moment. One strike and this ship would sink. Boke's face darkened. He could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. Drake still gave him a chance. 7 seconds left. He clenched his jaw, unwilling to yield. "You promise you won't hurt my men if I board your ship, right?" The sea had begun to heave, and the number of lightning bolts kept rising. Drake kept his word as he answered Boke. "Of course, you really are idiots, but still, your numbers are way beyond what I expected." Boke let out a sly laugh. The hesitation from earlier had faded somewhat. They knew they'd suffer heavy losses if they fought us head-on. Outside, Pubil's second fleet, led by Scott, tried to persuade him. There was no way down to the command ship. Scott truly couldn't hold himself back. Tears streamed down his face while his hands clenched tight in bitter rage. Off to the side, his face twisted, eyes wide as bloodshot veins burst across them. "If anything happens to our commander, we, the Pubil Navy, won't let you off. Even if it sparks a blood-soaked war between both nations." Boke and Silver, without a word, wore the same look of utter contempt. "Have I told you why I didn't want to appoint him captain? In the end, that really was the right call, sir." The final decision was made. The Flagfish Guild lowered a small boat into the sea. Buck immediately climbed down the ladder and jumped onto the boat. "All right, I'm leaving the ship now, going my own way." "Drake, swear on the sea that you'll keep your promise." Scott still whined like a child. The commander didn't, having achieved his goal and seeing Buck slowly moving toward him. Drake kept his word. "I promise in the name of the Mother of the Ocean. We, Craven's army, will retreat without further fighting once we have Buck." A hooded figure was rowing the boat to bring Buck over, seeming to have some scheme. The small boat drifted steadily toward its destination. On the ship, Drake's crew reported the current situation. As promised, they were approaching with only one rower accompanying them. Treat him with respect and courtesy. A sailor responded, "Yes, I understand," but a gun suddenly pointed at Drake's back. He startled and turned around, and the other sailors were shocked, unable to react. A man in a red cloak stood imposingly on the ship, aiming a gun directly at Drake. "So he's here, everyone knew who he was. Raise your hands, none other than Sniper Harley. When our top figure is down, you sternly warned, just a finger moves and I'll pull the trigger." The blue sea shone beautifully, touching the heart. Lee Ha sank into deep thoughts by that water. Based on the information I knew and heard, Drake would never reveal his identity or expose his range in such a situation, so I had to approach carefully. The warships drew closer, but how? There's no way to approach in Maglan. And this is on the open sea, so there's no detour to hide and get through. Lee Ha's eyes reflected the deep blue water below. In this case, he had to take a risk. The sailors were busy throwing all the cargo into the sea with no time to rest. The first risk was hiding his departure from Maglan, throwing supplies into the sea to lighten the ship and make them think he was escaping. Lee Ha's eyes were full of determination, as if he had a perfect plan. He decisively jumped straight into the sea, using a crate as a float. Then he quickly jumped into the sea when they turned their attention elsewhere. Lee Ha charted a clever path, riding the supplies thrown into the sea and letting the water carry him along. Contrasting the clear sea, the sky above had darkened, creating a highly dangerous scene. The second risk, no matter how large the supplies were, they couldn't conceal his body. Camouflage skills could be deactivated at will. The system panel displayed skills he could use. Camouflage, just wait for the prey to arrive. The prey cannot see the predator. Camouflage effectiveness with surrounding objects in shape and color, only detectable by the naked eye, while detection and channel registration skills were disabled. The skill costs 300 mana, with a 12-hour cooldown and unlimited duration. But Lee Ha hesitated. If I move more than 1 meter per minute, will it automatically deactivate? But if a fixed object moves me directly, will the skill be disabled? He didn't care, praying the skill would work. Please camouflage yourself. Lee Ha's body became transparent, blending into the sea. Camouflage worked. He floated on the sea, observing the ship from afar, waiting for the right moment. Good, I moved more than a meter and the skill isn't disabled. Using this, I can silently reach the enemy ship. In no time, he reached the enemy ship. He grabbed a rope. Lee Ha carefully climbed up slowly. I have to be cautious holding this rope to climb up. His heart raced. Careful, less than 1 meter per minute. Then there's no time to rethink. He successfully set foot on the deck cautiously. I need to step onto the deck without breaking the camouflage. At the moment he raised his gun behind Drake, his body suddenly appeared. Drake was right in front of him when camouflage vanished. Everyone around noticed him. Pupu is the captain of Pupil. Oh, what's going on? Captain, Commander Drake. He smirked, full of arrogance. This kind of commotion is perfect. Lee Ha fired a loud shot into the air, perfect for drawing attention. A sailor covered his ears at the sound, but didn't understand why he fired into the air. Drake remained calm, standing there unshaken, even with his life threat. Indeed, he turned back with a gaze sharp enough to take a life. Bok's confidence stemmed from that. If I recall correctly, it was used by the 3 royal guards in the previous battle. He clearly responded to the suspicion. NPCs have memory. Good, and now what about pulling back at a time like this? He talked tough on the outside, but deep down an unseen worry gnawed at him. If Drake died, the brutal war on the Craven Sea would end. But would Graven's other fleets withdraw? The Once-calm surface was now churning as countless warships from both sides surged forward. If more than 700 ships from Craven and Pupil joined the fighting in these waters, Pupil would be at a huge disadvantage. Lee Ha sensed the situation was truly bad. He tightened his grip on the gun and threatened loudly, "Order your ships to retreat immediately. Drake, swear you'll return to your country and I'll spare your life." Seeing their commander in danger, several subordinates rushed in at once. "Commander, where are the musketeers? Where are the guards? Load the rounds, hurry, load." Drake's face darkened. In a low voice he looked at Lee Ha. "What are you trying to do, heir to the muskets of the 3 musketeers? I'm guessing you're about to shoot me. But you won't survive either." He curled his lip in provocation, practically begging to be hit. "Why do you think I can't shoot?" Drake's gaze wavered, surprise mixed in. "What?" Lee Ha continued his unfinished sentence, answering with his own logic. "It's just a trade, your life for mine. From Pupil's point of view, I'm nothing but a foreigner. And if you die, Graven loses its supreme commander and has to face defeat." He aimed carefully down the barrel. "Do you think Craven's navy can get out of these waters without you?" His blunt words made the Sea Serpent Guild's sailors hesitate. "And if you lose, the players will have to face immediate negative contribution. Penalties, they'll be sentenced to death too. Can you bear that? All of you will die beneath this sea and gain nothing." The Sea Serpent Guild's warship still stood proud on the open water. "Our forces will take losses too, but think about the damage. To your navy, 3 admirals and your supreme commander." Lee Ha kept going, eyes unwavering. "If we suffer losses of 10, then you'll suffer losses of 150, no, 200. He adjusted his stance, steadying himself and braced the gun to his shoulder. Even now, our ships are closing in. The range difference between a Kuluvrine and a cannon is becoming meaningless. In fact, the closer a cannon is, the more destructive it gets. You know that, don't you? Those razor-sharp arguments made every crewman freeze for a beat. Leha seized the opening. Hey, if you don't drop your weapons within 3 seconds, fine. Drake's head will hit the deck. 3-2. The muzzle was still poised to do its job. Drake, remember, on our side, we still have high command for this naval battle. If you don't wipe us out completely in this battle, what do you think happens next in the kingdom of Craven? The chaotic scene at sea surged back into view once more. Can Craven's navy endure a full-on melee against our pupil navy? Thunder cracked overhead, but Leha calmly kept the gun trained. I'll say it again, by pupil standards, I'm just a foreigner. Drake couldn't answer, he could only snort coldly. Seeing that, Leha felt a flicker of relief but stayed highly alert. It worked. The threat was working. Leha grabbed the right moment right now. Players redo it, level down, item loss, negative contribution for failure. Each word made the whole crowd go stiff. If you don't want to escape Middle-earth with Craven in total collapse, you'd better stay quiet. And cooperate with me, someone stepped forward. That's the best choice you've got. A sailor stared with bulging eyes. You bastards. Even after all Leha said, they still showed no sign of retreating. What are you doing? Don't fall back. Hey, pick up your weapons, Drake barked with a grim face. I know you very well, foreigner, but do you know this? Those words made him flinch and raise his guard even higher. Drake turned back to him, eyes lit, ready to threaten someone's life, making the air even heavier. If you kill me now, you'll die too. Even with a gun to his head, Drake still carried the calm authority of a leader, the one who soothed the second storm. You don't think about surviving in waters near Craven, you must. At that point, his tone turned icy. But Leha stayed resolute, the gun in his hands always ready. What a scam. If my death can wipe the kingdom of Graven off the map, that's an honor, isn't it? He looked strong on the outside, but his body had begun to betray him. I've been holding this stance for a long time, so my hand is starting to tremble a little. I'm confident, even if I die. Leha was filled with determination to carry out his entrusted duty. I will kill Drake for sure. Seeing that look, Drake understood why he'd been sent here. Bauk, the thing you trust isn't the weapon the guards use. His tone held clear approval. It's the one who wields it. Drake gazed into the distance. He had made his decision, stepping past Leha, who was taken aback. He quickly locked his aim, warning where Drake intended to go. Drake didn't respond, only made a declaration. The entire Craven fleet will withdraw from the Phi Beal waters from this moment on. The shocking news stunned the sailors. Wait, what did Drake just say? Leha wanted confirmation too. Can I trust these words? Drake didn't elaborate, simply answered, I am Drake. Leha stood on the opposing side. No easy lowering of vigilance. Yes, he was Drake. And I am me. Does he think it's that simple? I don't trust promises. Drake understood his thoughts and called for the emblem. Helmsman, bring me my coat. Though flustered, he obeyed. Yes, Commander. Then Drake issued orders to the entire Craven fleet. Drake took the coat with authoritative words. All fleets are forbidden to engage Phi Beal from this point on. He pledged under the national flag. I, Howard Recce, swear that I will not fire upon Phi Beal's troops or ships, and not until the war between the Phi Beal kingdom and the Minis kingdom ends. Finally, he made a commitment. I promise not to lead the Craven navy into Phi Beal waters again. Leha, still observing, did not react yet. This is a vow that even the king cannot overturn, made by the son of the sea god. To prove it, I entrust my coat to Phi Beal. Drake realized he didn't know who had come. Leha answered sincerely, Royal Guard Haliha. Retracting words, he stepped toward him. Seeing no hostility, Leha lowered his gun. Then he solemnly handed the coat to Draghai. I entrust it to Haliha. He went with the flow and accepted the responsibility. The system notified benefits for recognition by the sea god's son and increased intelligence points as usual. Suddenly something piqued Leha's curiosity. The sea body, could it be real? He had heard of many different gods. Later, Drake wanted him to make a pledge. Our ship's safety will be guaranteed, right? Leha responded immediately. I've discussed this with the commander. All Craven naval ships will leave Phi Beal waters. We won't fire a single shot. The army's safety assured, Drake was relieved. Thank you, the special mission is complete. He received war contribution points. Seeing the notification, Leha felt relieved. It's over. Suddenly, something caught his attention, the temporary ceasefire agreement. Was it only showing to him? No, it was a notice to all Graven, VBL, Minis players, and even Chia. The notification stunned Strategic Officer Munich. The battle from dawn to dusk ended with a ceasefire agreement. At this moment, someone climbed the ship shouting loudly. Hearing the voice, Leha recognized the commander. North enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. Haliha, you did it, success. He praised generously. We won, the ceasefire is in place. Drake understood immediately. This was his idea. Leha humbly replied it was more luck than planned. Hearing that, he gazed at the horizon. The sea shimmered under the sunset. He won by chance on the water. Drake sent the message. It seemed the sea god favored him. This mysterious factor intrigued Leha. Thinking back, what is this sea god? Before he could answer, North's voice echoed across the sea. Drake, can you hear? This is our victory. Turn the ship back now, the boy beside him reported excitedly. He complimented, well done, kid. Drake felt insulted by the voice. Chase them off, get out of here now. He had just pledged not to break the agreement, so restrain the ship's guns. Halliha. After a while he calmed and acted next. Drake waved to order withdrawal, instructing the fleet to prepare to return. We need to meet the king. The soldiers obeyed. Elsewhere, Liha gently landed on North's small boat. Seeing everything settled, he reported to Commander Bach. Let's head back. He wasn't sure of his intentions or destination. North's ambiguity made him clarify the next route. Next is the Flagfish Gathering, then our coastline. North seemed to want to enjoy the festival more than the sea people, so lingered at least a day. You skillfully reminded him to focus on the main task. He knows we don't have time for that. At the same time, you checked the system and saw something shocking. Looking at the notification board made Liha tense all over. What's happening? What is this? The news showed that Kit had activated teleportation. But you knew nothing. When was it triggered? Thinking about it, Liha realized the situation on the other side was extremely critical, just as he had feared. On Kit's side, the golden dragon had arrived, causing chaos. Did Kit activate this? Realizing the situation was dire, Kyung immediately gave orders. Damn it, everyone use chain teleport. We'll regroup with Supreme Commander Grandview. Bai Vu didn't hesitate for a second, quickly tearing the teleportation paper in his hand. Return to base, Golden Dragon, protect Supreme Commander Grandview. Quickly, Kit with a grim face quietly spoke. She stayed behind at Grandview in this situation. Meanwhile, Baelipus was flying toward them at a terrifying speed. Witnessing the scene, Hoadian turned pale, unable to believe her eyes. At this moment, the soldiers of the Star Force were teleported to the open area behind Hoadian's group. Hyang didn't waste a second and led the troops forward immediately. The Star Force soldiers stood guard ahead to protect Supreme Commander Grandview. The soldiers immediately followed orders. One quickly planted his shield firmly on the ground. Those behind him didn't hesitate, and did the same. With a serious expression, he shouted, "Seal of defense." Then everyone assumed defensive positions surrounding Grandview. One soldier, though slightly anxious, spoke up to reassure everyone. Everyone, don't be afraid. I'm sure you've participated in 1 or 2 dragon raids before, right? However, the person beside him spoke timidly, trembling. But the dragons we defeated in those raids were all just fully grown. He was terrified by Baelipus' massive wingspan. That was an ancient-level golden dragon. Suddenly, from the dragon, Alexander, equipped as a stern knight, issued a warning. Defender of justice, police chief, in the name of Baelipus Vada. Alexander, I order you to leave the land of Minis immediately, Grandview. Witnessing this, eyes instantly narrowed. Suddenly, his communication device emitted an angry voice. Alexander, return immediately. Why did you go there first? Chio shouted furiously, as if wanting to drag the person on the other end back. I warn you, turn back immediately. Your task is to slowly dismantle Pupil's front line. Ang Yen clenched his teeth, uneasy about this sudden development. If he kills the Supreme Commander, the war will end instantly. It's different from my plan. I orchestrated this battle from start to finish. Everything must go according to my plan. Yet Alexander brushed aside Chio Iam's request, and never speak to me and Baelipus in that harsh tone again. At this point, only concession was possible, though the words were still a warning. Fine, but I hope you don't forget the deal. You have a mission you must follow. Hearing those words, Alexander fell silent. On the ground below, Grandview held his head high, looking up at a man and a dragon flying above. He finally spoke after a pause. What do you mean? And you suggest our side surrender? Alexander calmly responded, unhurried, yes, that's right. Now is not the time for humans to fight. Grandview, hearing this, questioned, then who should our side fight against? Not those who orchestrated the assassination of our kingdom's king. He denied it immediately, coldness flashing in his eyes. King Pupil has nothing to do with me. He frowned slightly, his face showing disdain. Even Minis is the same. Alexander didn't answer directly but arrogantly said, I have the power to kill you right here, right now. Grandview, far from afraid, challenged, then why don't you do it? Aren't you from Minis? However, Alexander suddenly lectured, before I was from Minis. I was a human, and as a human I am a practitioner of justice. Your power benefits humanity. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed. It seems you support all humans on this continent uniting and working together. Kit looked straight at the one above, questioning. A justice beyond national issues, a human beyond nation. Perhaps you are speaking of humanity's unity, Alexander. Alexander maintained his calm stance, slowly speaking. You made a soul pact with Loser. Did that dragon tell you this? Hitch narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone turning razor sharp. What you're saying sounds more interesting than anything that dragon has inside its skull. So go on, what are you trying to say? He looked a little awkward and could only refuse. I can't say anymore. Grandview couldn't hold back anymore and immediately let loose. and we can withdraw right here. Do you think you can make an entire army retreat with just a few words? I heard that. Gold dragons are the wisest of all dragons. Dragons can think too, can't they? Balopus fell into thought as soon as he heard that. Grandview didn't stop there and quickly offered sincere advice. If you don't kill me, this war will never end, Alexander. We Pubile will never leave this place. At those words, Alexander wasn't angry at all. He simply replied calmly, just as I thought. Understood, the negotiations have broken down. I can end this war without killing all of you. Seeing him about to leave, Grandview frowned in irritation. Don't underestimate Pubile, Dragon Rider. Turn back right now. Hitch realized the situation had changed and silently calculated. Right now, he was heading back to his base. Even though I have no idea what he's trying to convey, the power of human unity is necessary. Maybe he doesn't want infighting. I need to pass this on. With his tact, we can find a way to deal with Alexander. But contrary to what they expected, Alexander spoke in a threatening tone. Don't underestimate me, Supreme Commander of Pubile. I am the guardian and executor of justice, someone who can endure sacrifice for justice's sake. As Kitch stared in shock at the sudden change, Alexander rode his massive dragon toward the Star Iron soldiers and declared loudly, "Now I will carry out justice." In an instant, a gigantic fireball formed inside Balopus's mouth. Seeing this, the soldiers below were terrified. He's attacking, use defensive skill. After that shout, countless roots burst up from the ground. From them, an enormous tree appeared, the Guardian Tree. Plus shield, perfect barrier. Kitch didn't want to waste another second and ordered, use instant teleportation. The barrier won't stop it. Get out of here now. But before they could reach safety, Tin froze in horror at what he saw. It was already too late because Balopus had unleashed a terrifying power. A vast sea of fire swallowed everything and the ground collapsed under that force. After the choking smoke cleared, the land was left with no place anyone could survive. Yuan knew he would be outmaneuvered in the power struggle against Grandview. So he swapped the left and right wings of Minis' defensive forces, pulling them back to devise a new plan to encircle the enemy. Yuan's strategy was to redeploy troops to completely surround Pubile's army from the outside in. Of course, with Minis having fewer soldiers than Pubile, and Minis' left and right wings already struggling, Pubile's soldiers decided they wouldn't just stand there and watch. So Yuan prepared additional reinforcements, units that could deploy immediately at his signal. In total, 200,000 defensive troops were spread across Mini. Of those, 100,000 would strike Pubile's flanks from the left and right, while Minis' main force advanced this way. Yuan and Chio's plan would succeed. Following the earlier command, Balopus opened his jaws and blasted out a heat stream so fierce it ignited a vast area. Meanwhile, back at his camp, Yuan was watching the situation through the orb on his table when he suddenly received a probing message. Well then, how is the power of hammer in your hands, sir? He pondered for a few seconds before offering a comparison. It's like the nightmare from 20 years ago, terrifyingly powerful. Yuan raised his head and addressed the aide beside him. We're truly fortunate to have this power. Chio, contact the rear, tell them there's no need to rush. She quickly parsed the intent behind the secret order. You mean we should drive the enemy toward in view? I'll prepare the troops and the miss. He ground his teeth and spat out each word. What can we do about Hammer while it's rampaging like this? Let them advance another 2 hours. Then tell them to prepare for in view. Ova said Hammer is finished and has returned. As for Grandview, this wasn't just a contest of strength. It was a battle of wits between the two kingdoms' top commanders. You planned this, didn't you, you old prairie fox? Balopus's scorching firestorm gradually faded, leaving the ground littered with bodies still burning. When Kitch saw the countless casualties, he couldn't help turning to his comrades in anger, searching for a way to strike back. Can you hit that dragon with a magical sealing skill? Bu Nim shook his head helplessly. No way, I can't reach that height. My magic isn't strong enough to seal a dragon's mana. Hearing that, he raked his fingers through his hair in fury, almost tearing his scalp. Damn it. Then what do we do? Our soldiers are dying out there. Hoedian also went rigid at the sight of that overwhelming firepower, and Long Dan fell into despair. On the front line, strategy and tactics had become meaningless. Faced with that person's power, Kit shot a glance at the stunned crowd behind him and warned, "Are you seriously just going to stand there and watch? This is interesting. I wonder what those stunned idiots would say if they saw this chaos." John suddenly remembered someone who could turn the tide and shouted, Hey, where's the sharpshooter?" Kit turned his head, keeping the rhythm steady. "He'll be here soon." At that, everyone jolted. Someone blurted out, "He's still over at Great Beach and coming here, how do you know?" He pulled the brim of his hat lower and answered vaguely, "There's a connection between us. He'll come as soon as he learns what's happening." Just as everyone was on the verge of retreating, Captain Sidric slammed the butt of his spear into the ground and raised his voice to rally the troops. "If anyone looks at us now, they'll think we've given up. Show them we can do this. Form up, form up." With someone taking the lead, John followed, shouting to pump everyone up. Everyone regrouped. Even if we're facing an ancient dragon and their leader, we're still strong. These are Pubile's elite. If not now, when will we ever get another chance to fight them? Just like that, their fighting spirit filled back up. Everyone burned with determination. That's right, we've got Fee-ho and Kit too, we can do this. Get ready, fight! Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out from nowhere. Ah, so we finally get a chance to take on Alexander. The moment he heard it, Kai-dong whipped around, his eyes widening in surprise. The crowd roared the newcomer's name like he was a superhero, brimming with hope. Jaiwon is here, now we really have a chance. We're saved, Jai Gull. The outside was that lively, but no one knew the truth. He hadn't come to help at all. He'd come for revenge. Either way, those freaks last time, I almost died trying to remove their status effects. I'm not letting this slide. Jaiwon seemed to have overheard the earlier conversation and asked bluntly, so when is that hat-wearing guy, Lee Ha, arriving? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked warily, do you know him? Jaiwon didn't hesitate, tossing out a perfectly reasonable excuse. Just a little, I've got a debt to settle with him. Kai Rong suddenly felt uneasy. Do you have some kind of history with him? What debt? Did he help you or what? The anxiety in his head flared as he imagined a brutal plot twist. A debt like wanting to kill him. Jaiwon clearly wanted to meet Lee Han and kept pressing. Do you know when? Kit could only answer carefully. No, but he'll probably drop in near me. Just from that, he could roughly guess it. Lee Ha seemed to be using something like a teleport chain. Keeping a calm face, he reminded him. He's probably assessing the overall situation. If he's not in the same area, before he could finish, Kit cut him off. I know, after a long exchange, Jaiwon was finally satisfied. Then there's nothing more to ask. Grandview quickly assigned tasks. All right, while you attack, I'll pull back the rest of the army. Suddenly, a player raised a hand and asked, Jai Gun, can we really stop Alexander with our numbers? He answered with absolute confidence. If we can't stop Alexander with this many people, then Middle-earth is truly a terrible game. Don't you think? Balabuse still circled in the sky, preparing for the next assault. But the people below wouldn't let history repeat itself. Cedric sprang forward, swinging an arm-shielded strike to conjure a huge dragon to clash with Balapuse. Stop Alexander, but he wasn't the type to give up. He instantly drew his weapon and deflected the move. Alexander's eyes showed through the slit in his helmet, brimming with killing intent. Cedric was no pushover either, launching non-stop consecutive attacks. He gripped his weapon tight, pulled it back to build momentum, then thrust at Alexander with all his strength. Surprisingly, dozens of bullets suddenly shot up from below, flying straight into Balapuse's mouth. Alexander glanced down, observed, and marveled. That guy's using something like a pistol. Impressive. But the battle in the sky didn't end because of a few stray shots. If anything, it grew even more intense. Balabuse seized the moment and spewed a massive flame down at the soldiers below, catching them off guard. Alexander sat high above, arrogantly watching it all. Out of the smoke-choked village, a figure emerged. Balapuse seemed to sense something, its eyes widening to the limit. Seeing that expression, Jaiwon bared his teeth, smug. So you finally noticed, you stupid lizard. He gathered power into his palm and declared boldly, today, you're getting chopped into pieces. A brilliant violet light burst from Jaiwon's hand, and his body seemed to be wrapped in an invisible field of energy. Today you'll be chopped into pieces. With that, he unleashed his power. Soul Link, at that moment, a surge of blue light suddenly erupted and slammed into the ground, triggering a quake that shook heaven and earth. Show yourself, the one created only to slay dragons. The massive blast from Jaigun's power threw up a thick cloud of dust everywhere. In that instant, a mysterious silhouette flickered into view. So he really had joined the Hot Guild. It roared to display its might, its power resonating with hot strength. It would be the best strategic choice for Jaigun in this situation. Jaigun laughed smugly. I've been waiting for this moment. You'll regret letting me live. When they saw his summoned beast, everyone froze in shock. Jaiwon pointed at Balapus flying in the sky and commanded, Hodgkin, attack it. Hodgkin immediately obeyed its master's order. Hodgkin sprang upward, the ground trembling violently as it closed in on Balapus. It opened its jaws and bit down on him, sharp teeth spreading agony through his entire body. Razor fangs sank deep into Balapus's flesh, as if draining his power dry. Sensing something wrong, Alexander looked at Balapus anxiously. What's wrong, Balapus? Balapus forced out a shout. Mana seal. Mana fusion? That damned magic swordsman, I should have killed him from the start. Hearing that, Alexander was startled and began fusing mana. So that means magic can't be used, he thought. If that happens, I need to escape first. Even as Balapus struggled madly, Hodgkin kept its jaws clamped down and wouldn't let go. Sensing the moment was ripe, Jaiwon activated his power and shot upward. This is it, finally. In a flash, Jaiwon moved like lightning, drew his icy blade, aimed straight at him and shouted. Seeing the danger, Alexander had to move fast to avoid Jaigun's strike, his face set in smug triumph. He swung his blade straight at Alexander. Got you! Just as he was about to seize Alexander, they both saw a blue screen appear, cutting across the battle. Jaiwon coughed up blood. Why now of all times a decision like this? No, what is this? Awakens was knocked into the air by Balapus, then crashed to the ground, dazed. seeing his chance to escape had come. He signaled, "Fall back, Alexander." Watching them get away, Alexander flew into a rage as his plan collapsed. "No, no, don't run. Are you scared? Stop right there," Alexander roared at that moment. A temporary ceasefire agreement was established between the kingdoms of Grandview and Pubil for 30 days. The soldiers received the notice and became unsettled, unable to believe it was real. A ceasefire agreement. So Pubil and Grandview aren't at war anymore. What about those 30 days? If Grandview withdraws, we'll be left alone. Kit also listened in and found it strange, because something like this wouldn't be easy to pull off. A ceasefire, how could they possibly make that happen? Either way, they were always the ones who made everyone worry. HWA Yon spoke with a giggle. News of the ceasefire between Pubil and Grandview threw the battlefield into confusion. Commanders on both sides ordered a withdrawal and a reorganization of each unit. A soldier looked toward the other side and shouted, "Guildmaster, we've been ordered to withdraw. Rally at the main camp to reorganize." He still didn't understand what was happening. Yeah, okay, let's go." At that moment he opened the blue panel, staring in disbelief. Liha was the representative. Wasn't he assigned to defend the border beach for 20 days? Maybe he'd completed a different mission condition, killing 4 admirals in a single day. At this moment, back at the Grandview camp, Jaiwon still hadn't recovered from what had just happened. Grandview convened an emergency meeting to reassess the situation. The operations officers immediately assessed the damage and confirmed the remaining forces. The atmosphere grew more tense than ever. He looked over and asked the special forces, "Explain what happened." They were just as confused, hesitating at a loss. His mind was a tangled mess. How could he possibly explain this? Grandview scanned the camp and spoke again. "Come to think of it, I haven't seen the special forces captain anywhere." As he spoke, a stream of blue light slowly formed in the middle of the tent. It felt something was off and became guarded. HWA Yon and the others took positions, ready to protect Grandview. "Who dares use magic in here? It's dangerous," the commander, bearing the Guardian's insignia, shouted. Within the blue light, a mysterious figure holding a gun gradually came into focus. Finger on the trigger, good grief, who else could it be? It was Liha. The moment he appeared, he blurted out, Alexander. "Where's Kid Alexander?" Kid was speechless with his buddy. He ran. Didn't he say he'd come back the moment he got the signal? "You're late." Liha looked around at everyone, trying to come up with an excuse for being late. I tried to get here as fast as I could from the coast. But what are you all doing here?" Alexander didn't show up. He ran. "What's the state of our troops?" Hoadian and Gai Trin both stared at him, eyes wide and mouths agape. They ran up to him yelling, "Brother Harley Ha." As she threw her arms around him, he blurted out, "What's wrong with you, Hoadian?" The group gathered around him in little clusters, laughing and cheering. "You're like the main character, always showing up last." "He is the main character. About that ceasefire deal with Granville, what exactly did you do?" Harley Ha felt overwhelmed by the warm welcome. He hurriedly cut them off. I can't breathe, everyone. One at a time." In sharp contrast to the lively commotion over there, Jaiwoon still sat curled up quietly with someone. A hollow, empty stare. Grandview looked at him, puzzled. Just as he was about to speak, the boy stopped him. "Go back." Meanwhile, at the enemy camp, Alexander's name was being called nonstop. Ewing couldn't hide his anger and turned to interrogate Chio. "Didn't you say you were very confident, Chio? What happened?" "The ceasefire agreement with Grandview and Pubil." She panicked and hurried to explain, "I'm certain Drake deployed it." He stared at the green panel and kept shouting, "Deploy it." "Yes, he deployed it. But what is this?" The image of Drake and Liha discussing things together appeared in the magic sphere, making Ewing boil with rage. "Drake signed a ceasefire agreement directly with Pubil. Didn't you say Pubil's naval power was nowhere near ours? Say something." Chio didn't know how to explain it either, so she bowed deeply toward him. "I'm sorry, sir." The more Ewan thought about Liha, the more unhinged he became, his eyes practically screaming that he wanted to wipe out that vermin on the spot. "Muscity Holly, ha, I knew it. I knew this would happen. Didn't I say so already? That bastard Muscidia was a huge problem even 20 years ago. Back in the Great War, those freaks of his." Alexander slowly smiled, took off his hat and said coldly, "It doesn't matter." The other man looked baffled, his gaze darkening. "What?" He stared straight at Ewan and spoke with absolute conviction. "The ceasefire agreement between Pubil and Grandview doesn't matter. I can end this war myself." Faced with such a reckless decision, Chio immediately objected. "Right when Balabuse's power has been sealed and he's run off like that." She didn't even finish before falling silent under Alexander's icy blade. His eyes turned glacial as he stared straight at Chio. "Say one more word and I'll slit your throat." She froze, managing only a single sound. Fear flickered in her eyes, but Chio still forced herself to speak in defiance. "Go on then, cut me down. Why do Pubil's people get to live while I can be killed? You don't care whether Minnie's wins, do you? So what are you really after?" After venting everything boiling inside her, Chio stopped, quietly suspecting this man was trying to rally everyone together. And not just anyone, the best of the best. In the tense air, Ewan spoke with a cold face. "If you're that confident, why don't you take Grandview's head first?" Alexander didn't answer right away, hearing Ewan's words. He finally lowered his sword. After weighing it over, the man couldn't hold back his irritation and barked. Damn it, Hammer showed up but refused to fight the enemy. That's a problem too. Chio, what about Anview? She dipped her head slightly and replied respectfully, they've started setting up behind Pubtle, about a 5-hour march from here. After a moment of deliberation, Ewan laid out a plan for the next operation. All right, since Grandview has pulled back, our forces can't move either. So we'll slowly push them that way. He looked at the man about to leave and issued a stern demand. Alexander, if you want to end this war, then cooperate. There are enemies who can temporarily restrain the Golden Dragon. With no other choice, he agreed. I'll cooperate. Hearing Alexander's consent, Ewan immediately let out a relieved breath. Chio, then how will we proceed? She answered without hesitation, I'll prepare at once. He shot Chio a look and emphasized every word. This time we cannot fail. She did her best to steady Ewan's nerves. Yes, don't worry about that sniper, he isn't here. But in a shadowed corner where no one could see, Chio's face was full of unease. At the same time, at the Pupil camp, Lee Ha and Grandview were also deep in heated discussion about this counterattack. Lee Ha voiced his assessment. By now, Commander Bach should have led the troops toward the Max Plains. Grandview quickly followed up. Not only did he hold the beach line, he also made strategic calls, exactly what you'd expect from the Special Forces commander. Lee Ha didn't dare take credit and hurriedly cut in. No, even without my suggestion, Commander Bach would have done the same. You seem pretty at ease about the commander. He pondered for a moment, then his expression hardened with resolve. All right, then at dawn, we should pull our formation back a little. Lee Ha agreed and continued. Right, the enemy is likely planning to encircle us with forces from Crowley Pass and the Max Plains. But the situation has changed. We'll set a trap in the middle, letting you and Commander Bach's army strike from both sides. Hearing Lee Ha lay out such a smart counterattack tactic, Grandview smiled in satisfaction. Well done, go get some rest. As soon as Lee Ha opened the tent flap, he heard someone calling from far off, Ha Lee Ha. John and Kai Jung appeared out of nowhere and immediately bombarded him with invitations. I'm honestly surprised you were the representative for the ceasefire. If you haven't joined any guild yet, you should consider it. What are you talking about, John? Ha Lee Ha is already part of the Special Forces, man. By the way, how did you manage the ceasefire? In stark contrast to the lively scene outside the tent, a mysterious long-haired figure radiated an indescribable gloom, an omen of trouble. As the figure drew closer, a voice dripping with killing intent called out, Ha Lee Ha. The moment Jaiwon saw Lee Ha, he got right up in his face and spoke. Agreed. How are you going to take responsibility for this? Lee Ha didn't understand and hurriedly stepped back. What? Seeing Lee Ha's blank expression only made Jaiwon's temper explode. How are you going to take responsibility? Because of you, we lost Alexander when we practically had him. Lee Ha stammered, because of me. Jaiwon could only clutch his head and scream like a madman, unable to accept the brutal truth. We used the method you suggested, Lee Ha. No matter what, I was this close to getting him, once in a 1,000 years chance. Seeing his buddy look like he'd been possessed, Lee Ha didn't dare argue and only thought to himself. If I remember right, Kai Jung already explained that. Pubil's elite forces joined forces to stop Alexander. And the dragon, controlled by a giant frog summoned by Li Jun, forced Alexander onto the defensive. That memory resurfaced and filled Lee Ha with emotion, but then a ceasefire notice appeared, and at that very moment, Alexander fled. That frog was definitely Jaiwoon's mate. If it was strong enough to restrain a golden dragon, then it was an astonishing trump card. No wonder it felt infuriating. The soul link cooldown was 24 hours. Lee Ha steadied himself and asked calmly, how many hours are left now? Still bitter about losing a rare opportunity, Jaiwoon kept shouting, a few hours, I just used the skill. There are still 21 hours left, seeing that the wait was still long. He pressed on, does Alexander know the soul link cooldown? Jaiwoon, though still resentful, answered anyway. That arrogant guy probably doesn't know a thing, but that divine lizard definitely told him right away. Either way, it's a scam. Still, no matter how much Lee Ha tried to change the subject, he couldn't hide the anger burning in Jaiwoon's eyes. Honestly, I really want to tear him apart right now, but he's the one who personally represented the ceasefire agreement. He seems to have a lot of secrets, and he's clearly impressive. Keeping him around could give us another advantage. Seeing Jaiwoon's expression like he wanted to devour him alive, Lee Ha quickly found an excuse to slip away. Come to think of it, Kit said he had something to say about Alexander. Before he could finish, they both heard a familiar voice speak up, and along with it came the slow footsteps of a mysterious figure steadily approaching them. Kit lifted his head, his gaze resolute, and said, even if he had the power to kill all of us, he didn't. Suspicious, Lee Ha asked again. Alexander, why would he do that? Kit began explaining in detail. He said our strength benefits humanity. He implied that everyone had to work together, hinting at a human alliance. Hearing him lay it out, Lee Ha was stunned. A human alliance all of a sudden. Kit had the same doubts, but for now there was no clear answer. I don't know, but he has a teammate deeply tied to this world's legends, so maybe he knows something. At the mention of that teammate, Lee Ha suddenly realized something. The Golden Dragon, an existence on a different level from the mid-tier dragon. A low-tier rank 2, the wisest of dragons, commander of dragonkind, and the enforcer of justice who protects the good. That was Palipos, the Golden Dragon. He raised a hand to stroke his chin, sinking into thought. If the Golden Dragon truly meant to spare us, even if we didn't understand why, it was still a good thing. It was like gaining an extra life in this battle. So why do I feel so uneasy? Just then, Jaiwoon's voice cut through Lee Ha's train of thought. Alexander won't be able to hold out much longer. Objectively speaking, he's practically already lost to us, and Halihar signed a ceasefire agreement with Grandview. On top of that, Halihar has joined us as we move through the. He might not know about that joining up, but he has to feel threatened. Seeing that Jaiwoon's reasoning made some sense, Lee Ha folded his arms and sank into his own thought. That's true. What's more, they have a strategist who's linked to the entire world of Middle-earth. That person will quickly predict how Pubil's army at Deck Beach will move. At that moment, the image of Chio, sharp and calculating, flashed through Lee Ha's mind. So what would she do? She'd strike alongside Alexander before Pubil's reinforcements arrive. That timing would be. Lee Ha seemed to realize something. His eyes tensed in a strange way. Tonight, with little time left to prepare, Lee Ha looked at Jaiwoon and Kid and declared loudly, "Wake everyone up right now. Just retreating won't be enough. Minis is going to launch a night attack." As night fell, the moon shone in the deep blue sky, half hidden behind the clouds. But that faint light still couldn't drive away the darkness closing in from all sides. Uneasy, Zoran turned to Malik and asked, "If we can't see anything, how are we supposed to know where to retreat?" Malik hesitated before responding, "I don't know. They said we have to enter the plane of eyes. We just need to follow orders." Finding it absurd, Zoran shot back, "What could possibly show up at this hour? At least for now, just surviving gets us contribution points. If it weren't for that mission, I would have logged out ages ago." While he kept rambling on from one excuse to another, Yuan's formidable army was already ready for battle. Wave after wave of soldiers marched forward, their footsteps pounding in a frenzy as if they meant to devour everything in their path. At that time, Lee Ha's side had set up defensive lines everywhere. Squad 1, with 3 members, lay hidden beneath the grassland. Jai-1 hid behind a nearby tree to scout the enemy situation. Lee Ha and Kai Jong remained concealed under a rock. The deployment of their forces was truly impressive. Even though the defensive lines were meticulously prepared, Kai Jong couldn't hide his worry and asked. Lee Ha responded firmly, "Absolutely, I heard Minis even tried to assassinate Grandview. If the enemy planned that far, they will definitely attack tonight." Hearing Lee Ha's certainty, Kai Jong grew even more anxious and started stammering. "Ah, right." Seeing Kai Jong's expression, Lee Ha smiled. "What's wrong? Scared?" Bu Nim and Tian, hidden in the nearby grass, could hear his honest words. Fear, indescribable. The terrifying part is how familiar this fear felt. Lee Ha felt puzzled. Horrific memories of Alexander's overwhelming power resurfaced in his mind. They made him uneasy. That person is much stronger than him. He could die, and the thought came so naturally that resistance felt pointless. Listening to Kai Jong's confession, Lee Ha could also imagine his current state of mind. Even though he was used to facing strong enemies, having comrades by his side, Kai Jong quickly regained his composure. "It's okay, you've faced him before. You think you can handle 3 fire strikes?" Hearing his naive words, Bu Nim laughed, "Haha, but that's a spell with 15 strikes at once." Such extraordinary power made Lee Ha flinch slightly. Hearing the Special Forces captain say that, "I genuinely feel scared." Kai Jong's determined gaze revealed his resolve. "All right, even if I die, I will protect you. You are our trump card." Tian nearby also gave a thumbs up in agreement. If they have Alexander, we have Lee Ha. They wouldn't expect that Lee Ha has returned to the battlefield. Bu Nim smiled beside him, boosting his morale. "The main mission of the Special Forces is to protect Lee Ha. If it becomes too difficult, I'll carry you away, like carrying a princess." Everyone seemed silent, but facing Alexander's power, he couldn't help speaking, then hesitated. "Everyone, this time Lee Ha doesn't need to gather too much information. Just hearing a few remarks from the team is enough to understand that Alexander is a major threat." He looked toward Sartrama's sniper, thinking, if everyone says so, Alexander must be formidable. In that case, I will focus entirely on the target and only think about how to defeat him. While Lee Ha and the team waited for the chance to counterattack, in the distance, a steady rhythm signaled a life-or-death battle about to begin. The repeated pounding, along with the footsteps of thousands of warriors, made the ground tremble violently. The powerful shouts further boosted the army's morale, ready to attack and annihilate the enemy. Yuan signaled the advancing troops while commanding firmly, "If they're fleeing, pursue immediately." Seeing the army attack relentlessly, Bilipos looked puzzled and spoke to Alexander. "Humans are interesting. They charge into pursuit even when they can't see the night clearly." He was silent for a long while, then replied cryptically, "Humans are hard to see in the dark because they don't intend to go through it, according to Lipos." He asked with curiosity, "What do you mean?" Alexander looked at the attacking army and calmly replied, humans focus on understanding the enemy's mind. That's what they do. Philippos felt that the human world is truly complicated. He just wants to look away. I don't care about human nature. I just want to end this meaningless war as soon as possible. The one we should focus on is Jai-gun. Hearing Philippos, he questioned and objected, but he truly is the strongest in the human world. We don't need his power for this purpose. The cold gaze showed even greater resolve. I will not let any threatening power survive. That strength is unnecessary. Awakens, the Danzan mana creature, cannot be tamed or summoned. How did Jaiwoon revive it and link its soul? These questions spark curiosity, but it's too dangerous to pursue just out of curiosity. After consideration, Alexander agreed with why. Understood, Lippos, I respect your decision. With Alexander's consent, Bilippos said proudly, good. I will kill Jaigun. Saying that, Bilippos dashed forward like an arrow, teleporting toward the army. From above, the army stretched out in layers, tailing each other, creating a suffocating sense of overwhelming force. He looked down at the foolish humans and smiled mockingly. They were truly fleeing. Humans only ever perceive the minds of each other. Alexander was now focused on the display screen, beginning to give orders. He notified the scouts. Then he turned to Balipus, who was searching for Jaiwoon, and asked, can you sense Jaiwoon's location? He began to explain. Normally, tracking this mana source would be quick, but Jaiwoon was definitely hiding. Feeling threatened, he was not easy to locate. Alexander nodded calmly at him. Then there was only one way. Understanding his teammates' intention, Balipus slowly raised his wing. Exactly, if finding him was difficult, he inhaled a massive gust of wind. The surrounding air seemed to be sucked away, forming a powerful vortex. He said, we will force him to reveal himself, while suddenly releasing a blinding flash of light that shook the heavens and earth. The soldiers all had to cover their ears, unable to withstand it. Ah, my body can't move. As Balabuse unleashed a fire vortex that incinerated everything in its path, a sudden voice rang out, Alexander. Witnessing the terrifying scene, HWA Yun immediately reported to Lee Ha. Haliha, do you see this? A green notification appeared on her screen. Alexander is here. Receiving HWA Yun's report, he also witnessed the horrific moment, worry evident in his eyes. Exactly, then she kept shouting at the screen in panic. Do you see this? Where are you? You're not here. Lee Ha replied, of course not, I'm quite far from you. Saying that, he quickly turned off the screen, seeing only ashes where the fire had passed. He was shocked. Damn, what is this? It's like a fireworks festival in Jeju. Then Kairong called out from afar, brother, brother. Lee Ha turned to look at him. What's wrong, Kairong? Anxiety made him only able to shout, what do we do now? Lee Ha, however, remained unusually calm, as if he already had a plan. Earlier, he had signaled Bionim. First, we need to get to a higher place. Bill Nim, do you have a map of the area? He raised the map while shouting. Ready? He guided Bill Nim to choose a more suitable position for the situation, somewhere that ensured clear sightlines. Kairong, call Kid. He quickly responded, understood. Lee Ha then turned to the others and proposed, Tien and the Special Forces, please prepare to communicate with the others. Once we're stable, we'll contact Director HWA. With that, Lee Ha led the team forward confidently. The dragon hunting operation begins. Lee Ha hurried ahead, commanding the team to higher ground. Suddenly, he saw the target and froze, pondering for a moment. Everyone caught up and focused, observing the target from the hill. They saw Balibos facing off against the people below from a distance. Lee Ha took the opportunity to plan a counter. About 1,800 meters to the target, no obstacles. The hill was only about 100 meters high, but enough to provide a flat plain. It was dark, but with the target's movements, night vision wasn't needed. In a moment, he had his gun ready and prepared to attack from above. All right. Lee Ha looked through the scope, yet unease gnawed at him. People might think mobility is key to catching Alexander. But even with flying magic, it's hard to match the speed of a dragon, let alone one like him. So I'll focus on tracking their movement outside Grand View. There must be a lure to make them move simultaneously. Kairong couldn't help but anxiously ask about his decision. Brother, are you sure about this? Kid, knowing how unpredictable the situation would be, immediately reminded him. It won't be easy, especially with that golden dragon. Knowing this, Lee Ha resolutely asked again to confirm. Kid, what's the estimated distance to Alexander from here? Kid gave his estimate with some hesitation, maybe around 2,000 meters, close enough to the actual distance. He chuckled and teased, ah, you're quite the sniper, huh? Kid, hearing this, proudly replied without thinking, using a gun is my specialty. Then Lee Ha focused on the target and explained. But it could be slightly less because everything looks farther at night, precisely about 1,800 meters. Seeing Lee Ha ask despite knowing the answer made him frown in irritation. If you already know, why ask? Lee Ha raised an eyebrow, admitting his intent. Just for fun, I don't know why, but I like teasing you, kid. A moment later, Lee Ha turned back with a bright smile, reporting to those behind him. Relax, even if we all die, the war won't end. But don't actually die. Though his words were somewhat confusing, his intent was to bolster their morale. Everyone was now filled with determination in response. He observed these actions, secretly admiring them. Lee Ha, that is your power. Even as a lone marksman, he never forgot the spirit of teamwork. He truly is an amazing person. Meanwhile, Lee Ha fell silent, focusing on the immediate target. He adjusted his scope while nervously recalling previous attacks. The sniping range of the king crab is 1,500 meters. Now it's slightly farther. No, this target is on a completely different level. It's an ancient golden dragon. How could you compare it to a crab? This isn't naval combat. Last time it was 100 meters farther than now, but the target's movements were easy to predict. Now it's farther and the target's movements are unpredictable. But his mission isn't to kill Alexander. It's to lure Alexander and that dragon here. The more Lee Ha thought, the more tense he became. He decided to take a deep breath to calm himself. Stay calm, no players appear in a meditative state. Around Lee Ha, the space was mystical and quiet. Now the countdown begins from 3 seconds. He focused, aiming his iron rod directly at the target, and waited for the time. The countdown hit 2 seconds and Lee Ha's mind continuously calmed itself. Don't waver, the path is rushed but doesn't need guessing, just wait for the shot. Soon the countdown reached 1. Right on cue, both fired decisively at the enemy. While Balabos was distracted, a long-distance bullet flew toward him. It immediately pierced Belopus's chest. The wound was deep, blinding him and letting out a thunderous roar. Alexander noticed the abnormal situation and hurriedly asked, "What happened? Did Balabos get betrayed from behind?" Anger shouted loudly, "Loser, loser is here, Alexander." Hearing this, he was slightly surprised. Loser, that guy again? Why, more importantly? He had pierced the dragon's hard magical shield and caused damage. Balopus gritted his teeth, showing extreme irritation. The wound Hodgkin caused penetrated. From Lee Jun to loser, I will never forgive them. Seeing this, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Did he really shoot them? A roar came from the golden dragon. Lee Ha coldly replied, "Yeah, I only intended to draw attention, but it seems it's actually hurt. I thought its size would make it fine." Hearing this, he looked embarrassed. "I don't think now is the time to say that." The situation was extremely tense, leaving Lee Ha unsure how to respond. His mind became flustered and dizzy. What do we do now when we succeeded on the first shot? Seeing Balabos slowly flying straight toward them, everyone was shocked. He is currently communicating with Pei Gu, Lee Jun, and John. They will arrive in 3 minutes. 3 minutes too late. At the same time, Lee Ha quickly ordered everyone to escape. 3 minutes more with the special forces, everyone went down, hurriedly packing all kits. Seeing his cousin stay behind, he was puzzled. What about you?" Lee Ha smiled slightly and signaled he was fine, replying, "I'll handle it. If I go, that dragon will surely follow me. If it's just me, I can escape." Hearing this, Kai angrily looked at him, explaining the threat. "You're saying you can escape a golden dragon. It will find you even if there's only a single hair left." Without hesitation, Lee Ha waved and urged him on. He'd go down quickly, and as soon as you see Lee Jun or Pei Gu, take the opportunity to attack. With that, both dashed away, leaving Lee Ha alone with his gun tense, finding a way to counter the enemy. On Balabos' side, they sensed Lee Ha's presence but still couldn't pinpoint his location. Anger shouted loudly, "Where are you, loser? No mana signs, I know you're here." In an instant, Lee Ha dashed away rapidly. Balabus gradually sensed his position. Suddenly, he spat a stream of fire, "Loser." Witnessing this from afar, everyone turned pale, shouting his name, Lee Ha. Balabus angrily spewed fire and smoke, sweeping everything around, searching for a hiding place. "Loser." On the other side, those watching helplessly from afar couldn't help worrying about their cousin. This was the second time he spat fire. Even Lee Ha couldn't withstand it. Bill Nim observed the screen, suddenly calling out, "Kit, look, it seems Lee Ha's health hasn't changed. He's not dead." Hearing this, everyone was astonished, unable to believe their eyes. "Really?" He glanced over here with a smug look. Considering the golden dragon's rampage, it seemed he was hiding. "Is there a way to avoid even the dragon's mana detection?" Kip answered calmly, though slightly hesitant. "I can't be certain. Setting up a situation like this is his specialty, isn't it? He always finds and uses skills really well." A few minutes had already passed, but the situation still wasn't any better. Lying face down on the ground, he kept using his mana to stay invisible, regretting it bitterly. "Damn it, I should have run. The moment I arrived, I traced the flow of mana. Is that a dragon's usual method, if there's no camouflage? According to the plan, we just need to hold out for 3 more minutes." No, seeing Alexander losing his mind, it might take longer. "Everyone, hurry, please." Unable to find his opponent, he roared in rage, "Where are you?" Hearing that, Lee Ha hurriedly opened the screen to check. Where were they? Wait, thinking back, what was Loser doing again? What is the 33rd floor underground? The abyss, now that I think about it. Loser has been here since the war began. It looks like he didn't even join the national war. What was Loser doing in the desert of the neutral zone? Right then, Loser's display slowly vanished, then reappeared somewhere else, leaving him stunned. the holy palace of Yuan, not pupil. It was Yuan. Loser might be brutal, but he isn't stupid. If he used 3 movement spells, he could have shown up to attack Alexander, yet he didn't. A man nicknamed the War Mercenary must have something more important than this battle. Could it be a 3-stage chain quest? For now, focus on the battle. Firebund over here also began casting Marvel. At once, a spray of sparks shot into the air and drew attention, only for Bari Post to see through it and say, "That's an illusion, not worth noticing. Trust your instincts." At the same time, all of them rushed forward to attack. Move in, everyone, target the dragon, focus fire, use everything you've got. Icicle cutter or a bull, edge stone. Even so, in an instant he resisted every spell they threw at him. Dispel. Balopus bellowed with furious contempt, "Pathetic weaklings, bring Loser and Li Jun here immediately. This isn't your job." A few seconds later, Bionim decisively flung his throwing knives. "Stop fooling around and lose." But the knives were useless, unable to pierce the solid shield. He sneered, "Ridiculous." A familiar voice mixed with gunfire suddenly rang out. "This is our fight, Golden Dragon, Bullet Storm." Bullets immediately poured in nonstop, peppering the target, finally forcing a crack to appear on the barrier. Right then he tried to charge in to support. "There's a crack in the shield. Awesome, Tin." The others in the back also rushed in one after another. "I'll provide cover. Enhance power boost, mana amplification." Tin sprang forward at full speed. In a blink he leapt up, casting in midair as he prepared to strike. Target lock, fire energy shot. The blade slammed down hard onto the shield's top. Seeing this, Alexander looked a little surprised. "That's a pretty interesting attack, nameless warrior." But not long after, he counterattacked, fast and tight. The power was so overwhelming that he could only barely hold on. Seeing that, Alexander was about to unleash another move, but an unexpected strike from behind interrupted him. Dragon kick. Everyone rotated in, taking turns to support. Balopus couldn't hesitate for long. He glared at them in anger. "You forged a soul contract with Loser. I ask you, where is Loser?" Hearing that, Kit asked back in confusion. "You're curious about his location," but he was grabbed immediately. His body was restrained, the pain leaving him unable to move. Seeing Kit keep stalling for time, Balopus glared wildly and warned, "Answer. I won't forgive you a second time." "Where is Loser?" Choked so hard he could barely breathe, he only managed to stammer, "Lo, sir, is in Yuan," thinking he was dodging the question. He squeezed even tighter. "Don't play games. Loser's exact location." Even in agony, Kit forced out a shout, "You don't know." Balopus suddenly froze, as if he'd noticed something wrong. "The one attacking you didn't even want to know, even when I tried to tell you." From afar, Liha seized the opening and aimed straight at the enemy. "Maybe one more shot would make you realize your mistake." As the situation flipped, he panicked. "What?" A beam of light from below pierced straight through the barrier. In an instant, it speared right through Balopus's body, and before he could react, he howled in agony, shaking the sky. The sudden hit made Balopus thrash around in pain. Alexander struggled to keep his balance, panic rising inside him. Balopus only now was Kit released. He collapsed heavily to the ground, exhausted. Kit seizing the chance as the enemy began to weaken. Liha quickly called for support from Li Jaigul. From far away, he sprinted in like a madman with a thrilled laugh, ready to finish the opponent. Now time to kill." Daequan immediately unleashed a lightning strike, chicken scratch lightning. Over here he kept supporting, sticking close behind his teammates. "A dragon is still a dragon. Let's see how long you can hold out." As soon as he finished speaking, a bullet swiftly punched through Balopus's body. Before he could retaliate, he roared in pain, "You're another party to Loser's pack." Suddenly, hurried footsteps came running closer. Seeing himself being ignored, he angrily shouted to draw attention, "You stupid lizard, can't you see me? It's time for the express train to Nujek Town." Jaiwoon raised his magic sword, preparing to eliminate his opponent. Flames surged fiercely, but before he could strike, Philippos noticed him. "Li Jaigul, I will never let you live." He immediately blocked the attack, but before he could act, his opponent was violently blasted into the air. At that moment, he couldn't hide his shock at the counterattack. A dragon getting beaten, this is insane. In an instant, Jaiwoon was hurled thousands of meters away, without any chance to resist. Dust and smoke billowed thickly, the atmosphere falling silent with no further signs of movement. His figure flickered in and out through the smoke, his body stiff and motionless. Seeing his teammate injured, Bai Vu anxiously called out Li Jaigul's name. While he was distracted, Alexander rushed in from nowhere and attacked from behind, swinging his sword, but Kai Dong spotted it just in time and immediately shouted a warning, "No, Bai Vu." He dashed forward to help, protection seal. A moment later, he slammed hard into the ground. Seeing this, Li Ha couldn't hold back and shouted, "Kai Dong." He quickly grabbed his gun and fired straight at the target. Damn it! Seeing that, he immediately defended, absolute physical defense. A massive shield appeared. Right in front, it blocked the bullet just in time. Suddenly, the bullet deflected in another direction. Under Li Ha's astonished gaze, the barrier was shattered. In an instant, a new shield sphere formed again. But this time it was sturdier, and Balopus was growing stronger by the second. "Even though Loser pierced through the barrier, you still cannot defeat him. You cannot kill me. Your flames are useless before me." Hearing that, worry surged endlessly in his heart. Suddenly, a distant voice echoed, "Don't give up, Lee Ha, you can do it." It was Hien trying to cast a spell. Support spell for an ally, 4 seconds is enough, right? In an instant, a powerful force flared brightly, shining upon his shield sphere. Seeing this, Balabuse was stunned, completely frozen. How could a human possibly? He strained to unleash more power, trying to overpower his opponent. Damn it, it's not enough to stop his mind. Shoot, Lee Ha! Immediately, he raised his gun, aimed at the target, and prepared to pull the trigger. By now, he was also restrained by Hien's magic. Suddenly, a dazzling flash appeared right in front of Lee Ha. It was none other than Loser, appearing with fury as he roared, "Stop, take your hand off the trigger." His action left Lee Ha stunned. He wondered to himself why Loser, someone from FBL, was targeting him. From afar, Kai observed everything, holding the Crimson Gekuzu and asking, "What does this mean? Loser, I know you're crazy about fighting," but before he could finish, Loser raised the blue python and abruptly cut him off. "Shut up, Kai, don't come any closer. I am here as an envoy of the papal office of the Holy Yi Kingdom. All FBL and Mini's forces must cease fighting immediately, and the highest commanders of each nation must heed this message. From now on, anyone who participates in this war will be excommunicated in the name of the people. Everyone lower your weapons." Seeing this, Alexander looked confused. On this side, the two of them were equally stunned. "You've played a big card." At that moment, Hiei hurriedly fled. Teleport. Meanwhile, Lee Ha stood frozen, unsure what to do. Suddenly, he realized something and spoke up, "But I don't follow any religion." Hearing that, Loser's eyes widened in fury. The two on this side couldn't hide their surprise. "Sir Halihar, what is this?" Loser glared at him irritably. "Are you defying the Pope's will, not backing down?" Lee Ha returned the same stubborn glare and growled, "I already said it. I don't follow any religion. He's your Pope, not mine." Seeing him so obstinate, Loser grew annoyed. "Did you pass the accuracy test with that head of yours?" Even Director Norbrow admitted defeat. Feeling insulted, Lee Ha looked bewildered. "What, you bastard?" On the other side, Dong interrupted their conversation. "Brother, this has nothing to do with religion in real life. According to Middle-earth setting, players are basically part of the church because it's the state religion. If you are excommunicated," Liu Nim beside him added, "you'll become a public enemy. Everyone will target you, Lee Ha." He suddenly shouted in protest. "You think I don't know that? I still can't accept it. Why is everyone just listening to Loser? The golden dragon Alexander is riding isn't human. Yuan, so what if the church excommunicates someone? In front of me is a non-human creature beyond all human laws. Are you trying to impose human authority like excommunication on a golden dragon? Even if we all lower our weapons, the golden dragon won't be affected at all. If you truly came here to stop this battle, then show some sincerity, Loser." Hearing that, he could only stand there stunned, silently staring at the letter, pondering those words for a long while. From above, Balibos saw this and asked curiously, "Loser, what's in that letter?" After thinking for a moment, he hesitated before replying, "I can't say it outright. When the top commanders of each nation see it, everyone will know." After hearing this, he was bewildered. The Pope still desires peace in the human world. A moment later, Loser frowned, showing irritation, and turned his head. "Do you understand the urgency when you hear the name Ibison?" At this, Balabuse began to get angry and asked again, "Do you realize the significance of what you just said, Loser?" He suddenly trembled but tried to remain calm to answer, "Having experienced it myself, I cannot not know." Hearing this, he was silent for a few minutes. Then he returned to his initial composure and spoke, "All right, I am the one who protects order and enforces justice. Balabuse will stop attacking humans even if they have hurt me." He pondered, scanning his surroundings before stopping. "Li Jai-gu, it's pointless. We are here to unify the strength of humanity." Lee Ha remained silent, feeling guilty for having misjudged the other party. Somewhere, a pink orb was neatly placed on a table. Chio couldn't shake a sense of unease. I had asked where he could be without being caught in the information network. Loser is the messenger of the church. And does he have the authority to excommunicate, suddenly appearing to ruin my plan? At the same time, Ewing also felt anxious. What's in the letter? If it's from the Pope, that's clear, but for what reason? She smiled faintly and slowly stepped outside. Who knows? You'll know when it arrives. I'll step out for some fresh air. Outside, night was falling. Chio raised her hand and whistled. Immediately, someone appeared right behind her. You called me. Without hesitation, Chio turned her cold gaze and commanded, call Peter immediately. Loser's letter must not reach here. Sasuke hesitated slightly. Should we seize the letter? Then she raised her index finger to explain, it's too late to stop the letter from reaching Phi Beal. So the first step is to intercept and destroy the letter before it gets to us. And second, eliminate the courier in this area. Both tasks must be completed. Do you understand? Hearing this, a sense of unease arose in him. The order to kill Loser. We can handle intercepting and destroying the letter, but what about the second task? Chio seemed to understand the other side's reasoning. So what you can't refuse? Sasuke awkwardly turned her down. That's not it, but Loser is currently in the middle of the FBL camp. Please take that into consideration, madam. Without thinking much, she calmly mocked him in return. So what, you're afraid of the special unit? Even if Peter is there, I'll tell Alexander to ignore it, as long as you're careful around Lee Jaigal. The situation grew more and more suffocating, and he couldn't hide his discomfort as he answered. I'm not afraid of the special unit, and I'm not afraid of Lee Jae-gul either. Sasuke finally stated his real concern. But what about Haliha, the bold one who interfered with our plan and caused trouble? Hearing that, Chiyo looked surprised, eyes wide, then suddenly laughed without meaning to. We should have dealt with it early on. Seeing that, he replied. I'm sorry, madam. A moment later, Chiyo began to think up another plan. It's fine, it's fine. This is proof that our power still hasn't completely dominated all of Middle-earth. We need to expand our influence even further. Then she suddenly went still and said seriously, and keep an eye on Haliha. Even a letter from the church was not delivered directly to the Supreme Commander. The papal envoy only conveyed his intention. Then a messenger bearing the commander's mark would go to Loser, receive the letter, and bring it back to be handed over. In other words, it would take time. On the other side, Fei Yu bowed his head in thanks to Kai Yung for bravely taking the hit and saving him. Fei Yu, or rather that person, had joined the battle. If Loser hadn't shown up, we probably would have won. He teleported straight out of the war zone, but Fei Kit complained to Lee Ha about hierarchy. Why is Haliha big brother, but I'm uncle? At that moment, Baelipus started asking about the letter. What did you see in the dim Urbasun? Loser, he frowned and replied irritably. You already know, what else could be there besides that? Suddenly, a soldier rushed over to report urgently. Withdraw. Retreat. All Phi Beal forces fall back 2 kilometers from the current position. Herald announced the next move. Those still fighting the Golden Dragon to the end, hold your positions. The commander-in-chief is on the way. The sudden order left everyone bewildered. What's going on? Then he emphasized a piece of especially important news. The Supreme Commander of Minis is coming as well. All remaining PBL forces, lower your weapons and obey orders. The players hardly dared believe their ears. The Supreme Commanders are coming. Lee Ha rubbed his shoulder and let out a relieved breath. Finally, we can rest. Kai Yung still hadn't processed the rapid stream of updates. Hey, what happens next? He watched, thought for a moment, then continued. His gaze drifted toward the distant sky. It looks like the war is over. The sound of hooves through the grass drew near. The soldiers formed neat ranks to welcome the Supreme Commander. As the 2 commanders met, Yuan greeted him in a half-joking tone. It's been a while, Grandview. If you'd stayed a little longer, I might have got to see you tied up in our capital. Grandview didn't back down. Same to you, Yuan. I bet I made you drop about 5 kilos. Well worth it. Yuan laughed out loud and kept throwing jabs. If you get surrounded, Pupil will lose. You'll be captured and die in pathetic shape. Grandview chuckled and returned the jab. No chance if Pupil takes Minis' capital. Then you'll be executed on the spot. Their taunt sparked hostile friction, yet the clear blue sky now seemed to signal that the war had ended. Now 3 men and 1 dragon sat together to discuss state affairs. Yuan looked toward Loser, his question sounding more like a confirmation. So you're the Pope's envoy? Loser sat sternly, tapping the table as he waited for an answer. He opened his hand and a grotesque key-shaped item appeared. At the sight of it, everyone at the table reacted differently. Someone spoke up. That thing is... Meanwhile, Lee Ha hurriedly covered his mouth, holding back a wave of nausea. What is that? Some kind of monster? It looks terrifying. Kai Yung explained while reminding him to be polite. It's probably one of the Vatican's holy relics. And don't say that so loudly, big brother. Because it was Loser, Yuan didn't trust him much. I heard you're a citizen of Pupil. Then how did you obtain the title of papal envoy? He knew from the start that Yuan had never trusted him. This was just an excuse. Which country I belong to now isn't the important thing, Lord Yuan. Loser shoved the writhing key forward and continued. At the very least, you can just assume I'm connected to Yuan. Even if I present the holy key as proof, you still won't believe me. Yuan cleared his throat and denied it. Well, it's not that I don't believe you, this is my fault. Seeing that sincere admission, he finally let it go. It's fine, Grandview snorted. They're satisfied now. You're still as sly as ever, always hunting for other people's weak spot. Yuan smiled with his mouth but not his eyes and warned him. Watch your words, Grandview. We still haven't reached an agreement. After a few exchanges, Grandview got to the point. How is Pope IV? Loser answered. He's very anxious right now. Then he added the reason the Pope had become so uneasy. And something urgent happened, that's why I was dispatched so quickly. Of course, I was the first one to discover the problem. After that string of incidents that made Grandview suspicious, what is it? The letter only mentioned postponing the war. So we need to hear it from your own mouth. He immediately connected it to something important. Actually, there's one more thing. The Pope wrote that he'll personally sign a peace treaty between the 2 countries on that date. Is that true? Loser nodded, firmly confirming it was authentic. Yes, that's right. The moment Oren Vex arrived, he clearly heard, Season 1, the peace treaty. The person walking beside him heard it too and interpreted it more simply. What? You mean the war is going to end? He couldn't help worrying about their future. What's going to happen to us? Lee Ha didn't expect this either. He thought to himself, is that really true? It really ends with a peace treaty signed by Ewing. But he noticed something illogical. Wait, why was the Mediterranean the first place where war broke out? Was it really just a single incident? Maybe, but would they really start a war over a reason like that? Suddenly, stray currents surged through his body from nowhere, leaving him unable to think any further. At the council table, Grandview kept searching for proof to support his doubts. The Pope truly was an immensely influential figure. But how could the Pope mend an irreparable rift between two nations when he wasn't even involved? Loser didn't deny it. Light gathered in his hand. After all, the Pope himself had said so. If anything, it might be even more than that. As he spoke, he shaped the light into a hat. And if the supreme commanders of both nations saw this with their own eyes, then they would definitely accept that intention. That's what he said. Grandview was shocked by both the news and the item. Ewing was no less stunned. Balapost revealed the item's identity. It was a nobleman's hat, though Loser didn't agree with the dragon's choice of words at all. Watch your mouth, dragon. This is the hat of Dukla, the leader of a highborn bloodline. Hearing that, the dragon asked how you got it. His eyes turned ice cold. That dragon refused to listen to anything. I told you, I took it from the abyss. Balabuse fell silent for a long moment, then showed a scornful look. Duchess Lee, there's no way I wouldn't want to pin a title like that on that bastard. The Golden Line felt the truth should be dragged into the light. Then let me ask one more question. What did you see down in that abyss? Was it really Bluebeard? Loser stayed silent as if he couldn't answer. Balapus kept staring at him, waiting. Ewing panicked and broke the silence. No, impossible. Bluebeard died 30 years ago. He's dead. Grandview ground his teeth in agreement. Ewing is right. With a furious shout, he slammed his fist on the table and retold what happened back then. I commanded a division against his noble army in the final battle. So what if it was Bluebeard or the clan leader? Who is dead. Seeing how stubbornly they refused to accept it, Loser snorted. What a bunch of clowns. Ewing was furious. A commander-in-chief being called a clown. What did you just say? But Loser didn't care and continued with his point. Listen carefully and remember this. Loser wanted them to acknowledge his account, while you're wasting effort on meaningless things. I went all the way to the bottom of the abyss in the land of the dead. I saw the person down there with my own eyes, nothing like the rumors. There I met La, who had hidden himself away. Understand, he didn't die. He was hiding underground, faking his death to recover. After everything that had happened, Grandview seemed to realize something. And then Loser continued, as if stating what everyone had been thinking. The third great war between humans and demons could erupt because one of the shards of the Demon King, Dukla, has awakened. Lee Ha had been quietly listening the whole time, but now he spoke up. So that's why the war happened. He didn't understand what he was saying. His eyes were full of confusion. What are you talking about? Without letting him keep questioning, Lee Ha had already decoded the plot behind this war. Phase 2, the best defense is a ruthless offense. This war is meant to weaken the players before the third great war with the demon. Panic was written all over Lee Ha's face as he kept muttering. Forcing them to spend time and money to lose or destroy items would be a waste of resources. And if they add penalties for negative contributions, humanity's strength will be weakened before it can recover, right as the war with the demons begins. Kit and Hugh Dian both fell silent at the deduction, but Balabuse couldn't suppress his curiosity and pressed on. Loser, if you met Bluebeard in the abyss, how are you still alive right now? Hearing that, Loser tensed up and stared at him. Haven't I told you yet? Rubian was sealed. No, he sealed himself. I should put it that way. For months, I was only underground in the land of the dead, never seeing sunlight. Searching for a place I suspected was a laboratory. Jade stopped recounted. No, I was looking for some place. That phrasing immediately made Lee Ha realize. The laboratory of Custer, the shadow goblin. Loser stood with his back to everyone, then continued in a low voice. And then I found it. It wasn't a natural cave. It was a labyrinth built in darkness with no light or anything at all. I relied solely on the lone torch. This place is vast and tall, leaving me disoriented as I don't know where I am. I'm always cautious, still hoping this is the place I've been searching for, and I will recount every detail to everyone. The subway system still operates, each floor enormous, but more terrifying are the sheer number and strength of the monsters beyond my comprehension. That made Ewan frown with unease. All the Legal's monsters are massive, including the winged oxers. Grandview carefully listed them too, Cyclops, enchanted, towering on horseback. Hearing these names, Ewan frowned in confirmation. Indeed, they are everywhere. Ewan grew more curious at this statement. Does that mean he faced those monsters alone? Grandview kept pressing. Even a four-armed oxer needs a full team. Ewan continued to recall his experiences reaching the 33rd floor. I saw a completely dark wall, like the central graphics had been cut off. A towering black hole, the torch didn't even reach it. There, the image of the glowing red crystal lingered in my memory. And there, I saw it. At that moment, Ewan struck without hesitation. He enhanced the spear and fired directly, drew his blue python, and shouted at the crystal. The bullet pierced instantly. At that very moment, Ewan began to feel self-satisfied. The mission to defeat the Demon Lord's shard, I obliterated it easily. But that joy lasted only a moment. Instead, shock followed. The Baiyans suddenly wore his hat. The old man laughed gleefully, though slightly early, and thanked the young man. Next time we meet, I will repay your kindness. The opponent's appearance unnerved Yuan, who shouted. The hat suddenly flew away, leaving him astonished. Thank you. A flood of messages came from the old man all at once. Thank you for waking me. I will spare you this time. The demon lord awakens, Bluebeard. That scene left Yuan confused and fearful. Had he really caused the awakening? Thinking of this horrifying truth, sweat poured down and his breathing became rapid. Yuan could not hide his obsession and repeated, I put all my strength into that being, and this hat is the result. Baelipus, watching, grew even more curious. They said Yuan had sealed and then released it, stepping outside. He could only accept this reality. Rubian stepped out of the crystal, placed a hat on my head, and vanished. Yet that reason made Yuan even more suspicious. You attacked Yuan, the one who broke the seal, without causing injury, and you said he just handed you a hat before leaving. Yuan immediately confirmed, yes, seeing the answer unsatisfactory. Baelipus's gaze sharpened, determined to pursue. Why didn't Yuan attack you? Hit to the core, his body trembled. His eyes avoided looking directly, as if fearing exposure, his mouth trying to defend himself. I immediately ran over. Yuan didn't know. The golden wind IV confirmed the hat, and everything began. Hearing this, Li Ha grew more doubtful. Yuan directly witnessed the demon lord's shard. The Pope confirmed this and intervened to mediate the truce. Yuan turned to probe Grandview, asking, what will you do, Supreme Commander? Grandview frowned in annoyance. We will definitely hold you accountable for the king's assassination. But I understand now is not the time to act immediately. The threatening words made Yuan scoff in disdain. You can mention it any time, but an unreasonable reason for invasion will be a stain on history. Grandview, unyielding, directly insulted. History is written by the victor. Don't worry, minis won't record a thing. From now on, Pupil and minis are in a truce until the treaty is signed. All military actions are forbidden. Border and territory issues will be settled later. Commander of minis, do you agree? The request was like a fuse, making Yuan show a feral desire. Pupil only survived thanks to minis' mercy. Orders need no discussion. You must compensate for the illegal invasion. Li Ha and other soldiers could not hide their bewilderment at the tense dispute. Seeing no progress, Grandview relented. Disputes between the two nations will be resolved at the truce signing. In the presence of witnesses, no Yuan. Yuan, satisfied, returned to a cordial attitude. Reasonable, I agree with Commander Pupil's proposal, pledging on my honor and the nation's prestige. Though they shook hands in reconciliation, the smell of gunpowder still hung thick around them. The temporary truce between the two kingdoms was quickly established. Multiple server rewards arrived, exciting other players. Everything was finally concluded. My contribution of 283 was excellent. I received active participation. I received 4,000. Total contributions had passed 35,000. Looking at his own results, Li Ha couldn't hide his surprise at the boost from Alexander's advance and the Golden Dragon. Luring them in and attacking them counts as a huge contribution on Pupil's side, right? Only Balibos still wanted to double-check whether the war was truly over. Grandview seemed a bit more fired up now. Not completely, but at least we weren't going to just keep grinding all day. I'll tell you why I killed you. The moment those words were spoken, everyone grew uneasy. He began recalling his own memories. I took part in that meaningless war between humans and my companion's people, searching for the red dragon that vanished some time ago. He is my ancient nemesis, though I don't even know who he truly is. I was either being hunted or met with misfortune, but I became certain when I heard Bluebeard had awakened. His name is Kuganashi, and he is trying to revive Tiamat, the evil-aligned queen of chromatic dragons. That name sparked Li Ha's curiosity. Chromatic dragons? What were the dragons of the Middle Lands like? Dragons are powerful creatures and are divided into two main types, metallic dragons and chromatic dragons. There was no need to explain any further. Balibos's face tightened with tension at the mention of that name. The chromatic queen, Tiamat, must never be allowed to awaken. If she wakes, humanity will be reduced to nothing but ashes. His voice continued to echo as terror spread through the crowd. You must find Kukanaxi to save yourself and bring me that information. Kukanaxi is a member of the Red Dragon bloodline Bullet Fun. He's hot-tempered, but like me, he is an ancient dragon. The blue dragon swept his gaze over the tiny humans as a warning. If this leaks out, his actions will become even more unpredictable. So this must remain absolutely secret. Ally of Loser Lit, what is your name? Noticing he had turned his attention to him, the boy grew so flustered he could barely speak. He hurriedly tried to steady himself, should he speak more politely. Even so, he couldn't hide his unease. Aha, Li Ha, the name made Balibos fall into thought for a moment. Li Ha. Then he turned back and warned Loser again. I will remember your name along with Li Jaiwan for the continent's sake. Your strength must be preserved. You must find Kukanaxi and stop Tiamat's resurrection. Pray you never witness the moment the six heads become one, not even in your dreams. All at once, the entire area shimmered with golden light. It enveloped every player like a protective suit of armor. A wave of server-wide rewards poured in. The golden dragon Balapus has blessed you. The effect refreshed repeatedly as the blessing persisted. Staring at the light radiating from his body, Lee-Ha couldn't stay calm. Was this a blessing? Fire resistance plus 15%, this effect was incredible. Being wrapped in it all the time felt amazing. Would it last forever? He looked up at the one who granted it with utmost reverence. Thank you, Golden Dragon. Unlike everyone else's joy, Jigun looked utterly shaken. Dragon Lord Loser still wore a grave expression. Only then did Balapus turn to Alexander and give an order. I have to go, Alexander. Alexander nodded in agreement and the dragon's wings spread wide at once. Before leaving together, Balabos added one last reminder. Humans, do not forget my message. Lee-Ha kept his eyes on them until they disappeared from sight. Over here, Grandview and Ewan glared at each other with killing intent. Meanwhile, the other players enthusiastically urged one another. Let's go loot. There might still be a few things left. Anyone want to make one more round? No, thanks. Only then did Mew Nim dare to relax. After a long stretch of gloom, the war was over, but something still felt off. Only Lee-Ha stood there blankly, still not understanding what chromatic dragons meant. Looking at his clueless friend, he let out a helpless sigh. Kukanaxi is the most vicious red dragon. How could you forget? Because he was being overly cautious, his annoyance flared up fast. I only forgot for a second. Still, driven by curiosity, Lee-Ha kept pressing. You know how to control those dragons? The other man slowly searched his memory. I learned a little during the knight armor phase, which made Lee-Ha even more excited. Really, Bill Nim began recalling the past. I once had a quest to steal a dragon egg, but I refused. No matter how crazy things got, I couldn't do that. The more he listened, the more thrilled he became, eager to know the difference between metallic and chromatic dragons. Bionim, like a living encyclopedia, kept answering every question. Like the relationship between Pupil and Minis. They're the same kind of dragon, but they hate each other because of their different tendencies. As he explained, metallic dragons protect and uphold justice, categorized by their metals. The platinum dragon is the supreme leader, a position only one can hold. Chromatic dragons, on the other hand, are greedy and inherently cruel, classified by color. They have sided with demons. Bionim's mouth still wouldn't stop running. Their supreme leader is Tiamat. The six-headed dragon was formed from 6 differently colored dragons sharing a single body. Tiamat also did not participate in the second war between humans and demons. Thanks to Bahamut and the allied metallic lines, they were able to drive away the fragments of the Demon King and the Multi-River line. It seems, according to the weakened group's leader, he reasoned quietly to himself. It appears that the knight armor leader also participated in the second war between humans and demons. Remembering something, he grew curious and turned to Lee-Ha. What did that golden dragon do to you? Did it cast a spell on you? Being the center of attention made Lee-Ha flustered. You could call it magic. If you want to call it that, a voice suddenly spoke from somewhere. I'm curious too, what kind of magic is that? It immediately shocked everyone. Who is that? From her gaze, Chideo showed clear interest. Could you be Lee-Ha from Pupil? Faced with that scrutiny, Lee-Ha quickly nodded. The satisfying answer made her laugh meaningfully. You found your way here? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Chiyo. Her words caused Kai's normally calm face to change immediately. Chiyo, are you the ranked Chiyo? Ranked 7th dancer of the Minis Kingdom. Chiyo remained modest. No, 7th rank means nothing, I was just lucky. Calling it the Minis Kingdom sounds too rigid, now that the war is over. You disagree, Lee-Ha. The oppressive gaze of the opponent made Lee-Ha sweat unconsciously. Right, but why are you here? He had no doubts. Chiyo was the only one in the top 10 strongest who did not participate in this war. What is she doing? Chiyo waved the fan in her hand, patiently explaining. After making a truce with Draven's dragon, I came to meet the one who defeated Alexander and see what kind of person you are. Ah, she even gave a mischievous glance. If I have to say, I'm a fan of yours, Lee-Ha. He responded with an expressionless look. Thank you. Bionim also had to assess this attitude. You're very straightforward. Lee-Ha suddenly hesitated, even shyly. May I ask you a few questions? The other party responded enthusiastically. Of course, do you want to be friends with me? Seeing this, Lee-Ha calmly continued. Miss Chiyo, what did you do during the war? With your skills, you helped the Minis Kingdom a lot. Chiyo's attitude suddenly changed completely, her tone somewhat hesitant. That's a bit hard to say, but since you're asking eagerly, why not? Chiyo suddenly brought out her fan, and in an instant it was right by Lee-Ha's neck. Chiyo coldly assessed him. You can't just recognize the actions of an assassin, can you? No, Kijung panicked immediately, but before he could act, Lee-Ha stopped him. It's fine, she won't attack. He remained calm inside. It was a warning, do not underestimate. Chiyo put away the fan and let out another meaningful laugh. Understanding quickly, I just came by to greet, so I'll leave now. The war is over, let's keep in touch. Before leaving, Chiyo exuded a strong warning aura. Next time let's have tea together somewhere beautiful. Beautiful, Chiyo walked decisively, her demeanor making Lee-Ha pause. Her steps were ruthless, contrasting her beautiful appearance. So that was what made the difference. Only Bionim, who had not been paying attention, grew more curious. Hey Lee-ha, what did that woman say? He showed slight disappointment. She didn't say much, only that she's an assassin class. He still couldn't forget her meaningful smile. She was suspicious but seemed not an enemy. Otherwise, she wouldn't reveal her identity. Besides Erwin, who is Munich's scheming enemy, Bionim tensed so much sweat began to pour. Interesting, an assassin admitting she is an assassin. At that moment, a teasing voice spoke. Seeing a pretty girl, you all smile right away. Lee-ha jumped when he saw the other person's face clearly. Hoadayan, looking so cheerful, made him uneasy. What's wrong? Hoadayan immediately smiled, but her attitude seemed explosive. Who is that? Lee-ha panicked. What do you mean? A strong aura suddenly emanated from her. The woman was trying to cling to him. It made him more flustered. What are you talking about? Just a rumor. She's the CEO soldier of minis. In an instant, Hoadayan returned to her original state. Really? That's good. The sudden attitude shift made Lee-ha tremble. You always appear like a ghost at times like this. Why should I explain? While Lee-ha was still distracted, Hoadayan spoke. Are you going to pupil? If so, stop by the Dela station. He flinched in surprise. Why? Even though his face was red, she still shyly tried to make up a story. As for that previous injury and the settlement money, Lee-ha didn't even suspect a thing. Settlement money? All right, I'll stop by. The two of them quickly fell into a thoughtful silence. After a long moment of staring at each other, Hwa Yeon grew so flustered she nearly swayed. I'll get going first then, you too. The awkwardness was thick with anxiety. Okay. The hard-to-describe scene had the two onlookers, Kai Jiang and Bu Nim, gasping as they fought back laughter. Even Sasuk looked openly fed up. I wasn't expecting much, but you're really awful. Lee-ha Kit, standing off to the side, nodded along too. He probably doesn't even realize it. That attitude left Lee-ha unable to process what he just heard. What? That dumbfounded look made everyone else feel helpless. He seriously had no idea. Sasuk came over and slung an arm around his shoulder, looking extremely excited. I just wanted to say goodbye before I go. Next time when I take down Alexander, I'll contact you, so make sure you show up, okay? Lee-ha couldn't hide his shock, eyes wide at what he'd just heard. We're going to fight Alexander. Even after getting that luck from the Golden Dragon, the guy froze at that carefree tone. What does it look like I'm begging you or something? Blame that crazy red dragon. From the distance, Loser charged over, gun in hand, murderous intent blazing. Stop right there, Lee Jaigal. Sasuk was scared out of his wits by that look and shouted, that crazy old man, here, I'm out. Loser, who'd been rushing in, suddenly slammed on the brakes. His whole body went stiff in an instant. There was even confusion on his face. Old man. Kayuk turned and warned Lee-ha, hurry up before you get into trouble with him. The trio teleported away instantly. Even though he didn't understand, he still followed. All right, I'll finish it. Only Loser remained, standing there blankly like an idiot. The trio of old men and the two young guys headed off together, and Lee-ha didn't forget to say goodbye. See you later then, he called loudly to his little brother. Let's go, Kai Jiang. He hurried after him right away. Before leaving, Kai Jiang even cheered excitedly. The special task force is back at base. Great job, everyone. Seeing the crowd buzzing with excitement only made him grin wider. Next time we've gotta throw a party, okay? Sure, everyone worked hard. After a whole bout of inner questioning, Loser finally snapped out of it. He pointed his gun at Lee-ha's group. Stop, I need to ask about your weapon. Seeing the other guy threatening him, Lee-ha's whole body suddenly tensed up. After a moment, he spoke cautiously. Didn't you say you wanted to ask? Then why are you pointing a gun at me? Right then, Loser looked like he was about to fall apart when he saw the other side's teleport notification. Back in ILTSOCK, Lee-ha let out a long breath of relief. The peaceful scene in front of him put him more at ease. Now I can finally feel like the war is over. All right then, the game account began logging out. He declared excitedly, time to sleep. In the real world, it was already night. Kim-do impatiently pushed open her son's door. How long are you going to sleep for? At least eat something. Lee-ha stirred slightly. What time is it? She raised her voice as if to remind him. It's 8 p.m., but all she got back was his sleepy tone. I've only slept for 12 hours. I'll deal with it later. After a while, Lee-ha came out to eat. Faced with his mom's delicious spread, he happily savored every bite. Just then his phone rang. It was Kai Jiang calling. He glanced at the screen. I'll deal with it later. While eating, Lee-ha asked curiously, Mom, that restaurant you're going to open? Kim-do couldn't hide her surprise at her son. He sat up straight, looking extremely serious. About how much money would it take to open a place like that? Around 50 pong. The look on his face stunned her. What? Why are you suddenly asking that? The question left Lee-ha flustered. Wouldn't you be more comfortable if you opened a place like that? No matter what I say, you still won't stay home. So you could sit at the counter, and if you get bored, you could sit at the counter and help out in the kitchen. Kim-do shot back immediately. Enough, all right already. If it's just because you've got a little money, that's a waste. Focus on fixing your leg. I'm saving as much as I can, you know. Her firmness made Lee-ha feel completely dejected. Every time money came up, it turned into a lecture about his leg. But out loud, he backed down timidly. Yes, ma'am. After dinner, Lee Ha's bedroom door slammed shut again, seeing the caller's name. He couldn't hide his surprise. Kai Jiang called. The moment he called back, he could clearly hear the panic on the other end. What were you doing over there? I called you a bunch of times and couldn't reach you. That tone made him anxious too. My head's ringing. What's going on? Kai Jiang grew more and more worked up. Get online. There's an announcement about the war. No, the Middle Realm community, that's it. Lee Ha was also baffled by his jumbled words. What are you talking about? As he started logging in, his eyes widened in shock. On the forum, everyone was passionately discussing Lee Ha himself. People everywhere were talking non-stop across the entire internet. Post after post kept popping up, leaving Lee Ha totally confused. All of this is, even the forum's search bar was flooded with breaking news about the ranking of Pubil's key contributing members. The moment you clicked out of curiosity, you found your name boldly occupying the top spot on the leaderboard. Lee Ha stood stunned at his own achievement. I know I contributed a lot, but I contributed even more than this. Meanwhile, at Grandview, the phone buzzed urgently with the voice of a now extremely popular friend. That voice made him pause mid-action, curious. All right, Kiyoung, you rank 9th in contributions to the Lune Nation. Hearing this, he grinned wider than a blooming flower. See, thank you. Our guild is going crazy over you right now. Everyone wants to join our guild and the applications are piling up. Tian stayed up all night reviewing. While Kaijong kept rambling, Lee Ha was still absorbed in amazement over his teammates' feats. The 8th spot belongs to the brigade commander in the Whitmore River invasion. Not only a commander, but with everyone competing, he still ranks 9. Truly influential. On the other end, he continued enthusiastically recounting everything without pause. Many recorded our fight with Alexander at the final scene from a distance. Our name was mentioned frequently on YouTube and international TV. The guild master Jayak even appeared in a US TV interview. He even mentioned you. Do you want me to send you the link? Lee Ha declined without hesitation. No, that's fine. It felt like a bolt of lightning. After rambling for a while, Kaijong reminded him, anyway, log in quickly. The reward period ends in 4 days by Central Earth time, so don't forget. Sharing the same big idea, he nodded promptly. Yes, of course. Lee Ha activated the gaming box and announced, I'm logging in now. The space before him changed completely in an instant. He and Kaijong sat side by side on the in-game bench. As soon as he regained awareness, Lee Ha spoke first. Do you know anything about the third war between humans and demons? Though he didn't, he could only answer with slight disappointment. Not really, but about contributions. Go ahead, Kiyoung started explaining, but Lee Ha just grasped the main point. In short, contribution points can be exchanged for items or stats. But for rarer, high-tier items, the required points rise significantly, making them hard to obtain. After he finished, Lee Ha asked, what about hero or legendary items? Kaijong pondered before answering awkwardly. I'm not sure. Some said they spent all their contribution points on a rare iron helmet. It cost a full 1,000 contribution points, but thankfully we no longer have to spend active contribution points. Lee Ha was astonished by the extravagance. Kaijong waved his finger as a warning. People with negative contribution points will be punished. Experience points are deducted and can only be restored online. This made him groan, typical of Central Earth. He added an update, but you can remove penalties with gold, so. Gold prices on Central Earth have skyrocketed. But what are you planning now? The war is over. Lee Ha still couldn't imagine a clear plan. They said a royal memorial will happen in 4 days, right? Kaijong confirmed, yes, they might give us something better at the palace, so no need to spend contribution points. Suddenly recalling something, Lee Ha curiously opened the info panel. Let me check the stats and skill points. A chaotic jumble of points appeared, making him widen his eyes. He hadn't distributed his points during the battle. Even Kaijong was shocked. You fought like that without allocating them. Lee Ha decisively put all points into agility and exhaled. That was when we agreed to a ceasefire with Craven. He had lost his mind. Suddenly alert, he jumped up. Right, I have this item too. Kaijong looked up curiously. What is it? He tried to identify the unnamed item pulled out. Is that a blanket? Lee Ha calmly turned and replied, no, it's a Drake coat Drake gave me. This made Kaijong shiver. Craven's Drake. The NPC commander, the strongest at sea. He held up the hero coat proudly. Yes, Drake gave it to him during the ceasefire. His words shocked Kaijong. You just rolled up the Drake armor and stuffed it in your bag. He looked beggingly. Let me see the options, please. Lee Ha teased with an implied tone. Curious are you? That new item almost made Kaijong kneel in awe. Naturally, if a special NPC gave it, it must at least be rare, right? With that valuable name, it wouldn't be surprising if it was hero grade. Seeing the big catch bite, he smirked mischievously without responding immediately. Lee Ha set a condition. If you're curious, help me upgrade this first. Hearing that, Kaijong's smile froze. Upgrade. Lee Ha kept his weird expression and said one word. Add. Can it survive a few hits from a level 190 plus monster, right? The dark aura radiating from him made Kaijong recoil in fear. How are you so clever? You want to see the item, yet you're making me do this. But Lee Ha, fully aware of having victory in hand, smiled wryly in a calm manner. You don't have anything better to do either, little brother. He helplessly confirmed the task. I just have to hold him off without attacking, right? The opponent's helplessness made him nod with satisfaction, didn't it? Don't act recklessly. Just hold on while I prepare, okay? The anticipation of wearing the legendary cloak dispelled all of Kijang's frustration. Understood, the dark sight in Laiha's hands continuously tracked every movement, even the smallest, of the target. He aimed precisely at Oxer Three Hands' position to ensure safety. At the same time, as he approached the monster, Kijang maintained his balance. Oxer Three Hand aggressively raised its club to strike the golden ant in front of it. The powerful attack forced Kijang to brace himself. He strained his strength while constantly urging his senior. Come on, hurry, you're ready, right? Have you used it yet? Can't you hear me? I'm about to lose it. But Liha replied with remarkable calm. Though Kijang was far away, his voice echoed vividly in his head. It was like sitting in a movie theater driving a car. Have you ever been there? The ill-timed clarity made him suffer to the point of tears. Stop joking, I can't hold on much longer. Yet the opponent just laughed to reassure him, just endure a little longer. Liha, a playful fan, thought silently, teasing him is really fun. Then he seriously got to work. The Black Pass mission was to defeat a level 194 2000M monster in a single shot. 2045 east wind direction, speed 4M on the line completed and stabilized. On the other side, Kijang was risking himself to endure Oxer Three Hands' fierce attacks. The escalating danger pushed him to extreme tension. At that moment, the final bullet fired from Laiha's gun rang out. Kijang was still busy, and Duong Keen had to witness half of Oxer Three Hand disintegrate into smoke from the very bullet. The intact lower half of Oxer Three Hand stood upright like a statue, while the upper half vanished completely in an instant. Its entire body collapsed into scattered particles before Kijang's eyes. A system notification simultaneously appeared, showing a level increase. Achieved a long-distance target hit beyond 2000M, speed increased by 26 points. Added 200% effect from applied facility. You have completed Black Bet Super Tier 3 mission and learned the mana bombing skill. Having learned from last time, Liha assigned his points immediately. Alright, put 5 points into agility. Wait, this achievement is only rank B. Yeah, I get it now. For a rifle, you have to hit from at least 100 meters for it to count. But for a sniper rifle, 2000 meters is excellent. I'm really looking forward to future achievements. Information about the new reward appeared right on the mana recovery ring's display. A skill that prevents prey from resisting or escaping. Within a 30-meter radius, all energy is frozen. Liha analyzed the freshly forged item himself, Mana Freeze. That means existing spells keep running, but new spells will be sealed. Within 10 minutes, he understood that a rare item always comes with a high price, and he glanced at the mission info. So what about the mission? The system instantly changed the interface. Black Bet Super Tier 4 of 7. Kill a level 214 monster from 2,500 meters with a single shot. Liha felt a bit exasperated and thought to himself, I'm looking forward to it, but this is a little ridiculous. 2,500 meters is outside Black Bet's effective range. I'll need to use my sniping skill to take it down. Just then Kai Rong's reminder rang out. Hey bro, you done yet? Come collect your reward. And the mental roadblock in his head slid away. Liha hurriedly called to his teammate. Wait, Kai Rong, help me test a few things. Kai Rong turned around with a helpless look. What are you doing? But the other guy only gave a short instruction. When I signal, just fire any ultimate you've got. While Kai Rong was still spacing out, not understanding what was going on, a killer shot, a bullet with terrifying spin, whistled right up to his face and his body reacted instantly. That split-second response saved Kai Rong from disaster. The bullet streaked past his head as if mocking an idiot. Only after a chunk of earth and rock exploded into rubble did he snap back and scream, "What the hell are you doing?" The reply was still curt. Attack now. Kai Rong was fed up with that high-end mighty attitude, but he obediently followed through under the seal's protection. He widened his eyes, realizing things weren't playing out as usual. Only now did Liha slowly appear. Haha, no notification window? Kai Rong asked, baffled. Hup bro, no there is. What did you do? I can't use my ultimate. Liha didn't answer right away. He just watched the gun in his hand with interest. The ultimate's description mentioned that the prey wouldn't know what was happening, meaning the opponent wouldn't see a notification window either. A moment later, Kai Rong trailed behind, pressing Liha to share. Bro, what did you do just now? But Liha stayed tight-lipped. I'm not telling you. Liha suddenly remembered his earlier promise. Almost forgot, I'll show you the coat you wanted to see. The moment he took it out, Kai Rong was stunned. Whoa, this quality is on another level, Kai Rong pleaded with teary eyes. Hurry up, show me the full details. Liha softened and agreed. All right, I'll read it for you. Legendary blessed coat blessed by the sea deity. Greatly boosts multiple attributes and has defense up to 3,500. Can activate a powerful emotion control ultimate. Kai Rong lifted the coat as carefully as if it were fragile treasure and rattled off a stream of amazement. Damn, hero tier and 3,500 defense. Cloth no a coat, how can it have defense? That's insane. This coat's defense is almost the same as my armor. So you've been carrying a hero tier loner item this whole time? You're incredible. The moment he heard the words loner item, Lee Ha's smile froze solid. So I really have to give it back eventually. Water resistance and ice resistance for ultimates. I'm not just handing it back, but he still tried to look calm. Either way, it's a pretty good item, right? Kai Rong used every word he knew to praise the god tier gear. It's amazing, thanks to it, you've avoided so many attacks. Even when players around level 122-130 use ultimates, you can still handle them easily. Then a blue system screen popped up in front of Lee Ha, catching his eye. It turned out to be a message urging him, "Aren't you coming?" No need to pay, Lee Ha finally remembered. Ah, right, money. He hurriedly said goodbye to his friend. Thanks, I've gotta go over there. Kai Rong smiled and waved him off as well. Alright, talk later, I have to head back to the guild too. Lee Ha hurried along, drawn by the call of money, and muttered to himself, no way, I'm not leaving money uncollected. At that moment, the two sisters, Huo Ding and Huo Yuan, were leisurely enjoying a peaceful time. Lee Ha's sudden appearance shattered the stillness of the room. Huo Ding gently opened her mouth to greet him. Huo Yuan flushed, sprang up, and scolded Lee Ha. You purple fruit, you never pick the right time to make noise. Huo Ding's favorite place was her own room, warm and soft, so it was very comfortable. Huo Yuan was so embarrassed by those descriptions that she nearly burst into tears. The shame exploded into an earth-shaking scream. Hey, she launched into a furious tirade. If I report you to the Dal Knights, they'll arrest you on the spot for trespassing. Just because you contributed doesn't mean you can barge into my house. Lee Ha could only tremble as he begged for mercy. I'm sorry. He silently mapped out a plan in his head. Right suddenly, HWA Jiang held out a crystal ball. To me, I'll buy a new one, then have the nerve to make a request. Just pay me the agreed amount and I'll go get it right away. HWA Yon didn't pay that line any attention and only mumbled a quiet reminder. If you want to come over, you just have to say so. I'll invite you. Their little exchange echoed in his ears. Why can't I hear clearly? It's nothing. That made HWA Jiang extremely irritated. Luckily, HWA Yon finally got down to business. Either way, I can provide you with quite a lot. Be on time and handle the rest yourself. I thought you'd lost interest in Dal Castle after getting battle rewards. Lee Ha replied politely, yeah, thanks. A few seconds later, he froze as it hit him. An exclusive reward. She looked a little startled by Lee Ha's blank, stunned expression. You haven't heard the rumor, it came from the royal palace. Didn't that girl Nara tell you? He could only stammer, unable to answer. A faint irritation rose in Lee Ha's mind. Come to think of it, Nara hadn't contacted him in ages. She'd only sent congratulations when he ranked first in contributions. She seemed even colder than before. HWA Yon seemed interested in what had been happening lately. I heard a lot of things are about to happen to you because you placed first in contributions. Lee Ha's eyes widened, full of anticipation. A lot, how many? She turned away haughtily and refused to answer. If it's less than you hoped, you'll blame me, so I'm not saying. May the negotiations between Pubil and Minis go smoothly. He sighed helplessly. You're really boring. The brief meeting came to an end. Lee Ha stood to say goodbye. Anyway, thanks for always helping me sort things out. I'll get going then. HWA Yon stiffened, then called after him without thinking. You're leaving already? HWA Jiang, on the other hand, innocently poked her head out and chimed in, come by again next time. He gently promised her, yeah, I'll come back. Seeing him about to leave, HWA Yon hurriedly called out again. Hey, Ha Lee Ha, thinking something was still unfinished, he turned back to ask. She clenched her fists, psyching herself up. I might have to go back to Korea soon, for work because of work. Lee Ha stayed dense, not understanding her intent at all. Really, the weather in Korea has been great lately. HWA Jiang worked up her courage and blurted out, that's not what I meant. When I'm there, I think I'll have a little free time. Could you recommend some good restaurants? HWA Yon awkwardly tried to justify what she just said. There isn't much time to go sightseeing or go out without someone watching. But you're Korean, right? Lee Ha nodded in confusion. Yeah, I'm Korean. He accepted the outing. Got it, I'll look into it and make a list. Seeing his clueless, foggy expression, she snapped and yelled, I have to meet you and take you there myself. You have no idea how much HWA Jiang has been looking forward to going to Korea because of you. Flustered, she hurriedly covered her sister's mouth. Sis. Lee Ha scratched his head, signaling he understood. So you want to eat with me, right? Yeah, this kind of date isn't bad. He suddenly whispered the two words he just said. A date. A few memories flashed by and Lee Ha jolted in alarm. So that's why Nara has been so distant since the battle. We agreed to have a meal together, but it still hadn't been brought up once. HWA Yon asked curiously for his thoughts. So what are you going to do? You'll come pick me up, right? Lee Ha stammered and couldn't form a proper sentence. About that, she didn't mind his erratic reaction and took the initiative to plan. Once I set the schedule, I'll let you know. We'll go eat something tasty. Back in his real-world room, the VR pod sat silently in the stillness of the night. The pod's door gradually dissolved, revealing Lee Ha's thin figure lying there quietly. His face was dark after the long chain of events. "This is crazy. What am I supposed to do with that plan? Sure, the reward is amazing, but it's not like I just won 2 billion. Even so, a miracle for these legs won't come in a day or two. Then why am I worried about having to meet people? Ashamed of these legs?" Lee Ha whispered so only he could hear. "What is there to be ashamed of? Did 7 dragons say it was an accident? I used to think that, but playing Middle-earth gave me a lot of confidence back. And I've got a steady source of savings for treatment, too. If Tien or Bionim wanted to meet, no, even if it were Jin Gong, I'd be willing to meet 100 times over." Lee Ha felt a little tense and poured a bottle of water down his parched throat, as if it were a ritual to calm himself. The tangle of emotions left him strangely dazed. So why am I hesitating about meeting Nara and those 2 sisters? What is this feeling? A little later in the game world, with his hands clasped behind his head, he ambled forward at a lazy pace. "My hair's almost straight again. I should hit the salon soon." Behind him, Lee Ha complained with hands on his hips. "Hey, you are still listening to me vent, right?" He turned back, his voice full of teasing. "Of course, so when are you going out to eat with Miss Sinara and Lady Bobby? Isn't that what this is about?" Lee Ha grumbled to himself in frustration. "This guy acts like he heard every single detail." He let out an annoyed sigh. "Talking to my knees would be more pleasant than talking to this guy." After walking for quite a while, the 2 of them finally arrived at the main gate of the Pubilalstock Palace. While they were still looking around in confusion, suddenly from behind came the pounding sound of footsteps. A group of reporters rushed toward Kailong like cats spotting cream. "The current rank 9 contributor is right here, number 9 of Pubil. The Grand Bard has already entered the palace. We'll just ask a few quick questions." The title Grand Bard made him break out in a cold sweat. Kailong tried to calm the chaotic crowd in front of him. The moment he opened his mouth, dozens of microphones were shoved right up against it. "Please don't get so excited, one at a time." But he was only met with an even fiercer barrage. "I don't understand what you're saying at all. Why are you eating our microphones?" While he was struggling with that disastrous misunderstanding, "Not me over there, it's Lee Ha." Lee Ha had already left his companion and walked ahead. "Stay there." Suddenly his steps halted at the palace stairs. Nana had somehow appeared there at some unknown time, calmly gazing at the young man before her. She bluntly exposed Lee Ha's little trick. "Feeling pretty pleased with yourself, huh?" Not minding it at all, he blurted out the promise he had kept in his heart for so long. "Nara, when can we go out to eat?" The question stunned Nara. Whatever else she had intended to say vanished completely. She shyly avoided Lee Ha's eyes. "You still remember?" He murmured a few sweet words. "How could I forget? It's a meal with you, Nara." Those affectionate words made Lee Ha's guilty conscience quietly disappear. "It's just that I've had too many things to deal with. I really didn't forget." Seeing his uneasy look, Nara curled her lips in amusement. She proudly turned her head away and said coyly, "Oh, I've been very busy lately. I'm not sure I'll have time. Let me ask Bobby. I don't know if she's free." Lee Ha hurriedly answered on Bobby's behalf. "She is, definitely. Let's set it up." At that moment, Nara felt as happy as if flags were flying in her heart and thought, "I was sulking because I thought he had forgotten." After that, she pushed him forward with a cheerful expression. "Hurry inside, we need to review. The ceremony is about to begin. I heard the top 3 will receive some rewards from His Highness." Nara even called Lee Ha by an especially affectionate nickname. Our Lee Ha must stand out, making him momentarily speechless. Our Lee Ha. A moment later, at the palace entrance, a guard loudly announced, "His Highness arrives." The figure of King Pubil slowly appeared, wearing his familiar noble red fur cloak. Rossack stood on the upper level, his expression as stern and intimidating as ever. Below, the 2 sisters Huoding and Hoyuan silently waited for a chance to meet His Highness. Only after King Pubil had taken his seat did the guard begin calling names. Contributors ranked from 4 to 10, please step forward. The crowd surrounding them shouted hoarsely, calling out their idols' names. "Go Nara, you're the best." "Click, click, look over here." In contrast, Kailong's stiff posture drew bursts of laughter and commentary. "Look at the leader of the scout group, he looks like a robot. So stiff." The guard's resounding announcement drew the crowd's attention away. "We will present rewards to each individual according to their rank, as recognition of their contributions in this battle." King Pubil stood on the high platform and began the award ceremony. Rank 3, Feiyu, and Rank 2, Zon X. In recognition of their contributions, both will receive a silver star medal and a violet heart. In addition, each medal holder may choose any 2 items from the royal vault. One player couldn't help widening his eyes at the royal family's generosity. 2 items each, then what will the first place get? What is meant to come will come. The announcement of first place echoed loudly. "And now, the top contributor, Lee Ha, please step forward." Lee Ha stepped forward bravely at the sound of his commendation, and at the same time, a notification rang in his ears confirming the recorded changes. King Pubil solemnly honored the hero of the kingdom. "Your feats resound across the lands. Today, you are the most outstanding of all. You have proven your courage and bravery in this battle. You are permitted to choose 3 items from the royal vault as a reward for your contribution." But the next gift was what truly made everyone widen their eyes in astonishment. In addition, you are appointed to govern a city that has established a peace treaty with its people. In my own name, I bestow this honorable reward upon you. I, the King of Pubil, in absolute respect for this Medal of Honor, hereby officially grant you this Medal of Honor. The reward has now been bestowed. Someone gaped and exclaimed, "Wow!" That astonished cry sparked a wave of excitement throughout the crowd. Dong couldn't believe it. It was incredible. The title of Lord not only implied being a knight but also came with noble status for the first time. They gave him an entire city. The surrounding commotion left Li Ha momentarily speechless. A few seconds later he processed it, his mind filled with shock. What exactly did they give me? The system displayed a new notification. You are honored as the greatest hero of PUBGL, receiving stat bonuses, prestige, and favor with NPC Pubil. However, your reputation with the royal family and high-level strategic NPCs, except Yuan, is reduced. The next day, Li Ha walked alone with a jumble of thoughts. During yesterday's award ceremony, I was genuinely surprised. Instead of an honorary title, they gave me the position of city ruler. Discussions will continue to determine which city I will receive. Fortunately, the city comes through the Mini's peace treaty, so I don't have to worry about that. More urgent is the mission that appeared after the award ceremony. Li Ha was still grappling with the new task when he discovered our academy had added more students. The outside looked much cleaner now. Wow, how much it has changed. Seeing Brow in the room, he politely greeted, "Commander, you're here." The headmaster, in a good mood, invited, "Li Ha, come in." Li Ha chatted cheerfully, "Commander, the academy has changed a lot." Brow, speaking briefly yet praising, said, "That's all thanks to your efforts. The Emperor provided the academy with a massive budget for development. I never imagined the rookie from back then would mature so much. I was delighted to hear about your efforts as if I had succeeded myself." "Well done," Li Ha expressed heartfelt gratitude. "It's all thanks to your guidance and teaching, Commander." He slowly realized a gap in the previous words. "Wait, did you just say you all?" Just then, Kit and Loser proudly appeared at the door. Kit teased, "Are you pretending you did it all alone?" Loser, also angry, flexed and brought up the past. "Back then, you definitely ran off." Li Ha smiled, though inside he groaned. "Kid, oh, Loser is here too." Brow spoke at the right moment, cutting off the sharp tongues of the young men. "Sit down. I have something to discuss with you. A rookie is no ordinary soldier. You probably know why I called you here." "Li Ha, you've heard from Loser, right?" he answered truthfully. "If it's about him, then yes." Brow immediately got to the point. "Exactly, one of the Demon King's fragments. That brat Bluebeard is still alive and wandering across the 6 lands. This is highly unusual. We thought he was dead." Loser interrupted Brown with certainty. "He's alive. The Pope confirmed his magical power, though I don't need to elaborate further. I've seen him with my own eyes," the commander calmly reassured. "I know, Loser, it's not that I don't believe you. I've always considered the longevity potential of them, but my concern isn't just about Bluebeard. The Demon King's fragments are independent but interconnected. There could be 1, 2, 3, or 4. Li Ha joined the discussion somewhat sharply. "That's right. Since they are split from the Demon King, they are essentially one." Brow agreed, "Exactly. If Bluebeard has awakened, the others might also be hiding somewhere." He turned to question the other. "Did the Pope mention anything about this?" Loser revealed everything he knew. "No, only that we need to carry out the human-on-human massacre first." Brow quickly gave a preliminary judgment. "He intends to speak after the peace treaty is signed. By then, it may be too late. That's why I called you here first." As soon as he finished, the system issued a new mission. "Gather information about Bluebeard with the 3 soldiers." Li Ha skimmed the mission details like a routine secondary battle, so the rewards weren't extraordinary. "Just observe, no need to kill him or steal anything. But the failure penalty, this is brutal. The penalty includes 300 contribution points, 200 prestige, while the bonus reward is only 10 points. Brow consulted the 3 for complete surveillance. "It will take about a week. Do you think this is feasible?" He didn't dare assert it, only questioned. "And if we fail?" The commander answered solemnly. "Brawling will start wreaking havoc in the north. Thus Bluebeard may act more urgently. Considering that, we cannot fail." Finally, seriously presenting another possibility. "What if we kill Grawling?" The commander didn't hesitate to explain any concern raised. Grawling was already a demonic force in the Second War. Anyone opposing him would evolve from that, but I don't recommend it. Kit caught the ambiguity. This evolution applies to only one person. The answer wasn't very clear. Perhaps this restriction led the 3 to a shared thought. Only one person receives the reward. Killing him is one success condition. But it suggests we only need to observe and return quietly. Li Ha silently pondered the operation plan. "I need to discuss the mission with them. But it seems Loser already has his own plan. I will go alone. I can handle it myself." This rash move made the other 2 jump up to stop him. "Wait, Loser, wait, we have to form a party first." But he couldn't care less. "Shut up. Just follow me." Brown watched in silence as the 3 musketeers clashed over their approach right from the very first step. All he could do was warn them anxiously, "Be careful, everyone. The northern trolls are a bit different from the trolls in Sentinel." Li Ha's shouts echoed throughout the academy. "Loser, wait, Loser, I said wait." Where do you think you're going? He snapped back irritably. I told you to shut your mouth. That stubborn attitude rubbed him the wrong way even more. You even understand the mission. We have to form a party, finish the mission, and we don't even know where Grawling will show up. So what exactly are you doing? But the response was the dark muzzle of a gun pointed straight at his throat. Loser insisted on his way. Don't get in my way, we'll form the party up north. Seeing things escalating, Kai Trong stepped in to stop them. Enough. Right now we need to restock ammo and get our gear ready. I'll prep, but he didn't give anyone a chance to cut in. I'm already fully prepared. You don't need to worry about ammo or support. Even before Kit could get out more than 2 words, he was shut down. I'll take care of everything, so stay quiet, follow along, and pick up the drops. I'll take the stat reward. You'd think that would be the end of it, but Lee Ha replied coldly, Are you kidding me? Loser froze for a moment at the unusual attitude. The frustration hit its peak and he spat it out bluntly. Is your brain made of tofu? Loser, do you even understand the purpose behind this mission? Kit was stunned by how reckless that was. Loser stared at Lee Ha and asked again as if he couldn't believe his ears. Stupid? You're calling me stupid? Lee Ha didn't flinch. He admitted it straight up. Yeah, you're stupid. You've been stubborn from the start. All you ever do is charge straight ahead. This world isn't something you clear just by risking your life. Think a little. Don't worry, loser. His gun barrel swung right back toward Lee Ha. Loser cursed at him. You want to test me? HMPH, he wasn't scared at all and stared him down. You want to shoot me right here in the capital. If you're confident enough to take on the entire Holy Night Order, then go ahead and try. Lee Ha even boldly warned Loser. And why do you call Sir Kit Kit, but call me Hit? I have a proper name too. Want me to introduce it to your skull? His hand was already poised on the trigger. Loser was no different. Both were ready to fight. They aimed their guns at each other, but neither rushed to fire. Lee Ha quietly analyzed the situation and reached a conclusion. You talk like that, but you didn't actually threaten me or shoot right away. With your personality, if you're not jumping me right now, it means you at least understand this mission somewhat. Loser couldn't help but feel doubtful too. He kept his face cold. Can this guy still be salvaged? In such a tense situation, Kit hurried in to mediate. You two, stop. You both know there are 2 ways to complete this mission. He used reasonable arguments to talk them down. Either observe and finish it at 100%, or kill Grawling to raise the success rate. Both methods require thorough preparation. Kit even suggested a smart plan to help them get the outcome they wanted. If you, Loser, want to clear it by taking down Grawling, I'll handle the monsters around him and Lee Ha will provide long-range support. Wouldn't that make it easier? Loser hesitated like it did make sense. He decided to lower his weapon first, but he still wouldn't give in. Fine, I'm not carrying you for free. So get ready and make yourself worth it. Lee Ha had to agree to his demand. He set a time for later. All right, we'll study it first. We'll prepare what we need and meet back here in 2 hours. Deal. Loser only turned and walked away without answering. After he left, Lee Ha put on an annoyed expression. It's been ages since I met someone that troublesome, right? Kit just stared at him without replying. That made Lee Ha even more surprised. What? Why are you looking at me like that? He gave a vague answer, but he was full of unspoken thoughts about him. It's nothing. You're not losing to Loser either. I thought you were gentle, turns out you're fiercer than I expected. Lee Ha admitted honestly, he's a real pain. Do you really think he can handle a famous boss that only appears under specific conditions? But Kit also acknowledged his talent. Loser wasn't an idiot about Middle-earth. He explained it to Lee Ha in detail. If Loser's confidence helps us finish the mission faster, we benefit too. In Middle-earth, time is money. He seemed a little puzzled. If you take away his confidence, what does he have left? Honestly, probably nothing but a corpse. Then he pointed out something else. He's really just got some hair gel on his head, that's all. Kit's cute remark made Lee Ha laugh. You also joke like that? He was serious, I'm just stating the truth. After the conversation, Kit said goodbye to Lee Ha, see you later. In the far north of the Citrasian Federation, Loser's forward behavior annoyed Lee Ha. Just fall if you must and don't get up again. But he gradually adjusted his emotions and began to think further ahead. A cooperative mission like this with 3 rangers doesn't come around often and the difficulty could increase. But if Loser keeps that attitude, there will be trouble. Kit turned to remind him, are you properly prepared? Lee Ha just entrusted everything to Kit. Hey, thanks to you. I also brought the orc's mace to auction and I'll check the achievements too. Kit handed over a warm scarf and showed Lee Ha. I've prepared everything too, lots of stuff. He wisely commented, here staying warm is top priority. Lee Ha had to admire, what a gaze. He also showed him the spiked snowshoes he just crafted. I've prepared thoroughly too. There were 2 full hours, of course I finished. Lee Ha generously handed Kit a set to attach himself. Here, for you. He also enjoyed this invention. You have one for me. Lee Ha smiled brightly and playfully acted a bit selfish toward Loser. Yeah, I've prepared one for that guy, but I'm thinking of not giving it to him. Bad luck. Kit froze at his honest remark, replying only briefly. Got it. The further north they went into the mountains, the more Lee Ha was surprised by the place. According to Mrs. Du, the north was almost a forgotten land. The ground here was cracked, not even a blade of grass could survive. No crops could grow, so the people had to rely on meat. The three carefully observed their surroundings as they moved, wary of wandering blood-sucking beasts. Loser bravely led the way, where the cold made the local monsters grow to enormous sizes. Sensing danger ahead, the three immediately stopped and began paying close attention. Even in such a desolate and cold place, there was a guard, a troll scout. Loser sneaking off alone to find cover made Lee-Ha furious. Damn it, signal or stop already. That guy would be beaten nearly to death in the army. He doesn't know anything about team signals. Upon spotting the ferocious monster, the three began to discuss nervously. We're still far from the northern troll area. Yet here they are. This suggests Bluebeard's group may have passed through and could now be in the northern troll region. Loser, impatient, insisted on using his big gun on the monster. Lee-Ha panicked and rushed to stop him. What are you planning? Are you going to shoot? Let go, tell us what you're doing. He shouted like a man losing control, don't interfere. But Lee-Ha stubbornly held onto Loser despite his resistance. If you keep this up, I won't take another step with you. Moreover, Loser stubbornly tried to advance, his demeanor suggesting he was hiding something. Lee-Ha had no choice but to take a risk, raising his gun and questioning. Give me a clear answer, Loser. His gaze was full of determination and resolve. He confronted decisively. Do we have to kill that monster to head north, or can we avoid it? Yet Loser stubbornly insisted on pushing forward. Let's go. Lee-Ha firmly refused to yield. Answer my question first. Kit felt awkward about the situation between the two. Damn it, why does this always happen? If they start fighting now, I can stop them but can't guarantee the troll scouts won't notice. Kit sweated nervously and hurriedly advised. The mission hasn't even started. Loser Galley insisted on his decision. We have to kill it. Lee-Ha still wouldn't relent, demanding the reason. Why? He had no choice but to explain. The troll scouts will circle until they find prey, even though it's my first time seeing them this far. I remember other positions from different locations, and even if we shoot here, the northern trolls won't hear it. But more importantly, if the trolls spot us first, observation will become impossible, because the entire northern troll force will enter maximum alert. Finally, Lee-Ha agreed. All right, then we have to kill it. Can you shoot from this distance? Loser agreed. Of course, but there's no need to shoot here. Lee-Ha didn't hesitate to mock his skill. Fine, if you're not competent, shut up and cover me. Lie down and aim yourself. This guy pretends to know, but he can't shoot from here. This is a job for an expert. Lee-Ha now used Eagle Eye skill, giving him great confidence. The distance is about 800 meters. No scope is needed at this range. Lee-Ha signaled to the two behind him, cover your ears. Before Loser could even grasp what was happening, he fired. He intended to startle him with the sudden noise, making him yell instantly. You bastard! One of his bullets hit the distant monster perfectly. Headshot target down. Loser stared in amazement at this genius-level skill. You hit it, Lee-Ha replied casually. What, didn't you see it? He gestured for them to follow but didn't forget to remind them. Let's go. I get the loot since I'm the one who killed it. Loser still stood frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. Kit sighed deeply to calm himself. In many ways, this was the first mission that made his heart race like this. The three of them continued trudging through the snow and moved forward. Finally, they reached the territory of the northern trolls. The system announcement rang out. The temperature has dropped to -20 degrees. Due to the cold, the risk of frostbite increases. Lee-Ha was curious when he saw the other two using some strange liquid. What are you drinking? Kit explained kindly. A potion that boosts ice resistance. You should drink one immediately. Here, take this. He handed over a vial and gave a brief explanation. It lasts quite a while, but in exchange, it reduces movement speed, attack speed, and accuracy. It also disables self-healing. It's one of the worst items. Lee-Ha waved it off. Then never mind, I already have cold resistance. Kit wondered at his odd behavior. How can you say that? You haven't even taken the potion yet. Lee-Ha had already prepared a personal, top-tier item, a hero's cloak blessed by the sea god. He kept it secret with a mysterious air. Secret. Loser carefully reminded the two of them. No talking, we're approaching their village. At that moment, the monsters also casually stepped out. Lee-Ha silently observed Loser. I thought he'd panic and charge straight in. Seeing the guards, he was calmer than expected. He asked him a clever question. Loser, have any guards come here? Otherwise, we could stay here another week and complete the mission. Loser replied briefly. Currently, it's type 3. Lee-Ha was a little taken aback by the answer, so the position changes depending on the type. He coldly answered, if you already know, don't ask. Lee-Ha was irritated by Loser. Kit had a strange way of talking before, but this guy was worse. Lee-Ha calculated quickly. These guys were big and numerous, but more importantly, they had crossbows. Crude as they were, they still had crossbows, and beside them were sword-wielders with shields as big as doors. They were trained to cover each other's weaknesses. From all these points, Lee-Ha drew a conclusion. Moreover, they carried various weapons compared to the mountain trolls. These are professional soldiers, Lee-Ha muttered to himself while calculating. 1 hour of observation gave 0.6% progress. 24 hours a day for a week would yield exactly 100%. He recalled the monster earlier and predicted silently. Seems like that patrol was just a situation. Just a coincidence, Kit agreed. Lee Ha proposed a highly creative idea. Okay, we just need to do this for 1 week. Let's see if alternating observations increases efficiency. If it does, we can rotate logging out. 2 observe while 1 rests. Lee Ha suggested a plan he thought made sense. Hey loser, can I get an answer? If you keep acting on your own, he casually replied. The important thing now is Crawling's position. Loser arrogantly thought himself knowledgeable. Crawling, the clan leader, must be found first. We have to prepare for emergencies, right? Lee Ha was silent at his assertion. He acknowledged Loser's intelligence, but another thing irritated him. True, but how am I supposed to find him? We can't just wander around a troll-filled camp. Loser frustratedly emphasized. How many times have I told you I know the geography here? He warned Lee Ha sharply. Don't make me repeat myself. Lee Ha lost patience and snapped. You want to go alone? What if you die alone? Then Kit and I will also be held accountable. Do you think I'll let you do whatever you want? Loser replied calmly. I said I need Crawling's location. Kit agreed that his decisive choice made sense. This time, Loser was right, even if no extra rewards came. The key was to locate Crawling, a monster named during the Second Human-Demon War. He didn't think mere observation was enough to complete the mission. Lee Ha fell silent, racking his brain for a good plan. But searching this difficult terrain is too risky. There must be another way to minimize danger. He took a chance and asked Loser. Loser, you said you know this place inside out, right? Then where is the highest point here? Loser was quite surprised at his odd question. Why do you need to know that? Lee Ha confidently laid out his plan. I will follow you, but I'll observe from afar. You can see further and calculate distances better. Noticing Lee Ha's group acting unusually, Kai Yu grew slightly curious. The northernmost region of Saracen, what are they doing in Tron's northern territory? She pondered each move carefully. It seems this mission will take quite a while for Loser and those kids as well. They must be on a mission related to the Demon King fragment. Sasuke beside her quickly inquired. Should we investigate? Caillou smiled gently, reminded by that innocent expression. No, if we act carelessly, Lee Ha might realize we approached them suspiciously during the ceasefire agreement, even considering we planted tracking items back then. Then, since we are in saturation, we can take advantage of them. Done, she boldly assigned the task to her subordinates, relocated Halliha for them, and told them to retrieve some crucial information, saying she would cancel the contract if they don't atone for their previous mistake. Sasuke immediately accepted the instructions respectfully. I'll leave right away. Only after his figure had moved far away did she allow herself to fully reveal a satisfied smile. At the same time, Lee Ha focused on aiming under the snowy sky, recalling his earlier words. I will take the highest point to visualize the terrain and Tron's settlements. You scout the outer settlements and communicate through whispers. Once you locate Kulang, regroup at my position. By then, the chain teleport cooldown will be complete. Discuss among yourselves before taking action. He emphasized the importance of life with a serious tone, staring into the cold eyes across from him. If anything happens, teleport immediately. Neither of you may die. If any one of us dies, the mission fails. Listen to everything. It spoke cautiously, scouting. Loser is Tron North strong. He frowned slightly, warning, your bullets will barely scratch them. Kit, however, calmly replied while casually reloading, that's enough. Meanwhile, Lee Ha busily arranged defensive layers efficiently. As Kit and Loser move, I will plant mines around the mountain while climbing. That way my safety is somewhat ensured. Time gradually returned everything to the present, exactly as planned. His determined eyes stayed focused on the surrounding. Each detail of the ambush gradually became clear in his sights. Lee Ha observed the situation while carefully instructing his team. Kit. Direction 1 o'clock, 150 meters ahead, 2 Tron are moving toward the fence. Kit quickly received the information. I'll hide. Hearing that, he smiled with satisfaction. Good, don't stop there. Lee Ha continued to give support. Loser, direction 11 o'clock, about 300 meters, seems like a watchtower. The visibility there is quite good. Careful, he's awake to catch any news. Got it. Confirm all information before you respond seriously. Understood. Lee Ha carefully reviews their own plan. I've been here for an hour. Just observing won't increase the data collection rate. There must be a range limit. Still, it's been almost 30 minutes since Kit and Loser entered the settlement. The data collection rate will rise after an hour. Lee Ha urgently contacts to check the situation. On my side, there's no sign of Crow Lang. No unusual pits. How about you two notice anything? In complete contrast, Kit remains calm, just ordinary pits. I can eavesdrop on their conversation, but no information on crawling. Meanwhile, Loser only responds briefly. I'll report anything suspicious. Loser's manner irritates Lee Ha silently. That Loser, seriously. At that moment, your mind suddenly realizes the problem. I understand why Balipus never cared about things that Loser jumps into. Answering everything just tires me out. So that day they ignored him, just get straight to the point. The problem is crawling too. He might be like Heizutka and only appears under certain conditions. Should I rush in and wipe them out? Would that lure him out? Luckily, Leha's reasoning stays firm when recalling the initial report board. No, the mission specifically says to observe. Your eyes quickly spot the distance. As predicted, after an hour Kit and Loser approach, the data collection rate rises. Two of the trio or just one nearby already increased. We can take turns observing. Once we find crawling, we'll plan the route. Suddenly noticing something strange from the pits ahead, Kit quickly relays the news. I hear something about food distribution, Loser. That discovery makes him respond hastily. I hear it too, it's 6 o'clock. Leha is naturally surprised and asks quietly, what's this food distribution? Loser suddenly reminds coldly. Observe carefully from above. In about an hour, the pits will gather to receive ration. Now you grasp your teammates' intention. The words colder than the winter wind make you just give a wry smile. Got it? The scout pits start moving as initially planned. Their numbers increase like a gathering army preparing for battle. At the moment of noticing something unusual, Leha frantically lowers their voice to warn. Don't move, Kit, you can't go. Position the targets at 7 o'clock. 40M, 13 at 11 o'clock. 70M Loser's side is no better. 15 at 1 o'clock. 100M and 8 more behind. Leha's eyes flash horror at the upright scene. This is the gaze seeing danger approaching, powerless, only able to call out in the throat. Too many. You sigh heavily and struggle to ask for advice. If we rush in, we'd be in serious trouble. Are you two okay? I don't see anyone like crawling. Kit can't help but doubt the current situation. I don't see on my side either. Loser immediately joins the discussion. Crawling isn't here and they didn't leave after receiving ration. That completely surprises Leha. Really? Then the night watch will be a bit easier. Finding crawling today will be tough. You two check their watch route. Find a safe place and continue observing until morning. A loud explosion cuts off incomplete words. Kit instantly senses the shockwave. Even Fa Dung's voice hardens unusually. What's happening? I hear a loud noise. Before reacting to the sudden strike, Loser hurriedly contacts teammates. I see smoke. What are they doing? Do they want to warn us we're here? Leha exerts all energy to escape danger, unable to stop blurting a few words. Damn it, I set witnessing the chaos around. Leha tries to stay calm, analyzing the situation. The distance between the two bombs here is over 300 meters. I confirmed no one is nearby, yet both explode on each side. In just a few seconds, you realize the situation is worsening. Someone's coming from both directions. That distance isn't far, constantly transmitting to confirm teammates' safety. Leha. The monsters leave simultaneously, all eyes toward the tightly coiled black hole. Loser grits teeth, angrily blaming that madman. Did he set a signal? All pits will look that way. The system swiftly updates the game's progress. Northern pits are aware, alertness at 50%. Suddenly, a roar pierces the tense space. With just a glance, Leha spots the owner of the scream. How did he get here? Igor provocatively asks while violently interrupting someone's affairs. Are you okay, Leha? Leha's handsome face shows clear panic. Igor and Casa, how did they find our location? As if he'd been waiting for this moment for ages, Igor couldn't hide his delighted grin. At last, I can take back what was lost. Without hesitating for even a second, he shouted excitedly to declare war. Capture him alive, attack. Leha raised the gun in his hand helplessly, his teeth clenched tight with fury. Damn it, always. The dry crack of a gunshot suddenly rang out. It echoed through the air like a defiant reply. Kit panicked so hard his eyes went wide. A gun, instinctively, he hurried to contact his teammates. Ha Leha, answer me. Ha Leha. Loser flew into a rage, scolding nonstop. That idiot, where is he? The troll scouts grew more and more frenzied, constantly searching for their prey's aura. Oh no, that sound. Humans, giants, fresh meat, tasty meat. It seemed they had also sensed how dangerous the situation was. The system quickly issued a barrage of warnings to players. Alert 60%, Loser, teleportation point system. No matter how brutal the weather outside was, the troll scouts kept aiming at one single target. Humans, human flesh. Their eyes suddenly turned a blazing red, forcing the system to update the information urgently. Alert 70%, 80%. The moment those insane roars erupted, the notification state unconsciously switched to emergency filtering. Trolls in the northern area had begun entering the restricted zone. Alert 90%. Kit ran with everything he had to break out of the deathly encirclement, while stubbornly trying to reconnect with Leha. Head this way, if we run into danger, I can't hold out much longer. Suddenly, a heroic figure quietly emerged from within the blizzard. At the same time, the warning signal blared. Alert 100%. Hoofbeats grew more urgent in the raging gale, as if being even 1 second late would cost a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The moment Crawling appeared, he radiated an overwhelming killing intent. He snarled in irritation. Not here yet. I got woken up again. Kit quietly received the report. Within the northern zone, the troll's tribal power would increase by 15%. His mind began analyzing every piece of data. So 100% was the reason Crawling showed up. I didn't consider he'd been lurking outside the tribe. Then an invisible premonition kept prodding him, and the two of them, still doubtful, slowly turned back to check what was happening. The instant he recognized the familiar figure he'd been searching for, he was so shaken he shouted without thinking. Li Ha, before the other side could even recover. Li Ha rushed in and urged him anxiously. Call loser, now, we have to take down crawling and get out of here. The sudden order left Kit completely stunned. What? Li Ha kept yelling, stressing it again, there's no time. As if he could see the Grim Reaper's scythe, Li Ha roared a helpless warning, he's here. The moment he came face to face with Chickneys, he showed no mercy and gifted him a lead candy. But they weren't ordinary opponents. Another guy immediately sprang up to counterattack. Li Ha ground his teeth, determined. He raised his gun straight up as he heard the system reminder. Player Jia Chickneys has attacked you. Hostile status has been established. Fast as lightning, he flicked the safety and chambered around with practiced ease. Seemingly still unaware, Sa lay in wait for the right moment to strike from the shadows. Before his plan could even take shape, he had no time to react. The fatal shot from Li Ha ended it all. Li Ha's gaze suddenly became steadier than ever. Attacking a linked player won't count toward melee points. He carefully sized up the situation, surrounded on all sides by enemy. There were still about 30 of them. A bold idea flashed through Li Ha's mind. Should I just jump down? I can use the teleport system. But skills would be affected even more severely. 1 second later, he dismissed the reckless thought. The 70% warning is already active. I can't act carelessly. Right in front of him were extremely formidable opponents. If I keep provoking the trolls, the mission will probably fail. Hit or loser, Li Ha's mood sank in an instant. As long as one of them arrives and deals with Igor, I'll be able to move, but neither of them had come yet. Not letting time slip any further, he urgently switched on the sweep mode to clear every obstacle in his way. No other choice, I'll handle it myself. Like a detonator being triggered, they charged in without hesitation and opened fire. Bomb drained energy, it missed catch him. They coordinated smoothly, forming a serrated trap to snare the target. Team 1, Team 2 moved. Suddenly Saw's hand stiffened, unable to move even an inch. Why won't my skill? He instantly realized the opponent's trick and shouted an order. Surround him with basic attacks, don't rely on skill. A harsh roar tore through the air, along with a nimble figure charging straight at the prey. But to Li Ha, it was all just dust. A light squeeze of the trigger was enough to send the daredevil off cleanly. In the raging blizzard, that unyielding figure still burned with unwavering resolve. Giving no one a chance to counterattack, he unleashed a ruthless storm of gunfire. Igor finally showed himself to fight, using his agile footwork to weave through each deadly bullet. With his life hanging by a thread, he suddenly recalled a warning from long ago. Just as Chio said, the moment he could move was incredibly short. The will for revenge was instantly spun in his mind, but he only needed to wait for that moment. The click of a gun being cocked rang out. Li Ha prepared to end the game with one final shot. Right then, Igor realized his trick. He was resetting everything, ready to go. Li Ha cursed under his breath. Are they counting my stamina? Damn it, the warning tone was still pestering him, but there was no other choice. His hand decisively summoned a special power, Soul Link. Miss Ma's gigantic form instantly appeared in midair the moment Li Ha finished speaking. Kill them all, Miss Ma. The bodies it crushed were pulverized in an instant, revealing stunned faces, a spirit beast. In the harsh atmosphere, two figures brimming with killing intent chose to clash head-on, both wrapped in armor. Without a word, the two of them lost control and unleashed their fiercest attacks on each other. Igor's bloodshot eyes blazed, like flames fed by hatred. His seemingly unbreakable sword was snapped in an instant by Li Ha's powerful bullet. Igor ground his teeth so hard it squealed, a rage so cold it made your spine chill. Li Ha looked no better. His brows were drawn tight, pushed to the limit by a formidable opponent. When the tension peaked, the notification bar abruptly turned blood red with the words, Alert 100%. Excitement surged hotter and hotter in Igor's mind. To break my sword, your power really is impressive. But now you'll pay the price. He ignored the taunts coming from across from him. Li Ha gradually sank into his own private void. He nervously kept checking Miss Ma's status. Her level was around 180 or higher. For now, she was handling the corpses just fine. But she would hit her limit soon. The system wouldn't stop spitting out urgent alerts. All trolls in the northern troll village gained 15% strength, leaving him helplessly cursing under his breath. Damn it, if I'd known, I would have used the teleport chain. In the murky chaos, two hands quietly clasped together, like a silent tribute to the tiny creatures below. Sensing something strange, Miss Ma suddenly spun around to check what was happening. A fiery gaze shot straight at the figure, silently watching the game from above. That abnormality quickly drew Li Ha's attention too. The old man, Bluebeard, radiated a torrential killing intent, so overbearing it seemed ready to crush everything around. The space tightened in just a few breaths. Even the corpses lined up in formation let out terrified cries. The giant appeared. The heroic look on Igor's face flickered out, replaced by an ashen pallor. Li Ha stood frozen in the raging blizzard, witnessing Bluebeard's absolute suppression with nothing but presence. He couldn't help but be shaken. No way. The old man's eyes burned a deep crimson like a blood abyss, as if a single glance could take a life. That domineering aura was carved into his mind. leaving Lee Ha unable to recover. Igor beside him was no better, his mind churning with frantic countermeasures. Realizing the situation was unpredictable, he hurriedly transformed back into his true form. "This is dangerous," hit him, transform into a werewolf. He roared with all his strength, barking orders, "Get rid of that giant. Move." Igor's reckless action yanked Lee Ha back to reality. Bluebeard watched with amusement as his prey walked into the trap on its own. Oh my, you're pretty brawny, but you're not my type." Lee Ha went pale, repeatedly warning himself with the last shred of reason, "Don't attack that thing." No sooner thought than done, he instantly activated his ability and vanished like a nameless grain of sand. Teleport chain. While watching intently, he sensed a teammate's aura. Kip was utterly stunned. What the hell is going on? Lee Ha forced out words between ragged breaths. "Bluebeard, the blood count has appeared." He clenched his teeth, silently blaming himself. "Damn it, we need to fix the communications signal. Miss Ma shouldn't have been summoned because she was outside the coverage area. At the same time, find a way to relay the order to Loser, teleport out. We have to take down Rawling and get out of here before." Kip still couldn't process it. Wait, Bluebeard is on the high ground. Wait until the whole group has gathered. Only then did Lee Ha give a serious warning. "That's right, there's no time to talk." He bit off each word, emphasizing how critical it was. "If we don't take down Grawling fast and get out of here, we'll fail the mission completely. Do you understand, Loser?" He absorbed the information at once and shot off like an arrow. "Let's go." By contrast, Kit couldn't stop looking confused. "I don't understand what's going on at all." Seeing that, Lee Ha lowered his voice and laid out the plan. "First, get close to Crawling. Kit and I will quickly clear out the nearby trolls. And Loser, focus on Grawling. We just take them down as fast as possible and get out of here." Seeing him talk so much he didn't even have time to reset his cooldowns, Loser couldn't help but take a jab. "You fight with your mouth." A sudden opening blast echoed through the space, like a prelude to a direct declaration of war against the enemy. Unlike Lee Ha, who was focused on explaining theory, Loser chose the direct approach, unleashing his ultimate weapon to wipe everything out. Banzer Frick, a thunderous explosion shook heaven and earth, dragging every gaze toward the source of the chaos. The troll scout instantly went berserk and screamed. The Count's favorite, human meat, would butcher them all. A roar rumbled through the entire area, like a rallying cry for an endless hunt. Lee Ha's eyes suddenly turned razor cold, unnaturally strong. Bullet storm. The moment he finished, volleys of rounds poured down like a steel rain. The troll scout didn't even have time to react before swallowing lethal leap. Lee Ha's speed at handling the situation kept leveling up. "I'll deal with the shield breakers first." Without a second of hesitation, he struck the target cleanly and efficiently. Unable to relate to the other man's way of doing things, Loser sighed and warned him, "Finish them properly, will you?" With that, he decisively blew apart the blockers with the weapon's overwhelming damage. Lee Ha was completely helpless against his fighting style. "Damn it, my skills are for sniping and close combat is kind of rough." He let out a quiet breath of relief. "Good thing my pistol packs a punch." The three of them joined forces into a killing machine, sweeping everything away, showing no mercy to the enemy. Watching his side grow weaker by the second, Crawling flew into a rage and shouted, "Kill them, tear them to pieces." Kit moved with extreme agility, his motions swift and clean like a gust slicing across the battlefield. But the troll scouts were terrifyingly stubborn, forcing their way back into a counterattack. The non-stop fighting started to wear Kit down. "They're too fast." At the critical moment, Loser rushed in to support him. Ban Zertrich. After gradually seeing through some of the enemy's strength, Lee Ha quickly summoned a mysterious weapon. He hurled the gift he'd prepared with such care. "Taste Grandview's specialty, you brainless trolls." While the echo of his words still lingered, the bomb detonated, blooming into towering flames and sweeping away every creature hovering in midair. Seizing the chance, Lee Ha shouted a reminder to Kit. "This won't work. We have to break them apart before they fuse again." He scanned him in confusion. "You don't have any area attack." As if he'd reached his limit, Kit smoothly pulled the pin and chambered it. "I didn't want you two to see this." Step back. Witnessing the unbelievable trick with his own eyes, he was so stunned he nearly toppled over. What?" Loser's eyes went wide in shock. He blurted out despite himself, "This is insane." Kit split himself into multiple bodies, standing firm in the wind and snow like a mighty army. His eyes were murky as if lit by flames of hatred, wild mirages. In an instant, that terrifying power erupted violently, blasting all the troll scouts off the battlefield. Only a handful of scouts remained. They still struggled on, trying to preserve the honor of a shattered force. But it didn't last long. One by one, they fell beneath Kit's masterful technique. Watching the display, Lee Ha couldn't help gaping. What kind of attack is that? Even Loser beside him couldn't hide his confusion. Since when did he have a skill like that? Even when the barrel was only breathing out thin smoke, Kit's eyes stayed locked on the target. Each of his bodies gradually dissolved into the endless void, quietly recovering energy after the drawn-out fight. Then, an explosive crash tore through the space. The moment the last troll scout fell was also when he let out a heavy breath. Kit turned coldly and snapped, "What are you two still doing? Move now." The two of them turned their heads at the same time, as if they instantly understood each other's thoughts, quick as lightning. Leha lunged like a wild beast and demanded of Kit, "Isn't that cheating? What kind of freak skill is that?" Even Loser, usually calm, couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Kit, when we get back, you and I will." He raised a hand helplessly to stop their over-the-top reactions. "Both of you cut it out, and Leha, your aim is even worse. Instead, we should focus on taking down Grawling." He suddenly snapped back to his senses. He immediately returned to his usual serious state. "Right, now isn't the time, focus. We need to defeat Crawling quickly." Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, as if something beyond imagination had just appeared before him. Dark red blood gradually filled the teacup, swirling and surging like it was dancing. He regarded his handiwork with indifference. Bluebeard savored the pleasure as he carefully picked out deeper prey. Leha's voice brimmed with fury. "Bluebeard." The old man flashed a sly smile and proposed, "You're the boy I met before and some other useful people too. Care to have tea with me?" The air seemed to freeze for a moment. No one had any intention of responding. Leha's finger twitched slightly, ready to pull the trigger at any time. In the instant he turned his head, Bluebeard was already beside him, his voice icy. Elizabeth would be pleased to see this still exist. It was like an electric shock ran through his body, making him jolt in sheer terror. In a blaze of rage, Leha immediately fired at the target. But unfortunately, the opponent was far too formidable. Bluebeard couldn't help but chuckle in admiration. Startled just like her, he slowly turned his head to admonish his subordinate. "Kuleng, I'd hoped we'd have a tea party, but what a shame." Without time to think, the man dropped to his knees on instinct and bowed his head. "Greetings, master." Bluebeard clenched his fist, his anger plain. "Where did you find so many children? If we'd had an army like this 20 years ago, we might have held out longer." Hearing that, the man hurried to put on a show of loyalty. "I've always been ready to serve you, master. There are over 60 more villages besides this one." Ignoring everyone around them, the old man discussed the plan as if it were nothing. "So the northern troll count is 7,000. That will definitely be useful." Leha's unease kept rising. 60 more villages, he turned on Loser. "Did you know about this?" The man looked awkward and dragged out his words. "I've never been through this village." Leha couldn't hold back his sulking. "And you were acting all confident earlier." Loser refused to back down and shouted back. "That area was completely sealed off until recently." Watching the childish squabble in front of him, a killing intent slowly surfaced in Bluebeard's eyes. "But these humans aren't like they were 20 years ago, struggling with weaklings like this. Doesn't that make you pathetic?" Kuleng's face instantly went pale. He could only stammer and beg for a chance. "I'll handle this right away." Leha seized the moment and barked an order. "What are you two still standing there for? Focus up." No need to wait for the reminder. Kit already had his weapon gripped tight. "Take Kuleng down now." Leha raised the sniper rifle in a flash, aiming straight for the enemy's head. That unwavering look appeared once again on his handsome face. "Got it, tear the scroll." Loser caught the battle signal at once. "Retreat now." The moment he finished speaking, he hurriedly pulled out the ancient blue python tome, ready to confront them. With a light motion as if it were only a passing breeze, it instantly swept away hundreds of prey without the slightest mercy. Kuleng and the troll scouts were caught completely off guard. Struck all at once in an instant, Leha forced himself to deal with them in one go. "Damn it, Kit, secure the sightlens first. Clear the frontline trolls, I just need an opening." Hearing that, Loser clicked his tongue. "Easy for you to say." He ground his teeth, fighting to keep his emotions from tipping over at the brink of disaster. He quickly regained his usual composure and issued a cold command. "Pin Kuleng down." Leha went momentarily blank at the sudden instruction. "Huh!" Loser's authoritative voice still came through in his ear. "Hold him for 5 seconds. Don't let him leave the line of fire of the blue python tome." Seeming to hit his limit, Kuleng roared in fury. Recklessly charging in to finish the target for good, Leha worked the weapon with practiced skill while carefully controlling the situation around him. "Kit, left side, fire the net." Not making his teammate wait any longer, Kit moved swiftly, coordinating with flawless timing, settling his view through the scope. Leha prepared to strike with absolute focus amid the torrential hail of bullets. Kuleng struggled to weave around each shot. The foot that had been planted firmly suddenly shifted. He muttered a furious prayer, and at some point his face had become drenched in sweat. Right then, Loser roared with commanding force and unleashed the finishing move to end it. Bluebeard leisurely sipped the tea in his hand, even as the melee raged at full intensity. "So that's what woke me." A hideous screech rang out as an artillery round shot forth like the fiery arrow of a god, plunging straight down at the opponent. Still not fully recovered, Kuleng's eyes flared again, blinded by the glare of the sudden ambush. Staring at the shell drawing closer and closer, he went rigid. His whole body stiffened so much he couldn't move an inch. Kuleng still refused to yield, forcing himself to swing his mace. With his terrifying strength, he quickly shattered the attack. Loser clenched his teeth in disbelief. "Damn it, cutting through hundreds of trolls in one go weaken its power. Now Kitch was sweating just hearing this. Retreat was the only choice left for us. Lee Ha once again shouted loudly to warn, stay alert. It's not over yet. He gripped the gun tightly, determined to strike. Calm down. Loser watched in astonishment, able only to follow his move. Even Kitch dared not breathe heavily, because right now both of them were witnessing a scene they had never seen before. It was like a circus performance. Before their eyes, worms were being shot through layer by layer. Lee Ha said nothing, kept the gun steady, and continued firing. Feeling at a loss, but now we have to act. Each bullet fired sent worms falling into swarms. One after another, they fell in sequence. Lee Ha's persistence left everyone gaping in shock, and Bluebeard was no exception. Crawling reached out to his hollow chest, trying to call his master with his last strength. Bagus, then he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Not only Crawling, but the entire worm army was completely incapacitated. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Northern Worm King, Crawling, has fallen. All worms in the Northern Worm Village weakened by 50% within 1 hour. Only now did Kitch regain his senses. What the hell is this? Loser beside him couldn't hold back and chimed in. I used my skill to clear the way and you shot through there, right? Ridiculous. Bluebeard suddenly clapped a few times, drawing everyone's attention. He seemed a bit interested in what just happened. Wonderful, how did you do that? By using magic bullets or something? I retract my earlier criticism of you being weak. You're as capable as the young generation 20 years ago. No, right now if I could. Before he finished speaking, Lee Ha shouted to cut him off. Kitch was a bit slow to react, still dazed, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, Loser's body was gradually dissipating. Seeing this, Bluebeard reached out to try to hold the three of them back, but it was too late. Wait, I still have something to say. In a flash, all he saw before him was a chilling mist. By now, everyone had returned near the northern edge of the South Asian Federation. Thanks to the power of the orb in Lee Ha's hand, they had escaped the battlefield in time. All three were panting as if about to collapse. Kitch was nearly exhausted but still managed to speak a few words. Anyway, we did it. Hearing this, Lee Ha smiled as well. Yeah, who knows what will happen next? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. But what concerned him was that they had exposed too many weaknesses to the enemy. Forget Bluebeard, fighting those monsters was harder than expected. Even with intelligence, they had revealed humanity's current situation to the enemy. His increasingly distressed expression made Loser anxious as well. But what were those skills? I don't have anything like that. Thinking this, he couldn't help but ask, how did you hit it? The question came too suddenly. Lee Ha was still stunned, unable to answer when he saw him jump up and repeat the question. I'm asking how you hit Crawling. Lee Ha was dumbfounded. How, what do you mean I just shot and hit it? Loser insisted, what's the name of that skill? Which skill did you use? But the answers he got were clueless ones from his teammate. What skill? I don't have any awesome skills like you guys. His patience seemed to reach its limit. Loser gritted his teeth in anger. Stop joking and answer, take the hit or ha Lee Ha. Nevertheless, he showed no fear or worry. Oh, now you call me by name, you need to get started. Contrary to his optimistic attitude, he couldn't be pleased. Shut up and answer. What skill did you use and how did you hit it? How could you shoot through the gaps between hundreds of worms to hit Crawling? You have a skill that is absolutely precise? Tell me the name of that skill and where you got it. Seeing his opponent becoming increasingly outrageous, he began to feel annoyed. What the hell is the origin of that skill? Unlike you, I don't have any cool skills. I was going to complain to the commander anyway. This isn't fair to me at all. Loser couldn't believe what he had just heard. What? Lee Ha looked at him with endless exasperation, as did he. This Loser guy, maybe he's pure in his own way. His simple desire is to become stronger, to be number one. Perhaps he just wants power. I think I understand why Alexander and Lee Jae-won didn't take this Loser seriously. In the end, Lee Ha could only shrug and reply dismissively. If I had top-tier skills like wild traps or anti-tank cannons, wouldn't that be awesome? Kitch directly corrected him, your accuracy is basically cheating. You're not ashamed, that's just my skill. While my accuracy is so perfect it doesn't even look like a skill anymore. Do you see how precise it is, Loser? Of course, that answer did not quell Loser's frustration. No way, answer properly. Lee Ha, Kitch, like an elder brother, tried to prevent a fight between these brash kids. Both of them. Enough already, go finish the mission. Back on the battlefield from earlier, Bluebeard was still standing there in silence, watching the monster count. That's all that's left. My god, how humiliating. If he'd been properly trained, he'd probably be stronger than all three of us by now. With the surviving Trone left leaderless, Crawling could only tremble as he looked around. None of them dared to make a move. That put him in a foul mood. They lose their king and turn into idiots this fast. After saying that, he slammed his staff hard into the ground. Right beside him lay Crawling's corpse, cold and still on the snow. He continued, fine. Either way, I need you to survive so I can make use of your brood. Keep living in packs like you are now. I'll return your king to you, guaranteed. After that, he climbed onto his horse. Before leaving, he added, to resurrect Crawling, I'll need a few more of them. But I don't know where those two are resting right now. Looks like I'll be wandering around for a while. Don't you think? I have to find Pirat Khatri. No, wait, it's better to find the survivors first, isn't it? Maybe I should prioritize Bree Chang. Two guards shouted a warning ahead, sir. You can't just go in there. But Igor was boiling with resentment and didn't hear a word. I'm going to complain to that old bastard. Out of my sight now. They were about to keep talking. Why, yes, sir, you can't. Before he could finish, Igor slashed him. Blood gushed from the wound like a spring, and the man clutched his arms, screaming in agony. He strode up and kicked down the door, blocking the way in front of Chio. Faced with this, she showed no fear at all. She was so calm she even teased him. Oh my, why are you barging in so violently? What wind blew you here? This isn't what I asked you to do. If you had something to say, you could have sent me a message. But in his current state, talking politely was clearly impossible. A huge hand suddenly shot out and smashed the wall behind Chio. Flying debris stunned one side of her face. She fell silent at once. Staring at Igor with predatory eyes, he began to accuse her. Did you try to kill me? Yet all he got back was her utterly unbothered expression. You didn't need to go that far. I know you're reckless. But it seems Russians really have no proper manners at all, do they? Igor didn't want to waste words with someone like her. He immediately barked an order. Shut up and answer me. I asked you, did you try to kill me? Only then did Chio realize something was off, for him to be this furious. Something must have happened while he was attacking Haliha. In a softer tone, she reminded him, I don't know what you've been through. But instead of venting your anger, I hope you'll tell me what happened. Or should I insist we carry out the contract, if you want an all-out confrontation? I won't avoid it, but let me warn you, those at the top under the Tsar won't like that. Even though he was unwilling, Igor finally lowered his hand. A newcomer had appeared, but it seemed the man wasn't a nobody. He sat down opposite her and listened as Chio asked, what about him? What's his name? What does he look like? He had no choice but to admit, I don't know his name. But he was dressed like someone from 19th century Britain, and he's got that terrifying blue beer set too. At that, Igor turned and ordered her, find out where he came from and report back. Chio didn't agree right away, she only tossed back a short question. He's that strong? All the rage from earlier had turned into pure helplessness. That's why I'm here, to gather information on him. If I could drink his blood, I could have killed Lee Jaiwoon and Alexander already. There's a high chance he's an outsider, start with that. Bottomless greed flashed in Chio's eyes. Igor, you fool, he isn't an outsider. He's a fragment of the Demon King. Who would have thought Igor would value a Demon King fragment this highly? Then I'll focus on this for now instead of dealing with Haliha. Then she stood up and walked toward him step by step. All right, if I find anything about him, I'll tell you. As she spoke, she moved in close and sat right beside him as if nothing had happened. Anything special about Haliha, Loser, and Kid? Igor fell silent for a moment. There at the Sentinel Mountains now. Piercing screams echoed everywhere. Teleportation didn't work. Help, help. A miserable man was pinned face down to the ground by a massive hand. His eyes were bloodshot with pain, while Bluebeard sat leisurely on Quaikro's shoulder, savoring sip after sip of tea. Quaikro, ruler of the Sentinel Mountain, had vanished. Grisio, ruler of the Sentinel Mountains, had vanished. The system notifications kept blaring non-stop. The ruler of the Sentinel Mountains has vanished. All giant monsters in the Sentinel Mountains have grown stronger. It's best that I go take control of all the community checkpoints. However, without the intelligence unit and the logistics unit, the search is chaotic. Wasted effort, community collapse, and forced consolidation. Everyone fell silent. Right after those words, the Troll Legion roared in unison as their answer. At that very moment, in Erwin Vatican, Gao Yi sat upon the throne and asked in a grave voice, "Where is the parcel?" Brown reported respectfully, "He's on his way, Your Holiness." He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he had just heard. His Holiness didn't stop there, and continued asking about the current status of Liha's group. In the northern lands, the disciples of the Divine reported that they had encountered Bluebeard, who had come looking for crew. Fortunately, my disciples eliminated Crawling. However, the colossal monster legion of the Demon Blood descendants is still alive. Even Gao himself realized it was an enormous threat. If Bluebeard is trying to bring them back, the continent will witness a third great war between demons and humans. We will have to fight for humanity's survival. Gao still held on to a tiny shred of hope. At least we have some hope because Crawling has been destroyed. Brown, you said they're your disciples. Brown immediately admitted it. Yes, Your Holiness, they are the ones who succeeded me and 2 other friends. They still have many shortcomings, but suddenly a voice cut in. I mean, if we're talking about Kid, Loser, and Halihar, then you can't say they have many shortcomings. Fernand had somehow already stepped inside. However, if we're talking about their personalities, then I agree. It's an honor to meet you. I am Fernand Magalas. His unannounced arrival surprised Brown a little. Fernand Magalas, I didn't know the Vanguard King personally had ties to my disciples. He was no less surprised. Oh, you know me? Inside, he felt even more smug. I knew my fame score had gone up, no wonder he recognized me. Gao still seemed troubled. If Bluebeard is on the way, then we have very little time left. We must catch up to him before he awakens more colossal monsters and recruits them into his legion. But on the contrary, Fanon thought it was too reckless. You are right, Your Holiness, but even following the traces, the Demon King is not easy to track. Not even the best tracker could manage it. Suddenly, Jayo stood up and walked toward the two. If the best tracker can't do it, what about the ultimate tracker? Because we have the finest Silk Land Explorer and a master tracker right here. Bluebeard is not a pure fragment of the Demon King. Surely he will leave traces while in physical form. That statement awakened Fanon. Right, if he leaves even the smallest trace, I can find him. Compared to finding a 500-year-old artifact, this is much easier. As if waiting for that, why turn to Brown? Exactly, Grau, can you persuade the king of Phi Beal? Negotiations over borders and occupied cities are also possible. But if they truly cannot sign a border treaty, war between FBL and Munich could break out any time. Furthermore, Jayo carefully added, if they want to focus on fighting Bluebeard, we will have to deal with the consequences of war, Grau replied respectfully. Understood, I will do my best. The handover is almost complete. Jayo began presenting the plan. We will act ahead of time. I will also convey to Minute the words you didn't get to say. Suddenly a soldier ran in urgently. Your Holiness, urgent news. He half-kneeling apologized. Forgive my disrespect. Your Holiness, naturally someone like him would not accept fault this time. It's okay, stay calm and speak now. In front of everyone, he announced fearfully. A monster believed to be a fragment of the Demon King has appeared in the Sentinel Mountains. According to reports from FBL, a group of giant monsters appeared, and it seems Bluebeard is among them. They sent troops to defeat Bluebeard. Brown could not help but worry. The Sentinel Mountains are always full of monsters, and this is really Bluebeard. Casualties may be even more severe. Lian Trung requested. Your Holiness, Brown is taking the initiative into danger. In his eyes was unshakable determination. We will set out. Brown explained the reason sincerely. The Sentinel Mountains are always full of monsters. However, if it really is Bluebeard, casualties may be even higher. His voice was unwavering. I will lead my students there. Jayo nodded solemnly. Thank you, Brown. Then he turned to a sign. Fanon, can you accompany him? I'm sure you will find some traces there. He immediately obeyed, understood. Fanon took out a teleportation scroll from his coat. To the report, Sir Brow. Scene shifts to Li Ha, who was bored examining each stone. Not here, he thought, in Custer's laboratory. From a distant glance, Li Ha began to think vaguely. If it's here, Loser or Kid would have found it already. It has been 2 days since I reported the crawling incident to Sir Brow. Without additional tasks, maybe I should continue Custer's mission chain, but the rewards are not as expected. The 3 Musketeer titles are useless. They just put me in a difficult position. He disappointedly opened the title interface and saw it was useless since high-level players hide their info. So there is no need to use it. Thinking this, Li Ha decisively disabled the observation title. Fortunately, he still got a few items but still had 10 reward points left. These came from the long-time enemies in the northern tombs and the 3rd registrant. He frowned as he continued scrolling. Loser, Kid, and I all received this achievement at the same time, but 2 achievement notifications hit Li Ha clearly. He covered his face, trying not to laugh, but his shoulders trembled continuously. Just thinking that Loser couldn't even damage crawling made him furious. Better to stay silent about it. Suddenly, Kit's voice came through the system. Did you get the call? Li Ha didn't understand. Kit, judging from that expression, he guessed. Probably not. Commander Brown summoned all of us. Loser said he's already at the Sentinel Mountain. He immediately ran to check. Then he spoke loudly to the other side. I just received it. Vuripot is the fortress on the coast of the Sentinel Mountains, right? Considering the situation, I know, Commander Brown visited Easy 1, then immediately teleported to Sentinel and summoned all 3 of us. Do you know what this means? Li Ha said confidently. It must be something related to Bluebeard. He confirmed it too, exactly. Kip started urging him on. If you understand, then get over here right now. Hearing that, he immediately panicked. Didn't you message me because you were going to give me a ride? Thinking of the conversation that got cut off by accident, Li Ha angrily tore the teleport scroll in half. Oh come on, I haven't even saved the reporter yet. The scene shifted to the group where Kid was waiting. He hurried over from the distance. Commander Grau leaned in as if to show he understood. Li Ha, while Loser looked thoroughly annoyed. You're late, idiot. Fernanda beside them raised her hand and waved. Li Ha, he blurted out in surprise. Oh, Fernanda, she replied excitedly. Long time no see. Li Ha was completely baffled. Why are you here? Fernanda beamed as she explained. I ran into your commander at Easy 1 Vatican, and I was also assigned a mission by the Pope. Hearing that, he let out a blank O. Brown waited until everyone settled down before speaking. Welcome, unfortunately we'll have to save the chatting for later. Are you ready? Li Ha nodded firmly. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished, a blue quest panel appeared. Find Bluebeard and eliminate the monster. Looking at the pile of rules, he instantly felt like this was going to be a pain. What is this? There's even a failure achievement. What the hell? I thought we were done with this already. The kid group silently clicked accept quest, and Lee Ha did the same. He turned back to remind them, kid loser, do you remember the achievement we got last time? Lee Ha had already started calculating. We all deal bonus damage to monsters, and with a 5-person squad, including Fernand and Brown, will be much safer. Kid raised his gun and answered seriously. You mean the Northern Troll's sworn nemesis? Loser turned back and complained, don't make me wait, let's move. Lee Ha immediately cut the conversation off, his whole body surging with fighting spirit. All right, Commander and Fernand, let's go. The others responded one after another. Okay. Before long, they reached a desolate, barren forest. Lee Ha was stunned by the scenery. Are you sure this is the Sentinel Mountains? We're only at the entrance. Kid voiced his doubts too. Has Bluebeard's presence already changed the terrain? Only Fernand seemed pretty excited. Wow, it's like I'm out in the wasteland. Brown explained in a low voice. He didn't just change the terrain. He also altered the strength of every monster here. Lee Ha pressed on. So he turned them into those nobles? What the hell is that? The commander stared off into the distance, his face full of worry. According to what Bluebeard himself said, if ordinary monsters are commoners, then the ones empowered by him are considered nobles. Brown paused to warn them, let me take the lead. He calls himself a count, so it's easy to see why he'd say that. Lee Ha curled his lips in disdain. Seems that guy really has a talent for stupid jokes. The commander's deeply wrinkled face stayed grim. Everyone might think it was nonsense, but when you remember how many people died in the last Great War, you can't dismiss it as baseless nonsense. Hearing that, his gun hand tightened slightly. Looks like I'm going to have to focus. Letting our guard down just because Brown is with us will cause big trouble. One of the failure conditions is Brown's death. Does that mean he could die on this mission? Suddenly, a monster's roar rang out. Fernand watched carefully, sizing it up. A troll? I didn't know there were trolls in the Sentinel Mountains central region. And hey, its color looks pretty weird. Maybe it's part of the demon tribe. I wonder if they count as a new species. If so, I might be able to get extra Discovery EXP. He was so absorbed that he slipped, but luckily Brown caught him in time. Are you okay? Fernand still hadn't recovered. Yes, what was that? What was that just now? The commander's voice carried a hint of embarrassment. Perhaps my student is still lacking in skill. Sorry for startling you like that. Just then, Lee Ha cut in with a hesitant voice. Fernand, what did you say about Discovery EXP? He nodded awkwardly. Yes, his face was full of embarrassment. I hate to say this, but there isn't even a scrap of that troll left behind, so I'm not sure whether it'll count. Seeing that scene, Fernand couldn't help staring with his mouth open in shock. Lee Ha and the others continued deeper into the forest. Kid glanced around cautiously. The gear we found earlier where the trolls showed up looks like it belonged to level 120 players. Loser, on the other hand, didn't care about these small fries at all. Idiots who rush in without knowing the enemy's strength are obviously going to die. Fernand chimed in too, offering an opinion based on the number of items. Looks like they were killed. Maybe they were unlucky and got caught right when the demon tribe transformed. There's been no sign of Bluebeard lately, but he's clearly involved. Fernand speculated as he walked. If we go farther, we might find some clues. Suddenly, something made him stop in his tracks. In front of the Punnin group, a crowd of trolls was trudging forward silently. Everyone quickly hid, and Lee Ha felt a bit scared. Commander, they're all demonkind too, right? Brown nodded firmly. That's right, usually I would suggest we go around to avoid detection. But hearing that, you wondered, do you mean we have to charge straight through them? Then the strategy. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. No need. The guy was extremely confident, as if victory was already in his hands. I'll handle everything. Lee Han was momentarily stunned. LL now. The trolls saw their prey appear, and immediately surged forward like hunters starved for 10 years. You became even more worried. No, there's no plan. Loser stubbornly stuck to his decision. This is my plan. Right after, he aimed his gun straight at the trolls ahead. With Zertrick, a single shot killed countless trolls. Loser turned to look at him with contempt. Even though they're demon-kind and stronger, they're only as strong as the northern trolls. If you're going to be cowardly in this situation, just stay behind and run away. Seeing this, Lee Han also charged forward. I thought I was used to this, but no, damn, it's really troublesome. Keep watching, Kit. Kit dashed to the rear to provide support, ready for anything. After a while, Punnin witnessed the whole scene and couldn't help gaping in amazement. Impossible. I knew all three were strong, but Loser, with that power, I believe he can face Alexander. Loser's attack was precise, aiming directly at the head of the troll ahead. Then he looked at his teammate next to him. Kit, his attack power must be on Zinlak's level, maybe even higher. His rapier couldn't move that fast. While both were fighting up front, Lee Han stayed at the back providing gunfire support. The battle continued fiercely, trolls falling one after another. Punnin sweated at Lee Han's sharpshooting skill. And Lee Ha accuracy like when we fought Long Beast, but aiming speed at least twice as fast. Suddenly, countless footsteps thundered, charging forward relentlessly. The Oxer appeared without warning, hunting prey. Punnin hid behind a nearby tree in fear. Oh, Ox, seems they've also transformed into demons. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn, this isn't a normal mission. Was it designed to fail? Or is the real objective to find traces of Bluebeard first, then escape? By now, the Oxer stood before everyone. Loser mocked them. A bunch of idiots suddenly appear in such a critical moment. Kit, on the other hand, showed no fear. Fascinating. Lee Ha pressed one eye to the gun barrel, a confident smirk at the corner of his mouth. With that size, aiming at them is easy and their numbers are manageable. We're lucky. Right after, he took down an Oxer with a single shot. Soon, all the Oxer lay motionless, their bodies dissipating into the air. Hun-En was a bit awkward, so it wasn't designed to fail. Maybe it's just a relaxed clue-hunting mission. Yes, relaxing, super chill. Brown stepped forward, gently inquiring. Lee Ha, did any monsters escape downward? He shook his head. No, Commander. At least none went toward Belfort from this direction. The commander nodded, satisfied. That's good. He carefully analyzed the current situation. In this mission, if even one reaches Belfort, we fail. If we rely on sight alone, we'd have to search much more extensively. Luckily, we have magic sight. Loser walked over, kicking a few Oxers. Did these trash creatures really wipe out humans in the second Human-Demon War? Brown immediately warned, don't underestimate them, Loser. Demons get even stronger with a commander. You've already met Crawling, so you should know. Hearing this, Lee Han teased. The commander's right. Loser, don't you remember? Back in the northern troll village with Crawling, he blushed and hurriedly stopped him. The three continued on their way. Lee Ha still didn't let Loser off. If I weren't there, you wouldn't have caught him either. Almost, after observing a bit, the commander affirmed, normal. Just then, a loud noise came from the forest. At the same time, system sounds rang repeatedly. The ruler of the Sentinel Mountains, Quikiro, has disappeared. The ruler of the Sentinel Mountains, Crisio, has vanished. All the giant monsters in the Sentinel Mountains have grown 20% stronger. Two monsters slowly stepped forward, Pun and too scared to make a sound. They are two bosses in the wasteland. Yeah, Kit frowned, observing every movement of the two monsters. It seems they're also demons, completely different from last time with Quikiro. Quikiro moved slowly, eyes narrowed terrifyingly. Loser stepped forward with extreme confidence. I'll take them down. But Kit felt uneasy about that. No need to be so greedy, Loser. They have two of them. Lee Han observed quietly and concluded. Based on their size, it seems they gained demon power through Bluebeard. They must be much stronger than before. I used to take them down with just one strike. This time, if I don't hit the vital point, I won't be able to kill them instantly. But those horns are still black. Crisio sensed something strange and shouted, In Kahen, too much human scent. Feast festival. Quikro rejoiced as well. A gift for the Count, human flesh. Then Quikro gathered power, preparing to attack. A dazzling bolt of lightning appeared, enveloping his body. The atmosphere became chaotic, dust swirling everywhere. The system frantically updated information on the ruler of the Sentinel Mountain. Mimax disappeared. The ruler of the Sentinel Mountains, Falagra, vanished. The ruler of the Sentinel Mountains, Hei Ketan, vanished. All the giant monsters in the Sentinel Mountains that were missed grew 30% stronger. Panin saw this and was terrified, breaking into a cold sweat. 5 bosses at once, Lee Ha, witnessing the scene, asked in disbelief, calling their kind. No, they're summoning each other. Kit couldn't believe his eyes. So the three of us have to defeat 5 demon bosses. Contrary to the two's worry, someone else was extremely eager. Whether it's 2 or 5, we just need to eliminate them all. Falagra's sharp horn flashed, followed by a thunderous explosion. Through the smoke, a silhouette of a man appeared briefly. Loser faced the monsters ahead seriously, but the attack was useless. In a blink, Quikro closed in and struck him powerfully. Fortunately, Loser dodged in time. Realizing his disadvantage, he roared in frustration, Damn, blink teleport. Kit didn't expect this to happen. Damn, using magic. While he was still surprised, a sudden flash appeared above him. Then another Falagra charged, forcing him to dodge. What the? Bro shouted, warning everyone. These aren't demons, they're commander-level monsters from Bluebeard's Demon Legion. Loser, Kit, treat them like Growling-level threats. He watched tensely as waves of monsters attacked. Dodge, the battle intensified. The rulers continuously struck and the group could only keep dodging. Gunfire roared incessantly. The firing room's powerful shots swept across the paths. On this side, Lee Ha also struggled. What the hell, it's not just Growling level, it's stronger. Loser screamed like a fool. I'll deal with all of you. Bastards, how dare you dodge my skill. Kit nearby added, at least Krolang doesn't use magic. The Falagras saw humans like a free buffet, laughing with delight. Humans, roast and eat them. Splitting the gun into 2 pairs, not letting it get arrogant. Don't get too cocky. He aimed straight at its eyes and fired. Each copper shot caused it intense pain and scream. The moment Quikro closed his eyes, Loser seized the opportunity to unleash strong firepower. But it didn't work. Loser and Kit stared in shock. Impossible, how did it dodge even when blinded? Is it just using spinal reflexes? So this is how demons are. The fierce battle raged on. Kit was getting tired. A Cyclops' body reacts like a lick's magic. Lee Ha wasn't much better. If there were thousands of these, humans surviving would be a miracle. He aimed carefully. Watch out. As it opened its eyes, he fired. But it dodged the critical shot in an instant. The bullet grazed its head, drawing a little blood. Lee Ha snapped. Damn it, I mean this. The missed shot left him frustrated. How the hell am I supposed to aim for the eyes at this speed? Everyone in Lee Ha's group shared the same concern. This isn't even Bluebeard. And we struggled so much to face the 5 creations he made. If we could hit them, we'd tear them apart. But I can't even fire. Maybe instead of the eyes, there's another weak spot. Where can I disable them? Conflicting thoughts raced through his mind. Damn it, forget aiming for the vital point. I don't even have time to aim properly. Those horns, it's those horns. Just then, Panon from behind shouted, the horns, their magic source is in the horns. We have to destroy the horns first. If you target their weak spot, the eyes, their horns will react automatically. If we destroy the horns, they won't be able to use magic to interfere anymore. Lee Ha stared at Quaikro in front of him, silently muttering those 2 words again. Automatically, he continued to explain. That's right, these guys are only recognized as battlefield Cyclops bosses. My bestiary experience has increased, so I'm sure of it. They're a new monster species. Instead of aiming for the eyes, aim for the horn. Loser was furious at this point. You should have said that from the start, you mutt. But Lee Ha, on the other hand, was more thrilled than if he'd found gold. I knew it, thanks Fernand, unlike the weak kids up ahead. Brown on this side was leisurely counting the hours and minutes. It took 8 minutes and 32 seconds to discover their weakness. He glanced at the group and mocked only because we had the help of adventurers. There's still a long way to go. Lee Ha felt confused. What did you say, Commander? Brown didn't explain, only said casually, take care. Brown walked over to Kit, reached out and took his gun. Lend me the flintlock for a moment. Kit replied without hesitation, of course. He took the crimson geckos and turned his back, heading straight into battle. This is both the first and last lesson we'll have together. Grau stepped toward the monsters, observed carefully and learned. Understood, wasting not a second. He immediately aimed at the Philogra and fired a few more shots. The copper bullets tore through the air, breaking each of their horns, making them roar in pain. Seeing their comrades injured, the monsters growled angrily. We won't forgive you, the one who attacked the horns. But Brown completely ignored these words. The horns flashed for the first time. I should have suspected it already. When I said they weren't ordinary Cyclops, you should have known they were a new monster species. How would a monster that uses magic cast spells? Where does its magical power come from? What is the cooldown between spells? What is the range of that magic? Besides blink and lightning, what other magic can it use? You should calculate these things first. Saying that, Grau aimed his gun at the target, not taunting at all. But the moment he saw it, he used his skill immediately. You're still far from ready. With that attitude, you'll be the first to be taken down by Bluebeard's minions. Instantly, Grau dodged the monster's powerful attacks. Watch carefully, the monsters roared in anger at the missed strike. At that moment, Brown took the opportunity to leap into the air. Against the starry night and the bright full moon, Grau calmly raised his guns and fired directly at the Mimics's vital point. Below, the attack completely disabled the Cyclops. Grau stood atop it, the icy night enveloping the surrounding. Lee Ha watched in shock. 5 demon Cyclops defeated in under 4 minutes. If we had known about the horns earlier, we could have taken them down too. But not like this. He may be a hero from the Second Human-Demon War, familiar with demons, but still, that was too fast. Grau placed a foot on the monster's head and began analyzing its characteristics. The Cyclops has a human-like body. Its optic nerves connect to the brain, making it vulnerable. Kit and Lee Ha aimed for the eyes, but none of their attacks succeeded. The second problem is you need to consider the difference between successful and failed attacks. When Kit and Lee Ha's attacks missed, the monster still took considerable damage. Do you know why? Because it doesn't react to attacks not aimed at its eyes. When you use skills, the horns only react if its single weak point, the eye, is targeted. Simple, right? As he spoke, he tossed 2 guns to Kit. If you had analyzed while hitting the spell, you could have quickly realized the horn's purpose and defeated the Cyclops. Without Fernand Magalas, what would have happened to you? If this is all you can do, I'll have to reconsider a lot of things. He clenched his fists, realizing the commander wasn't entirely wrong. That's right, the 3 of us are all ranged attackers without any combat support system, and when we miss, no matter how strong the strike, it's all for nothing. Lee Ha felt a bit ashamed. Embarrassing to be someone with perfect precision yet unable to hit them. He talked himself hoarse and they were still standing there like idiots, so Grouse snapped and barked. What are you still standing around for? Start digging up intel on those nobles. The 3 of them jolted and hurriedly replied, yes, sir. Brown didn't want to waste another second and kept issuing orders. Search the entire mountain range. After about an hour of wiping out the nobles' remnants, the last enemy Kick and I ran into was just a lone troll. Lee Ha raised his gun, took careful aim, and opened fire. After only a few shots, the system screen popped up a notification. Noble Chieftain Bluebeard number 0, mission complete. Mission ended. Once everything was wrapped up, all 3 headed back to Brown at the same time. He spoke the moment he caught sight of them. You're here. Lee Ha's group was completely out of breath by now, but they still forced out what little strength they had left to salute in return. Yes, Commander. Even Lee Ha had to admit it. Seeing the other two utterly exhausted only proved how experienced their commander was. Brown folded his arms and looked each of them over, praising them without holding back. The ending was a bit underwhelming, but overall not bad. You did well. Hearing that, Kik and Lee Ha answered in unison, full of excitement. Thank you, Commander. Only Loser wore an unmistakably proud look on his face. Then Brown turned to ask Fan En, who was seated beside him studying the map. Sir Fan En, have you found any sign of Bluebeard yet? Fan En replied vaguely without much certainty. I think I've got a rough grasp of it, but I'm not completely sure. Though I did find something. But it wasn't that simple. The clues branched in several directions. Sure enough, the moment he heard that, Grau flinched. What? Fan En explained carefully. I'm tracking the flow of mana, but even to me this is strange. Northwest of the continent, outside the South Asian Federation, and in the southwest. Near the Red Mountains in the Minis region to the west, somewhere in the wilderness. Strong reactions are showing up at all three locations at the same time. And there are faint traces to the east as well. It could be on Pubil's eastern coast, or Craven Estate, or even farther. Lee Ha didn't quite understand, so he asked, is that normal? Fan En immediately denied it. No. As I said, this is mana synchronization. Unless he's in 4 places at once, it's impossible. How could this happen? Still, the eastern signal is very weak. Bluebeard has probably already moved on. It's better to investigate the other 3 areas first. The moment he finished, Brown spoke up in turn. Soldiers. All 3 were tense now. There was no choice but to split up and search in different directions. At the same time, the system board displayed a mission notification. Noble Chieftain, Baron Bluebeard number G2, objective, must collect information on Bluebeard's location or the noble army. Duplicate locations will be completed automatically if another player finishes them. Reward, Noble Chieftain Bluebeard No, G3. Failure condition, death. Upon mission failure, the opening achievement of destruction. Bonus reward for the first player to complete, 5 stat points. After receiving the system info, Lee Ha started calculating in his head. We're being sent out alone to gather intel. So as long as I don't die, I'm fine, right? A mission where I only have to do my part. Kik didn't think as much as he did. He immediately chose his mission location. I'll go north. Loser followed up. The western wilderness is mine. Lee Ha couldn't help gaping in shock. You guys aren't even going to think it through? Seeing Lee Ha still hesitating, Grau turned to him and assigned him curtly. Lee Ha, go to the southwest, outside Minis' border. He asked back in disbelief. Minis was the region that contributed the most to the nation of Pubil. Panic rose in his chest. Why do I have to go to Minis? Right now, I'm the most hated player in Minis. While Lee Ha was still reeling, suddenly he received a phone call. Brother, where are you? It's chaos right now. The nobles are popping up all over Pubil. The royal palace has dispatched forces to suppress them. The elite squad is being mobilized too. Lee Ha snapped out of his jumbled thoughts and blurted, startled, what? Right after that, he hurried to report the news to Brown. Commander, the nobles have appeared all across Pubil. Hearing it, Brown showed little emotion, only analyzing in a low voice. If Bluebeard is acting this hastily, I understand. That means he's still alone. I'll report to the royal palace. Sir Fan En, please inform His Highness immediately. Fan En gave a slight nod. Understood. Then Brown turned to the 3 of them and warned sternly, you must begin investigating at once. But remember, this mission is strictly information gathering. We're not going to assassinate Bluebeard. Be careful. The scene shifted to a lavish corridor inside the palace. Nara strode powerfully down the hall. She stopped at the door to the central palace audience chamber. She looked momentarily surprised at the crowd of soldiers gathered there, curiosity rising in her. What's going on? Her gaze accidentally caught a familiar figure. She froze slightly. Sir Brown, he looks like he's in a hurry. In the distance, Brown stood facing the deputy captain, his tone urgent. Deputy Captain, I have an emergency report that must be delivered to His Highness immediately. He hesitated, unsure what to do, but the commotion inside was already flaring up. Before he could even speak, Brown cut it. This concerns the discussion here directly. The vice captain replied awkwardly. About that, at the very least, I can only report it to the officials. Hearing their exchange, Nara knit her brows slightly, silently reasoning it out. Field bosses were appearing everywhere and riots were being urgently convened. And now the NPCs connected to Lee Ha were bringing an even more serious problem. Could this be related to a Demon King fragment? Just thinking that far, Nara stepped closer to the 2 of them and spoke up to smooth things over for Brown. The Holy Knight Order has an urgent request. What Lord Brown has brought is among the highest level classified matters tied to the safety of the capital. Please allow an audience with His Highness. Hearing that, the vice captain immediately turned and ran off. Understood, I'll report it at once. Grau looked somewhat surprised and glanced at Nara. Ma'am. Nara waited until the man was far away, then turned and went straight to the point. Lord Brown, given the situation, I believe this is connected to the appearance of the field bosses. If it's something I'm allowed to know, could you share a little information? Brown nodded slightly in agreement. "Of course, I'm very grateful for your help." A moment later, Brown was standing outside the audience hall. He performed a respectful salute to the king before him. "Long live your highness, Lord Bamboo Palace." King Pupil's voice echoed in reply, "We don't need ceremony between us. Get to the point, Brown." No one knew why, but the gazes of Rosek and Nala met as if a fight were about to break out. Grau politely removed his hat and reported, respectfully reporting, "I come from the Beastguard mountain range on a mission from the Pope regarding one of the Demon King's fragments. Bluebeard is there." Hearing this, King Pupil flinched slightly. "Bluebeard?" The others couldn't help but erupt into an uproar. Rubia is at Beastguard Mountain." Rosek pressed his lips together, looking angry. That reaction was completely caught by Nara below. What was that expression just now? Disappointment. But when she looked again, Rosa had already restored a calm face, as if nothing had happened. A short while later, in the grand and magnificent hall, King Pupil sat upon the throne and asked, "Then what are we supposed to do? Where did Bluebeard go? Did he lead the royal army up to the capital?" Grau hurried to report, "No, your majesty. My disciples and I pursued him, but we only found faint traces left behind." According to the far-ranging eccentric, the continent's most famous adventurer, Fernan Magahas, at present, people believe Bluebeard is moving through different regions of the continent. At first, I thought Bluebeard had awakened and summoned the royal army. But when news of the noble uprisings across the entire nation reached my ears today, that idea changed. Brown pointed out the gaps he had noticed. The more the royal army gathers, the stronger it becomes. Yet the royal army's numbers are very low right now, and they're still scattered across many different regions. The reason for all of this is that every major monster near Sentinel Mountain has had its power strengthened by 20%. He concluded, so the turmoil among the nobility right now is merely a war of attrition. In addition, Brown reported another detail related to obtaining another Demon King fragment. They're stalling for time, trying to awaken another soul fragment of the Demon King. He looked up, his attitude extremely earnest. "Your Majesty, so that my disciples can quickly track down Bluebeard's trail, I urgently request cooperation from Minis." But before King Pupil could speak, Rosek spoke first. "Isn't this strange, brother?" He waved a hand, pressing the point again, as if he and his majesty both knew it clearly, far beyond anything about the Eastern Sea. And yet after all that, 5 months later, they come trudging here to search for the Demon King's soul fragments in this land. Isn't that far too strange? At the mention of this, Grau still carried a lingering shadow, as the Archmage surely already knew. Bluebeard had once been one of those who followed the Demon King in the Great Escape. Yet he was discovered at the very edge of darkness in the wastelands, in a deep abyss called the Void Chasm, and was sealed there, encased in deep crimson crystals, not allowing even a trace of magic to leak out. The last time people saw him fleeing across the sea was, it turned out, only an illusion. But clearly, Rosek was not so easily convinced. He immediately pressed the key point. "Then how did your disciple find Bluebeard? And how did that person survive after encountering him?" To explain this, Grau could only sum it up in a single sentence. It was a coincidence. Rosek found it even more ridiculous. So he just happened to be hiding somewhere that others could easily discover. And you were even kind enough to spare the life of a mere mortal who dared come near. HMPH sounds so pleasing it's almost unbelievable. The man raised his voice theatrically, picking holes in the other side's words. "I believe that Bluebeard showed up, sure. The Pope has confirmed it. But blaming this whole situation on Bluebeard and the shattered remnants of the Demon Mist King's soul, aren't you just guessing?" Rot Jayek grew more and more fired up. "And yet you want us to sign a reinforcement pact with those slippery mini. On the basis of something we can't even verify. You dare say that in His Majesty's presence." At once, the sages who had been in the Grand Hall erupted in agreement. Nothing could justify endangering His Majesty's safety. "That's right, Lord Rot Jayek is correct, Lord Brown. At the very least, we must demand severe reparations from those men, so they'll never dare pull a stunt like this again. If we don't force them to fully compensate us, land, wealth, and a formal apology, how could we even consider signing a pact? Do you have any idea how much our country lost in that war? You two are slighting His Majesty and trampling the honor of the entire kingdom." Everyone present immediately formed a united front of the same opinion. In stark contrast to the isolated Brown, faced with those reactions and opposing views, he could only fall silent, utterly at a loss. Lara let out a weary, quiet sigh. This is why dealing with NPCs is seriously exhausting. Once greed clouds their reason, arguing with them is pointless. At this rate, the people will probably start clamoring for another war with the minis. At the same time, along the cliffside, a secret base lay carefully hidden. Liha excitedly pounded on the door with both hands, but after making a racket for a while with no response from inside, he grew puzzled. "Oh, what's going on? Isn't it here?" Liha scratched his head in confusion. "Are they pretending I'm not here?" After grumbling to himself for a bit, "What a pain, I really need to make something." No sooner thought than done, he decided to shout at the top of his lungs again. "Hey Bottle, I'm not here to cause trouble this time. Answer me, will you?" Seeing this, Dugan couldn't hold back anymore and cut in immediately. Hey, you do know, Bottle got kicked out for stirring up trouble. The thunderbolt of news left him struggling to believe it. Bottle got kicked out where? Not long after, at a certain house, 3 burly men were working tirelessly out in the yard. Lee Ha stood outside the gate, and the moment he spotted the person he was looking for, he shouted. Bottle, hearing a stranger's voice, instantly went on alert. Ah, someone, Brother Ironbeard. Right after that, both Bristle and Whisker immediately took up fighting stances. Understood, Colonel, seeing things take a slightly wrong turn. He hurriedly waved his hands to explain, "It's me, Lee Ha. I'm not here to fight." The old man repeated the name to confirm it again. Lee Ha, he glanced around, then lifted a hand to scratch his head, utterly helpless. My God, what trouble did you get into this time that they dragged you all the way here? Anyway, it's been a while. Before he could even finish, Whisker lunged in and grabbed him by the collar. With a furious face, he cursed, "Bastard." He shoved him down onto the ground, ranting nonstop, "It's your fault, this is all your fault." Luckily, Bristle held him back. Calm down. Getting blindsided like that out of nowhere, Lee Han was just as pissed. What's going on? Why are you treating me like this? That hit Whisker right where it itched, and he started yelling again. Are you serious? That thing from that bird monster. You're connected to it, aren't you? Right then, the person in question, Bottle, cut in. Enough, you hidden iron lot, get inside, I'll talk to him. The old man stressed it again. Get inside. Lee Han got up and looked around, but the question in his head still wasn't answered. What the hell was going on here? Why were the Iron Mark brothers cursing him out? He looked over and saw Whisker silently crying his eyes out in a shadowy corner. Curiosity bubbled up in him. The thing from Chimera, what exactly was it? A moment later, Bottle and Lee Han went inside, and the two of them sat facing each other for a long time. Only when it felt like he was about to nod off did Bottle finally ask again, carefully. You really are Elizabeth's descendant, right? Lee Han confirmed it. Why are you even asking? You already know, this gun is proof enough. He probed with another question. And you're involved with the Demon King fragment too. He reacted a beat late, not understanding what that had to do with anything. The Demon King fragment, I ran into Bluebeard before, but inside, Lee Han was confused. Why were they suddenly talking about a Demon King fragment? What was happening? Bottle's hand on his knee trembled slightly. I've heard about Bluebeard too, but that's not what I mean. His voice was hoarse and cautious, sweat pouring out. You, one of the Demon King fragments, don't tell me you're tied up with the Chimera Gibrid nest. That made Lee Han stare in shock. Another Demon King fragment. So there was a different Demon King fragment out there that had already appeared. Remembering the earlier outburst, he finally understood. No wonder the Iron Mark guys in Bottle's group were that on edge. First he had to calm Bottle down, then get him to explain things clearly. So Lee Han immediately leaned in, took the old man's hand, and looked him straight in the eye as he spoke sincerely. I swear I have nothing to do with Gibrid at all. I only found out today because you told me. Bottle lowered his eyes a little, looking gloomy and weighed down. Figures, you're a descendant of that troublemaker after all. While they talked, outside the window, Whisker and Bristle were openly eavesdropping. They said you were summoned because of your long-range marksmanship and your ability to observe in the dark. So that's why you got driven out. But what did that have to do with Chimera? That was just something they made up. Bottle crossed his arms, not bothering to hide his contempt. Both the clan chief and I know it has nothing to do with Chimera. So we thought those chiefs who summoned us had all lost their minds. Suddenly, his voice dropped. The reason the chiefs exiled us. He finally had the answer to what Lee Han had been wondering all along. They had foreseen Gibrid would appear. Bottle's face was visibly tense. He recounted everything in detail. Chimeras were an extremely dangerous kind of monster. Last time, a few deep forest adventurers reported seeing a chimera pack near the Red Mountain Range. They sent an investigation team, but they couldn't find any evidence, so the matter was shelved. But now that Bluebeard had appeared, there was a good chance that earlier sighting was real. Maybe the dwarf chiefs had noticed signs of a Demon King fragment. They just didn't dare act, afraid the world would blame them. So in the end, they used the item you ordered forged as an excuse to exile me, just to cover themselves. It was so absurd Lee Han could hardly believe it. Huh, so they exiled you, Bottle, just to hide everything. Deep down, he felt like something was off. What kind of nonsense was that? Only some royal council would pull a stunt like this. The old man's face darkened. Yeah, those idiot chiefs tried to drag me into the Gibrid mess. When they couldn't, they just kicked me out instead, because if there really were proof, then they should have dealt with me from the start, right? After hearing the details, Lee Han felt awkward. Damn, he'd only come to place an order. Now he couldn't really say anything. It wasn't his fault, but seeing this still made him feel bad. Bottle suddenly changed the subject. So, Lee Han, what did you come here for? He answered right away, well, I just came to restock some ammo and check how everyone's been. Hearing that, Bottle asked a favor. Oh, perfect timing. Can you give me a hand? It's hard to get any real work done here. I really want to go back to Hellerville, but to do that. The system panel immediately displayed a flood of thoughts in his head. I need to prove that I have nothing to do with Gibrit. If it's just taking down a chimera, there's a chance it wasn't created by Gibrit. At the same time, you also receive a mission to collect at least 3 chimera hides. Reward: 3 free uses of reinforcement power from bottle. If you fail, 3,000 reputation points will be deducted across the continent, along with a 60% reduction in friendliness with dwarf NPCs. Lee Ha widened his eyes in astonishment, struggling to believe what he had just read. You want me to hunt down a rare artificial chimera and bring back its corpse? He felt like this task was almost impossible to accomplish. 3 chimera hides, he wasn't even sure they really existed. But Bottle immediately rebutted. Of course they exist. I can't be sure if Gibrid created them, but chimeras are out there, just hiding very well. He asked one last question, so will you accept or not? Lee Ha stared at the system screen, feeling uneasy inside. One of the failure conditions is to revive Gibrid. If I fail, I get the achievement Pawn of the Demon Lord. Something feels off. Wait, they said the chimeras have appeared in the Hong Mountains. The Hong Mountains, southwest Minis, the same area where Linan's map recorded Bluebeard's traces. The mission location matches. Thinking this, Lee Ha couldn't contain his excitement and turned to leave. Alright, information from players can be useful. I'll log out plan this mission and then get some sleep. Plan the route first, worry about people later. That's the process. What if I fail this mission and get labeled a Pawn of the Demon Lord? Who would be that foolish? Surely not. At this moment, Lee Ha realized something was wrong. Wait, the reward is just 3 free uses of Bottle's reinforcement power. What's so strange about that? Suddenly he turned to Bottle, blurting out a question. This free use voucher? Bottle was caught off guard and couldn't answer immediately. With only a hum, Lee Ha activated his negotiation skill. He put on a threatening expression and moved closer. So you'll craft everything I want, right? Bottle shivered in fear but still agreed. What do you want to request? As long as it's within my capability. Hearing this, Lee Ha felt smug. No matter what happens, it's still Bottle, but I must get what I need. In a tall building under the blazing sun, Madame Zhou, after checking the documents on the desk, had to turn to Lee Ha and report with a heavy sigh. Sorry, but I don't have any information on chimeras or Gibrit. And so, he had to go to the Ailstock portal, thinking while walking. Even Madame Zhou had no information on Gibrid or chimeras, meaning he had no choice but to face it himself. So he had to go to Minis, complete Bottle's mission mainly to get the support items he needed, and it also overlapped with the Bluebeard mission. Convenient enough, but thinking of this, he suddenly ruffled his hair in public. Why Minis, though not entirely willing? Lee Ha decided to enter the teleportation circle. Never mind it. I'll wear different clothes in battle. They probably won't recognize me. It didn't take long before he was transported to the far south of Pubil Nido. Lee Ha walked step by step across the plains. Time passed. Soon he reached the line at the entrance of Vonkor Castle in Minis. Lee Ha waited his turn, quietly exhaling. Phew, crossing the border really is exhausting. Might as well register a nearby city to the planet while I'm at it. After all, it's a truce zone. Border inspections are unavoidable. Guards carefully checked each person before letting them enter the city. Please place your hand on this orb. Thank you. When it was Lee Ha's turn, he hesitated, looking up at the towering castle. He suddenly felt this move might be a mistake. He remembered that special ops unit from before. I was leading the siege, right? Technically, I'm the one who broke this gate. The guard didn't know his thoughts, holding the orb forward. You state your identity and unit, then place your hand here. Lee Ha looked at the item before him. He didn't dare act recklessly. If I touch this orb, will it pull me into a battle? Despite the thought, he cooperated and placed his hand on the orb. He told himself it won't, but as soon as he touched it, it turned bright red, displaying Lee Ha's base information. Currently in a true state under Pubil. Then he firmly stated his name. I am Lee Ha. As soon as he spoke, everyone around shouted in shock. Lee Ha, did you just say Lee Ha? In this chaotic situation, all he could do was force a smile. Things went wrong. After causing chaos in Vonkor, Lee Ha immediately used the teleportation portal and finally reached Jia Cliff, a city near the Hong Mountains. But he recalled being relentlessly chased by everyone before. That bastard, Cutie Lee Ha. Countless stones and fruits were thrown straight at him. Get out of here. At this moment, he could only resist helplessly. No, I don't have any. Due to the hostile attitude of Minnie's NPCs, gathering mission information was nearly impossible. Lee Ha felt like a lifeless husk. He stood motionless in Jia Cliff's central square, feeling that if this continued, things wouldn't turn out well. Since I couldn't squeeze any information out of the NPCs, should I form a party with some other player? Suddenly, a voice from the distance rang out and caught Lee Ha's attention. Hey, you look like a real tanker, want to party up with us? However, it seemed like Kukanashi wasn't easy to talk to. After just a couple of questions, he chased people off. Get lost. But Lee Ha, on the other hand, was a little interested in him. Oh, that guy looks strong, also kind of hot-tempered. And if he went up against Loser, it'd probably be a blast. That spiky red hair, he looks exactly like the main character from that legendary basketball manga. A diehard fan? Then Lee Ha glanced down at the guy's thin lips. Lee Ha was still daydreaming when the guy suddenly fixed him with a razor-sharp, murderous stare. That single moment of eye contact was enough to turn Lee Ha pale with fear. Yukinashi's gaze looked like it could spark flames, and Lee Ha couldn't help shivering under that invisible pressure. He panicked and turned his head away as if terrified. W8, did I just stare straight into their eyes? Did they recognize me as Holly Ha 2 Pupil? Watching the crowd gradually disperse, Lee Ha suddenly felt some of the pressure ease. They left already? Looks like forming a party isn't an option, and asking other players for information isn't a great idea either. As if he'd thought of something, a smile spread across his face. Ah, I can ask that person. The moment the connection went through, Lee Ha spoke up cheerfully. Yuang-an, hey. The other person was just as enthusiastic. Oh, Holly Ha, are you heading to the Red Mountain Range first? Option 2, having his plan seen through only made him happier, as expected. I'm working on another quest too. Do you know if any monster like a chimera has ever shown up west of 5 minutes? That left Fuang-an completely surprised. A chimera, he slowly recounted. I've been to that area before. That made Lee Ha even more excited, practically cheering. Really, you've seen it? At the mention of it, Fuang-an didn't hesitate to share. I once did a dwarf quest to find a nest, but they got scared off by a chimera. The quest failed, so I remember it clearly. Fuang-an was the one who spotted the chimera first, if he could testify then. No, this quest is only about proof. It has nothing to do with the chimera. His firm tone made Fuang-an show concern as well. If you're planning to go after it, be careful. No one seems to know this, but there's a dragon in the northern mountains. That startled Lee Ha. But the white dragon raid zone isn't here. Fuang-an warned him carefully. This one's different. I couldn't even get close to its lair. That frightened look only made Lee Ha more suspicious. Dragons were usually named after terrain. So was it a red dragon? Fuang-an hesitated again. No. Because the dwarves were looking for a copper vein, it might be a metal dragon. That guess made Lee Ha's face go stiff. Got it. Thanks, the other guy looked thrilled instead. If you find any trace of Bluebeard, let me know. Lee Ha scratched his head awkwardly, thinking over what he'd just heard. Copper? If it's a copper dragon, a bronze dragon, or brass dragon, that wouldn't be too bad. Balibos's blessing helps increase affinity growth with metal dragons. Thinking about his affinity with all chromatic dragons being -80, he felt even more uneasy. But what if it's a red dragon? With steady steps, Lee Ha pushed forward and tried to calm himself down. I'll probably get there first. Just as he was about to leave the gate, a cold voice cut in. Wait! Lee Ha flinched when he saw those oppressive eyes. Wait, that was Sakuragi. Sakuragi, no, it's nothing. More importantly, what do you want? He stood there stiffly, pointing non-stop. You're leaving Ratch Cliff, heading to the Red Mountain Range. The attitude made Lee Ha see. Who do you think you are, talking that rudely? With no good impression of him, Lee Ha wondered. Why do you want to know? Kukanashi instead just froze. What? Seeing how clueless he looked, Lee Ha helplessly turned his back. I'm not obligated to tell you. If you want to ask something, learn some manners first. Goodbye. The guy suddenly grabbed him. Wait. That action was like a fuse, detonating Lee Ha's anger. What are you doing? Let go. If you squeeze any harder, I'll die. The killing intent pouring off him made Kukanashi hurriedly retreat. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I was just curious. I thought I could help, so I spoke up. Lee Ha stared at him, conflicted. He mumbled an explanation. I'm exploring the Red Mountain Range. But there are too many monsters. If you're going there too, wouldn't it be better to go together? Yukinashi's stiff demeanor left Lee Ha speechless. An NPC? No, his earlier attempt at teaming up suggested he was a player. The way he spoke felt human, but also oddly like an NPC. Afraid Lee Ha wouldn't like it, he frowned and tried hard to persuade him. You don't believe me? Others won't know. There's a dragon in the Red Mountain Range. Lee Ha stared at him, secretly surprised. You know about that dragon? Are you as good at gathering intel as Fernet? Then maybe you know something about the chimera too. He looked suspicious, but he might be useful. Lee Ha cautiously moved closer and made an offer. You want to form a party and go together? Kukanashi stiffened like a plank for a split second, then nodded. Getting what he wanted, Lee Ha quickly took the lead. Sure. We'll talk on the way. Can you tell me your level and nickname? I need them to create the party. Kukanashi replied mechanically, 183 Kyuja. His fingers slid across the screen for a long time before he finally managed to create the party, his thoughts drifting again. Only NPCs like Madame Dayu didn't understand the concept of level. So he really was a player. He looked older than me, so I needed to be careful. Lee Ha probed cautiously. Why did you come to the Red Mountain Range? Kukanashi kept close and explained honestly, I have to find something. My quest. Lee Ha felt a little more at ease and asked more naturally. Then why are you traveling with me? Aren't you curious about me? He admitted bluntly, I am. The two of them suddenly fell silent. Kokonashi's calmness only made Lee Ha's unease quietly rise. Then you should ask something. You said you were curious, but you won't ask anything at all. Wait, don't tell me he planned to sacrifice me to the dragon just to finish his quest. No, maybe I was overthinking it. We'd only just met, after all. I couldn't keep clinging to a party forever. I'd just treat him as a safety net for the worst-case scenario. Before long, they reached the Red Mountain range. Griffin was ambushed out of nowhere and couldn't react in time. Watching it crash to the ground, Lee Ha exclaimed, "That was fast." Even so, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. If only it had been a chimera. A griffin was just a common mob. Kokonashi watched quietly, gauging the force behind Lee Ha's strike. "Careful, impressive, your weapon looks terrifying." The praise caught Lee Ha a little off guard. "You've never seen a flintlock before?" The name made him blink in surprise. "That's a flintlock, it looks different from what I know." That dopey, clueless vibe made Lee Ha feel utterly helpless. "Well, items in here come in all kinds of variants." Inside, he was screaming. "This is a rifle, what modern person wouldn't recognize it?" After they finished cleaning up, Lee Ha spoke up directly. "By the way, Kyusa, which area are you planning to explore? If you want efficiency, you should have a clear goal." Even though they were strangers, Kokonashi didn't hide anything. "Still a long way. I need to get close to the dragon's lair." Lee Ha grew even more cautious as he tested the waters. "Near the dragon's lair, are there other monsters around there besides griffins and harpies?" In a calm tone, he answered, "Chimera-type creatures. Can you help me find a chimera? Not just for that, finding one is also part of my objective. I think you might know something." Kokonashi suddenly turned mysterious. "If you promise to help me, I'll tell you." Lee Ha felt like he'd struck gold and couldn't hide his excitement. You know something? What is it? What do I need to do?" His eyes flashed with a cold glint, his demeanor turning even icier. "Nothing complicated. I just need to investigate something near the dragon's lair. Just come with me." The whole way, Kokonashi kept reassuring him. "It's fine, I only need to survey the dragon's nest. You just accompany me to the spot." But the assurance still didn't ease Lee Ha's worry. "What if the dragon shows up?" He frowned slightly as if he could see the unease. "We can use instant teleportation. My goal isn't to meet the dragon. We just need to get close and clear the monsters along the way. If you promise you'll wait until I'm done, then I'll tell you the chimera's location." Even so, Lee Ha remained suspicious. They had no real intel and said very little, so it was hard not to doubt them. But it didn't feel like they were trying to use him either. If he was playing some kind of conditional build, like Fernan Tajin Gong Gong, maybe it was a system that required strict requirements. If it was a playstyle that needed long-term study or training, then he'd need outside help or protection. Thinking that through, Lee Ha relented. Fine, there was nothing to lose anyway. He brightened and proposed. "All right, then how about we catch a chimera first and go after?" Kokonashi didn't hesitate and moved immediately. "Yeah, fine, this way." That decisiveness left Lee Ha momentarily stunned. He'd only promised me verbally, and yet he's actually doing it. Maybe he's the serious type, someone who values his word. Before long, the two arrived at the agreed location. The desolate, barren scene ahead made him doubt the information even more. This was the Red Mountain range where a chimera had first been spotted. A pack of chimeras was found in a wide-open place like this. There wasn't even anywhere to hide. Kokonashi seemed to read his thoughts and explained at once, "There are chimeras nearby. But not everyone can find them. Usually they hide inside the barrier." Still doubtful, Lee Ha blurted out, "Really?" Inside, he was even more confused. "Because you're bored," the other party confirmed it immediately. As he drew his sword, he asked curiously, "Is your goal to kill chimeras?" Lee Ha admitted it plainly. "Yeah, that's right." Kokonashi's tone carried a hint of warning. "Then get ready." Lee Ha quickly pulled out his flintlock. "All right," seeing the other man's weapon. Lee Ha couldn't suppress his shock. Wielding two massive swords with both hands, what kind of class was this guy? But what was he about to do? Kokonashi surged forward with overwhelming momentum. "I'll go first." He tightened his grip on both swords and slashed. One strike carved a clean, sweet cut into the trunk. Watching the tree slowly topple, Lee Ha was startled out of his mind. What kind of strength is that? As the trunk fell, a strange blue light flashed behind it. Lee Ha squinted to see, but what appeared made him jerk in shock. A chimera battalion came pouring out from nowhere. The horrifying sight made Lee Ha scream inside his head. "This is insane. They should have warned me there were this many." No more than that, why do they look so disgusting? They weren't like the chimeras he'd imagined. He quickly raised his gun to start the assault. One of the chimeras suddenly spat out a strange blue liquid. Lee Ha sprang away at once. Where the liquid hit, the ground hissed like it was burning. The corrosion left him stunned. Poison, no liquid acid. With these things, I can't figure out any weak point or vital spot. If that's the case, when pushed to the brink, Lee Ha immediately shouted for help. The soul link activated in an instant and reached expert rank. A spirit companion can be summoned for 30 minutes. The server issued a notification. The spirit companion's current level is 66 plus the user's level. The evolved spirit companion is now level 229. He silently aimed from atop the ghost girl's back. The skill had leveled up and gained another trait. Lee Ha barked an order with everything he had. Wipe them out! In the blink of an eye, the little bear upgraded its fire element. Blazing flames and acid resistance left the chimera birds able only to shriek in pain. At the critical moment, he quickly recalled what his friend had said. Jin Gong once said that bears could detect traps and an enemy's weak points by scent. Lee Ha immediately gave the order. Little bear, find their weak spot and hit it. Obeying its master, the ghost girl instantly used her skill. The gem inside the chimera's body was shattered to pieces. Seeing the combat ability of the two of them, Kukanaxi, hiding up in a tree, was also astonished by her spirit summoning skill. She's not even a spirit from this world and she can still do that. 25 minutes later, the server announced that the spirit companion's remaining summon time was 5 minutes, making Lee Ha panic. Damn it, the little bear's time is almost up. Should I loot the birds and run? If I clear them out here, it might chain into another quest. I have to decide right now. At that critical moment, a cold voice spoke up. Need help. Yukanaxi's casual attitude shattered his calm. Had he really been sitting around this whole time? Let me handle it, the other party agreed bluntly. Though furious, thinking of the bigger picture, Lee Ha's tone softened. Wait, can you help me with something? Hold its attention while I pick up the loot. Even without understanding, he still complied. All right. Before long, the server system sent a new notice. The soul link had been cancelled, and the spirit companion's spirit was returning. After the ghost girl vanished, Lee Ha looked dejected. Now I don't have a bear anymore. Seeing that, Kukanaxi even enthusiastically chopped down another tree. Be careful, even so the panic in his eyes still hadn't eased. He kept swinging his sword forward. Wherever he struck, chimera were left mangled. Faced with the gore, Kukanaxi's expression stayed cold and severe. Lee Ha sat to the side, carefully watching without feeling surprised at all. Who the hell is this guy? Kukanaxi used his sword to butcher chimera one after another. As Lee Ha picked up their parts, the server sent a flood of notifications again. Obtained fragmented biological specimens. Gibrid and shoulder sample. Gibrid stitchwork chimera type 3. Makavuchaline gibrid brain chimera. After he finished, he shouted to him, Kuxanim, I'm done. Kukanaxi quickly leapt over. Let's go. Lee Ha was thrown off by that coldness. Seriously, who are you? From the distance, the chimera let out furious sounds and surged forward. Down below, that sight made Lee Ha uneasy. They were relatively slow and weak against fire. Luckily, that kid was their natural nemesis. If he had to face them alone, he'd be dead for sure. But the little one could only fight for 30 minutes. I need to control my fire so I'm not at a disadvantage when I don't have the kid. Prepare for the next encounter. After traveling a long way, Lee Ha panted and forced out, Thanks for helping me, looking at the other's indifferent expression. He grew even more impressed. Not a single drop of chimera fluid had splashed onto his clothes. Who is this guy? A nobody. No, I've never heard the name Kuxi, but I checked the top 50 for the national war so I'd know. He must be an outsider. With skill like this, even if he went up against Alexander, I couldn't say who would win. Seeing Kukanaxi's icy gaze on him, his whole body went stiff. He raised a hand and pointed toward the distant mountain peak. Now it's my turn. Lee Ha seemed to remember something and yelped, startled. Oh right, let's go. I'm not sure I'll be any help to you. Despite his cool exterior, Kukanaxi offered a few words of encouragement. It was a huge help and the gesture left him surprised and a little embarrassed. Thanks for carrying me. Watching that solid back, doubt crept into his heart. Either way, you could do all this without me. Even level 183 was a problem here. In the end, Lee Ha couldn't hold back his curiosity. Kuxanim, were you in the last national war? The other party seemed to answer honestly. I was exploring so I couldn't join, and when I couldn't get anything out of it, I gave up. So that's how it is. Even so, the unease inside him kept churning. If that's the case, spread the word and ask if anyone knows that person. Lee Ha tried hard to connect with his teammates. After hearing it, everyone was curious too, but no one in the guild knew who he was. Even Bionim didn't know, so he definitely wasn't a famous pro. An outsider, or maybe an old pro who deleted his character and started over. Yuan immediately got excited. That name wasn't on the list of outsiders I had investigated. That powerful, can you introduce them to our guild? Even Fen and was left speechless. Amazing, what are they researching? I've never heard of Kuxi either. If they know about the lair and are exploring nearby, they could be someone I could face, but only Kit sighed in boredom. You still can't avoid the blood-red gecko's bullets. Did you find any trace of Greenberry? I bet you didn't. Seeing his friends helpless, Lee Ha could only remain silent. No one really knows anything. The kid is looking more like a loser every moment. At the same time, Kukanaxi's footsteps halted. We're here. You cautiously looked toward the distant mountain. Is this the dragon's lair? He quickly spoke to correct. More precisely, this is the start of the dragon's barrier. His tone explained calmly. Once a creature with enough mana crosses this point, the dragon's alarm magic will trigger. This mechanism made Lee Ha's expression ugly. I understand now, it seems something almost manifest. Proceed cautiously to examine everything. but do you know which dragon inhabits this lair? Kukanaxi's voice suddenly became light, a tin bronze dragon. Hearing that, the weight in your heart vanished. Ah, what a relief. It's a metallic dragon. You also recalled Baelipus's blessing, increasing friendliness toward all metallic dragons by 50% against the backdrop of the majestic mountains. Liha suddenly looked confused. All right, so what should I do now? And what will you do? I mean, you told me to handle the monsters, but there aren't any around. He himself also seemed strange, a person glowing as if to pierce through every root of the mountain naturally. The dragon's mana might be radiating even through the barrier. Ordinary monsters wouldn't dare approach. The opponent's words made you widen your eyes in astonishment. Isn't that a kind of contradiction? Perhaps a translation error, Kukanaxi frankly suggested. I need to investigate immediately, so just step into the barrier for a while. Liha's frustration surged to its peak. What? If I go in, the dragon won't sense my mana. That alarm magic. Kukanaxi showed no leniency, fully determined in his intention. It's your task, I can only advance if the dragon starts moving. That reasoning made Liha hit his limit and kept getting irritable. And what about me? You said it wouldn't be dangerous. Kukanaxi never conceded, his eyes both resolute and threatening. If the dragon truly tries to harm you, you can run. Liha could only laugh in exasperation. Aha, seriously, but no one knew his inner self was comforting himself. I owe him a favor and he is a skilled outsider. I cannot betray. Outwardly, you also reminded with goodwill. But if something feels wrong, I might run, so don't trust me too much. Kukanaxi continued to reassure. The tin bronze dragon is very benevolent, so it will be fine, just a short while. Until reaching the barrier, Liha hesitated a little. Gathering all courage, you finally stepped inside. Inside, only flickering light appeared, shattering your anticipation. I thought the alarm spell would at least ring a bell or something. So now what? How long must I stay? Zia Kuk, may I look? From behind, a blinding light appeared, someone's robes fluttering quickly. Lorun stood there, looking at Liha with a mix of astonishment and excitement. I sensed Balabos Nim's mana reaching here, but you are human. Pardon me, but who are you? Facing that supernatural being. Sweat began to bead on your face. Who are you? Logrun remained calm. I am the master of this place. I am the tin bronze dragon, Logrun. Are you the envoy sent by Baelipus Nim? Liha's panic peaked at the answer. A dragon, you're not human. He could only offer a wry smile. To avoid surprising Baelipus Nim, I chose this way. It would be rude to show my true form. You sat on the ground, observing the opponent with suspicion. A dragon can transform into a human. Meanwhile, the ground was enveloped by a large shadow. Liha ran while shouting loudly. Step back, Logrun. He was also alarmed, witnessing. Your emotions grew increasingly chaotic. Modanki, an outsider, did I guess wrong? Why did they talk to me back at Russia Cliff? How did they know Chimera's location and push me into the barrier? Finally, I understood. Facing Kukanaxi's attack, Liha became panicked. Even Logrun couldn't remain calm. How did that bastard get here? In the air, Kukanaxi revealed a delighted expression, shouting, thanks to Baelipus's fools. A huge fireball was immediately unleashed. Liha quickly pulled Logrun close. Duck, Logrun. At the same time, he began to use his skills. Mana barrier, the system quickly equipped the special protection ring. A new notification immediately appeared. Mana barrier skill activated. Seeing the white shield slowly cracking, he couldn't hide the fear in his eye. I already knew from World War that dragon breath can't be blocked. But why is the pressure this overwhelming even before it hits? Before the mana barrier was destroyed, move now. The instant the ground exploded, Liha and Logrun jumped down below. Kukanaxi seemed surprised by the move. So you didn't just obtain Balafuz's mana, you even know how to counter my breath. That's useless. A mana lock was soon activated as the mana barrier took effect. Cannot leave the designated area for 30 minutes. Dispelled if the target has a superior skill. Spatial restraint applied. Cannot teleport within the area for 15 minutes. Communication lock applied. Chat channels including whispers will be blocked for 15 minutes. Kukanaxi's voice kept roaring in his ear. Heh, bronze brat. And all of Balafuz's idiots, now you won't be able to cut space or communication. Hand over your life, I'll grant you a painless death. The threat only made Liha tenser. Damn it, Loru said he could sense Balafuz's energy. The moment I entered, the dragon could detect the energy of other individuals. That bastard planned everything from the moment he met me at Cliff Rock Ridge. I knew you could party up with NPCs, but monsters too. Thinking about being played like a fool, the hatred in his chest only grew. Why didn't I think of it? Even Balafuz issued the quest directly. They're monsters, but with high intelligence and NPC functions, like identifying level. Now it makes sense. Liha turned to the one beside him, guilt weighing on his face. Logrunim, I'm sorry this happened because of me. With a grave expression, he pushed back. No, it's my fault for not being careful while Kukanaxi's lair was still undiscovered. Teleportation is blocked, and we can't contact Balafuz either. I've only been an adult dragon for about 300 years. I can't properly fight Kukanaxi, who has reached the ancient tier. Liha pondered for a long time, gripping the flintlock tightly. After thinking it through, Lee-ha suddenly sprang up. Then can you hold him off for just 15 minutes? Lo Grun stared up in shock as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? Watching Kukanaxi flying overhead, his hand tightened even more around the gun. I'm not kind enough to sacrifice myself for him. With no one showing up, he began to lose patience. So you're not coming out, you bronze trash, and that human too. Lee-ha raised his blue eyes toward the enemy with unwavering conviction. Even dragon breath isn't unbeatable. There will be a moment when it reveals a weakness. The demon eye skill was activated. Kukanaxi opened his mouth again, forming another fireball. Fine then, opportunity doesn't come twice. Die with regrets over your stubbornness. He assessed silently and carefully the brief instant when it recharged its breath. At the crucial moment, Lee-ha leveled the barrel straight at him. Right now, he shouted with all his strength, "Mana thermobaric bomb." The system launched it at once. Mana thermobaric bomb skill activated. One part of Kukanaxi's wing was injured. He couldn't help but howl in pain. My dragon scales, even Lo Grun looked stunned. Did Kukanaxi just scream? Lee-ha seized the opening and barked an order. Lo Grunim, start praying now, hurry. In his heart, he kept praying too. Please let it hit. That look made the other side flush. Kukanaxi, furious with spite, became utterly enraged. Pierce the dragon scale. You little whelp of that golden lizard god, you'll never know peace. Fire attack. But before he could do anything, he was pinned into silence again. Seeing it work, Lee-ha excitedly took careful aim. Perfect, it worked. Then here's another shot for you. The moment the second bullet hit, Kukanaxi let out a pained cry. My mana, that wretched sight suited Lee-ha just fine. So the mana thermobaric bomb works on dragons too. It's a skill from a legendary grade weapon. Good thing I gambled on it, but unlike his excitement. Lo Grun warned carefully. Even if he's a red dragon built for brawling, he's still an ancient dragon. Kukanaxi's mana is. Lee-ha suddenly shouted, this isn't the time for that move. You're a dragon, aren't you? Then cast spells like a madman. It won't last long. He immediately raised his staff and unleashed his skill. Got you summon lightning, energy surge. A strange flash suddenly lit up the sky. A mighty bolt of lightning slammed straight down onto Kukanaxi. Lo Grun kept up the assault. Fourfold lightning spear, thunder god. More bolts followed, striking the target one after another. Kukanaxi, battered and wounded, struggled to speak. Not bad for a tin rookie. Lee-ha's tone carried biting sarcasm. Is this really the time to say that? He looked up at the enemy. Calm your mind, use the skill calm mind. Kukanaxi was overwhelmed by the pressure of the scene. Seeing the enemy off guard, Lo Grun wasted no time striking. You won't escape electric surge. Lightning continuously struck him. Lee-ha gradually squeezed the trigger. A single blast echoed across the sky, leaving another large hole in Kukanaxi's body. After the relentless assault, he gradually lost resistance, collapsing straight onto the green grass below. Thick smoke made it hard for Lee-ha to see. Is he really dead? Lo Grun used his power to sense the ancient red dragon's condition. I can't sense Kukanaxi's magic. Hearing this, he assumed it was all over. He's finished, right? Yeah. A movement behind made Lee-ha turn. Before his eyes stood a towering metal dragon. Lo Grun's golden eyes stared at him for a long moment. Then he did something no one expected. The bronze metal dragon bowed its head in gratitude. Thank you. If you hadn't helped me, my cruel self might have taken over. Lee-ha was bewildered. What? Meanwhile, no one noticed a figure rushing in. Lee-ha was still confused by the sincere thanks. No, I should be the one apologizing for causing this. Lo Grun objected, accepting responsibility for his lapse. Even though Balipus warned me he'd target the Steel Guild, I was still careless. That's my fault. To make amends, he decided to reward him for your courage against the ancient dragon. I will grant you a coin-up. Before he could finish, Kukanaxi lunged to strike. He was still alive, waiting for this moment. So you finally reveal your true form, Tin Rookie. Lo Grun panicked seeing Kukanaxi alive. What? Before he could react, a vicious strike was made. Luckily, Lo Grun dodged by flying up. The blow caused a minor shockwave, forcing Lee-ha to step back. What? How is he alive? He was shot right in the head. Rethinking it, he had to acknowledge Kukanaxi's skill. He concealed his magic so well that even Balipus struggled to detect it. I let my guard down just because of Lo Grun's words. The gap between an adult and an ancient dragon is far greater than I imagined. Across the battlefield, Kukanaxi pressed the attack. Your life is mine, Tin Rookie. But Lo Grun wouldn't surrender. I won't allow it. With that, the bronze metal dragon gathered lightning to counterattack. Lee-ha observed from afar. The orb contained immense power. It rapidly enveloped the sky. Based on the previous situation, he hesitated, quickly aiming his gun. Would it work? Just as he feared, Kukanaxi teleported behind the bronze metal dragon. Flash! He swung his weapon, aiming to kill the dragon instantly. Your life is mine. But before he could act, a bullet intercepted, knocking the weapon away. Lo Grun seized the moment to release lightning. Counterattack, Kukanaxi's golden pupils shrank as lightning struck nearby. Bombarded by such power, he screamed in pain. Everything happened too fast, his body still echoed with residual lightning. Strangely, he laughed. Something was wrong. Sure enough, his face turned vicious, and in a blink he approached Lo Grun with a taunting mouth. He clutched the dragon's snout, provoked it. Ancient. If you truly are ancient, then you could have bitten me. His hand struck before Lo Grun could react. What? Kukanaxi violently tore the dragon's head off. The gruesome sight left Liha paralyzed. Reflexively, he raised his gun to fight. Liha fired continuously at Kukanaxi, dragging the dragon's head. Seeing this, he grew even more delighted. All right, I'll deal with you after this. That Balipus brat. Suddenly, mystical symbols and unidentified objects appeared from thin air. That won't happen. Lo Grun, though slightly injured, unleashed his final move, Maximum Lightning. Kukanaxi flinched in pain, very dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, the weakened bronze metal dragon still resisted. It really hurts. Damn, how can an adult have a dragon's playful heart? Seizing the moment, Lo Grun used the time signal skill. Meanwhile, Liha coped with the tense situation, calculating in his mind. The communication block would end in 3, 2, 1. When the countdown finished, the skill completed. A golden light enveloped the space, pinpointing Kukanaxi. Attack! A blond man appeared, seeing Kukanashi. His teeth gritted in anger. It was Belibos. Without words, he swung his sword at Kukanaxi. Thinking of something, his cold blue pupils narrowed, brows furrowed. Belibos' arrival was unexpected. The clash created shockwaves, pushing both back. Kukanashi landed, still grinning provocatively, but already strategizing internally. The previous battle had drained a lot of strength. To be safe, he quickly fled. Just wait, Balibos brat, one day. I will avenge this humiliation. His figure grew distant as Balibos roared in fury. Stop, Kukanaxi. The system sensed something, and the gaze shifted toward the tin bronze dragon's body. Balipus panicked when he saw the body had been decapitated. Lo Grun, far away, Liha felt regret for not stopping Kukanaxi. Damn it, at that moment the system displayed an achievement unlocked notification. On the other side, Balibus bowed, repeatedly calling the tin bronze dragon's name. Lo Grun, can you hear me? He placed his hand on the dragon's body, reassuring, hang on just a little longer. Using a skill together with. A golden light radiated, reviving it temporarily. A powerful golden light enveloped the dragon. Don't tell me I just witnessed this, he thought to himself. You can resurrect the dead too. Under this miraculous power, Lo Grun's consciousness gradually returned. Seeing this, Balipus asked about Lo Grun's condition. What happened? Is your dragon heart okay? Weakly, he replied, yes, it's fine. Sorry for welcoming you in this state. Master, Liha observed everything and formed a bold hypothesis. The dragon heart, so long as it isn't broken, it remains functional. Perhaps the dragon heart is not just a heart, but also serves as a second brain. After this sequence of events, he realized the true mystery of these mythical creatures. No wonder Kukanaxi survived a head blow. So in Lo Grun's case, even being decapitated, survival was possible. Over here, noticing Lo Grun clearly avoiding the question, his dark consciousness demanded, please speak. How did you fight Kukanaxi? Why did you go into battle without informing me? At this moment, Lo Grun's dragon body glimmered with faint lights. My heart is fine, but I don't have much time. Please hear everything from the human you chose, master. Liha suddenly noticed something important, not much time left. Only now did he grasp the truth. Right. Healing wounds is possible, but regrowing a lost head is hopeless, isn't it? Balipus assumed everything was the boy's fault, face full of anger. Liha and Lo Grun quickly defended him. Master, don't blame him. Don't let a good person be misunderstood. He praised Liha without reservation. Though human, he fought Kukanaxi braver than I did. Hearing this, Balipus had nothing more to say, only a sigh. I understand, I respect you. He knew Lo Grun could no longer hold on. He performed the ritual, then speak your last words. I, Balipus the Golden Dragon, member of the Metal Dragon clan, officially witnessed the final wish of the Tin Bronze Dragon. Knowing it's beyond saving, Liha's gaze grew somber. The final wish at this moment, Lo Grun spoke, snapping him back. Hey human, your name is Liha, right? He stammered, yes. Lo Grun. Liha clenched his fists, body trembling. Out of emotion, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Lo Grun didn't blame him, instead reassured, no, this is like you being caught in the dragon's battle. He acknowledged your strength, then took out his heart. Even though I've just fought alongside you, I already see your ability clearly. Perhaps you will be a more capable ally to Balibos than I ever could. As he spoke, Lo Grun's body transformed into powerful streams of light, leaving him no time to react. What? Wait, Balipus didn't expect this turn, only able to watch him vanish. Lo Grun. The immense power of the ancient dragon twisted the space itself. Lo Grun's last word, Balipus, I'm truly sorry to ask this of a witness, but please entrust my dragon heart to one person, Liha. At that moment, the system displayed mission and reward notifications, requiring a choice. Liha was suddenly transported elsewhere. Perhaps this was Lo Grun's consciousness space. A virtual screen appeared before him. This request, Lo Grun, what is this? He didn't mince words, sincerely making a plea. Human Liha, please become Balibos' strength in my stead. Defeat Kukanaxi. At this moment, the power streams sketched the shape of something in the void. Logrun explained the newly formed item. This heart is shaped exactly like the weapon you use. Use it to pierce Kukanaxi's heart. Liha understood the bullet before him was small, but the responsibility it carried was immense. But this is so embarrassing. I'm not even sure I can hit his dragon heart with a single shot. Not letting him refuse, the phantom hand lifted the bullet. Your spirit and skill, even Bahamut will have to recognize, please. That trust made Liha tense, struggling internally. But unable to betray that trust, Liha reached out, accepting the responsibility. Gripping the bullet tightly, he resolved to low grunt. All right, it's my fault for not noticing Kukanaxi's plot from the start. I will fulfill your final wish, Low Grun. His hazy humanoid figure smiled in relief. Since I met you, I thought you were a good person. Streams of light outlined his form. If we had more time, perhaps you and I would become good friends. That space disappeared, leaving only Liha with the heavy task in his hand. Baelipus witnessed everything. No matter how strong he was, he still broke down in painful tears. So this was Low Grun's final wish. Low Grun's voice soothed him. She reminded him again and again. Yes, senior brother Kukanaxi is stronger than we imagine. Please don't hesitate to rely on allies. Do everything you can to protect order. Baelipus replied, I understand, I promise. Low Grun's body slowly dispersed. With his final wish fulfilled, he could rest at ease. Then Low Grun was gone. Where he had lain, only 2 scales remained on the empty ground. I will rest in eternity. Please let my fate depart. Like a gentle breeze, the lingering echoes brushed across Liha's face. The system displayed an achievement notification and generous reward. As he reviewed it, he suddenly noticed something illogical. The dragon gate. A carp becoming a dragon, why a carp? He thought dragons were born from eggs. And they called him a carp. Liha pondered for a long time, then it clicked. So to earn the achievement, he had to obtain a dragon's heart. And it even emphasized metal, too. If he was the second one, then the first, oh, come on, Alexander already had it, didn't he? Following the wish, Baelipus offered Low Grun's dragon scales. Thank you, Liha, the guest instructor accepted them. Oh, don't mention it, it's nothing. Baelipus's expression turned serious as he got to the point. Then can you tell me how this all happened? Liha didn't answer right away, but asked instead, before I explain, can you turn into your dragon form? Hearing that, he couldn't help but ask, why? Liha awkwardly scratched his cheek. Avoiding his gaze, Liha said, I think it'd be better if we talk while chasing Kukanaxi, if you can let me ride on you. Baelipus wasn't sure he'd heard correctly and leaned closer. Ride, Liha answered firmly. Yes, I don't have a map, but I know the direction. He recalled earlier when Kukanaxi fled with the dragon head. He had managed to tag him with a shot. The skill allowed him to mark and track the target for 86 hours. Baelipus finally understood. So that hit back then wasn't random. Liha waved his hands in flustered apology. About that, I'm sorry. He forgave him generously. It's fine. Baelipus accepted the request and transformed as he spoke. All right, normally only my partners are allowed to ride me. The massive golden dragon stared at him for a moment. But I can make an exception this once, for the one carrying out Low Grun's final wish. Baelipus suddenly used his power to move Liha before he could react. It turned out he placed him on his back. Humans were simply too small to climb up on their own. As they prepared to take off, he glanced over and instructed, hold on tight. Liha was ready and did as told. And at that very moment, the system popped up again and caught his eye. Another achievement. From the content, it was clear that the chromatic dragon's favorability toward him was extremely low. He understood right away. He was probably angry because Liha had marked him earlier. So that was the achievement that had triggered before. Favorability minus 50%. Liha sighed at how prickly and hard to please chromatic dragons were, though they did seem very skilled. But seriously, whatever was going on inside them escalated fast. Still, it didn't matter. His favorability with chromatic dragons was already at minus 100%. Minus 1,100 or minus 1,600. Who even cared? Putting that aside, Liha watched the tracking marker and gave directions. Baelipus, he's moving northwest. The golden dragon shot forward at full speed. After flying for a long while, Baelipus asked about the enemy's situation. Same heading as before. Liha checked for a moment, then answered, yes, he's still flying the same direction, but the distance has narrowed a bit. But it's still pretty far. Sensing something unusual from the other side, Baelipus understood at once. He's probably noticed us. You still can't shake the mark, huh? He explained the powerful traits of dragons. Dragons have the strongest ability to sense mana. He must have sensed the mana residue Liha left on him for tracking. Since he was matching Baelipus's speed step for step, the unexpected development made Liha panic. So, what should we do? Baelipus first reasoned through the situation. We need to quickly confirm what he plans to do with Low Grun's head. Is he really going to use Grun's skull as material for Tiamat? He considered a grim possibility. Probably not. That can't happen unless he holds overwhelming power, enough to suppress the metallic dragon lineage. Based on that, Baelipus proposed a higher priority. We must inform the tribe about Kukanaxi's reappearance and Lo Grun's death. You said you can track Kukanaxi's location, right? Liha confirmed and emphasized the urgency. Yes, there are only 2 or 3 days left. Baelipus quickly split their tasks. Stay on him closely and contact me immediately if anything happens, understand. We need to warn the tribe before he makes his move. Liha nodded in sync and quickly separated to act. Yes, understood. Before leaving, Baelipus added one more reminder. Remember, you chose to carry out Lo Grun's final wish if you succeed. The metallic dragon clan will not forget your merit. With that, his figure gradually disappeared beyond the horizon. After everything that had happened, Liha's eyes were heavy with exhaustion. At least I don't have to fight again right away. I can breathe a little. But he couldn't relax for long. Unease quickly crept back into Liha's chest. Should I worry about something else? Following him alone is too risky, and if I get caught, it's over. I still have time to use my skill. I'll complete the Chimera mission, claim the reward, and then check my stats. Without hesitation, Liha immediately acted. Right, while I still have time, I'll check my stats. Liha quickly skimmed through each line and couldn't help but be surprised. Only 87% experience. I thought I had hunted a lot, including Crowland. Still, when recalculating, Liha realized it wasn't too bad. Experience grows slowly, but the speed isn't terrible. The bigger the level gap, the higher the title rewards. Stronger, so he made his choice. Once again, I'll pour all my points into agility. Task done, a signal orb appeared in Liha's hand. All right, time to head to the dwarf blacksmith's place. Thanks for waiting, Bottle Ajuju. Liha arrived as promised to deliver the items to Bottle. Other dwarves gathered around. Someone spoke up first, breaking the tension. On the table were neatly placed 3 chimera fragments of Gibrid. Seeing them, Bottle covered his trembling mouth, tears spilling onto the floor. This is Gibrid's chimera. He seemed unable to believe his eyes. No, this isn't his latest model. Bottle clenched the decomposed chimera hide, his tone full of doubt. To decay and rot this much, it must have taken several years. Even more than that, so Gibrid hasn't appeared yet. Then who did this and how? He suddenly stood up. Let me ask to verify something. You said there was a barrier when you found the chimera. Right? There's no way there was a barrier there. What kind of barrier was it? Liha recounted everything in detail. The barrier had been removed, but before that, it was used to hide their appearance. Yet Bottle considered another possibility. The chimera didn't remove the barrier themselves, right? Liha calmly continued. No, why would they remove a barrier that hides their appearance? Bottle also shared information about the creatures. Chimera never stay in one place. They are creatures. Mindless with deformed mixed bodies, so twisted they even eat each other to survive. Recalling past knowledge, Liha noticed some discrepancy. That's not quite right. They only focused on me, didn't attack each other. As soon as he said it, Liha realized something. Both spoke at the same time, yet arrived at the same conclusion. So that means someone gave orders to the chimera. Exactly, and the one who can control the chimera is the one Gibrid created during the Second Human-Demon War. He speculated about the executor. Who could do that? The red line? Liha's mention caught Bottle's attention. What did you say, red line? Liha realized something important. One of the Demon King fragments, the Chimera Nest, is clearly capable of controlling the chimera created by Gibrid. Then his thoughts led him to the mastermind. Bluebeard, yes, Count Bluebeard could only be the one. The unexpected gain made Liha extremely happy. What? I just completed 2 missions at once. Is this what people call killing 2 birds with 1 stone? At that moment, the system displayed a mission notice, plunging him into deep thought again. Exactly like the condition of the 3-foot rule mission. Bluebeard, the noble commander of the Second Oni clan, has collected information on Bluebeard's location. Liha felt lucky to have useful information. At least I now have a certain piece of info. Bluebeard had been here. Through the western wasteland, he wondered to himself, can we be sure Gibrid won't appear? Bottle immediately replied. Nothing can be said for sure, but if he does, he won't use these old chimera. He must have unleashed countless new chimera already. Continuing, he explained the situation clearly. You said about 50 chimera, not enough, must be over 300. In other words, they must have eaten each other during that time. That means Bluebeard likely appeared there very recently. Yet Liha's focus shifted to another matter, so this proves. Bottle is innocent, right? He set down the teacup with a resounding sound. Bottle, enlightened, smiled broadly. The clan leaders are foolish heads, but not that stupid. With your testimony added, it will be very hard for them to corner us. Thanks. The system quickly notified that the mission exceeded targets and granted a generous reward. Liha felt elated as misfortune turned into luck. I exceeded the mission targets, so I get extra rewards. Nice. Maybe I should thank that bastard Kukanaxi for finding the chimera and making things easier. A bold thought crossed his mind because he felt grateful. Should I give him another hit next time? Liha suddenly remembered the 2 low Grun scale fragments. Another hit, huh? Wait, how should I even use those? At the same time, a memory appeared of the dragon-powered bullet. Especially that bullet, only 1 shot, it's a waste. Watching them get excited together, Liha hesitated. Should I show it to Bottleneck and talk it over with him? In the end, he decided to let the old man know it existed. and along the way. I've got something to show you. The bullet forged from an ancient dragon's heart gleamed under the light. Have you ever seen anything like this? The item immediately drew the attention of the 3 pairs of eyes across from him. They studied it closely, realized what it was, and went wide-eyed in stunned silence. Liha excitedly explained how he got it, while the Day brothers buzzed with agitation. I picked it up through a few odd jobs, but I'm not sure how to use it. Their reaction startled him. Why are you yelling like that? You scared me to death. But you recognize it, right? Do you know what it is? It seems like the shape can change a little. But he was the one who shocked them even more. No, you maniac. Did you really just pull a dragon's heart out of your pocket like that? Today's hall had the Day brothers practically vibrating with excitement. It was the happiest day of a dwarf's life. Bottle couldn't take his eyes off those priceless items. A dragon heart and a dragon scale, both from the same dragon. A bronze dragon. Did you kill a dragon? Hearing that, Liha quickly denied it. I didn't kill it. The dragon gave them to me as a gift. Bottle couldn't help thinking it was absurd. A bronze dragon handing over its heart and scales. Something that contains its energy, origin data for the bullet's surface. I'll explain how I got it later. It's complicated. Anyway, its owner created it in this form, a bullet. Bottle nodded, his mind racing, never expecting Liha to be that capable. HMPH, I can't believe you've reached the level where you can have that kind of conversation with a dragon. As Liha spoke, he measured it with his hand. So the dragon heart was originally much larger, but it was compressed into this shape. At that, Liha's eyes lit up as he asked a favor. Can you take it apart? Hearing that request, Bottle turned pale with shock. Liha outlined the process for him. Don't play dumb. I mean, restore it to its original form and split it into one bullet and whatever's left. The excitement was plain on Liha's face. Say you've already forged an iron sword. You could melt it down again. Then reuse it to make a small hammer and a hoe or something, right? Bottle avoided that fiery gaze. Well, sure, but iron and a dragon heart are exactly the same. Not letting him refuse, Liha slyly brought up what he'd said before. You're not going to tell me there's something a dwarf can make anything from, but can't make this, right? Liha pressed the point, making Bottle's ears twitch, especially since he was the top tool-making expert at Hell Anvil. Feeling challenged, Bottle erupted on the spot. Then what do you take me for, huh? I've never done it, but my grandfather was the first at Hell Anvil to carve a dragon heart. Seeing he'd taken the bait, Liha happily grabbed his hand. Oh, perfect. That means Uncle Bottleneck can do it too, right? Then he smoothly pushed 2 pieces of scale over as well. And it's not just the heart, I need help with a lot of other things too. He brought up the earlier rumor. They said the scale contains breath energy. Is that true? Bottle answered honestly and in detail. Of course, dragon breath isn't just pure mana. It's energy from dragon scales combined with mana control, fused with the dragon's own breath itself. With confirmation in hand, Liha strode to the drafting workbench. Then what I want you to make from this is, he grabbed a pencil and quickly sketched a few rough lines. At the first strokes, Bottle froze. When the drawing was finished, he stared in horror, eyes bulging. When he was done, Liha casually asked, can you make something like this? Bottle stayed silent for a long time, like he'd been shocked beyond reason. Then he spoke with an awkward, forced laugh. Your imagination is seriously way too twisted. Bottle could tell this wouldn't be simple at all. You really want me to make this? Liha already knew what the old man was worried about. It had been called monstrous plenty of times when it first appeared. Bottle caught something odd in what Liha said when it first appeared. Liha quickly tried to cover it up. It's nothing, I was just talking to myself. The item's level of detail made Bottle curious. What are you going to use it for? Liha stated the purpose bluntly, to protect myself. With a satisfactory answer, Bottle agreed to the request. Fine, I can't treat someone badly after they've helped me. I'll do my best. But his 2 close brothers both urged him to reconsider. Big brother Bottle already had his own calculation, sticking to the rule that nobody gives something for nothing. But if you include the testing costs, Liha cut him off and gently reminded him. What costs? I've got free use vouchers, don't I? You forgot. Bottle was utterly bewildered. There's that too. By the time he processed it, Liha had already slipped away. I'm counting on you. This uses all 4 of my free use vouchers. Write it in the ledger, okay? The old man waved his hand, the sound echoing through the night full of arrogance. In Ratcliffe, now a wasteland, smoke and fire billowed everywhere. Chimera monsters were rampaging, destroying everything in sight. An aged voice exclaimed, well. Bluebeard sat atop a tall building, taking everything in at a glance. Moving around with this old body wasn't easy. The ground was littered with broken corpses. The flames spread as if devouring their soul. Yet the old man could remain calm, his face thoughtful. They were unable to handle 30 chimeras. I doubt the one who awakened here is human. Some bastard must have ruined my plan while I was distracted. Suddenly, a noise behind made Bluebeard shift his attention. He managed to block the surprise attack. If you have something to say, shouldn't you say it directly to me? The staff holding the blade didn't budge. Hu Chulain sheathed his sword, his tone challenging. Did you destroy this city like this? Still indulging in your dirty tricks, old man. Bluebeard grinned wickedly upon seeing who had arrived. I knew it was a dragon, just didn't know which one. Then he asked with little goodwill. Long time no see, Kuchulain. Why are you meddling in my affairs? He then stated his purpose for coming. I need your help. Yet Bluebeard didn't seem very willing to assist. Honestly, you're not really my type. I prefer taller people. Stronger than you? The harsh critique enraged Kuchulain. Shut up, old man, unless you want to die as soon as you wake up. The threat had no effect. Haha, you think you can kill me? The red-faced warrior had no choice but to let it go, trying to persuade, this won't harm either of us. Normally, I wouldn't rely on some old geezer like you, but someone else is interfering with me. Bluebeard, hearing his tone, understood. The one causing trouble, that damned fly Balaposa. Exactly, only flies and mosquitoes are this annoying. What he said wasn't everything. Kuchulain recalled Liha's attacking stance. He wasn't alone. Bluebeard curiously asked about the identity of this outsider. Anyone else? Yet he didn't specify. There are plenty of nuisances in this world, right? Kuchulain's secrecy made the old man more suspicious. I'm really curious who made Kuchulain see them as a threat. He didn't answer the curiosity, instead negotiating the terms of cooperation. Time up for talking. If you help me, I'll lend my strength to your plan. How about it? Bluebeard considered the feasibility of the deal. His eyes were pitch black. A satisfied look. Finally, both shook hands and the agreement was made. Fine, let's do it. Kuchulain made an assessment. A wise choice, old man. But Bluebeard looked straight at him, denying it. No count. Dealing with you makes this boring time a bit less dull. Red dragons, do your hands sweat too? Wet and sticky. The old man waved his hand in annoyance but spoke as a seasoned mentor. The older you get, the more you should learn to control trivial matters. Kuchulain frowned, placing his hand on his sword hilt, threatening. One more word. Allies or not? Just then footsteps cut across their conversation. He glanced back, showing a troubled face. We have company. Then Kuchulain turned to ask bluntly, no courtesy, who are you? Fong placed his hand on his chest, bowing. I found our previous conversation enlightening. Are you a count? Perhaps. Hearing this, he immediately felt insulted. Are you mocking me? Insolent. But Bluebeard raised his hand and whispered gently. Look closely, don't you know who this is? Retract your words. He then displayed a profound demeanor. All right, what brings you here? Fong removed his hat to show more respect. Allow me to introduce myself, one who walks the path of magic, a necromancer. At the last words spoken, he summoned death zombies. Fong smirked. Those green eyes held nothing but the ferocity of a rogue. My name is Fong. I offer my modest abilities, hoping to serve you, Count. Looking at the zombies below, Kuchulain snorted in disdain. Comparable to chimeras. Bluebeard nearby seemed to agree. Usable but still weak. Fong hurriedly tried to prove himself. Yes, I'm weak now, but if you accept and guide me. Hearing this, the old man was displeased, glancing back. He closed his mouth tightly, swallowing repeatedly to ease the tension. Damn it, my guts feel tied in knots. Since the great battle ended quietly, I've always wondered, what will the next story be? The Demon Lord Fragment, then the third Human-Demon War. So where does a necromancer's power come from? Thinking of this, Fong's eyes filled with determination. What path allows control of forbidden magic? Choose the dark path and subdue Bluebeard. That was the answer I'd been looking for. Dubia bared his teeth, his face stretching into a slightly crazed smile. Looks like today is my day. One red dragon and one wandering necromancer come knocking together. Then the old man turned and asked in a teasing tone, you said your name is Fong, right? And you can follow orders. Hearing that, he was overjoyed. Yes, of course, my lady, but Fong's pupils shrank in fear. Dubia stepped closer, looking down with contempt. Try your best. I've never liked getting involved with stinking wretches. But I do have a friend who knows a fair bit about corpses and cursed dolls. He paused slightly, and his voice brimmed with mockery. First, we need to find out where he is. But by then, Fong had had more than enough. Yes, many thanks, my lady. That day, the first player to choose the side of evil magic finally appeared. Cut to Liha, who had just been teleported to AL Stock. He immediately took off running. I still haven't finished the quest. It said the sealed chimera were all kept in one place, Nick's outpost. And the one controlling them was very likely Dubia. Reaching the shop door, Liha steeled himself. This quest is mine. He stood outside and shouted, Captain. I cleared it first, so hurry up and give me my stat points. Only then did Liha notice the note taped to the door. Your business is at the Royal Palace. Confused, he still headed for the Pupil Royal Palace. The guards were doing their routine security checks as usual. Please place your hand on the crystal ball. Liha obediently did as told. Yes, sir. But inside, his thoughts wandered. Captain, what if you're not allowed into the palace then? The royal guards will be in real trouble. He was spacing out when a flash of golden light from the crystal ball startled him. What is this? The guards were just as stunned, but they reacted quickly, stepping aside and performing a formal he swagat anus. Attention, welcome the recipient of the Medal of Honor. Raise your swords in salute. Amid the unified shouts were countless whispers and excited chatter. Salute to the national hero, Lee Hannem. Brownham is currently in the Central Grand Hall. That's Lee Ha, the #1 in contribution rankings. What the hell, he looks normal. Wait, seriously? Stiff as a board, he waved and said, thanks. No sooner had he spoken than Lee Ha hurried away. This is so embarrassing. Even the chief of the general staff never got a ceremony this grand. Right? I saw something like this when Captain Dung got married. His comrades did it for him. Don't tell me it'll be like this every time I enter the palace now. Suddenly, a voice called out, yanking him from his thoughts. Lee Ha, he turned to see someone running over. Oh, it was Nara, she complained with her mouth, but her face was bright with happiness. You should have told me beforehand, I only just found out. Hearing that, Lee Ha immediately felt puzzled. Told you what beforehand? Nara smiled with narrowed eyes and explained. When someone who's been awarded the Medal of Honor enters the palace, the news is broadcast across the entire palace. Then she eagerly turned around. You're here to see Brownham, right? I'll take you. Lee Ha grew flustered and replied. Thanks. They walked up the stairs one after another, but neither of them spoke. Suddenly, Nara turned back, breaking the silence. You're going to leave right after meeting him like always, aren't you? Lee Ha felt guilty and flinched slightly. Her voice was full of resentment. You meet Brownham and then you vanish again, so I had to ask ahead of time. He forced an awkward smile. Sorry, there've been too many emergency quests lately. Nara folded her arms, clearly not interested in talking. Seriously, I'm only putting up with it because it's me. If it were anyone else, they would have blown up ages ago from being stood up like this. Lee Ha blinked. Stood up. She got angry and leaned in close. You forgot again. Under that look that practically screamed execution, he quickly remembered. Ah, the offline meetup. I didn't forget. Lee Ha assured her again. There's no way I could forget. Have you already scheduled it with Bobby? Nara nodded. Yeah, she said next Saturday works. What about you? As he climbed, Lee Ha answered. I'm free too. I'll ask Kaijang, he should be free. After all, he's just a college student. Nara pointed at a room and introduced it. Brownham is in this room. Lately, he comes in here almost every morning. We've been talking a lot too. Lee Ha's interest was piqued. What's he been talking about lately? She turned back, excited to share. He seems really worried, trying to persuade the nobles and the king. We're struggling to meet the terms of the aid treaty. Lee Ha let out a small exclamation, showing he was still listening. Nara leaned against the wall decisively. Yeah, even the players are tense because of it. The players' negotiation team is split. One side wants one castle, the other wants several. It's hard to agree when everyone's pulling for themselves. Strictly speaking, most players agree to wrap it up with one castle, but HWA Yon wants to squeeze out as much as possible. Lee Ha was a little surprised. Even HWA Yon cares about that? Nara nodded, exasperated. Yeah, absolutely, she's really greedy, haven't you noticed? He smiled and explained in her place. It wasn't exactly wrong. HWA Yon was genuinely capable. She liked doing that kind of work, and she did it extremely well. A bad feeling suddenly flashed through Nara's mind. She hesitated for a long time before daring to speak. Lee Ha, he answered at once. What is it? Nara asked bluntly. Are you really close with HWA Yon? HWA Yon, you two seem pretty close. You call her by her first name. Lee Ha also remembered the times HWA Yon had fought monsters with him. They were fairly close. Yeah, I think we're close. Damn it, if you're going to help, then help all the way. He also thought to himself, she was the first one to come to see me. When I first started playing Middle-earth, meeting her was honestly a shock. She helped me a ton, advice, splitting shares, and a bunch of other things. We even fought side by side in the National War when we went back to Korea. We were even planning to go eat something good together. If she invites me out, then we're definitely close, right? That sounds like way more than close. After hearing Lee Ha out, Narachi stayed silent. In the end, she only lowered her head slightly and replied, I see. At that moment, someone outside the door raised a hand and knocked. Nara glanced at Lee Ha, invited him inside, then explained as she left. Lord Brow is inside. Okay. Nara turned and walked away. Lee Ha thought to himself, Nara, is something going on? You don't look very happy. After hearing the knock, Boris opened the door. Seeing him, he looked surprised. Ah, Lee Ha, it's you, Commander. Lee Ha stepped into the room and explained why he was here. I came to the academy like they told me, so I came straight over. All right, did something happen? The two of them sat down at the table and spoke directly. Yes, with a serious face, Lee Ha recounted what had just happened. Across the southwestern border of Minis, there were traces that Bluebeard had passed through. He seemed to be gathering Gibrid's chimera for something. Hearing this news from him, Brow looked very surprised, and he'd already guessed where it was going. Don't tell me Gibrid has. Lee Ha didn't let him worry and quickly clarified. Luckily, those chimeras are just Gibrid's remnants, only a few dozen in total. Hearing that, Brow let out a relieved breath. As a veteran of the Second Human-Demon War, the last thing I want to hear is that Gibrid has awakened. The two of them kept talking inside the room. Should we call Loser and Kit? Yeah, I'll summon them right away. Out in the hallway, two figures were walking. Their faces weren't clear, only their silhouettes moving side by side. When Kit and Loser entered, they saw Lee Ha. Both of them were burning with anger. We got here first, you're late. Inside the room, Loser's voice rang out too. Gibrid, Lee Ha also told them what he knew. Yeah, not Bluebeard, another Demon King fragment, the Chimera progenitor Gibrid. How did you find out? He didn't forget to take a jab at Burger. Botnet and Helville told me. We're really close, Loser, you haven't been there lately. Fair. And even if I went, I'd probably only buy a little. A little seashells, is that it? People should live decently. If you have friends, they'll help when you need it. Kit, standing to the side, spoke up too, but I've never heard anything about them awakening. Liha quickly explained it to Kit. It's not an awakening. Kit, Bluebeard is just gathering the chimeras that survived the Second Human-Demon War. If the North, what used to be Crawling, was Brubian's main territory, then the South must have been Gibrid's former domain. After letting Liha finish, Brow reaffirmed it once more. Liha was right. Gibrid's chimeras weren't something just anyone could use. And in the Second Human-Demon War, not everyone could control them. Even the continent's top emissaries were powerless against them. Chimeras couldn't be controlled through hypnosis or mind manipulation. They said that unless you were a Demon King fragment yourself, you couldn't command them. Liha, you've discovered something important. Well done. Hearing the praise, Liha replied modestly, it was nothing, sir. At that moment, a system notification sounded in front of all three of them. Mission complete. Lead the Demon Noble Clan, Dubian, Viscount Part 2. First completion reward, gain 5 stat points. Loser stared at the system panel and thought, no bonus reward this time. It must have been snatched away already. Liha even stuck out his tongue to tease him. The madman trembled with rage, while Loser, blank-faced, ground his teeth. The system panel quickly issued a new mission. Lead the Demon Noble Clan, Dubian, Viscount Part 3. The matter of Gibrid's chimeras. Their continued existence was already a shock, but Bluebeard trying to exploit them was even more terrifying. This could be the leverage we need to persuade the faction opposing the Viet Din Treaty. You must quickly follow the trail. If Bluebeard truly manages to awaken Gibrid, then with solid evidence of Bluebeard's actions. Brow and the three musketeers headed to the Chimera region to gather information. Objective: gather intel on Bluebeard and Gibrid's chimeras. Rewards: will you accept this mission? Brown placed his hand on the table, imagining another outcome. If Gibrid awakens, it would be almost impossible to stop him. Just Bluebeard alone is already causing trouble. If it gets any worse, humanity will once again. Liha stared at the task in front of him, feeling a hint of doubt. The mission log is too simple, indicating this is the final part of the quest chain and something seems off. Yet there's no failure condition. The last mission and the difficulty drops. Like all we have to do is find the chimera and it's over. Well, that's something to think about. First, we need to form a team. The three of them simultaneously received the task, join the team. Accepted, Liha put his hand on the table, signaling to move. Commander, everything here in Radcliffe seems in ruin. Liha held his gun, surveying the surroundings. Too quiet. Brown raised his gun and fired a shot into the sky. Immediately, a clear voice introduced itself. I am Brawl, a royal guard of Pubil. Aren't there any knights defending this city? Brown fired another shot into the sky, then turned to question Liha. Liha, which way to Red Ridge? Liha pointed the way. This way. The four quickly left. It seems the city has already been attacked by chimeras. Hurry, the walls are slowly cracking. As they left, a rope dangled among the rubble. Liha held his gun, gazing into the distance, guessing, just as predicted. Reuben has led the chimeras here. Loser felt excited at this moment. Perfect, Liha asked. Perfect what? Lick looked at Loser behind him and mocked. Think with your head. Which country does this city belong to? Don't tell me. You mean Pubil isn't the only one under attack? Exactly. Now everyone should be feeling the heat. Lou smiled confidently, saying, don't you think the defense treaty will be signed faster? Brown and Liha silently walked down the corridor. Liha seemed in a bad mood, quietly wondering, why am I the only one so busy? Brawl had ordered everyone to carry out their missions. Loser, go to the Holy Kingdom, easy win to meet the Pope. Understood, I'll report this to him. Patrol this area and check for signs of chimeras or wanderers. Liha, come with me to the royal palace to persuade the noble. Kit and Loser saw he was given a tough task and teased him. All you have to do is patrol, still no easier. Fool, all he has to do is talk, yet he gets all the hard work. Liha walked while looking at the system board, feeling frustrated. Loser just reports, Kit just cleans around here, and I get this headache mission. Plus, this is a linked quest chain. At that moment, the system board displayed a new mission to complete. End the Mavian Minis 1 defense treaty. The opposing faction will have no room to argue. Once they realize Bluebeard led Gibrich's chimeras and destroyed an entire city, there will be no excuses left. Solid proof of Bluebeard's actions has been collected. Rao and the three swordsmen plan to go to the area where Gibrid's chimeras appeared to consolidate that evidence. Mission detail. Within 30 days, convince more than half of the opposing faction to accept the defense treaty. MVN, 0%. Reward, end the Mavian defense treaty. Minis Part 2, failure condition, fail if time exceeds. Consequence of failure, local conflict breaks out between Mavian and Minis. You are awarded 1 city. Note, future rewards may change depending on completion of subsequent missions. Seeing this mission shocked Liha. I have to convince over half the opposing faction in 30 days. Mission details, within 30 days, convince more than half of the opposing faction to accept the Mavian defense treaty. Progress, 0%. Reward, end the Mavian Minis Defense Treaty. Part 2, Failure Condition, fail if time exceeds. Consequence of failure, local conflict breaks out between Mavian and Minis if fail. Local warfare will erupt and rewards will change. After reading the missions, Liha's body trembled as if in armor. He could only sigh helplessly. Seeing his mood, Brown turned to ask Han, "Liha, is something troubling you?" "No, nothing." They continued walking and talking, discussing plans. "By the way, are we going to meet the king next? First, we need to persuade the ministers and nobles. Once they agree, the king will listen. He's the king, isn't he? Can't he be more decisive? A king can't just act on whim, Liha. Without consensus from the ranks, rumors will spread. You didn't experience the second human-demon war, so you wouldn't understand." Hearing Brown's advice, Liha now realized, "I thought approaching the king would complete the mission, but it's not that simple. Favor with the king and Mavian NPCs is already high. But with ordinary nobles, I've mostly met them once. Some I haven't seen at all. This is much harder than I thought." The two of them stopped in front of a door. Brown turned and introduced it to Liha, also wanting to hear his opinion. "This is the meeting room where we'll discuss the Viet Binh Treaty. Are you ready?" Hearing that answer, Brown confidently opened the door. The two walked in one after the other. At this point, there were already many people waiting inside. Liha surveyed the situation around him, suspicion rising in his heart. A total of 40 people. Was that enough? If so, they would need at least 21 to hold a majority. As they moved in, a red-haired person noticed them. Liha turned his head and recognized the red-haired woman. To his surprise, Fire Dian was also in the room, calling out his name loudly. Liha looked startled when he saw her. Fire Dian staring at the girl in front of him, Liha made a judgment to himself. She was the only player in the faction opposing the Viet Binh Treaty. An arm slammed down hard on the table to sum up the current situation. With a serious expression, Brown said to everyone, "Rubia is controlling the chimera that Gibrid created. Everyone, think back to 20 years ago. Sign the Vien Vinh Treaty, together with the Alliance and the Minis of the South Razor Federation." At first, the entire army launched a purge on a massive scale to search for Bluebeard, including Graven. Seeing how confident and decisive Brown was, Liha couldn't help but admire him. This guy really was an all-powerful NPC. From combat to persuasion, he excelled at everything worthy of the title hero from the previous human-demon war. The only remaining problem was those two. Brown laid out the next plan for everyone. "We must present the Viet Binh Treaty to His Majesty immediately. If the Marquis and the 3 senior officials agree to help, Lord Ross will be finished." But just then an arm shot up, cutting him off. Permission to interrupt for a moment. Fire Dian raised her hand and stood to introduce herself. "I'm Fire Dian, the one in charge of all administration and commerce at De La Castle." Liha was shocked to learn her true identity. "Fire Dian, are you really stepping forward to support them?" Brown recognized who she was. "Lady Fire Dian, aren't you the owner of the Rose?" "That's right, thank you for recognizing me." Without wavering, Brown explained everything. "As someone who once managed a castle, I think you understand the importance of signing the Viet Binh Treaty." But Fire Dian voiced her opposition. "On the contrary, I came here to express my objection." "May I present my view?" The Marquis, seated as chair of the council, allowed her to speak. "Go ahead." Watching her confidence, Liha couldn't sit still, silently cursing himself. "Damn it, I underestimated her. I know exactly how Fire Dian changes." WHEN Chinese letter were involved. Fire Dian pushed back against what Brown had just said. "If Lord Boris's words are true, then we must reject every proposal from Minnesota even more." "Why?" "Because right now, BVN is the side setting the treaty terms." Brown addressed each of her doubts point by point. "There's no reason for us to lower our conditions before Minis has even responded. On the contrary, I came here to express my objection. Do you remember what I told you? Gibrid's chimera have appeared and Bluebeard is controlling them. Wasn't that place Minis?" Fire Dian immediately refuted Brown's justification. "If the chimera can't fly, how could they cross the border into KVN? The fact that they can appear so freely proves the activity is inside Munich territory, so we don't need to make concessions. Instead, we should set even tougher terms to force Minis to accept. I don't just want that treaty proposal. I want to withdraw even the clauses we just put forward." Hearing Fire Dian say those words, Brown guessed what she was after. "Are you kidding? If we do that, our reputation in Minis will be severely damaged." But Fire Dian was absolutely firm. "Exactly. If Minis doesn't want to suffer huge losses, they just need to accept our conditions. Do you agree, Marquis?" Her words really did make sense. Lord Brown, everyone looked bewildered after hearing. They exchanged unhappy looks. Seeing the tension rise, Liha grew anxious and immediately sent Fire Dian a message. "This is bad, this won't do." "What are you doing? Don't you know this is my quest?" Fire Dian sighed as she replied, "You think I didn't notice? I'm not stupid. Then why are you butting in and ruining it? Help me, okay?" Hearing Liha say that, she felt indignant. The two of them traded messages back and forth. Butting in, I really misspoke. Butting in, you don't understand why I'm doing this. No, what I mean is all of this is to help you, Liha. Right then, the system panel awarded Liha a huge number of points. From that, he guessed Fire Dian's intent. Could it be Than Tu Hun Truong Dandu Mei Vian? A+, congratulations. You have been honored as the greatest war god of Mavian, your renown second only to the king. The Mavian realm register has been bestowed, reaching beyond the continent. When the nation and the continent fall into crisis, people will call your name. However, the Maven royal family and the other nations may become wary. Reward, 1,800 stat points plus 10 affinity with all NPCs, plus 1,000 reputation across the continent, minus 100 affinity with the royal family and key NPCs of the other nation. The king said he wouldn't let you become the lord of a stronghold. Yu Yuan looked at Li Ha with an angry face, and she also told him her plan. I'm turning the current situation around. The place minis assigned to you is a ruined Venkin castle. I want to give you a real city, not that shabby fortress. After reading those messages, Li Ha was stunned as well. Yu Yuan, did she do this for him? Yu Yuan held the paper in her hand, her expression resolute. Brown's face darkened, but he could only accept it helplessly. Then this meeting ends here. If you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave first today, all the way back. He wore a gloomy look, his heart heavy, worrying that Bluebeard and Ziprid's Lichimaras might cause chaos while he was away. What if the reinforcement treaty isn't signed? Li Ha couldn't ignore how pitiful he looked. Don't worry. Director, the treaty signing will definitely be completed within 30 days. There's absolutely no chance of failure. I'm also planning to take a few days off to clear my head. That firm assurance made Brown straighten up at once. Why are you so sure? Li Ha said nothing, only giving a faint smile. His heart stirred as he recalled his exchange with Yu Yuan. Did she really go all out for him? Struck right where it hurt, she couldn't find the words. A moment later, she reacted fiercely. No, that's not it. It's just for the quest. Enough, tell me your quest deadline. That left Li Ha disappointed and helpless. Fine, th 30 days. Staring at the information panel, Yu Yuan examined it carefully. All right, in any case, the Marquis and Count Qian Chuang are already in the palm of my hand. Over the next 28 days, I'll negotiate with minis to broaden your options. So we'll watch the situation and decide later, understood. The more Li Ha thought about it, the happier he became. Seeing Yu Yuan argue in that earlier meeting, he confidently declared it was because the best negotiator in the Midlands was right there. The moment he saw the sun, Li Ha felt like he'd rejoined the world. It had been a long time since he'd slept that well. Let's see. The current situation was that Nara was in the royal palace and Yu Yuan was there too. He began recalling their conversation. Thank you. Contrary to that calmness, Yu Yuan looked irritated. If you really want to thank me, at least take me to a good restaurant. Otherwise, forget it. The thought made Li Ha laugh. Yu Yuan truly was an incredible woman, someone worth being grateful to. He quickly headed to the door of the blacksmith's shop, Botnet, Master Botnek's place. But the moment he saw black smoke pouring from the chimney, he rushed inside immediately. Li Ha turned bashful and pushed the door open. Master Botnet. Inside, the room was choked with smoke and dust, and Botnek was coughing violently. What is it? Who's calling? Li Ha jolted. It's me. The instant he saw him, even while coughing nonstop, the old man grumbled irritably. Damn it, you really are a genius at being impatient. Can't you see we're risking our lives working here? When it's done, we'll call you. Compared to what he'd seen and heard, Li Ha's expression stiffened. So you're forging the item I requested. Not being attacked, then how's the progress? The only reply was a weary shake of the head. The frame is fine, but handling the dragon heart is extremely difficult. We probably need a few more things. Li Ha swept his gaze around. What do you need? Drawing on experience, Botnek rattled off a list. Extracting and redirecting mana from a dragon heart at will isn't easy. If the dragon heart reabsorbs mana and there's no component to open and close the conduit at the right moment, it'll just explode like it did earlier. We need a material that can serve that function. Hearing that, Li Ha looked helpless. So what exactly do we need and where do we find it? Just say it, the old man didn't beat around the bush. We need a mineral that can regulate mana flow. It's called Orichan Kwang. Li Ha frowned for a moment. Orichan Kwang. That's the name of a mineral. Covered in dust and exhausted, Botnek explained calmly. Yes, it's also called divine ore. But we need at least 300 grams. Where would we get that much? And what about the price? That's practically impossible. There was a hint of worry in his tone. If you can find it, then try. But it likely requires breaking into the royal palace or the Vatican. Li Ha fell silent for a beat. The royal palace? He couldn't hide his doubt as he pressed him. Isn't it in the PLR royal palace treasury? Botnek stared coldly at the young man as if he'd seen right through him. If the Vatican gifted it to the royal house, chances are it's there, isn't it? Li Ha showed no fear, ignoring how he'd been called out. Instead, he declared excitedly, exactly. Thinking about what was about to happen, the old man broke into a constant sweat. At the peak of the moment, Li Ha suddenly changed course. But not mixing it, The old man's heart, which had been dangling by a thread, finally settled. Liha pulled out a glittering badge, looking extremely proud. I want to use the royal palace treasury under the authority of the Medal of Honor bearer, legally. That same morning, at the Sentinel Node Oversight Mine, in Northwest Minis, Balopus poured all his fury onto the man in front of him. Kukanaxi, that bastard. You killed Uzit and Brock Moon, and now even the dragon Noncel. He opened his mouth wide and began to breathe fire. You'll never make it out of here alive. Faced with the violent assault, Kukanaxi was strangely calm. The flames slammed down, and even the ground and rocks burst apart under the crushing pressure. But in the blink of an eye, it all vanished. A familiar voice spoke up. Being that savage isn't a good look. Balibos's pupils tightened too. Dubia and Fao appeared out of nowhere beside Kukanaxi, their mocking attitude obvious. Long time no see. The sudden arrival only made him angrier. Only Alexander's heart felt heavy. Is that guy a fragment of the Demon King? Seeing someone familiar among them, he couldn't believe it and softly called the other's name. The air instantly went taut, all eyes turning this way. Then he lowered his head again, muttering under his breath with Orisma. At once an eerie mist spread out on all sides, making Balopus recoil. Primal turtle form, mental assault. The fog grew thicker and thicker. It was as if it wanted to encircle him. Alexander tightened his grip on his weapon, unable to hide his surprise at the bizarre scene. Not yet, Mana sensing. Balopus was extremely cautious. Even if they notice us, they won't have time to react. If even Kukanaxi and Sun fell into Bluebeard's hands, there was no time to hesitate. That grim look made Alexander unable to hold back. All right, I'm curious, what are you talking about? The only answer was silence. Balopus stayed quiet for a while, then finally explained gently. We must summon the great generals of every clan at once to decide our next course of action. Then we'll go meet Lord Bahamut in the royal treasury of Al Stock. A little rat named Liha was rummaging hard for the gear he wanted. Not here either. With each denial, the properties of the stones appeared one by one. Not this one. Ruby enhances water and ice magic. Not this either. Pink diamond enhances holy power. Not this either. Remembering what the person who let him in had said, Liha almost wanted to reward himself with a bottle of oxygen. In a space this huge, they were making him choose within 2 hours. Wasn't that going too far? The guide said Phi Vu took a bracelet, probably some kind of armor piece. Grandview said he took high-tier armor and a winged Pegasus. A winged Pegasus, if only I'd mastered breakback. If I rode it, I'd be a real tank. Oh my god, perfect. I should have come earlier. Liha frowned slightly when he saw the stats on a stone. Purified Midran, every pure creature must bow, but he quickly shoved it aside. Purified by the gods. It should be able to block evil forces, right? If so, I could finally do something about Bluebeard. As Liha dug through the pile of demon stones, he muttered, Ori Changquang, Ori Changquang. Holy crap, the main character. In no time, he found a sparkling, dazzling diamond. Liha grabbed it and threw his head back, shouting in joy, Yes, found it. Ori Changquang, a mineral that can regulate mana. It doesn't come from this world. He didn't dare waste a second and immediately sprinted off. Perfect, 1 hour and 20 minutes left. Gear. Liha calculated quickly. Weapons good, I already have breakback, and I've already commissioned bottleneck. Now the target had to be defensive equipment. If he didn't take it now, he might not get another chance. He lifted a shoe and started reading the description. These shoes are the relic of a hero who fell in the Second Human Demon War. Liha's eyes widened in shock. A hero who joined the Demon King's army, not a hero of humanity. Even if he was a hero, what was that special effect? The right to control monsters like Krolang, 1 monster for every 5 attribute points. If I take this whole relic set and that purified Midran, one makes pure creatures kneel, the other grants command over demons. Could I end up commanding both sides? But that was only a hypothesis, I couldn't verify it. Fine, I'll remember it and leave it for now. Keep searching. His gaze was drawn to something else again. This looks valuable, let's check the stats. Suddenly Balibos's voice rang out. Liha! He tilted his head, confused. Lord Balopus probed softly, I need to borrow Zere's power, will you allow it? Liha answered cheerfully, yes of course, just say the word. The moment he finished, a teleportation effect flared around him. Liha had no time to brace himself and was transported to an unfamiliar place. Balopus stood on a high dais and spoke sincerely. Thank you for answering my summon. He turned pale with fear, whipping his head around. Where is this? And my palace ledger, my treasury, where is it? Hearing that, he couldn't hide his confusion. A palace? This is the king of the metallic order. Lord of Dragons? Liha pointed at himself and shouted in frantic panic. No, I don't care who you are. Where's my stuff? Balopus stood there blankly, not understanding a thing. Even now he still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Since the moment I arrived, no way. That fragile hope was shattered. Of course, despair filled Liha's face. Send me back right now. Balopus replied with regret. I can't send you back. The place you were just in was a dimension with no definable coordinates. Hearing that, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his head and wailing. Alexander couldn't stand it anymore and immediately tried to stop him. Liha, on behalf of the otherworlders who have entered this place, I order you to stop this disgraceful behavior at once. You must keep your human dignity. But for Li Ha, the shock was simply too great. No, my gear, my treasures. Baelipus also issued a stern command. I don't understand what's happening, but give it up. A few doubtful remarks were cut short by his screaming. Can he really handle this? Baelipus, if you're a gold dragon, you should at least warn someone before calling them. You just say you need strength and expect me to know Alexander too. Since when were we close enough to call each other humanity and talk about keeping dignity? Right, Lord Bahamut. Li Ha knew he couldn't go on like this. So he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He raised a hand, coughed lightly, and spoke sincerely. I'm sorry for my rude behavior, Lord Baelipus. At last, his furrowed brows eased. Finally cleared your head? It's fine. Humans often make mistakes like that. Just then, Bahamut's booming voice rang out. Truly a human worth Baelipus's attention. His abilities are extraordinary. His tone brimmed with praise. You've already broken Black Bass's seal to stage 3. Impressive. Li Ha was a little startled but stayed silent. Baelipus turned and introduced him. First, show your respect. This is the leader of the metallic lineage, Lord Bahamut. He sends his regards. Ah, greetings, my lord. Li Ha was stunned inside. With a single glance, the old dragon had assessed everything, even Li Ha's condition. Bahamut couldn't help exclaiming, what a surprise. This ability is no weaker than Alexander's. Hearing that, Alexander immediately looked impressed. Lord Bahamut, you flatter me. No human is stronger than I am. Li Ha seized the chance to ask what mattered most. But why am I here? Baelipus lowered his voice, speaking each word carefully. Other dragons have been harmed by Kukanashi. Li Ha's pupils constricted at once. He lifted his face so no one could read his expression. Besides Lagrun, other lineages were attacked too. Baelipus nodded in confirmation. That's right, injured. Baelipus listed them one by one. The silver dragon Simberger, the red bronze dragon Kuforad, and even the steel lineage, Stel. Li Ha started to probe, then quickly corrected himself. The metallic lineages, sorry for calling them types. Alexander used the pause to add more. Besides the platinum lords, there are also gold, silver, bronze, brass, copper, and mighty bronze. Li Ha looked up and analyzed calmly. This question might be a bit disrespectful, but last time after Lagrun died, Lord Baelipus informed your kin, didn't you? Back then, Lagrun left the heart nest, Vita, and Kukanashi took advantage of that. Afterward, you said that if Kukanashi crossed the barrier, the metallic lineage would sense it. Baelipus closed his eyes, sorrow immediately weighing down his face. That's exactly why I summoned you. The others fell silent. With difficulty, he forced out the words. Kukanashi has joined forces with Bluebeard. The truth hit like a slap, yet Li Ha still looked troubled, working together. Are you kidding me? Baelipus knit his brows tight, his mood heavy as well. It's the truth. Staring at Li Ha's increasingly tense face, he admitted it. Laga confronted me to help Kukanashi escape. That made Li Ha even more wary and confused. Then why summon me? Baelipus looked this way in silence, then explained calmly. Because both Kukanashi and Bluebeard can sense formidable mana. This time, I'm afraid neither Li Jaiwoon nor Loser can get away either. No matter if it's Lord Bahamut or anyone of the metallic clan gathered here. Li Ha, you completely fooled me. Only you can handle this mission. Remembering his Scent Hunter disguised trump card, capable of endless transformations, he lowered his head, calculating in silence. If it was camouflage that couldn't be detected by mana sensing, it might work. A trace of fear showed in Baelipus's eyes. He warned cautiously, there's also a human who helped them escape. That person colluded with them, you should know this. Hearing it, Li Ha froze for a beat. What? Even the tone sounded cautious. A human, do you mean an otherworlder like Alexander? Faced with that question, Baelipus admitted it without hiding anything. Yes, we once found the corpse of a guardian of humanity and justice. But we failed. Li Ha stared, full of doubt. That person was a rank 7. No way. Unresolved hatred made Baelipus grind his teeth. He was rank 7, rank 8, Necromancer Fang. That familiar name sent Li Ha from one shock to another, his face going stiff. No. What? No player would be stupid enough to charge in like that, right? Right? How could that happen? Did this really happen? No, it must be true. This is the central hall after all. Back in the treasure vault, I saw an item that can control monsters corrupted by demonic energy. There are achievements related to demonic energy too. There's no way a player could switch to the opposing side like that. Could this be a plot to split the factions like a civil war? But if we ignore it, the faction holding the demon King's Shard will still be stronger than the human alliance. Are they trying to tear apart what little strength humanity has left? What is this central hall really plotting? His mind kept replaying the time he'd received the complete all missions quest from Dula, right as he was finally starting to settle in with the central hall. Thinking about being assigned the city management mission made Li Ha even more suspicious. The plan to handle that surgery case had only just stabilized a little. What if the Demon King's army ends up ruling the entire continent? Everything I've poured my blood, sweat, and tears into could vanish into thin air. Baelipus sat high above. His voice, both majestic and icy, rang out again. We've sacrificed far too many already. Even if we summon the entire clan here in haste, we can't keep standing still. Lee Ha had regained his composure now and looked up, puzzled. Oh, by the way, have all the metallic dragon lineages been fully gathered as well? He calmly confirmed, yes. Lee Ha swept his gaze around, his expression grave. There are about 35 here. If that's the case, losing 4 means we've lost 10% of our entire clan. The next second, he couldn't hold back his curiosity. Can't everyone keep evacuating here? Weariness in his voice, Baelipus still tried to explain. This is the Lord's strategy. This place is only a temporary refuge. More importantly, each sealed chamber of every clan member holds knowledge and information preserved for 1,000 years, along with countless priceless treasure. If it falls into the hands of Kukanaxi and Bluebeard, the losses will be catastrophic. Understanding the danger, Lee Ha nodded in agreement. That's right, yet his heart grew uneasy again. Humans can't casually enter a dragon's sealed chamber even if it's empty, but it's different if it's Kusai or Bluebeard. As if he'd figured out the enemy's plan, Lee Ha spoke cautiously. From the start, we can't let the dragon clans get dragged down. Everything Kukanaxi does is to reclaim fusion materials, like silver bronze, red copper, and black steel. The next target might be brass or the gold lineage. No, maybe it's just a trap, or maybe the species doesn't matter at all. As long as it's a dragon head, that might be what they truly need. Lee Ha kept stepping forward to explain things to the dragon clan, but Baelipus's anger suddenly cut him off. We sent a formal protest directly to the Chromatic Dragon clan, but they ignored it. They think it was nothing more than the mad act of a single individual in their clan. The Chromatic Dragon Council has already expelled Kukanaxi. At that thought, Lee Ha cursed bitterly inside. Damn it, every lead is dead. Only then did Bahamut speak in a low, heavy voice. Human. Seated high upon his throne, he reminded him, Baelipus believes you will help our clan. Lee Ha looked up at him full of suspicion. Huh. Bahamut extended a hand with utmost sincerity. Logrun has surely trusted you as well. Will you help us? An old letter was quickly delivered to Lee Ha. Bahamut asked you to eliminate Kukanaxi to prevent the resurrection ritual. If you succeed, gain plus 30 affinity with all metallic lineages. Choose one item from the treasury, and receive the Platinum Dragon's Close Attendant achievement. If Baelipus falls in battle or Tiamat is summoned, lose 60 affinity and incur the dragon's wrath. Staring at the line of words on the screen, Lee Ha couldn't hide the tension in his heart. The Lord of the Metallic Dragon clan asks for your aid. Could this be? Seeing he couldn't refuse, he could only plead honestly. Can Alexander come with me? Even though my partner is nearby, he won't reveal his identity. Baelipus didn't look happy either, his face openly showing hatred. I'll go into hiding and lure him out. The method to resurrect Tiamat is still unclear, but he will target me. There's a chance the fifth head belongs to a gold dragon. Lee Ha nodded quickly at the plan, lips pressed tight. I understand. He even admired him in silence. Using himself as bait, ready to sacrifice, truly admirable. But after hesitating for a while, Lee Ha finally spoke up with courage. I have a few things to say to you, my lord. Bahamut looked surprised as well. What is it? Without any needless preamble, he continued. You said that across the ages, dragons have stored knowledge, information, and jewels in their sealed chamber. Kukanaxi has been expelled. Though surprised, the old dragon kept confirming it. Lee Ha's eyes lit up as if he'd found a treasure trove, and he shamelessly began to bargain. So if Kukanaxi dies, what happens then? He got carried away and kept talking. The chromatic dragons expelled him, so they won't care. He'll probably just stay there. Baelipus went rigid at the scene. Like someone had poked a sore spot, he shouted in outrage. You dare talk about profiteering in this sacred place. Lee Ha, hearing that, Lee Ha could only whirl around and leave in resentment. I was summoned here, poured out so much effort. Of course, I should demand what I deserve. Suddenly, Bahamut burst into laughter, unable to hide his delight. I can't remember the last time someone dared to haggle with me. Since rebirth until now, even before that, throughout this long life, this has only happened a handful of times. The excited laughter made Baelipus even more embarrassed. Bahamut stroked his long beard, clearly pleased and approving. Good, very good, Lee Ha. Then allow me to set a condition. Immediately, the server delivered his words to him. Retrieve Kukanashi's dragon heart. In his gaze, a deadly chill emerged, though he still smiled. Find him and bring his heart to me. If you succeed, I will help you reach his secret chamber. Bahamut, cautious, probed. The dragon heart will be in your hand. It won't help much, you have no complaints, right? Lee Ha, resolute, did not refuse. All right, I will handle him and bring back the heart. His hand clenched into a fist, his inner fire of combat blazing to meet the extra condition. I must use the bullet made from Lo Grun's dragon heart to kill Kukanashi. But if it hits, the heart will shatter too. From Bahamut's perspective, seeing his wish granted brought him pleasure. Humans call this a deal, right? Do your best. Lee Ha, without hesitation, responded enthusiastically. We call it fair business. Even at home, finances must be clear. The old dragon even found it amusing. Yes, you truly bring joy to me. Only Alexander looked very glum, as if witnessing a new era for the continent. Even Baelipus sighed helplessly. Indeed. Those Though cheerful, Lee Ha still appeared concerned. If that bullet hits, the heart will shatter. Baelipus, standing nearby, suggested, I will return to the secret chamber and leak magical energy to lure them. They will think it's a trap. He also reminded, Kukanashi will come, even knowing it's a trap, because only a few dragons remain. You hesitated slightly in agreement. Indeed, his voice carried mystery as he continued slowly. What you need to prepare is, but a thought flashed and he interjected. Speaking of which, I have a request. May I know more about the layout of the secret chamber? Of Lord Baelipus, without hesitation he produced a large scroll. I have a detailed map, is this enough? The sight made him quietly admire. Oh, no wonder he's a dragon. Lee Ha looked at the item in his hands. Still curious, you said it's not easy to penetrate an area guarded by a dragon of that level, right? Baelipus revealed slight concern, admitting, precisely pinpointing coordinates is extremely difficult. It seemed all obstacles were resolved. Lee Ha smiled softly, got it, thinking of Hyene. Pride was evident on his face, a human mage skilled in spatial tracking. At Botnik's new forge, Lee Ha cheerfully shouted, Mr. Botnik, seeing you makes everyone cautious. What's wrong? Is that bright expression suspicious? Lee Ha immediately countered. Suspicious? That's quite upsetting. He looked at the elder and eagerly asked, did you finish what I asked? Seeing his annoyed face. Botnik started to lose it. I told you without the item it can't be done. Here, the item. As he spoke, Lee Ha presented the brilliant Ori-chan. The elder was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible, you really got it from the royal treasury? Hearing this, Lee Ha boasted even more. I am Lee Ha, the hero who saved the nation. I have everything, you know. Who did you think I was? After thinking, Lee Ha paused and said, actually, some items don't need Ori-chan to work. After speaking, he took out his iron gun and Botnik tossed him something. The stabilizer made as described, but Lee Ha examined it and praised, oh, looks pretty good. Holding it, he admired the elder's skill. Very light, the gun is stable without a brace. Just rotate the barrel to shoot, even standing, aiming accurately at knee level. He turned happily, thank you, Mr. Botnik. Also, you separated the bullets from the dragon heart, right? Please cast them into bullets for me too. The elder, hearing this useless gratitude, interrupted. You just say thank you without any shame. I worked hard to reduce weight and improve the slide, and I don't even get a drink. Though annoyed with Lee Ha, Botnik still handed over Logrun's dragon heart. Here it is. Lee Ha accepted it, promising, next time I will treat you to a feast. After saying this, he hurried on his way. I must go elsewhere now, Mr. Botnik. The rest is up to you. Meanwhile, at my BL border fortress, bathed in the afternoon sunlight, at what was said to be Wee Out's safe house number 5, Kaijong and Tian were anxiously hovering by the door. Hey, someone's here, what's going on? He greeted his friends cheerfully. Long time no see, Kaijong, I'm just dropping by to talk for a bit. Been busy lately? Wee Out's been pretty impressive. I heard you guys have wiped out tons of aristocrat monsters all over City A. Hearing that, Kaijong could only give an awkward laugh. Oh, yeah, something like that. After standing outside for a while, Lee Ha spoke up. Let's go inside and talk. At that, he hurriedly blocked the way. Hyung, actually, Tian quickly jumped in to back him up. It's kind of messy inside, so how about we talk out here, Lee Ha Hyung? Bunim also smoothly tried to steer it elsewhere. Or we could go to the capital. Like to some tavern. Lee Ha caught a whiff of something shady and stared straight at Kaijong with an intimidating look. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? You've grown up, huh? Now you're even keeping things from me. After hearing that, Kaijong's nerves collapsed. He couldn't hide his fear. Realizing someone was inside the house, he called out from outside the door. Hey, inside, can you hear me? Last time we didn't get to talk properly. This time I'm going to get a good look at your faces. That person slowly approached the door at an unhurried pace. Ian flung the door open and spoke. It's been a while. This impression is completely different from the first time. Come in and talk. He sat down at the table and continued the conversation. Didn't expect you to come looking for me first. Seeing him, Lee Ha thought to himself, just like I guessed he'd be here. Ian, the strongest sage among the players, a master of spatial magic. In his memory, he recalled the image of Hien. Why are you suddenly being so polite? We already ran into each other in minis. There was even a time I wanted to smash your face in. His expression didn't change. Should I be grateful you ever felt that way? Seeing his attitude, Lee Ha was left speechless. Whatever, there's someone else whose face I want to smash even more, and you're not completely innocent either. Ian shot back, digging in just as hard. I'd appreciate it if you just treat me like a repentant criminal. Their psychological warfare made Kaijong and Tian, eavesdropping outside the door, grow even more anxious. Lee Ha shifted the topic. Anyway, I came to ask you directly, Hien, can you break a dragon's spatial seal? This one is ancient tier, maybe even stronger. Hearing Lee Ha's explanation, he looked even more stunned. Hien lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Just hearing ancient tier is shocking enough, but stronger than that? What do you mean? Lee Ha cut him off. Don't play dumb. I know you figured it out too. There's another dragon as strong as that golden dragon from back then, when it seals space, or When Bluebeard does it, I want to know if you can break it. He hesitated for a long while, as if imagining that terrifying power. Ian calmly explained to Liha, an ancient dragon's spatial seal. I've broken the seal of an adult dragon before, but with an ancient one, I'm not sure. Liha quickly interrupted. Last time you even bound that golden dragon with spatial magic. Balopus was surprised too. I don't know when you broke an adult dragon seal, but you're definitely far stronger than before. Hearing Liha's strange words, Ian looked both irritated and uneasy. Of course, but I have a question. Why are you telling me this? I betrayed all of you, I even killed people, and I framed you, smeared your names too. He lowered his head, speaking in a deep, gentle voice. Right? Ian hurriedly asked. Then why do you still trust me? His hand clenched as he asked, but Liha's voice cut through his train of thought. It's not because I trust you. I'm asking you so that I can trust you later, so we can keep going together. With that, Liha held out his hand as an invitation to cooperate. Seeing his hand, Ian looked pensive and contemplative, but he soon smiled. That's even scarier than saying, I trust you. Understood, I'll try. That goodwill handshake steadied both of them. Brimming with confidence, Liha said, I'll contact you again when I'm ready. At the latest, during game time. We'll carry out the plan within 3 days. 36 hours later, near Balopus's lair, Liha was re-evaluating the terrain. There were no monsters around the dragon's lair. I'll use camouflage. Luckily, nothing was getting in the way. The real problem was that he didn't know where Kukunaroman 11 would appear. But fighting right in front of the lair was a terrible idea. He had to choose the spot. Creating the moment to shoot, that's true sniping. He couldn't break camouflage just to move around, so he had to predict where the enemy would strike and scout carefully. There were 2 viable positions, one in the air and one about 9 units above the ground. The issue was range, if only it were a little longer. Lost in thought, he forgot something. Then it hit him. I've been so on edge I haven't checked the boots I brought. Should I take a look? If only they could help me run faster or even fly. What a dream. Like Hermes' winged sandals. The boots' detailed information appeared on the blue panel. This holds the legend of a tree whose roots run deep beneath the earth. Defense 2050, agility bonus plus 2,025 fixed skills, lower body joint lock. Requires strength over 100, agility over 1,900. What is this? A legendary grade item with no set bonus. The shoes of a legendary archer who once shot through an apple placed on his son's head from 1 km away. The entire continent was shaken by his never-miss marksmanship, steady as an ancient tree. Some say roots and branches grew from his knees, ankles, elbows, and shoulders supporting his body, but no one has ever verified it. Legendary grade, yet nothing special. Liha couldn't help blurting it out. A bit boring, the blue window kept flashing one important feature after another. It also showed a fixed lower body joint lock skill had been learned. Lower body joint lock, don't move, don't waver. Alright, stand still, turning into a tree, and Deok's power will handle the rest. Range effect plus 30. Immovable, mana 300, lasts until dispelled. Cannot be dispelled in the first 20 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. After reading it, Liha was stunned. What is this? What kind of skill is this? Range plus 30 and it says immovable. But if you pair it with camouflage, it gets even better, and lower body means there's an upper body too. This is a gift from the heavens. If used in the right place, this skill will be maximally effective. And if it's combined with sniping, the blue window displayed the details for level 9 sniping, using mana to increase power. Gunpowder enhancement and barrel protection. Maximum range plus 40 for 19 minutes. Costs 200 mana, cooldown 1 hour. The more he read, the more it felt like luck was raining down on him. Fortune, fortune. A sly look Liha had never shown before spread across his face. Nine put the shoes on and head out with confidence. Preparations complete. The blue window displayed a message. Lord Balopus, I'm ready. Having grasped the situation, he replied calmly, understood, I'll disperse the mana. Yukinaxi's group seemed to have sensed the power. This mana stream, it's Balopus's. That really is the stench of that damn fly's mana, isn't it? Showing up right now of all times, seeing Bluebeard react so strongly made him suspicious. That guy had been hiding and hadn't taken any missions this whole time. Now he was targeting Balopus. Last time he mentioned something about a 5th head or something. No, he'd already gathered the 4 dragons he needed. Whatever, traveling with these people is convenient, and he can collect more materials for the undead corpses too. Seeing Fang's sinister grin, Dubia smacked him on the head with her staff. He already had the 4 heads he needed, and he still wanted to fight. Even Fang should realize this is a trap. Am I wrong? Fang hurriedly replied, yes, your Lady Duchess. Yukinaxi figured this had nothing to do with the heads already collected, and turned to the 2 of them with certainty. He's one of the biggest obstacles among the dragon clan. If we eliminate the top candidate to succeed Bahamut, Her Majesty the Queen's plan will go much more smoothly. Trap or not, so what? There's no other mana around. He's alone. Are you scared you'll lose that head? Hearing that, the old man hurriedly started making excuses. I'm not scared, I'm just aching all over today. On a day like this, it's best to lie at home and recover. He was fed up with the cowardice and cut him off. "Shut up and follow me." Old man Dubia snapped back. "How dare you give orders like that? You're getting a bit arrogant, but fine, I don't want Bahamut to have to mobilize troops either. If we can avoid fighting, then avoid it." Kukanaxi spoke. "At last the fated duel, the showdown destined between me and him. Don't interfere, just finish it quickly like we agreed." As he spoke, he wore a sinister smile. Understood. Fa, looking at him, also smiled like he was signaling something. Balopus sensed Kukanaxi's power and tensed up. "He's here." Near Balopus's lair, Area A, he quickly reported. "Kukanaxi has appeared." A reply came back. "Yes, I see him." He asked again, "Can you shoot now?" Liha objected immediately. "No, he's in human form. I can't pinpoint his heart and the distance is a bit far. And Loran's heart-piercing bullet only gives us one chance. It's too risky." Balopus seemed to understand the situation and started looking for another approach. "Understood, then which direction is best to lure him? I can't sense your mana anymore either." Liha quickly replied. "South," measured from the entrance to Lord Balopus's lair. "After you engage Kukanaxi, please turn northwest about 500 meters. He agreed. "Understood, I'll do my best." At that moment a beam of light appeared behind Kukanaxi, startling him as he realized something. He turned around, ready to fight. Balopus clenched his teeth, his face twisted with hatred. "Kukanaxi, what are you plotting? Why do you still stubbornly walk the path of evil, even after being cast out by the Chromatic clan?" Seeing him launch into a tirade right away left him a bit surprised. "Calm down, what a fierce reaction, you greasy fly." Balopus couldn't hold back and shouted, "You bastard, you beheaded 4 of the Metal Clan, and you still dare to challenge me now. Get your act together." He seemed to sense there were still others in the lair. No mana stream had triggered the detection zone. He couldn't have come here alone. Balopus asked quickly, "Do you see Bluebeard?" Liha replied at once, "No, it's magic." It answered, "Nothing detected, but assume he's here anyway." Liha was left speechless. "Understood, I'll stay on high alert." In a surge of rage, Kukanashi roared, "It's time to end our feud that's lasted more than 4,000 years. You annoying gnat!" Balopus shot back without backing down. "Fine, you blood-red bastard, today I'll rip out your dragon heart." Hearing that arrogant provocation, he felt the thrill of battle. "Good, just what I expected," Balopus said, and then he cast a barrier. The designated target was restricted from leaving a 1-kilometer radius. Balopus, the space within 3 kilometers, was completely sealed off. All outside interference was blocked. He opened with an all-out charge, rushing him while enchanting his weapon and boosting his strength. Kukanashi charged in as well, not to be outdone, still counting on that cheap magic. Speed up faster, his sword swung straight at Balopus, but he blocked it in time. They fought viciously like a battle to the death, the clash of blades echoing through the space. He kept his cold gaze fixed on him. "Today I'll sever this rotten chain of fate, you insect." Balopus snapped back. "Wrong, I'm the one who should be saying that. You rabid dog, what kind of name is Kukanashi anyway?" They collided again in a world-shaking exchange. Seeing his blade come down, Balopus quickly retreated, waiting for another opening. Once he'd pulled to a safe distance from Kukanashi, Balopus hurriedly countered. "Flame strike." Kukanashi kept mocking him non-stop. "Using fire magic on a chromatic dragon? No wonder they call you a bug." He raised a retaliatory magic shield, Flame Strike. The flames shot back toward Balopus at a shocking speed. He hurriedly cast a spell to put it out in tidal surge. Balopus stared at him with unwavering eyes. Summoning Tiamat won't benefit the Chromatic clan at all. After all these years of ancient grudges, you still haven't understood anything. Kukanashi, the so-called queen of the Chromatic clan, is nothing but another starving mantis. Unlike the Metallic clan, who stay loyal to Lord Bahamut, you really don't understand why the Chromatics lifted the seal only to summon Tiamat again. If Tiamat is truly summoned, then even the Chromatic clan will. The more he listened, the more Kukanashi lost his mind and charged straight at him. "Shut up!" The battle grew fiercer than ever. Their power seemed evenly matched with no clear victor. At the same time, Liha was waiting for the right moment to strike. "This is bad. One more second and it'll be exactly as the warning said." In a head-on clash, Balopus couldn't beat Kukanashi, but he couldn't back down now. "I trust Balopus and I'll wait for my chance to act." Seeing him hold his ground, Kukanashi unleashed his power. Can he block this? Hellfire. Balopus couldn't hide his shock at his sheer might. Hellfire Inferno, he can still use it in this form, along with Stormblade Dance. A violent vortex erupted, wrapped in surging flames, forming an overwhelmingly destructive force. Kukanashi bellowed in fury, "You damn gnat." Then he suddenly noticed something and froze for a few seconds. Balopus finally transformed into a dragon, unleashing his power. He cast a hailstorm that made the ground quake violently. Kukanashi reacted fast, dodging his attack. Damn it, his judgment really is sharp. Balopus kept talking. "So you can even withstand dragon breath and you're hiding inside Stormblade Dance? You even predicted what I'd do before I did it." After saying that, he began casting again. Empowered Hellfire burned. A thunderous roar shook heaven and earth, and the blinding light of the spell threw the entire space into deeper chaos. The sheer force of the attack had Liha struggling too. I have to endure. If I move more than 30 centimeters, the camouflage effect will vanish. If that happens, Bluebeard will sense my magic and ambush me. At that instant, Leha's eyes flashed with an indescribable shock. The raging fire had swallowed everything, leaving him gaping. Unbelievable, the scene in Area A was growing more intense by the second. A fierce wind bent the surrounding treetops. As Leha watched, smoke and dust whipped into him, making him cough again and again. That last explosion drained a huge amount of Leha's fighting stamina. His vision was turning black and red. I've just lost 50% of my stamina. At least I'm still alive. Joint lock skill, lower body suppression, this whole stacked skill tree. My lower body really doesn't feel good at all. The sensation in his lower half was numb. He immediately called to his teammate, Balapos. Hearing that, he quickly ordered, "If you're ready, fire immediately." Leha, magic is active, the enemy just appeared. Leha did as told, but he felt uneasy because he couldn't lock onto the target. Damn it, you make it sound so easy to fire right away, but I'm supposed to shoot at something I can't see, and this guy didn't even show up where I wanted to start either. Over by Kukanaxi's side, everything was pure chaos. Dust and grit blanketed the area as the two of them shot forward and crashed into each other head-on. He didn't hesitate, he struck first. Noonbug, Boohoo, and Balibos all unleashed their power in support of Boohoo. From a distance, the auras of two opposing forces collided, detonating in a magnificent explosion that thundered across the sky. But it didn't end there. Kukanaxi silently scanned the surroundings for a moment. Seeing his opponent still standing, he snarled a threat. "Today, I'll tear those wings to shreds." The other man immediately shot back with a taunt, meaningless. Then the two of them surged at each other again. Off to the side, Leha watched in silence, resentment simmering in his chest. This was a battle for vengeance. Balibos had truly held back during the national war against BVN. He flicked a glance as a signal. "Leha, are you ready?" Even after trying, he still couldn't lock onto the target. "Please mark the dragon's heart. I need higher accuracy." Even the magic scope can't detect the dragon's heart or the range. "If you can, lure him to the spot I mentioned." Hearing that, Balibos clicked his tongue in irritation but forced himself to comply. "Fine, hurry up, get ready." Leha focused hard, calculating his response. At first it looked like they were heading northwest, but after he transformed into a dragon, his direction changed completely. Now he was moving southeast. Not long after, Leha let out a weary sigh, yet kept his aim steady. Closest approach was 1.7 kilometers. Right now it's 1.9. Wind shifts from southeast to south-southeast. Marker 1.3. Wind speed is 4 meters per second, not fast. All magic was being churned up like the earlier blasts. The air finally calmed, at least enough to read wind direction and speed, and 2,280. Within effective range, though we're almost at maximum distance. Target point confirmed, adjust to 2,319 meters. Sniper mode, breathe steady. Sniper mode activated. Stabilize stance activated. Leha slowly, carefully squeezed the trigger. Instantly the round screamed through the air. In a blink it struck his opponent square in the neck, punching through the thick hide. The deep, piercing pain made Kukanaxi freeze for a long moment. Then he realized who had shot him, and roared Leha's name in agony. "Leha Hadongbei, I suspected it the moment you released mana. Is this all? Hiding a human and thinking you could trap me? How dare you try to stop me? Try to stop the ritual to summon Her Majesty the Queen." As Kukanaxi's fury escalated, the other could only defend. "Barrier, stop it now, Kukanaxi." He drifted overhead, voice dripping with mockery. "Prepare to offer your neck up to the skies." Balibos, Leha, where are you hiding? This time I'll kill you for the Wax Dragon clan in the Queen's name. Ignoring the taunts, Leha stayed calm and kept fighting. Barrier, 500-300 meters. The protective shield film was already showing cracks. Barrier. Suddenly a beam of light shot straight into the sky, shattering all of Kukanaxi's substitute barrier layers. He flinched, startled by a new presence. "A human," he snarled. "You broke my ward with teleportation." Right then, Heian appeared in time to support his teammate. From above, he looked down with contempt. "An admirable struggle. Even ancient dragons can't endure my dragon's breath. Could a pathetic human mage possibly?" Before he could finish, Heian unleashed his power. What kind of dragon talks this much? At the same time, Leha activated support as well. Camouflage mode was disabled. He immediately signaled his ally to rush in together. Heian moved at once, total stasis. A blazing flash erupted, leaving Kukanaxi unable to move, panic flooding his eyes. How can an ordinary human use total stasis? Seizing the opening, Leha hurriedly leveled his rifle at the target, preparing the finishing blow. "Got you, you bastard lizard. This one's for Grun Dragon." In an instant, the Grun Dragon's heart bullet fired and streaked forward. It slammed straight into his heart. Kukanaxi stared upward in agony. The Grun Dragon heart bullet lodged deep and drained all his power. Mission complete. Grun Dragon's revenge. Level up, skill increased. Level increased. Watching their ranking climb higher and higher, both of them couldn't help but get excited. Nice, at this rate no one can catch up. My level went up. Heian found what he'd just done a little strange. teaming up with one dragon to defeat another. Lee Ha exhaled in relief and said cheerfully, "It's a weight off that everything went according to plan." Then he suddenly spotted something and froze. Where did those two come from and why were they heading toward Kukanaxi? Bluebeard, don't tell me even the flare buoy. Lee Ha immediately contacted his ally, Lord Ballyboes. Ballyboes was still forcing himself to finish his plan. I know, hold on a little longer. Kukanaxi's dragon heart hasn't been completely destroyed, so the barrier can still hold. Hearing that, Lee Ha hurriedly fired to stop him. Stop, Bluebeard. But in the blink of an eye, the old man dodged the shot and charged forward. Bluebeard decisively raised his staff. In an instant, he sent the man flying, blood spraying everywhere in front of everyone watching. Seeing this, both of them went cold. What are you doing, killing your own teammate? A moment later, Bluebeard gently picked up the severed torso and grinned smugly. Well, is that enough? Kukanaxi, I did what you asked. I told you to listen to the old man. Even drained of energy, he still answered weakly. Thank you, sir. Please handle the rest. The old man turned back, accepting the other side's plea. Fine then, you don't need to worry about your queen anymore. Get some proper rest. Oh right, you can't rest, can you? To grant the wish, I'll be using your body. Are you okay? Hearing that, Kukanaxi panicked at the sudden betrayal. What? Without hesitating, Bluebeard decisively ordered his teammate to proceed with the plan. Feng, take him back. He accepted at once, understood. At the same time, the two on this side hurriedly tried to stop them. I don't know what they're planning, but we can't let them touch the corpse. Damn it, Lee Ha urgently reported to Lord Ballyboes. They're going to do something to the body. He angrily prepared to shoot. You can't. But the moment the bullet flew, Bluebeard blocked it and knocked it off course. Lee Ha froze, unable to believe what he'd just seen. He stopped the bullet with a staff. My bullet, down there. The old man casually rubbed his shoulder. Ow, my shoulder, your bullet dented my staff handle, didn't it? How are you going to compensate me? Young marksman, I really like that. Just then, Ballyboes appeared and swooped in. With the plan ruined by the enemy, he roared in fury. Sob, even if Kukanaxi is my sworn enemy, I will never forgive anyone who dares disturb the rest of our kind. Flame slash. Seeing this, Liu Bian gave a contemptuous smile. You plan to use something that couldn't even handle Kukanaxi against me. Even your spirit has gotten old. Making that face isn't doing your wrinkles any favors. Relax and think for a second. But the moment he let his guard down, Lee Ha immediately aimed his gun at the target. I've got a plan too. Before he could fire, Bellipost breathed fire and attacked. Lee Ha watched silently from above, secretly relieved. He didn't dodge in time, so it's true. The flames surged, swallowing the enemy whole. There was no way out. After a while, as the smoke and fire cleared, they thought he'd been eliminated, but a massive barrier had appeared in time, shielding everything inside. Bluebeard looked calm as if nothing had happened. Come on, we're old men now, aren't we? Isn't this a bit much? Balipus, I was only fulfilling his final wish, that's all. After all the trouble I've been through, I deserve at least a little compensation. Seeing this, he snapped back angrily. What are you planning to do with his body? Lee Ha up above was also confused. Feng, aren't you a player? What are you doing? What are you hoping to get from that bastard? Without thinking much, he chuckled and replied, why should I do what you say? You already know the answer. As soon as he finished, Feng immediately unleashed his power, Earth Channel Rebirth. This is the central core. It will do anything to grow stronger. As the situation worsened, the two quickly looked for a way to stop him. Earth Channel Rebirth. So you're a necromancer. Do you really think some ordinary spell can bind a body? The spell, the two kept attacking, but the bullets still couldn't pierce the barrier. Bluebeard watched leisurely, then laughed gleefully, scorning them. To me, this place is nothing but a dispel formation. You really think it'll work? You can't even get in a little. Let me warn you, if that man attacks one more time, I won't let it slide. And I'm willing to overlook this once because you're a grateful young man, but you're far too reckless. Lee Ha seemed to already have a plan in mind. In that instant, he swung his gun toward another, more dangerous direction and fired. Damn it, in a flash, the bullet shot straight down, punching through the vortex, sending a shock through the defenses. After a brief pause, his anger flared openly in his expression. Bastard. At the same time, Ballyboes came speeding in from afar. Lee Ha ignored him and moved fast, cracking the surrounding ground. Not long after, the old man leapt high into the air to look down at where the two were standing. He was about to charge in with his staff and strike, relying on the opponent's extraordinary strength. Lee Ha was terrified, stiff as a board and not knowing what to do. The joint lock skill was still active, so he couldn't dodge the energy barrier. Thinking Lee Ha was about to be erased, Bluebeard couldn't help but laugh. All right then, safe travels. Moments later, a loud crash echoed through the forest. In the distance, a figure moved closer. Yin appeared looking worried. Are you all right? Lee Ha answered with difficulty, thank you. Deep down, he analyzed the situation. If the Heian mass had shifted even a little later then. Dubia clicked his tongue irritably. He remained calm despite being restrained by electric chains. Still, a golden fly is better than a red brute. Philippos charged in from behind like a storm. Do you take me for a fool? That fragment of demonic power. Dubia glanced back in annoyance. What a nuisance, how irritating. He raised his voice to signal the people below. Fong followed the order, striving to complete the spell, almost done. 3 steps more and he realized the situation was accelerating forward. I can't let that happen. Dubia immediately broke through the encirclement and desperately attacked Balabos. No, Liha quickly pulled the trigger, creating a thunderous blast. The powerful bullet shot out, stunning him. Dubia glanced downward with burning resentment. That damn brat. He watched the enemy's direction, preparing a fatal strike. Liha fired wave after wave while thinking rapidly. I guess Bluebeard will attack Balapus from behind. That's the most distracting point. Now that I've locked onto him, I can control him. The destructive power of my bullets is no joke. Should I fire a magic round to suppress him? No, I don't even know if it will work. And even if it does, if I can't kill him on the spot, I'll just reveal my trump card. I have to save it for the final moment, and if I use it here, I'll only get one chance. Bluebeard blocked each volley of bullets, fury overflowing. These musketeers are always getting in my way like this, so infuriating. Fong trembled as he warned, sir, something strange. His gaze shifted toward the crucial item, that is, the dragon's heart. Balabos swiftly dashed forward and in no time seized the heart calmly. It's over, Dubia. The air around Bluebeard grew chaotic, a sharp red gleam flashing in his eyes. Fong apologized repeatedly. I am sorry, sir. I truly didn't know what he was doing earlier. Dark power flowed into Bluebeard's hand. Nothing is going right today. I shouldn't have interfered. The 3 of you are utterly useless. Oh, come on, now even my weapon won't work. The blade won't even come out. My mood is so terrible I can't stand it. His eyes burned with resentment. I won't feel better unless I rip that insect's heart out immediately. Balapost fearlessly provoked him. Go ahead and try, Bluebeard. His words pierced Bluebeard's heart, but remember this, I have already summoned our lord. He stood firm, unyielding. Stop spouting nonsense. I can't sense any magic leaking from him. Balapus flew away but did not forget to warn, if you think I'm lying, stay and see for yourself. Our lord will arrive soon. This time I will surely destroy you along with Lord Bahamut. Bluebeard's face darkened, his teeth grinding. But he quickly calmed down and could only let out a sigh. Rubia's gaze lifted toward the deep blue sky. All right, I suppose I should be pleased that at least half the objective has been achieved. Let's go back, Fong. Fong gently suggested. We're leaving, sir, he replied in a low voice. I cannot meet that old green man just yet. Chaotic thoughts surrounded Liha and Balipos. Did he really summon Lord 321? If so, at least I could try to hold him back. No, he didn't inform me beforehand. That must be a bluff, right? Dubia left the battlefield with a look of disdain. Well then, next time let's have a group meeting, you insects. We'll send a beauty over, so just come without that old man. Balibos asked with a suspicious tone. Don't tell me he can summon the hidden king of the Tiamat clan. Even our golden clan doesn't know how to do that. He laughed but did not forget to knock Fong lightly on the head. So noisy. Just wait and see, all right. The two immediately teleported, officially leaving the battlefield. He muttered his doubts to himself. Can he really summon Tiamat? Don't tell me that's why he took Kukuna's head. Fortunately, we recovered the dragon's heart, but as for the horn, the situation left Liha bewildered. It's over, right? There's not a trace of magic left, he sensed inwardly. Although the magic sensing effect has worn off, so I wouldn't be able to sense anything anyway. Balibos reassured them. As long as Lord Bahamut's name is mentioned, he won't dare approach this place again. He landed gently on the dry ground. He looked down at the small figures below. Suddenly, Pelipos bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, my lord, and you as well, spatial mage. Thanks to your help, I avoided the worst outcome. He paused and asked his benefactor, what is your name? Haiyan answered sincerely, it is Haiyan. Balipus looked at him gently, I will remember your name. Your spatial magic rivals that of the ancients. Even so, if you are caught using full recovery on Kukanaxi, the race will not forgive you. Be careful. He said this with an excited, radiant smile. I also received an achievement reward for this. Thank you. Liha thought about the accomplishment on his own. No need to look. He already knew what the achievement reward was. He softly made a suggestion. Liha, if you're ready, let's go help immediately. Deep down, he felt utterly powerless. It turned out he had only been threatened that the Lord would arrive. Well, if we attack, we'll surely run into big trouble. Liha quickly replied, all right, let's go. Haiyan called out to gather people. Liha, he turned around in surprise. He cheerfully offered sincerely. This time, thank you for trusting me and calling me here. He smiled warmly. It's good to be able to lend a hand. Liha shyly shook his hand. I'm the one who should be thanking you, though I'm a little jealous that you acted more decisively than I expected. Your shoulder must hurt a lot, right? He happily replied, haha, thanks. The comradeship between them grew even stronger. Ian made a suggestion with a small glimmer of hope. Then, after this incident, I hope that in your heart, Liha, you trust me more. Scene changes on the majestic throne. Bahamut listened calmly to everything. So that's how it happened. He pondered deeply for a moment, then asked the one below, does the power you requested help at all? Balipus bowed and confessed sincerely. Of course, my lord. The sounds of the people behind overlapped one another. You truly defeated that dragon. Bahamut called out to the honored guest Liha in a deep voice. Liha replied awkwardly, yes, Lord Bahamut. The Old One offered his heartfelt thanks from the bottom of his heart. You not only defeated the enemy threatening our tribe, but also saved our members, those who couldn't even rest peacefully in eternal sleep. He answered with polite formality, it was nothing. It's something we could only accomplish by working together. With everyone's strength, but deep down, Liha felt terribly guilty. The one who served as bait was Heian, the one who used spatial powers and even themselves. If any one of us had been missing, we wouldn't have succeeded. From afar came the restless sound of footsteps. Liha's mind and body kept wavering as the figure before him stepped forward. What is this? I can feel an overwhelming pressure closing in from every direction. His legs trembled as if he'd lost all control. Bahamut's killing gaze forced Liha to submit. Human Liha, I ask you, do you wish to uphold justice and do good? He bowed and answered solemnly, yes, my lord, I Liha swear to uphold justice and do good. His face held a trace of embarrassment as he thought to himself. I'm not good at acting like this. I'm not Alexander. Without hesitation, the Old One made an offer that left Liha stunned. Do you have the will to become a member of the Golden Dragon clan and become my spirit beast Bahamut, the 8th Platinum Dragon Lord? Liha quickly agreed, resolve surging. Yes, my lord, Bahamut looked down with satisfaction. You've proven your will and your skills to the Golden Clan. He raised his voice and called for confirmation. Internal council, do all overseers agree? The retainers answered at once, yes, my lord. He placed a hand on Liha's shoulder and boldly announced to all the people, I declare, with the consent of the executor Baelipus and 33 other royal members observed, human Liha from this moment on is officially a member of our Golden Clan. The system reported brilliant feats, and his heart wouldn't stop leaping. Wow, so many achievements. But Liha noticed what someone behind him said. How long has it been since a mere mortal joined our family? Another couldn't help but marvel as well. I never thought I'd see something that's never happened since I was a child, and now it's happened twice in my adulthood. Suddenly, Liha remembered something. No, then what about my partner? Outstanding achievements unfolded before his eyes on the interface. You have become a Dragon Blood member, and you are the second to receive this achievement. Your stats will increase, and diplomatic effects with dragons will be upgraded. The keyword shown on the interface made Liha uneasy. A partner, huh? Now that I think about it, I've gotten another achievement like Alexander again. Could it be that getting the Dragon Gate and these 2 achievements is the requirement to advance to Dragon Knight? Can an archer even become a knight? Liha looked toward 321, silently hoping. Wait, surely my companion Woe. Still, that doesn't seem very possible. Meanwhile, Bahamut was grinning smugly. That's right. Even though I'm a spirit beast and part of the family, I can't become your partner. That would throw the entire lineage into chaos. Liha shot an irritated glance away and thought, of course Bahamut won't become my partner. So which dragon will be my partner then? Liha imagined the one who would accompany him, and his heart fluttered. If a dragon were my partner, then a dragon shield and magic would protect me completely, 24/7, full 360 degrees. And could I shoot through that shield from inside? Bahamut conveyed the information with an excited expression. That's right. Didn't you say Liha inherited Logrun's legacy? His dream of a mighty companion shattered instantly. Baelipus asked in confusion, I don't quite understand what you mean. My lord, Liha alone froze, his heart bruised. No way, don't joke with me. Logrun is dead. What nonsense are you talking about? The more he spoke, the more animated he became. Joy was unmistakable in his voice. That truly is unfortunate. Even so, it's wonderful for Liha. Now that you're one of us, you've avenged her partner. I look forward to working with you, my spirit beast. Bahamut swept past him with an absolutely threatening gaze. After all, you only used half of Logrun's heart. Right? That shouldn't be a problem, should it? A shiver ran down Liha's spine. He recalled an old scene in his mind. Is that why I lost the chance to get a dragon partner? Liha slumped to the ground, miserable, turning into a dejected little mushroom. I'm so doomed. Then the system displayed another major achievement notice. You have obtained the achievement, my eternal partner, the bronze dragon Logrun. From now on, you can pair up with the dragon friend chosen by 321, and together head toward a brighter future. His mind became a tangled mess. His hand rose to his head and tugged at his hair without thinking. If only Logrun were still alive, if only I had a partner. Merits displayed by the system. You have obtained the achievement, Ancient Dragon Hunter Kukanaxi, the first person to achieve this. You will receive the basic privileges of a hunter. It left Liha bewildered. I'm the first? Looks like dragons can't be revived, and it's S-rank. Oh my, if 42 points come from the 200 effect, then an S-rank achievement will give 21 attribute points. The system issued a flurry of notifications. You received the achievement. Platinum Dragon Beast 321, achievement level S being the first to receive it. Congratulations. You look at the lines below, silently pondering. An S-rank achievement. Suddenly, the world server displays an encouragement announcement. Everyone, please congratulate them. The first player to achieve S-rank in Central Domain has appeared, Liha, a level 172 marksman from the nation of Pubia. Other players strive not to fall behind. Leha, embarrassed, doesn't know where to hide, trying to stop the news feed. This definitely isn't being broadcast across all of Central Domain like last time, right? Quick, the previous message flustered HWA Diane enough to call. Leha, answer me, where are you? HWA Diane is extremely anxious. S-rank, Sarah stutters while asking you Leha. What's going on? S-rank, what? Let's meet first and talk. Don't forget your promise this Saturday. Young can't hold back his anger. What are you doing? What about Bluebird's whereabouts? Luga snaps, you bastard, where are you? We must have a one-on-one fight. Dazuk Zenma taunts, fighting S-rank monsters. Should I exchange 2 A ranks for a general contract? The deafening noise leaves you panicked. You're persistent, why contact me when something seems off, right? It feels like your head is being split with a hammer. Quiet please, let each person speak. Leha can't hold back tears and thinks silently. Right, I still have to respond. Then you send the other party a proposal. Ki-young, are you free this Saturday? Ki-young doesn't reply immediately, only questions me. What's up? What achievement? S-rank. Leha quickly changes the topic, I'll explain later. Now there's something more important. You glance to another direction. Are you free Saturday? Let's have lunch. You're confused and suspicious. I'm free. But why? Leha's words sting Kai-jong. The weapon in your hand drops. I'll have lunch with Sarah and Bobby. He's so shocked he screams across the dangerous land. What did you say? The news makes your limbs tremble. You've planned it. When? Why tell me only today? You should have said earlier. Leha awkwardly confesses. Sorry, I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Don't worry, Sarah just invited us to lunch. Relax. Hearing this, he explodes. Relax my foot, it's in 5 hours by Central Domain time. I'll come to you, you try to calm your friend, huh? When the other end hangs up, Leha freezes with a pained mind. Sorry for telling you only now, but you're really stubborn. Bahamut asks curiously. So what do you plan to do? You know nothing and just ask again, huh? What are you saying? He goes straight to the point, I mean that orb. Leha quickly catches the signal, the item. You excitedly list each one. I'm allowed to choose 3 items from the Lao Group's vault, 1 from Lord Bahamut's vault, and 5 from Lord Bahamut's vault. Is the Nasi production correct? Bahamut answers calmly. Right? Leha slowly proposes. Today I just want to stroll through Lord Bahamut's vault, is that okay? No time limit or anything, right? The elder answers frankly. You won't stay long in Kukanaxi's vault. But my vault belongs to the Lao Group, so it's fine. So do you want to take a look around? You gleefully shine your eyes. Yes, I'll go now. Bahamut gently places a hand on Leha's shoulder. All right. Though just a small gesture, he activates the magical array underfoot with care. Let's tidy up the secret vault a bit. Somewhere, countless treasures and gold are scattered everywhere. Leha's eyes light up at the treasure, stiffening in disbelief as he strolls with Bahamut. You form a plan in your mind. Sorry, Bahamut. A bit late, but can I increase the number of items I take to 2? He laughs unexpectedly and politely refuses. You're officially part of our group now. Your jokes are great. Then go ahead and choose slowly. Saying this, Bahamut disappears, leaving Leha alone, speechless. I know the answer will be no, but it still feels a little disappointing. Later, you look around and plan in your head. At least there are no spatial limits. The rarity and quality of items will vary depending on the area and dragon rank. This place surely has the most valuable items. Leha begins to sit down and study the items. No matter what, I must choose a legendary item. Even as a hero, it counts as a loss. Legendary rank or even higher, is there anything above? Thinking this, you decisively toss a necklace to suit. I should probably check my stats first. Character window, Denliha human, occupation marksman. Your remaining stat points were 278. He was stunned to see his own status report had jumped that high. So the remaining stat points are 278. Not believing his eyes, Leha rubbed them again. He checked again at once and fell silent for a moment. It was exactly what he'd seen. Leha felt a surge of panic and worry. This is insane if I go bragging about it everywhere. I'll probably get reported to the GMs. Just as he turned to keep searching, he accidentally bumped into something. Then something that fits my stats would be. Leha jolted and looked down, suspicion rising when he saw the strange object. What is this? Right after that, he picked up the Easter egg. Staring at it for a long while, Leha silently examined it. It looked like an ostrich egg or maybe a gemstone. After thinking for a few minutes, he decided to toss the Easter egg aside and started looking for the next item. I don't need this. Leha felt around his area for a while. A few seconds later, after searching and finding nothing suitable, he let out a frustrated sigh. Why are there more legendary items here than hero-grade ones? I've been looking for over 4 hours, and I probably haven't even checked half of them. There was an outside call. Seeing that, Leha immediately lunged to check. Realizing he'd gone overtime, he hurriedly hit exit and left the game. It's already this late. Log out, log out. In an instant, he returned to the real world. The moment the door opened, Kai-yang was waiting in front of him with an irritated expression. He complained in a gruff voice, Hey, I told you to come out earlier. Leha hurriedly apologized. He seemed like he wanted to say more, but Kai-yang cut him off. Sorry, but... A moment later, he had Leha look over his outfit from head to toe. How's this? Does it look okay? Liha froze, baffled. What are you talking about? We're not going on a date, just dress warm. Without overthinking it, Kaiyang pushed his brother along in the car while grinning smugly. What are you saying? I know you're excited too. Let me see your closet first. Trust me, I'll make you look cool like an actor. Brace yourself. The next day, the two of them waited together at the park. And since Liha didn't have many clothes, he could only wear a white shirt and jeans. He sat there sighing, unease in his chest. Honestly, I'm a little nervous. I wonder what Nara will think of me. I don't think Nara is that kind of person. But just then, Kaiyang spotted someone and immediately signaled. Hey, over there, that's them, right? Two people walked over happily from a distance. Hi, we saw you two from way over there. Seeing Bobby wave at him, Liha couldn't help getting struck by love at first sight. Oh Bobby, oh hi, I'm Kaijang. Liha beside him also introduced himself politely. Nara Bobby, hi, I'm Liha. The two of them replied with bright smiles. Hi Kaijang and Liha. Come on, why is everyone so shy? Even if this is our first time meeting in person, we already know each other. Let us have a lot of fun today. Let's go, let's go. Kaijang was suddenly dragged along and didn't even have time to react. Oh yeah, let's go. Seeing this, the other two could only look at each other and laugh. That Kaijang guy said to trust him, but he can't even handle Bobby. Bobby really knows how to set the mood. She's a good person. After a while, the two of them started walking. Let's go, Nara. Let's have fun today too. Sounds good. And just like that, all four of them enjoyed their outing together. Liha could finally smile freely without thinking about anything. Inside the main hall, a soldier hurriedly opened the door to report. They've arrived. Documents from Minis have been delivered. At the same time, Hoa Dian sprang up excitedly. Of course they came, what does it say? Reporting with excitement, he said, Munich will hand over 2 castles and a city near the border of the March Plain. The one who once refused to cede Venken has completely changed. Everyone immediately cheered and celebrated. Amazing. All right, we did it, Marquis. If those 2 castles and that city are ours, we can push the border even farther out. That means we can completely stop the invasion every single day. While they were happily celebrating, she remained silent, lost in thought. After a while, Hoa Dian decided to speak up, seriousness clear on her face as she said, reject it. The Marquis beside her looked confused. What? Without hesitation, Hoa Dian immediately explained. Rejecting the alliance treaty proposal they just sent is the obvious choice. Hearing that, everyone erupted in fierce objection. Reject it. You're saying we should refuse their alliance offer. That's absurd. What if they abandon the treaty? What if they say they'll handle everything themselves, even with the Chimera? All of a sudden, she slammed the table in anger. You people really don't understand anything. Is the border the only thing that matters? Border. You don't earn a single coin of profit from it. And the 2 castles and 1 city they're offering aren't very useful either. They're only valuable for outer defenses. Rejecting this offer doesn't mean we should ignore them completely. It means we should make a counterproposal based on this plan. As soon as she finished speaking, Hoa Dian kept cursing them out furiously in her head. Oh my god, is there not a single person here who can think? Does Liha have any idea how hard I'm working because of him? Somewhere else, the houses all around had been heavily destroyed. Bong was standing silently, watching the zombies around him. He let out a sly chuckle, surprised at the points he had just earned. I've only destroyed 1 city, and the rewards and experience points are already this huge. The rate I'm gaining experience is unbelievable at this pace. I'll surpass Chio in no time. Over here, Bluebeard couldn't help grumbling. He'd already crossed the entire continent. But they still weren't here. Those idiots can't hide as well as I can, so they really must have crossed the sea. Tusk, the road ahead is going to be long. This time I have to go far, so I need someone to act in my place. I'll grant you authority over the chimeras and the nobles. Gather those who have been subdued by the dragon's power so those pesky flies can't trace our whereabouts. Can you do it? Hearing this, he couldn't contain his excitement and decisively bowed to obey. I will dedicate this very life to you, my lord. My lord, seeing that, the old man considered it for a moment. Then I'll head east right away. It won't be easy. You should wear a hat on a long journey. Sunlight reflecting off the sea can damage your skin. I deliberately stopped wearing mine after giving it to a friend. So lonely wandering everywhere alone, leaving this old man all by himself. When I see him again, I'll scold him properly. Right after that, Bluebeard suddenly broke into a gloomy smile. If I just leave like this, the audience will be disappointed. So I should probably leave a gift before I go. Back to Liha. The 4 of them were saying their goodbyes. Today was really fun. Don't forget we have an appointment 2 weeks from now. Ahahaha, I won't forget. Actually, we should have paid for the coffee. What are you talking about? If you paid for the meal, then I should pay for the drinks. And then the 2 of them left. See you later. Liha stayed quiet for a moment watching them go. A little later, he turned away. Hurry inside, Kizang. Seeing his brother in such a rush made him wonder, what's wrong? Do we have another appointment, bro? No, I need to get into Middle-earth. Hearing that, Kizang looked confused. Oh man, you're more addicted to this game than I am. Liha gave a small smile, then fell into thought. Playing Middle-earth really is the right choice. I don't have the confidence to show up in front of everyone looking like this. My future feels so bleak. A few seconds later, he turned back and saw Kizong daydreaming and babbling. How can Uncle Beaver's smile shine that brightly? He couldn't stop feeling grateful. Meeting everyone and growing in the game helped me so much like that time. And now, I can finally face everyone in the real world with confidence. So in the future, try even harder. The moment he logged into the game, Hoa Dian angrily berated him. Liha, where are you? Are you here yet? He looked away, dodging responsibility. Let me have a private life too, will you? I was only out for a little while. Only for a little while? Then why do you think I'm calling you? After thinking for a moment, Liha suddenly remembered what he needed to do. All right, that quest. There's only 1 week left, isn't there? How's everything going? She let out a sigh honestly. If I didn't keep an eye on you, you probably wouldn't get anything done at all. I've already handled everything related to it, so once you're done, come straight to the castle. I'll explain it all to you. Hearing that, he felt a little admiration inside. Listen to that smug tone. How much has she even finished? She really is amazing. Hoa Dian then recounted everything. The atmosphere in minis lately has been anything but normal. The number of cities and castles destroyed has spiked, and along with the chimeras, a large number of undead have been discovered. Liha, that city you were assigned, don't you think you should claim it before it gets destroyed? Hearing that, he understood what she meant. Okay, I'll get to the castle as fast as I can later today or tomorrow. Call me as soon as you get there. At the same time, Liha was eagerly on his way there. Hurry up, pick an item, and go meet Hoa Dian. I came here from Secret Chamber 321 the moment I logged in, and she contacted me immediately. Looks like she's been waiting a long time. The problem is choosing an item. I can barely see any of the treasures from 321. But among the secret chambers, which one should I choose? Secret Chamber Kukanaxi is 200 km away. As he walked, he hesitated a little. Oh right, Bahamut sent me word, so I hurried to Secret Chamber Kukanaxi. But Liha immediately remembered Bahamut's warning. I heard some chromatic dragons snuck into Secret Chamber Kukanaxi to steal the treasure. You'd better get there before what you want disappears. Liha looked openly puzzled. Chromatic dragons, really? The old man nodded and explained, that's right. They've only just learned to control their mana, but they're far too greedy. If you want to go now, I can take you there. How about it? Hearing that, fear crept into him. Even if they're young, if they're dragons, they're still dangerous. Could you go with me, my lord? The old man suddenly chuckled and refused the invitation. Ha ha ha, do you want to see a dragon fight? No, absolutely not. Turning back, Liha now showed worry and hesitation as he headed there. A clash with chromatic dragons makes me a little uneasy, but I can't bring the metallic dragon along. So I don't have any other choice. Seeing a stream of dark aura, he immediately followed it. It should be this way, like the flow of mana I sensed. I know it's here. All right, let's go. But Liha didn't know that somewhere, 2 people were quietly watching him. Is it because Kukanaxi is dead? There's no sense of a barrier. They say the color line offspring hid here. Should we bring one of the Golden Dragon Clan members here? Suddenly, both of them unexpectedly flew in to attack. Die, mortal enemies of old Kukanaxi. Luckily, Liha easily dodged their attack. He immediately grabbed his gun to shoot, but then hesitated as he noticed something. Seeing how young they were made Liha feel awkward. Are they Bak Long and Luke Long? At the moment he was about to pull the trigger, he hesitated. If he eliminated them, but they're still just kids. Then a gunshot rang out through the forest. Birds scattered wildly in the sky. Both kids were scared, eyes tearing up, too afraid to speak. It turned out Liha was pointing the gun at the sky to scare them. Seeing the two hugging each other in fear, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Hey, what rank are you? You're not adults, right? Chu Blanc replied, trembling, adolescent rank. Hearing this, Liha pondered for a moment. I'd feel better if these kids were in dragon form. Capturing them to gain points would only bring more trouble. He began speaking in a commanding tone. Kids, you're still just adolescents. Is it right to steal from someone else's secret chamber? Of course not. Grand Vogel immediately protested. Steal. HMPH, don't say that. Feeling his authority rise, Liha pressed on. Call me uncle, forget it, you spoiled little brats. Did your parents teach you this? Just take items from a dead dragon's secret chamber, even if it's the color line. Didn't your parents educate you at home? Ah, should I call your parents here? Seeing their parents constantly mocked by him. The girl angrily interrupted. Don't badmouth my mom. Liha pointed and warned her. Kids, then behave properly. After a while, they kept crying and pleading with each other while he stood there helpless. Calling them intelligent for living long isn't entirely wrong. Right? They look even dumber than humans because they live so slowly. These kids, though still adolescents, are over 100 years old. Yet they cry just because they were scolded a bit. Your aura as a slayer of ancient dragons is something they can feel. All dragons are overwhelmed by your presence because you have slain ancient dragons. Now Liha was tired, trying to deal with the two in front of him. What should I do with these kids? My friendliness with the color line has already dropped by 200. I doubt I can win their favor. Later, he asked directly, Kid, what is it that you secretly stole in here? Hearing this, both immediately protested fiercely. We haven't stolen anything. My mom said your secret chamber has more treasures than other old dragons, so we just came to look. Hearing this, Lee Ha sneered slightly. More treasures? What treasures do you have, anyway? Aren't your parents' items usually in their secret chamber? So that's why you came to steal? Immediately, both angrily denied it. No, our treasures are huge. Grand Vogel, irritated, was about to reveal everything. We came here for, you don't know anything. It's not like other dragons' treasures. My mom said dragons like Kukanaxi did illegal things to get resurrection proof. Before he could finish, Chu Blanc interrupted. Hey, be quiet. Luckily, he could hear everything too. Resurrection proof. Can you explain that more clearly? After a bold warning to the kids, Lee Ha finally stepped into Kukanaxi's lair, and the result was him lazily complaining. So I searched, but I couldn't find anything like resurrection proof. Chu Blanc still resented being outdone by Lee Ha. Meanwhile, Grand Vogel hesitated. It seems no one took it. I guess Kukanaxi didn't have it either. Then he sighed deeply, full of pain and disappointment. My parents mentioned it, so I really thought it would be here and came to check. Lee Ha also muttered in his mind. What a pity, an item even dragons consider rare. Yes, it's truly a treasure, though even they don't know its detail. At this moment, he was so bored he used the legendary nameless paladin sword to poke at the items that others would fight over. One-handed sword, two-handed sword, a staff. All the items he found here were legendary, but none were usable for him. He could give this sword to Kija. The items the kids found were all legendary, yet he still wasn't satisfied. Thinking about the treasure the kids were obsessing over, a resurrection egg. Does that mean proof of resurrection? Wait, an egg in a treasure-filled place. Suddenly, his memory of diving into Bahamut's embrace, that oval object attracting every gaze, was thrown aside by him as if it were something unnecessary. Bouncing around happily like he was mocking them, it's me. The moment he had a guess, Lee Ha made his decision on the spot. I'm heading out, so you two brats turn around. Seeing them behave this obediently, even he started doubting himself. What if I end up doing something to you too? He put on a shooing, dismissive air. Before Lee Ha had fully left, he tossed out a teasing remark. Oh right, you two brats, I saved you, didn't I? Shouldn't you thank me? And tell me your names too. No matter how furious and annoyed the two young dragons were, remembering the other party's strength and status, they still had to grit their teeth and spit out each word. Uncle Blanc, Grand Vogel. The instant he used the teleportation orb, Lee Ha put on that loud, jeering grin, so obnoxious it was hard to look at. All right then, thanks, you brats. From now on, don't live so recklessly. This punishment is because you dared to steal an adult's things whenever you felt like it. Uncle Blanc was left trembling with rage. Even the little cloak couldn't escape that brat's furious outburst. HMPH. Grand Vogel was more straightforward, grinding out the words through clenched teeth. I'll never forget you, Dragon Slayer Lee Ha. Meanwhile, the person the little ones hated had only just shown half his body inside the dragon cave when he hurriedly started shouting. Before he could even finish, the other party appeared as if he'd been waiting here all afternoon. You're here. He didn't realize anything and blurted out again, yes, I. With bright eyes brimming with confidence, Lee Ha declared grandly at the critical moment what he wanted for himself, Lord Bahamut's lair. I want to enter the treasure vault one more time. The old man didn't seem bothered at all and snapped his fingers to grant the wish. The two were teleported away at once, to a place reeking of wealth and glittering splendor. Clearly he didn't care about any of it, focusing on only one thing, I'm here. Then he dashed off as fast as he could, as if afraid someone would snatch that resurrection item. Where is it? Where's that egg? In a sea of treasure shimmering with soft golden light, patience and perseverance were the two qualities Lee Ha couldn't do without right now. At last, heaven didn't disappoint the determined. His sharp eyes, honed like a royal guardsman's, finally caught sight of it. There it was, the item carrying a pure, emerald scent mixed with a pale white glow appeared before him once again. Found it, the system info panel that popped up made Lee Ha stare in shock. Mythic effect resurrection egg, containing the power of a god. It can revive a living creature. Of course, this item will disappear after a single use. His face completely changed. Cold sweat poured out as he didn't even dare blink, let alone move away. Move away from the treasure in his hands. Legendary? Mythic? Did you just say mythic? It's not even on the Middle Earth tier rankings. Don't tell me this is an item higher than legendary. It wasn't like the temporary resurrection magic Baelopus used before. Does this revive them completely? For real. Players already have built-in resurrection, so this item isn't for them. Staring hard at the bold text about an egg holding true power, Lee Ha sank into a detailed analysis of what it could do. Then this is an item for NPCs. It links to the dead creature's mana. So as long as you have the target's mana, you can resurrect them. He swallowed hard. Should I choose this? But I can only pick one thing here. The fact that an item is here means it must be meant for something. And since this is Bahamut's treasure vault, there might be other legendary items too. But there might not be. Thinking about how Brown's death is the mission failure condition, should I use this to prevent Brown from dying in an emergency? Or the Pope, the one who counters the Demon King's fragment, is the Pope of Ezwin. But for Lee Ha, nothing could be decided that easily. No, this might be the first mythic tier item in the game. An NPC with that kind of value. Suddenly, the scene of Lugeron dying right under Kukulkan's vicious claws replayed in his mind. The confidence and joy of finding the right item at the right time blew away the fog of hesitation clouding his thoughts. That's it. There's only one chance. The words "you have obtained the mythic resurrection egg" popped up at once, matching his excitement that couldn't wait another second. Lord Bahamut, I've chosen. The old man smiled, rich with meaning and praise, and said with a sigh, indeed, isn't this what humans call hitting the mark? You've made a choice worthy of your nickname. You struck the target. To be absolutely clear, Liha didn't hesitate to probe for details the system hadn't written down. Lord Bahamut, may I ask how to use this item? The old man's steady tone rang out with certainty. Exactly as it's written. You only need the mana of the living creature you want to revive. The item containing their mana will not be destroyed, so you needn't worry. After hearing that detailed explanation, he immediately remembered something. A delighted smile rose at the corner of his mouth as urgency took hold. He bowed as his body was teleported. Thank you very much, my lord, I'll see you next time. Bahamut replied gently, the honor is mine. At last, the figure that was Li Ha officially dissolved in the treasure vault, heading off to somewhere else. Only then did the old man raise an eyebrow, his face full of calculation, and that the older the ginger, the hotter it gets kind of presence. I should also thank you for choosing the Easter egg. Meanwhile, on the other side, it turned out your next destination wasn't unfamiliar at all. Li Ha's excitement and shout echoed all the way to the horizon, even before he officially arrived. The moment Botthornik saw an entire leopard king, his face went pale. You've come to bother me again? Honestly, it feels like I owe you a debt. He was already used to Bottle's less than welcoming attitude, so he just made a few casual sounds before explaining. I'm not here to bother you today. I'm not here to check progress or anything, so don't worry. The old man eyed him suspiciously. Then what are you here for? Li Ha walked straight into the forge ahead as if it were his own home, then gave a bizarre answer. Of course I'm here because I want to see you. Botthornik genuinely didn't understand and had to confirm. Me? If it's me, how can you use that form of address? He shot back at once. Not you, sir. Then he swept his gaze around and didn't forget to ask. Where's the item I remember you making? Is it here? Now Bottle understood clearly and he couldn't hold back his anger. I told you it's not finished yet. The basic forging process is done. But the finishing work still isn't complete. Facing the long-kept dragon heart, Lo Grun lay quietly on the hard wooden surface as Li Ha stressed each word about it. No, I'm not going to use it. The Easter egg was summoned out at once, and he explained it to the dwarf smiths along the way. It's because of mana, the energy source here. Botthornik's pupils suddenly contracted violently. Witnessing the utterly terrifying scene, even his voice trembled so much he could barely finish the sentence. Why yes, that's right. The thing you brought, don't tell me. Hearing that, how could Li Ha not understand? You know about the Easter egg. He immediately got a horrified scream from the old man. The Easter egg? You mean that Easter egg? And faced with that terror, Li Ha stayed so calm he turned the question back on him. Oh, what is it you know about it? Look at that reaction. Mr. Botthornik seems to know everything, doesn't he? You just refuse to tell me. The old man retorted in disbelief. No, actually, I've heard of it, but it's truly a legendary item. How did you get it? The two Ironbeard brothers also grew anxious. That's something only a dragon lord would have. Did you steal it? Aren't you worried about your life? A dragon will hunt you down. And what about our forge? This guy is a walking disaster. The system panel instantly displayed. Choose a mana-bearing item. The creature will be reborn at the moment. Li Ha continued, that's a secret and I don't know where you heard it from, but be proud. Now we'll test how effective it is. The instant his last words fell, the collision erupted into a pure burst of light, followed by a flood of spam messages. Rebirth target Coppersteel Dragon Lo Grun. If the target is correct, press confirm. Only when he truly put everything into practice and set it in motion did he finally understand the attitude of the item's former owner. Had Bahamut foreseen this and chosen Lo Grun as his companion? But at this point, Li Ha had nothing left to hesitate over. His slender finger precisely tapped the confirm button again. The mana officially trembled through the vast dwarven forge. Sensing life flowing from his palm, even someone as composed as him was shaken, his gaze trembling fiercely. Yeah, curiosity mixed with anxiety showed on every face here. A tense atmosphere shrouded Li Ha's group and the crack running along the oval object. Is a normal revival really like this? From such a tiny egg? At last, the moment of truth arrived. It burst out with a powerful surge of vitality and shattered the shell layers. Sweat drops as big as rice grains rolled down both his face and Botthornik's. Dripping nonstop like money didn't matter. After a stretch of waiting that felt like an entire year, the familiar figure finally hatched in a smaller form as a notification rang out. Coppersteel Dragon teammate Lo Grun has been reborn. Once the notification officially appeared, a pair of long blue wings unfurled, beating powerfully through the air. Lo Grun spun gracefully midair, brimming with life, leaving everyone marveling in shock. A freshly hatched hatchling by the hammer god of the forge. In that very moment, Botthornik's group cheered and danced with glee. their footsteps seeming to match the rhythm of the wing beats. They say that if you witness a dragon's birth in your lifetime, you could die without regrets. Whisker off to the side looked equally delighted. Big brother, this is a great omen, a sign that our forge will prosper. Unlike the other three, Liha did not look pleased, his shoulders trembling slightly. Where is the adult dragon? The thought made the kid turn back with a puzzled look. The image of Liha joyfully stretching atop the adult dragon instantly shattered along with his own anguished shout. Where is Lao Grun, my teammate, that handsome young man? Where did he go? Wait, what about my mythic tier item? Where is the resurrection certificate? Did I use a mythic tier item just to get a baby dragon? His faith shattered, Liha collapsed in despair, dropping to his knees and wailing as if he'd just been dumped. Low grunt. In that tense instant, a pair of small blue feet unexpectedly landed lightly on his shoulder. Low Grun flashed a warm smile and chirped affectionately as the system notification sounded. Your bronze tin lineage companion, Low Grun, has been reborn. You can now use the summoning skill. But Liha still couldn't accept reality and burst into loud sobs again. Right after that, achievements popped up in a flood, proving his purity at rank A+. A+ with an additional reward of plus 18 HP and 1000 green hall reputation. And recognition for being the first to earn the achievement on this server, granting an extra plus 36 HP and 2000 reputation. No one knew when Liha had checked all that, but as he staggered in a daze, the group who'd been catching him didn't forget to cheerfully remind him. The item will be finished in about a week. Come pick it up then. Liha's head was a complete mess, scattered thoughts piling up one after another. Come to think of it, that revival item never said resurrect in the description. It only said rebirth, right? Damn those Middle-earth developers. Looking up at the little dragon lounging calmly on his head, he stressed each word, trying to jog its memory. Low Grun, do you remember me? We, fought Kukanaxi together and even the Lord Belibos. If you remember, make a sound. The kid answered back, each word ringing out just like Liha's own. But Liha wasn't happy at all. He only let out a weary sigh. Ah, Low Grun, you actually understand everything I'm saying, don't you? Please tell me you do. Liha's thoughts were tangled and he couldn't make sense of it. Did it not understand his words, or did it truly remember nothing? Then came a barrage of questions born of a thin hope. Are you avoiding me because you're scared I'll ask something? Or are you just embarrassed? When we first met, you were so cool. Now you're pretending you don't know me just because you're a baby again. Oh, both though Nick once said hatchlings take about 100 years to mature, right? Yeah. Then by then, I'll know for sure whether you remember. So that's about 20 years in real life. No matter how hoarse Liha got, Low Grun only used those big, sparkling round eyes to stare at him. Seeing that, he was finally left speechless, yet he still raised his hand. A teleportation orb. Fine, let's go. I'll let you off because you're cute. In a brief instant, blue light flared brilliantly, shooting straight toward the front of a magnificent, gleaming white castle. At the capital of Ailstock, as Liha walked down the long corridor, a familiar voice called out. Liha immediately recognized the person in front of him, Nara. Then he stepped closer and asked with gentle concern after meeting that couple, "Did you get home safely?" Nara shyly scratched her cheek and smiled. "Of course, I figured you might log on, so I signed in right away. I haven't even washed my face yet." Suddenly her gaze fell on Low Grun's small, lively face. "Ah, this is," the kid's cheerful voice rang out. She immediately followed the sound and called out. That unexpectedly doubled dose of cuteness completely stole her heart. "Oh my god, it's so adorable. Liha, what is this? A rebirth character. It looks like a dragon," he stammered. It's a bit complicated, but yes, it's a dragon." In that playful moment, a sudden shout startled them both, and they hurriedly turned their heads. "Hey Liha," from the distance, Fire Edge strode over in a rush, irritation obvious in every word. "I told you to hurry, there's still a lot to review. What are you doing?" He hurriedly tried to explain. Lin Fire Edge, I was on my way here." Sparks of rivalry instantly flew, with Nara taking the lead coldly. "Hello, Lin Fire Edge." She smiled back. "Hello. I heard the royal guards in secret are working together to protect the palace. Thank you all for your efforts. Why are the guards staying inside the palace?" She explained, because of the assistance treaty, there have been more outsiders lately. An implied jab at outsiders like her. Just as the conversation ended, an unexpected tug startled Liha before he could react. Fire Edge moved like lightning, grabbed him, and dragged him away at once. "Then please make sure the inside of the palace stays safe." Stumbling, Liha quickly called back with a bit of awkwardness. "Nara, I'm a little busy right now. I'll contact you later." When their backs finally disappeared, only Nara remained, loneliness flooding in so strongly it felt almost tangible. As for Fire Edge and Liha, they had only gone a short distance before they stopped. She immediately spoke, urgency in her voice. "Liha, I'll start with information about minis. Listen carefully. Watch closely how Grun takes control where she is. You wonder why it's sitting atop Lam Hoa Dian. Could it be that it doesn't like her?" Then with a mix of hesitation and curiosity, you speak up doubtfully. Are players attacking the towns? She nods, confirming your suspicion. Yes, that's what our intelligence reports say. We wonder why Minis is so lenient. I heard there's a player traveling with a chimera. Don't be shocked, the player with a chimera is. Just as she's about to speak the mysterious name, Lee Ha interjects, acting as if he already knew. Bong, right. This surprises Hoa Dian. How did you know? You shrug and explain. I heard some things, but I didn't know he traveled with a chimera. However, she still has one more piece you're missing. But I bet you don't know Fong isn't traveling alone. Hearing this, Lee Ha is astonished. What? Without waiting further, she begins recounting the information she gathered just before everything descended into chaos. 3 other members left the guild Fong once belonged to, although Fong had left that guild long ago on that exact day. A well-known group from Munich also left a guild, and their suspicion pointed to a dark wizard. A wizard and a dark wizard, 3 players left guilds on the same day. All specialize in dark magic. Doesn't this seem suspicious? Rumors were quickly quashed. The mysterious players around Fong and the Chimera all match up. They only target weak cities and then disappear. Very stealthy playstyle, truly despicable. Seeing her tense reaction, Lee Ha begins to understand. Fong sabotaged supply lines during the war, reducing Lam Hoa Dian's contribution points. No wonder she hates him so much. Thinking about it, the things you just heard are shocking. Yet Lam Hoa Dian's instincts are impressive. Even without a Bluebeer-related mission, she detected the signs and gathered so much information. Hoa Dian continues. Alexander has started moving, but strangely, he hasn't met them yet. He raises a string of questions. Balabuse is trying to track them, but it may be ineffective because of Bluebeer. He's not with them. She shakes her head, not sure. I haven't heard anything like that. They said approaching is too risky, so our agents just observe from afar. This unsettles Lee Ha. His mind races with hypotheses. There's no way he's uninvolved. As they approach the room at the end of the hallway, Hoa Dian stops with a firm tone and asks, "Are you ready?" You respond quickly, "Yes, let's go." The heavy door slowly opens, metal scraping echoing in the quiet space. Then Hoa Dian leads Lee Ha into the room where the council awaits. Faced with this serious atmosphere, you feel slightly awkward speaking up. Hello. Just then, the notification chimes repeatedly. You have persuaded over half of the opposition faction. The Tri-Institute Treaty, persuasion rate 100%. PBL Tri-Institute Treaty mission and Minis Phase 1 completed. The absolute number shocks Lee Ha into astonishment, heart racing with barely hidden amazement. 100%. At that moment, Hoa Dian suddenly turns her head. Her eyes notice your action. As the player behind all of this, Hoa Dian blushes from shyness and quickly looks away. Lee Ha's face heats up as he understands why. What a surprise, Lam Hoa Dian, you're truly amazing. At the same time, in the desolate ruins of an unknown city, rows of sleeping people on the ground gradually vanish into thin air, leaving a silent void. Looking at the info board ahead, Fong's subordinate players discuss skill upgrades and characters at 37% experience. Within days, even his summoned creatures have weapon upgrades. At this moment, he smiles, eyes gleaming with excitement. Impressive, the demon army's missions really accelerate growth. Suddenly, a laugh pierces through all his thoughts. It's true, right here, I told you. How many contracts have we done and you still don't believe me? This astonishes them. What? Who's that? Seeing their curiosity, Crowley raises his hand excitedly. Who else? The new merchant. Feeling better, you rotten kid. We planned the campaign together and now you leave me out of the fun. Chio walks ahead calmly with a simple greeting. Fong, long time no see. Seeing acquaintances, he immediately leaps from the rock. Crowley, Chio, why are you here? That fool Crowley probably just followed. Is our great Chio planning to join the demon army? Again, Fong dismisses her. Impossible. So I guess you've brought a proposal that benefits both sides. No surprise there, I just squint and exclaim, oh my, quite a keen sense you have. The truth is, we have some excellent information about the operatives on the demon side. Lately, it seems we're on the same wavelength, so I'll be straightforward. The next moment, she leaned close to Falcon, a cunning smile spreading across her lips. Tomorrow, the mini Tri-Council delegation will depart for Pupia. 207, Chio revealed calmly. The delegation will leave the capital at 11 a.m., travel to Bangkok, then march across the March Plains. Those 3 hours are our window. I couldn't get the exact route, but that still counts as solid intelligence. Right? Hearing this, Falcon's eyes widened in surprise. That's good news. Countess Guy ordered the treaty to be delayed as long as possible. During the exchange, Chio suddenly froze as if remembering an important piece that had been overlooked. She quickly turned, eyes scanning the surroundings. By the way, where is the count you were following? I don't see him anywhere. He immediately withdrew his distracted demeanor, deliberately steering the conversation back on track. That's none of your concern, Chio. So what do you want in exchange for this information? At that moment, the air trembled. From behind her appeared a massive chimera, its rough, mottled skin reflecting dim light. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. Deep, hoarse growls echoed as a strong stench hit Chio's face. Instead of fear, she let out a bizarre laugh. the corners of her mouth lifting in manic excitement. Her pupils blazed with fervent light. "Oh, so this is the chimera? I like it, quite useful." Falcon's patience vanished, his voice turning more serious. "Don't dodge the question, Chiyo. If your goal is only to delay 2 treaty battles, there are countless other cities. What specific information do you have for me?" Chiyo showed no sign of flinching at the accusation, casually raising her paper fan to cover her mouth. Hee, dodging? Come on, let's just call it a quick gear check. I only want it to happen after the Tri-Council Treaty is signed. Your skilled operatives will blow up a small town as they always do. Meanwhile, at the Pupil Royal Palace, in the conference room, the entire room was filled with solemnity, not a single unnecessary sound. On the system screen, the draft of Pupils Phase 2 Tri-Council Treaty was displayed in detail. Luckily, the opposition has been persuaded. Now it's just a matter of verifying conditions and completing the joint oath. Before making the final decision, Lee Ha frowned, carefully reviewing every line. This is that big of a deal. Could Bluebeard really appear and wipe everyone out at the ceremony? I wonder who will represent Pupil. Suddenly, the man sitting next to him cast a glance filled with cold judgment, then unexpectedly asked, "The recipient of the Medal of Honor, are you a student of Brown?" Lee Ha smiled politely, trying to maintain a humble yet formal tone. "I am his student, I am Harley Ha. You must be Marquis." Before he could respond, Qian Chuang suddenly stood up in panic and scolded loudly. "You brat, how dare you be rude to the Marquis?" Yet the Marquis didn't mind, calmly raising a hand to signal. It's fine." Qian Chuang, Lee Ha still felt uneasy, nervously glancing at Hoa Dian and whispering with concern, "Who is that? Can I trust him? He keeps giving me a suspicious look." She replied casually, "Don't worry, he's just paying attention to me." The vague, easily misinterpreted remark left Lee Ha stunned. His eyes widened, mouth agape. When he recovered, he was still shocked, stammering, "Wow, what?" Seeing Lee Ha's expression, she knew he was overthinking. She clarified, I'm better than most NPCs at completing missions." He's just an NPC who likes to boss people around." He exhaled in relief, finally clearing up the confusion in his mind. "I see, this NPC probably noticed Lam Hoa Dian after she performed too well. On the opposing side, then suddenly I appeared, and he thinks I'm a rising star trying to take Lam Hoa Dian." Afterward, Lee Ha, troubled, covered his face with his hand, half embarrassed, half upset. "Yeah, anything involving Lam Hoa Dian is complicated." "No, wait, who am I to think that? Sure, Lam Hoa Dian can be a bit overbearing, but she always achieves results I could never imagine. She's a desirable woman, I won't deny that." Her embarrassed expression suddenly came to mind. Thinking back, why did Lam Hoa Dian treat me so well? A sudden flash startled him. His face immediately blazed red. He speculated in shock, "Wait, don't tell me she likes me." But then he awkwardly shook his head. He frantically denied it. No, this is exactly the kind of delusion easily fallen into by the loveless. Axe syndrome. His strange behavior left Hoa Dian puzzled. "What are you doing?" Lee Ha startled and hurriedly gave a vague reply to cover it up. "Oh, nothing. Just confirming there are no remaining concerns." She then turned to the Marquis and calmly asked for his opinion. "So, when would you like the treaty to be signed?" The Marquis also gave a specific time directly. "If your Highness agrees today, we will notify them as soon as the magic message arrives. They will be here within 3 days at most." Yu Dian asked for more details. "Then who will take that position?" Marcus smiled mysteriously before speaking formally. "I will represent Pupil." Lee Ha was briefly startled, unsure why a strange sense of unease rose in her heart. She leaned closer and whispered to Hu Dian, "Impossible, he is the representative." She grew even more suspicious at the exaggerated reaction and explained, "Of course, our opposition faction has overturned everything the pro-treaty side could push forward after seizing Langdong. Ban Khan Castle. Naturally, the leader of the opposition must represent the king." Marcus cut off their exchange midway. "Just 2 days I will receive the representative from Minis. Make preparations, Lam Huo Dian. Can I trust you with this?" She answered confidently. "Have you not always trusted me? Leave it to me." The meeting ended and everyone gradually dispersed in silence. Lee Ha walked away, her thoughts drifting far off as she was almost the victor. The treaty signing would proceed under her conditions. As long as Bluebeard did not attack directly, nothing would go wrong. If anything did go wrong, it would most likely happen while the Minis delegation was on their way here. 3 days later on the match plane, the sky suddenly burned red as a series of alerts flashed before their eyes. All forces, status effects activated. Once the energy is activated, you cannot leave the designated area for 30 minutes. Remaining time, 24 minutes 34 seconds. Status effect. Spatial binding has been applied. Teleportation is disabled within the area for 5 minutes. Communication disruption has been applied. All group and whisper channels are blocked for 15 minutes. Remaining time, 9 minutes 34 seconds. Garter sat on his horse, his face pale, his hands gripping the reins until they turned white, shouting in panic, "Damn it, hold them back, protect him with your lives." The soldiers automatically formed a barrier. Protect Count Abandoned. We just need to hold out 9 minutes until teleportation is restored. The current situation left Abandon utterly stunned, sweat pouring down like rain. His whole body stiffened, not daring to move. The bloodthirsty chimeras roared and charged in. Tearing flesh into pieces, the battlefield filled with the stench of blood and overlapping screams. In front, right ahead. What are you doing, idiot? Raise your shield, run, I cannot hold them off. Wallach stood behind the monsters. The staff in his hand glowed as he cast magic to control them. Do not think you can escape so easily. Illusion sand burrowed deep into a soldier's mind, leaving him horrified. Clutching his head in agony, he cried out in terror. What is this cursed thing? I cannot get out, help me. Meanwhile, his comrade was being torn apart by 2 chimeras at once, struggling as he shouted, Why are you flailing around on your own? Stop that chimera, it is a mental type attack. The chimera roared and slammed him to the ground, its claws ripping through layers of flesh. Fresh blood splattered everywhere and desperate screams echoed across the plain. No, do not, wake up, protect the Count. The other soldiers fell one by one. Their lives ended and vanished like sea foam, leaving the battlefield drenched in despair. The face hidden beneath the black hood of the dark mage revealed clear satisfaction and delight. He let out a cold laugh. Nothing personal, old man. But at our level, you have to die. The vertical eye on the staff in his hand suddenly rotated, emitting a presence so gloomy it seemed ready to swallow the surrounding space. Abandon was so terrified he could barely speak, forcing out 2 words with difficulty. Left, be careful. Garter gritted his teeth, suppressing the trembling in his heart, summoning his remaining courage to threaten the opponent. You insolent wretch. We have been personally entrusted by His Highness with the vital mission of signing the treaty with Pupil. Do you understand how important that is? The dark mage curled his lips slightly, his voice calm yet sinister. Of course I understand, and that is precisely why I must stop it. At that moment from the hill behind him, a dazzling flash burst forth accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as it shot toward him. He sensed it instantly. Danger struck, his entire body tensing. He snapped his head around at astonishing speed, but unfortunately, that reaction speed was nowhere near enough. The precise bullet had already pierced his skull, blowing the dark mage's head apart, blood and fragments of brain spraying into the air in a horrific crimson mist. His lifeless body collapsed right in front of Dax. Witnessing the horrifying scene, he could not help but scream in shock. What did his head just explode, not giving the enemy time to recover? One by one, the aggressive chimeras fell before his eyes, leaving Wallach shocked and horrified. His entire body trembled, cold sweat pouring down. All the previous arrogance and pride vanished completely. There was no one on the other side. A long-range attack, how could that be possible? Soxero stammered in report, yes, they're snipers. The only person in Pupil capable of such long-range attacks is Haliha. It's Haliha, damn Pupil's top contributor. Is he for real? Wallach also quickly commanded, what about magic? Send a summoned creature over there or something. Hearing this, he ground his teeth in anger and cursed. Damn it, easier said than done. Do you think a little demon can reach that far? Damn it, at this rate, we'll all be incinerated on Chimera Hill. As he finished speaking, an invisible bullet pierced his head instantly, exploding along with the giant chimera next to him. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, freezing Wallach in terror. He fell to the ground in panic, his face drenched in warm, fresh blood. Shivering, he clutched his head, bowing down as if to avoid the next lethal shots. He muttered in despair, damn it, contact Vadi. He's already moved to another position. Leader, a sniper just appeared. Suddenly, a small dragon wing blocked his view, interrupting Wallach's communication. Laurent hovered in the air, eyes blazing as they locked onto him. For a moment, Wallach was stunned. He stammered, what? His face turned pale, drained of blood, his heart skipping a beat. A calm, cold voice completely detached from the battlefield chaos sounded. It really was him. Wasn't that Bluebeard or Foul? Liha silently landed on the chimera behind Wallach. The cold gun barrel pressed against its head, then he gently squeezed the trigger. A sharp shot rang out, startling him. Reflexively, he tilted his head back to look. Liha skillfully spun the gun, aiming straight at Wallach. Thanks for the reminder, Logrun. The bullet fired, tearing through space. In that moment, the magic-infused shot surged forward, piercing the void. Carrying an inescapable death sentence, the shot flew straight at Wallach. Liha's shot officially marked the success of rescuing the Mini's delegation and allowed the march plan to continue. At the same time, the disappearance of the monsters caused Crowley such heartbreak that he wailed in misery. No, my chimeras, my previous experiments. And Fao, now furious, clenched his teeth, wrinkles forming on his face. His pupils blazed with murderous intent, aimed at where the enemies vanished, burning with hatred. My 3 subordinates and the chimeras too, Haliha. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Rose Guild leader welcomed guests at the Alstock Royal Gate in Pubil. I am Hoa Dian, from Pubil's special delegation for the defense treaty. Surely you had a difficult journey. From now on, I will escort you. The Mini's delegation representative also spoke. I am Abandon G. Bront, leader of the Mini's delegation, pleased to work with you. Of course, courtesy is essential when facing one's savior. Thank you so much, Pubil Knight. Gato smiled and continued. Thanks to you, we made it here. Liha blushed, stammering and quickly retorting, oh, actually, I'm not a knight. Without wasting time, Hoadian warmly invited the distinguished guests inside. Right this way, everyone. Meanwhile, she whispered to Liha via the system, you may leave if you have other tasks. I'll contact you after the signing. And if the king calls, asking you to choose a city or castle, remember one thing. Hearing that, tension overwhelmed the embarrassment on his face. What is it? She walked directly into the area where the important events would take place. Gazua, Liha remembered and repeated the word, Gazua. Though separated by distance, the system allowed Hoadian and him to converse until it was done. Gazua Castle, you should become its lord. She chose for herself, so I trust her, Lam Hoadian. If you don't trust, go pick Vamcon Castle or something. Do as you wish. Feeling her sincerity, Liha grinned, eyes squinting. I'll do that. Anyway, thanks. She even thought of me in this. Lam Hoadian, you're truly amazing. One can feel the impact of her words on her. Hoadian's face flushed like a ripe tomato. Then Liha returned to a calm state, lost in thought. Consider it a completed task. Gazua Castle, I really want to see it first. But it probably won't be warmly welcomed. It belongs to minis. Alright, I'll log off for a bit. In the next moment, he decided. Bong slammed the table in fury, firing off a series of accusations like a machine gun. What the hell, Chio? Why was Hallie there? And even before that, she even misreported the number of guards. She said there were only about 20. At this moment, all she could do was apologize. Sorry about that, we also had a few oversights. So getting another round of scolding from him wasn't unjustified. Oversights? You call that an oversight? 3 of my people died and were forced to log out. They can't even log back in for 10 days based on Zhangnian time. In contrast to this tension, Crowley remained calm and even offered advice. Take it easy, experiments rarely succeed on the first try. You know that. Keep trying again and again. At the same time, Chio gently emphasized, I truly apologize for the treaty's failure. Bong, of course, we won't just sit idle. In return came a cold snort filled with disdain. And if not, how do you plan to make up for this? Being the head of a guild, you can't just, we don't have the next plan yet. We couldn't prevent the treaty, the first objective. So we'll do our utmost to achieve the second objective, delay the event. Players who want to grow stronger, those skilled enough to work with you, and those who know how to keep secrets will connect them with you. Bong snorted in contempt, you talk big. Where are you suddenly going to find people like that? Unexpectedly, Chio's voice brimmed with confidence, as if everything were under control. I can find them. Her eyes flashed with scheming and sharpness in a darkly playful way as she mentioned a familiar name. Me. Bong hesitated before this power. If she could really connect me with them, she cut him off directly. They also hold grudges against the one you're grinding your teeth to hate. Bong, act like you don't know. Anyway, given how far things have gone, he had no choice but to accept. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Chio. She acknowledged the order. Understood, I'll get back to you, so wait. And a proper chance for revenge will come soon, so check your gear first. That night, Liha's room glowed brightly amid the peaceful night. After being absorbed in the game for so long, he was dazed and stunned. I just planned to sleep 2 or 3 hours, but ended up sleeping 14. Gotta eat quickly and log in. Suddenly, Kim Do brought up a topic they had discussed. Hey son, remember when we talked about opening a restaurant? I've been thinking seriously and even looked into real estate. Then he asked further. Oh right, how's that going? While he was busy making money in the game, she had already done thorough research. In the shopping district where Mom works, there's a small brokerage. She met the CEO, Lai Subek. He said there's a suitable property. What do you think about going to see it? Since it's an auction, the price is also pretty good. He talked like a bidding king. Of course, Liha would fully support his mother's decisions. Yes, I'll prepare the money. Don't worry, just proceed. This made Kim Do sweat nervously. What? Haven't even seen the place or heard the price. His response was simple. It's his trusted mother, so surely she'll handle it properly. Next time I'll go see. After finishing a nourishing, heartfelt dinner, Liha slowly drove off, not forgetting to thank her. Thanks for the meal. I'm heading out. Seeing her son change so much, she couldn't help but laugh sadly. A happy smile spread throughout the house. No moment could be wasted. He appeared once again in the world of Middle-earth. Don't worry about money. I still have 5 legendary items from Kukanaxi's lair. However, I'll give one to Kaijang, and now there's also profit from the new city. Next, a flurry of notifications arrive. You've completed the Minis 2 Consolidation Treaty mission. Reward, you may select a city to hold exclusive trading rights. Pick up the reward at the central palace of Ailstock. In the capital Pubil, Liha clenched his hands in delight. Beautiful, level up smoothly. At the same time, a beam of light focused behind his neck. It was the familiar little one, also Liha's companion. Oh, Logrun, can you use magic at this level? He thought to himself, they don't seem skilled in magic. It's understandable, given their slow learning. No wonder Blanc and Grand Vogel raised alarms. A young dragon using magic is truly strange, unbelievable. The next moment, Liha, exhilarated body brimming with energy, cheered. All right, Mom opens the shop and I get an entire city. Let's go. Even so, first stop, Raubit Royal Guard Academy. Brown immediately called out on seeing him. Li Ha, calmly Li Ha replied, "Commander." Then came the proud look from the teacher towards his current student. "I heard you achieved something great this time. I heard you personally rescued the Minis delegation. They said without you, this consolidation treaty might have failed. You've worked hard." As soon as he finished, Logrun on Li Ha's shoulder let out a squeak, proving its cute presence, catching the commander's attention. Even the NPCs couldn't fully comprehend the shocking sight before them. Li Ha broke into a sweat-seeing Brown's expression. Yes, the people under your command shrank back in disbelief, stunned when the crucial question was raised. "You've become a dragon knight." Already, Li Ha hurriedly denied it. "No, wait." Only then did Grau regain his composure and calmly voice his doubt. "Then what is the little dragon on your shoulder?" He rubbed his chin, feeling a bit stuck, and blurted out an answer. How do I explain this? It's a long story." Beneath the gentle sky, with drifting clouds carrying the words along, Brown finally let out a surprised exclamation. "I understand now, so that's what it is." Li Ha went on, "Yes, at the place where we defeated the Crimson Dragon Kukanax. Dubia was there too, and he took the dragon's head. You fell into thought and began analyzing. The dragon's head, no, more importantly, that Demon King fragment joined hands with the chromatic dragons. More precisely, it's a dragon that was cast out by the chromatic dragons themselves." Pulling it all together, Brown nodded with a sigh of reflection. "I see, then both things are truly fortunate," while Li Ha still didn't understand. "Both things?" You gave a self-mocking smile as you began listing them. "First, you still haven't become a dragon knight. Second, that Dubia still hasn't allied with all the chromatic dragons." He immediately grew awkward in the face of the flattering words. "After all, there's never been any information about you becoming a dragon knight. And Commander Brown, are you saying that the Demon King fragment is equivalent to me turning into a dragon knight? Like the Dragon Knight Order just lost a promising talent." With the conversation over and the situation clear, Brown didn't stay any longer. "All right, carry on. I need to meet the Pope and discuss the future plan. It looks like I'll need all of you soon, so I'll summon you when the time comes." Li Ha answered in a firm voice, "Understood." In the end, only he remained there, sinking into a stream of thought. Now the reinforcement pact was complete. There was only one thing left for the Pope, an easy one to do. Now determination showed clearly on every feature of his face and in his thoughts. Establish an extermination force to wipe out Bluebeard and Chimera.